Who understands family? I crossed over into Naruto and became Uchiha's bottom feeder, only to get beaten up by Sasuke right from the start. But then I awakened a Sharingan system. On the first day, I received the Sage Body, and on the second day, I got the 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Now, just as Sasuke activated his single Tomo, I countered with a 3-Tomoe and burned his CPU directly. Let me tell you, Sasuke's face turned green at that moment. He had just worked hard to activate a single Tomo Sharingan, trying to show off. And guess what? I countered with a 3-Tomoe and directly fried his CPU. This story is long, and it all started a month ago when I just opened my eyes. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned. Surrounding me were towering trees, and I was lying on the ground, feeling like my body was falling apart. I wondered where I was. Suddenly, my head buzzed, and I gained a memory that didn't belong to me. Good heavens, UchihaQinyu, a 12-year-old boy from Konoha in the year 59, had soul-crossed. This identity is something else in the orphan of the Uchiha clan, with both my parents killed by my older brother, Itachi Uchiha. To make matters worse, my grades in the Ninja Academy were always competing for the last place with Naruto, truly a hidden talent. Just as I was speechless, I remembered the fishing game I played before crossing over, which said it would give me a mysterious system to enter the Naruto world, and I carelessly clicked yes. Where's my system? Ding! Let me tell you, this sound was like music to my ears. A standard feature for crossers. My golden finger has arrived. Sign-in system binding successful. Sign in once a day for random rewards. What more is there to say? Sign in. I silently chanted in my heart. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the initial version of the Sage Body. The next second, a refreshing coolness surged through my body, and let me tell you, that feeling was better than any massage. The pain in my body instantly eased significantly. I stood up and jumped a few times, fully revived. My chakra amount tripled, and my recovery speed increased by more than double. This Sage Body is awesome. At this moment, I remembered that the injuries on my body were caused by that little Sasuke. He thought I was too weak, embarrassed the Uchiha clan, and vented his anger on me. I coldly sneered, Sasuke, just wait, we'll settle this score slowly. I returned home, casually ate a bit, and went to sleep. The next morning, before I even opened my eyes, the first thing I did was sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the 3-Tomoe Sharingan. I instantly sprang up from bed and rushed to the mirror. Good heavens, those blood-red eyes, 3 black Tomo, slowly rotating. So handsome. I was overjoyed with this thing. Who would dare to call me a bottom feeder in the future? After getting ready, I headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. The owner, a hand-pulling uncle, recognized me and served me a bowl of hot tonkatsu ramen. Let me tell you, that taste was incredible. I devoured 3 bowls in one go, feeling satisfied as I walked to school. As soon as I entered the classroom, I greeted Hinata. That little girl was genuinely adorable when she was young, and she was quite shy. Seeing her blush, I couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Family, who understands? The feeling was so soft, simply wonderful. I remembered that the original owner of this body had once saved her from bullying, so we had some bond. At that moment, Naruto's loud voice came in, greeting me noisily before running off to mess around with Kiba. Immediately, the classroom filled with screams from the girl Snow. Need to ask. Sasuke had arrived. That little guy strutted in with a cold face, sitting in the corner and ignoring everyone. When the class bell rang, Iruka Sensei walked in and started teaching the shadow clone technique. Let me tell you, ever since I got the 3-Tomoe Sharingan, my brain felt like it was enlightened. Iruka had only been teaching for 5 minutes. When I understood everything, I even felt like I could teach the class myself. No matter how detailed he explained afterward, it felt like a lullaby to me, and I directly fell asleep on my desk for 2 periods. At noon, I pulled Hinata back to Ichiraku. Just as I sat down in the classroom after returning, that little Sasuke buzzed over like a fly, sarcastically saying, "Oh, the disgrace of the Uchiha. Your injuries healed pretty quickly, huh?" I laughed and replied, "Sasuke, don't rush. I remember your debt. He'll settle it with you sooner or later." He sneered, full of disdain. "You dream on." After saying that, he walked away. For the next month, my life was quite regular. I signed in every day, went to school, and collected a bunch of great reward from the system, making the Sage Body stronger and stronger. Before I knew it, the graduation exam had arrived. In the morning, there was a written test. When Iruka handed out the papers, I was stunned. Question: how is chakra formed? What kind of nonsense question is this? I can already perform the Rasengan. You're asking me how flour is milled? Just as I was about to scribble something down, I suddenly remembered I hadn't signed in today. I silently thought, sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received Ninja World Encyclopedia. Good heavens, I almost shouted, the system is amazing. This is simply a fortune beyond my wildest dreams. In an instant, knowledge about the entire ninja world flooded my brain. Looking back at that test paper, isn't this just kindergarten-level questions? I picked up my pen and wrote swiftly, being the first to hand in my paper. In the afternoon, it was the ninjutsu assessment. Everyone took turns going up. Kiba performed a dog clone, and Sasuke stuck to his usual routine with a fireball technique, causing the girls to scream again. When it was Naruto's turn, he shocked everyone with a multi-shadow clone jutsu. UchihaQinyu. Finally, it was my turn. Let me tell you, I'd been waiting for this moment to show off for a month. I walked to the center of the field, quickly formed hand seals, and took a deep breath. Fire style. Great fireball technique. With a bang, a fireball more than twice the size of Sasuke's shot out, directly turning the target into charcoal, igniting the surrounding wooden stakes. The entire venue fell silent, everyone looking at me as if I were a monster. Are you kidding? This power is much stronger than Sasuke's. Is this still the bottom feeder from before? Even Iruka Sensei was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. But the one who couldn't accept it the most was Sasuke. His handsome face turned as black as a pot bottom. He had beaten me up a month ago and knew what I was like. Now, even if you killed him, he wouldn't believe I could be this strong. He jumped out directly, pointing at me and shouting, "Impossible! Iruka Sensei, he must have cheated. I demand a battle with him. I want to expose him." Iruka looked a bit troubled and turned to me. "UchihaQinyu, what do you think?" I smiled, waiting for this question. "Sure, just right. It's time to settle our scores today." In the center of the playground, Sasuke and I stood facing each other. With my current strength, I was definitely at the Chunin level. Beating him, a freshly graduated little brat, was like taking candy from a baby. That little Sasuke was still tough-talking. "Just you wait." After saying that, he rushed at me with a kunai. Clang! Sparks flew. He tried to use his momentum to knock me away, but guess what? I stood my ground without moving an inch. His pupils shrank slightly at that moment. I taunted him. "Is this all the strength you have?" He jumped back in frustration and formed hand seals again, launching another fireball technique. I poofed away using a clone and instantly appeared behind him. "Is that what you call a fireball?" I formed hand seals with lightning speed. "Let me show you what a real one looks like." Fire style great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of half a meter rushed towards his face, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. This kid was pushed to his limits. He gritted his teeth and managed to dodge, but he looked utterly disheveled. When the smoke cleared and I saw his eyes, I was momentarily stunned. Goodness, a Sharingan with a Tomoe. He actually activated it under these circumstances. Iruka Sensei exclaimed in surprise, "It's the Sharingan." Sasuke's confidence soared, panting heavily as he declared, "Today, they'll show you just how big the gap between us is." I almost laughed out loud at that moment. Shaking my head, I returned his earlier words verbatim. "Just you wait." This kid was completely enraged. He pulled out a scroll, and dozens of shurikens shot toward me like a rain of petals, while he also spat out 3 small fireballs. I didn't take him seriously at all. A simple water-style jutsu took care of it. Water-style water prison. A water sphere enveloped me instantly, and his fireballs hit it without making a sound before being extinguished. Sasuke went completely insane. He couldn't believe I used water style, shouting, "I'm the strongest, you're just a disgrace." He then channeled all his chakra and formed the largest fireball jutsu of his life, hurling it at me. Watching his frantic expression, I smiled lightly and dispelled the water prison. "All right, the game is over." As soon as I finished speaking, I slowly raised my head. In that instant, the entire venue fell silent. Whether it was Sasuke, Iruka, or all the classmates outside, everyone stood frozen as if they had been paralyzed. My eyes turned blood red, and 3 black Tomoe slowly spun around my pupils. "The Sharingan isn't something only you possess," I said, looking at him, enunciating each word. "I have it too." I formed a series of complex hand seals, and Iruka Sensei's expression changed drastically as he shouted hoarsely to Sasuke. "Not good. Sasuke, get out of the way." He also dashed towards Sasuke in a frenzy. Fire style great dragon fire technique. A massive fire dragon roared as it charged toward the completely stunned Sasuke. Just as the dragon was about to engulf him, Iruka finally arrived and yanked him away. With a thought, I controlled the dragon's head, flinging it into the sky, where it exploded into a massive fire cloud with a loud bang. 2 masked Umbu appeared in an instant, and Iruka managed to distract them. Once they left, Iruka cleared his throat and announced, "UchihaQinyu versus Uchiha Sasuke. UchihaQinyu wins." Sasuke looked at me with a lost expression and walked away without saying a word. His proud self-esteem was crushed under my feet today. After the exam, Iruka announced that we would come to collect our forehead protectors and class assignments the day after tomorrow. Just as I was about to leave, Naruto and Kiba blocked me on either side. "Qinyu, you've been hiding too deep. Naruto said, putting his arm around my shoulder, looking at me with admiration. That's right, that's right. We have to celebrate today. Let us go for barbecue Q. Kiba exclaimed excitedly. Hinata blushed and followed behind, softly saying, let's go, celebrate. When we arrived at the barbecue restaurant, we found there were no seats available. However, Naruto's sharp eyes spotted Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino at their table, and he insisted on bringing us over to share table. After a meal, everyone became much closer. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened to Iruka's report, smoking his pipe with a look of surprise in his eyes. At Sasuke's home, the sound of things being smashed and angry shouts could be heard. I returned home and remembered that I hadn't signed in today, so I casually signed it. As a result, the system gave me something called Eternal Power Pill. Just hearing the name felt unreliable, and I didn't look at it closely before going to sleep. 2 days later, we returned to the classroom to wait for class assignments. Iruka took the list and started reading. I didn't pay attention to what he said about Class 1 or Class 3 until he announced Class 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Chinyu Uchiha, led by Kakashi-sensei. I was completely stunned at that moment, and not just me. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were also confused. What's going on? For people in one class? And they put me and Sasuke, the two with the best grades, in the same class? This doesn't make sense. Immediately, some classmates protested that it was unfair. Iruka cleared his throat and said, "This is personally arranged by the Hokage." As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. I understood then that the third Hokage was definitely making a big move. After the class divisions were announced, Iruka left. I looked at Hinata, sitting next to me, feeling a bit reluctant. Habitually, I reached out and ruffled her hair. "I want to be able to see you every day anymore, Hinata." The little girl blushed so much she looked like she was about to bleed and said softly, It's okay. In the future, you can come find me directly." I thought to myself, of course. I made a deal with the little girl to visit her often, and by the way, to check out her sister named Hanabi. My plan was foolproof. After parting ways with Hinata, I didn't even go to that so-called meeting place for Team 7. Are you kidding me? Why should I wait for that late King Kakashi? I'm not crazy. I went straight home and took a nap, feeling great. By the time I lazily made my way over, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked like they were waiting for a husband of stone, their faces almost turning green. Sasuke, already in the late stages of his Chinibyu, was getting impatient to leave, but it was Naruto and Sakura who kept persuading him to stay. Just then, Kakashi suddenly appeared on a tree, holding a yellow novel, and leisurely said, "Oh, I'm late." At that moment, I wanted to roll my eyes. Not only were you late, but you seem to have cross-time zones. He jumped down, and Naruto foolishly asked if he had fallen into a pit while going to the bathroom. Guess what? Kakashi actually came down the steps and said yes. I was really impressed. This master and student duo was one asking and the other answering. Sasuke was more straightforward, reaching out to grab the ninja headbands. Kakashi saw I hadn't arrived yet and tried to buy some time. Just then, I showed up right on cue, munching on potato chips, crunching away. "Oh, everyone S here. Looks like I arrived just in time." Naruto's gaze darted back and forth between me and Kakashi like a radar, suspicious that we had conspired to be late. Kakashi awkwardly laughed and quickly distributed the headbands. The three of them obediently put theirs on their heads, while I casually clipped mine to my waist. Let me tell you, the main thing is to be rebellious and cool. Naruto wanted to lecture me, but I cut him off with, "I think this looks cooler." Just look at Sasuke and Kakashi's twitching mouths. They were clearly shocked by my aesthetics. All right, the foreplay is over. Kakashi finally pulled out the 3 bells and started to get serious. "Listen up. Today's mission is to steal these 3 bells from me. You need to come at me with the determination to kill. If you can't get them, you'll be tied to a post at noon to watch me eat." Naruto and Sakura exploded at that, while fire ignited in Sasuke's eyes. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto shouted and charged forward, with Sakura and Sasuke following closely behind. I just stood there with my arms crossed, enjoying the show and laughing inside. With their 3-legged cat skills, weren't they just delivering themselves to Kakashi? Sure enough, after nearly 20 minutes, they hadn't even touched Kakashi's real body, just playing with the shadow clones. The 3 of them were exhausted, panting like dogs. At this point, Naruto and Sakura started firing questions at me, asking why wasn't he joining in. I glanced at them, stretched my muscles, and said casually, "I'm giving you a chance here. If I make a move, you really won't have any chance left." Sakura immediately huffed and called me arrogant. Kakashi, who had been reading his shabby book in the tree, instantly changed his expression upon hearing my words. I'm too lazy to waste more words. I glare, activate my 3-Tomoe Sharingan, and suddenly my aura changes completely. Kakashi's book snaps shut, and he becomes instantly alert. Does anyone understand? Family? 1 second, I'm lazily staring with dead fish eyes, and the next second, I'm like I've seen a ghost. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Without saying a word, I opened my mouth and unleashed a huge fireball. Boom! The big tree where Kakashi was just standing was instantly burned away. He awkwardly jumped out of the flames. And just as he was about to say something, I swiftly launched another fireball, jutsu. He quickly formed hand signs, water release, water barrier. A wall of water protected him. I laughed. The warm-up is over. Fire release, double great dragon fire. 2 massive fire dragons roared and charged forward. The temperature felt like it was going to ignite the air. Kakashi's face changed, exclaiming, B-rank ninjutsu. He quickly used Chidori to pierce through 1 fire dragon and escape, conveniently copying a great fireball to throw back. I easily dodged and stood in place, looking at him with a teasing expression. Kakashi, that was just an appetizer. Now I'm going to get serious. This completely pushed him to his limit. He pushed aside the forehead protector on his head, revealing that Sharingan. Sasuke next to him was stunned, exclaiming, how could Kakashi have our Uchiha Sharingan? I thought to myself, the good show has just begun. Fire release, great dragon fire technique, continuous fire. I unleashed 5 fireballs, each twice the size of the great fireball, lined up in a row and charged forward. Kakashi was also desperate, activating water wall and earth wall for double defense in an instant. But it was completely useless. With a loud bang, his defenses were shattered, and dust filled the air. At that moment, a whoosh came from behind me, and a shuriken was shot towards me. Without turning my head, I sidestepped to avoid it, only to find shurikens coming from all directions. I took out my own shuriken. Clashing sounds echoed as I knocked all the hidden weapons away. An opportunity. Kakashi instantly appeared behind me, thrusting a shuriken straight at my back. You've underestimated me, Kinyu. Just as he finished speaking, I poofed and turned into a cloud of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Not good, Kakashi thought to himself, and it was too late to retreat. Because I'd already appeared in front of him, a rapidly spinning blue sphere of light instantly formed in my palm. You've underestimated me. Sharingan. I grabbed this thing and directly shoved it toward his face. In that moment, I could clearly see his pupils shrink to pinpricks. His face filled with terror and dead silence. Of course, I couldn't really incapacitate him. Just as I was about to touch the tip of his nose, I suddenly twisted my wrist and brushed past his face, forcefully pressing the Sharingan onto the ground. Boom! The ground instantly exploded into a pit over 2 meters in diameter. Kakashi froze, cold sweat pouring down. I slowly walked over to him, reached out, and gently took a bell from his waist, waving in front of him. Sigh, Kakashi. You're still not good enough. I threw the bell back at him, clapped my hands, and turned to leave. Forget it. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to eat. You guys can continue playing slowly. This left Kakashi, whose face was as dark as a pot's bottom, and 3 teammates who were completely petrified. I estimate that these 3 little unlucky ones will have to bear all of Kakashi's wrath next. I leisurely arrived at Ichiraka Ramen and ordered a bowl of charsi ramen. The spiral pill I just used was indeed powerful. This was a skill I just obtained today, and I didn't think much of it at first, but it's surprisingly useful. Sigh, I'm really in pain. Who understands my struggles? I have the body of a great immortal. With chakra levels comparable to the 2nd Hokage, my eyes have long since upgraded to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. I can activate Susanoo, and I have a ton of S-rank jutsu. My strength is definitely at the level of Kage. But what is the result? To get through a few days of lazy life, I still have to pretend to be a newbie every day. It's suffocating. Mainly it's that old man 3rd Hokage, and those people from Danzo, they can really stir things up, and I don't want to be targeted by them. Just as I was worrying, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed in front of me, served by the hand-pulled noodle master S-daughter, S.H. Boo. The moment I saw the beauty, my mood instantly lifted, and I started flirting. S.H. Boo, long time no see. Have you opened a flower shop recently? It's making my meal less enjoyable. I suggested, how about I come to your flower shop for meals in the future? A few words had the young girl blushing. She was so cute. After eating and drinking my fill, I had just left for a short while when, on the other side, in the Hokage office, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Kakashi, with a face full of existential doubt, reported to the 3rd Hokage, saying that I not only have the 3-Tomoe Sharingan, but also throw around various rank jutsu like they're nothing, and my strength is at least at the Jonin level. The old man, 3rd Hokage, was so shocked that he almost crushed his pipe. He felt that my strength was increasing too quickly, hidden too deeply. and was a bit out of control. After pondering for a while, he decided to use me as a trump card in the CHNIN exams a month later, to intimidate the other villages. Then, he immediately sent Umbu member Tenzo, who would later become Captain Yamado, to secretly monitor me 24/7. Of course, I had no idea about all this. The next day, our team gathered again at the mission hall. Naruto and the others looked at the D-rank missions on the board, such as finding cats and cleaning toilets, with their faces all drooping. I, on the other hand, was chatting with Hinata and couldn't be bothered. Just as I saw Naruto about to cry, I casually walked over. "Uncle Yuri, can you help me see what missions a Jonin can take?" As soon as I spoke, the whole place fell silent. The uncle furrowed his brows and asked which Jonin I was. I calmly lifted Kakashi out and said, "We are here to pick a mission for our team leader, Kakashi." Naruto and the others quickly caught on and started to cheer behind me. The uncle was half convinced, but still took out the high-level mission scroll. I had already planned this in my mind. I was just bored in the village and wanted to take a mission to go out and get my hands on the Thunder God Blade of the second Hokage. I took the information from Naruto, glanced at it, and pointed directly at an A-rank mission. This one. Capture the rogue, ninja, UchihaQinyu. Done. I took the mission scroll and, along with the 3 excited little kids, went to find Kakashi. That guy was lying on a tree reading his little yellow book. When he saw us, he lazily jumped down. Naruto, with his big mouth, couldn't keep it a secret and went up to take credit. "Kakashi-sensei, we took on a mission for you." At first, Kakashi laughed, thinking we were just kids messing around. But then, it seemed he realized something, and his expression changed. "Naruto, what did you just say?" "Say it again." I stepped forward at the right moment and handed him the mission scroll. "Here, this is your mission information." Kakashi hurriedly opened it, and his eyes widened in shock. His whole demeanor tensed up as he blurted out a curse. What the hell?" His face instantly turned pale as he pointed at Naruto and the other 2. Whose idea was this? The 3 little traitors didn't even think twice and all pointed their fingers at me. "I'm also single, I admit it." Kakashi's face instantly twisted, staring at me fiercely. His voice cracking. "It's you again. Chinyu, you bastard." I tell you, his voice wouldn't help even if he shouted until he was hoarse. Because the next second, with a loud bang, I, who was standing in front of him, turned into a puff of blue smoke. That's right. I'd already anticipated that he would blow up. So I left a shadow clone to keep him company. As for me, of course, I was openly slacking off, holding hand with our Hinata, and shopping. Goodness, her little face was as red as a tomato, simply too cute. Then, out of nowhere, Ino showed up and insisted on joining us. All right then, left and right. I was really enjoying this wealth and luxury. The next morning, Naruto's loud voice was causing a noise disturbance at my door, saying that Kakashi was going to take us on an A-rank mission. I thought to myself, just Kakashi? I believe it when he showed up on time while doing a headstand in the shower. Sure enough, by the time I sauntered to the meeting point after eating and drinking enough, Naruto and the other 2 were already sound asleep leaning against a wooden post. I don't know how long later, Kakashi finally arrived late with his dead fish eyes, looking confused and asking me, "What's wrong with them?" I was so amused I almost laughed. I mean, who understands this, right? I said if you had any sense at all, you wouldn't be asking such an abstract question. Would you? After I finished with Kakashi, we finally left the village. This mission was to capture a rogue ninja named UchihaQinyu, who was at the J-Nin level and was said to be active near Mukahara village. On the way, this guy pulled out his book Intimate Paradise, promoting a paid way to slack off. As for me, I wasn't idle. Let me tell you, I recently started a new technique called the substitution technique. In simple terms, it's like opening a secondary account. My main body stays with the group while the secondary account drops in from 1,000 miles away to stir up trouble. And I can share the screen in real time. The target of my secondary account is a guy named Mornai Pain near the Rain Village. He is something I want. As soon as my clone landed, it crashed directly into the outdoor camp of the Rain Ninja Village. 7 or 8 people surrounded me instantly, and the leader, named Mornai Pain, had a large sword on his back. I got straight to the point. I, UchihaQinyu, am here to borrow that Thunder God sword of yours for a couple of days. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, his face turned pale. The nearby Chunin started shouting, saying something like a little brat was seeking death. This snapped him back to reality. All right, I'm just a kid. What is there to be afraid of? His attitude flipped 180 degrees, and he became arrogant. I sighed and said, I just wanted to borrow something, a civilized exchange. But now it seems you're forcing me to take action. They thought I was joking, and one of them even started checking for ambushes around. I thought to myself, do I need an ambush to deal with a bunch of useless fish like you? I directly activated my Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. A semi-transparent black energy shield enveloped me, burning with black flames on the outside, looking incredibly cool. The Chunin on the opposite side showed good team spirit, using water release, fire release, lightning release, and various ninjutsu, as if they were free. And what happened? With a loud boom, it all exploded, and not a single hair on me was harmed. I mocked them. Is that it? Just a light scraping? The Jonin named Asahijiro panicked and ordered Morinai, Pain, to chop me with the Thunder God sword. That sword did have some power. With a clang, it actually created a crack in my Susanoo. But what use was that? With a thought, the crack instantly healed, and a massive skeletal frame emerged from the energy shield. Then a giant skeletal arm shot out, slapping down so hard that the 6 Chunin didn't even have time to scream before being turned into mush and sent flying who knows where. The remaining 2, Asahijiro and Morinai Pain, knelt down, crying and begging for mercy. Morinai Pain tremblingly handed me the Thunder God sword, and I took it, played with it for a bit, and found it feel quite nice, so I kept it. But then Asahijiro tried to play dirty, suddenly springing up from his kneeling position to stab me with a kunai. I didn't even lift an eyelid. A genjutsu hit him, and he became like a puppet, stabbing the kunai into his own heart. Looking at his corpse, I pretended to sigh. I'm truly a pacifist. Morinai Pain turned pale, probably cursing my ancestors in his mind, but he didn't dare say anything out loud and crawled away in a panic. Once everything was settled, I dispelled my clone, and my consciousness instantly returned to my main body. I just regained consciousness, and Kakashi and the others were still leisurely on their way. After 2 more days of travel, we finally arrived at a place called Mugen Village. However, the entrance was heavily guarded, and an old man claiming to be the village chief, stopped us from entering, saying there was a large-scale outbreak in the village. I immediately sensed something was off about the old man. His eyes were shifty, and he definitely had something to hide. But Kakashi, being the good-natured person he is, actually believed him and assured him that if anything happened to us, we wouldn't cause trouble for Konoha. Only then did the old man reluctantly let us in. Once we entered the village, wow, it really looked the part, with patients everywhere and busy pharmacists. Kakashi arranged for us to stay at an inn, and then instructed us to investigate separately. I had barely taken a few steps when I saw a dark figure sneaking around the medicine cabinet. I immediately followed him and saw him enter a small room. I quietly climbed onto the roof and sneaked inside, and guess who I saw? That village chief, He skillfully opened a hidden passage and went down. Goodness, this was just like the classic scene of an NPC giving a hidden quest. I followed him directly. The underground passage led to a huge basement. Then, I witnessed a scene I would never forget in my life. Our target this time, the rogue ninja Ishikawa Kazuma, was actually standing there with the village chief. On the stone bed between them was a fainted young girl, her wrist cut open, and blood was flowing down. Surrounding them were cages containing unknown creatures, extending countless sharp claws. It was like a scene from a biohazard horror. I listened to their conversation and realized there was no outbreak at all. These 2 were conducting human experiments on the villagers, trying to create human weapons. That sneaky dark figure was poisoning the villagers, and that village chief was the biggest traitor. Ishikawa Kazuma was even boasting about using these monsters to destroy Konoha. I was hiding in the shadows, my fists clenched tightly. As soon as the old man left, I immediately withdrew. This was too big of a deal. I had to go back to the inn first. I kicked open the door of the inn and saw Kakashi-sensei still sitting there, contemplating life. As soon as he saw I was back, he immediately asked me if I had any clues. I retorted, "What about you?" Let's first hear the intel from his side. Well, Kakashi truly lives up to his name. In such a short time, he already sensed something suspicious in the village. The pandemic was odd, and he even lost track of a suspicious shadow. I thought to myself, not bad, teacher, your progress bar is moving quite fast, but compared to me, it's still lacking a bit. Naruto and the others all gathered around, eagerly looking at me. I clear my throat, my expression serious. Yes, and it's a huge deal. This immediately stunned everyone, and Kakashi quickly pressed on. What did you find? I told you. The feeling I had at that moment was just like playing a murder mystery game. Right before the host reveals who the murderer is, I deliberately paused to keep them in suspense before I spoke. The sneaky person you mentioned, I encountered them too. I didn't lose track of them and followed them into a building where I discovered a basement. And then, what was in the basement? Naruto, with his impatient personality, was almost shouting the roof off. I scanned them all around and directly threw out the big bomb. I saw Ishikawa Kazuo and that village chief guy. The whole place fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, it exploded. Kakashi frowned tightly. What is going on? How could they be together? Together? I sneered. It's more than just being together. They were down in that basement conducting human experiments. The so-called epidemic in this village was nothing more than a conspiracy planned by the two of them from the very beginning. These two pieces of news were like two heavy bombs, completely stunning them. Naruto, the clueless one, was the first to jump up and refute. Impossible. Chinyu, are you mistaken? Grandpa the village chief is so kind. He is not that kind of person. Family, who understands? This line of thought is like a husky entering a police dog team, focused on being passionate and destructive. Although Sakura also found it unbelievable, she still chose to believe me. Kakashi remained the calmest and directly asked the point. What is their purpose? Human weaponry. I shared everything I had heard and guessed. I suspect they poisoned the villagers just to incapacitate them, making it easier to capture them for experiments. Think about it. During the epidemic, if a few people died, they could just say it was due to illness. Who would suspect anything? They could also conveniently lock down the village to prevent the news from leaking out. After hearing this, Kakashi's expression turned serious. He knew that my guess was very close to the truth. Naruto, heated by his sense of justice, shouted, I'm going to find the village chief and get to the bottom of this. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Damn, something big is about to happen. Quick, get Naruto back. Kakashi shouted and was the first to chase after him. The rest of us hurried to follow. If Naruto broke through the window, we would have to face all the ninjas in the village, and that wouldn't be good. By the time we rushed to the village chief's house, the scene we least wanted to see had already unfolded. Naruto was pointing at the old man's nose and questioning him, and that old man actually admitted it directly. He looked at Naruto with cold eyes like a venomous snake. Kid, you could have lived, but now there's no chance. Just as he said this, the old man thrust his cane towards Naruto in a flash. Naruto was still in shock, his worldview shattered, and didn't react in time. He was directly stabbed in the stomach and flew backward. I was shocked at that moment. This old man was really ruthless. He didn't stop there, twisting the head of his cane, and to my surprise, a long knife was hidden inside. With a clang, the blade flashed, about to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto. At the crucial moment, a white figure appeared to save the day. Teacher Kakashi finally arrived, holding kunai, and with a clang, he blocked that deadly strike. Kakashi from Konoha. When the old man saw Kakashi, he knew his plan was completely exposed. He chuckled and directly attacked. Despite his age, his sword skills were incredibly cunning. And for a moment, he actually had the upper hand against Kakashi. Even worse, the sounds of the fight attracted 3 ninjas from the village. The old man immediately shouted, Quick, kill the Konoha ninjas. They're going to destroy our village. The 3 guys were quite straightforward, and after receiving the order, they rushed towards Naruto, who was still half kneeling on the ground, with kunai in hand. Just at that critical moment, with a swoosh, a kunai accurately deflected their attack. Sasuke and Sakura also arrived. Quick, kill them. Not a single one can escape. While the old man was entangled with Kakashi, he was also wildly attacking. Just as Naruto and the others were fighting fiercely, I also started my own battle. I didn't even go to the village chief's house. I went straight back to the basement. That grandson of Ishikawa was indeed here. When he saw me, his expression was like he had seen a ghost. And then he was enraged, commanding the transformed villagers in the cage to rush at me. I tell you, that scene was like the release of the lickers in Resident Evil, each one with nothing but madness in their eyes, charging forward while howling. I pulled out my Thunder God Sword directly from the system space, activated the Arc Star mode, and the silver arcs on the blade crackled loudly. I flashed my figure and charged into the pile of monsters, slicing through them like cutting vegetables, sparks flying everywhere. Ishikawa Kazuma watched his creations fall one by one beside me, his face turning green with anger, and he immediately formed hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A water dragon roared as it lunged toward me. I didn't even blink at that moment. As soon as the eternal kaleidoscope opened, Susanoo roared and enveloped me. The water dragon crashed into Susanoo, but it was useless. Instead, it made the entire basement shake as if it were about to collapse, with stones falling like rain. You're talking too much. Through the smoke, my voice came out. Ishikawa Kazuo was stunned, probably not expecting me to withstand his attack. He's a tough guy too. And immediately switched tactics. Lightning release, thunder needle. Countless long needles crackling with electricity shot towards me from all directions. I directly unleashed Susanoo, and the chakra within me surged. Lightning release, lightning armor. A set of frenzied lightning armor instantly covered my entire body. Those lightning needles struck my armor like hail hitting a steel plate, shattering instantly. Now Ishikawa Kazuma was completely broken. His most confident ninjutsu felt like a mere scraping on me. He turned to run. Want to run? Too late. I originally wanted to capture him alive. But after seeing what he had done, I changed my mind. I decided to send him off. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. I gathered a lightning spear in my right hand and violently swung it in the direction he was fleeing. The lightning spear instantly elongated and pierced through his body. As a result, with a splash, he turned into a puddle of water. Water clone? I held the Chin-Bird sharp gun and swept across the entire basement. A series of explosions erupted, and a disheveled figure was forced out by me. You brought this upon yourself. UchihaQinyu's face twisted in rage as he pulled out a small green syringe from his pocket and jabbed it into himself. Good grief. Is he going to perform a Godzilla transformation right here? He rolled on the ground, clutching his head, his momentum skyrocketing, becoming something neither human nor beast. He roared and unleashed 2 enhanced ninjutsu attacks, and the entire basement was on the verge of collapsing. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Facing his mutated body, the Thousand Birds sharp gun struck again with a whoosh, this time with its main body, accurately piercing through his heart. With a thud, he dropped dead on the spot. I was carrying his lifeless body, which was neither human nor ghost, when I just came out of the basement. With a loud crash, the area behind me completely collapsed. By the time I rushed back to the village chief's house, the battle was nearing its end. Kakashi-sensei, despite having been slashed on the shoulder, finished off that old man with Chidori. Naruto and the others had also dealt with the remaining ninjas. I threw UchihaQinyu's body to the ground and succinctly said, "Stop fighting. The ninja elite team from this village has already arrived. We need to retreat." Everyone was shocked when they saw the trophy in my hand. I briefly explained and then led the way to escape. We safely fled from Mukahara village. Upon returning to the village, we reported back and held a meeting. After Kakashi finished reporting to the Hokage, he called us together and started making grand plans, saying that in a few days it would be the Chunin exams, and we should perform well to bring glory to Konoha. When Naruto heard this, he got fired up, shouting about wanting to train hard and defeat everyone. Sasuke had a cold expression, while Sakura's eyes were filled with admiration for Sasuke. I couldn't help but shake my head in resignation. This motivational talk was too easy to swallow. The Chunin exams? Is this overwhelming fortune finally my turn? Huh. Did you think the next part would be an intense and thrilling preparation phase? Wrong. The tone suddenly changed, and we directly entered the romantic comedy mode. I thought about balancing work and rest, so I dragged the shy Ino to the Hyuga household to invite Hinata out, and oh, I also brought along her quirky little sister, Hanabi. With these 3 ladies in tow, I headed straight to a beautiful but desolate spot in Konoha, Flowing Lake, for a lakeside barbecue. The division of labor was clear. They were in charge of catching fish and gathering firewood, while I, the main character, was responsible for the grilling. My skewers are almost smoking, so I let them go for a swim in the lake to cool off. As a result, these 3 are all buzzing like mosquitoes, with flushed cheeks. But Huahua, being the boldest, said with a red face, "We didn't bring our swimsuits." As I thought about it, I looked at the 3 of them with a serious expression and said, "Hey, why didn't you say so earlier? I'll send my shadow clone to help you buy some. What sizes do you all wear?" Goodness, their faces turned as red as monkey bottoms, like cats whose tails have been stepped on, and they stammered no. "It's fine," before they all dashed away in an instant. Before long, they returned, each carrying a small bag. While I was busy with my barbecue, I waved at them, saying, "Go have fun, and I'll call you when it's ready." The 3 of them walked to the lakeside, shyly changed behind some rocks, and then one by one jumped into the water. At first, they were a bit reserved, but soon they were playing happily, splashing water and frolicking around. Watching those 3 beautiful figures in the lake while smelling the barbecue in my hands, I thought to myself, life is actually quite comfortable. Just as I was reflecting on life, a voice suddenly came from behind me. I turned around and, wow, isn't that Miss Chongpu from Yao Ramen? She was standing there with a small handbag, blushing. I had invited her before, but she said she couldn't come because the shop was busy. As soon as I saw the bag in her hand, I couldn't help but laugh and teased. "Oh, weren't you busy? Why do you have all your gear ready?" Chongpu's face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly held the bag in front of her face before rushing off to change clothes. When she finally jumped into the water, the 4 girls went even crazier. I shook my head with a smile, grateful that I chose to be a chef in my past life. It's truly an essential skill for home life, travel, and flirting. Seeing the barbecue pile up like a small mountain, I estimated it was enough to eat. Listening to the laughter of those 4 people in the lake, I chuckled and picked up a stone from the ground, wrote a flying thunder god seal on it, and quietly threw it into the lake using the Uchiha family's secret technique. In the next moment, I vanished from in front of the barbecue and suddenly appeared in the water. With a shake, I was left in just my underwear. The four people having fun in the water didn't even notice an extra person. I felt two long white legs swimming above me, and, without thinking, I darted like a fish and caught hold of them. A loud scream pierced the tranquility of the lake. Wow, it was Hanabi. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Hinata and Ino immediately reacted Byakugan, body flicker technique. They unleashed their signature moves toward me. Hinata's 8 trigrams, 64 palms came out without hesitation, and the surface of the lake instantly turned turbulent. Damn, no need to go that far. I quickly raised my head above the water. This time, 4 screams rang out simultaneously. When they realized it was me, they all screamed like they had seen a ghost and dove into the water. I, like a flopping fish, jumped into the water, and a game of hide-and-seek in the water instantly began. In the end, everyone got tired of playing and scrambled to the shore, hurriedly changing back into their clothes. For pretty faces blushed as they gathered around the barbecue pile. Burp Changpu's stomach was the first to protest, clearly starving. When that stomach growled, let me tell you, it was like a battle cry. As soon as the sound faded, there I was, wearing only my big shorts and holding skewers, making a grand appearance. Come on, don't be shy, try my cooking. And what happened? These girls turned as red as monkey butts, their heads lowered, and only Huahua, emboldened, piped up, why you're not wearing your clothes. I thought to myself, what's the big deal? Aren't all men like this? That's not important. What's important is the food. Let's eat. Now, the stomachs of Hanabi, Hinata, and Ino started to sing in unison. When I saw their shy expressions, I directly provoked them. What's wrong? Afraid I'll poison it? You're too scared to eat, right? Hinata was the first to get anxious. No, that's not it. Shino was the most straightforward, rolling up her sleeves and diving in. Well, I won't hold back then. I tell you, it was like flipping some mysterious switch for them. That scene, who could understand it? Family? For little girls, their hands never stopped. Their mouths were like electric motors. One after another, I could barely keep up with their speed of showing off their food while grilling. I didn't get to eat a single bite. The first wave was completely cleared. Looking at their insatiable expressions, I could only resign myself to fate and continue being my barbecue master with my bare arms. This time they realized it and felt a bit embarrassed, so they all rushed over to help. Hinata and Hanabi were clumsy, but the atmosphere immediately lifted, lively and cheerful, and our relationship skyrocketed. After eating and drinking enough, we even watched the sunset together. I thought the effect of today's gathering was outstanding. When I sent them home, I directly held one hand of each, with Hinata on the left and Hanabi on the right. Although they were so shy, they looked like they were about to smoke. They didn't pull away. It worked. As soon as I got home, I immediately reported to the system. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the wood release bloodline limit, ninjutsu, true 1,000 hands, and ninjutsu, wood dragon technique. I was completely stunned at the moment. What the heck? Wood release? Really, thousands of hands? I just took off right there. Goodness, I can't believe it. What a great day today. Did I step in dog poop when I went out? This reward made me feel like I could win the lottery. What tailed beast? From now on, they all have to call me Big Brother. Starting today, I'm completely liberated. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night, tossing and turning like a pancake, and only dozed off when it was almost dawn. And what happened? I had barely slept for 2 hours when there was a pounding on the door like a death sentence. I just covered my head with a blanket and played dead. They knocked for a long time outside, but when there was no response, they left. I slept straight until the afternoon and just woke up. Goodness, it's knocking again. My temper flared up immediately. I want to see who was so persistent. When I opened the door, it was Kakashi. Kakashi? What are you doing disturbing the peace so early in the morning? I yawned and turned to brush my teeth, completely ignoring him. Kakashi stood there stiffly, probably confused by my behavior, wondering what was going on in my head. He followed me inside. His face darkened. Were you at home this morning? I had toothpaste foam in my mouth and said indistinctly, I'm here. Then why didn't you open the door when I knocked? The veins on his forehead were about to burst. I rinsed my mouth and said confidently, I'm going to sleep. Haka seemed to be afraid that he couldn't help but send me to the afterlife with a lightning strike, took a deep breath, and pulled out a work ID from his tool pouch and threw it to me. Your work ID. Work ID? I look confused. In a few days, there's a Chunin exam. Your task is to host the ninjas from other villages and prevent them from clashing with the villagers. As soon as I heard it, without thinking, I said, I'm not doing it. Kakashi's eyes almost popped out. What did you say? I took a sip of instant noodles and repeated, I said, I won't do it. This is Lord Hokage's appointment. If you want to refuse, go find the third Hokage yourself. After Kakashi finished speaking, he quickly used the body flicker technique to run away, probably afraid that staying for even a second would lead to a heart attack. I looked at the work badge in my hand and couldn't help but smile. I just wanted to annoy him on purpose. I've definitely taken this job. Temari from the Sand Village and Ino from the Grass Village. Here they come. I immediately dashed to the village entrance and happened to see those three oddly shaped guys from the Sound Village entering. I didn't pay them any attention. My reception service is VIP customized, and not everyone is qualified to enjoy it. With nothing to do, I sneaked over to Changpu's flower shop. When I saw Changpu arranging flowers, I quietly approached her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. The little girl jumped in surprise, and when she realized it was me, her face turned bright red all the way to her neck, looking like a little deer. She poured me a cup of tea. I just took a sip when a woman's voice came from the door. Hello, is anyone there? As soon as I turned around, wow. Red hair, red eyes, wearing black framed glasses. Isn't this exactly the Xianglin I just mentioned? I immediately stood up, as if the shop were mine, and warmly greeted her. Come in and have a seat. Changpu also smiled and invited her in. Xianglin sat down and immediately asked if there were any tulips. Changpu checked and said there were none in the shop and they needed to restock. Upon hearing this, Xianglin became anxious and said she needed them tonight, very urgently. I interrupted. Can I ask what you need the tulips for? Xianglin looked at us with concern and told the truth. Today is the anniversary of my mother's passing, and I want to buy a bouquet of flowers to pay my respects. Changpu suddenly felt awkward and didn't know what to do. I quietly grabbed her hand under the table, giving her a reassuring look. Then I turned to Xianglin with confidence. I know where to get them. Just pick a place and I'll bring them to you tonight. Xianglin's eyes lit up. Really? Yes. Just like that. We agreed to meet in the small forest in the village that evening. When the evening came, I deliberately made myself look dirty and disheveled, with a few rips in my clothes, and went with a large bouquet of tulips covered in dirt. When Xianglin saw my disheveled appearance, she was stunned. What happened to you? I chuckled and handed her the flower. She held the flower, looked at me, and her eyes turned red. I urged her, hurry up, it's almost time. She deeply bowed to me and said, thank you. Watching her walk away to pay her respects, I felt quite proud. Family, what does professionalism mean? This is professionalism. Using the Flying Thunder God to pick a flower is easier than drinking water, and I managed to create such an atmosphere. Since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be retained. Only tricks can win people's hearts. After the incense offering, we sat down to chat. She shared her tragic past with me, and before I knew it, she fell asleep in my arms. I sighed and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, letting her lean on me all night. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself staring into hers. The young girl blushed and quickly jumped up from my arms, flustered. Oh no, I'm going to be late. She ran a couple of steps, then came back and said quickly, thank you for yesterday. I'm Xianglin from the Grass-Hidden Village. Konoha, UchihaQinyu. I introduced myself with a smile. Just as I finished speaking, she surprisingly mustered the courage to kiss me on the cheek and ran away without looking back, leaving behind a line. This is a token of gratitude. I touched my face and said, hey, the prey is hooked. I changed into clean clothes and returned to the street feeling refreshed, only to see a crowd gathered ahead. I squeezed in to take a look and burst out laughing. It was an old acquaintance. Tian was confronting the three from Sunagakure, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara. You hit someone and want to leave without apologizing? Tian's small face was flushed with anger. Gaara has dark circles under his eyes and seems to be ignoring us completely. Kankuro is even more arrogant. Get lost quickly before we lose our temper. As soon as I saw the situation, I walked straight out of the crowd, stood next to Tian, grabbed her hand that was reaching for the scroll, and smiled as I said, oh, the little crow and little panda from Sand Ninja Village. What are you doing in Konoha bullying people? And you're bullying my girlfriend? Isn't that a bit too much? Tian was instantly frozen, her face turning so red it looked like it was about to bleed, but she probably understood that I was helping her out, so she didn't expose me. Kanjiro exploded. Bastard. Who are you calling little crow? Who's a little panda? Gaara was more direct, his eyes cold. And a killing intent suddenly erupted. Do you want to die? That chill made Tian shiver. I smiled and pulled her behind me, and that killing intent instantly vanished. Shumaru saw that the situation was not good and quickly grabbed Gaara. She wanted to warn me. You better step aside. We can't stop Gaara once he makes a move. I waved my hand, looking indifferent. It's fine, it's just a little raccoon. I can handle it. As soon as I said raccoon, Shumaru and Kanjuro's expressions changed instantly. How could he know about Gaara's identity? This is a top secret. They exchanged glances and immediately pulled Gaara away, leaving in a hurry. Once they were gone, Tintin finally reacted, blushing and thanking me. I chuckled. No need to be polite. Treating you to a meal will count as thanks. After saying that, regardless of whether she agreed or not, I dragged her straight to the barbecue restaurant. When we arrived at the barbecue place, it was packed. Would this stump me? I quietly activated a Sharingan Jinjutsu, and immediately someone offered us a seat. Tintin stood by, stunned, probably thinking that the Sharingan could be used like this too. I pushed the menu towards her and said, "Order whatever you want, it's on me." The meal was so enjoyable that I even wiped the sauce off the corner of her mouth, and the little girl blushed again. After finishing the meal, we parted ways. I was wandering around alone when I stumbled upon that guy Ta from the Sound Village, acting suspiciously. My curiosity got the better of me, so I followed him. To my surprise, I ran into Orochimaru. His chilling aura could be felt from 800 meters away. Toph was reporting the plan to him. Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to notice me, and his arm transformed into dozens of snakes that shot towards me. I originally wanted to exchange a few moves with him, but then I thought if I mess up his plan now, how am I supposed to achieve any merit in the village or become a hero? Forget it. I need to think bigger. I used Flying Thunder God and vanished on the spot. Orochimaru's snakes missed, and he probably thought it was just an illusion, so he left. I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Chongpu's flower shop. As luck would have it, Chongpu was just about to take a shower, holding her underwear in her hand. As soon as I appeared, she got so startled that her hand trembled, and her underwear fell to the ground. Her face turned so red that it was almost unbearable to look at. I casually said, "I suddenly thought of you, so I came to see you." You know, this kind of line has a huge impact on a girl you have feelings for. Seeing her shy demeanor made me bolder. "I see you're about to take a shower. How about together?" She screamed and rushed in a bathroom. I mischievously stayed at the door, only to hear faint footsteps on the roof. My expression changed instantly, and I rushed into the bathroom without saying a word. I grabbed her bathrobe and wrapped her up, then lifted her and ran out, also blocking her impending scream. "Don't make a sound. There's someone above," I said seriously. I settled her down and chased after them. I followed the figure to a small grove, where I found Saku from the Sound Ninja. He was meeting with Toph, and there were several men in black cloaks as well. They were actually discussing the specific details of the plan to cause the collapse of Konoha during the Nin exams. Toph even gave Saku 3 summoning scrolls, one for the Great Snake, one for the Great Eagle, and one for a giant centipede, instructing him to summon them simultaneously in 3 locations in the village to create chaos. Once they all left, I came out from the shadows. Let me tell you, I wasn't nervous at all. In fact, I was a bit excited. The Nin exams, Orochimaru, the first and second Hokages Edo Tensei. This was going to be fun. I returned to the SHBU house, and the little girl was still shivering there wrapped in a towel. I went over to comfort her a bit, and she finally relaxed. But as soon as she relaxed, she realized she was naked and instantly froze again. I was just about to take advantage of the moment, and then there was a loud knock at the door. SHBU was startled and pushed me away, causing the towel to slip off. She quickly grabbed it and ran back to her room, locking the door. I was feeling quite frustrated, so I opened the door to see who it was, and it was K-Rin. The little girl was blushing and shyly asked me if I was going to participate in the Nin exams tomorrow. I smiled and ruffled her hair to cheer her on, and as soon as she finished speaking, she ran away. I closed the door and ran to the door of the Calamus room, wanting her to open it. As a result, she said from inside that it was too late and told me to go back and rest. Then the door suddenly opened a crack, and she quickly kissed me on the face, then slammed it shut, saying it was encouragement for my exam. Fine. I could only use the Flying Thunder God to get home. After getting home, I signed in as usual. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the reward. Azura Origin, peak state of the Immortal Body. I was stunned in place. Azura's original source? Peak of the body? Isn't this just the configuration of the real body of Hashirama Senju? With this upgrade, I'm telling you, I'll be far ahead of the entire ninja world. From now on, chakra will be as easy to use as air for me. Unlimited blue. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep well all night, and the next day, I went to the exam room with 2 dark circles under my eyes. The first part was the written test. The invigilator was Marino Ibiki. I sat in the classroom, watching the little kids around me using all sorts of tricks to cheat. It was quite an eye-opener. Hinata was openly copying with her Byakugan. Ino was using her mind transfer jutsu, and Sasuke was using his Sharingan. I was watching intently when I suddenly noticed Gaara using a sand eye to sneak a peek at Sakura's answers. Hey, this kid has some skills. I got interested and gathered my chakra to form a lightning needle even finer than a hair. With a smirk, I flicked it at that sand eye. With a whoosh, the sand I instantly exploded into a puff of sand. Gaara's body jolted, and he looked around with a face full of anger, but he found nothing. Unconvinced, he sent out another sand eye, but as soon as it floated out, it was taken out by my lightning needle again. Seeing his brother in trouble, Kankuro immediately controlled his puppet crow to try to pass answers to Gaara. However, as soon as the puppet reached Gaara, another lightning needle shot out, and the puppet fell apart in an instant. Now, Gaara finally realized it was me. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow me alive. Kankuro was also furious, his face paint nearly cracking from the anger. I shrugged indifferently at the two of them, which only made them angrier. Just then, I noticed a few ninjas in the classroom, sitting there quietly taking the exam. Something was off, definitely off. I took a closer look and realized, wow, they were using the reflection of a light fixture on the ceiling to cheat. Suddenly, with a clang, someone threw a shuriken, trying to hit the light to get it at the angle they needed. This stirred up a hornet's nest. In an instant, there was a cacophony of sounds, and hidden weapons were flying everywhere. That poor light fixture was swaying like it was on drugs. This exam was way too exciting. As for Ubixi at the podium, he had his eyes closed, looking as if he was asleep, steady as a rock. I tell you, it was a complete mess at the scene. It really annoyed me. That broken light kept flashing in front of my eyes. I was almost blinded. I couldn't take it anymore. With his right hand gripping a shuriken, he threw it without a second thought. With a loud bang, the whole world instantly fell silent. Everyone in the room went quiet. All eyes suddenly fixed on the guy who had thrown the last kunai. His face turned pale. Who could understand the pressure he felt? This burden was heavier than Gaara's gourd. It was like sitting in class and having a disaster drop from the sky. As for me, I acted like nothing was wrong. The teacher on the podium, Ibiki, didn't even lift his eyelids. But I could tell with my little toe that he was definitely thinking in his heart, what the hell is this kid doing? The light was blown up, and the people in the village still copied it. Fortunately, the people of Konoha probably copied enough. Yubiki looked at the time and started to get up to catch people. Anyway, I just submitted a blank paper and casually drew a monkey on it. When Yubiki passed by my desk, he glanced at my paper, and the expression on his face, let me tell you, was like someone who had been constipated for 3 days and nights. It was quite amusing. Just like that. The first round of the written exam ended in a blur, with more than half of the participants eliminated, leaving only 26 teams, and person number 79 successfully advanced. For the second round, we were taken directly outdoors for a Death Forest survival game. The rules are simple. The officials will give you the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth, and you need to form a pair of Heaven and Earth CP. Then, within 5 days, if you can run alive to the end point, which is that tall tower, you win. As for how to form the pair, just go for it directly. It's all about the law of the jungle. I took a glance at my two lively teammates. Naruto was there shouting like he was on adrenaline, and Sakura was there fawning over Sasuke, while Sasuke still had that the whole world owes me 8 million expression on his face. I thought to myself, aren't they just a pure hindrance team? So as soon as I entered the forest, I slipped away like oil under my feet, and poof, I disappeared. Goodbye. I opened my eyes wide and activated the full map vision. Hey, Hinata's position isn't far from me. Flying Thunder God, here I go. As soon as I landed, wow, I was directly teleported to the center of the battlefield. Hinata and her teammate are fiercely battling against the 3 siblings from Sunagakure, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. The scene is quite intense. With her Byakugan, Hinata is able to hold her own against Kankuro's puppet, but on the side of Kiba and Shino, it's almost a one-sided beating. Especially Gaara, who seems to be using his sand as if he has cheat codes, standing still while suppressing the two of them. Immediately after, Gaara unleashes his ultimate move, Sand Rain. The sand needles fell like a heavy rain. With a wave of her large fan, Shoju used Wind Release, Kamaitachi. The strong wind swept up the sand, causing Hinata and the others to stagger. Kanjiro was being quite sinister, taking advantage of their disarray to control the crow puppet and stab at Hinata from behind. In critical moments, I still have to rely on my wife. Hinata activated her Byakugan and began to spin rapidly in place, creating an absolute defense circle that deflected all attacks with a clanging sound. It was incredibly cool. Ya and Zeno seized the opportunity, with he using Tooth to Tooth and Zeno summoning a Bug Tide, hoping to counterattack. Unfortunately, their opponent is Gaara. They directly used a sand shield to protect themselves and the siblings. Then the sand transformed into 2 giant hands like those of Spirit God, which reached out and grabbed Hinata and Shino. You rushed in to save them, but was slapped to the ground by another sand hand. Seeing this, I realized I couldn't just stand by. If I didn't T-act, my wife would be crushed into a pulp. All right, no more playing around. I'm revealing my cards. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly appear behind Hinata, and with 2 punches, I shattered the sand arms. I casually pulled her into my embrace. Looking at Hinata's shy, flushed little face, I couldn't help but lean in and give her a kiss. Hey, that little face turned bright red all the way to her ears, just like a ripe apple. Kankuro was over there pointing at me and shouting, "It's you." Gaara was more straightforward. Without saying a word, a huge sand palm came rushing towards me. I held Hinata with one hand while forming hand seals with the other. Water style, water dragon bullet. A torrent of water roared out, directly smashing his sand palm to pieces. Now they've stirred up a hornet's nest, and the 3 of them are ready to attack together. I thought to myself, fine, then let me show you something. Susanoo. My eternal kaleidoscope instantly opened, and a huge blue energy arm stretched out directly from my back. The sense of oppression was simply overwhelming. With a snap, Kanjuro's precious puppet was crushed into countless pieces by my Susanoo's arm. Gaara's 2 sand arms rushed over, but when they collided with my giant energy hand, they shattered into bits with a loud bang. My Susanoo's massive hand continued its momentum, heading straight for Gaara. His sister, Temari, is also tough. She pushed Gaara aside and took his place. Great, just what I wanted. With a big hand, I directly packed up Shizen and took her away. Gaara's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, as if he wanted to eat me on the spot. I opened the palm of Susanoo, and Shizen was trapped inside and couldn't move. I smiled at the 2 of them. Little panda, do you want your sister to live? Go work for me and steal all the scrolls of heaven and earth in this forest. Temari still wanted to be a fierce woman, shouting there, don't worry about me. Hurry and leave. I swung my hand back and gave her a slap, a crisp and loud sound that hit her on the backside. Hey, I have to say, it felt pretty good. At that moment, the whole world went quiet. Gaara gritted his teeth and glared at me, but in the end, he brought Kankuro along and obediently became my free henchman. I slung my hand over my shoulder, took Hinata's little hand, and directly activated the vacation mode in the Forest of Death. Kiba and Shino gave me a thumbs up and slyly slipped away. Meanwhile, my unfortunate former teammates were in for a tough time. They ran into a heavyweight freak, Orochimaru. That guy was like a snake spirit, sticking out his long tongue and licking his lips, staring at Sasuke with a gaze that was as hungry as a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, utterly naked in its intent. Naruto wanted to step up and say a few words about bonds, but Orochimaru used his shadow snake hands technique, and the 3 of them were all tied up like Zongzi. Then, right in front of Naruto and Sakura, Orochimaru bit into Sasuke's neck, giving him a curse mark. A strawberry. Erjuzi was rolling on the ground in pain, while Orochimaru was still there, intoxicated by his own masterpiece. At that moment, a magnetic voice sounded behind him. This thing can be called power? Orochimaru turned around and saw me holding Hinata's hand with my left hand and carrying Shino on my shoulder. I was a bit confused at the moment. Do you know me? I shot him a glance and said, your face looks like it's had 800 injections of hyaluronic acid. It's hard not to recognize you. The old monster, enraged and embarrassed, opened his mouth and spewed out a large swarm of snakes, which grossed me out. I narrowed my eyes and activated my spatial ability, and then I heard a series of light sounds as the countless poisonous snakes were instantly sliced into pieces, falling down like dumplings. Seeing that his little trick didn't work, Orochimaru directly summoned 1,000 snakes. The enormous serpent opened its huge mouth and lunged at me. I wasn't backing down either. Susanoo activated again. A huge half-body skeleton directly covered me, and with a mouthful of snakes, it snapped with a crunch, almost breaking its own fangs. Orochimaru was truly shocked this time. He probably had never seen someone so young able to activate Susanoo. He felt that Konoha's reinforcements were about to arrive, and after saying, we'll meet again next time, he exploded into a bunch of small white snakes and scattered to escape. I retracted Susanoo, and a cold smile appeared on my face. Run? The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. You'll see what happens later. Hinata and Temari looked at me with a different gaze, all starry-eyed. I pinched Temari's chin, which I just put down, and teased her. So, have you fallen in love with me? Her little face turned red, and she haughtily turned her head away. In the following days, I took the 2 girls on a public-funded tour in the Forest of Death. When we reached the end, Gaara and Kankuro, with huge dark circles under their eyes, looked like they had escaped from a disaster and threw a bunch of scrolls at me. I tell you, the quantity was enough to open a scroll specialty shop. Because too many people passed, the 3rd exam was directly changed to a one-on-one elimination match. That guy named Kabuto was the first to raise his hand to withdraw from the competition, clearly having something to hide. I was originally excited to see how my Gaara would socially beat up the second pillar, but as soon as they got on stage, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha was initiated. With a loud bang, several summoning beasts the size of trains broke through the wall, destroying everything in sight. Kakashi faced a giant centipede, and as he used Chidori, it just made a clanging sound like scraping skin off, barely doing any damage. The giant centipede was thoroughly enraged, with hundreds of legs slashing at Kakashi like knives, and he could only rely on his Sharingan to dodge the attacks. While dodging, I tell you, the other side of the battlefield exploded. I just shifted my gaze, and suddenly, a figure swooped in right at the entrance of the Hyuga household. At that moment, Jiraiya was wrestling with Orochimaru's giant snake, and out of nowhere, someone appeared and completely stunned him. With a wary expression, he asked, "Who are you?" Guess what? This guy, Chinyu, didn't even acknowledge him and casually said, "Oh, you're back? Then I'll leave this to you." And with that, he vanished in an instant. Jiraiya was left dumbfounded, thinking, is he playing with teleportation? The next second, Chinyu appeared on the other side of Konoha, where a huge summoning eagle was wreaking havoc, and the Konoha ninjas were being beaten like they were nothing, forced to defend themselves. One guy even tried to stop Chinyu, shouting, "It's dangerous ahead, don't go." But before he finished speaking, his eyes nearly popped out. There was Chinyu using wind release, great breakthrough, soaring into the sky like a rocket. Then, oh my god, he conjured up an ultra-large Sharingan that was bigger than that eagle. Seriously, it looked like a small sun, and with a boom, it crashed down on the eagle. The big bird barely had time to let out a half-hearted scream before being turned into a flurry of feathers by the Sharingan. This scene left Jiraiya, who was watching from afar, completely stunned. He was frozen, and I can tell you, he was definitely roaring inside. Isn't that Sharingan a unique technique of his genius disciple, the fourth Hokage? How come now any handsome guy on the street can do it? And even bigger than a house? Who the heck is this guy? The ninjas below exchanged glances, and after a while, someone finally recognized him. Isn't this the new guy from this year's Chunin exams, UchihaQinyu? On the other side, the real main event was just beginning. On top of the Hokage building, Orochimaru was having an intense stare-off with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The atmosphere was thick, like a breakup scene. The old man felt a chill. The child he raised was now back to tear the place apart. Orochimaru was incredibly arrogant, sneering, "Teacher, Konoha is finished. I've unleashed summoning beasts everywhere. No one could stop me." The third Hokage was so angry his mustache was twitching. Just as he was about to curse, Orochimaru flashed a sinister smile and said, "Don't be anxious. Teacher, I brought you a big gift." With that, he slapped the ground, and with a bang, 3 large white coffins stood upright right there. I tell you, the atmosphere instantly became eerie. The third Hokage's heart was pounding, while Orochimaru, like a weirdo, caressed the coffin and said softly, "Teacher, do you believe that the dead can be resurrected?" As soon as he finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Edo Tensei." The third Hokage's face turned pale. This was the ultimate forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. He watched in shock as 2 coffin lids were blown off with a bang, and 2 figures emerged from inside. I couldn't stand still at that moment. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Alive, although their eyes looked a bit vacant. That aura was unmistakable. The third Hokage trembled with anger, pointing at Orochimaru and shouting, "You actually did this." Orochimaru didn't care at all. Instead, he was even more excited and directly controlled the first and second Hokage to open their eyes. As soon as Tobirama woke up and saw the third Hokage, he asked, "Monkey, did you summon us back?" But Orochimaru cut in first, announcing like a host, "Both Hokage, I resurrected you with the purpose of destroying Konoha." Wow, the first and second Hokage were instantly taken aback. Tobirama was even more furious, turning to the third Hokage and scolding, "I told you long ago not to study those forbidden techniques, but you wouldn't listen. Look where we are now." Despite the scolding, their bodies were still quite honest. Tobirama immediately tried to take down Orochimaru, the caster, but halfway through the charge, his body stopped obeying him. Orochimaru had already anticipated this, fully controlling both of them and commanding them to attack the third Hokage. What was this? Hellish drawing. His own teacher and grandteacher were now teaming up to take him down. The third Hokage had no choice but to summon the Monkey King and transform it into a golden staff, bracing himself for the confrontation. The battle was earth-shattering. The third Hokage was fighting for his life, unleashing shadow clones and throwing out ninjutsu of 5 different attributes like they were free. Fire dragons, water dragons, earth dragons, in all sorts of colors. But who was on the other side? The god of ninjas and his brother, who could manipulate space-time. Tobirama used water release, water dragon bullet, to extinguish the third Hokage's fire, while Hashirama's would release seemed to have eyes everywhere, drilling through with ease. In a moment of carelessness, the third Hokage was caught by Tobirama's flying thunder god technique up close, getting a hole poke through his shoulder, followed by Hashirama's wooden fist, sending him flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in midair. Just at that critical moment, whoosh, Kinyu descended from the sky and caught the third Hokage, who was about to meet his end. Everyone was stunned. Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage, all staring at this sudden disruptor. Kinyu set the third Hokage aside and greeted Orochimaru. "Hey, good to see you again." Then he turned to the first and second Hokage, looking relaxed. "Next, let me take the two of you for a spin." Sarutobi Hiruzen was anxious. "Kinyu, hurry up and leave. You can't defeat them." Kinyu smiled and said nothing. Instead, he turned to discuss with Orochimaru. "This rooftop is too small. We can't unleash our full power. How about we change locations?" Orochimaru was amused, thinking this kid was really interesting. When Kinyu saw, he agreed. He quickly formed hand signs, shouting, "Flying Thunder God, space jump." With a hum, I felt the whole world twist, and in the next second we all, including the two Hokage, the third, and Orochimaru, were teleported to the Valley of the End. Folks, a high-level match deserves a high-end map. Tobirama was shocked. A large-scale space-time ninjutsu. Before they could react, Kinyu unleashed his ultimate move. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Susanoo, a 100-meter-tall, purple skeletal giant, rose from the ground. The oppressive feeling was almost suffocating. Hashirama looked on, realizing there was such a trump card, then clapped his hands and unleashed his own big move. Would release, true Thousand's Hands, top transformation into Buddha. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a wooden giant Buddha with thousands of hands, even more outrageous than Susanoo, rose up. Now it was a showdown between Godzilla and King Kong. The two colossal beings exchanged blows, shaking the mountains and the earth. Seeing that the skeletal structure was struggling, Kinyu increased his ocular power, and Susanoo instantly grew flesh and veins, doubling its combat power. Even so, Hashirama remained calm, fighting while saying, "You're quite strong, but unfortunately, this body can only exert 40% of its strength. Otherwise, your Susanoo would have been smashed to pieces." After hearing this, Kinyu smiled, slowly dispelling Susanoo, lightly landing on the ground and looking up at Hashirama. "Oh, you're so confident? Now I should show some real skills." He took a stance identical to Hashirama's and clapped his palms together. Would release, true Thousand's Hands, top transformation into Buddha. Boom! The entire Valley of the End trembled. A giant wooden Buddha, nearly 200 meters tall, rose from the ground, even larger than Hashirama's. Kinyu stood atop the Buddha's head, looking like a deity. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Orochimaru's slitted eyes shrank to the size of a pinhead. The third Hokage's mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, and Tobirama nearly popped his eyes out. Hashirama himself laughed. "I didn't expect with you in Konoha. I can rest easy." Kinyu rolled his eyes. "Are we fighting or not? Hurry up." Boom! The two giant Buddhas clashed again, and the result was predictable. Hashirama's smaller version was directly smashed into wooden splinters by Kinyu's plus version. Of course, with Edo Tensei, he wouldn't die, and Hashirama quickly recovered. But at that moment, Orochimaru brought out the third coffin, revealing the fourth Kazekage. Then I witnessed the craziest scene. Orochimaru exploded into a cloud of blood mist, directly buffing the three Edo Tensei brothers with a frenzy. The three instantly went berserk, unleashing with dragons, sandstorms, and tidal waves. Crazily attacking Kinyu's wooden Buddha. Kinyu frowned, realizing things were getting complicated. Why did this match suddenly become so chaotic? But he quickly thought of a solution. He used Flying Thunder God to flash beside Hashirama, unleashing a Rasengan that pierced through his body, then with a glare from his Sharingan, opened a black vortex. Space prison. It directly sucked in Hashirama's remnants. Following that, he used the same trick, taking advantage of Tobirama's lightning release attack as cover, and with a Rasengan and space prison, he packed away the fourth Kazekage too. Now, only the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was left on the field. This was a bit tricky since Tobirama was also a master of Flying Thunder God. Kinyu's wooden Buddha's thousands of hands came crashing down like rain, but not a single hit connected. Tobirama, relying on his own Flying Thunder God, maneuvered skillfully, and managed to evade the attack zone. But did this old man think he could just run away? Let me tell you, he thought wrong. With a glare from my eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the space around him snapped, directly misaligning like glass. It instantly shredded one of his arms into minced meat. I casually cast a space prison to suck all that meat into another dimension to prevent him from having a chance to recover. Well, this old man was tough. Even after losing an arm, he didn't flinch and retaliated with a vast ocean, complete with 3 Electra Dragons, a combination of water release and lightning release. Charging straight at me. Can I spoil him? Susanoo directly activates to the maximum, and 4 large wings sprout from behind, flying into the sky and hitting him with 3 shots of the 8-span jewel. That thing is like a miniature tailed beast ball boom. It instantly blew the 2nd generation to bits. Mission accomplished. I used Flying Thunder God to return to the 3rd Hokage's side, supporting him as we rushed back to the village. And guess what? As soon as we landed, we saw a gigantic yellow-skinned raccoon cat causing destruction in the middle of the village. One-tail Shikaku, the 3rd Hokage, was shocked and said, "Isn't this the tailed beast from Sunagakure?" I set him aside and said, "You rest here, I'll handle this." I threw a kunai with Flying Thunder God, and I disappeared. When I arrived, the scene was chaotic. My guy opened the 3rd gate and was there doing some sort of scraping therapy. Kakashi made a hole with his Chidori, which ended up causing the big raccoon to go berserk. Jiraiya finally managed to form a massive fireball technique, but it got blocked by a wall of sand. In the end, there was no choice. Several of us set up a 4 purple flames formation to trap everyone and beat them up, but it backfired and made them furious, leading them to start forming tailed beast bombs. If that thing exploded, half of Konoha would be gone. Just when I saw that big tail about to pancake UchihaQinyu, I rushed over, wrapped my arms around her slim waist, and teleported us to a safe zone. I even whispered something flirty in her ear, and wow, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Kakashi and the others were stunned and asked how I got in. I pointed at the kunai hanging from his waist, which I had already inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, making my entrance quite stealthy. They wanted me to help move the tailed beast bomb, but I told them, why go through all that trouble? Just take it down directly. I used the Flying Thunder God technique to slam right into SH-10's face. And as soon as the Eternal Kaleidoscope activated, I charged straight into its mental world. Let me tell you, I replicated how Uchiha Madara scared it into a psychological shadow back in the day, and I did it in high-definition remastered version. In reality, only 3 seconds passed. And after that big raccoon came out, its expression was completely off, looking like a terrified husky, wagging its tail wildly. I had it swallow the tailed beast ball in its mouth, and it really gulped it down. The next second, boom, SH-10 self-destructed right in the barrier. I quickly activated Wood Release, Absolute Defense, putting myself and Kurenai Yuhi inside a wooden sphere. Hey, the space inside was so small, what could I do? Does anyone understand? The key is to seize the opportunity when it's close at hand. When the smoke cleared, we both emerged from the wooden sphere, and Kurenai was blushing intensely, unable to say a word. Anyway, after this incident, I became a hero of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage felt he was getting old and directly held a high-level meeting to say he wanted to pass the Hokage position to me. Those 2 old advisors exploded on the spot, but it was useless. The 3rd was determined. Not long after, the Umbu sent someone to summon me. When I arrived at the Hokage's office, as soon as I walked in, I saw the 2 old guys, Mito Gate and Tishin Kamachi, staring at me like I was their enemy. That old man was quite aggressive, immediately questioning me. "Are you UchihaQinyu?" I was really annoyed at that moment and directly replied to him, "It's me, what's up? Do you want an autograph?" "Sorry, you'll have to wait in line for an appointment." The old man was so angry that his face turned green and yelled at me about my attitude when speaking to an elder. I found it amusing and looked at him sideways. "Elder, you need to have some capital to use that card, right? Let me ask you too. When the village was being hammered like that, where were you hiding? Did you shed a drop of blood for the village or put in any effort?" With that, I silenced both of them. Their faces turned red and they couldn't utter a single word. The old fox of 3 generations waited until he had seen enough of the show before stepping in to mediate, saying, all right, let's not fight as soon as we meet." After the atmosphere calmed down, the old man of the 3 generations put away his smile, took a deep puff from his pipe, and looked at me with an extremely serious expression, saying, "Chinyu, I've called you here today to discuss something very important." I instinctively asked what's going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and stared at me. That look, let me tell you, was like he was entrusting something important to me, and he immediately started reminiscing about the past. Goodness, This old man began to paint a grand picture for me, saying how exhausting it was to be Hokage. He talked about how he passed the mantle to the fourth Hokage, but then Minato died young, and he was forced to step up and manage things for over a decade. Now that he's old and his arms are broken, he really can't keep going anymore. I can sense that something is off. Isn't this just going to turn into a scenario of abdication? I figured I couldn't let him go on any longer. If he continued, I'd be stuck in the office approving documents for the rest of my life. I quickly interrupted him, saying, Oh, I understand. You worked hard. Third generation. But you can't just tell me about this kind of thing. The office fell silent in an instant, and the third generation was completely stunned, with an expression that seemed to say, Wait, you can't be told about such a big matter as passing down the position? I didn't give them any reaction time and took a quick step to Jiraiya's side, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Pervy Sage, congratulations. You finally made it. It must be because of your great achievement in subduing the summoning beasts last time you returned to the village that the old man has finally decided to pass the position to you. Let me tell you, at that moment, the air in the entire office froze. Everyone was as if they had been paralyzed. Their expressions as if they were looking at a fool who had escaped from a mental hospital. The words were almost poking me in the face. Yet I managed to make a complete 180-degree turn. As soon as I saw that these people had not reacted, I cupped my fist and said to them, Congratulations, congratulations. Well, I'm off now. After saying that, I wanted to slip away. But before I could even take a step, the third generation slammed the table and shouted at me, You little rascal. Get back here. Well, my act of playing dumb failed. I could only curl my lips and sit back down. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and complained, You brat. Your reaction is really fast, just directly putting this on my head. The third Hokage also snorted and said that if Jiraiya had the capability to be Hokage, then there wouldn't have been any need for Minato back in the day. All right, no more pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. So, if there's something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Only then did the third Hokage announce with a serious expression, Kinyu, after unanimous decision by the higher-ups of Konoha, we nominate you to succeed as the fifth Hokage. As soon as I heard it, I was not surprised at all. It was a direct triple refusal. I don't want it. I refuse. I'm not doing it. What a joke. Who would want such a terrible position? Don't come near me. The few people in the room were speechless. They probably had never seen someone so ungrateful. The third generation still wanted to persuade him. But then there was a loud bang, and the door of the Hokage office was kicked open from the outside. An old and oddly sarcastic voice came in. Hizashi, you made such a hasty decision on such an important matter as the Hokage selection. I didn't even need to look back, just by the sound and tone. I knew it could only be that notorious old man Dans from the Hidden Leaf. Sure enough, as I turned around, an old, gloomy man with a cane and wrapped in bandages walked in. The faces of the third Hokage and the others instantly changed, realizing that things were about to take a turn. When this old man entered and saw that we were all sitting while he was the only one standing, the atmosphere became quite awkward, especially when he saw me, a junior, casually crossing my legs. His old face couldn't hold up anymore. To regain his composure, he immediately fired at me. So, you're UchihaQinyu, huh? We're standing, and you're sitting. Do you think that that's appropriate? The tone he used practically had "I'm your father" written all over it. I nodded and sincerely said, It's indeed not very appropriate. When Danzo heard this, he probably felt overjoyed, thinking I was intimidated by him. However, my next sentence directly made his CPU overheat. If you feel uncomfortable standing, you can choose to squat or kneel. Don't worry, no one will stop you. Puffed. Jiraiya sprayed his tea all over the opposite wall. It was like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. He swore he wanted to hold it in, but he just couldn't. Danzo's old face instantly changed from white to red, then from red to purple, as he pointed at my nose and started to scold me. You little brat. It's been years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Not even Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya thought, Hey, this involved me too? He rolled his eyes, said nothing, but his expression clearly showed he was cheering me on. I scratched my ear and impatiently said, He is he, and I am I. He doesn't dare to interfere in my business. Don't bring him out to save face for you. It's useless. Bastard. Tawanzo slammed the table in anger. Do you know who I am? Who you are has nothing to do with me. Do I need to know the names of every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the road? I was about to roll my eyes to the sky. Tawanzo was really angry this time, trembling all over. The old lady next to him, called Zhuanqin Xiaochun, couldn't sit still anymore and jumped out to say, Qin, you mind your language. I shot her a glance and said, What's the matter? Didn't you get enough earlier? Do you want to try again? She hesitated for a long time, not saying a word, and then swallowed it back. When Danzo saw that things weren't going well, He wanted to find a third Hokage for support, but when he turned around, he found Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely smoking a pipe and sipping tea, acting as if nothing was wrong, clearly enjoying watching me take down this old man. With no other choice, Danzo had to steel himself and shouted at me. You listen carefully. I am the leader of Root. I cover my nose. Looking disgusted. How much garlic did you eat before leaving this morning? Roots? What kind of thing is that? Tree roots or garlic sprouts? I've never heard of it. Is it famous? Look at my innocent and bewildered expression. Danzo's old face turned as red as a pig's liver, and his hand shook like he had Parkinson's while pointing at me. What could he say? Would he dare to say in front of everyone that our roots are the black gloves of Konoha, and all the shady things are done by us? Would he dare to say that? No, he wouldn't. Before he could regain his composure, I directly switched to counterattack mode. What about me? You can't even speak properly. Let me ask you, do you know who I am? I'm a hero of Konoha. How can you ask a hero to give you a seat? What about your face? Did your face run away from home? As soon as these words came out, Jiraiya's mouth twitched violently, and the other two advisors turned their faces away, but their shaking shoulders had already betrayed them. Everyone was probably shouting in their hearts. I've seen shameless people, but not this shameless. Which hero goes around saying I am a hero every day? But I didn't care, as long as it felt good. Although the third Hokage had a blank expression, I bet he was secretly laughing his head off. Danzo was about to explode for my rebuttal, and he could only tremble and turn to the third Hokage. Hiruzen, is this the Hokage you chose? The third Hokage nodded firmly. That's right. Do you think he can lead Konoha? Yes. Danzo completely lost it, his rationality offline, pointing at the third Hokage and scolding. Hiruzen, are you crazy? Have you gone senile? The two advisors were also alarmed by this and quickly reprimanded Danzo. While they were infighting, I quietly added another knife. By the way, there was a huge mess in the village recently, and I seem to have been killing my way in and out of the battlefield, right? How come I didn't see you, old man? Or your so-called roots? Not a ghost in sight. Were you hiding away watching the show? This sentence left everyone speechless. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows instantly furrowed. It seemed he also realized this issue. Danzo, that old fox, reacted quickly and immediately slammed the table, shouting, What do you little brat know? Roots are the power hidden in the dark, a double insurance. I'm doing this for Konoha's future. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Hide your ass. Konoha is about to be torn apart, and you're still hiding? I think you're just trying to preserve your own power. Danzo was hit where it hurt and still stubbornly replied, What's wrong with preserving power? Everything I do is for Konoha. I was waiting for him to say that. I laughed. It's true that conserving strength is important, but are you doing it for Konoha? Or for your own personal Konoha? Danzo, that so-called root of yours, is it for the village or is it your own private force? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The faces of the third Hokage and those two advisors changed completely. I took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot and threw out the last bomb. I see that you, old man, are just wishing for the strength of the Hokage lineage to be completely depleted so you can reap the benefits. You're spewing blood. Danzo was completely panicked. I smirked. Then let me ask you, 13 years ago during the Nine Tails chaos, the fourth Hokage died in battle. Did you and your precious root mobilize? What? At this moment, it was a fatal blow. Everyone's expressions changed, cold as knives. The third Hokage looked at Danzo with disappointment. Danzo was completely panicked, still trying to justify himself. I did all this for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice heavy enough to drip water. Danzo, you've changed. It's my fault for being too lenient with you all these years. He looked at Danzo as if he were a stranger. You came here today to stop Chinyu from becoming Hokage, right? But you're too late. Before you arrived, he had already declined. What? Danzo was instantly petrified, completely stunned. He probably couldn't comprehend that the position he had schemed for a lifetime could simply be refused. If you didn't want it, you should have said so earlier. If you had said it sooner, would I have been humiliated and caused so much trouble? At that moment, I felt he wanted to slap himself. I gave him a sideways glance, full of sarcasm. Don't think everyone is like you, staring at that broken position all day. Let me tell you, I'm not even interested in it. Danzo's psychological defenses completely collapsed. The thing he had pursued his whole life was discarded like a piece of trash. The thorn that had been lodged in his heart was pulled out today, and I even sprinkled some salt on it. He realized that if he stayed any longer, he would be driven to death by anger. So he picked up his cane and tried to leave. Since you refuse, we'll discuss the Hokage position another day. Farewell. Want to leave? Not a chance. How could I let you run away in the middle of the game? I watched his back and suddenly spoke slowly. Wait. I've changed my mind. I'll take the position of the 5th Hokage. With a loud bang, everyone in the room exploded in shock. Danzo suddenly turned around, his face twisted beyond recognition, pointing at me with a desperate roar. You damn UchihaQinyu. How dare you play tricks on me? I'll fight you to the end. This old man was completely driven mad by me, charging towards me like a lunatic. I let out a cold laugh just in time. With a flash of lightning from my right hand, the 1,000-bird sharp gun instantly took shape, and I slashed at his broken cane in mid-air, breaking it into 2 pieces. In the next second, I'd already flashed behind him, my lightning-infused hand blade firmly pressed against his neck. The entire venue fell silent. The 2 advisors were the first to react, slamming the table and shouting, "Chinyu, what do you want to do? Are you trying to betray the village?" Well, there you go. The classic big hat was thrown on again. I can't be bothered with them. Looking at these 2 old fools with a face full of sarcasm. Are you 2 blind or deaf? Didn't you see that he was the one who started it? He just wanted to teach you a lesson. You actually took out a knife. Hurry up and put your hand away. I was amused by their robber logic. Release me? Why should I? Just because you say so? Where does that leave my face as a hero of Konoha? That's right. I brought up the word hero again. Let me ask you, are you mad? I intentionally shook my hand, and the Raikiri hand knife lightly grazed his neck, instantly leaving a blood mark. You. Danz was so scared that his eyes nearly bulged out. His whole body stiffened, and he dared not move. Those 2 advisors were still shouting, "You rebel! How dare you hurt someone? Are you trying to betray the village?" I've been hearing the words defecting from the village so much that I've developed calluses. The clay figurine still had some fire left in it, and I exploded directly, looking at them arrogantly. Defecting from the village, defecting from the village, defecting from the village. All you do every day is talk about defecting from the village. Even if I defect today, what can you do about it? As soon as these words came out, even Jiraiya was taken aback. The 3rd Hokage scolded me sternly. "Chinyu, don't speak recklessly." The 2 old geezers saw the 3rd Hokage speak and immediately seized the opportunity to fan the flames. "Look, Sarutobi, this is the Hokage you chose." Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table, causing everyone except me to shudder in fear. "Enough. Everyone, shut up." He glared at those 2 old comrades, utterly disappointed. I don't know if Chinyu will defect, but when a village is in danger, he stepped up. "And what about you 2? With that roar, the world became quiet. I slowly began to speak. Konoha is great, and the people in the village are also great. I like it here. However, there are always some high-ranking fools who want to ruin everything. Taunton, angered, pointed at me and wanted to report me. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly turned his criticism towards Danzo. Even if Chinyu doesn't have the demeanor of a Hokage, does Danzo? Danzo shivered, just about to say something, when he felt a chill around his neck. I was smiling at him, pressing down with my hand. He instantly fell silent. The 3rd looked at his old friend, his gaze shifting from complex to disappointed and finally to resolute. He took a breath and spoke each word as if pronouncing a sentence. "Danzo, you can forget about the position of Hokage for the rest of your life." Danzo's face changed dramatically. The 3rd coldly looked at him and uttered the final words. "Because you are not worthy. You have completely deteriorated for your own selfish desires." I tell you, after the 3rd Hokage finished speaking, Danzo's old face instantly couldn't hold it together, panicking like crazy and desperately arguing. No. Monkey, let me explain. The root is the power of Konoha. I've spent my whole life for Konoha. The 3rd Hokage coldly sneered at that moment, his expression clearly saying, "Do you think I believe you?" He directly played his trump card. "All right, you say for Konoha? Then starting now, cut down the root's organization. Just keep 2 small teams. The rest of the people, all report to my direct Ambu." "What?" Danzo exploded on the spot with my lightning blade at his neck, roaring like a mad bull. "Hizashi, you're going too far. I'm the leader of the root. What right do you have to move my people?" This time, the 3rd Hokage stood firm and shot back. "Just because I'm the Hokage. Konoha, I make the decisions." At that moment, Danzo completely collapsed. I'm telling you, the 2 things he valued most in his life were the position of Hokage and the root he had raised by himself. Now, the Hokage was out of reach, and his base was about to be taken down, which was even more painful than being killed. Keep 2 small teams? For what? To be security guards at a retirement home? It's simply a great humiliation. He looked at the 3rd Hokage with a tragic smile. "Monkey, for Chinyu, you would do this to me?" Just that one monkey made the 3rd Hokage's heart soften a bit. After all, they had been partners for decades. But when he turned to look at me, he instantly regained his firmness and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, haven't you realized yet? All of this is your own doing. Your heart has long been on a different path from ours. Enough. Danzo completely broke down, his face twisted as he roared. Hisashi, shut up. You can say anything about me, but you can't say I'm not loyal to Konoha. This, I will never admit, even if I die. I was watching from the side and was almost laughing out loud. Who understands, family? This old guy's self-hypnosis skills are simply top-notch. After doing so many bad things, he really thinks he is a hero of Konoha. I couldn't hold it in and casually remarked, how pathetic. As a result, I ignited the last powder keg. Danzo thought I was mocking him and yelled at me with red eyes, kid, don't make a joke out of me. Everything I do. Yes. Everything you do is for Konoha. We all know. I interrupted him, and with that tone, the sarcasm level shot up. Danzo almost choked in anger. He probably realized that since he walked in today, he and T gained a single advantage over me. So, he decided to toughen up and started acting like a rogue. Shouting at me, I don't believe it. Go ahead, try to touch me today. Do you dare? Come on, go ahead, touch me. I was taken aback at that moment. Wow, I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've heard such a strange request. But you know, I'm a kind-hearted person who enjoys helping others. Jiraiya, standing next to me, probably felt a chill run down his spine, thinking that it was all over. He knew I was someone who feared nothing, and Danzo was practically putting his face out there for me to hit. Sure enough, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, I made my move. I smiled at Danzo and said, not convinced, huh? I'm here to deal with all kinds of dissent. As soon as I finished speaking, a flash of silver lightning struck. In the shocked gazes of everyone, Danzo's arm, wrapped in bandages, fell to the ground. My lightning palm strike was clean and swift. The wound was instantly cauterized by the high temperature. Not a drop of blood was shed. A sharp pain hit Danzo, twisting his entire face in agony. But more exaggerated than the pain was the incredulous expression on his face. He probably couldn't believe that I actually dared to strike him in the Hokage's office. In that moment, he regretted everything, thinking, what the hell was I thinking today to provoke this disaster? Tsunade and Mito also realized what was happening. Tsunade screamed about a rebellion while rushing over to stop Danzo's bleeding. Mito pointed at me and yelled at the third Hokage, Sarutobi, look at the person you've chosen. What's the difference between him and a madman? Before the third Hokage could speak, I chuckled, glancing at them coldly. You two old folks, if you keep yapping, do you believe I can't treat you two? You. These two instantly shrank back, not daring to utter a word. After all, the bloody lesson was right in front of them, and they had no doubt that I could really do it. The third Hokage furrowed his brows tightly and said in a deep voice, Chinyu, you've gone a bit too far. Too far? I tilted my head, innocently retorting. When Tsunade saw that the third Hokage had spoken, she grew bolder and jumped out, pointing at me. You dare to be so bold. You even challenged the Hokage. I see you really want to rebel. I shook my head, looking at her as if she were an idiot. Calling you a fool is an insult to the word fool itself. Open your eyes wide and see, what is this? As soon as I said this, everyone was stunned. What does it mean? Is there an inside story? Tuan Zong, who had been silent, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. A sense of ominous premonition surged up. Could it be? My secret has been discovered? No, impossible. Just as he was lost in thought, I flicked my fingers, and with a sharp sound, a lightning needle shot out, directly aimed at the severed arm on the ground. Tuan Zhang's face instantly changed. Meanwhile, Tsubaki was still shouting. Chinyu, what exactly do you want to do? I didn't even look at her, just shot her a glance, as if she were an idiot. Everyone shut up. A loud shout from the third generation silenced the entire room. He stared intently at the severed arm, seemingly pondering my earlier words. Chinyu, you just said, think about it with your brain. An ordinary arm severed by such violent lightning. How could it possibly be unscathed? As soon as these words were spoken, Mito Minyin and Zhuan Qi Shao Chun also reacted, realizing the seriousness of the issue. Danzo's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it as he stared at me and asked, Kid, how did you find out? I secretly chuckled to myself. Can I tell you that I've read the script? But I said indifferently, as for me, I've had the fortune of sparring with the first Hokage. As for the other thing, I have it myself. How do you think I know? You want to hide things from others? No problem, but from me? Sorry, not a chance. As soon as I said this, everyone except the third Hokage was stunned. You sparred with the first Hokage? What even is this? Only the third Hokage knew that what I said was true. I looked at Danzo and cheerfully asked, so, did you untie the bandages yourself? Or should I help you with a violent demolition? He chuckled, haha, I have no idea what you're talking about. However, his remaining hand quietly formed a seal. In an instant, I felt a powerful ocular force rush into my mind, trying to alter my thoughts. No way. For a moment, My gaze was lost, and Danzo's mouth was just about to curl up, but in the next second, he froze. Because my eyes instantly regained clarity. Oh, such a strong eye technique. I'm mocked, but with your level, do you really think it can work on me? Nanny, how could this be? Danzo was genuinely panicking now, completely flustered. His strongest trump card was actually ineffective against me. The third Hokage's expression darkened. Kinyu, what just happened? You can see for yourselves. I sneered, swinging the lightning blade towards Danzo's head. No, the third Hokage exclaimed, but it was too late. Danzo was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He wanted to dodge, but couldn't escape. With a slicing sound, I grazed his mask, cracking it and revealing the eyes beneath. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one was killed. But when they saw Danzo's eye, their expressions turned even more ghastly than if they had seen a ghost. It was a crimson eye, and a pitch-black four-cornered windmill pattern flashed by. This is Uchiha Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan. The third's voice was ominously deep. The two advisors were also shocked. So, Shirsue's, I was transplanted by you. With the situation as it was, Danzo chose to throw caution to the wind. The person is dead, and rather than let this pair of eyes gather dust, I might as well use them to continue shining for Konoha. Oh, I sneered. Shining and heating up? You mean using it to control me, right? Just then, a strange wave of energy surged. Danzo's body flickered and then solidified, and his Mangeki Sharingan instantly lost all its brilliance, turning into a shade of gray. The third understood immediately. Forbidden technique, Izanagi. You actually used this. Goodness. This old man thought I was going to kill him when I slashed at him and was so scared that he activated Izanagi to save his life. Little did he know I just wanted to lift his mask, and as a result, he wasted a priceless Mangeki. The third was furious and cursed. Such a precious eye. And it's just an eye. Danzo seemed unconcerned. I let out a cold laugh and added fuel to the fire. Of course, it's just one eye. Anyway, our Lord Danzo has plenty of stock. Nanny? The third Hokage suddenly looked up at me. I won't waste words either. I gathered a Chidori sharp spear in my right hand and stabbed it at the severed arm on the ground. With a tearing sound, the seal on the severed arm was forcibly broken by me, and the bandages fell away. Danzo's face instantly turned ashen. Everyone present, including the third Hokage, gasped in shock at the sight before them. That arm was densely embedded with Sharingan. The third Hokage was so furious that he couldn't speak, trembling as he pointed at Danzo. This act was the greatest desecration of the dead. And there's something even more shocking. I said calmly. As I spoke, I lightly traced the Chidori sharp spear across the severed arm. In the next second, to everyone's horror, the cut began to heal at a visibly fast rate. Danzo, the third Hokage, finally exploded, letting out a thunderous roar. I won't even mention the Sharingan. But this is what release. How dare you desecrate the body of the first Hokage? Those words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Mito Gateyin and Uchiha Kamura dumbfounded. The first Hokage is the faith of Konoha, the god of the ninja world. Danzo's actions had completely crossed everyone's bottom line. I looked at the three of them with their hungry expressions, knowing the time was almost right, and slowly added another remark. Everyone, think about it. If this matter gets out, what will happen to Konoha? If other bloodline clans find out that they could be treated this way after their deaths, will they still be loyal to Konoha? This series of heart-wrenching questions made everyone's eyes turn cold and piercing. Danzo looked at the angry and unfamiliar expressions of his former comrades and slumped to the ground in despair. He knew it was over for him. After a long silence, the third Hokage spoke first. All right, let's discuss how to deal with Danzo. Mito came in and Team Nakakoha exchanged glances. Just as they were about to make a joke about being lenient due to past relationships, they looked up and saw the crackling lightning in my hand, aimed at Danzo. The two of them shuddered in fear, and Team Nakakoha quickly changed his tone, gritting his teeth and saying, I propose. Danzo has committed heinous crimes. But considering his past contributions, let's spare him from the death penalty. Take away all his powers and strength, revoke all his positions, and imprison him for life. As soon as these words were said, the third Hokage was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to be so ruthless. The third Hokage nodded and looked at me. Kinyu, what do you think? I chuckled and put away the Thunderblade, since the gentlemen have all made their decisions. I certainly have no objections. I'm a very friendly person, after all. Mito Minyin and T-Rune Koharu's lips twitched wildly, cursing in their hearts. Friendly my ass. Is dismembering someone still considered friendly? When Danzo heard this verdict, he let out a miserable laugh. Rather than this, it would be better to just kill me. A death sentence can be avoided, but the living punishment is hard to escape. I smiled again and spoke. Crack. With another thunderous sound, I dismembered Danzo's other leg. I blew on the non-existent electric spark on my hand and said to him, "This is the prize for your attempt to control me with illusion." At this point, the two advisors were completely silenced. As long as they could save their lives, what was a leg worth? The third Hokage glanced at Danzo with a complicated expression and waved his hand. "Someone, take Danzo away and keep him under strict surveillance." An Umbu ninja appeared, dragging Danzo away like a dead dog, leaving behind his mad howls. "Kill me. You should kill me." After dealing with this troublemaker, the third sighed. "All right, let's continue discussing the candidates for the next Hokage." Mito Gate-in and Tsurugi Koharu immediately felt a headache upon hearing this. They looked at me, then at Jiraiya, and their hearts raced with panic. If these two ancestors became Hokage, would Konoha still have good days ahead? I directly pushed Jiraiya out. "What else is there to discuss? It's this perverted sage." The third Hokage asked me for a reason, and I confidently said, "Do I even need to explain? If this old pervert isn't tied down by the position of Hokage, he'll definitely run off again to gather material and harass girls all over the world. I'm doing this for the future of Konoha." Jiraiya got anxious. "You don't want to be Hokage, so you're dragging me down with you." I continue to fool the third generation. "Besides, old man, I'm also thinking about your reputation. You don't know, right? Now the ninja world calls your three disciples what? What do they call them?" Everyone looked at me with curiosity. I cleared my throat and announced loudly, "The trio of the ninja world: Yellow, Gambling, and Poison." Wow. The third Hokage immediately slammed the table, his old face turning bright red, clearly flustered. Jiraiya looked even more despondent, feeling as if his lifetime of reputation was ruined in an instant. The third was so furious with us that he resorted to being unreasonable. "I don't care anymore. You two decide who takes it or recommend someone reliable." After saying this, he went to the window to smoke. I started to push the blame back and forth with Jiraiya, and the entire Hokage office felt like a marketplace. "You come." "No way. I still have a lot to do. You come." "Is that even a matter? That's just peeping. What do you know? I wouldn't do it even if you killed me." Just when the two old advisors were about to explode, we suddenly stopped and shouted in unison, "I recommend Tsunade." After saying that, we exchanged glances and saw the mischievous smiles in each other's eyes. The third Hokage's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Yes, Tsunade. She's an excellent choice." "All right, the candidate is decided. I have nothing more to do." I patted my butt and used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash back home. Jiraiya hadn't reacted yet when the third Hokage patted his shoulder. "You take care of finding someone." After saying that, he slipped away. "Damn, you two are bullying me." The office was left with Jiraiya, who was left in a state of confusion. A few days later, I sneaked over Naruto and saw him sweating profusely while practicing the summoning technique. "Hey Naruto, what are you practicing?" I asked knowingly. "Brother Chinyu, I'm practicing the summoning technique. It's really difficult." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya jumped out from the side, looking proud. "That's right, this is quite a difficult ninjutsu." I dug in my ear and glanced at him. "What difficulties?" "I think you're just a lecherous sage, hiding your skills and not willing to teach properly." Jiraiya was so angry that he was about to explode. His eyes rolled, and he came up with an idea. "Since you say that, fine. I'll teach you the same way. If you can succeed on your first try, I'll admit defeat. But just losing isn't enough. We need to raise the stakes." Jiraiya grinned like an old fox. "If you fail to summon a spirit beast at least 2 meters tall on your first try, you will become my disciple. If you succeed, once you master the summoning technique, I'll teach you a super strong secret technique." Naruto, who was nearby, panicked upon hearing this. "What? There's an even stronger secret technique? Lecherous sage, you're being biased." Jiraiya completely ignored him and just raised his eyebrows at me, looking as if he had me all figured out. I pretended to be hesitant on the surface, but inside I was already overjoyed. "Wow, you're actually quite nice. Aren't you? Aren't you just rushing to deliver me a cheat?" I pretended to disdainfully curl my lips. "I'm afraid of you? Come on, today I'll show you what a genius really is." "All right." Jiraiya cheerfully took out the summoning scroll. Without saying a word, I bit my finger, wrote my name in a flamboyant style, and stamped it with my handprint in one go. Jiraiya watched me finish and slowly recited, "Hand seals, Haisuyu Shunwei." After finishing this series of incantations, the old man didn't forget to give me a warning, saying, "Kid, use as much chakra as you have, or what you summon will just be a little tadpole, and then you'll be in big trouble." I chuckled to myself. "Little tadpole? Today I'm going to show you what Godzilla really is. I tell you, The chakra in my body suddenly surged like a floodgate being opened, instantly mobilizing 2/3 of it. What does that mean? It means I could drain the energy of a shadow-level powerhouse in one go. Jiraiya, that old guy, is still guessing over there, wondering if I could summon Gamabunta? Impossible. Impossible, this kid doesn't have that kind of strength. He even pretended to comfort me. Oh, Chinyu, don't feel pressured, it's your first time. If you can summon one that's a meter tall, that would make you a genius. I was about to roll my eyes to the sky at that moment. 1 meter tall? Are you kidding me? Today, I'll let you open your eyes and see what a true genius is. What it means to strike down from a higher dimension. Chakra gathered. With a hand sign, I slammed my hand down on the ground and shouted with full vigor. Spirit summoning technique. Let me tell you, that scene, with a bang, the smoke completely stunned me. The white smoke was so thick, it looked like 10 smoke bombs had gone off. Jiraiya and Naruto both stretched their necks like giraffes, staring intently at the smoke, wanting to see what I could conjure up. As the smoke cleared, good heavens, there was a little green frog about the size of my palm, squatting on the ground. Naruto, that silly guy, saw it and burst out laughing, pointing at the little frog and saying, "After all that, it's just this? It's smaller than my hand. This is hilarious." When Jiraiya heard this, he felt ecstatic inside, thinking, haha, I'm definitely winning this bet. However, when he took a closer look at the little frog, I could see the wrinkles on his face flatten out in shock, and his legs were trembling. The little frog completely ignored us and directly spat at Jiraiya, its voice incredibly old. "Little Jiraiya, why did you call me out again? Don't you know I'm busy?" Naruto was dumbfounded. Whoa. This frog can talk. Upon hearing that, the little frog's forehead suddenly popped with an angry cross, and with a kick of its short legs, it leaped onto Naruto's head, swinging its frog hands and giving Naruto's golden hair a good beating while shouting, "You're the frog. Your whole family are frogs. I'm a toad, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. Got it?" Naruto was howling in pain. Jiraiya, on the side, was trembling, sounding like a guilty schoolboy, stuttering, Sage Fukasaku, why? Why are you here?" He was completely frozen. Who would understand? The first time summoning, and he directly summoned a legendary master. Where could he go to reason with that? How terrifying must the chakra be to accomplish that? Naruto, still not convinced, covered his head and said, "Sage, it's just a toad." This resulted in an even harsher beating. After finishing with Naruto, Sage Fukasaku turned to Jiraiya and said, "So what's the matter?" Jiraiya was so awkward. Pointing at me, he said, Sage Fukasaku, actually, it wasn't me who summoned you." "Oh, not you? Could it be that little brat over there?" Sage Fukasaku looked at me skeptically. Jiraiya nodded frantically. "That's right. It's him." "What?" Sage Fukasaku was genuinely shocked now, looking at me and Jiraiya as if we were aliens, their eyes filled with disbelief. All right. Let me interrupt the two of you." I stepped forward and cleared my throat. "Sage Fukasaku, from what you just said, my operation not only meets the standards, but is also a super big cup, right? A bet is a bet. Hurry up and hand over the secret technique." Jiraiya's face turned green at that moment. He probably thought he could play tricks, but who knew I would turn out to be such a freak? Now, he was losing more than he gained. When Sage Fukasaku heard the word secret technique, he seemed to realize something. His eyes widened. "You can't be talking about." Jiraiya could only nod with a bitter face. Then the two ran to the side and whispered. I guess Jiraiya was making grand claims, saying I was the man from the prophecy of the great Toad Sage who would bring peace to the world, the future top ninja in the ninja world or something. Anyway, in the end, Sage Fukasaku surprisingly agreed. He walked over and said, "All right, kid, since Jiraiya said so, I'll make an exception this time and take you back to Mount Mayaboku to learn sage arts. I'll go back first and use reverse summoning to bring you over." When Naruto heard about the sage arts, he got excited again. "I want to learn too. Bam! Jiraiya hit him on the head. "What the hell? When can you summon Sage Fukasaku before we talk about learning?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sage Fukasaku poofed and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Immediately after, I also poofed, my vision went dark, and when I opened my eyes again, I was in the legendary Toad Kingdom, Mount Mayaboku. Just as I arrived, Sage Fukasaku warmly showed me around, and before long, it was mealtime, insisting on taking me home for dinner. I had read the original story, so I knew what that meal was. Who would understand? When Shima, Sage Fukasaku's wife, brought out a plate of wriggling, colorful insect dishes, I felt my cyber stomach was about to throw up. Sage Fukasaku kept urging me, "Try it. The mother of the child is a great cook." I looked at the dish, raised my chopsticks 3 times, and put them down 3 times. Finally, In a moment of inspiration, I said with a serious expression, "Two immortals, as newcomers, I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Today, I've decided to cook for you both and let you taste our culinary skills." Before they could react, I pulled out several scrolls from my ninja tool pouch. Bang, bang, bang. Pots, bowls, various seasonings, and some leftover game from our last camping trip were instantly scattered all over the place. Let me tell you, the preservation technology of these summoning scrolls is better than the latest refrigerator model from 2025. With a clatter, I prepared a huge spread of hearty dishes. To my surprise, these two old toads had such big appetites that they polished off nearly half of my stock in one meal. I turned green with shock. If this continued, I'd be bankrupt from feeding them. No way. After the meal, I immediately pulled Master Shinsaku to start teaching me immortal techniques. He took me to a small square surrounded by oddly shaped toad stone sculptures. He said these were unfortunate souls who had failed to cultivate into immortals and turned into stone. Beside it was a small waterfall, but instead of water, it was flowing toad oil. That stuff, let me tell you, looked like 10-year-old gutter oil, thick and golden, making my scalp tingle just looking at it. Master Shinsaku gave me a lecture about what natural energy is and how incredible it is. After he finished, he told me to smear that toad oil. I hesitated again and again, unable to bring myself to do it. Finally, the old man couldn't stand it anymore and directly pushed me into it with a slap. As soon as the toad oil touched my hands, wow, a huge, incredibly violent energy surged through my body, rampaging like a husky tearing up the house. "This is natural energy. Quick, control it," Master Shinsaku shouted, grabbing a huge black stick, ready to give me a whack at any moment to prevent me from turning to stone. I was all set for a protracted battle, but what happened? Hey, I hadn't even made my move yet, and that energy just merged with my own chakra. How should I put it? It's like seeing a fellow villager. I was almost in tears, and it merged perfectly. Is that it? I thought it would be much harder. I'm a bit stunned. The next moment, a golden eyeshadow appeared on my eyes. The stick in Sage Zetsu's hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and the whole toad was stunned. Mouth agape enough to fit a fist inside. He had taught sage arts for over 100 years, and had never seen anything as outrageous as me. Jiraiya took over 200 hits to learn it, and I just went straight into perfect sage mode on my first try? Am I naturally suited to be a sage? Of course, I am. I was born a sage body, and this is as easy for me as breathing. I opened my eyes, feeling the explosive power within me, and it was simply exhilarating. I thought I would give it a try, and effortlessly lifted the nearby, several-ton heavy toad statue, one in each hand, as if I were carrying 2 plastic bags. Truly, this sage mode is impressive, I exclaimed, then gently set the statue back down. Sage Shinzo took a long time to regain his composure, stuttering as he spoke. "It's over. The first phase is over. Well, stop dawdling and hurry up." "Second phase," I urged. The old toad looked at me like a prized possession, probably thinking to himself, "This kid has great talent and is so diligent. What a good seedling. Much better than that lazy Jiraiya." The second phase took place on the edge of a cliff, and this time I was not allowed to use toad oil. I had to rely on myself to sense and absorb natural energy, while also perfecting the balance of natural energy, chakra, and mental power to a perfect 1:1 ratio. This was the most dangerous step, and Sage Shinzo had exchanged his stick for a larger and thicker black one, standing ready. As a result, I sat down, closed my eyes, and in just 5 minutes, not only did my eyeshadow appear again, but my face also bore several totem-like patterns. Clang! The stick in Sage Shinzo's hand fell again. He rubbed his eyes, muttering, "Holy crap, this is insane. Is this kid really the prophesied one? Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense." I opened my eyes, looked into the water mirror, and exclaimed, "See, the patterns on my face look just like the ones Master Wong from the village just tattooed on me. It's so ugly. I can't stand this. No way, this won't do. I have to keep working hard." I told myself. The sage of deep work thought I was pursuing perfection and said with a satisfied expression, "This is already the perfect immortal mode. What's wrong with it?" Little did he know, I simply found it ugly. For the sake of my handsome face, I forced myself to practice for 3 more days. Finally, before the food ran out, I successfully eliminated all the patterns on my face, and the eyeshadow was gone too, leaving just a horizontal line in my pupils, low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. Now that's more like it. That matches my handsome face. I admire myself in the mirror. Originally, the sage of deep work wanted me to practice some kind of immortal fusion, where he and Sage Shima would lean on my shoulders. That scene was too beautiful for me to bear, so I flat out refused, making up a clumsy excuse about forgetting to turn off the gas at home, and quickly canceled the reverse summoning to escape. Back in Konoha, I checked the time. It had only been 5 days. I kicked open the door to my house and wow, a room full of beautiful women. UchihaQinyu was cooking in an apron, while Hinata, Hanabi, Ino, Sage-Ten, Temari, and Kagaya were all chatting and helping out nearby. Ino was the first to notice me. "Ah, Chinyu, you're back." Everyone turned their heads, and UchihaQinyu even raised an eyebrow at me, her gaze seeming to say, "Look how capable I am. I've gathered your harem for you. What are you going to do now?" I sent her a small sample, and with a look that seemed to challenge everything, I smiled and walked in. "Sigh, it's great to be home. It finally feels like home. A family should be neat and tidy." The girls blushed upon hearing this, but didn't say anything and continued cooking. At that moment, I felt the atmosphere was really nice. The next day, I sneaked into my cheap father-in-law's handmade noodle shop. "Father-in-law, 1 bowl of noodles," I said right away. The noodle-making uncle happily went to prepare my noodles. Just as I took a bite, 2 people walked in at the door, dressed in black with red cloud robes. Wow. Aren't these the 2 famous and eye-catching members of the Akatsuki organization? Face expressionless brother Uchiha Itachi and his hairstylist partner, Kisame Hashigaki? I pretended not to see and continued eating my noodles. I could hear Kisame rambling on. "Itachi, you came this time just to see your brother, right?" Itachi gave a faint response. Just as they were talking, Sasuke walked in as if it was perfectly timed. And guess what happened next? Itachi, as the older brother, glanced at his younger brother and without saying a word, activated his Sharingan, pulling Sasuke into a Jinjutsu for a mental health checkup, showing him all sorts of. The kid was so shocked that he went crazy, screaming and running away. I thought to myself, the Uchiha family's education is really ahead of its time. After they were done, they left too. I finished watching the show and said goodbye to my father-in-law, then slipped away. Just kidding, it's a family affair. Talking about money would hurt feelings. The main goal is to enjoy free food and drinks. I just walked into an empty place when those 2 conspicuous bags appeared in front of me. Itachi still had that eternally unchanging iceberg face. "Long time no see. Chinyu." "Oh, Itachi," I said with a smile. "You've been living rough every day, and you have a dried fish with you. It's tough, isn't it?" As soon as Kisame heard this, he got upset, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "You're Chinyu? A little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair, and you dare to be arrogant." I scratched my ear and lazily looked at him. "You ugly freak, shark face, salted fish, what are you yelling about? Do you believe that I can turn you into a real salted fish today? You're asking for trouble." Gikyo instantly flew into a rage, drew the shark skin from his back, and quickly formed hand signs. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A big water shark came rushing towards me. Gikyo confidently said to Itachi, "Is that it? You think you can defeat Orochimaru? Ridiculous. What about me?" I couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to him. I opened my mouth, too lazy to even form a seal, and shouted, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." A fireball 3 times larger than his water shark jutsu shot out. It was as if Itachi's gaze froze in an instant. Kisame was still there mocking me, saying, "Water beats fire. Even a 3-year-old knows that." Boom. Everyone, the iconic scene is here. My fireball directly evaporated his water shark jutsu on the spot. Not even a drop of water vapor was left. There was even residual force flying towards the 2 of them. "Nanny!" Both of them exclaimed in unison, shocked. Kisame hurriedly used his shark skin to split the fireball, but the high temperature still scorched him quite a bit. I couldn't help but laugh at that dumbfounded salted fish. I said, "Attribute countering? That's a rule for you mortals." "Here, sorry, I am the rule." The expression on Ghost Shark's face turned a shade of liver color from anger, but the facts were laid out, and he couldn't refute a single word. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're really damn arrogant, little ghost. Since that's the case, the warm-up is over. I'll give you a real fight." His words were still tough, but the seriousness in his heart was almost spilling over. However, he was still an elite, and his confidence remained intact as he grabbed his big blade, shark skin, and charged at me. I tell you, I was too lazy to move at that time. I casually pulled out my Thunder God sword from the system, and with a clang, I easily blocked him. When that shark face guy saw it, he thought, "Hey, this kid looks down on me." He immediately grabbed the hilt with his left hand and put all his strength into pushing down. And what happened? I didn't budge an inch, my face calm and heart steady. Goodness, the expression on his face was something else. His eyes were about to pop out. And he kept muttering, "Impossible. What's wrong with this little brat?" I directly mocked him. "Is this all you've got? Is this what you call bravado?" With just one sentence, I broke his defense, and he rushed at me, waving that big knife like a whirlwind. Unfortunately, my friend's swordsmanship is system-generated. Those who understand know what I mean. What he has is a turtle's punch, while mine is Wing Chun. We are not even in the same dimension. In just a few moves, the tide of attack and defense changed, and it was my turn to press him, forcing him to retreat step by step. The nearby Itachi couldn't stand it anymore and was about to come help, but Hoshigaki refused to lose face. Itachi, don't move. I'll handle this myself. I still don't believe it. Fine, as you say. I added a little flair to my move, angled the sword of Thor sharply, and with a swift motion, I sliced open a large gash in his Akatsuki cloak, which was black with red clouds. Now he was completely panicked, probably cursing his ancestors for the 18th generation in his heart, regretting challenging me to a swordsmanship duel. I could feel his frustration, just waiting for an opportunity to form seals and unleash a big move. I bluntly brought it up and asked him with a smile, "How's it going? Are you eager to use your ninja skills? Are you so angry that you're about to have a stroke?" He was so angry that his face turned purple. I continued to tease him, "But just because you can't doesn't mean I can't." After saying that, my right hand unleashed a flurry of sword moves, overwhelming him to the point where he could hardly breathe. With my left hand, I directly formed a seal with one hand. For those who understand, everyone else was left dumbfounded. They watched as I rapidly created a large ball of lightning in my hand. In that moment, Gyuki's heart was shattered. I bet his CPU was overheating, and he shouted, "What the hell? Is this kid even human? Fighting and forming seals with one hand?" I said here, "Try my 1,000-bird sharp gun." I pointed my left hand forward, and a lightning spear shot out with a whoosh. He was so scared that he jumped back, landing directly on the surface of a nearby lake. But he was still a beat too slow. The lightning spear hit him with a thud and turned into a splash of water. A water clone? How boring. Gyuki emerged a few meters away, looking utterly disheveled, and began to boast, "Stupid brat. Next, I'll show you what the fear of death feels like." As he spoke, he wildly formed seals with both hands and slapped the surface of the water. Water style, 1,000 feeding sharks. Goodness. The entire surface of the lake bubbled up like it was boiling, and a bunch of sharks came rushing towards me. I laughed at that moment. I said, "Shark face, have you forgotten who I am? I am UchihaQinyu." He was taken aback and didn't react. The next second, I showed him with my actions. My hand sealing speed was countless times faster than his, and I directly stole his technique. Water style, 1,000 feeding shark. I tell you, the effect I achieved is truly impressive. The lake directly erupted with even larger and more ferocious shark groups, which not only eliminated his little fish fry in an instant, but also turned around to chase and bite him. It was all about being professional and teaching him a lesson. He was chased all over the lake by his own technique, looking utterly embarrassed. I saw that the timing was right, so I casually threw the sword of Thunder God. He instinctively blocked with his shark skin, and at the moment the sword was deflected, I used Flying Thunder God and instantly teleported next to the sword. The expression on his face was completely frozen. I gripped the sword, filled it with lightning chakra, and with a swift motion, brought it down. With a thud, his arm holding the sword of the shark skin flew into the air like a roasted chicken wing. The scream that followed was heart-wrenching. Yet, his eyes remained fixed on the sword in the sky. To him, losing an arm was something he could find a way to deal with. But losing the sword meant losing his life. At that moment, Itachi finally moved, appearing in front of me in an instant. "Kisame, retreat now." I looked at him and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you going to give it a try? Chinyu, you've gotten stronger." "Of course. Just look at your dried fish partner, and you'll know." As soon as I said that, Itachi's mouth twitched. In front of the two of them, I slowly bent down, picked up the shark skin on the ground, took out a scroll, sealed it with a snap, and then tucked it into my pocket. Behind me, Kisame's eyes turned red, his teeth clenching together with a clicking sound, but he didn't dare to move. Itachi's gaze also turned cold. "Chinyu, do you believe that I can eliminate you in an instant?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes changed, the 3-Tomoe spinning rapidly, forming a large triangular windmill. "Tsukuyami." I suddenly felt a powerful mental force rush into my mind, and everything went black and red before I found myself in his illusionary space. I was tied to a wooden stake, unable to move. Itachi stood in front of me like a big villain, with a sword floating beside him, and began to recite his lines. "Welcome to my world, where everything is under my control. Next, I will use this sword to entertain you for 72 hours. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Is this it? Just a mere illusion, and you think you could trap me? Bring it on. He was still pretending. Don't waste your energy. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, because he saw the 3-Tomoe in my eyes starting to spin. directly transforming into a large four-cornered windmill. A kaleidoscope. His eternally expressionless iceberg face finally cracked. I teased him. Don't think you're the only one who has it. Let me tell you, I have it too. He forced himself to remain calm. Even if you have a kaleidoscope, you won't be able to break my Tsukuyami. Oh really? I smirked. What about now? In his horrified gaze, the four-cornered pinwheel in my eyes began to spin again, eventually transforming into a brilliant six-pointed star. Eternal. Kaleidoscope. This time, Itachi couldn't hold back any longer. His voice changed. Break it, I shouted softly, and the light of the eternal kaleidoscope shone brightly. With a crack, the Tsukuyami world he had painstakingly constructed shattered like glass, piece by piece. Tsukuyami rebound. Taking advantage of his shock, I directly returned his ultimate move back to him intact. The wheel of fortune has turned. Now, it was his turn to be bound to a stake. I stood in front of him and recited his previous words verbatim. Itachi's expression was quite something, but his mental fortitude was impressive. He quickly adjusted, wearing an expression as if he was indifferent to death. I waved my hand, and the sword began to poke at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "This won't work on me." "Oh, really?" I chuckled, controlling the sword, and turned the tip to aim at his groin. Even the mighty weasel god was startled by my move and let out a cry. As soon as I saw it, I immediately lost interest, snapped my fingers, and dispelled the illusion. Back in reality, Itachi looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, gasping for breath, his face pale. Next to him, Kisame was dumbfounded, having never seen Itachi so disheveled. Itachi jumped back, flashing to Kisame's side, and said in a deep voice, "We need to retreat." Kisame was still unwilling, but Samahada. He even begged Itachi to use the Mangeki Sharingan to help him get his sword back. Itachi weakly shot him a glare. "You think I didn't use it? I just used Tsukuyami on him, and it got reflected back at me." Kisame was completely stunned, realizing that Itachi had already played all his cards and still lost so badly. He cursed and grabbed Itachi, ready to run. In an instant, I appeared behind them, smiling and saying, "It's not appropriate to meet old friends without giving a gift, is it?" At this point, they were completely desperate, caught in a dilemma. Itachi was also decisive. He asked me to hold him off to buy Kisame some time to perform his jutsu. He charged at me, trying to fight with his sword, but of course, I easily dominated him. While fighting, I chatted with him, quietly saying, "The kaleidoscope is already opened, so you should be able to do that step now, right?" That step, of course, referred to Susanoo. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, shocked that I knew about it. I continued to speak softly. "Don't be nervous. I'm deliberately bothering you, just to give you a chance to escape." He was taken aback, his eyes filled with questions of why. I directly dropped a bomb on him. "Oh, right. The third Hokage originally wanted me to be the fifth Hokage, but I declined. So, regarding Konoha's matters, there's nothing I don't know. I told you." Itachi's entire worldview collapsed at that moment. The Uchiha almost became Hokage. This information was too overwhelming for him to digest at once. Just then, Kisame's big move was ready. Water style, great shark bullet. A huge water shark came rushing at them. Kisame shouted retreat and turned to run. Itachi also took the opportunity to slip away. Of course, I intentionally let them off easily dodging that jutsu. By the time they ran far away, the support from Konoha finally arrived, but I had already used Flying Thunder God to go home. A few days later, in Shortbook Street, as soon as I arrived at the place, I witnessed a dramatic scene. Orochimaru and his little accomplice, Kabuto, were negotiating terms with Tsunade. At that moment, Orochimaru suddenly stiffened, as if he sensed something bad was about to happen. In the next second, I used Flying Thunder God and appeared right next to Tsunade and Shizen. Wow. When Orochimaru and Kabuto saw me, their reaction was like they had seen a ghost. They both screamed and retreated dozens of meters in panic. Tsunade and Shizen were dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, their faces full of question marks. They probably had been gambling outside for so long that they had lost touch with the village and didn't recognize me at all. But knowing that even one of the legendary three ninjas, Orochimaru, was scared like this, they realized I was not an ordinary person. I raised my eyebrows at Orochimaru and said, "Hey, Snake Uncle, we meet again." Orochimaru looked at me in disbelief and said, "You don't find it strange that you see me still alive?" I laughed. "If you could die so easily, I would find it strange. You're like a cockroach that can't be killed." The atmosphere on the scene instantly froze. Tsunade saw the situation and couldn't help but interrupt us. "Wait a minute, kid. Who are you?" Orochimaru replied for me in a sinister tone. Tsunade, it seems you have been away from Konoha for too long. You haven't even heard of Konoha's current great hero, UchihaQinyu. That old man, the third Hokage, probably wants to pass the Hokage position to him. As soon as I heard that, I shot back. Oh, you know about this? Isn't it all thanks to you? With one sentence, I managed to darken Orochimaru's expression. Tsunade, who was listening nearby, was shocked. Was this little brat really going to become Hokage? And had he even dealt with Orochimaru? She stared at me blankly. Who exactly are you? I grinned and said, well, I'm the hero of Konoha. Tsunade clearly disapproved of my nonchalant attitude, her expression darkening. Orochimaru also coldly asked what I was here for. I dug at my ears. You don't hide properly and still dare to come out and cause trouble. You got some guts. What am I here for? What does it have to do with you? But I can guess what you're here for, pretty close to the mark. After saying that, I turned to Tsunade, my expression instantly becoming serious. Lady Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the disciple of the third Hokage, are you sure you want to collude with someone like Orochimaru? Hearing this, Tsunade's face showed a hint of discomfort, but her fiery temper immediately flared up. Does how I do things need your approval, you little brat? Besides, Orochimaru has defected for so many years, but he has never done anything to Konoha. I listened and immediately burst into laughter. That laughter was like hearing the funniest joke of the year. What the heck? Can you say that again? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Tsunade's face darkened. What do you mean? I put away my smile and told her word by word. What have you done to Konoha? Let me tell you, just recently, this guy launched the Konoha collapse plan. If it weren't for me stepping in, Konoha would have lost at least half of its strength by now. As for your teacher, the third Hokage, he almost died at his hands. What? Tsunade's face instantly changed. I told you I couldn't stand it anymore and just snapped. Tsunade, wake up. Do you know what dirty tricks this guy has used? Tsunade looked confused and asked me what it was. I was so mad that I couldn't help but laugh. I directly revealed the trump card, the forbidden technique from the Book of Seals, Impure World Reincarnation. He dug up your grandfather and your second grandfather, the first and second Hokage of Konoha, to use them as pawns. All just to destroy Konoha. What do you think about that? What did you say? Well, as soon as those words left my mouth, Tsunade's face turned green, and the fire in her eyes felt like it could ignite me. Having her own grandfather used as a puppet, who could stand that? Her fists were cracking, and I figured she was about to smash Orochimaru's skull. But Orochimaru, that guy, was blissfully unaware of the danger, still smugly ping Tsunade. So, Tsunade, do you believe in my strength now? I can fulfill your wishes in no time. Guess what? Tsunade, that girl, actually hesitated again. She lowered her head, her expression so conflicted that I thought to myself, Sister, has your IQ gone to your chest? No, I can't just stand by and watch her get fooled. I stepped forward, smirking, and said nonchalantly, oh, I thought it was a big deal. It's just impure world reincarnation. As if no one knows how to do that. As soon as I said that, the whole place fell silent. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shizen all stared at me with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Tsunade's gaze towards me instantly changed. It was fiery, and her breathing became hurried. In her mind, her little calculations were clattering away. Collaborating with Orochimaru was like making a deal with the devil. Partnering with me, however, meant having an ally who was safe and reliable. She had to stand by me on this. Orochimaru was the first to jump out in disbelief. You're talking nonsense. You think you can use Edo Tensei? His expression was such that it seemed he could carve the words, I don't believe you, on his face. I laughed, chuckling. Don't believe it? Then you think about it yourself. How did I manage to handle your two resurrected old seniors so easily before? As soon as these words were spoken, Orochimaru was immediately stunned. When he recalled it carefully, his face turned as ugly as if he had eaten something terrible. Indeed, at that time, I directly used a spatial seal, clean and straightforward, not giving him a chance to act at all. Tsunade saw Orochimaru's reaction and instantly understood. This guy probably really can do it. I still felt it wasn't enough, so I made several hand seals on the spot, which is the starting technique for the impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's pupils shook right then and there. Tsunade couldn't understand it, but she could read people's expressions. Seeing Snake Uncle's reaction, she realized that he was completely convinced now. The look in her eyes changed when she looked at me. She must have been thinking. No wonder the old man wanted to pass the Hokage title to him. This talent is simply out of this world. It seemed that for Orochimaru, Tsunade sneered. Our collaboration didn't seem necessary anymore. Orochimaru's face darkened to the point where it looked like ink could drip from it, and his gaze was filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to swallow me alive. It's him again. It's Chinyu again. I looked at his frustrated expression and felt so satisfied inside. I deliberately added another jab. Hey, don't be in a hurry to break up. We can still collaborate. It's just, we need to change our way of collaborating. Tsunade had a face full of question marks. I smiled at Orochimaru and said, Edo Tensei requires living people as sacrifices. Lady Tsunade, if you want to revive 2 people, then it perfectly needs 2 sacrifices, right? As for these sacrifices, I haven't finished my sentence, but the meaning is already clear. Tsunade's gaze is suddenly locked on Orochimaru and the 4-eye guy next to him. Kabuto. Goodness, that killing intent dropped the temperature of the entire air by several degrees. Orochimaru was completely flustered, and his little lackey next to him was trembling like a leaf. Orochimaru, long time no see. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer. Her chakra surged wildly, and she was about to make a move. I suddenly drew my Thunder God Sword, but instead of attacking, I took a step forward and gently placed the blade in front of Tsunade's majestic peak. Hiss! In surprise, Shizen next to me gasped. Her expression was absolutely wonderful. I have to tell you, I just wanted to show off a bit and block her. But who knew the position would be so perfect? With the sword in between us, that feeling. TSK was really quite bold. I couldn't help myself and shook the hilt of the sword up and down a couple of times. Hey, you brat. Tsunade's voice squeezed out from between her teeth. Do you want to die? It was an accident, purely an accident. I explained with a grin. What I meant was, for a small situation like this, you don't need to intervene. I can handle it on my own. This bastard is still laughing. Tsunade was so angry her teeth were grinding. But when she heard I wanted her to take a break, she felt a bit touched inside and waved her hand. No need. I have to handle my own matters myself. No, what I actually meant was, I hadn't finished my sentence. I don't care what you mean. First, get your broken sword away from my chest. Oh, I forgot. I pouted and reluctantly pulled back the sword, then looked at her sincerely. What I actually meant was, if you intervene, it might hold me back. Hiss. Shizen took a breath, probably thinking this kid really isn't afraid of death. Tsunade's forehead was bulging with veins. You say I will hold you back? I nodded sincerely yes. You. Tsunade was so angry that she almost punched me into the wall and couldn't get back up. She held back her anger and yelled at me. You little brat? When I was shedding blood and risking my life for Konoha back in the day, you were probably still playing in the mud. After saying that, she charged at Orochimaru like a cannonball. I watched her back and muttered softly, the 3 vices are just gambling, drugs, and prostitution. I already knew that. The 2 over there had already started fighting, and Tsunade's incredible strength was no joke. Every punch and kick made the ground look like it had been hit by a meteor full of craters. But Orochimaru, that slippery old fox, was as slippery as an eel, not daring to confront her head-on, just circling around to dodge. Moreover, most of his attention was on me. He would rather take a couple of punches from Tsunade than let me touch him even slightly. Tsunade noticed this while fighting, and her pride took a hit. You, Orochimaru, dare to look down on me. She instantly got furious, and with a swift kick from above, the speed and power were several times stronger than before. Boom! The ground exploded, and this time Orochimaru didn't dodge, getting knocked back with light injuries. The nearby Kabuto was so scared he nearly wet himself, quickly shouting, Lord Orochimaru, be careful. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and as he opened his mouth, a large snake shot out, instantly wrapping around Tsunade. Bastard! Tsunade was disgusted, grabbing the snake's head and using all her strength to break free, then swung the snake like a wrecking ball, smashing it down hard. And what happened? Orochimaru stood up as if nothing had happened, swaying slightly. Seeing this, Tsunade got even more annoyed and charged at him again. Damn, Snake Uncle's move is really dirty. He saw Tsunade charging at him, and without a hint of panic, he pulled out a shuriken. Just as Tsunade's fist was about to smash into his face, he gave a strange smile, turned his hand, and with one swift motion, he cut open his own palm. Splash! Blood instantly splattered all over Tsunade's face. It's over. I watched in horror as Tsunade, who had just been fierce a moment ago, completely shut down upon seeing blood. Her pupils constricted, her whole body trembled, and she collapsed to the ground, mumbling about blood. It's blood. She looked just like a frightened little girl. Heh, Tsunade. I didn't expect that after all these years. Your hemophobia hasn't improved. Orochimaru sneered, raising his kunai and stabbing towards Tsunade's heart. Since that's the case, then die. In the distance, Shizen turned pale with fear, screaming, Lady Tsunade. But Tsunade just stared blankly, motionless, as if waiting for death. What a troublesome woman. I shook my head helplessly, and in the next second, my figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Just as Orochimaru's kunai was about to pierce Tsunade's body, my Thunder God Sword precisely blocked it. My extremely annoying voice echoed in her ear. I told you not to overexert yourself. but you didn't believe me. Now look what happened. Orochimaru was stunned. He never expected I could be this fast. This is space ninjutsu, a pure dimensional strike. I exerted force with my arm, directly knocking his shuriken away. Then I performed a flourish with my sword and coldly said to him, Orochimaru, next it's my turn to play with you. I charged forward with my sword, executing moves as fluid as flowing clouds, each strike aimed at his vital points. Orochimaru was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, without a weapon. He could only retreat awkwardly, dodging my attacks. Before long, his clothes were tattered, making him look like a beggar. While dodging, he desperately searched for an opportunity to escape. At this moment, Tsunade also regained her composure. She looked at me, who had suddenly appeared beside her, and then at the almost invisible small symbol on her chest, and instantly understood. Wow, this little brat, when he jabbed me with the sword just now, casually stuck a flying thunder god positioning seal on me. What a meticulous thought. Ino, holding her pet pig, also rushed over, helped Tsunade up, and indignantly accused me. How could you do this? Lady Tsunade is in this state, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. I roll my eyes. I'm just being pragmatic. Orochimaru fought while retreating, and soon he backed up to Kabuto's side, tossing a small white snake over while mumbling a few words. Then Kabuto left without looking back. Chinyu, Orochimaru suddenly became confident, saying, I want to leave, and you still can't stop me. I curled my lip. Are you really that confident? He forced a calm demeanor. And suddenly dozens of venomous snakes burst out from his sleeves, lunging at me with bared fangs and flailing bodies. It's the same old trick again. How boring. I sighed, too lazy to even draw my sword. With my empty hand, I didn't even form a seal. A flash of electricity flickered, and in an instant, lightning enveloped my entire body. I let out a cold snort and charged straight into the swarm of snakes. As soon as those snakes came into contact with the lightning on my body, they were instantly turned to charcoal, and the air was even filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Damn it! Orochimaru's face turned ashen. He realized that my strength had increased again. In a moment of desperation, he clapped his hands together and shouted, summoning technique. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, a massive white python named Manda appeared on the battlefield, with Orochimaru standing atop its head, seemingly regaining some confidence. I looked at him with disdain and scoffed. You're either a small snake or a big snake. Can't you have a bit of ambition? I slowly extended my right hand, and a blue chakra ball spun rapidly in my palm, expanding until it became as large as a yoga ball. Tsunade stood beside me, dumbfounded. This is the Rasengan. Orochimaru, try this. I pushed the massive Rasengan directly towards the 10,000 snakes, realizing the situation was not in his favor. Orochimaru quickly slipped away from the snake's head. Roar! The 10,000 snakes couldn't even react before I struck them with my attack, leaving them battered and bruised, their massive body crashing to the ground dead on the spot. Kabuto was so scared that he struggled to speak, his eyes filled with awe as he looked at me. Tsunade was even more amazed. She finally understood why the third Hokage chose me. Orochimaru watched as his summoned beast fell in seconds, his composure completely shattered. How could he fight now? His only thought was to run. He ran wildly, but his retreat speed was no match for my pursuit. Just as I was about to close in, Orochimaru knew he couldn't escape and suddenly stopped, grinning wickedly. Chinyu, do you think you've got me figured out? Come on, let's see what other tricks you have. I remained relaxed. I was fully aware of his capabilities. Hee. Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked around his face, and at that moment, I felt disgusted. Who understands this is truly the most disgusting in the ninja world? Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and in the next second, countless venomous snakes surged out, dense and overwhelming, instantly forming a formation made up of thousands of poisonous snakes. Chinyu, taste my true 10,000 snakes formation. Wow, is he preparing to feast? From a distance, Kabuto immediately vomited. I looked at the sea of snakes and let out a cold laugh. Orochimaru, watch how I prepare a snake roast feast for you. I easily made a cross with my fingers, and 2 shadow clones appeared behind me in a flash. In the next second, I had them open their eyes. Without even forming hand seals, one clone opened its mouth to breathe fire, while the other blew a gust of wind. Well, let me tell you, the wind fueled the flames, and that scene was simply unbelievable. It wasn't just a simple calculation of 1 + 1 = 2. The fire, with the help of the wind, instantly turned into a raging sea of flames, completely overwhelming Orochimaru's army of countless little snakes. One moment it was a dark mass, and the next The ground was a barbecue, with the air filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Ino's mouth was agape, as if she could fit an egg in it, and Tsunade looked incredulous. She had seen many geniuses, but someone as outrageous as me was probably a first. Orochimaru's heart was bleeding, folks. He originally wanted to use the snake's sea tactic to stall me for a while, but I cleared the field with a single combo move. This completely pushed him to the edge. His eyes began to turn red, looking like a madman who would drag me down with him, even if he died today. He clasped his hands, and the chakra within him surged like a burst dam, changing his entire aura. Tsunade shouted anxiously from behind, "Hey, kid, don't give him a chance. Hurry up and finish him off." But I, on the other hand, refused to do so. I squinted my eyes and watched his performance. I wanted to see what Orochimaru's ultimate skill was all about. He let out a sinister laugh exclusive to villains, and a layer of dense white scales began to grow all over his body. Then he started to swell up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, a towering eight-headed, eight-tailed, white giant snake appeared before me. It was the Yamada no Orochi. As soon as this creature emerged, all 8 heads simultaneously howled at the sky, the sound shaking the ground. Ino almost cried out of fright, and Tsunade's face turned pale. Her incredible strength would probably just tickle this thing. What was even more disgusting was that the middle snake head opened its gaping maw, and Orochimaru, covered in slime, wobbled out from inside, striking a pose as if he felt extremely good about himself, spreading his arms and shouting at me. "Chinyu, have you ever witnessed such powerful strength? I told you not to force me." I laughed at that moment and shot back. "Why should I listen to you? Who are you?" He was so angry that his face turned green. "Bastard. Let's see how you keep pretending." I curled my lips and said, "No, you can't really think that just because you turn into a bigger monster, I won't be able to handle you, right? Let's talk. Let's see the real deal." Orochimaru was also forced to reveal his true strength. The aftermath of the 8-headed serpent technique is huge, and he's risking his life here. As soon as I finished speaking, that massive creature came rolling toward me like a mountain. I raised my hand to unleash a powerful fire extinguishing technique, and a torrent of flames engulfed the area, directly hitting my opponent's face. However, this time it didn't work. The 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, opened all 8 mouths simultaneously and unleashed 8 streams of serpent breath, forcefully pushing my flames back. With a thunderous roar, the attack resulted in a stalemate. "Hey, this is getting interesting." My spirit surged in an instant. Orochimaru, having blocked my attack, instantly swelled with confidence and shouted, "Chinyu, show me all your moves, or you'll miss your chance." I looked at his smug expression, let out a cold laugh, spread my hands, and felt the chakra in my palms surging wildly as I formed 2 Rasengan. Orochimaru saw this and was even more amused, looking at me with a face full of disdain. "Is that it? A big ball Rasengan? You're too naive." Tsunade and the others behind me were also sweating for me. I laughed. "The great Jade Spiral Rondo won't work, so how about this?" As soon as I finished speaking, the spiral ball in my hand began to deform. Buzz. That sound became sharper and sharper, piercing my eardrums painfully. 2 rapidly spinning chakra spheres started to sprout sharp edges, eventually transforming into 2 gigantic, glimmering chakra shurikens. Let me tell you, at that moment, the expressions on Orochimaru and Tsunade's faces were more exciting than seeing a ghost. They are both top-level ninjas and could tell at a glance that this technique was an S-rank ninjutsu that pushed both form transformation and nature transformation to the extreme. What is even more outrageous is that I had one in each hand. "Orochimaru, try my Rasengan Shuriken." With a loud shout, I swung my arms violently, and 2 huge shurikens flew out with a piercing scream that tore through the air. Thrown out? Tsunade's eyes nearly popped out. Can this thing be used as a flying weapon? Orochimaru was so scared he nearly lost his mind. The giant 8-headed serpent was too big to dodge. It was like a living target. Swish, swish. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 massive serpent heads were chopped off, as if cutting tofu, crashing to the ground and creating 2 large craters. But that wasn't the end. After the 2 Rasengan shurikens severed the heads, they continued to tear through its body, ultimately exploding with a bang. When the light faded, the once mighty 8-headed serpent was in a terrible state, covered in injuries, and only 6 of its 8 heads remained. Orochimaru, hidden inside, was shaken to the core, nearly vomiting on the spot. But this guy was truly tenacious. After regaining his composure, he started to threaten again. "Chinyu, do you think this is the end?" The next second, something even more outrageous happened. The wounds on the 8-headed serpent began to heal at a visible speed, and even the 2 heads I had chopped off grew back. Good lord, Infinite regeneration? ISNT this cheating? Orochimaru began to laugh maniacally. Did you see that? This is the technique of the eight-headed serpent. I am immortal. Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore and instantly appeared beside me, ready to join forces. But I just shrugged. Lady Tsunade, what are you doing here? Holding me back? This made Tsunade so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, "You can't deal with it alone." Who said that? My indifferent demeanor nearly drove her to internal injury. Just as we were about to have an internal dispute, the fully restored eight-headed serpent charged at us again. Tsunade panicked and was about to form hand seals when I raised my hand to interrupt her. Everyone, pay close attention. I rarely got serious. Watch how I suppress this worm. I pressed my palms together heavily, and this one seal was formed. Boom! An incredibly familiar and powerful chakra erupted from my body. Tsunade's pupils constricted, and she exclaimed in shock. This is great-grandfather's would release. The amount of chakra, let me tell you, is like a tailed beast being unleashed. Would release. Wood dragon technique. The ground cracked open, and a lifelike, enormous wood dragon roared as it emerged from the earth. With a sweep of its tail, it tightly bound the arrogant eight-headed serpent. Orochimaru was stunned at that moment. His face filled with terror as he screamed. No matter how many defenses I set up, I didn't guard against his wood release. The wood dragon tightened its grip even more, even beginning to absorb chakra from the eight-headed serpent. Orochimaru, in a fit of rage, commanded the eight-headed serpent to thrash wildly. But it was utterly useless. I looked at his flustered expression and couldn't help but laugh. In front of Tsunade, I revealed his true colors. Orochimaru, you should be quite familiar with this wood release, right? You've done quite a deep study on the first Hokage's cells. The stuff on Danzo's old body. That's also your handiwork, isn't it? Orochimaru's face changed dramatically, and Tsunade was so angry she was shaking all over. I waved my hand and added another remark. Right. Danzo has already been dealt with by me, and now he's probably half dead. This completely shocked the two of them. Orochimaru came to his senses and stared at me intently. What I'm curious about is, as a Uchiha, how could you possibly have the wood release of the Senju clan? I teased him with a smile. Then I have to thank you, Orochimaru. Have you forgotten that you used Hashirama cells for your experiments? And your good partner Danzo also experimented on the Uchiha? With just a few words, I deftly brushed the matter aside. Just then, the eight-headed serpent let out a roar, looking as if it was about to break free from the wood dragon's restraint. Orochimaru became smug again. Chinyu, it seems your wood release hasn't been perfected yet. I scoffed coldly and threw the sword of Thunder God at him. He thought I was desperate and opened his arms to catch it. In the next second, I vanished from my spot and used the flying Thunder God technique to appear at the location of the sword of Thunder God, right in front of the face of the eight-headed serpent. All the serpent heads instantly turned towards me, opening their huge mouths to bite. Tsunade gasped in shock from a distance. I just smiled coldly. A mere insect dares to be arrogant in front of me. I stretched out my left hand in the shape of Tiger's Claw, and a mysterious character for seat suddenly appeared in my palm. Quinn, enter the realm and hang your hands. Give me control. With a loud shout, an invisible force instantly enveloped the eight-headed serpent. That incredibly violent beast, with its 8 heads, froze in an instant as if its power was cut off. All its movements halted, and its eyes became dull and confused. The wooden dragon, which had been nearly torn apart by it, regained its strength and bound it tightly once more, crazily extracting its chakra. Orochimaru was completely stunned, desperately forming hand seals, but to no avail, utterly dumbfounded. I let out a cold laugh and extended my right hand. With a whoosh, I tell you, a long spear made of lightning formed right in my palm. Without a second thought, I flicked it toward Orochimaru's old face. Good heavens! The speed was as if I had activated teleportation, and with a thud, I pierced right through Orochimaru. His body was ruined. But guess what happened? That guy used some kind of 8-headed serpent technique, like he had a health cheat activated, and the wound healed in a second, as if nothing had happened. He even mocked me. Chinyu, is that all you've got? Once this 8-headed serpent recovers, both of you are finished. I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. What time is it? And he's still dreaming about getting a wife. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I used the flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared next to Tsunade. Tsunade looked really worried, staring at that huge thing with 8 snake heads, asking me what to do. It's no wonder she was concerned. That thing had just recovered from the technique I used on it and was already going crazy, howling and trying to break free from my wooden dragon. I let out a cold laugh, a long worm, and you think it can turn the world upside down? After saying that, I clasped my hands together once more. Let me tell you, in that instant, The chakra within me surged forth like a floodgate that had been opened, bursting out all at once. Tsunade, beside me, was dumbfounded, watching as the wood-release power emanating from me was even stronger than before. Boom! The whole ground began to shake violently, much more than the earlier commotion. Orochimaru's face turned pale. He knew I was about to unleash my full power. Tsunade was both nervous and excited, muttering to herself, "What is it this time?" I had accumulated enough chakra, so I let out a roar. Wood release, the technique of the all-purpose bag. Boom! This time, it wasn't in front of me. It was around that 8-headed serpent, and the ground cracked open. Dozens of wooden hands shot up from the ground like whack-a-mole, slamming down on those 8 snake heads. Roar! They were incredibly accurate. I poured chakra into it, as if it were free, and those wooden hands moved at lightning speed, slamming all 7 heads down to the ground. Only the main head remained, relying on its own strength to dodge. Damn it! Orochimaru was in that main head, cursing angrily. He probably couldn't figure out how I, like a mage with infinite mana, could unleash one powerful move after another without breaking a sweat. When he looked at my age, good grief, his scalp went numb. This kid must have some kind of life-altering cheat, right? I can't be bothered with him, my hands still in a prayer position, and I increased the chakra's intensity again. Boom! 3 even larger wooden hands emerged from the ground, directly surrounding and blocking the last snake head. It's over. Orochimaru probably thought just these 3 words. Boom! 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 A triple strike. It slammed the last proud snakehead firmly into the ground, dust flying everywhere. Now it's done. All 8 heads are pinned down. Orochimaru, along with his beloved giant snake, struggled wildly, but it was useless. With my wood dragon technique, combined with the universal bag technique, it was a double suppression. Even a deity would have to lie down. Then, I changed my hand gesture and focused on urging the wood dragon. Previously, I had to divide my attention to suppress it, but now I didn't need to. I unleashed full power. The wood dragon started madly absorbing the chakra of the 8-headed snake like a super pump. The speed increased by more than 3 times compared to before. Watching that once invincible giant snake being drained to a mere snake skin, Tsunade and Shizen beside me had their mouths wide open, big enough to fit an egg, gulping as they were probably amazed by my operation. Damn it! Orochimaru, inside the snake head, was so angry his face turned a pig liver color, struggling with all his might to stretch out a hand from the wooden cracks, but he couldn't move anymore. He knew very well that the chakra of the 8-headed snake was being crazily siphoned by me, and if this continued, he would end up as a dried human too. This kid, though young, was truly ruthless. In despair, Orochimaru's face suddenly became ferocious, shouting like a madman. "Chinyu, you forced me into this. Want me dead? Then you want to live either. Come bury me." I couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. I was already like meat on the chopping block. What other tricks could they pull? Just then, Tsunade, looking serious, urged me. "Chinyu, be careful. Orochimaru is a madman. He definitely has a backup plan." As soon as she finished speaking, boom, the chakra within the Orochi I had pinned down suddenly went berserk like a rabid dog, causing its entire body to swell up like a balloon. Not good. Tsunade's expression changed drastically. He was going to detonate the Orochi. I twitched the corner of my mouth, thinking to myself, what a waste of words. Do you think I'm blind? But I didn't dare to say it, for fear of getting punched by her. Orochimaru's last frenzied shout still echoed. "Chinyu, I know you can use space-time ninjutsu, but this is Shortbook Street, with so many people accompanying me to the grave. It's worth it." Boom! A wave of destructive energy suddenly erupted, and the space began to distort. The next second, a earth-shattering explosion occurred. The power of it. Let me tell you, not just this street, the entire city would probably be sent flying in an instant. How could this happen? Tsunade's face turned pale with fear. Shizen also clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in anger at Orochimaru's wickedness. She was flustered too, in the face of such a level of explosion. Forget about the 100 healings technique, even the cells would evaporate in an instant, let alone regenerate. In despair, she instinctively looked at me, only to find my expression a bit strange. She probably thought I was also out of options and was considering how to escape. In fact, at that moment, I was mobilizing the chakra within me. I dashed forward and shielded the 2 of them behind me, facing the overwhelming, explosive energy. My expression was more serious than ever as I gripped the Thunder God's sword tightly, resting the blade against my left hand, and began to silently chant a spell. Tsunade looked bewildered. What is this? She couldn't understand what I was trying to do at all. Buzz! In the next moment, A mysterious power erupted from my entire body. I pointed the Thunder God's sword fiercely at the center of the explosion, and the words sort of appeared on the blade, radiating brilliant light. Immediately, a gigantic formation pattern filled with dense runes materialized in the air before me. At the center of that pattern was a bottomless black hole, and a terrifying force of absorption erupted. Then, who among my family could understand? That apocalyptic explosion was actually being sucked into that black hole bit by bit. Yes, you heard that right. It was being consumed. Tsunade and Shizun's eyes were about to pop out, their faces expressing disbelief at the unscientific nature of it all. Once the black hole had devoured all the explosive energy, I twisted my wrist and aimed the Thunder God's sword at a distant forest. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosion that had just been swallowed was expelled back out intact. The forest in the distance instantly exploded, and the shockwave was so powerful that we felt the ground shake from far away. When everything calmed down, that area of the forest had completely vanished, leaving behind a massive pit with a diameter of several hundred meters. The destructive power was comparable to several-tailed beast bombs going off at once. How is this possible? Shizun, having survived, was dumbfounded. Such a powerful explosion was just transferred away? Tsunade also looked grave, guessing that this was a space-time ninjutsu. But she had never seen anything so absurd before. At that moment, she suddenly remembered. Right, Kinyu, that guy with glasses, named Kabuto, had slipped away in the chaos. I shrugged, not caring at all. That guy might come in handy later. Tsunade looked at my indifferent expression, furious but unable to explode. Shizun was still there, holding her chest and gasping for breath, probably scared out of her wits, starting to reminisce about the easy days of accompanying Tsunade around to deliver money. From your performance just now, it seems the old man's judgment is not bad after all. Tsunade finally calmed down and commented lightly. I just floated away, confidently smiling. Do you even need to say that? I naturally have the protagonist's halo. Both of them twitched the corners of their mouths. By the way, Tsunade suddenly asked, when are you planning to help me with the impure world reincarnation? The sacrifice is gone, and Orochimaru has turned to ashes. This is troublesome. I wave my hand. You figure out the offering yourself. But seriously, I don't really recommend you do this. Why? She frowned, thinking I was going to back out. I explained slowly. That thing is called impure world reincarnation, which is essentially a sinister technique that manipulates the souls of the dead. I have seen with my own eyes how your grandfather and second grandfather were brought back by this technique. I could clearly see how much pain their souls were in. As soon as I said this, Tsunade's expression darkened immediately, and after a long silence, she said somewhat forlornly, let's talk about this another time. No problem. I nodded, seeing that the matter was resolved, and was about to make a run for it, saying, well, I'll be on my way then. This trip had been fruitful. I had tested my strength, and it was time to go home and find my red. Wait, Tsunade grabbed me. You still haven't told me how you suddenly ended up here. I was stunned. How do I explain this? I can't just say that I knew Orochimaru was coming and specifically came here to ambush him, right? I rolled my eyes and came up with a plan, pretending to be mysterious as I said. Actually, I specifically came to find you, Lady Tsunade, to consult about some questions. What questions? Tsunade looked completely confused. I looked around and beckoned to her with my finger. She didn't think much of it and curiously leaned in, her hand naturally resting on my shoulder. I deliberately lowered my voice, the warm breath hitting her ear. I actually just wanted to ask you. What do you want to ask? Is this really true? I said something without context. Huh? What? What did you say? Tsunade was completely stunned. Well, it's this thing. And then, let me tell you what happened next. That kid Kinyu, playing with fire, was as fast as if he had activated a cheat, reaching out and grabbing right in front of Tsunade. On the side, Shizun had been stretching her neck, wanting to hear some gossip, but upon seeing this scene, her mouth dropped open wide enough to swallow a fist. Tom seemed to stand still at that moment. Oh my god, what did I just see? How dare he? Shizun's brain was completely short-circuited. In that instant, she sensed a storm was coming. This was Princess Tsunade, the only female among the legendary 3 ninjas, not to mention laying hands on her. Even Jiraiya, the old pervert, would get beaten half to death just for peeking. This little brat was simply digging his own grave on the head of the Tai Sui. As for Kinyu, all that was in his mind were 2 words, thrill. As for Tsunade herself, she was completely frozen, having lived for so many years. She had never seen such a scene and couldn't react for a moment. When she finally came to her senses, her face flushed from her cheeks to the base of her neck. Immediately afterward, Kinyu felt a wave of dangerously rising temperature. Damn it! Tsunade screamed. her right hand clenched into a fist, making a whooshing sound as it came crashing down on his head, shouting, "How dare you take advantage of me? I see you want to die." Shizen covered her face on the side, thinking, why are you shouting so loudly about something like this? If Tsunade's punch landed, Qinyu would be seriously injured at the very least. But this kid, facing such a perilous punch, actually raised an eyebrow at Tsunade, quickly forming a hand seal. He disappeared from the spot, leaving only a voice echoing in the air. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, I now know it's true." Bang! Tsunade's furious punch missed, crashing down onto the ground, leaving a giant pit that cracked and spread far away. She was so angry she stamped her feet, muttering, "You just wait for me. Lady Tsunade, then now?" Shizen cautiously asked. "Now." Tsunade waved her hand, back to Konoha. Shizen was stunned for a moment, then reacted, hardly believing her ears. "What did you say? Back to Konoha? Really?" After so many years of persuading, it turned out that Qinyu's antics made Tsunade change her mind. Of course, Tsunade had her own calculations. One was that her hemophobia had improved, and two, she was filled with curiosity about this brat Qinyu. She wanted to return to Konoha to find out what kind of brat he really was. As for Qinyu, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return directly to his home in Konoha. At home, Yugao was absent-mindedly cooking, her mind filled with thoughts of Qinyu. Suddenly, with a swoosh, she felt herself being pulled into a warm and strong embrace. That familiar scent, she didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. "Why did you suddenly come back?" Yugao was both surprised and delighted. Qinyu held her, mischievously whispering in her ear, "Is it not good that I suddenly came back?" Yugao felt weak all over from the warm breath he exhaled, murmuring with her eyes closed, "Good. Of course it's good." But then someone became restless, grinning, and picked Yugao up in a princess carry. "What are you doing?" "I'm still cooking," Yugao exclaimed. Qinyu laughed cheerfully. "You can cook any time." Saying that, he carried her toward the bed, and a tense and exciting game of chutes and ladders began. The next morning, Yugao felt it was a struggle just to stand up, punching Qinyu, who was sleeping like a pig. "It's all your fault." Qinyu woke up, and, seeing her even more charming appearance, couldn't help but want to play a morning game of chutes and ladders. Let me go. I still have a mission," Yugao pleaded on the spot. "What? Isn't today the weekend? Do you still have to work?" Qinyu asked, bewildered. Yugao, with an annoyed look, pointed at his head. "Do you think we Jainin can be as leisurely as you? Konoha is in dire need of rebuilding, working overtime every day." Upon hearing this, Qinyu felt a bit pleased, thankful that he didn't return through the front door, or he would have been dragged by the third Hokage to do free labor. "Just let me off the hook. When you come back tonight, we'll play chutes and ladders together," Yugao proposed. No, Irafuza." Qinyu shook his head directly, his eyes rolling, and with a wave of his right hand, a clone appeared with a bang. A shadow clone? Yugao didn't understand yet. The next second, the shadow clone turned into Yugao's appearance amidst a puff of white smoke. "What is this?" Yugao instantly understood. "You don't mean?" "It's just as you think." Qinyu nodded in acknowledgement. "This won't be a problem, will it?" "Don't worry. That old man won't notice." Qinyu was full of confidence. Yugao rolled her eyes at him. "In all of Konoha, only you would dare to trick the Hokage like this." She blushed and pouted. "Why do you have to do it this way?" "Of course. I don't want you to work too hard," Qinyu said without hesitation. "I don't believe you." Yugao shot him a white eye. "What else?" Qinyu grinned. "You, bad person." Qinyu waved his hand, and the clone Yugao walked out. As for the original, of course, she remained in the room, engaged in an in-depth discussion of chutes and ladders. The clone Yugao, filled with resentment, arrived at the Hokage office. Today, she was different from her usual cold beauty image, walking with an air of arrogance, exuding a vibe of "I'm going to dominate," giving the guys a little shock in Konoha. She pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, where the atmosphere was still intensely busy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at his desk, overwhelmed with documents, his already aged face looking even more tired. He sent something and looked up, only to see Yugao standing there. Looking at the woman before him, the third Hokage felt a mix of emotions. Originally, his daughter-in-law was a done deal. But then Qinyu came out of nowhere and snatched her away so openly. He shook his head, blaming his son Asuma for being useless, letting a fiancé fly away, which was simply embarrassing for the Sarutobi family. Just as he was thinking this, he turned around and threw a pile of tasks at Yugao, telling her to take a few nin and hurry up to get to work. Let me tell you, that old man from the third generation didn't think much about it at all. He still believed that Sunset Red was really that obedient. Little did he know, the one running errands all over Konoha now is a tool I created with my shadow clones. This tool was also stimulated by my main body. Seeing me host a silver party at home, a flying chess party, made her really frustrated, and all her anger was directed at the enemy ninjas. She was ruthless in her attacks, and even her little brothers who accompanied her on missions were scared to death. As for me, of course, I was at home every day researching new positions for multiplayer activities. New ways to play flying chess. Just at this critical moment, something happened. First, Sakura Haruno, who hadn't shown up for a long time, was found lying on a bench in the village. I don't know what happened, but she certainly made her presence felt. Then, a shocking news reached the Hokage's office. Sasuke Uchiha, the last hope of the whole village, ran away last night. He defected. I tell you, the third Hokage was furious at that time and flipped the table on the spot. How outrageous! It was only then that he remembered that Kakashi had reported to him before, saying that Orochimaru might not be completely dead and that he had ulterior motives for coming to the village. Now that Sasuke had run away, wasn't it obvious? It must be Orochimaru pulling the strings behind the scenes. The third Hokage was well aware that his disciple would do anything for research. Faking death to escape was simply a routine operation for him. Thinking of this, the third Hokage recalled Itachi, the man who had physically annihilated his entire clan for the sake of the village. The agreement he made with Itachi was still fresh in his mind, promising to take good care of his only brother, Sasuke. But what happened? Now Sasuke not only ran away, but also went to that perverted scientist, Orochimaru. If Itachi found out, wouldn't he come back from the Akatsuki organization to kill them directly? The third Hokage took several deep puffs from his pipe, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Itachi, I'm sorry for you. It's Konoha that has wronged you. Guilt aside, he still had to bring Sasuke back. But now the village had just been in turmoil, and with everything in disarray, where would he find the manpower? The first person he thought of was me, only to realize that I had gone completely missing, not a trace to be found. After searching around, he had no choice but to call Shikamaru over. As soon as Shikamaru entered the office and saw the dead expression on the third Hokage's face, he knew it was bad news. The third Hokage didn't waste any time and directly handed him the mission. Shikamaru, you understand the current situation in the village. We can't spare anyone above Ch9. You can take any genin you want. Just make sure to bring Sasuke back. Shikamaru's head was spinning at that moment. He quietly murmured, Lord Hokage, wouldn't it be better to find Chinyu? They're from the same clan, and with his strength, he could handle it alone without needing so many people. The third Hokage was cursing in his heart. Do you think I don't want to find him? If I could find him, would I need you? But all he could say was, I can't count on that kid anymore. He's not even in Konoha. Don't waste time. Damn. Shikamaru blurted out a curse. There was no other option. He could only brace himself and take on this mess. Seeing that Shikamaru accepted the task, the third Hokage waved his hand. Hurry up and prepare. We leave in an hour. Watching Shikamaru's dejected back, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh. What a good kid. Then he thought of me. That bastard Chinyu, dropping the ball at a critical moment. Really disappointing. Who understands, family? Because of me, the plot has completely gone off track. Orochimaru's plan has been disrupted by me several times, so I could only abduct Sasuke in advance. This time, he had learned to be smarter, not sending those useless sound ninja from the original work, but dispatching the elite from the entire sound village, aiming for a sure win. However, Konoha was also different. Because of my involvement, Naruto and his group of little kids were forced to compete fiercely. Their strength improved significantly compared to the original work. So this time, Shikamaru directly gathered the Konoha 10, setting off in a grand procession. Of course, the team still included Sakura, the infamous deadweight, who almost caused them to be wiped out several times, relying entirely on Shikamaru's brains to hold things together. Just as they were engaged in fierce battles, 4 figures appear at the entrance of Konoha: Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and Naruto Uzumaki. They actually returned together. I'll tell you, Jiraiya was completely stunned at that time. He was originally taking his time gathering materials with Naruto when they unexpectedly ran into Tsunade. Upon questioning, he found out that I had already been to Shortbook Street, dealt with Orochimaru, and even managed to persuade Tsunade to agree to return to the village. Jiraiya was delighted. This saved him trouble, and he just followed the main force back. As the 4 of them arrived at the entrance, the Umbu rushed to report. The third Hokage had invested a lot to keep Tsunade. He personally went to the gate to welcome her, tears welling up on his old face, making it seem like his long-lost daughter had returned. After a few polite exchanges, they entered the Hokage's office. The high-level meeting began, and the bystanders discreetly withdrew. As a result, Naruto, being the fool he is, thoughtlessly slipped in. Before long, A scream erupted from the office. What the hell? What did you say, Grandpa Third? Sasuke defected? As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto kicked the door open and shot out like a cannonball. The third was startled. Naruto, in his eyes, the Jinchuriki was a strategic weapon. How could he run around carelessly? But Jiraiya beside him waved his hand calmly. It's fine, it's fine. He has already learned the Rasengan. Let him go to train a bit. He is young. He should explore. Well, since the Guardians said so. The third didn't intervene. After all, Shikamaru was also short-handed, and Naruto's presence would enhance their combat strength. Once Naruto left, the office was left with three old men reminiscing. Tsunade began recounting her experiences over the years. And the first half of her career as a money-dispensing boy made the third's face twitch in embarrassment. It was simply disgraceful. However, when Tsunade talked about Shortbook Street, Orochimaru, and especially when she mentioned me, the third's ears perked up. This brat, running out of the village without a word, was actually looking for you? The third thought to himself, but then he considered, wait, where is he? Why didn't he come back with you? Tsunade was taken aback by his question. Then, thinking about the incident a few days ago when I groped her, her anger flared up, and she indignantly said, he clearly touched. No, he clearly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha a few days ago. Goodness, she almost let slip her true feelings. However, then she thought, selling me out would be just right, letting this old man trouble me, and her mood instantly improved. Hearing this, the third scoffed and immediately took out his precious crystal ball, forming hand seals. As he infused chakra into it, the image on the crystal ball flickered rapidly, finally stopping with a snap at a scene. This technique is called the telescope technique. As long as you know the opponent's chakra, you can locate them within 1,000 miles, making it Konoha's top peeping tool. However, today the crystal ball seemed a bit off. The image was blurry. Only the surrounding environment was visible, while the main subject looked pixelated. What is going on? Jiraiya, being a fool, directly asked. The third was so angry he scolded. You pig-brained fool. This is clearly blocked by a barrier. He stared intensely at the scene in the crystal ball, although it was blurry. He was so familiar with Konoha that he recognized it at a glance as my house. Good kid. The third was fuming. Tsunade wasn't wrong. This guy had already returned. How dare he act like a turtle in the village and ignore such a big issue? I had long been on guard against his tricks, and on the first day back, I set up a barrier at home, but unexpectedly, I was sold out by that woman Tsunade. Just then, my lackey Yugao happened to come to the office to hand over a task. As soon as she entered and saw Tsunade, her mouth twitched. She knew that with Tsunade back, her good days were over. She intended to complete the task at lightning speed and slip away, but all her little actions were caught by the third Hokage's watchful eyes. The third looked at Tsunade's meaningful expression, then at Yugao's guilty demeanor, and instantly had an 80 suspicion in his heart. The lackey Yugao felt his gaze on her and was unnerved, quickly saying, Lord Third Hokage, the task has been successfully completed. I'll take my leave now. With that, she turned to run. You brat. The third Hokage saw this and understood everything. He slammed the table and shouted, Stop right there. But the lackey didn't stop at all and ran even faster. You brat. The third was furious, his beard bristling. You two, stop her. Tsunade and Jiraiya had already prepared, blocking Yugao's escape route from both sides. Now, she was trapped. You brat, even now you still want to put on an act? The third roared in anger. Tsunade clenched her fists, looking ready to strike. I want to see how you, little brat, plan to escape now. As soon as I saw the situation, I shouted through my tool person, the wind is tight. Let us go. The next second, my tool person, Yakumo, vanished in a puff of white smoke right in front of them. Goodness. Using a shadow clone to escape in front of 3 big shots almost gave the third Hokage a heart attack on the spot. He pointed at the door and shouted with all his might, Someone, go to Chinyu's house immediately. Tell that bastard to rush over to see me right now. Otherwise, I will directly announce that he will inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. Hiss. Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. Threatening someone with the Hokage position? That's too ruthless. It's even more painful than killing him. The Umbu member on the roof almost stumbled and fell when he heard this, stuttering as he asked, Lord Hokage, should we reconsider this wording? Everyone was stunned. Threatening someone with the position of the 5th Hokage? Is this some new age PUA technique? Reconsider? Nonsense. The 3rd Hokage was furious and wanted it said exactly as I had. Not a word off. Yes. The Umbu obeyed the command and appeared at my doorstep a few minutes later. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a series of indescribable, rhythmic sounds of flying chess coming from inside. The Umbu girl, named UchihaQinyu, froze with her hand in midair, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. In broad daylight. Can't you do something serious? She felt numb. This wasn't the first time she had come to summon me. Every time she came, something bizarre happened, and it got more absurd each time. Last time I was playing flying chess, and this time I was still playing flying chess. So my life has been reduced to just playing flying chess, huh? She thought for a moment. It didn't seem very ethical to disturb someone playing chess. And since the person inside had a bad temper, she decided to wait at the door. As a result, she ended up waiting for a quarter of an hour. And the sound inside not only didn't stop, but got louder. Her feet went numb from standing. What's going on? Can they play for this long? Are they human or a cow? After waiting for a long time, it finally seemed to be over. UchihaQinyu quickly knocked on the door. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Her face darkened, and she could only shout inside, Lord Chinyu. The third Hokage knows you are inside and wants you to go to the Hokage office immediately. Inside, it was still dead silent. UchihaQinyu was completely furious and, without caring about politeness, shouted out the third Hokage's original words, Lord Chinyu. The Hokage wants you to rush over to see him immediately. Otherwise, he will directly announce that you are the new 5th Hokage. As soon as she finished speaking, a chaotic noise erupted from inside, mixed with my complaints. Damn, this old man is toxic. In a short while, the door opened. I walked out, followed by Yakumo, Ino, Shikamu, and Hinata Hanabi. UchihaQinyu looked at this impressive lineup of women and was completely thrown off. Goodness, this is a flying chess mobilization. Seeing Yakumo greet her, UchihaQinyu coughed awkwardly, her face turning red as she thought of the sound from earlier, and she didn't dare to say anything, just urging me. Let us go. Let us go. The third Hokage is getting anxious. I looked at her, squinting slightly, and asked with a smile, Did you just hear something? No. I didn't hear anything at all. I just arrived. She hurriedly denied it, but her flustered tone was like a dead giveaway. Her face, flushed with the colors of the setting sun, suddenly turned bright red as she glared at me, as if to say, It's all your fault. I curled my lips, indifferent. Along the way, I deliberately teased Mitsuki Yaka. Hey, Yaka, don't be so shy. Come over to play chess sometime. I'm really good at it. The air instantly went quiet. Mitsuki Yaka opened her mouth wide, looking at me in disbelief, probably thinking to herself, what kind of rogue dares to say such things in public? She stammered a refusal. I don't know how to play chess. I laughed, the corners of my mouth curling up. It's fine. I can teach you. Mitsuki Yuen's face turned completely red like a monkey's, but she was so angry. But it seemed she wasn't really bothered by my flirtatiousness. Throughout the journey, I teased her with lewd comments and cheeky remarks, leaving her flustered. Before long, we arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had long been impatiently waiting. As soon as I walked in, he slammed the table and said, What did I tell you? You were supposed to rush over immediately. And here you are, dawdling for 2 hours. I pouted, looking indifferent. Don't be so angry. I just got here and almost got scared by you. I was busy with something important in life just now. You little brat. What important thing in life do you have? Sendai looked skeptical. I directly gestured towards UchihaQinyu beside me and said, If you don't believe me, just ask her. She can vouch for me. UchihaQinyu's lips twitched, completely taken aback by my bold move. Can someone else even testify about a game of Ludo? She had no choice but to blush and vaguely confirm for me. Just now, Lord Chinyu was handling some important matters. The third Hokage waved his hand helplessly, signaling her to leave. UchihaQinyu, as if granted a reprieve, quickly slipped away. As soon as she left, Tsunade shot me a resentful glare and sarcastically said, Oh, Honorable 5th Hokage, it seems we meet again. The words 5th Hokage seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. She was still holding a grudge against me for pushing the Hokage's responsibilities onto her. Am I supposed to indulge her? I shrugged and teased. I didn't say anything wrong. This old man was stubbornly trying to make me the Hokage, but I just turned him down. When I said this, my expression and tone were filled with disdain. The third Hokage's face instantly turned as dark as a frying pan. I, not fearing for my life, raised my eyebrows at Tsunade as if to say, It's not that I don't want to, it's just that this position is meant for you. You bastard. Tsunade was so angry that her chest heaved, gritting her teeth and saying, All right, let's set this matter aside for now. Don't you think we have an account to settle between us? It was obvious she was referring to the incident with the ball attack last time. Could I admit to that? I just looked confused and said, Huh? What account? I don't understand. Tsunade clenched her fists, ready to strike. Don't act innocent with me. Let me help you remember. I quickly waved my hands. Stop, stop, stop. Calm down. Lady Tsunade, you are one of the legendary three. You should be reasonable. Where exactly did I offend you? You can say it in front of everyone and let them judge. Otherwise, I won't take the blame for this. I pretended to look pitiful and playfully winked at her. Jiraiya, the thick-headed guy, was fanning the flames beside me. Come on, Tsunade. Tell us how this guy offended you. Tsunade was furious, but how could she possibly say something like that in front of her teacher and comrades? She could only glare at me with hatred. You little brat. Just you wait. We're not done with this. Seeing the situation, the third Hokage quickly coughed a couple of times to steer the conversation back. He pointed at me and scolded, you brat, running out without a word and then coming back to deliberately hide it. This matter 1TB so easily brushed aside. I muttered softly, the Flying Thunder God technique is too fast. This is my fault. The third Hokage was too lazy to argue with me and directly turned to Tsunade. Starting to play the victim. Tsunade, I'm really tired. He shook his empty sleeves. And from this moment on, you are the fifth Hokage of Konoha? Tsunade still wanted to refuse, but the third Hokage didn't give her a chance at all, directly laying out a series of commands clearly. You just focus on being Hokage. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will inform the daimyo and arrange for your succession ceremony as soon as possible. As for Kinyu and Jiraiya, you two bastards are also not allowed to leave Konoha during this time. Just stay in the village and keep watch. I watched the series of smooth operations by the third generation, and my mouth couldn't help but twitch. This old man would really be wasting his talent if he didn't become an actor. Let me tell you, this old guy was putting on quite the act, claiming he was tired and worn out, but his mouth was sharper than anyone else's. After a whole set of verbal jabs, he didn't leave us a single opening to interject. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw his Hokage hat onto the table with a bang, turned around effortlessly, lit his pipe, and stood by the window. His back was a perfect picture of someone who had gracefully left, hiding his achievements and fame. Tsunade was completely stunned. Just as she was about to say no, she realized she didn't even know where to start. Family members, who understands? It felt like this teacher, after years of not seeing him, had become a master of playing tricks, and his ability to brush off responsibilities was simply art. I had no temper left at all. In the end, Tsunade could only concede, sighing, all right. And then, let me tell you, the exciting part came. Just a second ago, this woman still looked like she was forced to work, but the next second, her expression changed instantly. A mischievous smile appeared, and her gaze was fixated on me. My heart skipped a beat. This girl definitely wasn't keeping anything to herself. I shot her a sideways glance and took the initiative. What is up? Never seen someone as handsome as me? Sure enough, she directly put her hands on her hips and switched to her shrew mode. Hey, you little brat, figure out who the boss is now. I'm a fifth Hokage. Oh, I dug in my ear, looking completely calm. So what? What do you want to do about it? Are you kidding? The Hokage is impressive, huh? Am I supposed to be scared of a woman like you? When it comes to arguing or fighting, I'm not afraid of anyone. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by my attitude, cleared her throat, and immediately switched to a serious tone. Humph. Listen up. My first order as Hokage. At this, Jiraiya perked up, and even Sarutobi, who was smoking nearby, turned around with an expression of curiosity. Tsunade announced with emphasis, Konoha Jin Shinyu, leaving the village without permission and concealing it. Disrespecting the Hokage, a serious crime. I, as the fifth Hokage, hereby announce the permanent revocation of your promotion opportunity. After saying that, she looked at me triumphantly, her eyes practically overflowing with mockery. Hiss! Jiraiya gasped, probably thinking, this woman is not to be trifled with. Strong fists and a dark heart. Even the third Hokage twitched at the corner of his mouth, sensing something was off. After I listened, my expression instantly turned serious. And I asked her earnestly, are you sure? Of course, Tsunade replied, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Now you know what happens when you mess with me. Before she could finish her sentence, my expression did a complete 180, shifting from grave to ecstatic. That's right. It was the kind of joy you feel when you win 5 million in the lottery. I grabbed her hand, almost speechless with excitement. It's settled then. We agreed, right? Whoever changes their mind is a dog. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Sarutobi. Nani. Tsunade was completely dumbfounded, forgetting to pull her hand back, looking as if she were questioning her own existence. You're not sick, are you? She looked at me in disbelief. Why are you so happy about being a genin for life? Being a genin is great. I love being a genin the most. My expression was so exaggerated. You leaders need to remember, genin can only take C-rank missions or below. Otherwise, people could die. I'm just an ordinary little genin. Huh. The third Hokage let out a long puff of smoke, revealing an expression of understanding. He knew my thought process was different from normal people. Tsunade still didn't understand, frowning as she asked, "But you can't take high-level missions. Where's the money going to come from? You have so many girlfriends outside. How are you going to support them?" As soon as I heard that, I suddenly slapped my thigh and pretended to realize something. Right? Or go die. You're absolutely right. Seeing my reaction, Tsunade became proud again. But the next second, I started laughing maniacally. Haha, with so many girlfriends, why would I worry about not having someone to support me? Isn't it great to live off others? As soon as I said that, the entire office fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The three of them looked at me as if I were some prehistoric creature. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, probably thinking, is there really such a way to operate? As for Tsunade, her expression was priceless. It felt like 1,000 llamas were having a sports event in her heart. I seized the opportunity, finished speaking, and turned to leave. Just as I reached the door, I tossed out a parting remark. The matter's done. Everyone go back to your homes and find your own mothers. I'm off to enjoy a life of leisure at home. See you. Hold on. You brat, stop right there. That old fox from the third generation isn't going to let me escape so easily. I turned my head with a look of impatience and said, "What do you want again?" The old man completely ignored my expression and said slowly, "There's a mission you must go on. Support the Shikamaru team. They've been chasing after Sasuke for so long with no news." I exploded on the spot. Hey. You can't play like this. Didn't you just step down? Old man? All right, I did step down. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and then fell silent, quietly exchanging a knowing glance with Tsunade. Tsunade understood instantly. Their chemistry was undeniable. Raising an eyebrow, she picked up the conversation. That's right. I'm a Hokage now. In my capacity as the 5th Hokage, I command you to carry out the mission immediately. Damn, I'm cursing in my heart. These two master and disciple are both so scheming. I immediately put on an exaggerated expression and started acting. No way. I'm just a weak little genin. This dangerous mission, you're sending me to my death. Tsunade's forehead vein popped out. Stop talking nonsense. This time, besides Shikamaru, who is a chunin, everyone else is a genin. Don't give me excuses, hurry up and get lost. After she shouted, she added, even if you don't care about others, what about your 2 little girlfriends? They're going too. Damn it. I rolled my eyes and walked away without a word. Looking at my departing figure, the 3 people in the office had different expressions. Tsunade proudly said to the 3rd Hokage, "Don't worry, sensei. I've discovered that talking to this guy about women is more effective than anything else. He has so many girlfriends in the village, he can't escape." Jiraiya muttered beside her, "That's not called being lustful. That's sacrificing for art." Of course, no one paid him any attention. I left the office, but I wasn't really anxious. After all, the Konoha 12 had great potential, and dealing with a few sound ninja shouldn't be a big problem. However, as soon as I reached the village entrance, I saw Ino and Hinata supporting Tintin and Sakura back. They looked fine and weren't seriously injured, so I finally breathed a sigh of relief. When I asked what happened, I was shocked to learn that Orochimaru had sent over 30 sound ninjas this time. It seemed my butterfly effect was a bit too strong, scaring that snake into being cautious. But I quickly noticed something was off. Ino and Hinata didn't have a single injury, not even a speck of dust on them. Ino explained with a puzzled expression that the enemy seemed to have received a death order, attacking everyone fiercely, but when it came to the 2 of them, they avoided them at all costs, not harming a single hair. I realized then that Orochimaru was scared of me, knowing what would happen if he touched my women. I glanced at Tintin and Sakura, who were being supported, and casually asked, "Are they okay?" Ino replied, "Tintin overused her ninja tools and is exhausted, but she's not in danger." Oh, I nodded and was about to leave. "Hey, why don't you ask Sakura?" Ino asked curiously. I curled my lips and said bluntly, "What's there to ask her about? With her level, I wouldn't be surprised if someone beat her to death." "You." Ino was so angry she couldn't speak. On the side, Hinata quickly whispered an explanation. "And no, that's not it. Sakura wasn't injured. She was knocked out by Captain Shikamaru with a chop." I twitched the corner of my mouth. "Oh, so impressive. Did Shikamaru miss?" Hinata shook her head frantically. "No. It's not like that. He just wants to hit Sakura." "Huh?" Now it's my turn to be confused. Ino, seeing that Hinata couldn't explain, hurriedly took over the conversation. "It's just that Sakura is too worried about Sasuke, rushing in recklessly, not listening to orders several times." I tentatively said, "A few times. Leading the team to total annihilation?" Ino awkwardly nodded. That's about the gist of it." "Oh my goodness." I clicked my tongue in amazement. I had long known this girl was a pit, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. This is simply a total annihilation engine, truly abstract. At this moment, Ino and Hinata both started begging me, saying that Niji and the others were still up ahead and had been injured, asking me to hurry and help. Fine. Since both of you are asking, I'll go take a trip. I waved my hand, and, before leaving, I couldn't help but give Ino and Hinata a kiss on the cheek. Beside us, a tired Tintin was staring with wide eyes. I leaned over with a mischievous smile. What's wrong, Tintin? Do you want one too? Tintin's face turned red in fright as she waved her hands. No, no, no. Oh, I get it. I pretended to realize something and, while she was still stunned, gave her a kiss on the cheek as well, then teasingly said, I know you want to say don't be shy. You're just too nervous. It's okay, I understand. Leaving the three girls in a daze, I headed straight out of the village. I activated my sensory abilities and used Flying Thunder God to travel in the direction. In less than half an hour, I saw Dingji collapsed on a large rock. Panting heavily, next to him lay a dead sound ninja. I went over to take a look. Hey, this fat guy is impressive. He only ate 3 color pills and took down his opponent. Much stronger than in the original. I patted his shoulder. Not bad. Choji, you're quite capable. Choji was so excited to see me, but still urged me. Chinyu, don't worry about me. Go save Shikamaru and the others. No rush, no rush, I chuckled. I'll take you home first. No way. That would waste too much time. Trust me, you'll be quick. I pulled out the sword of Raijin and stabbed it into the ground, grabbing his arm. Whoosh. Choji felt the world spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the Hokage's office. Before I left, I had left a Flying Thunder God mark there. After handing Choji over to Tsunade and the others, I used another space-time shift to return to my original spot and continued onward. Next, I sent Niji, Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino back to Konoha one by one using the Flying Thunder God technique. These kids, although all injured, managed to take down the 5-sound ninja on their own, and none of them died, which is a sign of growth. After sending the last person back, I returned to the battlefield. I knew that only those 2 chosen ones of the ninja world were left, probably putting on an annual drama of love and conflict at the Valley of the End. Sure enough, when I arrived, I saw them in midair preparing to clash. One was performing a Rasengan, and the other a Chidori, passionately shouting each other's names. Sasuke. Naruto. I didn't show up, just hid in the shadows to watch the drama. As a result, just like in the original, Naruto held back and hit Sasuke's forehead protector, while Sasuke pierced Naruto's stomach with a Chidori. Naruto fell down. Sasuke won, but he stood there conflicted for a long time, ultimately unable to deliver the killing blow, throwing down the forehead protector and turning to leave. Just then, I slowly walked out from the shadows. Kid, you thought you could just leave like this? My voice was not loud, but it reached Sasuke's ears like a thunderclap on a clear day. He trembled all over, turning around in terror, and indeed saw me. UchihaQinyu. He gritted his teeth and pronounced my name, his eyes filled with panic and unwillingness. Are you here to take me back to Konoha? He asked, forcing himself to remain calm. I shook my head. Was that, here to kill me? His pupils dilated, and his whole body tensed up. I waved my hand. My tone as casual as if I were commenting on the nice weather today. If you really dared to go all out against Naruto, just now, you would be a dead man by now. With just that one sentence, Sasuke was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He knew I wasn't joking. So what exactly do you want to do? He asked, suppressing the chill in his heart. I smiled and said, I understand that you want to become stronger to take revenge, but it's wrong of you to hurt so many companions for your own sake. I pointed in the direction of Konoha and said, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and apologize towards Konoha. What? Sasuke instantly exploded, taking several steps back. You want to kneel? For someone like him, a noble Uchiha genius, this was more unbearable than being killed. Chinyu, you're too despicable. If you want to kill me, just say it directly. Why use such an excuse? He shouted angrily, feeling that I was forcing him to make the first move. I looked at him with pity and shook my head. Oh, you really are quite the actor. Does stepping on an ant need a reason? Sasuke's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He understood, and in his eyes, he was that ant. Let me tell you, the current me is not someone you can easily manipulate. He roared, and in an instant, black curse marks crawled all over his body. While the pressure was on, he went straight to the second stage of the curse mark. His skin turned gray. 2 large hands resembling wings grew out from his back, and a cross appeared on his nose, as if he were putting on a cyber evolution show for me. His overall aura had indeed strengthened a lot, surpassing that of an ordinary Jonin. I quietly watched him transform, waiting for him to indulge in his self-satisfaction, a faint cold smile lingering on my face. I watched him go wild over there. That guy suddenly shouted at me. Chinyu, Look at my strength. Do you still dare to challenge me one-on-one now? I tell you, my mouth was almost cramping at that moment, and I had only one thought in my mind. Oh my, is this really happening? Honestly, I can't make sense of his thought process at all. Orochimaru felt like a toy in my hands. He got his hands on some discarded junk from someone else's elimination and dared to jump around in front of me like that. Where does this confidence come from? I shrugged helplessly and said, "No, buddy, if you think this is your trump card, then I can only say that your brain might need an upgrade. Chinyu, you're looking for death." Well, he got anxious, really anxious. With a swift motion, he conjured a lightning spear in an instant and lunged it at me. What was this move called again? The thousand-bird sharp spear, right? It looked powerful enough, especially with that ugly curse mark enhancing it. At the same time, the pair of arms that looked like giant fans behind him suddenly flapped, and he shot up into the sky, then turned around and ran. I was completely stunned at that moment. Who understands what family members go through? Looking at his posture, transforming and making threats. I thought he was going to fight me to the end. But what happened? After all that, it was just a feint to escape. However, to be fair, although he was a bit cowardly, it was definitely the most correct decision he made today. If he had really dared to take action against me, I guarantee I would have made him squeal like a pig in just a couple of moves. That little bit of remaining rationality in him finally made him realize his own limits. The violent lightning spear suddenly jabbed right in front of my face, but I couldn't even be bothered to raise my eyelids. A flash of lightning surged through my body, and a layer of crackling lightning armor covered me entirely. Thunderwave. With the power of his thousand birds sharp gun, when it hit my lightning armor, there wasn't even a spark, let alone a sound. It was completely absorbed and turned into my energy supply. In midair, Sasuke, who was desperately trying to escape, turned around and his eyes nearly popped out. What? How is this possible? He probably thought that this move would at least make me flustered and buy him some time. But what happened? I didn't even form a seal or move a step. Only then did he realize that the gap between us was not something that effort could bridge. This guy probably figured out that every time he faced me, my strength seemed to rocket upwards. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and the faster he ran. But could he escape? No way. With a swoosh, my Thunder God sword was already pressed against his forehead, and I had teleported right in front of him. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body, and in a panic, he threw a punch at my chest. I sneered coldly, dodged to the side, and then threw a solid punch with my left hand right into his stomach. Poof! I didn't hold back with this punch. I hit him hard enough to turn him into a cooked shrimp, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, I delivered a whip kick that sent him crashing down from the sky like a broken sack onto the ground. He coughed for a long time, struggling to stand up, and I crossed my arms, mocking him. Is this the power you've been bragging about? Is this it? Just this? His face turned as red as a pig's liver, completely infuriated. With a rip, he conjured a black Chidori in his hand, looking quite sinister. He lunged at me like a madman, shouting, "Let me D." Seeing him like this, I sneered. Adding a curse mark doesn't make you any stronger. I couldn't be bothered with anything else, and conjured a bright blue Chidori in my hand. He saw in midair and smirked. "Fool, you think you can match me by stealing my Chidori? Know your place." The next second, the black and blue bolts of lightning collided with a bang. At first, his black Chidori had the upper hand, and he looked so confident, as if he could already see me being charred to a crisp. However, his joy lasted less than a second. My blue Chidori suddenly burst with bright light, as if it had taken a powerful tonic, instantly pushing back his black Chidori and even swallowing it. How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief, and he was completely broken. He couldn't understand. Clearly, he was more skilled. Clearly, he had a curse mark. Clearly, he had a running start. Why was I crushing him? Little did he know. When it came to understanding lightning release, the amount and control of chakra, he didn't even qualify to carry my shoes. While he was in a daze, my Chidori had already obliterated his technique, and I still had energy left. I tilted my wrist to avoid his vital points, and, with a squelch, I pierced through the meat wing on his back. He let out a scream, like a slaughtered pig. Now was my turn to be dumbfounded. Let me tell you, I always thought the wings created by this curse mark were made of chakra, like Naruto's tail beast cloak. Who knew this thing was actually real flesh? And it was gushing blood. Orochimaru's craftsmanship is too rough, right? Watching him with a big hole in one wing, blood flowing endlessly, it was both tragic and comical. My obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. I prioritized symmetry, and with a swift motion, I chopped off his other intact wing with a snap. Now he screamed even more painfully. This series of moves completely bewildered him. and he finally recognized the reality that he was just a junior in front of me. He desperately flapped his remaining broken wing, still wanting to fly away. His will to survive was quite strong, and he wasn't flying slowly either. I looked up at him and laughed. Interesting, still trying to run? In the palm of my hand, where can you run to? I rarely extend my hands and form a seal. Quen enters the swamp, hands down. Give it to me. Boom! The earth cracked open, and an enormous wooden hand rose from the ground, moving at an astonishing speed, instantly catching up with Sasuke in the sky and slamming down on him. The palm of that giant hand was engraved with a shimmering golden character, incredibly domineering. Sasuke was stunned at that moment. He didn't even have time to react before being shaken into a daze by the force emanating from that giant hand. Directly retreating from his cursed state, his wings disappearing, and he fell from the sky. The wooden hand didn't crush him directly, but hovered above him, exerting a terrifying suppressive force that pinned him down. Sasuke's face turned beet red. He gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to kneel. But it was useless. Could he withstand the power of my wood release? His knees were forced to bend little by little. I sneered and said, Orochimaru has been beaten to the point where he can't find his way back. And you think you're capable just because you got your hands on a broken curse mark? Just kneel down for me. As soon as I finished speaking, I moved my fingers slightly, and the pressure intensified a bit more. Bang! Sasuke could no longer hold on. His knees buckled, and he heavily knelt on the ground, facing the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. In that moment, the humiliation, unwillingness, and anger in his eyes seemed like they could spit fire. He bit his lips until they bled, staring at me fiercely. I completely ignored him and shrugged, saying, wouldn't it have been better if you had listened earlier? Why make such a fuss? Seriously. After hearing this, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, half due to internal injury and half purely because I had angered him. At that moment, his eyes rapidly transformed from double Tomoe to a 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Wow, being provoked by me actually awakened his eyes. He laughed maniacally, looking up at the sky. Kinyu, do you see this? I, Uchiha Sasuke, am a genius. You'd better kill me today, or I will definitely kill you in the future. I shook my head in disdain. Your capacity is far from that of your brother. Not even close. Don't you mention that bastard. As soon as he heard me mention Itachi, he became even more agitated and spat out another mouthful of blood. I rolled my eyes, too lazy to waste words with him. With a casual wave, I then slapped him with my backhand, sending him flying into a large rock where he finally stopped. He struggled to get up and looked at me from a distance with an extremely complicated expression. There was resentment, reluctance, but more than that, an undeniable fear. Without saying a word, he turned and ran away, getting faster as if he were being chased by a ghost. Once he completely disappeared, I picked up the unconscious Naruto and used Flying Thunder God to return directly to the Hokage's office. When the third Hokage saw the two of us come back, he sighed. Kinyu, you couldn't bring Sasuke back either? I didn't even blink. And I started improvising a story on the spot. By the time I arrived, Naruto and Sasuke had already finished their fight, and it was probably over for quite a while. I found traces of a large troop at the border. Most likely Orochimaru sent someone to pick him up. This lie was woven seamlessly. After all, one of the parties had run away and the other had fainted, so it was still up to me to decide. The third Hokage really believed it. I shrugged and said, it's no use forcing him to stay. His heart is no longer in Konoha. Tsunade chimed in beside me. The third Hokage could only accept it, and then announced, Tsunade, the daimyo has agreed. In 3 days, your 5th Hokage succession ceremony will be held. After saying that, he walked away dejectedly. Jiraiya, that old lecher, had already slipped away, leaving just me and Tsunade in the office. Just as I was about to sneak away, Tsunade stopped me and said with a cold smile, you little brat, isn't it time we settled our score? I'm pretending to be confused while actually understanding. Is there? I don't remember. Don't remember? Do you want me to help you recall? I suddenly nodded seriously. Memories are necessary, but I can handle it myself without your help. Before she could react, I swiftly repeated the action from last time on Short Book Street and grabbed it directly. The whole place fell silent. Tsunade came to her senses. Her face turned green with anger, and she punched down, bastard. Godi. I had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, leaving only a sentence floating in the office. Either way, the bill will come due eventually, so I might as well add another line for you. 3 days later, the 5th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. The whole of Konoha was bustling with people. It was a sea of faces. I, Tsunade, the 3rd Hokage, and Jiraiya stood side by side on the rooftop. Jiraiya was still puzzled. What are you doing here? I pouted and said, do you think I want to be here? The 3rd and Tsunade dragged me here. Otherwise, I'd be home playing chess. Jiraiya twitched his mouth and fell silent. In front of everyone, the third Hokage handed the Hokage hat to Tsunade. Just when everyone thought the ceremony was over, Tsunade suddenly had someone bring up a black ceremonial robe, with a circle of flame patterns embroidered on the left sleeve, looking incredibly cool. Amidst everyone's bewildered expressions, Tsunade pulled me to the front and personally draped this special half-sleeve of the Hokage robe over me, whispering in my ear, "You little brat, you deserve this honor." Of course, I won't be intimidated. With a graceful flick of my robe behind me, I loudly declare to everyone below, "As long as I, Chinyu, am here, Konoha will stand firm." Boom! The crowd below completely went wild, shouting my name like a tidal wave. On the rooftop, the third Hokage was initially stunned, then quickly realized, laughing like a blooming chrysanthemum. With just a title, he had firmly tied me, the war god, to Konoha. What a profitable deal. In the corner, Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Sakura, on the other hand, looked dazed, probably still thinking about her runaway Sasuke. As for Kakashi, let me tell you, that guy was crouching in the corner with Guy, filled with envy and jealousy. Guy, that silly fool, was fanning the flames beside him. "Hey, Kakashi, when we meet next time, will he call you teacher, or will you call him Lord Chinyu?" Kakashi was so furious, he almost fought him right there. The most conflicted among the crowd had to be Hayashi Hyuga. One moment he was happy that his future son-in-law was so impressive, and the next his face fell. "This kid has already taken my 2 daughters, so why isn't he getting married yet?" He panicked and started urging Hinata and Hanabi, "Daughters, when are you going to marry Chinyu?" Hinata and Hanabi were both confused, their faces red as apples. Hayashi slapped his thigh. "Oh, then let us consider an engagement first." These old folks were all about selling their daughters. Let me tell you, not just the Hyuga clan, but also the Yamanaka and Ramen clans were all going crazy, practically wanting to bundle their daughters up and shove them into my arms. It almost turned the inauguration ceremony for Tsunade into my show. But the effect was fantastic. The whole village was like a festival, except for one person, Danzo. Goodness, that guy was hiding in the sewers, left with one arm and one leg, watching my peak life while no one cared about him. His Hokage dream? Completely shattered. Then, 3 years passed in a flash. During these 3 years, Konoha got back on track. Naruto was out training with Jiraiya, and the little ones were all leveling up. The happiest one had to be me, who understand the joy of being a lowly shinobi for 10,000 years. Every day, I pondered how to deepen my relationship with Hinata and Ino, engaging in some thrilling academic exchanges. However, just a few days into my good life, Tsunade caught me in her office. I immediately took the initiative. Hey, fifth Hokage, don't assign me any high difficulty tasks. I'm just a lowly shinobi." Tsunade shot me a glance, knowing I was slacking off. "Your 2 old friends are back." As soon as I heard this, I understood. Oh, those 2 silly ones. Just as I finished speaking, the door was kicked open with a bang, and Naruto's loud voice came in. "Baka, I just got back and heard you bastard, talking bad about me to Granny Tsunade." Goodness. Jiraiya brought Naruto and Sakura in just like that. Catching up? Not a chance. Tsunade slammed the table, instructing Kakashi and me to check the goods and see what these 2 had practiced in 3 years. Jiraiya immediately protested. "No way, Tsunade. You want this kid to go? The result will just be no progress." Naruto exploded at once. "Pervy sage, who do you look down on? I didn't train for nothing these past 3 years." I just watched Jiraiya's face, filled with the expression of my disciple is doomed. It was ridiculous. Tsunade was also enjoying the show, directly making a decision. But before leaving, she added a debuff for me. "Hey, Chinyu, for fairness, you can't use Sharingan, Would Release, or Flying Thunder God." I was just watching an old man on the subway looking at his phone, his face full of question marks. "You call this fair? Just let me stand still so those 2 can beat each other up." Tsunade even used that low-level provocation tactic. What? Scared? I roll my eyes. Fine. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I don't even need to go all out against these 2 little brats. Then the 4 of us went to our usual place, the 3rd training ground. Kakashi announced the rules, still the bell-grabbing game, and then he slipped to the side to slack off. Naruto and Sakura were so confident, rushing at me from left and right. Let me tell you, that scene was like 2 newbie village accounts challenging a max-level boss. With a bang, we clashed, and all their attacks were blocked by me. I casually raised my hand, and they had to scramble to dodge. I could even hear Kakashi mumbling, "Competing with Chinyu in taijutsu? Isn't this just asking for punishment? This guy's even fiercer than Guy now." Seeing they couldn't win, Naruto got anxious and used Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Narutos rushed over, but what happened? It was like dropping dumplings. I knocked them out one by one, clearing the field in seconds. Sakura saw her chance. And while the last few shadow clones blocked my line of sight, she jumped up and unleashed a fist from the sky, shouting, "Die!" Boom! The ground cracked. The remaining clones of Naruto were instantly defeated, and his main body was almost blown away. I had already jumped to a tree and was clapping for her. Wow. You're a pro at killing teammates. Sakura's face turned red, and she punched the tree again, breaking it. This fiery girl chased me down to hit me, throwing a punch straight at my face. I couldn't help but complain. Didn't Tsunade teach you not to hit faces? Then, I also clenched my fist and met her punch. She smirked, probably thinking I was done for. What happened next? Bam! Her expression changed from confidence to shock to distortion. And then she went flying. That's right, I can also use the super strength fist, and mine is much stronger than hers. Just as I finished dealing with Sakura, Naruto had already charged up a plus version of his Sharingan, the giant Sharingan. I was helpless. Good grief, these moves are all leftovers from my training. With one hand, I was even faster and also created a giant Sharingan. When the two Sharingans collided, the result was without suspense. Naruto, along with his Sharingan, was blasted away, crashing through several trees. Kakashi stood by dumbfounded. At this moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya came over, insisting that Kakashi join in. Kakashi was extremely reluctant, saying, "I don't want to. I still want to keep some teacher's dignity." But Jiraiya, understanding this old man too well, pulled out an unreleased copy of Ica Paradise Volume 3 and handed it to him. I tell you, Kakashi's dead fish eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing became heavy. He was almost drooling, and without a word, he rushed in. "Raikiri!" He charged at me with a shout. As he came at me with Raikiri, I countered with a lightning technique, sending him back. Now it was 3 against 1, but these 3 teammates had no coordination at all. Sakura seized an opportunity and threw another super strength fist, but I dodged just in time. Good grief. That punch landed solidly on Naruto's stomach. Naruto was instantly knocked out, curling up like a shrimp, going offline right there. The nine tails inside must have been stunned. I casually kicked the dazed Sakura away, and she landed right on the just-recovered Naruto. What do you call this? Instantly, it went back to a one-on-one fight. Kakashi had no choice but to compete with me in ninjutsu. He launched a fireball jutsu, and I countered with a great breakthrough, blowing it back at him. He quickly set up a water wall. I thought I shouldn't bully him too much, so I prepared to use a fire release. But when Kakashi saw it with a Sharingan, he got scared and quickly called Naruto for help. The two of them combined their efforts, one forming a Sharingan and the other using water, managing to create some sort of hurricane water vortex jutsu, which collided with my fireball jutsu, resulting in a large cloud of steam, barely reaching a stalemate. But with that, Kakashi's chakra was almost depleted, and he was gasping for breath, while let me tell you, that was barely a warm-up. I only used 20 of my strength, and what I released wasn't water, it was the Pacific Ocean. Kakashi was still smug, saying, it's because you can't use the Sharingan right now. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, really? I pointed my finger at him, darkness technique. Instantly, everything went black in front of Kakashi, and he couldn't see anything. This technique was specifically developed by the second Hokage to counter the Sharingan. How could he break free from a 3-Tomoe? Naruto and Sakura spent half a day trying to gather chakra, but it was useless. In the end, I had to release it myself. Kakashi was completely convinced now, lamenting, it's over, my Ica Paradise. I can go toe-to-toe with anyone, but with you, I really can't. At this moment, Tsunade and the others came out, and Jiraiya still handed the book to Kakashi, who was as happy as a 200-pound child. Then Tsunade announced that the 4 of us would be a team from now on. Naruto immediately protested. Why isn't the command authority mine? I exchanged glances with Kakashi. Neither of us wanted to take this mess, so we started playing rock, paper, scissors to decide who would be the captain. This infuriated Tsunade, and she slammed her hand down. Enough. Captain Chinyu. Before she finished speaking, an Umbu suddenly appeared and quickly handed her a confidential letter marked with an urgent seal. Tsunade opened it, and her expression changed in an instant. What? How could this happen? I tell you, Tsunade was panting like she had just lost $1 million in a gamble. Her face darkened. She said, something happened in Sunagakure. Their 5th Kazekage, Gaara, has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization. Goodness, Naruto exploded on the spot. Gaara? How is that possible? Jiraiya also frowned, knowing this matter was not simple. He had been investigating that organization called Akatsuki for a long time. I was the only one in the room who felt no waves in my heart, and even felt a bit like laughing. Isn't this the script coming to life? Gaara is a Jinchuriki. Who else would the Akatsuki look for if not him? Tsunade whispered a few words to Jiraiya and immediately made a decision, waving her hand and shouting at us. Chinyu team, mission changed. Depart immediately, go to the land of wind for support. I spread my hands dramatically and began to act. No way, no way. Lady Tsunade, you want me, a weak and helpless genin, to take on such a dangerous mission? The opponent is the Akatsuki. I'm so scared. I tell you, at that time everyone gave me a big eye roll. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to deal with me. And then Kakashi, that sly old man, came over with the newly acquired intimate paradise and said smugly, I think it's enough to send Chinyu alone. Tsunade's anger flared up instantly, pointing at his nose and scolding. If you say one more word, do you believe I'll burn down all your stock at home? Kakashi shuddered in fright and quickly stuffed the precious book into his arms. Naruto, that thick-headed guy, also started to complain. I just came back with the pervy sage. And my house hasn't before he finished speaking. His expression turned serious in a second. Forget it. Saving Gaara is more important. As for Sakura, who cares? I kept her purely because I need her to save my clueless little brother, Kankuro, who got poisoned and only she could detoxify him, playing the role of a tool. Seeing that we finally stopped causing trouble, Tsunade directly ordered, all right, get lost. Shizen just left not long ago. You should be able to catch up if you hurry. I was completely stunned. What? When did she leave? How come I didn't know? Tsunade sneered. You better always at home playing around. How would you notice this? After saying that, she hurried us out, insisting, quickly, this time we must bring that wind shadow kid back, no matter what. As I walked, I waved my hand and said, I know, that's my brother-in-law. How can I not save him? You're so nagging. Tsunade was taken aback, as if she also thought this made sense. As soon as we leave, Jiraiya is also going to gather intelligence. To be honest, these two are not worried about us at all. Even Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, they are very at ease. Why? Because in their subconscious, with me, Chinyu around, can it still be called dangerous? It's more like a trip. But as soon as we reached the village entrance, we all stared at each other. And the situation became very awkward. I cleared my throat and asked confidently, does anyone know which way to Sunagakure? In the past few years, the farthest I've gone is to the Valley of the End, just a typical otaku from Konoha. That Naruto guy was making a fuss, trying to show off. But after a while, he realized he was also directionally challenged and awkwardly fell silent. Sakura looked completely confused. As for Kakashi, that guy has already drifted off to Paradise of Affection, becoming a hands-off manager, primarily focused on companionship. As soon as I saw this team, I thought, oh gosh, we encountered an epic problem right out of the gate. Suddenly, I had an idea. How about we throw a shoe, whichever way the toe points? That's the way we'll go. Sakura was so stunned. Huh? There's such a method? Naruto frowned, looking serious. This method sounds like. Sakura looked at him with hopeful eyes, wishing he would quickly say the 3 words, not reliable. But the next moment, Naruto's expression changed, and he said decisively, it seems very reliable. Let me tell you, that guy was saying this while actually starting to take off his shoes. Who understands? I almost fainted on the spot. Damn. Kakashi finally couldn't stand it anymore, closed his book, and said, you guys are crazy. Sunagakure is over there. You should have said that earlier. I rolled my eyes at him and took the lead to rush out. Naruto and Sakura both complained in unison. Kakashi-sensei, you're getting lazier. Leaving Kakashi behind, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sadly lamenting. My authority as a teacher is diminishing. With the right direction, we moved quickly. Each of us was a physical monster. In no time, we saw Temari's figure ahead. This girl was angry and not in a hurry, eating her way along, transforming her anger into appetite. How could she not be caught up by us? When she heard the sound of wind behind her, she didn't even turn around and swiftly pulled out her large fan from behind. But what happened? Just as she steadied her grip on the fan, she felt something missing in her hand. Temari was shocked. Ever since I snatched her fan a few years ago, she had been particularly careful. And how did she mess up again today? While she was trying to figure out who the expert was, she looked up and saw me. Chinyu. Her eyes widened in surprise. I held her fan and spun around coolly in the air, then with a smack, I hit her on the backside. The sound was crisp and loud, and the air seemed to freeze. Kakashi and the other two also froze in place. Shizen was stunned for several seconds before she reacted. When she saw it was me, her eyes instantly turned red. This bastard, he could do this at home, but in public too. And he was the one who got so angry that he ran away from home. And now he finally caught up, all the way here. He was so mad that he overeated and gained weight. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, even though she was clearly excited inside. She had to act aloof on the outside. What are you doing here? You could just stay at home. I smiled awkwardly. But who am I? I am Chinyu. In a flash, I moved over and directly wrapped my arms around her waist, kissing her on the cheek in front of everyone. Now it was Shoju's turn to be stunned. Even the fiercest horse needs to be brought back for a walk. Her face flushed, she broke free from my embrace. And the earlier unhappiness was forgotten in an instant. Kakashi and the others nearby were speechless. What a situation, going on a mission only to be force-fed dog food. We comforted Shoju while continuing on our way. As soon as we crossed the border of the Fire Nation, I started to take a few steps, then stop, pressing my hand down to begin sensing. I knew the script, but who remembers the details clearly? In the original work, Kakashi and the others first ran to Sunagakure, found that everyone was long gone, and then retraced their steps, ultimately only seeing Gaara's corpse. But now I'm here. I can just cheat, using a carpet search to sense chakra and directly find the Akatsuki's old lair. The land of rivers is so small. With my sensing ability, how could they escape? Sure enough, not long after, I sensed Gaara's familiar chakra, along with several large and sinister chakra signatures nearby. No need to ask. It must be the Akatsuki members having a video conference. As soon as I stopped, Temari became anxious, thinking she had found Gaara and was about to rush in. I quickly pulled her back and said, "Don't rush, I'm here." The girl immediately calmed down, her face turning red as she lowered her head. Kakashi beside us twitched his mouth, probably cursing in his heart. Naruto excitedly shouted, "Did we find Gaara? Let's go save him." Sakura started to complain again, frowning as she said, but Tsunade-sama's order was for us to go to Sunagakure and wait for further instructions. I sneered and looked at her. Orders are dead, but people are alive. Do you want to go save them now? Or do you want to take a detour to collect their corpses? Besides, when did I ever let those guys from Sunagakure command me? Sakura's face turned purple for my retort, but she didn't dare to explode, only gritting her teeth and saying, "I'll go, I'm not afraid." Yoshi. I nodded in satisfaction and waved my hand. Everyone passes. Target. Akatsuki's secret base, let's go. Kakashi stopped us, saying wait. He quickly formed hand seals, and with a bang, summoned Pakken, showing him the map and instructing him to hurry to Sunagakure to deliver the message. This guy may slack off, but he still has a clear head in critical moments. We had just set off for a short while when the corners of my mouth curled up. My senses were wide open, and sure enough, there was a carnivorous plant hiding nearby. Just after we walked away, a figure that was half black and half white suddenly appeared on a tree. This guy was chatting with himself. The black figure said, "This is troublesome. How did those Leaf Village people arrive so quickly?" The white figure replied, "That little brat's perception is too strong. We need to quickly inform the main body to send someone to intercept." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light shot over from a distance with a whoosh. What? The black figure's eyes were almost popping out, and he barely had time to react when a sharp sword of thunder pierced through his chest from the white side. In the next second, my figure appeared above him, and I stomped down hard on his face. "Hey, how did you find me?" The black figure, squashed under my foot, surprisingly didn't seem too flustered. I sneered. Does a dying person need to know so much? He can still laugh. "Do you think you have me all figured out?" As soon as I finished speaking, his entire body suddenly turned into a puddle of white substance, instantly enveloping me. This move is called the spore technique. Sticky and starting to frantically absorb my chakra. "How's it going, little ghost? How does it feel?" He laughed sinisterly. In the distance, Temari screamed in fright. "Chinyu!" Kakashi quickly pulled her back. Sakura, on the other hand, was very calm. "Don't worry. Those who dare to bind him usually end up in a terrible situation." Temari took another look and found that I indeed wasn't panicking at all. A smirk appeared on my lips, and suddenly, every pore in my body erupted with dazzling lightning. "Nanny." Zetsu was shocked. He didn't expect that I could still discharge electricity from my body. What shocked him even more was yet to come. I coldly smiled. "Hey, ugly freak, you enjoyed sucking my chakra just now, right? Now, spit it all back out with interest." In an instant, he felt a familiar and terrifying pulling force from me. Would release. How could you possibly use would release? Zetsu was genuinely scared now, desperately trying to escape from me. Are you kidding? This is the first Hokage's personal level of would release. Do you think your neutered version can play with me? In the end, this unfortunate clone was directly sucked into a dried corpse, turning into a pile of white powder. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki's secret base, Zetsu's main body suddenly opened his eyes wide. Pain asked him what was wrong, and he said, "The Konoha people have caught up. They are less than 30 kilometers away from us." Everyone was shocked. How could they find the location so quickly? Zetsu looked helpless. I'm sure my furthest clone was instantly defeated. Kisame mocked with a big grin. "Zetsu, you're so weak. It's not surprising you got defeated." Pain couldn't be bothered with their infighting and directly said, "We must send someone to delay them. Kisame, you and Itachi go." Upon hearing this, Kisame's illusion started flickering. Itachi even spoke up, sounding a bit surprised. Could it be UchihaQinyu? Zetsu thought for a moment. That seems to be the name. The characteristic is that he is very arrogant, very conceited, wearing a black robe, and wielding a sword full of lightning. Hearing this, Itachi confirmed it. Kisame's voice began to tremble. It's actually him? Konoha actually sent him? Deidara, the art youth, got excited. UchihaQinyu? Isn't he the one who made you both roll on the ground 3 years ago? Great. I wanted to meet him 3 years ago. Defeating him would prove my art. Kisame glanced at him disdainfully. Just you? He could defeat you with one hand. You're talking nonsense. Deidara exploded on the spot. Kakuzu also remembered. Oh, I remember now. Kisame's arm was cut off by him, and I used the Earth Grudge Fear to sew it back on. Goodness. As soon as my name was mentioned, the Akatsuki's online meeting turned into a market. Pain sighed heavily, stopping them, and coldly looked at Kisame. Since the opponent is so strong, we need to send someone to intercept. Kisame shook his head vigorously. Leader, let someone else go. I'm definitely not going, not even if you kill me. I swore I would never fight that person again. Deidara laughed even louder. Is this the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Why are you so cowardly like an intern? Haiden also jumped in. Oh, after all, your arm was cut off, and the sword was taken. It's understandable to have a bit of psychological trauma. Ha ha ha. Kisame was about to explode with rage, shouting at these ignorant teammates. You have no idea how terrifying he is. Chakra, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu. He is a monster in every aspect. And he is space-time ninjutsu. When you fight him, you'll never know what his trump card is. He earnestly tried to explain how amazing I was, but those people didn't listen at all. And ridicule echoed everywhere. It's hilarious. When did our Akatsuki produce such a coward? They're practically trying to elevate that kid to the heavens. If he is so amazing, why doesn't he fly? Kisame wanted to cry without tears, looking to his partner Itachi for help, hoping he could say a few words for him. But Itachi had already closed his eyes to rest, probably wishing these idiots would hurry up and send their heads to me. Pain let out a heavy snort, and the scene finally quieted down. Deidara immediately volunteered. Leader, since Kisame is afraid to go, let me. I will definitely take him down for the organization. Pain glanced at him coldly and said, You should save your breath. You've already lost an arm. Besides, we are all projections. After the fight, we'll just retreat. The only ones who will face him head-on are you and Sasori. The 2 unlucky ones. If you don't rest now, what are you planning to fight with? With your mouth? Goodness, as soon as Pain said this, Deidara was completely drained of energy. It was indeed logical. But the nearby Haiden, who was always talking nonsense, insisted on volunteering, claiming he would send us all to meet his evil god. Pain frowned, ignoring him, and directly looked at Kisame, saying, That technique can share 30% of the chakra. You have a large amount of chakra, so the effect will be the best. You and Itachi go take a trip. I tell you. Kisame's face turned pale in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost, and he opened his mouth to refuse. As a result, the heavenly Tao exploded at that moment. He directly shouted, Enough. I asked you to use a clone to buy time, not to let your real self go to die. What danger could there be? What are you so afraid of? Do I have to go personally as the leader? This was like a wake-up call. Kisame's mouth twitched crazily, and I felt embarrassed for him, definitely cursing in my heart. Damn it, that's right. It's not like I'm sending my real self to hand over my head. What's wrong with me? I'm afraid that man is actually this scared. The heavenly Tao coldly stared at him. Is there a problem? Kisame completely became honest at this point, like a student who made a mistake, stammering a reply. No. No more. Only then did the heavenly Tao nod in satisfaction and say, All right. I'll send you over now. Remember, don't force it. The task is to buy time, not to kill. On the other side, we were marching quickly. 30 kilometers of road was nothing for us, and we quickly covered 20 kilometers. Shikamaru and Naruto were so excited, feeling that they could rescue Gaara at any moment. Just then, 2 figures in black robes with red clouds suddenly appeared on the road ahead. One tall and one short, standing there, their aura was overwhelming. Enemy ambush? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and his muscles instantly tensed. Here we meet again, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi and the others instantly entered battle mode, their faces grave. Only Naruto, that thick-headed fool, was completely unfazed, his eyes shining with excitement, shouting, Bastards who took Gaara die, after saying that he was about to charge forward. but thankfully Kakashi held him back tightly. I looked at the two people opposite me, smiled, and sincerely said, "It's you two again. What made you so stubborn to come in front of me and seek death? Shark face, don't you want your other arm anymore? I tell you." I said this with such sincerity that the impact was off the charts. Itachi almost had his mouth twitching from holding back laughter, but he didn't say a word. As for Kisame, he was probably cursing in his heart. Do you think I wanted to come here? I was forced into this situation, but on the surface, it wasn't like that at all. This guy, a towering man over 2 meters tall, suddenly gave me a nearly flattering expression and said in a nice tone, "Hey, buddy, how about we talk? No need to jump straight to fighting. It's bad for morale, right?" Wow. As soon as those words came out, Itachi's mouth, which had finally stopped twitching, started going crazy again. I could almost imagine his inner monologue. Do you even realize your character is falling apart? You, a warmonger, saying fighting is bad? What about your dignity? Itachi was definitely eager for us to hurry over, so he took action right away. While talking, he subtly pointed his finger at Naruto. Naruto, who was being held down by Kakashi, suddenly seemed to be pumped up with adrenaline and shouted into the air, "You dare to come over?" As he spoke, he quickly formed a Sharingan in his hand and unleashed it into the open space in front of him. As soon as I noticed Itachi's little move, I couldn't help but laugh and sneered. "You think you can block my way with just that?" Saying this, I imitated Itachi and pointed my finger forward. Itachi instinctively felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The next second, he understood, because the Kisame next to him, who had just wanted to chat with us, suddenly drew the big sword from his back and swung it directly at his teammate Itachi's head. Kisame had lost the Samehada in Konoha last time, and although this sword was ordinary, it was still a treasure that could cut through iron like mud. Now, this sword was aimed squarely at his own comrade. Itachi was shocked and blurted out, "It's an illusion," but he reacted quickly, instinctively reaching for a kunai to block. However, halfway through the motion, he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, this isn't my real body. What am I blocking for? Getting killed is just the end of the workday." That way, Chinyu and the others could hurry over. But then he thought again that it wouldn't be good. He couldn't make the slack too obvious. He had to act the whole part. Just hesitating like this caused his blocking force and speed to noticeably slow down. With a clang, Kisame's big sword directly knocked the kunai out of Itachi's hand. However, with that block, the sword was deflected a bit, not hitting his head, but it deeply grazed Itachi's arm. Blood immediately sprayed all over Kisame's face. Sprayed with hot blood, Kisame suddenly woke up from the illusion. He looked at the injured Itachi in front of him, then at the sword still dripping blood in his hand, and was completely dumbfounded. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi noticed how quickly Kisame broke free from the illusion and frowned slightly, probably thinking, "What is going on? Why didn't he hit me a few more times? Alright, it must be because I practiced with him too much. He must have developed resistance to illusions." His frown, however, meant something different to Kisame. The guilt of accidentally injuring a teammate already weighed heavily on him, and now seeing Itachi's expression made him feel even more regretful. He stammered, "Itachi, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Is it serious?" "It's all my fault." Itachi remained as aloof as ever, said, "It's a bit serious. I got hurt on my arm, affecting my hand seals. I probably can't use jutsu now." Hearing this, Kisame was so scared that his soul almost flew away, repeatedly blaming himself. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Who understands? Family members. Itachi's operation this time was simply a textbook-level way of shifting blame. One arrow, multiple targets. He found a perfect excuse for himself without putting in any effort, brushing up on Kisame's guilt, and conveniently saving us time. The most crucial part was that he firmly placed the blame for the obstruction on Kisame. With Kisame's straightforward personality, he would definitely take on all the responsibility when they returned. Now, that is a true veteran in the workplace. Meanwhile, Naruto, with the help of Kakashi and Sakura, broke free from Itachi's illusion. This iron-headed fool woke up and shouted, "Damn, it's that damned illusion again." Luckily, the pervy sage taught me how to break it. While shouting, he looked over and saw the blood on Itachi, wiped his nose, and confidently said, "Humph. At least my Sharingan also caused him some damage." Let me tell you, the expressions on all our faces at that moment were absolutely. Kakashi and Sakura were twitching their lips uncontrollably, and Temari even covered her face with her hands. Kakashi was probably roaring inside. "Damn, this guy is truly unbelievable. He can't even tell the difference between a knife wound and a Sharingan. What on earth did Jiraiya teach him?" Sakura, with her explosive temper, directly yelled at Naruto, "Idiot Naruto, you've been under a Jin jutsu from the very beginning. Your Rasengan completely hit thin air. Huh? Naruto was caught off guard at that moment, scratching his head with a face full of disbelief. After the awkwardness, this iron-headed fool angrily yelled, "Damn it! Those who use Genjutsu are really sneaky guys." As soon as this was said, Kakashi's face turned green. After all, he himself also used this trick. Temari and Sakura, the two girls, wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, struggling to hold it in. Naruto, still innocently asked, "What's wrong with you guys? By the way, I didn't injure that guy's arm, so what's going on?" Ha ha ha. Temari couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Sakura, while trying to suppress her laughter, explained, "It was Chinyu who used Genjutsu on that shark-face guy, making him think that Uchiha, that Itachi, was the one we chopped." "Oh, so that's how it is." Naruto nodded heavily, and then there was no further conversation. I rolled my eyes directly and shouted at him. I said, "Do you have anything you want to say to me?" "What?" Naruto scratched his head, looking confused. "Nope." I was stunned at that moment. What a weird person. Forget it. I'll just consider myself unlucky. Even though I tried to comfort myself, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I directly dashed behind Naruto and kicked him out. The force was controlled perfectly, and Naruto flew straight towards Itachi and Kisame. In midair, Naruto immediately screamed, "Damn it! Chinyu, you bastard!" I smiled and shouted at him loudly, "If you don't want to get beaten to death, figure it out yourself." Kakashi rolled his eyes beside me and said, "Nonsense." I shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, Naruto isn't that weak. You know, people can really unleash their potential in times of crisis." This thick-headed Naruto, looking at the approaching enemy, managed to form another Rasengan while flying at high speed. Kisame was stunned by this scene. Huh? This kid actually has some skills. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but after glancing at the severely injured Itachi, he hesitated for a moment. Just that moment of hesitation cost him the chance to evade. With no other option, he had to channel his chakra into his sword and brace himself to block the spiraling ball coming down from the sky. Itachi must have been overjoyed inside, never expecting that Kisame had such a move up his sleeve. I saw this scene, and the expressions became even more exciting. Let me tell you, Itachi's teammates are truly remarkable. First, we had Hashime Tenzo facing off against the tailed beast bomb with a knife. And now we have Kisame using a knife to take on a Rasengan. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed as Kisame's large sword was instantly covered in cracks. And then with a bang, it completely broke. Although the Rasengan had lost a lot of energy, its residual power still surged toward the two. "Damn it!" Kisame cursed under his breath and quickly pulled Itachi away, using a body flicker to dodge. But they were too close, and both of them suffered scratches. Naruto seized the opportunity and landed on the ground, instantly bursting with confidence, shouting as he charged forward again. Kakashi was getting anxious. "Naruto!" I shook my head and said with a sly smile, "Just because you gained a little advantage, you don't know your own weight. This blindly arrogant flaw won't change unless you take a few more beatings." In the end, it was indeed quite tragic. Naruto's taijutsu now was completely useless. He was beaten mercilessly by Kisame's iron fists and sent flying back, landing with a thud right in front of us, which was extremely awkward. Damn, why do you all like to send people flying? Opposite us, Itachi kept silent, covering his arm. Seeing him like this, Kisame felt a surge of guilt. And with a determined heart, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Itachi, I'll take the lead this time." Itachi patted his shoulder with an expression of "I believe in you. Then I'll leave it to you." Kisame nodded heavily. "And since that's the case, let's create a terrain that's advantageous for me. Water style, exploding water shockwave." Goodness, when that guy opened his mouth, torrents of water gushed out, turning the surrounding area into a vast ocean. Kakashi was stunned. This person's water style is terrifying. In the entire ninja world, probably only the second Hokage could compare. After completing the water style, Kisame grinned, and his confidence returned. "Konoha's guys, enjoy yourselves." Water style, 5 shark bombs. He plunged his right hand into the water, and 5 chakra sharks charged violently towards us. Kakashi shouted, "Be careful." I scoffed directly and said, "Humph. Playing with water in front of me? You've kicked a steel plate." I plunged both of my hands into the water, and in the next second, endless lightning erupted from my hands. Lightning release, thunder move of heaven. Kakashi was shocked at this move. This is my father's technique. Sakura and Naruto were also stunned. Such powerful lightning release. It's far more terrifying than Kakashi Sensei's Raikiri. The powerful lightning instantly entered the water, and the 5 sharks disappeared without even a bubble. Not only that, the terrifying current surged through the water, heading straight for Kisame and Itachi. What? This guy? Kisame clearly didn't expect that his water release would one day become his death sentence. Seeing the electric waves getting closer, he exchanged glances with Itachi, and they both shot into the sky. Boom! The powerful current exploded beneath us. Kisame in midair felt a lingering fear. That was close. Itachi coldly said, "Stop marveling. Think about how to land." Kisame was still unconcerned. "What are you afraid of? Can he maintain this technique indefinitely? That would require a lot of chakra." Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something. Wait, this guy's chakra really does seem to be abnormally high. He looked down and saw that we hadn't stopped. The violent lightning was still spreading through the water, just waiting for them to come down for a feast. Kisame's mouth twitched wildly. This time, his cleverness had truly backfired. In midair, he panicked and asked Itachi, "Do you have any way out?" Itachi shook his head. "No, this body can't use the Mangeki, and Susanoo can't be activated. In fact, he could use Earth Release to create a wall for leverage, but why would he do that? Wouldn't it be better to just drop down and finish work?" Kisame really had no way out. Seeing he was about to fall, he gritted his teeth and began to form seals in midair. Water release, water shark bullet technique. He tried to manipulate the water below, but found that the vast ocean didn't respond to his commands at all. It was completely suppressed by my lightning release. Furious, Kisame cursed. Damn it. With no choice, he could only use his own chakra to painstakingly form a water shark bullet in midair. As soon as I saw his move, I chuckled and casually collected the lightning release. In the next second, I quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet technique. That's right. It's the ninjutsu I copied from him last time. With a loud bang, the vast ocean on the ground surged, and an enormous water shark bullet shot up from the ground. In terms of size, it was at least 2 times bigger than Kisame's. What was even more critical was that electric arcs were crackling inside it. What the hell? Kisame in midair saw this scene and directly cursed. He must have been feeling utterly crushed inside. The water I created is now a weapon being used against me? I'm creating my own doom. Boom. The large and small water shark bullets collided violently, and the outcome was without suspense. Kisame's bullet was instantly shattered. My water shark bullet barely used any effort and continued to charge towards Kisame and Itachi with an overwhelming force. This is bad. Kisame's face turned ashen. Next to him, Itachi was secretly pleased, but to maintain the act, he endured the intense pain and struggled to form a seal. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A pitifully small fireball shot out. Kisame looked at Itachi's desperate attempt beside him, and his mouth twitched, as if to say, "You're using fire release while the other guy is using water release. Are you kidding me?" Itachi sighed deeply. "There's nothing I can do. Fire release is all I'm good at." This reason was reasonable, and Kisame had nothing to say. In the end, that small fireball extinguished with a puff, not even creating a splash. Immediately after, the massive lightning water shark bullet slammed into the two of them. Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, then got electrocuted and convulsed, spitting out another mouthful of blood, and both died in midair, their bodies dropping straight down. Impressive kid. Kakashi couldn't help but praise. When the others went to take a look, the two corpses had already transformed into 2 completely unrecognizable people. Kakashi exclaimed in shock. What? What is going on? I can't be bothered to explain. With a wave of my hand. Yo, whatever, the obstruction is dealt with. Let's set off immediately. Save my Gaara. Meanwhile, in the Akatsuki base, Itachi and Kisame's shadow clones flickered and reappeared. Deidara saw this and exclaimed, "No way. You two golden partners, you only delayed for 10 minutes?" Haiden also started with his sarcastic remarks. "Kisame, it's one thing to be unreliable, but Itachi, how can you be so useless?" Kakuzu coldly chuckled. "If I had known, I might as well have gone myself." Enough. Pain's cold shout stopped their complaints. But he turned and stared hard at Itachi and Kisame, asking in a deep voice, "What happened? 10 minutes? I asked you to delay time, not to send yourselves to your deaths." Clearly, Pain was genuinely angry. He even started to suspect that Itachi was slacking off. However, Itachi calmly replied, "The opponent's strength is too great, and my clone can't use the Mangeki Sharingan, which significantly weakens my power." Although it was the truth, Pain still snored coldly. Just then, Kisame looked gratefully at Itachi and then stepped forward. "Hey, Itachi. Don't take the blame for me. I admit it was all my fault." Itachi's mouth twitched, probably thinking, "Sorry, I never intended to take the blame for you." As a result, Kisame, this straightforward boy, took all the blame on himself and explained to Pain, "Boss, it's all my fault. I was caught off guard and fell into his illusion. mistaking Itachi for an enemy and injuring him. Pain was so angry that his clone started to flicker, but Kisame's explanation left him with little to say. What now, boss? Deidara shouted. What else can we do? Pain coldly replied, the living vessel is used up, and they are probably arriving soon. At this moment, Zetsu suddenly chimed in sarcastically. Be more confident, take away the probably. They are already outside. Everyone present narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Outside, we indeed have arrived. That impulsive guy Naruto, without saying a word, charged up a Rasengan and slammed it against the ceiling stone, but the stone didn't budge. He wanted to use the Udama Rasengan, but Kakashi stopped him. Inside the base, Conan asked worriedly, we are all illusions and can't take action. Boss, what should we do? Then Deidara jumped out, shouting with mysterious confidence. What are we afraid of? With me and Brother Sasori here, as long as they dare to come in, we can take down that Chinyu in no time. Sasori also snorted. That's right. Just in time to replenish some puppets. Pain coldly warned them. Be careful. Don't be careless. He said this, but he was quite confident himself. However, Deidara had a point. There was no need to worry too much. Just keep speeding up. There's still 2 layers of traps outside, especially that hidden second trap. Pain smiled coldly, his face filled with strong confidence. That confidence, I tell you, was almost like he had steady tattooed on his face. He was bragging. Since you all say that Chinyu is powerful, once he falls into my trap, he will be. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a massive boom. The Akatsuki's base shook like it had been hit by a tractor. Everyone, including the overly confident Pain, was stunned and turned to look at the entrance. To their surprise, a 40-meter-long golden sword, accompanied by a buzzing sound effect, split their massive sealed door in half. The sword's light was absurd, not only breaking the barrier and splitting the door, but also heading straight towards the outer path golem in the center of the cave, as if it had GPS. At that moment, I bet Nagato's face was darker than a pot bottom. Just a second ago, he was bragging to his subordinates about how powerful his security system was and how long it could delay them, and the next second his home was almost being robbed. That slap to the face was so loud I could hear it through the internet. The critical point was that this sword's angle was so tricky. It wasn't aimed at the people, but directly at your most important asset. And how fast was it? Fast enough that Pain didn't even have time to shout Shinra Tensei. Watching as the sword light struck the golem. The big guy let out a scream, a massive gash appearing on his body. What's worse, the illusionary dragon's 9 ceiling formation, which was extracting tailed beast chakra, was instantly extinguished. Half of the tailed beast chakra was stuck halfway through extraction. Moreover, the chakra from the golem was leaking out like air from a deflated balloon. Pain's face was so dark it could squeeze out water. Kisame's voice dropped a few octaves. Such a fierce attack. It must be that Chinyu. The others didn't dare to utter a word. Just a moment ago, they were all disdainful, and now they looked like they'd seen a ghost, probably wondering in their hearts, what kind of deity is this? This sword. Looking across the entire Akatsuki, probably only a handful of people could take it. Not only them, but we were also stunned. Kakashi looked at Chinyu, unable to articulate. You just directly demolished it? He had prepared a whole set of techniques for unlocking, but Chinyu came in with an RPG. Simple and brutal. Chinyu, on the other hand, looked indifferent, waving his hand. Let's go, what are you looking at? Let's go in and collect heads. Inside the cave, Pain took a long time to regain his composure, looking at the severely wounded golem and the tailed beast chakra extraction that was interrupted. He forced himself to calm down and began to command over the voice channel. Everyone, thank you for your hard work today. Although we didn't succeed, we still extracted half. This Chinyu, everyone keep a close eye on him. Now, except for Sasori and Deidara, everyone else log off immediately. Don't expose your identities. This handling method truly showed a top leader's level. But there happened to be a hot-headed fool, hiding, shouting, what the hell? Just let go like this? Don't we care about our face? Pain coldly shot him a glance. What else? Are you going to fight him with your projection? Everyone log off. Yes. Everyone responded, and one by one, their shadows disappeared as if the internet had been cut off. In the end, only Pain remained, refusing to leave, wanting to see for himself what this Chinyu, who had disrupted his plans, really looked like. A few of us rushed into the cave entrance, and the illusion of the heavenly way began to turn transparent. A cold and harsh voice floated through the air. Chinyu, right? You're good. I'll remember you. TCH. Chinyu merely shrugged, his face full of disdain, thinking just this? A total electronic war god. Kakashi said in a deep voice behind us, this guy is really cautious. He sent everyone away before we came in. Chinyu sneered, no problem. Today the Akatsuki is destined to lose 2 members. As soon as he finished speaking, We faced off against the remaining Deidara and Sasori. Naruto, as usual, was like a firecracker, shouting at the other side. Hey, you two bastards. Hand over Gaara. Deidara looked displeased. Who are you, brat? You must be Chinyu? Sasori next to him coldly mocked. Idiot Deidara, didn't you hear Ju say? Black clothes, sword. Obviously the one in front. Oh, Deidara suddenly understood and pointed at Naruto, saying, so this noisy one is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? He doesn't look very smart. As soon as he said this, a few of us couldn't help but twitch our mouths. Who understands, right? Naruto's first impression is really hopeless. What did you say? Naruto exploded on the spot, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to fight. Naruto! Kakashi quickly pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. Gaara is still in their hands. But those two clowns on the other side didn't even take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki seriously. Their attention was fully on Chinyu. Deidara stared at Chinyu, his eyes full of fire. You're Chinyu? That sword just now was yours? Chinyu coldly retorted. You're the brat. Your whole family is a bunch of brats. Deidara was directly stunned by the retort, probably thinking that this didn't match the godly image that Itachi and Kisame described. How could he be a brat? Sasori next to him also started to sneer. Deidara, a bit incredulous, asked Sasori, Brother Sasori, are we really going to run away against this kind of guy? Sasori smirked. How could that be? The leader is just too cautious. All right, with Sasori backing him up, Deidara got pumped. Then let's have some fun today. Just in time. I want to prove my art. As soon as he heard the word art, Sasori immediately became unhappy and retorted. Humph, your stuff can be called art? Only eternity is true art. Deidara got anxious. Nonsense. My explosions are art. Art is the brilliance of the moment. Nonsense. Eternity is. I was stunned at the time. Let me tell you, lives are at stake here, and those two are having an art debate. Does this organization not do background checks before recruiting? They're all exceptional. After arguing for a while, it was Scorpion who finally stopped. All right, Deidara, we'll debate art another time. For now, let's take care of these annoying ones. That makes sense. Deidara got excited at the mention of a fight. But this Chin, you must be mine. Scorpion was not happy. Why should it be yours? You captured the wind shadow. So this person naturally belongs to me. What? Can the wind shadow be compared to him? Deidara, do you want to hog everything? You've already broken an arm. Just watch from the side. Huh? Do you look down on me? I want to turn him into a puppet. You're talking nonsense. I want to defeat him and prove I'm stronger than Itachi. Prove my art. The two of them were getting more and more heated in their argument, and finally, Scorpion got annoyed and said, Stop arguing. Let's use the wind shadow as a bargaining chip. Brilliant. Brother Scorpion. Deidara's eyes lit up. However, before they could take action, Chinyu had already moved first. With a clang, a sword beam shot forward. Heh, an impatient little brat. Scorpion sneered, and the huge metal scorpion tail behind him swung sharply, blocking the flying sword with a clang. Quite a bit of power. Hiding behind the puppet, Scorpion was also shocked. But he wasn't done being surprised. With a swoosh, Chinyu directly teleported to the top of his puppet's forehead. What? Both Scorpion and Deidara were startled. How did he cover that distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye? I estimate that the words of Hiden flashed through their minds instantly. That guy is a bottomless pit. You never know what his next card will be. Spacetime ninjutsu? Both of them felt a jolt in their hearts and began to believe Hiden's words a bit. But Chinyu didn't have time to chat with them. He was already rushing towards Gaara, who was lying on the ground. Want to save someone? How naive. Scorpion reacted extremely quickly, manipulating the scorpion tail to stand upright. The tip shimmering with a faint green light, clearly poisoned, and thrust it towards Chinyu. Deidara, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh, thinking it was a sure win. If he dared to catch it with his hand, he would either be stabbed to death or poisoned to death. So boring. However, the next scene nearly dropped both of their jaws. Chinyu looked at the incoming poison tail, not dodging or evading, and directly extended his right hand. Buzz. At the moment the tail tip touched his palm, a piercing sound of electricity erupted. A layer of violent lightning chakra had unknowingly enveloped Chinyu's hand, and that sharp metal spike couldn't even pierce his skin by a millimeter. Huh. Both of them were startled. Chinyu smiled slightly, suddenly gripping the metal spike tightly. Immediately, the lightning on his hand surged violently. A powerful current rushed through the metal tail, crazily flooding towards the main body of the scorpion. Not good. Scorpion sensed something was off in the puppet and quickly opened the mouth of the scorpion to unleash a dense barrage of poison needles towards Chinyu. Chinyu sneered, dragging the massive scorpion tail in his right hand and casually swinging it in front of him, blocking most of the poison needles, while the rest were easily deflected by the sword in his left hand. But Scorpion had no time to worry about the poison needles now. because that violent lightning had already penetrated the thick shell of the scorpion, directly shocking his main body. A scream came from within the scorpion. If Scorpion hadn't transformed himself into a human puppet with high resistance, this blow would have severely injured him. Even so, Scorpion was completely enraged, ready to use more mechanisms. But Chinyu acted first. Chinyu threw the Raijin sword beside Gaara with his left hand, while gripping the tail of the scorpion tightly with his right hand, his waist suddenly exerting force, and he actually lifted that heavy puppet off the ground. What? Scorpion's face changed. What the hell is this monstrous strength? This thing is so heavy that he had to rely on mechanisms to drive it, and this person lifted it with one hand? Even funnier, as the scorpion was lifted, it was still spraying poison needles from its mouth, and the direction tilted, coincidentally shooting all towards Deidara beside him. Damn, Scorpion brother, what the hell are you doing? Deidara yelled in fright as he hurriedly used Earth Style for defense. Scorpion had no time to care about him because Chinyu pulled again, and the scorpion was directly smashed down towards Chinyu's head from the air. What a naive guy, thinking that a puppet master is incapable in close combat. Scorpion sneered in his heart, preparing to use the ploy, waiting for the distance to be close enough to directly deal with him using the mechanisms in his abdomen. However, at the moment the scorpion was falling, Chinyu didn't even look and directly punched upwards. Boom! With a loud noise. The incredibly hard scorpion shattered like paper under Chinyu's fist, breaking into countless fragments. The body of the red sand scorpion hidden inside, resembling a handsome young man with red hair, was exposed to the air just like that. Chinyu retracted his fist and coldly asked him, "How about it? Do you still think your close combat is effective?" Scorpion's face instantly turned green. Kakashi behind him was shocked. I didn't expect this puppet master to be so young. Moreover, he feels so strange, like, puppet. Temari seemed to remember something, looking at Scorpion in disbelief. Could it be that legendary genius puppet master from Sunagakure? He can create human puppets. Human puppets? Kakashi inhaled sharply. Does that mean turning living people into puppets? That's right. He can even retain the secret techniques and even bloodline limits from their previous lives. I tell you, when they were popularizing science, Scorpion, who had suffered a huge loss, didn't dare to show off anymore and quickly retreated. Deidara beside him was still laughing. Ha ha, Scorpion, you're no good. You got so embarrassed by a little kid? Shut up. Scorpion's face darkened even more. Chinyu looked at the retreating Scorpion and didn't chase after him, because his target had always been Gaara. In a flash, he disappeared and reappeared right next to Gaara. It turned out that the Thunder God Sword he had thrown earlier was a teleportation coordinate. He picked up Gaara effortlessly, and the operation was so smooth that even Deidara beside them was stunned. He was so close, like a background character, while someone saved a person right in front of him. That despicable guy. How dare he ignore me? Deidara's pride exploded, and he stuffed a lump of clay into his palm, spat out a bomb, and threw it over while shouting, "Explode!" Boom! The bomb exploded in midair, smoke billowing. Deidara stared intently at the center of the explosion, but after 3 seconds, the smoke cleared, and there was nothing inside. He hurriedly turned his head to look, and Chinyu had already returned to our side, using the Flying Thunder God, handing over the Gaara behind him to Sakura. Well done, Chinyu. Kakashi couldn't help but praise. Temari hugged Gaara with concern, and Sakura finally acted reliably, quickly activating her medical ninjutsu to check. But soon, her brows furrowed so much they could crush a fly. Gaara's breath was weak, but his vital signs were normal, and she had no idea where to start. As soon as I saw it, I understood. Well, there's no hope. It's 2025, and at the critical moment, we still have to rely on ourselves. Chinyu shook his head helplessly and pushed Sakura away. This isn't an external injury. It's that the seal has been punctured, and the Shikaku inside is partying. Pushing his consciousness offline, saying that, he directly lifted Gaara's shirt, revealing the damaged seal on his abdomen, and waved his hand at us. Step back, I'm going to start. I'm going to start saving him. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and slapped the seal on Gaara, shouting, "Release." Crack, crack, crack. The seal was actually being opened little by little. Kakashi's face turned pale. What kind of operation is this? Releasing tailed beasts on sight? But he chose to trust Chinyu and immediately stood in front of us. The next second, an enormous amount of chakra suddenly erupted from Gaara's body. Deidara and Sasori on the opposite side were also stunned. What the hell? Is this guy crazy? What does he want to do? Deidara excitedly said, "Sasori, this is our chance. Once the one tail comes out, we could take both the person and the tailed beast together and make a great achievement." Sasori, although he found it reasonable, cautiously said, Don't be careless. This guy is too tricky. Roar. Just as they were talking, one of the One-Tail's large claws had already stretched out from the seal. But Chinyu wasn't worried at all with a thought. His spiritual body appeared in Gar's seal space. At this moment, Shikaku was about to rush out completely, but upon seeing someone, it immediately wilted, its chakra almost going haywire. It said, "It's you." Seeing Chinyu, the whole raccoon cat froze, awkwardly scratching its head. "You. What are you here for?" Chinyu smiled slightly. "Me? I'm here to reinforce the seal." Shikaku let out a tragic scream, starting to play the victim. "Half of my chakra has been drained. I need to hurry out and get it back." "Hee hee." Chinyu sneered. "Just relying on you? Going out is just delivering your head. You can't even handle those two over there, let alone their organization has a bunch of experts. Do you think I'm harming you? I'm saving you, you know." Their goal is to gather all 9-tailed beasts. Gather all 9-tailed beasts? Shikaku was startled at first, but then thought, it seems there really is the aura of 2 other tailed beasts on this monster that is going to seal itself. Goodness, let me tell you, as soon as it heard this, that raccoon cat's face was filled with the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and it completely broke down. It started howling. How dare they? Are they crazy? I curled my lips and thought to myself, so you just realized how treacherous people can be out there? I bluntly pointed it out. So do you understand now? If you go out, you're just a walking KPI. Those people from the organization will treat you like money and will pack you up in no time. You should stay honestly within this little brother of yours. At least for now, he has a wind shadow, which is a stable job. Understand? As soon as I said this, Shoha's big eyes widened like copper bells, clearly tempted. But in less than 2 seconds, that big head shook like a rattle drum. No. It's not safe to follow this kid. How about you make me your human sacrifice instead? I was stunned at the time. Who understands this among my family? In this day and age, even beasts are rushing to find hosts. And it kept getting more and more excited, painting a picture for itself. Yes. This idea is amazing. You can be my human pillar. Now it was my turn to shake my head like a rattle drum. No, just stop it. The guardian crane was anxious. Why not? I'm super strong. I can help you fight. I glanced at it sideways, giving it a once-over, and my disdainful expression was almost overflowing. Is it strong? Why can't I feel it? In a word, this big raccoon was rendered speechless. It was filled with bitterness and indignation back in the day. After the old sage of 6 paths kicked the bucket, when did this dignified, tailed beast ever beg humans to be its Jinchuriki? And now, not only did it beg, but it was also looked down upon. Although, to be fair, it seems like it really can't help me with anything. But where do I put my face? To be honest, it's not that I look down on it. It's just that this guy is genuinely useless to me. Purely a waste of space. If it were the 9 tails, I'd at least think about it. After all, back when the sage of 6 paths divided chakra, he was clearly biased, giving 1 tail a share and then turning around to give the 9 tails another. Giving 2 tails a share and then turning around to give the 9 tails another. Pure favoritism for the 9 tails. Besides, my cheap little brother Gaara would really be in trouble without this thing. I was just thinking, wow, the opponent Shoha has completely turned into a drama queen and started acting. Please, big boss, take me away. Seal me inside your body. I might be taken away at any moment here. It's truly a tearful performance. My mouth corners twitched crazily, and honestly, the ninja world owes you an Oscar. Seeing it was far from over, I shouted coldly, enough. Shikaku's wailing abruptly stopped, and he shut his mouth sulkily. That's settled then. You stay put in this kid's body. I commanded in an undeniable tone. If he could become the Kazekage, it meant he wasn't a fool. If you can cooperate with him well and help him become the perfect Jinchuriki, even the Akatsuki will have to think twice when they come. This guy still wanted to struggle, but I still think you're more. Shut up. I rolled my eyes. If you keep whining, do you believe I'll extract half of your chakra? Cough, cough. As soon as Shikaku heard this, he immediately cowered, closing his mouth tightly. With this drama queen handled, I waved my hand. All right, bring your little brother's consciousness in. Shikaku grumbled an O, and Gaara's consciousness was instantly pulled in. He seemed a bit confused. Shikaku? Chinyu? What are you doing here? I said irritably. What do you think I'm here for? To save you, right? Otherwise, what? Did the village ask Konoha for help? Huh. I waved my hand. That's not important. The main thing is that your sister asked me for help. I have to give her face. Gaara scratched his head, as if realizing something. After all, this person in front of him was undeniably his brother-in-law. So now, they must have captured me to protect the crane, right? I feel like a lot of my chakra has been drained. I nodded. That's right. I only took half. And we arrived just in time to interrupt. The current issue is that your seal is broken. and I want to add a new one for you. But this guy doesn't want to stick with you anymore, thinks you're weak, and wants to switch sides to join me. Is that so? After Gaara finished speaking, he fell silent for a moment, then turned to Shikaku, saying, let me tell you, even Naruto would call you master after hearing that. Shikaku, I know you suffered for following me, and you long for freedom. If possible, I would be willing to fulfill your wish, even if it means I might die. However, I'm the Kazekage, and I cannot easily die. I hope you can help me. His words were sincere and powerful. Shikaku was instantly stunned. Seeing that both threats and genuine feelings were in place, this guy still maintained his beastly demeanor, looking down at Gaara with a smirk and saying, humph, kid, since you're so sincere, this lord will temporarily stay and protect your life. Hee hee. I raised my eyebrow, and the eternal kaleidoscope instantly opened. The crimson power surged into its mind in an instant. The guardian crane let out a howl. Its whole body shuddered, and it instantly wilted. At this point, what was it pretending to be a big bad wolf for? I stared at it coldly and said, we've all died together once, so let's cooperate well from now on. Got it? Yes. I'll listen to you. After being thoroughly educated by my technique, the guardian crane was now more obedient than anyone else. I turned to Gaara and said, you two have good chat, just focus on companionship. I'll put a new seal on you, and I'll give you the key. Whenever you feel the time is right, you can loosen it a bit and let it breathe. This was also meant for Shikaku to hear. Behave well, and you won't be treated poorly. Sure enough, the raccoon cat's eyes softened quite a bit. I turned around and walked away, while Shoha shouted from behind, Lord Chinyu, what about my half chakra? If there's a chance, I'll help you get it back. Without looking back, I said, what you need to do now is to keep the half you have left. As I completely left, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Shoha's big eyes, and he muttered to himself, Chinyu, could this kid be the prophesied child the old man mentioned? The blue-eyed boy. The eye color doesn't match. Forget it, it doesn't matter as long as this kid is impressive. As soon as I exited the mental space, I quickly formed hand signs with both hands and pressed them hard against Gaara's abdomen. For symbol seal. Activate. I've been negotiating and educating in the spiritual world, and it feels like half a day has passed. But guess how long it's been outside? Just 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. Opposite, Deidara was staring wide-eyed, poking the side of the Scorpion. Brother Scorpion. That kid seems to have sealed the one-tail again. Scorpion's face looked quite unpleasant. Awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. I can't understand what that idiot one-tail is doing. Such a good opportunity, and he doesn't know to run. Scorpion stubbornly said, maybe we underestimated that kid. He might have dealt with the one-tail in an instant. TCH. Brother Scorpion, don't scare yourself. Deidara said arrogantly. How could a little brat have that ability? The one-tail must have been scared out of its wits by us and doesn't dare to come out. Scorpion actually believed it to some extent. All right, enough nonsense. Prepare to fight. Just then, Gaara opened his eyes and woke up. Temari was so excited, she was almost crying. Gaara. Brother. Temari was so thrilled. Her brother called her sister. It was like the sun was rising from the west. Naruto was also very happy, pulling Gaara up from the ground. After Gaara steadied himself, he looked at me with gratitude. Chin. I shot a sideways glance. Gaara understood immediately and quickly changed his words. Brother-in-law, thank you. Temari's face instantly turned red. I patted Gaara's shoulder seriously and said, not bad, young man. Being the Kazekage really makes a difference. You've improved. After a brief chat, Gaara turned around and fixed his cold gaze on Sasori and Deidara. Wow. An invisible clash of murderous intent erupted in an instant. I tell you, in this kind of competition purely based on momentum, Naruto and Sakura are just there to make up the numbers. They really don't stand a chance. The only ones holding their ground are Gaara and Kakashi. Deidara smirks. Brother Scorpion, this is your specialty, right? Trying to show off your killing intent in front of me? You're asking for death. In an instant, Scorpion's delicate face was filled with murderous intent, and a terrifying killing aura erupted, instantly overwhelming the momentum of Kakashi and Gaara. Kakashi turned pale. How many people must have been killed to generate such killing intent? Gaara is also not feeling well. His back is soaked. It's really weak. The Shikaku inside him can't stand it anymore. Gaara quickly called for help. Shikaku, help me. Let me take over. Shikaku coldly snorted, and the immense killing intent of the tailed beast was instantly directed at Gaara. The two teamed up and finally regained control of the situation. Scorpion was a bit surprised. Deidara, standing by, added fuel to the fire. Hey, Scorpion, this won't do. They're being suppressed. Shut up. It's the one tail that has made a move. One tail? Don't kid me. Deidara didn't believe it at all when he captured him. The one tail didn't dare to make a sound, and now it would take action? Scorpion was too lazy to explain, snorting coldly. In terms of killing intent, even the leader can't compare to me. Just now, I only used 60% of my power. Watch me crush them. As soon as he finished speaking, an even more violent killing intent erupted explosively. The combined strength of Gaara and Shikaku was instantly torn to shreds. This is the strength of the #1 puppet master in the ninja world. This guy has even slaughtered nations using human puppets. The blood debts on him are more than everyone thinks. Just now, he hadn't even used his full strength? Kakashi was shocked. Even Shikaku couldn't help but curse. What the hell? This little brat is not simple. Gaara was anxious. You can't hold on either? Of course not. Every time I come out, I haven't killed many people before you seal me away. Where would all that killing intent come from? Shikaku forcefully explained. Scorpion looked at Deidara with a smug expression. See? Just as Deidara was about to compliment him, his expression instantly changed, because a killing intent more terrifying and solid than Scorpion's was pressing down on us like the sky was collapsing. Scorpion's proud killing intent was as fragile as paper in the face of this power, crumbling at a touch. Cold sweat instantly soaked Scorpion's back. How? Is this possible? He was completely stunned. I was thinking, comparing killing intent with me? Come, let me show you what a shinobi world Azura is. Uchiha Madara's killing intent. I doubled it instantly. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Kakashi was dumbfounded. This kid. Where does such terrifying killing intent come from? The Shikaku inside Gaara directly cursed. Damn, this killing intent is no weaker than that of those two bastards, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Gaara gasped. It's those two legendary figures. On the opposite side, Sasori took a long time to regain his composure and stared at me intently. Exactly are you? I smiled and said, the one who will kill you. Very good. Scorpion licked his lips, his eyes filled with fervor. After you die, you will become my most perfect work. Before he could finish his sentence, Deidara next to him interrupted. Hey. What are you talking about, Scorpion? He's clearly my opponent. I want to defeat him and prove my art. Nonsense. You were the one who attacked the Wind Shadow. Now, it's my turn. That's one thing. And this is another. Can the Wind Shadow compare to him? It can't, Scorpion sneered. But you broke a hand just trying to fight the Wind Shadow. What are you going to use to fight him? Goodness, these two clowns are actually having an internal conflict over who gets to fight me. Gaara listened with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing he was being looked down upon. The Shikaku inside him was gloating. TSK, kid. You're being underestimated? Huh? But it's understandable. In the entire ninja world, there aren't many who can compare to that guy. Deidara, having his scars revealed, became furious and embarrassed. That was my carelessness. Gaara took a deep breath and said to me, Sister, brother-in-law, that one playing with the clay, leave it to me. Before he finished speaking, the Scorpion on the opposite side suddenly summoned a puppet. Gaara and Temari were stunned at the scene. That is, Lord Third Kazekage. That's right, it's the legendary strongest Kazekage who went missing, turned into a puppet by that brat, Sasori of the Red Sand. Kakashi was also shocked. This is too evil. Gaara's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Sasori, today, I will cleanse the village of Sunagakure. Oh, not avenging your own grudge? I asked with great interest. Compared to the village's hatred, personal grudges are nothing. Gaara said with righteous determination. Eliminating this traitor is my responsibility as Kazekage. TSK, I didn't expect you to have such awareness. However, Sasori didn't even look at Gaara. His gaze fixed on me. The strongest Kazekage has died in my hands. You, a mere rookie of the 5th, are you even worthy? At that moment, Deidara, that little brat, had a brainwave and threw out a lump of clay, which instantly transformed into a large bird. He jumped on it and flew up into the sky. Sasori, do you think if I fly away, that kid will come after me? Deidara teased with a raised eyebrow from above. You. Sasori was furious, wanting to use his chakra threads to pull him down, but Deidara dodged with a slick movement. Chinyu, right? If you're capable, come outside and spar with me. Hee. I chuckled. Since you're so eager to seek death, I'll grant you that. Naruto also wanted to steal the kill. I'll do it. I shot him a glance. How are you going to fight? Are you going to spray him down with your mouth? Naruto was left speechless on the spot, scratching his head awkwardly. Then I'll deal with the one below. All right. I shrugged, leaving this puppet master to you guys. Isn't Lord Kazekage going to clean house? Sakura was still unconvinced. Just watch. I will prove my strength. Let's hope so. I replied dismissively, then leaned closer to Gaara and Kakashi, whispering, that guy has something strange about him, but I've observed that his left chest is a weak point. So hit him hard. Understood. The two nodded seriously. Well then, I'll go meet that mud player outside. I smiled and waved my hand, disappearing with a body flicker. As soon as I went outside, I saw Deidara, that one-armed hero, spiraling in the sky, with his empty left sleeve fluttering in the wind. It was so funny. Haha, you really dared to come alone. He laughed arrogantly. I looked at him and mockingly said, although you look quite handsome showing off up there, you really look quite pathetic with just one arm. In one sentence, I hit the nail on the head. You despicable guy. Even with just one hand left, I can easily take you down. Go die. Deidara waved his right hand, and a large handful of clay grasshoppers lunged toward me. I just smiled slightly and waved my hand, and a large number of needle-like lightning bolts instantly surged forward. Thousands of birds and thousands of books. This should have been the technique of the second pillar, but sorry, I developed it ahead of time. With my current level of lightning release, creating this thing is simply too easy. So the next second, Deidara and his clay grasshoppers crashed into my lightning net like headless flies. Let me tell you, the scene was like a giant electric mosquito swatter being turned on a summer night, crackling with sparks. Those little pests that were so aggressive just a moment ago instantly became lifeless figurines, falling straight down. Deidara's face turned green up in the sky, and after gesturing for a long time with his right hand, he didn't dare to shout out that explosive word. Family, who understands? He knows very well in his heart that the clay that has been zapped by my lightning release is nothing but a pile of useless mud. Shouting about an explosion is just embarrassing. He was probably frantically spamming comments in his mind. Impossible. Absolutely a coincidence. How could he know I'm afraid of lightning release? Brother, stop guessing. Your little schemes are as clear as day to me. This guy doesn't believe in evil. He took out a big lump of clay from his strange palm mouth, kneaded it, and with a bang, a big clay dragon emerged, swirling above my head like a drone, starting to crazily drop packages from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ground exploded like the surface of the moon. But he can explode all he wants. My movement technique is maxed out, and I maneuver through the explosions without a scratch, maintaining elegance. Deidara in the sky was furious, shouting, "Bastard! If you have the skill, don't run." I thought to myself, do you take me for a fool? Running away? This is called strategic delaying. Okay. Once he has blown up enough, I'll unleash my ultimate move. I raised my left hand, and a big blue pinwheel appeared, buzzing loudly. The special effect for burning through the budget. Folks. I looked up at him and smiled. Your turn is over. Now it's my turn. As soon as the words left my mouth, the huge, spiraling shuriken shot up into the sky. Deidara's eyes were about to pop out. What the heck? No hand signs? You can throw it out. He desperately tried to make that mud dragon dodge, but it was still a second too late, and the dragon's tail got sucked in. Just when he let out a sigh of relief. Thinking it wasn't a big deal, the next second, my spiraling shuriken buzzed and directly expanded in place. Like a meat grinder, crunching his precious dragon into pieces, leaving not a single whole part. Before he could recover from the shock of his dragon being destroyed, I had already leaped into the air. With a flash of lightning in my right hand, a lightning spear several dozen meters long formed instantly, and with a whoosh, it pierced right through the clay bird he was riding. The tip of that spear, let me tell you, passed so close to his scalp that his CPU probably fried at that moment. Then he fell like a kite with a broken string, screaming as he descended. Just as he was about to smash into a pancake, this guy was quite clever, forming hand signs in midair to perform Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh to cushion his fall. Hey, am I going to let you have your way? I quickly formed another identical blue pinwheel, predicting where he would land, and threw it there to wait. Deidara was completely caught off guard in midair. He was probably thinking, are you cheating? Is chakra free? It felt like you thought the ADC on the other side had no skills left, only for him to pull out an unlimited firepower buff. Totally unreasonable. At the critical moment, this guy went berserk, flinging out a long mud snake from his pocket, which stuck to a distant tree, swinging him away. Although he still crashed to the ground with a thud, at least he saved his life. I saw him fall to the ground, disoriented and coughing up blood, and couldn't help but start mocking him. How's it going, mud player? Do you still think you're tough? He still tried to act tough, you brat. It's not over yet. Then he pulled out a lump of mud and shaped it into a crooked little figure, charging it at me. I drew my Thunder God sword and sliced it in half. To my surprise, that thing split apart like a dividing slime and turned into two, flanking me from both sides. Not bad, but am I scared? I planted my sword into the ground, pushed with both hands, and unleashed lightning release. Lightning strike. With a crash, a wall of lightning surged forward, instantly vaporizing his split little creations, leaving not a trace behind. All right. I looked at him and said, I'm not playing with you anymore. Let's finish this quickly. Upon hearing that I was serious, this guy quickly took off on a new bird, soaring high into the sky. Then from his own mouth, yes, his actual mouth, he spat out a huge lump of clay, which with a bang transformed into a Deidara plus version towering dozens of meters high, charging towards me. He was laughing maniacally in the air. Keek keek. Chinyu. This was originally a gift I prepared to defeat Uchiha Itachi. I let out a cold laugh and shot it with a 1,000-bird sharp gun, blowing it up. But I knew something big was coming. After that thing exploded, the air was filled with invisible nanometer-sized spider bombs, drifting toward me. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying it all out. With a blink of my eyes, I revealed my kaleidoscope Sharingan. Deidara, up in the sky with his small telescope, was completely stunned. While he was still mumbling, I had already started to unleash my power. With a loud boom, a massive purple and green skeletal giant rose from the ground, completely enclosing me within it. It was so imposing. His proud C4 explosives were all blocked outside. Not a speck of dust could get in. Folks, this is what we call absolute defense. Deidara was completely shut down. After all this preparation, specifically designed to counter the Sharingan, he ended up being a joke here, not even able to touch a single hair on me. I yelled at him through Susanoo. How's it going? Playing in the mud? You think you could take on Itachi like this? He angrily threatened. Humph. Even if you could defend against me, so what? I can fly, can you? What can you do to me? I laughed. The next second, Susanoo directly donned a thick layer of armor and with a clang, drew out a giant sword several hundred meters long from the void. Just a second ago, Deidara was still being tough, but the next second, the tip of the sword was almost against his face, scaring him so much that he lost his mind, cursed, and desperately tried to fly higher. I controlled Susanoo and swung my weapon wildly, just like chopping vegetables. Although his piloting skills were decent, I still managed to slice off one of the bird's wings with a single blow, and the wind from the blade even left a cut on his face. It was truly a perilous situation. This guy narrowly escaped death, switched to another bird, flew even higher, and then started boasting. How about that? If you have the ability, come at me again. Can you reach me, you big shot? I thought to myself, satisfy you. With a Susanoo chant. A pair of energy wings that could block out the sun appeared behind me. Deidara's eyes nearly popped out. This thing. Can it actually have wings? Sure enough, when I flapped my wings, I soared into the sky. The most thrilling move came next. I controlled the wind direction and blew all the tiny nanospiders he had released back at him. Deidara was chased by his own big move, and the scene was simply an abstract spectacle of 2025. While running, he cursed me for being despicable, and in the end, he had no choice but to self-detonate. With a bang, he and his bird were blown away by his own explosion, crashing down like a broken sack, creating a huge pit in the ground. I was hovering in the air in my winged Susanoo, looking down at him, who was half dead on the ground, his robe tattered. How does it feel to be a mud player, injured by your own technique? I asked leisurely. Now do you still think I can't do anything to you? He angrily spat out blood again. Oh dear, young man, don't be so hot-headed, I said mischievously. He struggled to raise his head and glared at me, still trying to be tough. Humph. Chinyu, you arrogant guy. Stop boasting here. I couldn't help but laugh. Then said seriously, it seems like you're the one who's been talking nonsense all along. You, still trying to be stubborn? Well, let me tell you. That guy Deidara's face turned green with anger, but then he thought about it and realized, hey, maybe I really hit the nail on the head, from start to finish. It was just him making a fuss, and I never took him seriously. Family, who understands? He completely broke down. He totally lost it, pointing his finger at me. He vented, saying that my appearance, that damn look in my eyes, is exactly like that Uchiha Itachi. He said my eyes completely disregard his art, deny his art, and it made him so furious. I curled my lip and replied to him, boring trick. Just those 5 words made the scene fall silent for 3 seconds. Then, Deidara suddenly began to laugh wildly, and that laughter was something else. It sent chills down people's spines. Chinyu, you really underestimate me. I tell you. The next second, he just tore off his shirt. At that moment, there was only one thought in my mind. The law of death when the Akatsuki organization takes off their clothes. Isn't this it? I saw his chest and, good heavens, there was actually a mouth there, with stitches on top. He used the mouth on his palm to rip off the stitches. And that big mouth on his chest suddenly opened wide, with a thick tongue sticking out. But that's not all. He had that kind of crazed, eerie smile on his face and pulled out a big chunk of clay from his pocket, directly stuffing it into the mouth on his chest. Damn, that scene. Black veins suddenly exploded from his body, looking like a circuit board, really scary. Then he started his farewell speech, saying this was his ultimate art, that he was going to self-destruct and become art itself through death. He also mentioned something about a blast radius of 10 kilometers. and everything within that range would be sublimated. What is this trying to impress me? It's 2025. Who even listens to villains rambling before they die? He was still shouting, "Feel the fear. Marvel at me. My art is." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned into a pitch-black sphere about to explode, light streaming out from the cracks. So what did I do? I immediately summoned Susanoo. In an instant, I was right in front of that bomb. Deidara's last thought was still shouting explosion, and at that moment, I felt a thrill. In that split second, I widened my left eye. Good grief. That world-ending, self-destructing black sphere was sucked into my eye like a QQ candy. Just like that. In 1 second, just 1 second, the world was peaceful again. My eternal kaleidoscope was given by the system. It's a cheat. My left eye is called Swallow, no matter what ninjutsu it is. I can directly suck it in and store it. My right eye is called Reverse, which can shoot out the things I've absorbed without any alteration. I ask you, isn't that impressive? After dealing with Deidara, I flicked my divine robe behind me and coolly returned to the Akatsuki base. As soon as I got back, wow, Kakashi and the others were all covered in dirt after being beaten by Scorpion. The ground was littered with sand and iron parts. They almost got wiped out. Seeing me, Kakashi hurriedly asked, "Did you take care of it?" I shrugged. "I'm making my move. What suspense is left?" You have no idea how Kakashi felt. His eyes rolled back in frustration. I told him that Scorpion's weakness was in his chest, but he couldn't even touch Scorpion's real body, all blocked by that puppet of the third Kazekage. It was so frustrating. Scorpion on the opposite side was dumbfounded. Watching me come back completely unscathed, he was in shock. Where's that bastard Deidara? Did he run away? He didn't believe I could finish it so quickly and without a scratch. And he immediately concluded that Deidara had escaped on his clay bird. I looked at him like he was a fool. Why do you think he can escape from me? What does that mean? Scorpion's face changed. It means he's already finished. Impossible. Scorpion exclaimed on the spot. How could you possibly take down Deidara in such a short time? I pretended to scratch my head in distress. How should I explain this? Should I say he is too weak or I'm too strong? Scorpion sneered and said I was sharp-tongued and would never believe my nonsense. I suggested, how about I dig out his corpse for you to see? Kakashi and the others were shocked, saying I had a habit of collecting corpses. I thought about it for a moment and decided against it, taking that thing out. The recoil would be too much. You can't handle it. Scorpion. Upon hearing this, Scorpion got even more excited, convinced that Deidara had just run away, claiming that I was just bragging. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him directly. Think whatever you want. It won't change the fact that you're about to die at my hands. This really angered Scorpion, and he said ominously, "Chinyu, I know you have some skills, but you can't keep me here. Now, I'll let you experience my ultimate art." Another ultimate art? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and said, "Your partner just shouted that and then disappeared. Are you trying to team up with him?" Scorpion scoffed in disdain. That guy Deidara's explosions aren't even worthy of being called art. True art is eternal. Then he took out a scroll, and with a bang, a cloud of white smoke dispersed. And let me tell you, the scene was filled with countless puppets dressed in red robes. There must have been hundreds of them, each holding all sorts of bizarre weapons. Scorpion was boasting about his secret technique, the 100 machine manipulation, claiming that he once wiped out a nation all by himself with this move. Kakashi and the others turned pale, sweating profusely from fear. Then I remarked, "Is this pile of junk?" Everyone was stunned on the spot. Gaara still wanted to advise me, but the one-tailed Shikaku inside him directly chimed in. "Save your breath, Wind Shadow Kid. You're just worrying for nothing. To you, these are puppets, but to him, they really are just a pile of junk. See, even the tailed beast understands me." Kakashi was frantic, asking me what the plan was and how we should cooperate. I said, "Plans? Coordination? Why not just charge in and take him down? What else do we need to do?" Kakashi was immediately stunned into silence by my words. On the opposite side, Scorpion was completely enraged by my trash talk. After all, each of those puppets was his hard work. His eyes were filled with fury. And with a command, hundreds of puppets launched a barrage of attacks. Poison needles, toxic mist, and fire missiles came pouring in. Kakashi and the others were extremely tense, ready to fight for their lives. I shook my head at that moment and said, "There's no future." The next second, I blinked my eyes. Boom! A gigantic purple-blue skeleton giant rose from the ground, completely enveloping all of us. Outside, the sounds of clanging and booming were like scraping the skin, utterly useless. Gaara was stunned. Is this the brother-in-law's technique? How could it be so powerful? The one-tailed Shikaku inside him snorted coldly. The power of those evil eyes. The most shocking reaction came from Scorpion, who stared blankly at the purple-blue skeleton giant, completely dumbfounded. I looked at him with a half-smile and asked, "So, How is it? Scorpion, is this your ultimate art? He was so angry that his face twisted, frantically commanding all his puppets to rush at me, wielding knives and spears to fiercely slash at my Susanoo. However, not even a mark was left. As a shadow-level powerhouse, Scorpion had some insight. He thought that my technique consumed a lot of chakra and that I couldn't last long. It's laughable. With my an eternal kaleidoscope, my chakra is virtually infinite. I directly told him, I think I can last until you die without any problem. I don't want to waste any more words with him. Susanoo's two large hands stretched forward, and with a flash of light, a dozens of meters long chakra greatsword appeared out of thin air. Clang! The greatsword was drawn, and with a simple and unadorned sweep, it struck towards that pile of debris. I tell you, it was utterly devastating. The purple and blue blade flashed by, and with one stroke, dozens of puppets were split in half on the spot, directly rendered useless. Scorpion's heart was bleeding, and his eyes instantly turned red. That expression was not just anger, but more shock. His proud, sturdy puppets were as fragile as tofu in front of my big blade. This strike left him stunned, repeatedly murmuring, Why? Why is there such a monstrous technique? I can't give him the time to exclaim. Susanoo flipped his right hand, and the big sword swung down again. Scorpion was startled and hurriedly manipulated his precious puppets to retreat desperately. Although he managed to dodge this time, it caused him immense psychological pressure. Looking at the remaining puppets, Scorpion let out a big sigh of relief, but the next second, he quickly gathered his spirits. Because the opponent he faced now was not only incredibly strong, but also very cunning. It could be said that he was the most dangerous opponent Scorpion had encountered since his debut. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into a trap. I have to tell you, Scorpion is indeed on high alert, but no matter how cautious he is, it doesn't matter at all. Kinyu completely ignores him and just laughs, making it feel like a cat teasing a mouse, playing with him. Scorpion is a quiet guy, snorting coldly and then falling silent, probably pondering some sneaky trick. As a result, Kinyu directly provokes him. Oh, not talking anymore? Do you think I have no way to deal with a mute? Well, that one sentence immediately heightened Scorpion's tension. I saw Kinyu's eyes move, and the giant Susanoo's empty hand suddenly swung, causing the armor on his chest to open with a snap. In the next second, let me tell you, it was like a rain of arrows. Countless purple energy arrows, like they were free, flooded towards Scorpion's pile of broken puppets. The speed was so fast, the range so wide, and with so many puppets, there was no need to aim. It was just like rain, piercing through them one after another. In an instant, over 100 puppets were turned into a sieve, and dozens were rendered useless on the spot. Now this is great. Scorpion's pride, the 100 machine manipulation. More than 200 puppets, just lost half in an instant. Scorpion's face turned green, and his mindset completely collapsed. Kinyu was still fanning the flames. Boss Scorpion, I heard that puppet masters love to play with hidden weapons. Come on, how about trying my hidden weapon? I tell you, this nearly made Scorpion have a heart attack on the spot. He must be roaring inside. You call this a hidden weapon? This is a freaking Italian cannon. One shot could wipe out my entire enhanced battalion. Who understands, family? After playing with art my whole life, I feel like paper in front of him, and with just one move, he can crush me to pieces. Who can take that? He suddenly recalled Ghost Shark's evaluation of Kinyu, saying that guy is a bottomless pit, and you never know how many cards he has left. Now he believed it, completely believed it, and regretted it deeply. If only he had listened to Ghost Shark and fled, it would have been over. Kinyu just looked at him quietly, not making a move. But that gaze, it was so contemptuous that it directly infuriated Scorpion. Scorpion has been sensitive since childhood, and seeing that look, he thought, great, you're looking down on my art. That nameless anger surged up, and he became completely obsessed, roaring, you dare to despise my art. Unforgivable. Even if I die today, you will pay the price. Kinyu smiled, just you? If you have any hidden skills, hurry up and use them, or you want to have a chance. Kakashi beside them was helpless, thinking Kinyu stop being so dramatic and just finish the fight. But he also knew this guy is just like that. Advising him is useless. Scorpion was completely enraged. The remaining 100 or so puppets all fell to the ground. He didn't want them anymore. He directly pulled out a scroll from behind, both palms facing Kinyu, and his hands had already been transformed into cannon barrels. With a bang, 2 raging fire dragons burst forth from his palms, sweeping towards Susanoo. This move is called Flame Prison Array, and to take down Kinyu, he even burned his remaining puppets. He has gone mad, completely mad. The flames were fierce, instantly engulfing Susanoo. But Susanoo's defense was not to be underestimated. It managed to hold up. Seeing it was ineffective, Scorpion immediately changed tactics. compressing the large area of flames into a very thin fire line, shooting it like a laser. Kakashi's expression changed when he saw this. He knew this kind of single-point attack has the strongest penetrating power. Sure enough, when the fire line hit Susanoo, it produced a sound like metal melting, and it looked like it was about to pierce through. Gaara and the others were extremely tense, but the Shokaku inside him rolled its eyes and lazily said, "Spare me. If this thing could pierce through, your sand would just be a delivery service. You underestimate the kaleidoscope too much. This is just the beginning. The good show is still to come." Gaara was completely stunned. Is this not all of my brother-in-law's strength? Shokaku sneered. Of course not. He just said he was warming up. Do you think that's just talk? That's the truth. The calmest person in the audience was Chinyu, who looked at the Susanoo that was about to be burned through and smirked. Interesting, I didn't expect you, a doll player, to surprise me a bit. Scorpion was still desperately increasing his output, shouting crazily, "Die for me." Chinyu leisurely replied, "You've already used all your strength, but I was just warming up. I told you." Scorpion didn't believe at the time, shouting, "Stop pretending." Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! The several-meter-tall skeleton frame suddenly shot up into the air. Dozens of meters. It directly pierced through the roof of the Akatsuki base. Moreover, the originally bare-bone frame was now covered with a thick layer of armor, resembling a colossal divine weapon. The crack that was supposed to be shot through instantly disappeared. Scorpion's intensely concentrated fiery laser hit it, leaving not even a white dot. The people inside Susanoo were dumbfounded. Kakashi had seen it before. But even he took a deep breath. Gaara muttered to himself, "Is this the true strength of my brother-in-law?" Shokaku snorted twice. "What else could it be? I told you it was just a warm-up, and you still didn't believe it. It's all about reality." The commotion was so loud that even the Nine-Tails inside Naruto was disturbed, thinking to itself, why is this little brat's power so freakish? It's almost on par with Uchiha Madara. If anyone was truly shocked, it had to be Scorpion. In front of that giant towering several meters high, he felt as small as an ant and struggled to swallow. Is this the descent of a deity? Chinyu's voice came from the sky. So, do you still think you can make me pay a price? Scorpion's pride was shattered again. He roared in anger and pulled out a scroll. This time he wasn't playing with fire, but switched to water. A thin water column, as fine as a hair, sprayed out from his palm, yet its power was absurdly great, slicing through the clouds above. Then he twisted his arm, and that indestructible water column shot towards Susanoo. With a hissing sound, white smoke rose from Susanoo's armor, indeed corroded. But the amazing thing was, as soon as a little was corroded here, it was automatically repaired over there. Scorpion was drenched in sweat, and that water column couldn't advance an inch. Chinyu sneered. Is that all you've got? It seems you have no new tricks. Then, you can go die. As soon as he finished speaking, with a clang, the several-meter-long giant sword of Susanoo was drawn out. It swung directly at Scorpion's position. Scorpion was terrified and quickly stopped his attack to dodge to the side. Even though he was fast, he was still grazed by the blade, losing half of his arm on the spot. Before he could catch his breath, Chinyu flicked his wrist, and the giant sword swept horizontally again. This time, he truly couldn't dodge. Just as he was about to be sliced in half, an old voice suddenly called out, "Wait," as if that would work. Was Chinyu's sword something you could just stop at will? A shadow rushed over to block the sword, but in front of Susanoo's giant blade, it was like tofu, directly sliced in half. The blade's momentum didn't diminish and accurately slashed towards Scorpion's left chest, where his core was. With a bang, the regeneration core was instantly obliterated. Scorpion's life force rapidly dissipated, and before he died, he saw an elderly figure rushing towards him, murmuring, "Grandma." Then he completely cooled down. The one rushing over was Granny Chiyo. She looked at her grandson's corpse, tears streaming down her face, crying inconsolably. Chinyu finished the fight and casually dispersed Susanoo. Gaara and the others also arrived. Upon explanation, it was revealed that this was the Scorpion's grandmother, an advisor from Sunagakure, who had presumably come in response to a plea for help. Granny Chiyo held her grandson's lifeless body, watching him transform himself into a puppet, and then glanced at the scattered puppet parts nearby, especially the puppet of the third Kazekage. The feelings of guilt and shock in her heart were almost overwhelming. Gaara and Chiyo comforted each other, but the Shokaku inside Gaara was still stirring. "Hey, it was that old woman who insisted on sealing me inside you. Don't you hate her?" Gaara shook his head. "I hated her before, but not anymore. This is my fate, and it's my responsibility." After crying for a long time, Chiyo suddenly seemed to have made a decision. She put down the body of Sasori, turned around, and suddenly knelt down in front of Gaara. Gaara was startled and quickly went to help her. But Chiyo said, Lord Kazekage, I apologize on behalf of my grandson, and on behalf of Sunagakure. Please forgive him. Gaara quickly said, the dead are freed from their debts. Please get up. When Chiyo heard that Gaara had forgiven him, she was overjoyed and turned to Scorpion's corpse, saying, Scorpion, did you hear that? Grandma will save you right now. Temari was stunned and said, Grandma, he's already dead. But Chiyo replied, I have developed a forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to life. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Temari reacted quickly and asked, there must be a cost for this technique, right? Chiyo smiled and said, the cost is my own life. When Gaara and the others heard this, they hurried to persuade her, saying it wouldn't work. But Chiyo had made up her mind, saying she had lived enough and wanted to use her life to bring her grandson back to the right path. At that moment, Shikaku was sneering in Gaara's heart. Fool, you can't persuade her. You might as well help her. What good does it do for her to seek your forgiveness? That person won't agree. She just came back to life, and now she's going to be killed again. Isn't that just a waste? Gaara suddenly woke up and thought, right? He hurriedly ran over to whisper a few words to Chiyo. After listening, Chiyo was also stunned, but thinking back to the scene of the colossal giant just now, she could only sigh and followed Gaara to Chinyu's side. Temari awkwardly explained the situation, and after hearing it, Chinyu laughed. You think too much. I have no deep hatred with him. When someone dies, the accounts are settled. If you want to revive him, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. But let me be clear, if he comes back and doesn't repent, don't blame me for sending him on his way again. Chiyo couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. Konoha really produces dragons. Then she started to express her envy and jealousy, saying that their Sunagakure had no talent. As a result, Chinyu came up with his usual antics and said seriously, Oh, Elder, don't say that although Sunagakure may not have many talents, but you do produce beauties. While saying this, he mischievously took Temari's hand and held it tightly. Temari's face turned red, and after a couple of symbolic struggles, she lowered her head in tacit acceptance. Chiyo, having lived her whole life, had never seen such a scene and was left speechless by Chinyu's way of thinking, probably wondering, what kind of bastard genius is this? But then she thought, with someone like him around Temari, Sunagakure's current generation is stable. Suddenly, she found Chinyu much more pleasing to the eye and meaningfully patted Temari on the shoulder. Then Chiyo went back to prepare for the technique. She first summoned the father and mother puppets made by Scorpion when he was a child, along with her own Chiyo's 10 puppets. Then pressed her hands together and activated the forbidden technique, Living Rebirth. She placed her hands on Scorpion, using her last strength to explain her wishes, urging him to return to the right path, to use his soul to control the puppets instead of turning himself into a puppet. Finally, a blue light burst forth, and Chiyo's life force along with all her chakra was injected into Scorpion's body, while she herself slumped down, completely lifeless, her body falling straight into Scorpion's arms. The next second, the Scorpion of the red sand suddenly opened his eyes. The newly revived Scorpion had no idea what had happened, seeing his grandmother dead in his arms. He exploded in anger, blood-red eyes pointing at Chinyu, shouting, You killed her. Killing me wasn't enough. Why can't you even spare an old woman? Chinyu rolled his eyes disdainfully. Fool. Scorpion, furious and wanting to attack, found that all his mechanisms were gone, turning into an ordinary flesh and blood person. He then realized, no, I clearly died. What's going on? Gaara sighed and recounted how Chiyo sacrificed her life to save him. After listening, Sasori was stunned, tears streaming down his face as he held his grandmother's cold corpse and wept uncontrollably, filled with regret. Chinyu, seeing his pathetic state, shouted coldly, She saved you because she hoped you would become a better person, to be a puppeteer with a soul again. This shout snapped Sasori back to reality. He slammed his fist onto the stone, blood flowing, feeling a long-lost pain and rediscovering his humanity. He solemnly sealed his grandmother's body and then respectfully said to Gaara, Lord Kazekage, I wonder if Sunagakure would still accept me, this sinner? Gaara was of course happy to welcome him back. Scorpion also took off the Akatsuki ring on the spot and threw it away, announcing a clean break with the past. Seeing that everything was resolved satisfactorily, Chinyu waved his hand and said, All right, the matter is settled. I declare that Team 7 has successfully completed this mission. Next, everyone goes home and finds their own mothers. After saying that, he put one arm around Shoju and waved to Kakashi and the others, looking quite carefree, ready to leave. Just as he was about to lift his leg, my cheap little uncle, Gaara, suddenly coughed twice, with a little expression that was fidgety. I tell you, he looked just like a little kid wanting to ask his sister for candy. He weakly asked, brother-in-law? When can my sister come back to the village to visit? As soon as I heard this, my eyes turned, and I understood clearly in my heart. This kid is afraid that I will run away with his handball and not return it. I just laughed and said, I'll go when I have time. I'll go when I have time. I love Gaara. It's so awkward that I can only nod and say, oh. When I saw his little panda-like face, I couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. I waved my hand dramatically, exuding charisma. Don't worry. From now on, we're all family. You sand ninjas. I've got your back. If there's anything, just call me brother-in-law. As soon as I said this, Gaara's eyes lit up and Shikaku happily burrowed into my arms. But then, of course, there's always someone who doesn't know their place and tries to ruin the moment. That red-haired, proud guy, Sasori, huffed and raised his nose in the air. We sand ninjas can handle our own affairs. I will help the Kazekage restore the village. And I absolutely won't rely on anyone. I glanced at him sideways, too lazy to look at him properly. Oh, you defeated opponent, you still dare to talk back here? Feeling bold, huh? He snorted and held his ground. I know you're strong. I can't beat you right now, but I'll go back and practice puppet techniques, and one day, I'll come back to find you. I shrugged nonchalantly and said, well, I'm always at your service. I looked at him, then glanced at the little panda, Gaara, and suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. All right, let's see what the sand ninja can come up with in your hands. That guy, Sasori, seemed quite confident. Just wait and see. We won't lose to you leaf ninjas. Okay, I'll be watching, I said with a smile, waving my hand as I walked away. Heading back to the leaf, Temari reluctantly said goodbye to Gaara. And just as we reached the door, that proud weirdo called out to us. Hey, wait a minute. I was so impatient, raising my eyebrows. What now? It's not about you. The scorpion retorted at me with annoyance, then quickly ran to Sakura, looking very eager. Little girl, you're a medical ninja, right? A really high-level one? Gaara quickly came over and asked, Scorpion, what's wrong with you? It's not me. Scorpion shook his head, his expression troubled. On my way to grab you, a guy named Kankuro from our village chased after me. Kankuro. Temari and Gaara turned pale at the mention of his name. Temari immediately rushed forward and grabbed Scorpion by the collar, her eyes turning red. What did you do to him? Scorpion, realizing he was in the wrong, didn't get angry and replied softly, I didn't kill him, but he was poisoned by me. Only then did Temari relax, her legs feeling weak as she gasped for breath. Gaara remained calm and quickly asked, what's going on? Scorpion frowned and said, the poison is very strong. He will definitely die within 3 days. Moreover, I concocted this poison, and the ingredients are extremely complex. Ordinary people can't possibly neutralize it. Temari was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and save him. Then, let me tell you, the most explosive scene of the year came. The scorpion of the red sand, this top puppet master and top poison master, awkwardly said, well, I can't neutralize it. I couldn't hold back at that moment and directly cursed, you made the poison yourself, and you can't neutralize it? Are you stuck in a bug here? Scorpion looked so innocent. I made the poison to kill people. Why would I need the antidote? I rolled my eyes. Aren't you afraid of accidentally getting involved? He coughed a couple of times, feeling even more awkward. I used to be a puppet body, immune to all poisons. Wow, you're tough. I had nothing to say. Who understands this logic among family members? It's simply a closed loop. Temari was almost going crazy. What should we do then? Don't panic. Scorpion quickly pointed at Sakura, and I could tell that this little girl had a high level of medical ninjutsu. Temari slapped her forehead. Right. Sakura is Tsunade-sama's apprentice, the direct disciple of the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. When Scorpion heard the name Tsunade, his eyes widened. The Tsunade of the legendary 3. That's great. Her disciple must be outstanding. When Sakura heard someone praising her teacher, she puffed out her chest. Don't worry. I got this. Then let's hurry. Scorpion was more anxious than anyone, but I decided not to let them have their way. I looked at Scorpion with a teasing glance. Oh, who was just bragging that the Sand Ninja didn't need our Leaf Village's assistance? Is your face hurting now? Scorpion's face instantly changed from white to red, then to purple. Like a light show, but for the sake of his pride, he still stubbornly replied, Humph, I'm not asking you. Oh, is that so? I nodded, smiling wickedly. Well then, Sakura, we're not going, don't worry about it. We're in a hurry to return to the village and report to Lord Hokage. As ninjas, our duty is to obey orders. Sakura was dumbfounded, her eyes wide like saucers, probably thinking in her heart, can it be operated like this? I glanced at her, and that calico cat is a sand ninja. I've always found him displeasing. You. Scorpion was so angry that his fingers trembled. nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He probably had never encountered someone as shameless as me in his life, bullying in the workplace when lives were at stake. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't fight back, nor could he argue. The situation was stronger than the person. In the end, he had no choice but to lower his head in defeat, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I misspoke. The Sand Ninja Village, when necessary, still needs you from Konoha. Ah, that's more like it. My scheme succeeded. I chuckled and even patted his shoulder mockingly. Scorpion's teeth were nearly ground to dust. His eyes filled with the saying, what goes around comes around. Don't underestimate the young and poor. I felt incredibly relaxed and waved my hand. All right, Sakura, you go with him. The rest of you, follow me back to Konoha. Temari wanted to say something, worried about her brother. I directly gave her a reassuring pill. Don't worry, with Sakura here, she's Tsunade's apprentice after all. That flower-faced cat won't die. If she can't handle this little task, won't Tsunade just hammer her when she gets back? You going with him won't help, so it's better for you to come back to Konoha with me. Sakura, listening beside me, must have been grinding her teeth in frustration, thinking, this bastard, even when there's no opportunity, still targets me. Gaara also advised his sister, Sister, you should go back with brother-in-law. Kankuro will be fine. Temari nodded. So, Gaara quickly used sand to create a nimbus cloud, and with a whoosh, the three of them flew away in a hurry. As for me, I took my time with Temari, Kakashi, and the others on the way back to the village. Once we left, the two lurking under the ground, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, emerged. They muttered a few words and went back to report to their boss. 2 days later, at the Akatsuki's dark base, a group of phantoms gathered again for an online meeting. Haiden, with his loud voice, was the first to shout, Hey, those two art guys didn't come. They can't really be dead, right? Kakuzu sneered. Humph, always shouting about some broken art. It's normal for them to be dead. Pain, the leader of the group, was annoyed and interrupted directly. Enough. Zetsu, report the situation. Kisame murmured quietly beside. The opponent was that guy. It wouldn't be surprising if he is dead. White Zetsu sarcastically remarked. Well, I think the organization won't need me to spy for news anymore. We can just rely on Kisame's reasoning. Pain's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? Black Zetsu joined in the mockery. Has Kisame already figured it out? Pain's expression changed. Did Deidara and Sasori really die? Zetsu nodded. At first, it was confirmed that they were dead. At first, Pain was confused. How could there be a later if they were dead? Zetsu explained. Later, that sand ninja called Chio used some forbidden technique, exchanging her life for his, and brought Sasori back to life. Nanny. Haiden jumped up directly, revived. What kind of joke is this? Pain frowned. Besides his Rinnegan, there was someone else who could play with life and death? Zetsu continued. I sensed that Sasori's life force really disappeared for a while, but then it appeared again, while that old lady's presence vanished. So I guess it was like this. Haiden immediately seized the flaw. So, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Kakuzu mocked. Some people are getting better at slacking off. Zetsu got angry on the spot. I didn't see it. But that guy UchihaQinyu has insight like he has cheating. How can I reveal myself? If I do, I wouldn't even bring back any news. Haiden pouted. Just admit you're weak. No need to brag about how great your stealth technique is. Look at this. Your bluff has been exposed. At that moment, Kisame came out to mediate. This isn't Zetsu's fault. It just means UchihaQinyu is too strong. Hee. Haiden directly retorted, I thought who it was. It turns out to be the 7 ninja swordsmen who had one arm broken and nailed to the humiliation pillar. You still have the face to speak. I tell you, the Akatsuki meeting was like a large team-building event gone wrong. Kisame exploded on the spot. Ever since I beat him to the ground 3 years ago, it has become his dark history, and anyone who brings it up gets him riled up. The two of them almost came to blows across the illusion. Pain was exhausted and yelled, Enough! The room fell silent instantly. Can we talk about serious matters? Pain rubbed his temples and said to Zetsu, Continue. Scorpion has been revived. Why hasn't he come to the meeting? Zetsu paused for a moment and dropped the second bombshell. I don't know what's going on either. After that guy was revived, he seemed like a different person and went back to Sunagakure with that little wind shadow. Nanny. Now, the entire conference room exploded. Pain's Rinnegan instantly filled with killing intent. Return to Sunagakure? Isn't that defection? I've always known he was a good person. The second traitor after Orochimaru. Zetsu continued analyzing. I guess that old lady saved him with her life, and he was so moved that he returned to Sunagakure. Kakuzu snorted coldly. A guy who experiments on living people has any humanity? Conan also spoke up, His return to Sunagakure should mean he has given up on the human puppet path, so he naturally doesn't need us anymore. Kakuzu was still complaining. Oomph. This guy isn't on the same page as us. Kisame sees the opportunity to retort. So, you money-obsessed guy, are you also unreliable? Bullshit. Kakuzu exploded in anger. The money I saved is for the organization. Kisame sneered. Oomph. I haven't seen a single cent. Kakuzu shot back. What level are you to spend the organization's money? Most of the hard-earned money I saved has been taken by Conan to buy explosives. Cough. Pain coughed heavily, and Kakuzu immediately shut up in fright. But everyone heard what they needed to hear. Wow. The gossip flames were burning fiercely in the hearts of the others in the organization. It turned out that all the organization's money was being used by that angel to buy arms. Pain's face darkened, and he forcefully changed the subject. Let's put aside money matters. What do you all think about Scorpion's defection? Haiden jumped out again. What else is there to think? He must be killed. Kakuzu agreed. He knows too many of our secrets. He must not be left alive. Zetsu analyzed. He is different from Orochimaru. He went directly back to Sunagakure. So he will definitely expose our plans, like capturing the tailed beasts. When the 5 Kage summit starts, we'll be in trouble. Haiden, with his violent temper, didn't care about that. What 5 Kage summit? Just one scythe for each of them, all offered to Lord Jashin. What angers me most is his betrayal of the organization. Kakuzu shouted, exactly. Flatten Sunagakure. We can also grab that little brat of the one tail back. Kisame also joined in. Exactly. My big sword is also itching for action. Just as the three of them unified their stance, Haiden started to sarcastically tease Kisame. Oh, how could you possibly take action against Sunagakure? What if you lose an arm? How awkward would that be? Damn it. Kisame was about to explode. Enough. Pain felt like he was about to have a heart attack, forcibly controlling the scene again. Everyone calm down. Attacking Sunagakure? No. Going hard against a major ninja village does not align with our interests. The most critical thing now is to capture the tailed beasts. While they haven't reacted yet, let's get all the tailed beasts first. After rambling on for a long time, he finally managed to calm this group of warlike individuals down. Just as Pain was about to conclude the meeting, Haiden shouted again, wait, what about that kid named Chinyu? Our plans have been disrupted, and we've lost 2 members. We can't just let this go. Kakuzu also said, he must be killed in the cradle. Pain's mouth twitched crazily. I estimate he was already on the verge of a breakdown. He suppressed his anger and almost shouted, first, capture tailed beasts. Do you understand? Put all your energy into capturing the tailed beasts. Seeing that those 2 idiots were still unconvinced, Pain could only paint a big picture. Let's put Chinyu's matter aside for now. When the time is right, I will take action personally. You too. Don't go looking for him on your own. I don't want to find 2 new members again. After saying that, Pain, exhausted, directly logged off. Before leaving, Kisame didn't forget to provoke the immortal duo. Did you hear that? The leader said you're no match for us. Just behave. After saying that, he disappeared with a snap. Haiden was so angry he was jumping up and down, venting his frustration into the air. Once everyone had left, only he and Kakuzu's illusion remained. Haiden was furious. Kakuzu, they all looked down on us. Kakuzu's old face was so gloomy it could drip water. From the leader to Kisame, no one thinks highly of us. Haiden waved his scythe. So what now? Just accept it? Kakuzu snorted coldly, saying nothing. But his eyes spoke volumes. These 2 troublemakers were definitely going to cause something. As soon as Kakuzu shot a glance over, Haiden exploded. No way. I can't swallow this. Why should we be looked down upon? We must kill that little bastard Chinyu and show everyone our strength. Let's go. To the land of fire. I won't capture that 2 tails anymore. I tell you, his head would be worth a lot on the black market. Just right, you can use it to exchange for money. And keep his heart for yourself. Perfect. Kakuzu hadn't even spoken yet, and Haiden was already arguing with himself. Wait, Kakuzu, you old miser. Still thinking about your little bit of money. Kill him. He must be sacrificed to the great Lord Jashin. This is the highest respect for him. Do you understand? I've been running around killing people for money all this time, and I haven't offered Lord Jashin a proper dish. Lord Jashin is going to be angry. Goodness. Here he goes again with his preaching. Kakuzu felt a headache coming on and quickly waved his hand. All right. Stop. Let's take care of him first. How to split the body can be discussed later. Is that okay? All right. Haiden finally nodded in satisfaction. Just look at these 2 talented individuals, the way they talk. It seems like Chinyu's head is already in their pocket, simply overconfident. The 2 of them swaggered toward the land of fire. Halfway there, Haiden's brain short-circuited again, and he nervously asked, Hey, wait a minute, Kakuzu, Our mission is to capture the two tails. Isn't that thing in the land of lightning? Are we heading in the wrong direction? Kakuzu sneered, full of strategy. Haiden, you don't understand. Do you really think the leader doesn't want to kill Chinyu? He wants it more than anyone. He just thinks we can't handle it and looks down on us. I can guarantee that as long as we bring back Chinyu's head, it will definitely be a great achievement. Much more than capturing a two tails. The leader will wake up laughing from his dreams. Haiden, upon hearing this, seemed to understand. Oh, so that's how it is? His thought process was as rigid as steel. Anyway, if Kakuzu said so, then it was. Who understands? Kakuzu's analysis was actually spot on, but the premise is, you have to be able to beat him. Just when these two clowns stepped onto the land of the Fire Country. Our main character Chinyu was being summoned by the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Speaking of the summon, the scene was something else. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat behind the desk, and Chinyu? He was lounging back in the chair, with his feet carelessly placed on the Hokage's desk. The silent sister beside me. That expression, it's so helpless, it could almost become a world-famous painting. She must be thinking to herself, I've been a ninja for so many years, and I've never seen anyone this arrogant. And the key point is that this guy seems to be just a lower-ranked ninja. Chinyu stared at Tsunade for a long time without speaking, then boldly said, I say, Lady Tsunade, what brings you to think of me today? If you have something to say, just say it. Tsunade shot him a glance. You little brat, no manners. Kakashi has already reported to me, and you did a good job last time rescuing the Wind Shadow. Chinyu raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Oh, so this time you call me here to receive a reward? How about I reward you with a good beating? Tsunade retorted with irritation. 3 years without any business. And now you want to claim a reward as soon as you start? What about your face? Chinyu pouted, knowing there was no hope, and instantly lost interest. Let's not talk about that. What is it about? Tsunade then put away her jokes and became serious. We've received news from Gar's side. Because Sasori has defected, they have obtained a lot of information about the Akatsuki organization. He thinks the Akatsuki is up to something and wants to convene a Kage summit. Chinyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Hey, what's the use of a Kage summit? It's just a bunch of people sitting together and bickering. Who's going to believe anyone? Tsunade sighed. You little brat. You see through it all. That's right. That stubborn old man, Anoki from Iwagakure, and that reckless guy from Kumovakure have no intention of showing up. Chinyu responded with an O. And suddenly his eyes lit up as he said something shocking. Wait a minute. Did you call me here to have me go to Iwagakure and Kumovakure, beat up the Tsukage and Reikage, and force them to come to the meeting? Puffed. Tsunade almost spat out the sip of water she just took. And Shizen beside her was also speechless. Cough, cough. You little brat. What nonsense are you talking about? If you really did that, then it's not the 5 Kage Summit. It's the 4th Great Ninja War. Chinyu chuckled and leaned over, saying mischievously, I know you care about me. Afraid that I won't come back, and then you'll be lonely all by yourself. Get lost. Tsunade shouted angrily. All right. Chinyu turned around happily and walked away. Bastard. Come back here. Chinyu shrugged and slumped back in his chair. So what's the matter? Yain and Yunin are not coming. But the long-closed Mist Village is surprisingly active this time. Tsunade continued, saying that they specifically chose the 5th Mizukage for this matter, and the succession ceremony will be held in a week, inviting us from Konoha to attend. Upon hearing the words 5th Mizukage, Chinyu's eyes instantly lit up. Wow. His mind was already automatically playing a 3D surround image of Terumi Mei, and he subconsciously muttered, the 5th Mizukage, huh? But he quickly snapped back to reality and started teasing. So what? What does this have to do with me? You don't want to give me the position of Hokage, do you? Tsunade glared at him. I would like to, but would you accept it? Stop, stop. I think you're doing quite well. Chinyu quickly waved his hand and said, let's get to the point. Tsunade's expression was serious. The Hidden Mist wants to get along with our Konoha. For this ceremony, I want to send someone of importance. In the village right now, besides me, there are only you and Jiraiya, as well as the 3rd Hokage. But the two of them are not quite suitable. How about you go instead? Tsunade asked this question very cautiously, already planning that if Chinyu didn't go, she would go beat Jiraiya up to force him go. So, guess what happened next? Sure, let's go to the Fog Hidden Ceremony, no problem. Chinyu agreed so decisively that both Tsunade and Shizen were left speechless. Tsunade looked at him with suspicion. Have you changed your character today? Agreeing so quickly? Are you trying to take those girls out to have fun? I'm telling you, there's no way. Chinyu rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I'm going alone. What he's thinking is, nonsense. How can I flirt with Mei Ming if I bring a girl along? Okay. Tsunade always felt something was off. But she didn't think too much about it. She picked up a document from the table and handed it over. Take a look at this. What is this? Gaara obtained the Akatsuki member information from Scorpion, and except for that mysterious leader, it's basically all here. When you're out and about, it's good to have some precaution. Kinyu casually flipped through it a couple of times, thinking to himself, Scorpion doesn't know anything. If it were me writing it, I could clearly explain how many bodies pain has. Bam! He pretended to finish reading it and directly threw the document back on the desk. Did you finish reading it? Tsunade was shocked and said to take it back and look at it carefully. There's still a week left. No need. A glance is enough for me. These characters are not difficult to deal with. Kinyu had a nonchalant expression and said he was planning to leave tomorrow and could still have a stroll on the way. Tsunade nodded. That's fine. When you go to the Hidden Mist, don't mess around. Make an effort to build a good relationship with the new Mizukichi. And it would be best if you could bring back another ally. Oh, Kinyu had a strange expression, grinning sneakily. Trying to get on good terms with the new Water Shadow. Huh. No problem. I've got this covered. He was almost bursting with laughter inside. Among the people in Konoha, who besides me knows that the fifth Mizukichi is an unparalleled beauty. Tsunade suddenly remembered something. Right, there's still an important matter. The old man from the third generation told me a few days ago. Remember, you absolutely must not deal a fatal blow to Uchiha Itachi. And you definitely cannot kill him. Kinyu curled the corner of his mouth, understanding. Oh, it's the hidden pawn left by the old man, that Uchiha family's mess. Tsunade frowned. He stubbornly refuses to tell the specific details, so don't ask too much. Just knowing is enough. Got it. Kinyu waved his hand and was about to leave. Tsunade looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Kid, as you go to the Mist Village, take care on the way. The silence beside them laughed and interjected. Lady Tsunade, you're overthinking it. I've never seen him suffer a loss. His strength is ridiculous. Plus, he has the Flying Thunder God technique. How could he be in danger? Tsunade also laughed. That's true. This kid really never suffers a loss. Kinyu, hearing this, turned around teasingly and said, What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with me? Hokage-sama? Uffed. Who would be reluctant to part with you? Tsunade's face turned red. So, shall we stick to the old rules? Tsunade was taken aback. What old rules? In the next moment, Kinyu helped her remember. Who understands the family? His right hand was as quick as lightning, reaching out in an instant. That feeling, TSK. Of course, it was the old routine before every separation. Damn it, take a punch from me. Tsunade's furious iron fist came crashing down. Bang! The Hokage's desk shattered into pieces on the spot. But Chinyu's figure had already vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. That bastard! Tsunade was shaking with anger. Shizune silently lowered her head beside her. She was used to this scene. The next day, Kinyu left the village and headed straight for the Land of Water. Meanwhile, Kakuzu and Haiden had already penetrated deep into the Fire Country, not far from Konoha. The two had been searching like headless flies for 2 days, but found nothing. Haiden's mouth had not stopped. Hey, Kakuzu, are we going to find anything or not? What if that guy doesn't go out while we're just wandering around? Are we just going to rush into Konoha and kill him? Jiao Du snorted coldly. A master of his level would not stay in the village all the time. I have a feeling that we will encounter him soon. Fate One doesn't believe it. But didn't he stay in Konoha for 3 years before? Kakuzu begins to analyze. This is a different time. Now he is famous, and there are even bounties on the black market. It doesn't make sense for Konoha to hide him anymore. Little does he know, Kinyu was just being lazy for those 3 years. Fate One wanted to argue, but what if? There's no what if. There are no possibilities. Jiao is really annoyed by him. If he doesn't come out, we'll sneak into Konoha and take him down. We can also collect a few more heads to exchange for money. Fate One heard this and was energized. That's right. What are we waiting for? Let's charge straight in through the front door and kill anyone we see. Get lost. Kakuzu looked at him like an idiot. Do you think Konoha is your backyard? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Haiden crazily said. When did you become so cowardly, Kakuzu? We're both immortal. Immortal my ass. Jiao has a lot more numbers than him. You won't die, but if you get chopped into 8 pieces and buried separately, that would be quite something. Phew. You're such a downer. Always saying pessimistic things. Kakuzu couldn't be bothered to respond to him and changed the topic. All right, let's continue heading towards Konoha. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped and stared intently ahead. Haiden casually asked, What's wrong, Kakuzu? Following the direction of the angle's gaze. One could see a figure in the forest ahead, dressed in a black divine robe with a long sword hanging at the waist, leisurely walking out. The person appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a hint of a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth. And his gaze was locked onto the two of them. Fade Wan, the fool, still hadn't T reacted. Who is this? A ninja from Konoha? Doesn't T look like it? Shut up, idiot. The voices in the corner have quieted down. Can't you tell? The black imperial robe, the long sword, and that half sleeve of the Hokage. This person is Kinyu. What? He's Kinyu. Fade Wan was initially incredulous, but then he reacted, nostrils flaring, looking at Kinyu with an air of arrogance. And sneered, hey, kid, are you the Kinyu from Konoha? He has long wanted to meet Kinyu. If he defeats Kinyu, wouldn't that mean he has surpassed Itachi? So right from the start, he wanted to give Kinyu a show of force. But when it comes to putting on airs and playing mind games, Kinyu is the true master. Kinyu smiled slightly and nodded. That's right, I am Kinyu. So it's you two, the zombie duo, huh? You. In one sentence, Haiden was so enraged that he jumped up and shouted, you little brat. Dare to speak to me like that? I see you're looking for death. The corner next to him also had a gloomy expression and sneered ominously. Little ghost. You really have some guts. If you were hiding in the Leaf Village, it would be difficult for us to deal with you, but now. Hee hee. I want your heart. Faden also laughed wildly. He dared to step out of Konoha. You are definitely tired of living. Kinyu sneered. This should be what I say to you, right? You two members of the Akatsuki dared to step into my land of fire? Isn't it better to live well? Why come here to seek death? Ha ha. Fade Wan laughed even more exaggeratedly. The arrogant little brat. It's fine to tell you. We specifically came here to kill you. After saying that, he turned his head to show off to Jiao Du. Damn. Jiao Do, your mouth must have been blessed. You say you encountered it just like that. Jiao Do's mouth twitched. Stop the nonsense. Kinyu smiled. You came specifically to kill me? It seems that your leader really looks down on me, sending just two insignificant fish like you? Or is it that you have offended him, and he wants to get rid of you through me? Oof. The leader is busy. It's just the two of us who volunteered to come. Fade Wan shouted loudly. Oh, so you came here voluntarily to die. Kinyu looked as if he had suddenly understood. Then I'll help you. I'm the most helpful person. Faden's face was full of killing intent. Kid, your mouth is really vile. Just wait. When I sacrifice you to the evil god, let's see how you scream. Jiao Do also shook his head, adopting the demeanor of an old senior, and began his classic recitation. What an arrogant little brat. Kid, you are still far from being able to compare with me. Back in the day, the first Konoha ninja I faced was your first Hokage. TSK, TSK, TSK. Here we go again. Fade Wan shook his head and complained, Kaidi, you really have to brag about it every time you see someone. Afraid that others don't know you fought with the first Hokage. Just shut up. Kakuzu let out a low growl, his gaze fixed firmly on Kinyu, hoping to see fear and shock on his face. However, he was disappointed. Kinyu merely looked at him with a faint smile, his eyes full of unabashed mockery. Kakuzu was stunned. Little brat, you're not surprised at all? I'm talking about the god of ninjas, the first Hokage of your village. Did you hear that clearly? Hee hee. Kinyu sneered. His tone is flat, as if he were saying the weather is nice today. May I ask, what is there to be surprised about? He then said earnestly, to be honest, I have actually fought against the first Hokage. In an instant, the air froze. Jiao Du and Fei Duan were both petrified in place, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. 5 seconds later, ha 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 ha, Fei Duan let out a thunderous laugh, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist. Ha ha, Jiao Du, I originally thought you were the best at bragging. I didn't expect this. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die from laughing. He said he fought against the first Hokage. Kid, do you know which era the first Hokage is from? Your grandfather must have seen him and said it twice. Ha ha ha. This guy is laughing without any dignity. And Kinyu is speechless looking at him. But he really didn't lie. Back then, when Orochimaru used the Edo Tensei on the first and second Hokage, he did fight them, didn't he? Haiden finds it funny, but Kakuzu doesn't think so. He feels humiliated. In his view, Kinyu was imitating his way of speaking, not believing him at all, and was even mocking him. What a hateful little brat. Jiao Du's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. How dare he play tricks on me? Kinyu scoffed. Hee hee, who is really playing tricks on whom? Isn't it just that back then, from 800 miles away, someone threw a shuriken at our first Hokage, only to be scared out of their wits and run away from just a glance from him? And with that, you still have a nerve to shout all over the world that you've fought against the first Hokage? These few sentences are simply shocking, directly splitting the corners and making them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This matter has always been the biggest shadow in his heart. Being ruthlessly exposed by Kinyu in public is simply an epic moment of his character collapsing on the spot. Jiao Du's face instantly turned a pig liver color. His teammate, the pig-headed Fei Duan, looked at him like a fool after hearing this. Damn. Kakuzu, is what this kid said true? You've been bragging for half your life, and you just threw a shuriken from 800 miles away? Is that right? Speak up. If you don't say anything, it means you agree. Oh my gosh, you're really pathetic. Jiaodu finally couldn't hold back and yelled at Fei Duan. What the hell do you know? You have no idea how terrifying that person is. The immortal body is just a joke in front of him. Haiden sneered him. What kind of nonsense is the god of ninjas? I think it's just a baseless reputation. You were scared away by a glance. I can only say you are too cowardly. Kakuzu, I am so disappointed in you. You are awesome. You are strong. Kakuzu was so angry that he retorted. With your level, if you face that person, you'll get torn to pieces with just one glance. Haiden scoffed dismissively. If he dares to stand in front of me, I will definitely send him to meet the evil god. Great. I'll tell you. The old guy Jiaodu let out a cold laugh on the spot and said to Fei Duan in a sarcastic tone, since he looked down on the first Hokage, this little brat must definitely not be your type, right? Fei Duan, with his neck stiff and nostrils flared, replied as if it were obvious. Of course. Absolutely. To me. These two are the same, all just inflated goods. Well, Jiaodu was waiting for this line, and with a grin, he said, all right then, you go. As soon as Fei Duan heard this, he exploded. Jiaodu, you old fool, you're backing down again, aren't you? But it's fine. Leave it to me. Watch how I sacrifice him to the great evil god. Let me tell you, this guy Haiden really has some issues. He's a fanatic cultist combined with a war maniac who ignites at the slightest spark. Kakuzu snorted, clearly fed up with him, but he didn't forget his own KPIs. Remember, don't mess up my kills. That's my money. Get lost. Haiden immediately got angry, saying, I kill people every day alongside you, and you take all the heads to exchange for money. Do you have any idea how disrespectful that is to Lord Jashin? Do you understand anything? Kakuzu was also fired up, lowering his voice to yell at him. Do you even know who this kid is? Haiden looked confused. Who? Kakuzu's green eyes lit up as if he had seen Cash, staring intently at Chinyu and saying, to you, he's just a little ghost, but to me, he's worth 200 million silver. Now, do you understand? 200 million. Who understands this number? When it came out, Kakuzu's eyes were practically dancing with gold bars. One head is worth a whole string of bounties on a list. But Haiden spat. What does money matter? It's just a pile of scrap paper. Faith. Faith is what matters most. You can't say anything. I have to sacrifice him today. Just as this Chinibu was about to start a long-winded speech, Kakuzu's head was pounding, and he quickly shouted, Stop, stop, stop. Quit blabbering and take him down first. Haiden thought for a moment. That makes sense. Kakuzu, you just watch. He's mine. As soon as he finished speaking, with a clang, he pulled out his exaggerated three-blade scythe and charged at Chinyu, howling. Strangely enough, Chinyu stood there calmly, as if watching a show, not moving at all, just watching him rush over. Haiden was already excited, talking to the air while running. Watch this, Lord Jashin. I will be serious. Serious enough to rip his intestines out. That confidence was off the charts. In the blink of an eye, he reached Chinyu, swinging the scythe down at his shoulder. If it hit, it would split him in half. Haiden's face showed a twisted, bloodthirsty expression, thinking he was going to succeed. But in the next second, clang, with a crisp sound, Chinyu's left hand casually grabbed the long handle of the scythe. In that instant, Haiden felt like his palm was going to split open. An overwhelming force came, and his scythe didn't move an inch. What? Haiden's eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't believe it. Chinyu sneered, applying a bit of force to his arm. Haiden's entire face turned red, straining with all his might to get his weapon back. But it was completely useless. Chinyu was just using one hand to dominate his two. With another surge of strength, Chinyu lifted not just the weapon, but Haiden himself. Haiden was like a pendant swaying in the air. Chinyu raised an eyebrow at him and said bye-bye. With a sudden flick of his left hand, Haiden flew through the air like a shot put thrown by an athlete, dragged by his own scythe, and with a loud bang, crashed into a tree that required two people to hug. The scene was chaotic, with chips flying and dust rising. It was unbelievable. With that move, everyone present, including the shadow-level big shots, understood. Weaklings need their moments of glory. True power only needs a detail. After throwing him, Chinyu didn't forget to add insult to injury, taunting. You were shouting so happily, and this is the result? Kakuzu, watching the show from the side, was already in turmoil. He knew Haiden would lose, but he didn't expect it to be so fast and so thorough. Just one move. Although it didn't cause much damage to Haiden's immortal body, the implications of this detail were too significant. Haiden's scythe was called the Bloody March Scythe, with a bunch of flashy functions. And what happened? Chinyu saw through the flaw at a glance, grabbed it, and then lifted him up and threw him away with one hand. Kakuzu questioned himself. If it were him, at most he could only dodge, and there was no way he could pull off such a flashy move. This insight, this brute strength, made his scalp tingle. As the dust settled, Haiden crawled up from the wreckage, looking disheveled, rubbing his head as if he had been knocked dizzy. Once he regained his senses, he glared fiercely at Chinyu. You little brat. Just now I was careless. Next, let me show you my real strength. Saying that, he grabbed his scythe again, preparing to charge. But this time, Kakuzu was no longer going to watch. He realized that Chinyu was not a pushover. If Haiden, this pig teammate, kept sending himself to his death, they might be taken down one by one. Haiden, I'm coming to help, Kakuzu said in a deep voice. But Haiden was not pleased. Kakuzu, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Just watch me. I can take him down without your help. That strange confidence came back. You damn fool. Kakuzu cursed softly, feeling helpless. But he still made his move, countless black lines suddenly appearing on his body, making him seem as if he was floating in midair. Haiden saw that he was determined to go, snorted heavily, and didn't stop him. After all, they were old partners, and they had some combat tacit understanding. Their tactic was simple. Haiden, the immortal, would go in front to engage in close combat and try to draw the opponent's blood, while Kakuzu, the ranged mage, would bombard with 5-element ninjutsu from the back, not worried about accidentally harming his teammate. This combination was simply a match made in heaven. Without further ado, Kakuzu quickly formed seals and unleashed his ultimate move at Chinyu. Fire release, head hardening. A small fireball was spat out from Kakuzu's mouth. It looked unassuming, but Chinyu knew very well that when it landed, it could turn into a sea of flames. One of the top fire techniques in the early days of the Hokage, which had burned down a large force back then. Chinyu sneered, using a body flicker technique to vanish in place. Kakuzu also sneered, forming seals again. Wind release, pressure damage. A high-pressure wind ball shot out, instantly transforming into a massive tornado. But the target wasn't Chinyu. It was the fireball he had just created. The wind aided the fire, and the sea of flames was blown by the strong wind, forcibly changing direction, turning into countless burning wind claws that swept towards Chinyu. Oomph! Chinyu coldly snorted, spreading his arms wide and shouting, "Return to heaven." His body spun like a top at high speed, and a massive blue chakra shield formed instantly. All the flames and wind blades were blocked outside, ringing continuously but unable to get in. Kakuzu squinted, feeling that this move looked a bit familiar. Meanwhile, Chinyu was feeling a bit dizzy from the spinning, but his mind was focused on one thing: attack. Just as the return to heaven ended, he smoothly drew the Thunder God's sword from his waist, swinging his right hand. 5 wind blades flew out instantly. Wind release, wind cutter. These 5 wind blades passed through the exploding sparks, instantly igniting with flames, transforming into fire blades, and flying at extremely tricky angles, precisely targeting the 5 hearts inside Kakuzu. What? Kakuzu exploded with rage at that moment. He was extremely sensitive to the positions of his hearts, realizing in an instant that these 5 attacks were precisely aimed at them. This little brat. How does he know the location of my hearts? This is impossible. Even if that traitor Sasori gave him information, it wouldn't be possible to know so clearly. Could it be a coincidence? No, it's too coincidental. Kakuzu's mind flashed with 1,000 thoughts in an instant, but the attack was already upon him, leaving him no time to dodge. Helpless, he could only quickly gather all the black threads on his body to form 5 shields in front of his 5 hearts. Thud, 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 thud. The 5 dull sounds echoed as Chinyu's wind cutter pierced through the shields. Although its power weakened after penetrating, failing to break through his body, it still tore his Akatsuki robe to shreds and left him with wounds. Kakuzu's face instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. It wasn't because he was injured, but because Chinyu's strength had once again shattered his understanding. His proud secret technique, the Earth Grudge Fear, had such strong defenses. It was broken by a low-level wind cutter. He looked at Chinyu and muttered, "This money is really hard to earn." At that moment, his partner Haiden, the cursed one, charged at him with a scythe. This time, Haiden was a bit smarter, throwing the scythe from a distance. Unfortunately, in Chinyu's eyes, this attack was no different from slow motion. He easily leaped out of the way. However, Haiden suddenly laughed. A rope connected to the scythe in his hand allowed him to flick his wrist, causing the scythe to turn mid-air and fly toward Chinyu, who was suspended in the air. Haiden thought Chinyu was doomed, unable to gain leverage. Little did he know, Chinyu flicked his right hand, and the Thunder God Sword was thrown out in a flash. The angle and accuracy were outrageously precise, directly piercing the thin rope. The Thunder God Sword was incredibly sharp, instantly severing the rope, and Haiden's scythe clanged to the ground. Haiden's expression darkened, but he wasn't panicking at all. After losing control, the scythe still flew toward Chinyu due to inertia. A twisted smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see Chinyu bleeding from the cut. But the next second, whoosh, Chinyu's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Haiden was taken aback, searching frantically. He didn't know that Chinyu had used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away, and in the instant the teleportation ended, he charged directly at him. By the time Haiden realized what was happening, Chinyu was already close enough to touch his face. Haiden was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. If he wasn't a match for Chinyu with weapons, being unarmed was practically asking for death. Without a second thought, he turned to run, but how could Chinyu let him escape? Whoosh! Without any hand seals, Chinyu's left hand instantly extended a blue lightning spear, the Chidori sharp spear. With a pop, it pierced straight through Haiden's heart. Haiden's eyes were filled with shock, his face showing disbelief. But immediately after, he began to laugh maniacally. Keep going. Go ahead and continue. Ah, it hurts so much. This guy's handsome face twisted in extreme pain, appearing bloodthirsty and insane. The immortal body was so perverse. It couldn't die, but felt double the pain. Chinyu naturally knew he couldn't die. This was the effect he wanted. Zap! Lightning erupted. The Chidori sharp spear exploded with blinding light inside Haiden's body. Raikiri. The powerful lightning spread throughout Haiden's entire body, causing him to convulse continuously, his body turning charred black. Even an immortal body couldn't withstand the paralysis effect, and the pain was magnified countless times. At that moment, Kakuzu recovered and launched another attack. Earth-style, Earth Spear. His arm hardened instantly, resembling a stone spear, charging toward Chinyu with immense power. Chinyu had no intention of letting go of Haiden, who was undergoing electric therapy. He decisively swung the Thunder God Sword, coating it with lightning chakra, and slashed toward Kakuzu's arm. Pop! Under Kakuzu's shocked gaze. His incredibly hard Earth Spear was as weak as tofu in front of Chinyu's lightning blade and was directly cut through. How is this possible? Kakuzu, in pain, momentarily forgot his disbelief. Just then, a whoosh of wind sounded, and the half-dead Haiden appeared behind Chinyu with a body flicker technique. But Chinyu remained unfazed, a smirk on his lips. When it comes to speed, you're still far behind. Whoosh! Chinyu's figure vanished again, reappearing behind Haiden. This time, he used only a regular body flicker technique, but his speed was still outrageously fast. The Chidori sharp spear in his hand thrust out again, intending to pierce through both Haiden and Kakuzu like a skewer. Having suffered from the electric shock, Haiden knew that it could paralyze him and immediately dodged. But Kakuzu wasn't so lucky. He tried to use the substitution technique, but it was too late. He could only desperately maneuver the black threads behind him to form a defense. Pop! With a dull sound, the Chidori sharp spear pierced through the defense of the Earth Grudge Fear and, in the process, pierced through one of Kakuzu's hearts. Kakuzu roared in anger. One heart represented one life. This time, Chinyu had blown away one of his lives. He knew that continuing to fight would only put him in a more passive position. Countless black threads erupted from his back, overwhelming Chinyu with an attack. He didn't even dare to play dead, fearing that this kid would come and burst all his remaining hearts. However, these black threads were merely insignificant in front of Chinyu. Such childish tricks dare to show off in front of me. With the Thunder God Sword in hand, Chinyu soared up and down, the sword light flickering as large swathes of black threads were knocked away and severed, unable to get close to him. He even flashed a killing intent, wanting to take out another one of Kakuzu's hearts. Kakuzu felt this and was so scared that he immediately created distance, retreating next to Haiden to feel slightly at ease. He panted heavily and complained to Haiden. Didn't you say you couldn't die? Why are you running so fast this time? Haiden rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? The immortal body isn't immune to the paralysis effect of lightning release. How exaggerated that kid's lightning release is. Didn't you just experience it? This statement struck a nerve with Kakuzu, making him even angrier. You bastard. But he had to admit that Chinyu was too troublesome. This little brat's wind release and lightning release were excessively sharp. Let's go all out and finish this quickly. Haiden, who is usually unreliable, became serious this time and nodded. Reliable. The two no longer underestimated their opponent, tossing aside any notions of one-on-one dueling rules. They also realized that Haiden's close combat techniques were practically a joke, only at the level of an elite chunin, relying solely on his immortal body to withstand the fight. Now, their strategy changed, with Kakuzu becoming the main attacker while Haiden provided support. With two shadow-level powerhouses attacking together, the pressure was indeed significant. But Haiden's weakness was too obvious. He insisted on competing with Chinyu in close combat. Chinyu's swordsmanship was like a rampaging whirlwind, with the Thunder God sword's wind and lightning chakra flowing seamlessly. In just a few exchanges, Haiden was covered in wounds. Of course, this guy healed quickly, which was indeed a hassle. If it weren't for Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear and various ninjutsu constantly providing cover, even with an immortal body, Haiden would have been ripped to shreds by Chinyu long ago. The most frustrating person in the battle was Kakuzu. He realized he couldn't defeat Chinyu alone, so he had to protect Haiden, this pig teammate. Pop! The Thunder God Sword in Chinyu's hand struck Haiden's chest again from an extremely tricky angle. The powerful wind chakra instantly broke through Haiden's defenses, ripping a large hole in his Akatsuki robe, exposing his flesh and causing blood to spurt out. Haiden screamed in pain. Damn bastard, you made me bleed again. I swear in the name of the evil god that I will offer your soul to the evil god, making you the eternal servant of the great evil god. Faden grinned in pain, waving his arms and shouting at Chinyu in front of him. As for Chinyu, he had long been accustomed to this guy's style. Therefore, he didn't pay any attention to Faden's shouting. Fire style, head hard. A harsh voice suddenly came from behind Chinyu. It was Kakuzu's voice. Originally planning to take the opportunity to stab Faden, he had to withdraw his hand now. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out, and a small fireball came from behind Chinyu with extreme speed. This time, Kakuzu's attack angle and timing were very tricky. This attack was aimed directly at the back of Chinyu. If it hit, Chinyu would definitely be seriously injured and on the verge of death instantly, and there would be no surprises. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of breaking wind erupted. In that instant, Chinyu used the body flicker technique to disappear from the spot. When Chinyu reappeared, he was already behind Faden. Bang! After Chinyu dodged, Kakuzu's ninjutsu, head hard, crashed solidly into Faden. The violent flames immediately spread over Faden's body. Kakuzu, did you do that on purpose? You burned me alive. In the flames, Faden was so angry that he spat curses. Seeing Faden so festive, Chinyu coldly smiled and said, "Since you like roasting so much, let me add some fuel to the fire." With a slight movement of his empty palm, he formed a hand seal. Fire style, head hard. Another extremely compressed, small fireball shot towards Faden from behind. What? At the moment Chinyu shouted the name of the ninjutsu, both Faden and Kakuzu were startled simultaneously. At that moment, Kakuzu's mind was filled with question marks. How is this possible? How could he? Did he copy it with the Sharingan? But he hasn't even activated the Sharingan. Kakuzu was almost doubting his life. What on earth was happening? As for Faden, it was even funnier. He shouted, "Damn, how is this still not over?" Since Chinyu's previous position with the body flicker technique was not far from him, the small fireball instantly hit him. Therefore, in this situation, he had no way to dodge. Boom! Two head-hard fireballs exploded one after the other, unleashing extremely strong flames. Faden, located in the center of the flames, was instantly burned to a crisp. If it weren't for his immortality, he would have lost half his life just from that hit. Kakuzu, are you a useless teammate? You can't even handle a little brat? In the flames, the scorched Faden was angrily cursing. Obviously, he was extremely unhappy about being roasted. Oomph. In response, Kakuzu coldly snorted. After all, he hadn't expected the situation to develop this way. He never thought things would turn out like this. However, since it had come to this, he decided to go all the way. Wind style, pressure damage. Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals, then spat out a wind ball. The direction of the wind ball's attack was aimed directly at Faden, who was deep in the sea of flames. In an instant, the wind ball shattered. A powerful vortex storm formed instantly. At the same time, the wind ball exploded over a wide area, creating wind claws that continuously surged forward. Finally, the massive wind claws generated by pressure damage flew into the sea of flames. The already powerful flames instantly became even more violent under the effect of the wind claws. Both the intensity of the fire and the temperature rose several levels in that moment. Clearly, Kakuzu intended to push the flames toward Chinyu. However, before Chinyu could react, Faden, who was in the flames, began cursing again. Kakuzu, are you sick? I'm still in a sea of flames. Do you want me to die faster? And you're using wind style to blow me? You're such an idiot. How did I end up with a teammate like you? I'm really going to send both of you to see the evil god. Faden, who was already chatty, transformed into a super chatterbox now. Shut up. At this moment, Kakuzu directly yelled back angrily. Anyway, you're immortal, so let us just burn for a while. No matter what, I must take this brat down with one hit. You just keep roasting. Upon hearing this, Faden angrily retorted, shut your mouth. As the most loyal follower of the great evil god, I have to pay attention to my image. My robe has already been burned to shreds. In response to Faden's complaints, Kakuzu also replied with irritation. As long as we can take down this brat, this robe of yours is worth nothing. If we can take him down, I'll buy you 10 robes. As Kakuzu spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the flames in front of him. To this, Faden retorted without holding back, damn. If we really take him down, then fine. If we don't, Kakuzu, I'll take you down too. Chapter 137. Roast first, then soak in water. Kakuzu snorted coldly. Then didn't he bother to pay attention to Faden anymore. However, at this moment, he was also feeling a bit anxious. This time, the wind from pressure damage blew the two head hards, creating a vast area of flames with extremely strong damage. This brat, he shouldn't be able to escape this time, right? The reason Kakuzu was so determined to use pressure damage without hesitation was that Chinyu had also released a head hard. Because the flames of head hard had already fallen to the ground and were no longer under Chinyu's control. Kakuzu believed that as long as he supplemented it with a wind-style pressure damage, it would surely lead to Chinyu's self-inflicted disaster. However, in fact, all of Kakuzu's assumptions were correct. A single head hard already had a very large range, and adding wind style was like adding wings to a tiger. Under such circumstances, especially now with two head hards, the powerful flames even formed a terrifying firewall, converging toward Chinyu from all directions in that instant. At this moment, the scene was extremely grand, to say the least. If a comparison had to be made, one could say that the current scene was even more impressive than the great fire destruction used by Uchiha Madara. In such a situation, trying to evade using the body flicker technique was simply impossible. After all, the body flicker technique was not a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu can directly perform space jumps. And because it involves mysterious space, there is no movement trajectory. But the body flicker technique was different. It was merely a very fast movement technique. No matter how fast the body flicker technique was, it still had a movement trajectory en route. Compared to space-time ninjutsu, the two are fundamentally incomparable. However, under the current circumstances, facing such overwhelming flames, the body flicker technique had no chance at all. From Kakuzu's perspective, Chinyu should have no way out now. Kakuzu smirked slightly and said, this time, let us see how you deal with it. As for defense, I'm sorry at this moment. Kakuzu completely doesn't believe that any ninjutsu can defend against it. You must know that his technique is not an ordinary ninjutsu. Not to mention it is enhanced by wind release techniques. It is no exaggeration to say that even a regular water barrier would be absolutely unable to withstand this move at this time. Although it is said that ninjutsu has elemental weaknesses, with water overcoming fire, when the strength of ninjutsu reaches a certain level, this elemental rule can be completely ignored. So at this moment, Kakuzu believes that if Chinyu is in the fire, he will definitely be burned to ashes instantly. At this moment, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Kakuzu's face. If that guy Haiden were here, he might be able to defend against my move. But with just this little brat, how could he possibly do that? At this moment, Kakuzu seems to have already seen victory. If Kakuzu had Byakugan at this moment, he would definitely not think this way. If he had Byakugan, he could see Chinyu's expression through the flames right now. At this moment, facing the raging flames rushing towards him, Chinyu was not the least bit panicked. At this moment, he had already sheathed the sword of Thunder God. While retreating in the flames, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, great water burst wave. After completing the hand seals, Chinyu immediately shouted with his hands together. This ninjutsu is the signature technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the super water release technique. In the next second, Chinyu opened his mouth wide and suddenly spit out a torrential wave of water. The vast water flow swept in instantly, transforming the area within hundreds of meters into a vast ocean. The ocean spread rapidly, and almost in an instant, the powerful flames formed by Kakuzu's technique were extinguished, leaving only a small amount of water vapor. Moreover, the powerful waves instantly formed a giant elliptical water prison. The moment the water prison was formed, it directly trapped Haiden inside. Damn, Gurgle. What the hell? Gurgle. In the huge water prison, Haiden's voice kept howling. Damn, Kakuzu. Gurgle. Is this what you call taking this brat down in one hit? Gurgle. Why is he still alive? And well, while I'm trapped in this damned place. You bastard, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and get me out of here. Damn brat. You wait for me. Once I get out, I'll definitely make you suffer death. I will make sure to send you to meet the Lord of Evil Gods. Gurgle. Haydn was firmly suppressed in the giant water prison, his mouth continuously shouting. Even if he drank a few more gulps of water, he still showcased his talkative nature to the fullest. Because Haydn was too close at that time, and coupled with his relatively one-dimensional means, he was caught off guard and ended up trapped underwater in an instant. As for Kakuzu, he was far enough away and had a variety of techniques. So when Chinyu unleashed the water technique that could be called an ocean, he sensed something was wrong. It was at that moment that he became more cautious. Looking at the amount of water and its impact, it seemed that the nearby trees would be swept away. With no other choice, Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals and then painstakingly released a tall earth wall. Only then did he have a place to stand. It was because of his foothold that he did not end up suppressed like Haydn. However, although he avoided this disaster, his heart was shaken to the core. The reason for Kakuzu's shock was not just because Chinyu unleashed this super powerful water release ninjutsu. More importantly, he recalled that Chinyu had already used several different ninjutsu earlier. This little brat, what the hell is going on? In such a short time, he has already used lightning release, wind release, fire release, and water release. Moreover, each ninjutsu was mastered to a certain degree. Clearly, he has a profound understanding of elemental transformation. Just the water release alone felt no less than that guy Haydn. How could this little brat achieve such a level? At this moment, not only Kakuzu was shocked, but even the foolish Haydn sensed something. He shouted at Kakuzu, "Hey, Kakuzu, fighting this brat feels like I'm fighting you." Chapter 138. The tragic Haydn, how the hell, in such a short time, has he already used so many elemental ninjutsu? Kakuzu, it seems your 5 elements aren't that impressive after all. You see, this little brat has ninjutsu attributes that are almost on par with yours. Haydn's mocking voice was directly aimed at Kakuzu, making Kakuzu's face turn even uglier. "Shut up, Haydn!" Kakuzu shouted angrily. "This little brat is a complete freak. Something you rarely encounter. Damn it, how did I run into him right now?" Listening to the two bickering, Chinyu was in a good mood. He couldn't help but curl his lips and casually said to himself, "In this day and age, how can you call yourself a ninja without mastering all 5 elemental techniques? Is the Akatsuki organization filled with ignorant fools like you?" Chinyu's words were so arrogant and reckless, yet Kakuzu and Haydn found themselves at a loss. Although truly proficient multi-element ninjas are extremely rare, they didn't know how to refute Chinyu's words as a multi-element ninja. After all, from the beginning of the battle, the two had been completely outmatched by Chinyu alone. Whether it was Haydn relying on his immortality to use desperate techniques, or Kakuzu using multiple hearts to launch a barrage of elemental ninjutsu, no matter how they cooperated, they would ultimately be perfectly countered by Chinyu. Moreover, sometimes they would even be elegantly counterattacked by Chinyu. Especially now, Haydn was trapped underwater in the water prison, and Kakuzu, well, the earth wall beneath him was also precarious, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. This battle can be said to be the biggest setback the Immortal Duo has faced since its establishment, and it can be said that there is no exception. Until this moment, both of them still found it hard to believe the scene before them. A very young little brat was able to make them look so disheveled. It was something they couldn't have imagined even in their wildest dreams. Hey, what are you doing, Kakuzu? Hurry up and get me out. I swear, I will definitely sacrifice this stinky little brat to the Lord of Evil Gods. I must." Haydn, trapped in the water, shouted again. However, upon hearing Haydn's complaints for help, Kakuzu's already unappealing face turned even darker. Kakuzu stared intently at Chinyu in front of him, his gaze flickering. He realized that the current situation was already extremely dire, and he could only rely on himself to break the deadlock. As for his teammate Haydn, he really couldn't help at all. However, no matter how Kakuzu thought, relying solely on his own strength really couldn't break the deadlock. No, this little brat is too tricky. I better rescue Haydn first. As long as I can rescue Faden and then seize the opportunity to obtain this guy's blood, then, with a plan in mind, Kakuzu's hands began to form seals again. Lightning release, false darkness. Zap! A strange sound instantly rang out, and then a powerful bolt of lightning was unleashed from Kakuzu's mouth. The lightning was massive and continuously compressed as it flew, ultimately transforming into a sharp long spear aimed at Chinyu. Watching the lightning spear about to strike him, Chinyu smirked, and then his body was enveloped in a bright glow of lightning. Lightning armor. The dazzling lightning release enveloped Chinyu, protecting his body from harm. Zap! At this moment, Kakuzu was staring intently at Chinyu, more specifically at whether his lightning spear could break through Chinyu's defenses. Kakuzu's lightning spear, with unmatched might, struck Chinyu's lightning armor in an instant. Zap! The thunderous sound of lightning clashing echoed in all directions. Then, to Kakuzu's shock, the lightning spear was being continuously devoured by the lightning armor on Chinyu's body. In the end, the lightning spear completely disappeared, evidently having been entirely consumed by Chinyu's lightning armor. The devouring power of the lightning armor was incredibly strong, completing the process in the blink of an eye. Watching the lightning spear vanish without a trace, Kakuzu was completely dumbfounded at that moment. What? Kakuzu exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? My lightning release false darkness is arguably my strongest single target attack. How could it be consumed? To what extent has this kid's lightning release power reached? It's no wonder Kakuzu was so shocked. In the original story, he used this jutsu to force the grown-up Inoshikacho trio to flee in embarrassment. If it weren't for Kakashi desperately setting up a lightning defense, they would have barely managed to withstand the attack. Even so, Kakashi directly used up half of his chakra. At that time, Kakashi was almost completely exhausted. It's worth noting that in Naruto, Kakashi is a master of lightning release ninjutsu. Yet even then, he was left in such a dire state, which shows just how troublesome this jutsu is. And now, what about Chinyu? He easily neutralized Kakuzu's technique. The comparison clearly shows the vast gap between the two. However, what shocked Kakuzu even more was not just this. At that moment, a frenzied voice suddenly came from underwater. Kakuzu, you bastard! Are you trying to make me die faster by using lightning release on the surface? Before he could finish, a wailing sound erupted. This guy was wrapped in layers of lightning, trembling all over, and it looked like he was about to foam at the mouth. Seeing Feiden's miserable state underwater, Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This time he had truly underestimated the situation. He had initially intended to use lightning release ninjutsu to attack Chinyu, but unexpectedly, the jutsu not only got consumed, but was redirected underwater, directly affecting Feiden. Although he knew it was his mistake, Kakuzu would never admit it directly. He roared at the wailing Feiden. Enough. Shut up. I didn't want to rescue you so soon. However, Feiden responded with a furious yell. Is this what you call wanting to rescue me quickly? In just a few minutes, he had already been tricked by Kakuzu several times. At that moment, Feiden really wanted to crawl out of the water and sacrifice Kakuzu to the Lord of Evil. Kakuzu twitched his mouth and forcefully explained. How was I supposed to know this kid's lightning release was so strong? Chapter 139. Sorry, Kisame hihi. Chinyu, enveloped in lightning, coldly smiled and said, Kakuzu, you really underestimate me. You should know that if it's just lightning release alone, there is no way you could ever win against me. If you could get your hands on a fourth Reiki chart, perhaps you could compare with me. If it were any other time, Kakuzu's arrogant personality would have led him to retort with a few taunts. However, faced with Chinyu's various elusive techniques, he remained silent. At that moment, Kakuzu suddenly recalled what Hoshigaki Kisame had once said. That guy, whether in terms of chakra amount, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, is absolutely top-notch. He even masters profound space-time ninjutsu. When you fight him, you'll find he is like a bottomless pit, always having trump cards. You can never see through his depths. As Kakuzu thought about what Kisame had said, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth and then grimly said, Damn it, Kisame really wasn't lying. Why the hell did I come to Konoha looking for trouble instead of properly capturing the two tails? This was too reckless. Kisame, I'm sorry. In that instant, Kakuzu felt a sudden urge to flee. He really didn't want to continue fighting the guy in front of him. After all, Kakuzu is one of the longest living characters in the ninja world besides Zetsu. The reason he has survived so long is certainly not just because of his strength. More importantly, Kakuzu is incredibly cunning. Whenever he realizes he can win, he strikes mercilessly. Even after killing his opponent, he takes their heart and head. But when he finds he can't win, he immediately runs away. It's because he adheres to this principle that he has lived so long. Just like when he accepted the assassination mission against the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. When he realized the first Hokage was far too powerful, he casually threw a shuriken and quickly fled without hesitation. For many years after that, he maintained this good habit. And it's this habit that has made Kakuzu increasingly crafty and powerful as he ages. As the ultimate embodiment of survival, he is the true survivor. Just look at those impressive ninjas. Aren't they all dead? But look at Kakuzu. He's still alive and well. In the current situation, Kakuzu could be said to have exhausted all his means, yet none had any effect on Chinyu. It could even be said that Chinyu had seemingly never truly gone all out. Under these circumstances, how could Kakuzu not have thoughts of fleeing? Damn it, What other trump cards does this kid have up his sleeve? However, this time, Kakuzu didn't dare turn around and run away as he had before. But it wasn't because of Faden being trapped in the water. To Kakuzu, whether Faden lived or died was none of his concern. As long as he could survive, that was all that mattered. The saying a dead friend is better than a living enemy meant nothing to Kakuzu. He knew that ruthless rogue ninjas like him wouldn't care about their teammates' fates. After all, Kakuzu's previous teammates had perished because of him. Some were even directly killed by him. But now he didn't dare to abandon Faden and run away. After all, Chinyu could use space ninjutsu. If he turned to flee, his back would be exposed in front of Chinyu, and he would probably be killed without a trace left. Kakuzu's green eyes rolled around, and then he thought of a plan. The main priority now is to rescue Haiden, and then try to see if we can obtain the blood of that little ghost. If possible, then take the chance to eliminate him directly. If not, then I'll use Haiden to stall him while I make my escape. Splash! Just as Kakuzu had made up his mind, a sudden sound of water echoed. Kakuzu hurriedly looked, only to see that Chinyu's water release technique, Great Water Burst, was currently in turmoil. Clearly, the suppressive effect of this ninjutsu was fading. Has the suppressive effect of the ninjutsu disappeared? Kakuzu squinted and looked underwater, muttering to himself. Could it be that the earlier lightning release chakra disrupted the suppressive effect of this water release technique? Splash! With a sound of water, a disheveled figure surged up from below. As soon as Haiden broke free, he was filled with intense resentment and rushed to Kakuzu's side. Seeing this, Kakuzu's eyes darted around, and he patted Haiden's shoulder, saying, "Hey, Haiden, you're out. How is it going? I told you I was here to save you. Didn't he lie to you, right? If it weren't for my lightning release, how could you have escaped so quickly?" However, Haiden directly yelled angrily at Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, do you think I'm an idiot? That was your lightning release's merit? It's clearly because the time for the ninjutsu was up. You bastard. You want me dead, don't you? I really want to send you to meet Lord Jashin right now." While Haiden was shouting, he pulled out a long, pitch-black spear from his clothes. He then pointed the spear's tip directly at Kakuzu. Haiden's blood-sucking scythe had already been damaged by Chinyu, so it could no longer be used. However, who would have guessed that Haiden had once again pulled out a pitch-black spear as a weapon? Moreover, this spear had a retractable feature. When retracted, the spear was about 20 centimeters long. However, once extended, its length could reach an astonishing 120 centimeters. It was quite bizarre. Cough, cough. Haiden ruthlessly jabbed, and Kakuzu instantly coughed awkwardly. He then smiled politely despite the awkwardness and said, No, let us first take care of this little ghost." Although Kakuzu said this on the surface, internally he was feeling quite different. Damn it, when did this guy's brain become so sharp? It's not easy to fool him anymore. Oomph. Haiden snorted disdainfully. He might be a fool, but he wasn't an idiot. He certainly knew who the biggest enemy was now. Haiden picked up the black spear and yelled as he charged toward Chinyu. "Bastard, how dare you humiliate me again and again? It's unforgivable. I absolutely must send you to meet Lord Jashin." Seeing Haiden charge at Chinyu again, Kakuzu sighed helplessly. Never had he wished for Haiden to have more attack methods than he did at that moment. Chapter 140. Blood of Two. He knew that rushing into chop and stab directly wouldn't work. Couldn't he learn some ninjutsu? Damn it, he really is useless. Such a simple attack. How could it effectively restrain the enemy? Without proper restraint, how could I safely escape? And how could I expose my back? Such shameless and brazen inner monologue could only come from someone like Kakuzu. However, since he couldn't escape for the time being, he could only grit his teeth and follow Haiden into the attack. After all, not going in would mean waiting to die. But maybe if he followed, there would be a slim chance to obtain Chinyu's blood. Although Haiden charged in, he wasn't stupid. He moved swiftly and, once beside Chinyu, directly thrust the black spear toward Chinyu's face. It was important to note that his goal was never to kill Chinyu, but to obtain his blood. As long as he got the enemy's blood, Haiden would have the power to make the enemy wish they were dead. However, for some reason, Haiden always felt a strange sensation when facing Chinyu. It was a feeling of being seen through. Although the black-clad youth in front of him had a playful look, this feeling lingered in Haiden's heart. It's impossible. Just from our first encounter, how could he know my attack pattern? Haiden comforted himself mentally while mustering his spirits to attack Chinyu. Clang! The Thunder Goddess sword at Chinyu's waist instantly unsheathed. The sword in Chinyu's hand easily parried the spear's attack. Ding ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly. At this moment, Haiden was completely on the offensive, attacking recklessly, determined to obtain Chinyu's blood. His hatred for Chinyu overshadowed everything. Unfortunately, Anger alone couldn't truly enhance one's abilities. After switching weapons, the situation hadn't changed at all. In close combat, he was still being thoroughly beaten by Chinyu. If it weren't for Kakuzu continuously using various ninjutsu to provide cover from the outside, even if Haiden was immortal, he would have been defeated long ago. In an instant, Chinyu wielded the Thunder Goddess sword, executing several consecutive slashes that forced Haiden into a perilous situation. Seeing this, Kakuzu gritted his teeth and quickly formed hand seals to assist. Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked through, heading straight for Kakuzu. The force and precision of the cold light were incredibly well calibrated. In an instant, Kakuzu was startled, but he quickly reacted. After all, he was an experienced elite shinobi, and in a split second, he determined that it was a shuriken. Oomph. Kakuzu sneered, then said, "Chinyu, you think you can do anything to me with this? You underestimate me too much." Uffed. He didn't even dodge. He directly summoned several Earth Grudge Fear in front of him. The defensive power and force of Earth Grudge Fear were astonishing, instantly knocking the shuriken away into the corner. When Kakuzu saw the shuriken shot by Chinyu, a sense of contempt surged uncontrollably in his heart. Because in his eyes, a strong opponent like Chinyu actually resorted to using shuriken for a sneak attack. He must be a bit desperate. It seems this kid is in a hurry. He probably doesn't have enough chakra left. After all, he is just a little ghost. And it seems the previous ninjutsu consumed a lot of his energy. Now, if I can just hold on a little longer, I can definitely. Kakuzu's inner monologue hadn't finished when he could no longer speak, because he suddenly felt a shadow flash before his eyes, and a sharp pain surged through his chest. Clang! At the same time, a sound of sheathing the sword rang out. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. No one saw any movement from Chinyu. It was as if he sheathed his sword in an instant. However, if someone were to pay close attention, they would notice that the blade of the Thunder Goddess sword had been slightly drawn out. In the next second, Chinyu, gripping the sword's hilt, pushed hard. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Thunder Goddess sword was completely sheathed. At the moment the sound ended, countless bloodlines erupted from Kakuzu's chest. Afterwards, a strange object composed entirely of unknown black matter appeared behind Kakuzu. That strange object vaguely bore shattered mass fragments. Chinyu had, in an instant, shattered one of Kakuzu's hearts with a single strike. The intense pain made Kakuzu's pupils constrict sharply. He hurriedly looked down and discovered that one of the hearts inside him had shattered once again. Meanwhile, the position where Chinyu originally stood slowly faded away. The residual shadow. Kakuzu murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, his face turned pale significantly. In just a short while, two of his hearts had already been destroyed, clearly having a huge impact on Kakuzu. Haiden, standing nearby, was equally shocked. As an observer, he also couldn't see what had happened. He only saw Chinyu knock Kakuzu back, and in an instant his figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, Kakuzu lost another heart. They didn't expect that the technique Chinyu had just used was the Flying Thunder God Slash, a technique from space-time ninjutsu. This technique was created by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, from the Hidden Leaf Village. Chinyu threw a specially made kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol. If Kakuzu had reacted just a bit slower, Chinyu would have teleported directly in front of him and struck down with a sword like lightning. However, although Kakuzu reacted quickly and deflected the kunai, he was still caught off guard by Chinyu, who teleported to his blind spot. Then, with a thunderous momentum, he charged forward and pierced through Kakuzu's body with the Sword of Thunder God. The speed of this ninjutsu was incredibly fast. Even Kakuzu couldn't defend against it. Yet Kakuzu, being an experienced ninja, after a moment of contemplation, began to piece some things together. After all, it was no secret within the Akatsuki organization that Chinyu had mastered space-time techniques. He carefully manipulated his Earth Grudge Fear and cautiously picked up the Flying Thunder God kunai from the corner. Immediately, he threw the kunai far away with great force. At this moment, he no longer dared to let that thing appear within 100 meters of him. At the same time, a maniacal laugh suddenly echoed. "Ha ha ha, Chinyu, this time I finally caught you off guard." Haiden was laughing madly, his face filled with insanity. This time, he was unnaturally calm. He didn't lose his composure at all despite Kakuzu losing yet another heart. At this moment, Chinyu shifted his gaze and suddenly noticed something. A rope had reappeared next to the Bloody March scythe lying not far from him. One end of the rope was tied to the Bloody March scythe, while the other end was held in Haiden's hand. Chapter 141, Three Bloods Whoosh. The Bloody March scythe quickly lifted off the ground and attacked Chinyu with lightning speed. Chinyu immediately drew his sword to block. Who would have thought that at this moment, Kakuzu behind him also seized the opportunity. In an instant, countless black lines appeared all over Kakuzu's body. The black lines surged towards Chinyu, distracting part of his attention. Chinyu raised an eyebrow and had no choice but to use the body flicker technique to dodge. However, this time, the technique that had always been foolproof encountered an unexpected problem. Although it seemed he had evaded Haiden's scythe attack, Chinyu felt a slight sting on his cheek. When he reached out to touch his cheek, his pupils suddenly constricted because he was bleeding from his cheek. A look of panic filled Chinyu's face. Although he appeared this way, inside he was surprisingly calm. In fact, he even felt like laughing at this moment. Seeing Chinyu bleeding, Haiden immediately exerted force with both hands, pulling the Bloody March scythe back into his grasp. Haiden held the scythe as if it were a precious treasure. He gently stroked the blood on the blade with his fingers. From a distance, Kakuzu saw this scene and felt relieved. The thought of fleeing was completely cast aside in that instant. After all, in everyone's eyes, as long as Haiden obtained blood, it equated to death, especially for Kakuzu, who had partnered with Haiden for so long. He had never seen him fail to secure his enemy's blood. It was a guaranteed kill. At this moment, Haiden, with a sinister grin, raised the Bloody March scythe and laughed loudly. Chinyu, no matter how strong your power is, it cannot surpass the curse of Lord Jashin. Awaken. Prepare to be sacrificed to Lord Jashin. Haiden licked his blood-stained finger with a sickly expression of enjoyment. In fact, every time he tasted his enemy's blood, it was the moment Haiden enjoyed the most, because this was the prelude to the Jashin ritual. At this point, Haiden began drawing the curse symbols of Jashin on the ground with his foot. First, he drew a circle, then added an equilateral triangle in the center, creating a bizarre scene. In an instant, Haiden's skin turned jet black, and one could even see the eerie white of his bones. Blood for the curse of death. Haiden's original appearance was quite handsome. While he couldn't be called delicate, he exuded a mature man's charm. Coupled with his silver-gray hair, slicked back, he looked like a gambling god, adding a few more points to his sinister aura. One could say that if he lived in Chinyu's past life on Blue Star, he would be the perfect fit for the role of a gambling god. However, after he invoked the curse of Jashin, his appearance drastically changed. Not only did he become exceedingly terrifying, but he also gave off a chilling vibe. Ha ha! Haiden laughed maniacally, even arching his back due to the exaggerated laughter. His face was turned towards the sky, giving him an air of arrogance. Chinyu, no matter how impressive you are, it's time for you to meet your end. I will make you understand that no one can escape the curse of Lord Jashin. Not even you. Whoosh! Suddenly, he used the body flicker technique, his figure vanishing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Haiden. Chinyu swung the sword of Thunder God, aiming to knock Haiden out of that bizarre, blood-formed circle. Kakuzu had been partnered with Haiden for some time and knew that as long as Haiden was outside that circle, he couldn't cast the curse. Therefore, at this critical moment, Kakuzu unleashed all his black lines, desperately trying to block Chinyu's actions. Clang! When Chinyu's sword of Thunder God struck Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear, a tremendous force surged through, making Kakuzu feel like his internal organs were shifting. It was clear that Chinyu wouldn't hold back in his attack at this moment. Although it was just a horizontal strike, the power behind it was astonishing. Yet, even so, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear managed to block it. This demonstrated just how strong Kakuzu's defense was. Although Kakuzu's defense stopped Chinyu's attack, it wasn't without consequence. This guy had already lost 2 hearts to Chinyu, essentially costing him 2 lives. Now, after blocking such a powerful attack for Haiden, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kakuzu was furious when he saw Haiden still not taking action. Bastard! Haiden! Why aren't you doing anything? What the hell are you waiting for? This kid is extraordinary, and you're being so careless. If you want to die, I want to go down with you. Kakuzu was about to explode with anger. He was fighting for his life while Haiden seemed completely unconcerned. At that moment, he wished he could crack open Haiden's head to see what was inside. Although Kakuzu was filled with rage and impatience, Haiden was completely unfazed. He waved his hand nonchalantly at Kakuzu, laughing as he shouted, "Don't worry, Kakuzu. Once I get his blood, he is as good as dead." I can't believe it. Kakuzu, you actually fear a little ghost. This is different from what you said. Didn't you claim to have fought the first Hokage? Why are you afraid of a little ghost then? You idiot. Seeing that Haiden was not in a hurry, Kakuzu was about to angrily scold him when his pupils suddenly constricted, because Chinyu had unexpectedly closed the distance and was now right beside Haiden. At this moment, Kakuzu felt completely hopeless. His opponent was so strong. Why did he have to end up with such an unreliable teammate? In that instant, Kakuzu even entertained the thought of fleeing again. However, this idea only lasted for a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. Although Kakuzu was cautious, he was not foolish. After all, Haiden had already seized Chinyu's vital point. With the enemy so close to death, Kakuzu had no reason to give up. It was even worth a gamble. With this thought in mind, he looked at Chinyu, who had charged in front of Haiden, and gritted his teeth, executing an unbelievable maneuver. He actually detonated one of the hearts inside his own body. At this moment, he was not simply self-harming. Instead, he was using the explosion of his heart to enhance his own strength. This was also one of his trump cards. By actively detonating a heart and sacrificing a life, he could gain power that surpassed his own limits for a short time. Of course, this kind of method was something Kakuzu would normally never use. Sacrificing a life did not align with his cautious nature. Chapter 142. The Pitfall. I will call you the strongest, and this time. The reason he dared to do this was twofold. First, he still had 3 hearts left. Even if he self-destructed one, he still had 2 lives. So he wasn't too panicked. If he had only 1 heart left, even if he had 2, he definitely wouldn't have done this. After all, risking his life was not something he would do. As for the second reason, he was well aware that as long as he kept Haiden protected within the pattern for a few more seconds, Chin, you would surely be taken down. After the instant explosion of a heart, Kakuzu's jutsu finally caught up with Chinyu's speed. The previously pitch-black jutsu now took on an unusual sinister sheen. A sheen of blood. The enhanced power from the explosion of the heart was indeed related to the essence of blood. All the essence in a person's body passes through the heart, so the heart can be said to be a place where a person stores all their essence. In an instant, the power gained from the exploded heart allowed Kakuzu's jutsu to keep up with Chinyu's movement speed. Kakuzu once again launched a powerful block. Bang! Another crisp sound echoed. Kakuzu, unhesitatingly using the heart explosion technique for defense, meant that Chinyu's attack did not succeed this time. Although he blocked Chinyu again, Kakuzu was not at ease. Seeing that Haiden had not yet made a move, he immediately roared to the sky in anger. Bastard! Hurry up and make your move. If you don't act soon, I'll do it myself. Kakuzu was indeed going crazy at this point. He had already self-destructed a heart and sacrificed a life. Yet his teammate was still so unreliable. How could this not make him furious? Therefore, in his rage, Kakuzu decided not to wait for the foolish Haiden any longer. He would take matters into his own hands. After all, Haiden's main role was to provide a medium for sharing damage between himself and the enemy. As for who caused the damage, that was irrelevant. With this thought in mind, Kakuzu immediately opened his back. A large mass of his jutsu erupted from his back, then quickly condensed into a black spear. The black spear shot forth at incredible speed, recklessly aiming for Haiden's heart. In the blink of an eye, the spear pierced through Haiden's heart. Damn it, Kakuzu, you bastard. Haiden's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately shouted at Kakuzu in dissatisfaction. However, after his words fell, a grimace of pain appeared on his face, as if he were truly in agony. Only those who truly understood Haiden would know that this was not pain. It was a look of enjoyment. Chinyu, accept your judgment. Haiden shouted in ecstasy, his gaze fixed intensely on Chinyu in front of him. He hoped to see pain and fear on Chinyu's face. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Not only did Chinyu show no signs of pain or fear, but there was also a hint of mockery on his face. Chinyu coldly sneered, "Ha, you fell for it, Haiden." Puffed. Before Chinyu's words were finished, Haiden was astonished to find that his teammate, Kakuzu, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, a strange object split from Kakuzu's body. The strange object was wearing a fiery red mask. Shockingly, the center of the mask was actually pierced through. The way it was penetrated was almost identical to the attack Kakuzu had just launched against Haiden's heart. This meant that the previous curse of the evil god did not fall upon Chinyu, but rather upon Kakuzu. What the hell? Kakuzu was once again left with a destroyed heart, and he fell into madness. As for Haiden, he was also in a state of confusion. He had been enjoying the thrill before the ritual, only to be suddenly stabbed in the heart by Kakuzu. This made him a bit angry, feeling that his sense of ritual had been ruined. However, he soon began to enjoy it again, because he believed that his greatest enemy, Chinyu, was finally going to be killed. But what happened? Chinyu was completely fine, while his own teammate Kakuzu had once again lost a life. This left Haiden, who was already a bit unhinged, completely bewildered. What was going on? Was there a problem with the ritual? Impossible. That definitely cannot be. How could the grand ritual dedicated to the evil god make a mistake? At this moment, as the host of the evil god's ritual, Haydn was still in a daze. Wait, suddenly, Haydn seemed to have thought of something and looked at Kakuzu with a scrutinizing expression. I got it. Kakuzu. It must be because you kept taking the offerings that should have been dedicated to the evil god to trade for money. That's why the evil god got angry this time and imposed a punishment on you. Yes, it must be like that. The more Haydn thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Meanwhile, Qinyu, as the opponent, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and silently thought, Haydn, on the path of pitfalls, I am willing to call you the strongest. Shut your mouth. Kakuzu, who had once again lost a heart, was already furious. Now seeing Haydn rambling on, he certainly wouldn't give him a good face. It must be like that. That's right. However, Haydn was very adamant about this. He believed what he said was correct. I keep telling you, that won't work. Look, the evil god is unhappy now, right? Shut up. Kakuzu shouted in anger. Looking at Qinyu's mocking expression beside him, Kakuzu's pupils suddenly constricted. Then he suddenly realized, that was my blood. Damn it. Qinyu, did you already know his weakness? Kakuzu roared, then immediately shouted at Haydn. You need to lift the curse. Otherwise, not only will I die, but you will die too. What? Haydn was still a bit bewildered, then asked, Your blood? How is that possible? That blood was obviously from when I cut his face. You bastard. Kakuzu was instantly speechless, feeling completely helpless against Haydn, this foolish teammate. But in order to save his own life, he shouted loudly at that moment. Get out of that pattern quickly. This time, Fadewan suddenly understood everything. He noticed that there was still blood on Qinyu's sword. In that instant, Fadewan realized everything and was about to retreat immediately. However, it was already too late. Qinyu's Thunder God sword struck directly on Fadewan's shoulder, cutting down in an instant. Fadewan was so weak in close combat. How could he be a match for Qinyu? That arm holding the pitch-black spear was instantly severed by Qinyu's Thunder God sword. At the same time, Kakuzu's right arm also fell off in an instant. What? Kakuzu's pupils suddenly contracted. Qinyu's sword strike was too fast, and he didn't have time to react. By the time he realized it, his arm had already fallen off. Chapter 143. The original tale, although he had lost an arm and was startled, Kakuzu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Qinyu only severed one arm. Otherwise, it would have been a heart-piercing strike, and he would probably be dead by now. He knew that before fighting Qinyu, he had 5 full hearts. The first heart was shattered by Qinyu's Chidori sharp spear. Then his second heart was destroyed by Qinyu's flying Thunder God slash. Next, to protect Fadewan, he sacrificed and shattered another heart, so that third heart was also gone. After that, he was designed by Qinyu and then cursed by Fadewan, losing yet another heart. So the fourth heart was also gone. In other words, Kakuzu, who originally had 5 lives, now had only 1 left. This was simply unacceptable for Kakuzu, who was always cautious and often lived a life of survival. With only 1 heart left, Kakuzu was filled with a sense of unease. He felt like he could die at any moment, which made him very anxious. Just then, before he could think too much, Qinyu launched another attack. He held the Thunder God sword and immediately used Chidori. The lightning release ninjutsu Chidori came rapidly, striking Fadewan's chest in the blink of an eye. Although the strike did not hit the heart, the lightning release had a paralyzing effect. Damn it, that damned lightning release. In an instant, Fadewan's expression became ferocious, and his whole body twitched uncontrollably. Not far away, Kakuzu also suffered the same damage and was trembling. Seeing this, Qinyu sneered. He knew that Kakuzu had already lost 4 hearts. As long as he struck again, Kakuzu would die. Therefore, Qinyu aimed for the opportunity to attack Fadewan's heart once more. Qinyu hoped to solve Kakuzu once and for all like this. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's previous self-destructing heart's little universe explosion had not yet ended, especially since this guy was overly cautious about his life. At the critical moment, he actually managed to endure the paralyzing effect of the lightning release. Kakuzu, ahead of Qinyu, used his original defensive technique, the Earth Grudge Fear, to strike Fadewan in an instant. The power of Earth Grudge Fear was already extremely strong, and this was a strike that Kakuzu had maximized at the life and death moment. In an instant, Fadewan's small body was knocked away, escaping from the circle of the evil goddess curse. Phew! Seeing that Fadewan finally rolled out of that annoying curse circle, Kakuzu breathed a huge sigh of relief. This way, even if Qinyu attacked Fadewan again, Kakuzu would not be affected. And this was the simplest method to disrupt the evil god ritual, temporarily free from the worry of losing his life. Kakuzu's doubts sprang up again in his mind. Chinyu, you bastard. How did you do it? How could you collect my blood and even get it into that idiot Fade Wan's hands? At this moment, Kakuzu, who had already lost 4 hearts, shouted in pain. Seeing this, Chinyu calmly replied, "That's because I saw through your tricks long ago. Therefore, early in the morning, I had already devised the best combat plan against you." The method Chinyu used was exactly what Shikamaru, known as the strategist of Konoha in the original work, had thought of. Recalling the plot in the original work, Chinyu suddenly realized that the combination of Kakuzu and Fade Wan was indeed very interesting. Fade Wan's attack power was weak, and his combat ability was also quite lacking, but he could not let him obtain the enemy's blood. On the other hand, although Kakuzu's attack power was strong and he had many means, when faced with Chinyu, he could only suffer setbacks. It could be said that although Kakuzu possessed 5 types of ninjutsu, there was not a single ninjutsu that could give him the upper hand. Therefore, he never thought of defeating Chinyu with his own attacks, only thinking of using Fade Wan's strange methods to kill Chinyu. That was why he went to great lengths to rescue Fade Wan and cooperate with Fade Wan's actions. The purpose of doing this was simply to help Fade Wan obtain Chinyu's blood. Only then could they hold that strange ritual afterwards. And Chinyu perfectly utilized their idea to successfully execute the plan. Previously, when Chinyu used the Flying Thunder God Slash, no one noticed that his Thunder God Sword was already covered in blood from Kakuzu's body. Especially after destroying Kakuzu's heart and sheathing his sword, it was even more to conceal the fact that he was collecting Kakuzu's blood. It should be noted that Chinyu's observational skills were extraordinarily meticulous, and his perception was exceptionally keen. He had already noticed that there was a rope tied to Fade Wan's bloody scythe from the very beginning. The moment Fade Wan controlled the bloody scythe from a distance, Chinyu's body flickered and completely avoided that attack. However, he quickly used his hand to make a cut on his own cheek. After that, while blocking the bloody scythe with the Thunder God Sword, he smeared Kakuzu's blood onto the bloody scythe. Chinyu's smooth series of actions successfully made Fade Wan mistakenly believe that the blood he had collected was Chinyu's. Of course, this mistake could not be entirely blamed on Fade Wan. After all, not only did Fade Wan fail to notice Chinyu's actions, but even his teammate, the veteran shadow-level powerhouse Kaku, had no perception of it at all. The following events became simple. Fade Wan thought he had obtained Chinyu's blood, and then began to merrily conduct the evil god ritual. Then, a more dramatic scene occurred. That strike on Fade Wan's heart was actually Kakuzu, his teammate, who could not wait and stabbed himself. In other words, Kakuzu's heart was the one he had self-destructed. It is reasonable to say that Fade Wan and Kakuzu were put together in this way. The similarities between the two, both being immortal, were simply too many. Moreover, one was responsible for managing the finances of the Akatsuki organization, while the other was interested in killing strong opponents. Ever since these two were assigned together, aside from the slight disagreement over whether to sacrifice the heads to the evil god or trade them for money, there had been no major conflicts. One could even say that their various collaborations were quite pleasant. However, this time, because Chinyu adopted this cunning enemy-trapping strategy, Kakuzu suddenly felt that the combination with Fade Wan was simply terrible. Once his blood was obtained by the enemy and used in a scheme, then using Fade Wan's evil god ritual could lead to killing him, the teammate. This posed a threat that far outweighed his benefits for Kakuzu, who had always been cautious. After all, one careless mistake could cost him a life. Even if Kakuzu had 5 lives, that was not enough to play with. At this moment, there was no time for Kakuzu to hesitate any longer. Chapter 144. Chinyu's scheme at this moment. After kicking Faden out of the curse circle, Jiaodu directly recalled all of his Earth Grudge fear. As for how Chinyu would torment Faden after recalling the Earth Grudge fear, that was Faden's problem, and had nothing to do with Jiaodu. This was completely beyond his consideration. Once the Earth Grudge fear was recalled by Jiaodu, it directly picked up the arm that had just been removed. Subsequently, Jiaodu, acting as if no one was around, controlled his Earth Grudge fear to reattach his arm and shoulder. At this moment, the Earth Grudge fear was like needle and thread, while the arm and shoulder were like fabric, perfectly stitched together under Jiaodu's manipulation. After reattaching his arm and shoulder, Jiaodu showed no signs of slackening. In fact, he was even more tense now that his arm was back on. Moreover, although he had reattached his arm, it wasn't to rally and continue fighting Chinyu. Instead, it was to maintain a stronger ability for better self-preservation. Although Jiaodu's face showed pain, his heart was exceptionally calm. Gue Jiao was not wrong. Chinyu was indeed terrifying. Not only was his strength frightening, but even his intellect was exceptionally terrible. A moment's negligence could lead to a trap. After the earlier encounter, Jiaodu realized that the more he fought Qinyu, the more he felt the terror of Qinyu. It was a fear of never being able to grasp the bottom line, never being able to see through the virtual and the real. Although Chiyo had provided him with some intelligence, being able to figure out both him and Faden through that limited information, along with a brief interaction, was truly remarkable. He even set up such a terrifyingly meticulous plan based on their weaknesses. This Qinyu, how frighteningly cunning he was. This person was definitely a huge enemy of the organization. At this moment, Jiaodu's heart was shaking violently. Taking advantage of Jiaodu's distraction, Qinyu's figure suddenly vanished. He used the body flicker technique and appeared right next to Faden. It should be known that no matter how one looked at it, Jiaodu was an established shadow-level powerhouse. If he had truly used all his means, Qinyu would never believe it. Since crossing over, Qinyu had realized one thing. Although he had read the original work and knew some things from it, he couldn't fully trust those details. This had already been experienced earlier. It was known that Jiaodu had just used a self-explosion of his heart to enhance his strength, a move that was not mentioned at all in the original work. The fact that he used it, despite it not being mentioned, suggested that perhaps he had never had the chance to use it before, but had the opportunity just now. Thinking that Jiaodu had no other means just because he used that move was truly a grave mistake. Qinyu had a faint feeling that Jiaodu still had a trump card. At the very least, there should be a move that could lead to mutual destruction with the enemy. Therefore, if he were to forcefully kill Jiaodu at this moment, it would be pushing Jiaodu to self-destruct alongside him. As a smart person, Qinyu knew what choice to make without needing to think. If he waited until Jiaodu regained a bit of confidence before going to kill him, the situation would be entirely different. Human nature is such that as long as there exists a glimmer of hope, one does not wish to die. Death is the most terrifying thing, especially for an old powerhouse like Jiaodu who had lived so many years. For such a person, living was merely a pursuit of fame and wealth. Qinyu precisely targeted this weakness of Jiaodu's humanity, and thus directly bypassed him to attack Faden. Faden possessed absolute immortality, making it impossible to defeat him in a short time. However, it was still possible to sever a few of his limbs and severely injure him. Qinyu held on to this thought and quickly approached Faden. In Qinyu's view, Faden's physical skills were already subpar. With one arm gone and without Jiaodu's assistance, he was practically as weak as could be. At this moment, Qinyu resembled an adult bullying a defenseless child. Originally, this child had a powerful weapon, but due to the earlier mistake, he dared not use it to attack. Faden was completely unable to determine whether the blood he had collected was Qinyu's or Jiaodu's. If he recklessly used it, it was very likely that he would fall into Qinyu's trap again, resulting in the accidental killing of his teammate. At this point, Faden had completely understood that he could never defeat Qinyu alone. Even if he wanted to escape, he needed Jiaodu's help. If he mistakenly killed Jiaodu, he would definitely not survive. With such concerns, Faden had completely fallen into a passive position. Qinyu finally utilized his physical skills to sever Faden's remaining 3 limbs and used powerful lightning release ninjutsu to put Faden into a state of shock. At this moment, Jiaodu had also regained a bit of strength. Ha! Qinyu sneered at Jiaodu. Don't think that just because you regained some strength, you can fight back. Even at your peak, you were my opponent, and now you are even less of a match for me. What you need to consider now is how to escape from my grasp. Seeing that Qinyu was not attacking him, but was instead going after Faden, Jiaodu suddenly had the thought of fleeing. In fact, he had thought about running away earlier. However, at that time, he was hoping for Faden's curse technique, fantasizing about killing Qinyu. Additionally, the two were too close together, and Faden's restraining ability was weak, so he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape successfully. Furthermore, at that time, he still had multiple hearts, so it wasn't yet a desperate situation. But the current situation was completely different. Faden's curse technique had completely become a joke. Not only did it fail to harm the enemy, but it also harmed his teammate. Moreover, Jiaodu had only 1 heart left from his original 5. Now, he could die at any moment and couldn't afford to consider success rates. Without that magical curse technique, Faden was likely weaker than AJ Nin. Coupled with Jiaodu's remaining single heart, his strength was no longer at the shadow level. Now, both of them could truly be described as weaker than ever. Jiaodu could not imagine how, given the current situation, he could defeat Qinyu. To him, fleeing immediately might lead to death. However, staying would definitely result in death. So, at this moment, Jiaodu had to take a gamble. After thinking everything through, Jiaodu no longer hesitated. Chapter 145. Phaeton's daring move. Seeing Qin, you start a new round of assaults. He suddenly burst forth with tremendous speed and directly fled in the opposite direction of Phaeton. Under Qin used powerful close-range techniques. Phaeton was beaten terribly. He didn't know how much blood he had vomited. He was originally waiting for Jiaodu's assistance, but after waiting left and right, he still saw no help arriving. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it! Jiaodu, you bastard! Are you just watching the show over there? Why don't you? Wait, where is he? What the hell?" After shouting for so long, there was no response. He looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. Where was his teammate Jiaodu? He was nowhere to be seen. With a quick glance into the distance, he saw that Kakuzu had already slipped away over 100 meters. "Damn it! Kakuzu, you bastard!" Haiden cursed furiously. However, no matter how much he swore, Kakuzu didn't even pause for a moment. Instead, he sped up his escape. Seeing that Kakuzu was really getting away, Qinyu also stopped his attack on Haiden. He had long planned to kill both of them together and was determined not to let even one escape. Qinyu sneered, "Want to run? It's not that easy." He swiftly joined his hands together, creating a shadow clone. He intended to send the clone to continue entangling Haiden while his main body pursued Kakuzu. To Qinyu, Haiden was just a simple-minded fool, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to him. A shadow clone was sufficient. On the other hand, Kaku, the cowardly old monster, had many tricks up his sleeve, so he had to be cautious because he was going to send his main body after him. However, just as he was about to move, Haiden suddenly performed a shocking maneuver that stunned everyone. Haiden instantly used a body flicker technique and disappeared from his original spot. When Haiden reappeared, it was not in a place far from the battlefield, but rather inside the cursed circle. At that moment, Kakuzu was running away with all his might, not even glancing back. As for Haiden's earlier shouting, he hadn't taken it to heart at all. Since he hadn't taken it seriously, how could he possibly turn back? After all, Kakuzu had survived all these years by being cautious. Therefore, no matter what, his life was the top priority and everything else depended on others. As for Haiden, he was just a partner. Over the years, he had changed partners many times. Could he really expect Kakuzu to turn back? That was impossible. As Kakuzu fled, he not only didn't look back, but also angrily cursed Haiden. "Damn it! Haiden, you stupid bastard! Why couldn't you just let me be tortured in peace? Why did you have to blabber on? I should have been discovered later, but now I've been found out early." Kakuzu was indeed skilled at running away. He had a good grasp of the timing for escape, right when Qinyu launched his combo attack. If Haiden hadn't shouted, he might have been able to escape without Qinyu realizing it until the combo was over. And if that had happened, he would have long vanished without a trace. Of course, this was just his wishful thinking. This battle was a massive loss for him. Not only did he drag Haiden, this useless teammate, into it, but he also completely delayed the tailed beast capture mission. When he returned to the organization, the leader would definitely not let him off lightly. Moreover, the key point was that he had also lost 4 hearts, which meant 4 lives. Although collecting hearts wasn't difficult, finding 4 with excellent attribute changes was truly hard. This trip was really a damn blood loss. If he had known it would turn out this way, why the hell didn't he just listen to the leader and capture the tail beast? And then there was Kisame, who had warned him so much. Why did he have to come to Konoha looking for death? If it weren't for the fact that Haiden was absolutely immortal, which could buy him some time, he might have really fallen here. At this moment, Kakuzu's heart was filled with bitterness and deep regret. Regret for coming to Konoha. Regret for seeking trouble with Qinyu. If he hadn't come to Konoha and hadn't sought trouble with Qinyu, would he have to suffer like this? However, there were no regret pills for ninjas. Kakuzu had always been a money grubber, most fond of calculating gains and losses. This operation was, in his eyes, a true blood loss. However, what Kakuzu never expected was that his path of blood loss was far from over. Just as Kakuzu was desperately running away, Haiden's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Kakuzu, you bastard, turn around and look at me." "Damn it." Kakuzu spat in response. "Turn around? No way. If I turn around, I'm really done for. Haiden, you are such a useless teammate. If it weren't for you, would I be in this situation?" After Haiden shouted loudly from within the cursed circle, he noticed that Kakuzu completely ignored him. Instantly, Haiden became furious. He continued to shout at Kakuzu, "Damn Kakuzu, I've already returned to the circle. If you don't come back, I'll kill you. Damn it." Hearing this, Kakuzu couldn't help but spit again. "Are you kidding me? Are you out of your mind? Besides, that little brat attacks so fiercely. Am I supposed to go back and die?" Kakuzu continued to run as always, showing no signs of turning back. According to Kakuzu's guess, Qinyu would definitely torture Haiden until he couldn't recognize him. So how could he possibly say he wanted to return to the circle? However, if viewed from a normal perspective, Kakuzu's guess was reasonable. If it were an ordinary opponent, Kakuzu's assumption would make perfect sense. However, was Chinyu an ordinary opponent? Kakuzu had no idea that at that moment, Chinyu was standing aside, watching with great interest. Damn it, Haiden, standing alone in the circle, was completely dumbfounded. His plan was good, to use the evil god ritual to threaten Kakuzu into returning to fight with him. But what was the result? Kakuzu completely ignored him, not even glancing back. This was so damn awkward. At this moment, Haiden was like a clown, performing alone while the only audience was his opponent, Chinyu. In that instant, Haiden felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Haiden became furious, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it!" Looking at Kakuzu, who showed no signs of hesitation and was determined to escape, Haiden no longer hesitated. He directly raised his extendable spear, pointing the tip toward his own heart. Chapter 146. Kakuzu, who was betrayed by his teammate at this moment, Chinyu was watching Haiden with great interest. He was eager to see what Haiden would do. If it was just a simple gesture, it would be of no use because Kakuzu wouldn't turn back and wouldn't see it at all. Suddenly, just at that moment, Haiden bit his teeth, and a sharp spear plunged violently into his own body. In an instant, the black spear pierced through his chest. Bright red blood began to flow from his chest. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, who was 300 meters away, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw blood spurting from his chest. Damn it! This sudden injury shocked Kakuzu, and he hurriedly stopped, turning around to look back. In an instant, he painfully realized that Haiden had indeed returned to the cursed circle. Moreover, he was holding that black spear, which was stabbed into his own chest. At that moment, Kakuzu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, cursing Chinyu like crazy in his heart. Damn it, this Chinyu is too useless. Even a trash like Haiden can come and go as he pleases. At this time, Kakuzu still thought that Chinyu let his guard down, allowing Haiden to return to the cursed circle. However, he had no idea that it was all part of Chinyu's plan. At this moment, Faden, who had been watching Jiao, saw him finally turn around and immediately began to curse furiously. "You bastard Jiao, why aren't you running? Why aren't you continuing to run?" Jiao's face was filled with embarrassment. However, he had no choice. His life was in Faden's hands. He could only accept the threat while loudly trying to calm him down. "Faden, calm down. Calm down. Calm down my ass." Faden shouted, getting angrier just thinking about Jiao. "You bastard, weren't you running pretty fast? Did you calculate everything in advance to use me to buy time?" The more Faden scolded, the more agitated he became, and the black spear in his hand plunged deeper into Jiao puff. Jiao was once again severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. He hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding." "Damn it. What misunderstanding?" Faden spat in response, then threatened, "If you don't hurry back, do you really want me to take your life?" All right. Although he cursed Faden's ancestors in his heart, Jiao dared not hesitate since his life was in someone else's hands. He quickly agreed and rushed back toward the battlefield. That bastard Faden. While running back, Jiao continued to curse under his breath, because in his view, returning now would most likely lead to his death. However, the situation was already clear. If he didn't go back, he would die immediately. He knew all too well how fierce his teammate Faden was. That guy was a lunatic. If he dare not return, he would definitely kill him. No, I have to make him put down the spear first. If he accidentally twitches, he might be fine, but I would be in big trouble. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Jiao's mind. After making up his mind, he hurriedly shouted to Faden, "I'm back. Quickly put down the spear in your hand." "What the hell?" Faden shouted angrily. "Are you dreaming? If I put it down, what if you don't come back?" In an instant, Jiao felt like he was going to collapse. "You bastard. Are you messing with me?" This was the most accurate portrayal of Jiao at that moment. However, he only dared to complain in his heart. In the past, he could curse at Faden, but now that his life was in Faden's grip, he didn't dare offend him at all. With no other choice, Jiao had to suppress his anger and patiently explain, "Just put it down. Anyway, you're in the circle. If I turn around and run, you can strike at any time. If you keep it up like this and accidentally injure me, wouldn't that be awkward?" "That makes sense." Faden nodded, saying, "But you better not try any tricks." As he spoke, Faden prepared to pull out the spear that was lodged in his chest. However, before he could fully pull it out, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, Chinyu, who had been watching from the side, vanished in an instant. Not good. Although he was hundreds of meters away, Jiao instantly sensed something was wrong, and his face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, Faden was still acting like a fool. Earlier, he had focused all his attention on Jiao, so he hadn't paid any attention to Chinyu. Therefore, when Chinyu suddenly disappeared, he was left stunned. Perhaps this was a flaw of Faden as an immortal. He may not have realized that he was standing in the circle of his own evil god ritual. If Qinyu really went for the kill, wouldn't he die? But Jiaodu? He was definitely doomed. Sure enough, just as Qinyu disappeared, he reappeared next to Faden in the next second. At that moment, Qinyu didn't even need to use the Thunder Goddess sword. He simply extended his hand and pushed forward. In an instant, the black spear, which had not yet been completely pulled out of Faden's body, was forcefully pushed back in by Qinyu. Puff! At that moment, Faden spat out a mouthful of blood. He then ignored his injuries and stared wide-eyed at Qinyu. From his eyes, Qinyu could see his confusion. It seemed to say, "Weren't you just watching the show? Why did you suddenly attack?" Meanwhile, 200 meters away, Jiaodu's face also changed dramatically, and he spat out blood. He clearly felt that the last heart in his body had shattered at that moment. "Faden, you bastard! Damn you!" Jiaodu's mouth was filled with blood, and his gaze began to blur. Before he could finish his words, he had already died. That unfinished sentence instantly became his last words in life. In that final moment, Jiaodu suddenly realized that he didn't hate Qinyu at all. Instead, he loathed his teammate, his pathetic teammate. He never dreamed that one day he would die not at the hands of an opponent or enemy, but by the hands of a teammate. Chapter 147. The death of the immortal duo. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly recalled an old saying, "Fear not a godlike opponent, but be wary of a pig-like teammate." Indeed, the ancients never lied to me. I just witnessed it. Jiaodu. Looking at Jiaodu, who seemed unable to close his eyes even in death, Faden's expression turned into one of rage and anguish. It wasn't he that Faden cared that much about Jiaodu as a teammate or was particularly concerned about him. Rather, he knew very well that if Jiaodu died, he would definitely not escape alone. After all, people have a base nature, which is selfishness. Faden glared at Qinyu with a face full of indignation and then loudly condemned him. "Despicable. Shameless. Qinyu, you're truly despicable. How could you ambush me when I was unprepared? Is this how you act like a human?" PFF. Qinyu spat in response. He then cleared his ears and coldly said, "Please understand, we are enemies. It's either you die or I die. So there is no such thing as despicable or shameless. And now, you're on the brink of death. And you still have the time to argue in front of me. You really have a big heart. Hey, hey, hey." Upon hearing this, Faden's face turned ashen, and he disdainfully looked at Qinyu, confidently saying, "Qinyu, even so, what can you do to me?" As he spoke, he provocatively slapped the bottom of the black spear. Puff! In an instant, the black spear that had pierced his body shot through entirely, falling out from Faden's back. After the spear left Faden's body, a dark hole appeared in his chest. The hole was pitch black and looked terrifying. Although the pain in his body made him tremble, Faden showed no signs of dying at all. He. This feeling of pain, it's so addictive. Unfortunately, I can only experience pain, but have never been able to experience death. You must know, I'm a most loyal disciple of the evil god. The power of the evil god is something you can never compare to. Under the blessing of the evil god, I am immortal. No matter how strong you are, you can't kill me. In response, Qinyu simply curled his lips. Looking at Faden's smug expression, Qinyu felt like laughing. "Are you really that confident? Do you think I have no way to deal with your immortality?" Faden completely disbelieved what Qinyu said, and without any resistance, he coldly sneered. Come on. I want to see what tricks you have." At this moment, Faden was indeed at the end of his rope, and therefore he was no longer afraid. The reason he felt this way was that he knew very well his current situation. Alone, he could never possibly be a match for Qinyu. However, he still had a trump card, which was his immortality. Because of his immortality, he felt that Qinyu would have no way to deal with him. After all, he was truly immortal. In that instant, Faden even considered for a long time. It should be noted that there was Zetsu in the organization, who was skilled in reconnaissance and stealth. So even if Qinyu really did something to him, Zetsu would find him and piece them back together. At this moment, Qinyu didn't waste any words with him, and the Thunder God Sword at his waist was instantly drawn. Swish, swish, swish. The Thunder God Sword was incredibly sharp, and in an instant, it perfectly split Faden into 7 pieces. Bang! Faden's head lost its support and fell heavily to the ground. However, at this moment, he was frantically shouting, "Kiki, what now, Qinyu? I am immortal." Qinyu sneered, then heavily kicked Faden's head, sending it flying. Bang! Faden's head was instantly kicked far away. In the process of flying, it even smashed through several large trees. However, even so, he still didn't die and continued to chatter on. That damn Qinyu. How dare he humiliate me like this? But what can he do? Once I regain my body, I will definitely sacrifice you to the evil god. Just wait for me, Chinyu. Enduring Feiden's incessant chatter, Chinyu casually took out a sealing scroll and quickly formed several hand seals. Instantly, the scroll shone brightly, and the sealing array was activated. Chinyu quickly approached Feiden's head, disgusted and too lazy to use his hands. He kicked it accurately into the sealing array. Nanny? The moment Faden saw Chinyu pull out the sealing scroll, he felt something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. If he really got sealed into the scroll, then even Zetsu would not be able to save him. No. Chinyu, you can't do this. Before he could finish shouting, Faden was sucked into the sealing array. Clap. Chinyu quickly closed the scroll and stuffed it into his bag. After that, he no longer cared about anything else and continued on his way to the hidden mist. After handling the undead duo, Chinyu set off again towards the hidden mist. He knew he had plenty of time, so he wasn't in a hurry to travel. Along the way, he either enjoyed the mountains or played in the water, simply wandering leisurely towards the hidden mist. As for the route, cough cough, if he didn't know, he would just ask people along the way, which was also a reason for his leisurely journey. All the way, Chinyu was carefree. 3 days later, at the Akatsuki organization's base, Nagato and Obito were discussing the plans ahead, with Conan by their side. Suddenly, a carnivorous plant popped up from underground. Upon seeing Zetsu suddenly appear, Nagato frowned and asked, "Didn't I tell you to gather information about the other tailed beasts? Why are you back so soon?" Obito also frowned and asked, "What happened?" Black Zetsu was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Kakuzu and Faden are both dead." Nanny? Nagato and Obito were both shocked at the same time. Is it really that difficult to capture a two-tails? Both of them claimed to be immortal, especially Faden, who was truly immortal. Moreover, Kakuzu was an old monster with many years of experience. Even if he couldn't win, he could leave calmly. How could he easily die? Nagato's voice was filled with confusion and a hint of anger. After Nagato finished speaking, Obito also expressed his speculation. Could it be that these two directly charged into the hidden cloud village to capture the two tails and were surrounded by a large force? Chapter 148. Recently, there are opportunities at this moment. Conan, who had been silent, suddenly said, "I don't think so. Faden might act recklessly, but Kakuzu is very cautious and wouldn't do something like that." All right. At this time, Nagato coldly interrupted everyone's conversation and said, "Stop speculating. Zetsu, just tell us what happened." In response, Zetsu said calmly, "They died in the Land of Fire." The Land of Fire? I sent them to capture the two tails, and they went. Nagato started to speak, but then realized what was happening. He stared at Zetsu and asked, "Wait, the Land of Fire? They want to find that Chinyu." Hearing this, Obito's tone instantly turned cold. "What? Chinyu? The one who disrupted the organization's attempt to capture the One Tail?" Nagato nodded, confirming, "That's right, it's him. And 3 years ago, Itachi and Kisame also fell at his hands." At this moment, to confirm the accuracy of the situation, Obito coldly asked Zetsu again, "Zetsu, did Faden and Kakuzu really die at Chinyu's hands?" White Zetsu confidently replied, "That's right, it was that kid's doing." Bastard. Hearing Zetsu's confirmation, Nagato was so angry he almost pulled out the tubes behind him. Bastard. Those two fools. I warned them repeatedly not to go, to focus on capturing the tailed beasts. Kisame also warned them several times, yet they still went. These two idiots are truly seeking death. At this moment, Conan, who had been quiet all along, calmly analyzed. Faden is very competitive. Perhaps your and Kisame's warnings had the opposite effect, igniting his combative spirit. Hearing this, Nagato directly asked angrily, "What about Kakuzu? Why did he also follow Faden into this mess?" For this, Conan was also unsure and could only shrug and speculate. Kakuzu must have his reasons for acting. I heard that since the last battle, Chinyu's bounty in the black market has reached 220 million. Hey. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu couldn't help but laugh and then coldly said, "No wonder. That guy Kakuzu, upon hearing this news, how could he possibly hold back?" Black Zetsu then chimed in with a cold laugh. He completely views Chinyu as a bounty of 220 million. Bastard. Nagato was instantly furious, then angrily said, "What was the result? Did they end up getting themselves killed? Faden is fine, but Kakuzu is a financial expert, a major general of the organization. Losing him like this is just too regrettable." At this moment, Obito also asked in a deep voice, "Is this Chinyu really that capable?" Obito's face hidden behind his mask was now as dark as water. As for the Sharingan that was exposed, it was slightly narrowed. This person truly cannot be underestimated. 3 years ago, he defeated Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and then he vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, he appeared again not long ago, killing Deidara and subduing Scorpion. Now, he has even directly killed Kakuzu and Haiden. This person is definitely a huge enemy of the organization. At this moment, Black Zetsu was analyzing Chinyu's actions over the years with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, Obito coldly asked, I didn't expect him to be this strong already. If he is given a few more years, then. Although Obito's words were not finished, everyone present understood. At this time, Conan was also secretly thinking, I didn't expect even an old monster like Uchiha Madara to be so wary of this Chinyu. Who exactly are you, Chinyu? Nagato snorted coldly, and then confidently said, no matter how strong he is, he cannot be a match for God. We cannot let our guard down. Obito frowned. Over the years, Nagato's confidence had grown more and more inflated, and he felt somewhat helpless. After all, although he claimed to be Uchiha Madara, he did not possess Madara's strength at all. To be honest, although Nagato could not do anything to him because of his space ninjutsu, he was also unable to deal with Nagato. After all, the power of the Rinnegan is no joke. At this moment, Nagato continued coldly, killing so many members of the organization, repeatedly disrupting our plans. I cannot allow him to live. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill him. I will make him understand that God is not to be offended. At this moment, Nagato's voice was filled with thick, killing intent. It should be known that Chinyu's continuous actions, whether humiliating, killing, or saving people, had brought endless trouble to the Akatsuki organization. And Chinyu's actions had made Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, extremely furious. At this time, Black Zetsu, the most cunning old thing in the Hokage, suddenly had his eyes rolling around. Then he directly spoke. Speaking of which, there really is an opportunity. Nagato and Obito immediately became interested. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Black Zetsu no longer kept them in suspense. The reason Kakuzu and Haiden encountered Chinyu outside of Konoha village was that this kid was on a mission this time, and his mission was to represent Konoha and attend the coronation ceremony of the 5th Mizukage. 5th Mizukage? Obito's eyes suddenly narrowed. Meanwhile, Nagato's eyes also slightly focused. And then he said, are you saying that Chinyu will go to the land of water alone? White Zetsu shrugged and said, that's right. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Nagato and Obito exchanged glances, both seeing the coldness in each other's eyes. At this moment, the swaying Chinyu finally saw the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Mist Village, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the village. These people were filled with an intense killing intent. Through this strong killing intent, anyone with a discerning eye could immediately tell that they had taken more than one life. Moreover, it seemed that the weakest among these people had at least the strength of an elite Chunin. Seeing this, Chinyu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit incredulous. It should be known that if an uninformed person saw this scene, they would probably think they were about to be encircled and annihilated. However, Chinyu knew very well that Terumi Mei was very fond of peace. Therefore, she should not do something like this. Could it be that, because of my intrusion, the 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village is no longer Terumi Mei? At this moment, such a thought suddenly popped into Chinyu's mind. If the 5th Mizukage is really not Terumi Mei, then why the hell did I come here? It should be known that Chinyu made the long trip to the Hidden Mist Village with a clear purpose, to find Terumi Mei to have fun. If he couldn't meet Terumi Mei, he would probably draw his sword directly. Chapter 149. Entering the Hidden Mist Village at this time. The two sides are getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the ninja team coming out of the Hidden Mist Village came to a halt in unison, then parted in the middle. A graceful figure wearing a blue hood slowly walked out from the middle of the path. Welcome the Konoha envoy to the Hidden Mist Village. I am the new 5th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's voice came from under her Mizukage hat, full of charm and allure. As Terumi Mei's voice fell, a delicate hand slowly lifted the blue Mizukage hat from her head. When the hat was lifted, an incredibly exquisite face appeared, revealing Terumi Mei's enchanting features. With long brown hair and emerald green phoenix eyes, her voluptuous figure exuded an irresistible charm. At this moment, Chinyu was standing face to face with Terumi Mei, both of them sizing each other up. Terumi Mei looked at Chinyu and silently thought, this person is the famous Chinyu from Konoha. He looks quite handsome, but no matter how you look at it, he should be a bad man. And Chinyu looked at Terumi Mei, secretly thinking, this woman is the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. She is indeed more charming and alluring in reality than in the anime. Truly a complete enchantress. It was worth my long trip here. At this moment, Chinyu curled the corners of his mouth and then, under the gaze of everyone, casually extended his right hand. Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this, and a slight blush appeared on her white cheeks. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly extended her right hand as well. Oof. At this moment, several cold snorts sounded from the welcoming team of the Hidden Mist Village. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chinyu and Terumi Mei's hands finally gently clasped together. Terumi Mei's delicate hand was incredibly soft and smooth, with a hint of coolness. As the saying goes, a jade feels cool. It's called cherry amber. At the moment their hands clasped, Terumi Mei, as the fifth Mizukage, blushed even more. Chinyu, however, did not hold on for long. After all, he was a scumbag, and a high-level emperor scumbag at that, so he certainly wouldn't act foolishly like a pig. However, just before Chinyu released Terumi Mei's hand, he playfully scratched her palm with his fingers. This action was very subtle. Apart from the two parties involved, no one noticed it. This guy, he really is a bad man. Terumi Mei raised her head in slight anger, glaring at Chinyu. And Chinyu, being who he is, was completely unbothered and even raised an eyebrow at her playfully. Oof. Terumi Mei stomped her foot in frustration. Over the years, countless people have tried to pursue her. Despite this, no man had ever dared to be so presumptuous towards her. But for some reason, even though Terumi Mei was embarrassed and angry, she couldn't bring herself to be mad at the man in front of her. Terumi Mei quickly adjusted her mindset, and then charmingly said to Chinyu, "You've traveled a long way. I will take you to the inn to rest. The coronation ceremony will be held tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chinyu waved his hand and then tried to get closer, saying, "My name is UchihaQinyu. You could just call me Chinyu. No need to use honored envoy." Hee. Terumi Mei lightly covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, "I've heard of your great name long ago. Seeing you today, it really lives up to the reputation. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Chinyu." As Terumi Mei spoke, she led Chinyu into the Hidden Mist Village. Behind her, a large group of Chunin and Jonin closely followed. A group of people entered the Hidden Mist Village in a grand manner. The pedestrians on the street looked over with curious eyes at this spectacle. Chinyu, feeling a bit awkward, said, "I say, Lord Mizukage, do you really need to bring so many people make a show of it?" Terumi Mei smiled and replied, "These are all high-ranking ninjas from our Hidden Mist. I specifically had them come to show our village's importance and to ensure the safety of the Leaf's envoy." Upon hearing this, Chinyu shrugged and said, "I see, you really are taking this seriously. You almost made me think you were planning to encircle me." Terumi Mei chuckled softly and said, Chinyu, you really know how to make jokes." After saying this, Terumi Mei casually waved her hand, and the many ninjas following them immediately dispersed. With a large group of light bulbs gone, Chinyu's mood instantly brightened. As they walked, people occasionally greeted Terumi Mei, and she happily responded to each one. Seeing this, Chinyu teased, "It seems that Lord Fifth Mizukage is quite beloved by the people." Terumi Mei paused for a moment before replying. The fourth Mizukage was deceived and made many mistakes. In a sense, I am benefiting from his legacy now. What I do is just some insignificant small matters. After finishing her words, Terumi Mei pursed her lips and curiously looked at Chinyu. "As for you, I've only heard others talk about your deeds these days. I didn't expect you to actually be sent by Lord Hokage to attend the ceremony." Chinyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Well, what I do are just trivial matters." Terumi Mei covered her mouth and laughed lightly, then said, "I've heard that Chinyu from the Leaf is quite arrogant, but seeing you today, it seems the rumors are wrong. At such a young age, you've dealt significant damage to the Akatsuki organization and even saved the Kazekage. These are all major events that have shaken the ninja world." Chinyu spread his hands and said with a helpless expression, "Well, mainly because the opponents were too weak. I hardly exerted myself before they were already down. There's nothing I can do about it." Seeing the sudden change in Chinyu's demeanor, Terumi Mei couldn't help but chuckle softly. She secretly thought, "This little man is really an interesting guy. Is it that funny?" Chinyu shot her a sidelong glance. Terumi Mei raised a finger and waved it, saying, "As for the Akatsuki members, I've had contact with them before. They're all ruthless and formidable foes, not weaklings." Chinyu shrugged and replied, "Strength is relative." Terumi Mei rolled her eyes at this and thought to herself, "It seems the rumors are indeed true. This guy is quite arrogant." Chapter 150. The five arrived. Terumi Mei's eyes turned, and she suddenly spoke, "I've heard that the two rogue ninja from our village were defeated by you, and that Momochi Zabuza was even killed by you, right?" Upon hearing this, Chinyu pretended to be serious and acted clueless. "What's the matter?" Is Lord Mizuki's planning to thank me? There's really no need. This. Terumi Mae was furious, her body trembling slightly. Ahem, what I mean to say is, the Kobikurabocho and Samahata are sacred artifacts of the Hidden Mist, so I hope you can return them to us. Chinyu shrugged and replied nonchalantly, well, since they are sacred artifacts of the Hidden Mist, and the Hidden Mist is now on friendly terms with my leaf, they should naturally be returned. However, I already handed those 2 swords over to the village, so Lord Mizuki should negotiate with our Hokage. In an instant, Chinyu passed the responsibility directly to Tsunade, who was far away in the leaf. Hee. Terumi Mae looked at Chinyu with a smirk and said, I've already communicated with Lord Hokage. He said those 2 swords have always been with you, and that you should return them to the Hidden Mist while you are here. What? In an instant, Chinyu was dumbfounded and said, damn, Tsunade didn't tell me in advance. Chinyu's eyes darted around. Then he said sincerely, well, I did hand them over to the higher-ups of the leaf. Did Lord Tsunade really not know? Oh, Lord Mizuki may not be aware. The 2 swords I seized were before Lord Tsunade became Hokage, and she became the 5th Hokage after that, so she might not know about it. So those 2 swords might be kept by the 3rd Hokage. Terumi Mae looked at Chinyu suspiciously and asked, is that really the case? Chinyu maintained eye contact and said earnestly, of course it is. After staring at Chinyu for a while, Terumi Mae helplessly said, well, fine then. The 2 continued walking together, and before long, they arrived at the relay station. Inside the relay station, the decor was quite luxurious. It was evident that the Hidden Mist was taking the Leaf's visit very seriously, with the highest standards of reception. At this time, Terumi Mae looked at Chinyu seriously and said, all right, Chinyu, you should rest well today. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take you to the ceremony site. Chinyu raised an eyebrow and teasingly said, doesn't Lord Mizuki want to come in and sit for a while? What a bad man. Terumi Mae felt a mix of shyness and anger. Although she thought this way, she maintained a calm demeanor and said, I'm not as free as you. I have many political matters to handle. Hearing this, Chinyu said seriously, that's okay. You can come at night. Bad man. Terumi Mae stomped her foot, blushing as she left. Chinyu watched her leave with a smile, secretly saying, well, sooner or later, she will be mine. After Terumi Mae left, Chinyu finally went into the relay station to rest. The next day, early in the morning, the entire Hidden Mist village was decorated with lanterns and streamers, truly bustling and lively to the extreme. It was known that the new Mizuki's ascension was the biggest event in the Hidden Mist in over a decade. Therefore, everyone from elite ninjas to ordinary citizens gathered in front of the Mizuki's office. As ordinary citizens, they mostly stood orderly in the square in front of the Mizuki's office, each face filled with smiles. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist were much more casual. They either stood in trees or on rooftops. There were all sorts of arrangements. As the envoy dispatched by the Leaf, Chinyu was positioned in a prime spot. His position was on a high platform directly facing the Mizuki's office. Next to him sat several high-ranking officials from the Hidden Mist. Although he was in this position, for some reason, Chinyu felt a vague sense of unease. Tap, tap, talp. The sound of fingers lightly tapping on the armrest echoed, as Chinyu quietly awaited the start of the Mizuki's inauguration ceremony. As time passed, noon arrived. Boom. With the sound of a cannon, Terumi Mae, dressed in Mizuki's attire, finally made her appearance. With her beautiful face, graceful figure, and a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, she presented an absolutely perfect image. Boom! As soon as Terumi Mae appeared, it instantly sparked the most enthusiastic response from the crowd. All the villagers of the Mist-Hidden Village, even the ninjas, seemed to have taken some sort of stimulant. Everyone was almost frantically shouting her name. Everyone offered the fullest enthusiasm and the most fervent cheers. Seeing the villagers of the Mist-Hidden Village behave this way, Chinyu couldn't help but curl his lips and mutter, a bunch of lunatics. Why are they calling me their wife? The elder of the Mist-Hidden Village, sitting next to Chinyu, heard his mumbling and quickly asked, esteemed envoy, what are you saying? Chinyu, caught off guard by the question, laughed awkwardly and said, I was just saying that Lord 5th Mizuki is truly beloved by the people. The elder responded with a smile. Indeed, indeed. At this moment, Terumi Mae had already begun her inauguration speech, just as Chinyu was pondering when and how to make his grand entrance. A sudden change of wind and clouds occurred around them. A small vortex suddenly appeared right above the Mizuki's office. As soon as the vortex appeared, everyone present had no reaction. However, Chinyu was no ordinary person. His perception abilities were astonishing. In that instant, he immediately noticed it and stood up abruptly. Chinyu narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on that spatial vortex. Following that, a somewhat gloomy voice suddenly echoed throughout the venue. Hee. Today, the new Mizukage takes office. And I, the former Mizukage, should come to congratulate you. As the words fell, 5 figures suddenly appeared high in the sky. What was most striking was that these 5 individuals just happened to block the sun in the sky. Although only 5 people had come, looking somewhat thin, the momentum and killing intent radiating from them were incredibly formidable. At this moment, countless civilians and ninjas in the mist-hidden village looked up in fear at the 5 figures in the sky. The 5 figures slowly descended, finally landing atop the tall pillars of the Mizukage office. Terumi May had just completed the Mizukage succession ceremony and was turning around at that moment. Looking at the 5 figures standing on the pillar, her alluring peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. Chapter 151. The appearance upon seeing the 5 individuals before her. Terumi May instantly recognized one of them, a masked man. This man was the one who had previously used genjutsu to manipulate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. As for the other 4 figures, she completely did not recognize them, although she didn't know them. Seeing that they were all dressed in black with red clouds like the masked man, she knew they were a group. Looking at these individuals with their eyes closed, she felt a strong curiosity. After all, from them, Terumi May could sense an immense aura. At this moment, the masked man, an old acquaintance, looked down at Terumi May from a height and cheerfully asked, I wonder if the 5th Mizukage welcomes our arrival? Although the masked man appeared to be smiling, the tone of his voice was exceptionally cold. Terumi May responded icily, You bastard, after doing such outrageous things to the previous Mizukage, how dare you come back? The masked man, UchihaQinyu, smiled coldly and said, Not only have I returned, but I also want to present you all in the mist-hidden a big gift. Today, I will turn your joyous occasion into a mourning one. Seeing the suddenly arrogant masked man, several hot-tempered ninjas from the mist-hidden village couldn't hold back any longer. They shouted angrily at the masked man, UchihaQinyu, as they charged towards him. You bastard! Where did you come from? How dare you speak to our Mizukage like that? Are you looking for death? No matter who it is, anyone disrespecting the Mizukage will lose their head. Seeing the ninjas rushing towards the 5, Terumi May was startled and quickly shouted, Don't act recklessly. However, it was too late. Among the 5 figures standing on the pillar, one bald man suddenly extended his arm. His palm opened, facing the approaching ninjas from the mist-hidden village. Crack, crack, crack. Virum. A sound of mechanical collision and operation rang out, and the originally fleshy arm suddenly transformed into a laser cannon. Boom, boom, boom. The laser cannon fired rapidly, and several laser bullets instantly shot out, killing several ninjas from a mist-hidden village on the spot, leaving even their bodies untraceable. Bastard. Despicable. Seeing her subordinates die instantly, Terumi May's expression changed, her silver teeth clenched tightly. The crowd in front of the Mizukage office was in an uproar upon witnessing the enemy's bizarre methods. However, at this critical moment, Terumi May, as the Mizukage, remained incredibly calm. She immediately made targeted arrangements based on the situation. Everyone don't panic. Ninjas, be responsible for evacuating the civilians. The already somewhat chaotic crowd suddenly calmed down significantly upon hearing the new Mizukage's orders. After regaining their composure, the people of the mist-hidden village began to act according to Terumi May's commands. The civilians started to retreat in droves, while the ninjas were responsible for blocking their withdrawal. Almost everyone moved, except for a few masked black-clad individuals who remained guarding Terumi May. These protectors were her personal guard. Staring intently at the 5 figures in front, Terumi May gently gritted her teeth and said, "You all go too. These guys are not something you can handle. Mizukage." The guards immediately became anxious. Seeing this, Terumi May directly unleashed her aura as Mizukage and loudly commanded, "Follow orders." Understood. Although the guards were worried, they had no choice but to obey the command given by Terumi May, the Mizukage. Seeing this scene, the masked man UchihaQinyu sneered and said, "Little girl, I have to say you are indeed quite capable. No wonder you can sit in this Mizukage position. But do you really think you can stop us 5 with just yourself?" Terumi May glared defiantly, and as Mizukage, she did not back down in her response. "How will we know if we don't try? Then let us see how much strength you have, new Mizukage." The 5 dark figures simultaneously called out, ready to strike. Just at that moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. "5 bastards bullying a weak woman. Don't you feel ashamed?" Whoosh! At that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Terumi May, shielding her behind him. looking at the tall figure standing straight in front of her. Terumi May felt a ripple in her beautiful eyes. Although it was now a 2-against-5 situation, for some reason, Terumi May suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of safety at that moment. The originally somewhat youthful figure of UchihaQinyu now appeared exceptionally grand in Terumi May's eyes. In an instant, Terumi May gazed at him somewhat entranced. However, Uchiha Obito, the masked man, was not surprised by UchihaQinyu's sudden appearance. He coldly said to the newly appeared UchihaQinyu, "It seems the news was correct. You indeed came to the mist-hidden village, UchihaQinyu." "Oh." UchihaQinyu was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, "So it turns out, you came for me." The masked man Uchiha Obito coldly said, "Otherwise, do you think a village like the Mist Village is worth us making such a big fuss over?" When the people in the Mist Village heard this dialogue, many stopped in their tracks and curiously looked in that direction. Soon after, the crowd in the Mist Village began to discuss among themselves. "UchihaQinyu? Who is that? Should be the one from Konoha, right? The one from Konoha? Is it the one that caused a stir not long ago? But looking at this person's attire and the half-sleeve of Hokage, it should be him. It must be, but he's too young for this. What is a Konoha ninja doing in our Mist Village? I heard that the 5th Mizukage wants to establish good relations with Konoha and invited someone to observe. So Konoha sent him over. However, he seems quite reliable to step up in such a critical moment. Reliable my ass. I see him as a disaster. Didn't you hear that mask guy say it was aimed at him? Huh, is that so?" The discussions continued, but the atmosphere above the Mizukage's office was very serious. Uchiha Obito looked down, his gaze fixed on UchihaQinyu. After a long time, he coldly spoke, "Very good. UchihaQinyu, I've heard quite a bit about you during this time." Chapter 152, Heavenly Path. Rinnegan. At first, I thought you were just a little brat. Not worth worrying about. However, I never expected that 3 years ago you would rise suddenly. Not only defeating the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, but also defeating Itachi and Kisame from our organization. At that time, I sent someone to investigate you. And I didn't expect you had been holed up in Konoha for 3 years. If you had just stayed in Konoha, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But you dare to strike at my organization again. Not only did you repeatedly disrupt our grand plans, but you also killed several of our key members. You are truly capable. Obito's words were not fast, but his voice was filled with coldness. Despite this, countless pieces of information were revealed in this short speech. At that moment, many ninjas from the Mist Village were left with their mouths agape, finding it hard to believe. Even Terumi May, who had become the Mizukage, was no exception. She widened her beautiful eyes, covering her mouth in surprise. Although UchihaQinyu's act of saving Konoha 3 years ago had long since become no secret after so much time, and the people and ninjas in the Mist Village had heard some legends about him, they were completely unaware of what had happened afterward. For example, defeating Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and killing other members of the Akatsuki organization. The legends about UchihaQinyu in the Mist Village mostly revolve around his age and that half-sleeve of Hokage. However, at this moment, the people of the Mist Village had a much deeper understanding of UchihaQinyu's strength. Although they did not understand why Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were mixed together, everyone knew that these two were notorious figures in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi was the super ruthless person who exterminated his own clan, and Kisame Hashigaki was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Both were S-rank criminals on the wanted list. The fact that someone could defeat both of them single-handedly was enough to demonstrate how astonishing UchihaQinyu's combat power was. Terumi May bit her lip, looking at UchihaQinyu's upright figure, her enchanting eyes slightly squinting. What a charming little man. Listening to Obito's rant, UchihaQinyu slightly curled his lips and then astonishingly said, "I really didn't expect to be this impressive. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it. Yes, those things were indeed done by me. So, are you guys here today to get back at those useless people?" As soon as UchihaQinyu said this, Terumi May immediately rolled her eyes. Meanwhile, many citizens of the Mist Village were discussing among themselves. This guy is really ridiculously arrogant, just like the legends say. But at his age, to have such strength and honor, if I were him, I would definitely be even more arrogant. The truth is, but I have to say, quietly, those deeds were from 3 years ago. Oh my, it really seems to be. But saying that, I am filled with confidence in him. I believe that he and the Mizukage will definitely defeat these lurking guys. This time, Uchiha Obito did not speak, only coldly staring at UchihaQinyu. Instead, the orange-haired youth beside him, who had not spoken until now, suddenly spoke up. "UchihaQinyu, if possible, we do not wish to be enemies with you. You can consider joining us. Recruiting me? The Akatsuki?" UchihaQinyu raised an eyebrow. "Exactly." The orange-haired youth nodded and said, Join us and create peace together. Otherwise, your abilities will be buried. Hee. Chinyu smiled casually and said, "What if I say no? I have absolutely no interest in your rogue ninja organization filled with hidden agendas." Upon hearing this, the orange-haired youth's previously indifferent expression became even colder. He coldly said to Chinyu, "Chinyu, I know you are very capable, but I hope you understand that in today's ninja world, you are far from being the strongest. At least, in front of me, you have no capital to be arrogant." As soon as the orange-haired youth finished speaking, he suddenly opened his previously closed eyes. In an instant, a pair of light purple eyes appeared. What was most bizarre was that there seemed to be no pupils in his eyes, only circles of ripples. Heavens, what kind of eyes are those? I don't know. I have never seen such eyes. No way. Even you don't recognize them? But they really look so bizarre. So scary. At this moment, the citizens of the Mist Village were all shocked. They discussed among themselves for a long time, yet there was no conclusion. Standing behind Chinyu, Terumi Mei saw this pair of eyes, and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps others would not recognize these eyes, but as the Mizukage, she did. Although she recognized them, she still found it hard to believe what she was seeing. After all, those eyes only existed in legends. Hee. Chinyu sneered and then looked directly at the heavenly path, saying, "Is this pair of Rinnegan what gives you this mysterious confidence?" Upon hearing this, the heavenly path also responded with a cold smile. "It seems you have some insight, recognizing that this is the Rinnegan. Since you know, why are you still so foolishly attempting to resist? You should know that the Rinnegan is the eye of the sage of six paths, is the eye of the gods. This is not something you can resist." The dialogue between Chinyu and the heavenly path was like thunder, startling the people of the Mist Village. What? Did they just say Rinnegan? Is it the Rinnegan that is said to be the top of the three great dojutsu? I didn't miss here, right? Is it the eyes of that legendary figure? Which legendary figure? The ancestor of ninjas, the sage of six paths. Who else could it be? Nanny? The eyes of the sage of six paths. How could this person possess the Rinnegan? Can we really resist the power of the sage's eye in the hidden mist? In an instant, the faces of the mist ninjas changed dramatically, all wearing expressions of pessimism. However, at that moment, Chinyu suddenly spoke astonishingly to Pain. "What a load of nonsense. Don't flatter yourself." Hiss. Is this guy crazy? Does he even know what he's saying? But this person indeed has great courage. I think he is just being ignorant. Exactly. This person is a typical case of someone getting a little skill and becoming completely arrogant. His opponent has the Rinnegan. Chapter 153. The Common Rinnegan Himph. After all, he became famous at a young age. A little arrogance can be understood. But this arrogance has gone too far, right? Let's see how he ends up. At this moment, none of the people from a Mist Village had a good opinion of Chinyu. All of them were mocking him. You must know that when faced with the legendary Rinnegan, Chinyu is already not worth mentioning. This is the inevitability of human nature. In the eyes of the people of the Mist Village, the Rinnegan is the sage's eye, a legendary existence. Therefore, everyone should be fearful. However, the reality is that while they were very afraid, Chinyu remained completely unflustered. The contrast between the two made the gap between people evident. It was clear that Chinyu was on a completely different level, and this was something they were unwilling to accept. Thus, they continued to mock him to the fullest. Listening to the derisive comments from his subordinates, Terumi Mei's expression darkened. Clearly, Chinyu was on their side, and these people mocking their teammate was simply unreasonable. However, Chinyu personally didn't care at all. In his eyes, the people of the mist were just a bunch of trash. How could he possibly take them hard? Upon hearing Chinyu's arrogant words, Pain's expression became even colder as he said, "Chinyu, do you know the consequences of offending a god? Haha, this is truly laughable." Chinyu sneered and retorted, "In my eyes, the sage of six paths is not even a god, let alone you." As soon as these words were spoken, it stirred up a huge uproar. Arrogance. This is truly too arrogant. Are the younger generations really this self-important now? They even look down on the sage of six paths. This person is no longer just arrogant. This is simply foolish. Chinyu, I have reason to say you are unworthy to be arrogant in front of me. Obviously, Nagato, as the leader, was also enraged by Chinyu at this moment. Under Nagato's control, the other three Pains simultaneously opened their eyes. In an instant, 4 pairs of Rinnegan coldly stared down at everyone below. Those present who did not understand the truth were all dumbfounded at this moment. Clearly, the shock of 4 pairs of Rinnegan appearing at the same time was simply overwhelming. For a moment, the sound of people swallowing their saliva was incessant. Looking at the expressions of the crowd below, Some were shocked, some were in awe, and Nagato felt very satisfied. He then coldly laughed. However, when his gaze landed on Chinyu, his smile suddenly froze. Because on Chinyu's face, he did not see a shred of fear. Oomph. Nagato let out a cold snort, then secretly thought, pretending, with our 4 pairs of Rinnegan present, if we act, you will undoubtedly die. Pain coldly said, Chinyu, I'm still willing to give you a chance. Join us now, and I won't hold your previous actions against you. Ha! Chinyu laughed. This time, he truly laughed. Perhaps others might not know the truth, and could be intimidated by pain like this. But who is Chinyu? He is a traverser. Is he someone who can be easily intimidated? However, Nagato is also interesting, thinking that Chinyu would be intimidated like others by his 4 pairs of Rinnegan, and specially revealed them. But since Nagato is playing this game, he has something to say. If there were only 1 pair of Rinnegan in the ninja world, perhaps I would still be a bit wary. However, with you Akatsuki having as many as 4 pairs, such a common item is hardly worth my concern. Pain frowned, then looked a bit confused. As for the people of the Mist Village, they were even more stunned at this moment. Looking at Pain's ashen face, Chinyu then curled his lips and suddenly spoke again. Actually, if you want me to join the Akatsuki, it's not impossible. You just need to agree to 1 condition, and I'll consider joining. What? You? Terumi Mei, who was standing behind Chinyu, suddenly changed her expression, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected that this leaf representative, Chinyu, might actually get involved with the Akatsuki. As the pain of the Deva path, he snorted coldly and said, no one has ever dared to negotiate conditions with me. I will make an exception for you today. Go ahead. Chinyu curled his lips and said mockingly, I heard that there is someone named Konan in your Akatsuki. Let her follow me from now on, and I'll consider joining your Akatsuki. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's eyebrows twitched violently. It didn't take a genius to guess that this Konan must be a beautiful woman. Terumi Mei couldn't help but think resentfully about what kind of bastard this charming young man was. How could he say such things so openly in front of everyone? What? Chinyu, what did you say? As soon as Chinyu said this, Pain's expression changed drastically. His originally cold face suddenly turned extremely pale. Pain's voice was icy cold, extremely piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell. Feeling the infinite chill in his voice, the mist ninjas below couldn't help but shudder. However, Chinyu was completely unfazed, instead smiling and raising an eyebrow, saying, You heard me right. Baka. Nagato was furious. To him, Konan, like Yahiko, was a close person, and he would never allow any issues. He couldn't stand Chinyu speaking like this. The masked man Obito had been watching coldly for a long time, and at this moment he suddenly spoke to Pain. Enough, don't waste your breath on him. I see this kid has no intention of cooperating at all. To avoid future troubles, just kill him. That's exactly what I mean. Pain nodded, then coldly looked down at Chinyu and said, Chinyu, you will soon regret this. To this, Chinyu responded without backing down. Coincidentally, I never regret anything. Clang! The sword of Thunder God was instantly unsheathed. Chinyu held the sword of Thunder God, pointing it towards the 5 members of the Akatsuki in the sky. These 5 people were the masked man Obito and the 4 Pains, Deva Path, Azura Path, Animal Path, and Hungry Ghost Path. At this moment, I feel it is necessary to explain something special to everyone. Why do these 5 members of the Akatsuki suddenly appear in the mist? There's a reason for this. After Kakuzu and Haiden were killed, the news was brought back to the Akatsuki. It could be said that since Yahiko died, the Akatsuki had been smooth sailing, never suffering any losses. But ever since they got involved with Chinyu, they have repeatedly faced setbacks, and their plans have been disrupted. Not only that, but many members within the organization have also suffered injuries, which greatly angered Nagato. As the leader and creator of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Obito was even more furious. The 2 of them discussed and decided to go directly to the Land of Water to confront Chinyu. Chapter 154. The fight begins. If they could recruit him into their organization, they would do so. If they couldn't bring him into the organization, they would strike him down with overwhelming force. This would prevent his continuous growth and eliminate a future threat. Moreover, the former Obito was forcibly expelled from the Hidden Mist by the new Mizukage, Terumi Mei, and her subordinates. This was a good opportunity to return to the Hidden Mist Village and take revenge. It could be said that this operation was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After their discussion, they felt that sending the 4 Pain and a mastermind in person would be more than enough to give Chinyu face. Even if they had to take action later, it would be absolutely foolproof. The 2 sides stood in silent confrontation, with terrifying killing intent clashing between them. A terrifying battle is about to break out. At this moment, Kira May suddenly said to Chinyu, "Hey, bad man, be careful when you act. Don't cause too much damage to our Misty Hidden." Seeing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow at her playfully and said, "You're begging me, huh? You bad person." Zhao Mei Ming gave Chinyu a fierce glare with her beautiful peach blossom eyes, exuding a myriad of charms. This person really is something. How can he still have the mood to joke around at a time like this? She harshly criticized Chinyu in her heart. Chinyu shrugged and didn't care about it. He knew that it didn't matter whether he spoke or remained silent. The guys in front of him were not easy to deal with. After all, the combat power of the previous Hokage began to collapse only when these guys appeared. Fighting with them was bound to cause destruction. Especially among these people, there was Pain, who was recognized as the strongest demolition expert in the Naruto series. However, what was most embarrassing was that there were quite a few demolition experts present today. It should be noted that among the several Pain present, aside from a hungry ghost path, which had little destructive power, the rest were all top-notch demolition experts. The various spirit beasts of the Beast Path, the assorted missiles of the Azura Path, and the divine punishment of the Heavenly Path, each one more destructive than the last. If one is not careful, Wuyin Village might be flattened today. Well, that's fine. At least the battlefield won't be chosen in Konoha. Chinyu thought to himself. Kinyu. Seeing Chinyu's playful grin, Tiandao Pain felt even angrier, his eyes narrowing instantly. At this moment, the left hand of Heavenly Dao Pain suddenly stretched out and then opened its palm. In the center of his palm, it was aimed at Chinyu from afar. Universal Heavenly Pull. A cold voice came from the mouth of Tendo Pain, and then his Rinnegan suddenly shone with great brilliance. An immense gravitational force emanated from his palm. Chinyu curled his lips, and chakra suddenly attached to the soles of his feet. Whoosh! Before the gravitational force of the Wanxiang Tianin arrived, Chinyu had already used the instant movement technique to leave. As soon as Chinyu left, he directly exposed Conan behind him. In an instant, the powerful gravitational force of the Wanxiang Tianin acted on Conan. Unaware of Pain's power and abilities, she was caught off guard and fell into the trap. Her graceful body suddenly lifted off the ground and flew straight towards Nagato, the Pain of the Six Paths. What? This is a shock Mei Ming. With both feet off the ground and flying forward, her peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. However, being able to become the Water Shadow means she is certainly not a mere decoration. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly regains her composure. A pair of jade hands rapidly move, swiftly forming hand seals. Boil release. Art of skillful mist. Kaguya Mei's small mouth slightly opened, and then a large puff of mist erupted from her lips. The mist, under Kaguya Mei's breath, rushed straight ahead. Zhao Meiming's boiling release ninjutsu is quite famous in Naruto. It is a bloodline limit that combines fire and water nature chakra. The mist produced by boiling release is not ordinary water vapor, but high-temperature mist that can freely adjust its acidity. This mist not only has a very wide attack range, but also possesses strong corrosive properties. This is a very rare and powerful bloodline limit. Moreover, it is important to note that Kahaku Mei is not only skilled in boil release. She is also one of the very few dual bloodline limit users in the ninja world. Additionally, she possesses another type of release technique, which is also extremely powerful, dissolution release. However, relatively speaking, the mist of this technique can gradually and rapidly corrode objects, and its strength is even greater than that of dissolution. In the original work, Sasuke, as the second pillar, has a Susanoo quickly melted, demonstrating its power. The mist produced by the technique of the Misty Art is not originally very fast in its diffusion. However, now, with the enhancement of the Heavenly Path Pain's universal pull, the acidic mist, which should have been evenly spreading outwards, has instead been drawn into a single stream, rapidly flying towards the members of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing this scene, Obito's expression suddenly changed. When he was in the hidden mist, he had dealt with Conan before and was quite familiar with her techniques. He quickly said to Pain, "Not good. This technique is quite troublesome." Tiandao Pain let out a cold snort, his eyes suddenly widening. He extended his right hand and then once again shouted coldly, "Shinra Tensei." In the next moment, a powerful repulsion erupted from the right hand of the Heavenly Path, violently spreading outward. The columnar acid mist, affected by the repulsion, suddenly pushed in the opposite direction. The sudden repulsive force sent Kaguya Mei flying out. Her silver teeth were clenched tightly, but her mind was exceptionally clear. If nothing unexpected happened, she would soon crash heavily against the wall. The speed of her backward flight was so fast that hitting the wall would likely result in serious injury, if not death. However, this time, she was mid-air and truly had no good options. In desperation, she could only form hand seals. She attempted to create a water barrier behind her, hoping to slow down her retreat through this curtain of water. Beside her, Chinyu smirked and muttered, "Tsk, what a foolish woman." Although it sounds like this on the surface, it is not what I truly think inside. If I were to dive straight into the water, it's another matter whether it would be embarrassing or not. The key point is that I just get wet directly. Moreover, this is happening in public. For Chinyu, who has long regarded Zhao Meiming as his woman, this is certainly absolutely unacceptable. Whoosh! At this moment, Chinyu's figure vanished again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Terumi Mei. He reached out with both hands and immediately embraced the rapidly flying Terumi Mei. Zhao Meiming was startled at that moment. She had already prepared herself to dive into the water. However, she suddenly found herself crashing directly into a broad chest. Chapter 155. I am Uchiha. Although Chinyu is still young, a strong masculine aura comes rushing towards him. Moreover, in this situation, it can be said to be a moment of hero saving the beauty, which instantly makes Terumi Mei, this young woman who has just begun to understand love, feel a bit flustered and confused. As soon as Chinyu arrived at this position, he immediately felt a powerful repulsive force coming at him. 8 gates of Duanjia. Open door, rest door, life door, injury door open. Chinyu let out a light shout and instantly opened the first 4 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. A powerful aura and green chakra erupted from his body. In an instant, Chinyu's aura surged dramatically. With this sudden increase in strength, Chinyu actually managed to forcibly withstand the immense repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! Chinyu perfectly seized this moment. With a movement, the instantaneous technique was activated, and Chinyu disappeared with Kagaya Mei in an instant. When the two reappeared, they were already in a secluded corner. Feeling Kagaya Mei in his arms, Chinyu couldn't help but smile, showing no intention of letting her go. "You bad guy." Kagaya Mei rolled her eyes reproachfully, then gently broke free from his embrace. Afterward, she couldn't help but turn around and carefully examine the man who had just saved her. With clear brows and bright eyes, his handsome face was always adorned with a hint of a mischievous smile. Every aspect of him exuded an aura of unreliability, yet his strength was immensely powerful. All of this revealed Chinyu's mystery and uniqueness, which deeply attracted the budding feelings of Kagaya Mei at that moment. Chinyu smirked, then reached out to affectionately play with Kagaya Mei's chestnut-colored long hair. "You must have been scared just now. From now on, you just watch from the side. Let the men handle the fighting. I'll take care of you from now on." "Oh." Kagaya Mei was startled by Chinyu's action and let out a small exclamation. She didn't expect Chinyu to be so bold, directly making a move in front of everyone. However, once she regained her composure, she shyly lowered her head and softly replied, "Mm." Chinyu smiled and then instructed, "All right, you go take care of the crowd hiding in the mist. This group is not easy to deal with, and once the fighting starts, it won't be quiet." Hearing this, Kagaya Mei looked worried and asked, "Can you handle it alone? Do you want me to stay and help you?" Chinyu raised an eyebrow at her and said, "Well, it might not be feasible to fight like that, but if you show a little presence, it should be fine." "You." Kagaya Mei rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. But then, she timidly leaned closer to Chinyu. She then stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed his forehead. After that, Kagaya Mei ran away without looking back. "Bad guy, take care of yourself." Her voice, laced with a hint of temptation and worry, came from a distance. Chinyu watched Kagaya Mei's departing figure and couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, on the high platform in the Water Shadow's office, both Obito and Nagato looked rather displeased. They were both extremely arrogant individuals. One considered himself the puppet master, while the other thought of himself as a god, both having high self-esteem. However, during the confrontation with them, Chinyu still had the leisure to flirt with someone else. Such a scene was unbearable for the two of them. Immediately, Nagato raised his right hand under his control. The Azura Path also raised its right hand to prepare missiles, while the Beast Path was ready to summon at any moment. Just as they were about to act, Obito casually extended his hand to stop Nagato. Nagato frowned slightly. He wanted to know what Obito was planning. As expected, Obito said lightly, "I'll go down and meet him." Nagato replied with a deep voice, "All right, I'll support you." Whoosh! Obito nodded, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Chinyu. Obito looked coldly at Chinyu and said in a very indifferent tone, Let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara. Kinyu, I must say, you are indeed a variable. To possess such powerful strength at your age is truly impressive. Even Hashirama and I were not worthy of being compared to you at your age. Obito's tone was filled with admiration, but even more so with killing intent. It was a palpable killing intent. Hearing Obito's words, Kinyu twitched the corner of his mouth, but forced himself to suppress his laughter. Nevertheless, he didn't interrupt him, instead quietly watching his performance. To be honest, Kinyu, I really admire you. After all, I have never seen such a genius like you. Although you ruined my tailed beast extraction plan and severely injured my organization's members, I am not angry. Instead, I admire you even more. At this point, Obito sighed deeply. If I kill you today, it would be a pity for your talents. I am willing to give you one last chance to join the Akatsuki organization and create true peace together. Join the organization, rely on me. Only then can you survive. And you can also become a true great figure in the history of the ninja world. After saying this, Obito's visible Sharingan stared intently at Kinyu. However, Kinyu only responded with a cold smile. Join the Akatsuki organization? Rely on you? Who do you think you are? Uchiha Madara? Don't think I'll believe you. Even if you're really Uchiha Madara, I would never rely on you. Hee hee. Obito suddenly laughed, a cold laugh. At the same time, his figure began to blur. Kinyu, since you insist on choosing to be my enemy, then you have chosen the path of death. Prepare tout. Suddenly, Obito's voice came from behind Kinyu. At the same time, he reached out toward the back of Chinyu's neck, feeling the rapidly approaching killing intent. The hairs on the back of Chinyu's neck stood on end. Kinyu initially wanted to use the instantaneous technique to move his body. However, he suddenly found that his body seemed to be out of his control. Kinyu frowned slightly and realized that the spatial fluctuations beside him had become extremely chaotic. The reason for this chaos was indeed affected by Obito's technique. At that moment, even Kinyu couldn't help but admire Obito's kaleidoscope ability, which was indeed quite abnormal. It should be noted that his kaleidoscope contains space-time ninjutsu like Kamui. One could say that Obito's eyes were among the most miraculous of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chapter 156. Old techniques, such a proficient space-time ninjutsu. By Chinyu's estimation, even the 4th and 2nd Hokage wouldn't have such a level of space ninjutsu. However, before him, Uchiha Obito possessed such skill. On the pillar of the Water Shadow Office, the 4 pain bodies remained motionless. Seeing the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara take action, Nagato had already declared a death sentence for Kinyu in his heart. Because in his view, once Madara took action, Kinyu was destined to fail. 4 pairs of Rinnegan coldly stared at the direction of Chinyu's body. They seemed to be waiting for death to descend upon Kinyu. Just when they all thought that Kinyu would perish here, suddenly, Kinyu moved. He didn't turn around, but faced away from Obito, suddenly throwing the Thunder God Sword in his hand backward. The Thunder God Sword was infused with powerful lightning chakra. The sword shot out instantly, piercing through Uchiha Obito's body. However, strangely, no blood flowed from Obito's body. The incredibly sharp Thunder God Sword seemed to pass through an illusion, directly penetrating Obito's body without causing any harm. Ha ha ha. Useless. Kinyu. Obito's large hand continued to reach for Chinyu's neck. The Sharingan visible outside the mask now looked coldly at Kinyu. Any physical attack is ineffective against me. Even with your powerful swordsmanship or the extremely violent lightning release in front of me, it's nothing but a joke. What a bold claim. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Chinyu's face. From that smile, it was evident that it was filled with deep mockery. At this moment, in the distance, observing the battle, Tendo Pain suddenly felt an ominous premonition. At the same time, Kinyu directly turned his body. The resistance that had been blocking Chinyu's side was instantly eliminated as the green light on his body surged. What? He can break through my control. Obito's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had initially launched a surprise attack, using spatial interference, thinking he had already controlled Chinyu's south body in place. He never expected Kinyu would suddenly open the 8 gates, instantly expanding that resistance. Without a moment's pause, the moment Kinyu turned his body, he charged directly at Uchiha Obito. At the same time, the lightning attribute chakra on his right hand shone brilliantly. Raikiri, I must say, you really have some skill, but you still underestimated me. You should know that underestimating me leads to only one outcome: death. Kinyu sneered, as he thrust his lightning-flashing right hand into Uchiha Obito's chest. The exposed Sharingan on Obito's face instantly showed a look of horror. At this moment, Kinyu curled the corner of his mouth. However, in the next instant, The cold smile on Chinyu's face suddenly froze, because he discovered that his Raikiri, just like the Thor sword he had thrown earlier, passed straight through Uchiha Obito's body. His Raikiri had not felt any physical presence at all. He useless Chinyu. Obito sneered upon seeing the astonished expression on Chinyu's face. Then, he suddenly extended his large hand towards Chinyu's head. The moment Chinyu's right hand with Raikiri was lowered, Obito's hand suddenly materialized and reached for Chinyu's head. Just when everyone thought Chinyu was about to be defeated, his body suddenly vanished before Uchiha Obito. Obito's eyes widened, and he immediately turned to look behind him. Before his head could completely turn, a large hand filled with lightning swooshed through his body. This time, Raikiri was not passing through an illusion, but a real entity. What? Watching Chinyu's Raikiri-infused right hand pass through his abdomen, Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted sharply. Then, he stood there completely dazed. His mind was replaying the speed Chinyu had displayed while using the ninjutsu moments ago. No, that was no longer speed. It was pure space-time ninjutsu. At the moment he attacked, and his body materialized, Chinyu had used space ninjutsu. At this time, behind Uchiha Obito, Chinyu curled the corner of his mouth. His left hand held Thor's sword, while his right hand was inserted into Uchiha Madara's body. You should know that his operation this time was entirely a copy of the fourth Hokage's actions back in the day. But of course, such matters are not for outsiders to know. After a long while, Obito finally snapped out of his daze. He looked coldly at Chinyu and then asked, "What is your relationship with the fourth Hokage?" Relationship? Chinyu curled his lips and replied mockingly, "If I must say, it would probably be that we both used the same method to defeat you. It seems the lesson left by the fourth Hokage back then wasn't deep enough for you. Or perhaps you, such a fool, only remember the bites and not the blows." Obito was instantly furious. Earlier, Uchiha Obito had used space ninjutsu to disrupt the space around Chinyu and even employed Jinjutsu to interfere with him. However, he had no idea how powerful Chinyu's Jinjutsu resistance was. So, when he thought he could confuse Chinyu with his Jinjutsu, he was completely wrong. He first turned his back and threw Thor's sword to attack Obito's body, just like the kunai from the fourth Hokage back in the day. Thor's sword passed through Obito and reached behind him. Then, Chinyu used Raikiri to attack Obito, making him think his attack had missed. At this point, Chinyu also exposed a flaw, leading the opponent to believe he had made a mistake. The moment Obito's body materialized to attack him, Chinyu used the second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly moving behind Obito. Then, he used Raikiri again, successfully striking the materialized Obito. It should be noted that during the Nine Tails battle, the fourth Hokage had used a similar method to severely injure Obito with Rasengan. And today, 15 years later, Chinyu once again utilized the fourth Hokage's tactics, deeply embedding Raikiri into Uchiha Obito's body. Ha! At this moment, blood began to trickle from the corner of Uchiha Obito's mouth, which flowed out from the whirlpool-shaped mask and dripped onto the ground. "I never expected. Chinyu, you have surprised me once again. You are truly, truly interesting." Chapter 157. The Path of Tendo. However, as soon as Obito finished speaking, a strong spatial fluctuation surged around him. Chinyu clearly sensed this spatial fluctuation and immediately snorted coldly. Then, he used the body flicker technique to create distance. The place where Obito had been also showed a spatial vortex, wrapping around him and causing him to disappear from the spot. If Chinyu hadn't dodged in time, he would have been directly pulled into Obito's Kamui space. At that point, he would have been at a disadvantage. On the top of the Mizuki's office pillar, the spatial vortex opened. Obito's figure then appeared unsteadily and stood beside Pain. "I never expected that even someone like you would fail in person," Tendo said. Obito wanted to show off, but failed, causing his intimidation factor in Nagato's eyes to drop significantly. Obito snorted coldly and then forcibly explained, "I was careless. This kid is indeed extraordinary. You take care of him." Tendo coldly replied, "Rest assured, Pain will not fail." Obito's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction towards Nagato. "Chinyu, you really have some skills." Tendo looked down at Chinyu and said, "But it won't be so easy when I make a move." Chinyu curled his lips and said, "Then let's give it a try." Tendo's expression hardened as he extended his right hand again. Universalpul. A tremendous gravitational force erupted from his right palm, directly acting upon Chinyu. Chinyu shrugged his shoulders, feeling bored, and said, "Anyway, it's just the same tricks over and over again." After saying that, Chinyu immediately used the body flicker technique to evade. Generally, The body flicker technique might not even have time to activate before being blasted away by Shinra Tensei and Universal Pull. However, Qinyu's body flicker technique activated at an incredibly fast speed. Before the gravitational or repulsive force arrived, he had already vanished from spot. But this time, Nagato clearly had prepared for it. He had already controlled the Azura path to open the mechanisms on its arms. Boom! As soon as Chinyu landed, the explosive missiles on the Azura path's arms quickly shot towards him. The Azura path was filled with mechanisms, and the missiles on it were far from simple. If we really have to compare, its power is far stronger than the puppets of the Red Sand Scorpion. Even a slight touch would definitely result in serious injury. Moreover, the missiles launched by the Azura path are extremely fast. It is almost impossible to evade them using the body flicker technique. Chinyu smirked, showing no signs of panic, because he had already made preparations for pain. This time, the body flicker technique was different from the last. Just now, when he used it to dodge the universal pull, he had left the Raijin sword in its sheath at the original location. Chinyu flashed away from the spot. However, the Raijin sword, which was supposed to fall straight to the ground, was influenced by the universal pull from the Deva path. At this moment, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, quickly heading towards the Deva. A trivial technique. The Deva scoffed, completely dismissing this hidden weapon. Just as the Raijin sword was about to stab into his body, he suddenly extended his left hand. With 2 fingers, he gently pinched, accurately catching the blade of the Raijin sword. The blade of the Kusanagi sword trembled continuously, but could not advance an inch. At this moment, the explosive missile from the Azura path had already flown in front of Chinyu. Suddenly, Chinyu smirked again and activated the Raijin slash. Zzzzet. The sharp sound of electricity rang out in an instant. The noise was loud enough to be heard clearly within a radius of several hundred meters. Many mist ninja and civilians heard this sound and turned around in shock, staring at the scene. What a powerful lightning release. This kid must have lost his mind, right? Although his lightning release technique looks powerful, that is a missile. Going head-to-head like this, he is likely to be seriously injured. He might even get blown to pieces. Very talented, very strong, but what a fool. No one had high hopes for Chinyu. Everyone thought his actions were utterly foolish. On the other side, Terumi Mei, who was originally organizing the evacuation of the civilians, heard the discussions and quickly turned around. Just as she turned, she happened to see the missile about to collide with the Raijin slash. Her peach blossom eyes widened in shock, and her heart skipped a beat. You bad guy. You must not die. Whoosh. Under everyone's gaze, Chinyu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom. The Azura path's explosive missile failed to hit Chinyu and instead struck the ground directly. The square in front of the Mizuki's office was completely paved with solid blue bricks. Even so, the missile still left a massive deep pit on the ground. This shows how powerful the missile is. He avoided it? The mist ninja were all taken aback. Chinyu's body technique was even faster than the missile. Is this speed achievable with the body flicker technique? Where did he run off to? Everyone began to search. Someone with sharp eyes quickly spotted Chinyu's figure and pointed at the column above the Mizuki's office, shouting loudly, "Over there!" The mist ninja were astonished as they looked up, and indeed, Chinyu was really there. He was gripping the hilt of the Raijin sword with his right hand, while the Raijin slash in his left hand suddenly thrust towards the Deva. What the hell? How'd he do that? He crossed such a great distance in an instant. Didn't they have at least several dozen meters between them before? It turns out that his previous lightning release technique was never meant to collide head-on with that missile. He had already calculated that it was meant to attack the enemy. At such a young age, he has such cunning, fooling everyone. This person's combat intelligence is truly terrifying. The Mist Ninja were all buzzing with discussion. Even those high-ranking Mist Ninja with high opinions were amazed. Previously, the battle of space ninjutsu between Chinyu and UchihaQinyu was something they couldn't comprehend. To them, it seemed like children playing house, exchanging a few moves, and then the enemy ran away. But now, the Azura Path's missile was solid and real. What? How can this be? Sure enough, looking at Chinyu suddenly rushing towards him, the Deva's pupils shrank sharply. There had originally been dozens of meters between them, and there was a significant height difference. No matter how powerful the body flicker technique is, it shouldn't be able to directly cross that distance and accurately grasp the hilt of the sword. Meanwhile, Obito, seeing the flying thunder god mark on the hilt of the Raijin sword, widened his Sharingan eyes. At that moment, he finally understood how he had been defeated. This kid had actually engraved the flying thunder god mark on this sword. Whoosh! The Raijin slash in Chinyu's hand instantly tore through the Deva's Akatsuki robe. Chapter 158, The idea is beautiful that Deva's expression changed. There was no time for him to think anymore. If he didn't act quickly, Qinyu's Raijin slash would directly pierce his body. Although there was the hungry ghost path nearby, which could absorb ninjutsu, there was simply no time to absorb it now. Faced with the Raijin slash that had already rushed up to him, the Deva had no good countermeasures and could only grit his teeth and activate Shinra Tensei. However, in his desperation, the Deva had no time to control the direction of the repulsive force with his palm. So at that moment, he unleashed the repulsive force in a full 360 degrees from his body. This repulsive force did not distinguish between friend and foe. Boom! Instantly, the hungry ghost path, Azura path, and animal path closest to the Deva were all blasted away. This time, the Deva felt a tremendous threat from Qinyu's Raijin slash and used a large amount of chakra to perform Shinra Tensei. As a result, the unfortunate three pain bodies were thrown far away, crashing through countless walls along the way. Only Obito, seeing the situation was dire, quickly hid in the Kamui space, thus avoiding being blasted away by the Shinra Tensei. Nagato, that fool. Just now, when I was fighting Chinyu, couldn't he have paid better attention? He even went to pinch that broken sword with his hand. Inside the Kamui space, Obito cursed under his breath. Unbeknownst to him, he hadn't noticed this point. However, the situation that Nagato anticipated, where Chinyu would be blasted away, did not happen. When the repulsive force arrived, Chinyu opened several of the 8 gates. At this moment, he had already opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. With a tremendous boost in speed and strength, he forcefully endured the repulsive force. What? How is this possible? The Deva's pupils shrank sharply. Since his debut, Shinra Tensei had always been infallible. No one had ever been able to withstand this technique purely with their own strength without relying on external objects. Yet now, Chinyu had completely shattered this common knowledge. Oh no, Nagato silently thought. Sure enough, the next second, the Raijin slash in Chinyu's left hand pierced directly through the Deva's left shoulder. In fact, his Raijin slash was originally aimed at the heart, but the trajectory of his arm was forcibly altered. Although he had withstood the powerful repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, his arm was inevitably affected. Taking advantage of Obito hiding in the space, and with the other 3 pain bodies not around, Chinyu charged forward and unleashed a flurry of taijutsu against the Deva path. The Deva path's taijutsu skills were indeed not weak. One could even say they were very strong. Among all the pain bodies, the Deva path was the strongest in taijutsu. This was vividly demonstrated in his battle with Sage Naruto in the original work. In the early stages, Naruto as taijutsu was completely clumsy, and he was beaten up by everyone he fought. Although Naruto improved significantly in taijutsu during the mid to late stages after training with Jiraiya, he was still completely suppressed by the Deva path in his normal state. The Deva could even go toe-to-toe with Sage Mode Naruto. It should be noted that Sage Mode provides terrifying enhancements to all aspects. After Naruto activated Sage Mode, his taijutsu seemed to have a cheat-like effect. However, Pain of the 6 Paths was still able to fight back against him, showcasing his powerful taijutsu skills. Yet, when faced with Chinyu, Pain was severely suppressed. At that moment, Pain could only hold on by sheer willpower. Chinyu wielded the sword of Thunder God, dancing with a fierce momentum. Each strike was not only deadly, but also executed at extremely tricky angles. It could be said that he perfectly combined immense power with exquisite technique. Pain was already injured by the Thundercut, and facing the ferocious Chinyu, he could only pull out a black rod to defend himself. But he was merely exhausted from defending and had no power to retaliate. Before long, Pain's Akatsuki cloak was torn to shreds. Pain struggled for a while, and then Obito jumped out from the Kamui space. He really wanted to help, but unfortunately, his taijutsu was quite mediocre. Moreover, he didn't have any suitable weapons at hand, so rushing him would be futile. Normally, when he fought, he would directly charge at his opponent and then use Kamui to pull them into the other dimension. But now, against Chinyu, he didn't dare to operate that way. Chinyu's swordsmanship was too exquisite. He struck east and cut west, aimed south and slashed north. The sword of Thunder God seemed to be everywhere, not even allowing a drop of water to get through. Just watching from the side made Obito feel a bit nervous. This was the awkward situation of Uchiha Obito, who was posing as Uchiha Madara. His strength was completely unequal to the legendary Uchiha Madara. All along, he had been able to act recklessly in the ninja world without anyone doubting his identity, mainly due to the mysterious space-time ninjutsu. Without Kamui, he would have trouble even hitting a shadow. Faced with someone like Chinyu, who was also proficient in space-time ninjutsu, he was completely useless. At this moment, he could only look for opportunities from the sidelines. Unfortunately, he had not found any and might not find any in the short term. Fortunately, Pain managed to endure those few seconds, and the other 3 Pains finally got off on the ground. Summoning technique. Seeing that Pain was in trouble, the animal path quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Boom! A large cloud of white smoke dispersed, and an enormous rhinoceros appeared out of thin air, charging towards Qinyu. Its huge and fierce horn pointed directly at Qinyu's back. Just at this moment, Pain's skills had finally cooled down. His Rinnegan suddenly burst forth with powerful light. Universalpur, the violent repulsive force activated again, instantly acting on Qinyu. This time, Nagato used a large amount of chakra to perform universal pull, wary of Qinyu's 8 gates. Combined with the summoning from the animal path, they formed a perfect series of coordinated attacks. The summoned beast, the giant rhinoceros, charged at Qinyu from behind, while Pain activated universal pull from the front. Nagato envisioned that Qinyu would be pushed back by the powerful repulsive force and then collide with the rhinoceros's horn at high speed. This is the advantage of a group attack. If executed properly, they could deliver a perfect combination, especially with the 6 paths of Pain. Although they appeared to be several individuals, in reality, they were all the same person. They not only shared visual information, but also shared thoughts. Their coordination was naturally extraordinarily tacit. However, while Pain's imagination was beautiful, reality did not unfold as they had scripted. As soon as Qinyu sensed Pain activating universal pull, he immediately used Flying Thunder God to disappear from his original spot. Chapter 159, Double Spiral Shuriken. When Qinyu's figure reappeared, he was already at the place where he had bid farewell to Terumi Mei. Before the fight, he had left a Flying Thunder God coordinate there, and it was just the right time to use it. This time, he completely employed the same trick. Qinyu left the Sword of Thunder God behind without taking it with him. The Sword of Thunder God, which should have fallen straight down, was propelled by the immense repulsive force of universal pull. Under the force, the Sword of Thunder God shot towards the giant rhinoceros like a bolt from a crossbow. Clang! The sharp Sword of Thunder God collided violently with the fierce rhinoceros horn. In an instant, a powerful spark flew from the collision. The sword, capable of cutting through iron like mud, met its match this time. The Sword of Thunder God was blocked by the strong shell of the rhinoceros horn and could not penetrate at all. This demonstrated how hard the rhinoceros horn was. The moment the repulsive force of universal pull disappeared, Qinyu instantly activated Flying Thunder God again, using the spatial coordinates on the Sword of Thunder God to appear directly in front of the rhinoceros's face. Roar! The summoned beast, a rhinoceros, possessed a relatively high level of intelligence. Upon seeing the enemy it had been searching for all along appear before it, it excitedly bellowed. Then, the rhinoceros charged forward. However, at that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the air. The giant rhinoceros looked up in confusion and immediately narrowed its eyes. Above its head, an extremely exaggerated blue chakra orb was approaching it. Giant Rasengan, die for me, Qinyu shouted loudly, pressing the giant Rasengan against the rhinoceros's head. Awoo! The giant rhinoceros, which had been imposing just a second ago, let out a mournful cry the next moment. Its massive body was sucked into the giant Rasengan and spun wildly. Boom! Ultimately, this incredibly powerful summoned beast was reduced to a puff of white smoke, disappearing from a spot. Countless mist shinobi were shocked and turned their heads. Having witnessed this scene, they were all wide-eyed in terror. What was that technique? That enormous chakra ball looked incredibly difficult to pull off. Given its power, it must be at least S rank, right? That gigantic rhinoceros was actually taken down by him in one hit. So strong. Truly too strong. How old is he to have such combat power? I always thought his reputation and deeds were just exaggerated by Konoha, but seeing it today, the rumors are not false. Our village's CH is also a young prodigy. But compared to Qinyu, there's simply no comparison. CH I've seen his battles, and he does have some experience. But to be honest, based on his performance, he isn't even worthy to carry Qinyu's shoes. At this moment, aside from the Hungry Ghost path, the Animal path and Azura path had already returned to Pain's side. Due to being blown away earlier, the Hungry Ghost path found itself right next to Terumi Mei. Seeing the enemy right in front of her, Terumi Mei wouldn't let this opportunity slip. She immediately attacked, and the two engaged in battle. The Hungry Ghost path's strength was not strong, but its ability to absorb ninjutsu was quite disgusting. Although Terumi Mei's jutsu was countered by the Hungry Ghost path, she was still the 5th Mizukichi. Even in taijutsu, she could easily overpower the hungry ghost path, which had no means to fight back. Watching the hungry ghost path being entangled in another battlefield, Pain of the Six Paths snorted coldly and did not go to assist. Instead, he turned his gaze to Chinyu and coldly said, "Let us deal with Chinyu first." Upon hearing this, the animal path shouted loudly, "I'll take care of it." He didn't feel much regret over the giant rhinoceros being killed by Chinyu. After all, the summoning beasts in his Rinnegan were countless, and losing a few didn't matter at all. The beast master had a stern expression, and with both hands swiftly formed seals before slamming them onto the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds erupted, and then white smoke exploded. From the smoke, 2 colossal creatures suddenly sprang forth. These 2 giant beings were a large centipede and an 8-headed bird. As soon as these 2 beasts appeared, they each let out a wild scream. Then, the 2 summoned beasts quickly charged toward Chinyu. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback. 2 such gigantic summoned beasts again? Damn, is this guy trafficking summoned beasts? One after another, is it never ending? They absolutely cannot let these 2 giants rampage in the hidden mist. Otherwise, it would definitely cause massive destruction. This is bad. Chinyu is probably in danger. That huge Rasengan technique from earlier must have consumed a lot of chakra. How many more times can he perform it? As the crowd began to discuss, Chinyu once again delivered a greater shock to them. Facing the 2 charging colossal summoned beasts, Chinyu coldly curled his lips and waited, showing no sign of panic. At this moment, both of Chinyu's hands extended outward simultaneously. In an instant, massive chakra began to gather in his palms. Soon, 2 Rasengans quietly took shape. The crowd in the hidden mist, originally worried about Chinyu's safety, never expected that he could bring them such surprise so quickly. Once again, discussions erupted among the crowd. Is it still that big Rasengan technique? And this time, it's even more exaggerated. He is going to unleash 2 at once. How old is this kid? To have such massive chakra. The amount of chakra is one thing. What's more crucial is that such an exaggerated chakra gathering requires an extremely extraordinary level of chakra control. A single mistake could lead to a huge explosion. He can actually multitask, 1 hand for each. This is too exaggerated. It seems that his chakra volume and control far exceed that of ordinary people. Wait a minute. The technique he is using seems different from before. It seems even more powerful than before. At this moment, the Rasengans in Chinyu's hands began to undergo unusual changes. As Chinyu frantically injected chakra into the Rasengans, several sharp blades suddenly extended from around the Rasengans. Buzz! Buzz! The sharp, piercing buzzing sound continued to resonate. In an instant, the piercing sound filled the entire venue, even audible from a distance. That sound was the noise of sharp wind-style chakra slicing through the air. Double Rasengan Shuriken. With a light shout from Chinyu, 2 massive blue shurikens were suddenly launched. Chapter 160. Chinyu's Great Sharp Bomb. The Rasengan Shuriken is a ninjutsu that represents the extreme transformation of wind-style chakra. Therefore, the speed of these 2 Rasengan Shurikens was incredibly fast. The 2 summoned beasts with Rinnegan didn't even have time to react before being instantly obliterated by this ninjutsu. What the hell? This is too outrageous. This strength is a bit excessive. I'm not seeing things, am I? Those 2 exaggerated chakra spheres were thrown out just like that. The previous giant Rasengan was not this Konoha ninja's trump card. I can't imagine that he could actually trade blows with these Rinnegan users. Watching Chinyu display such prowess, the people of the Hidden Mist suddenly felt much more confident. They had been quite fearful of the Rinnegan before, but now they no longer felt that way. Oomph. The summoned beasts summoned by the Beast Master were instantly destroyed, and the Azura Path let out a cold snort. Then, the mechanism on the head of the Azura Path suddenly opened. Click, click, click. Amid the shocked gazes of everyone, the top of the Azura Path's head suddenly blossomed like a lotus. In the very center of the head, there was a small black hole. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the head's mechanism was activated by the Azura Path, a strong energy continuously gathered at the small hole in the machine. Once all the energy gathered successfully, with a thunderous boom, it exploded outward. The power of this energy laser cannon from the Azura Path was extremely formidable. It should be noted that in the original work, Pain once severely injured the Six Tails Jinchuriki with this move, which shows its power. Although the power is strong, this attack seems somewhat inadequate in front of Chinyu. At this moment, the chakra within Chinyu surged violently. He raised both hands, and powerful water vapor began to gather around his body. The people of the Hidden Mist could clearly sense the air around them suddenly becoming humid. It should be known that the land of water is already heavy with moisture, and the people of the mist have long been accustomed to it. But even so, they quickly noticed the dramatic increase in humidity, indicating how exaggerated this change was. Water style, Great Shark Bomb technique. Chinyu shouted lightly, and then a torrent of water appeared. As the water flow emerged, it quickly condensed into a massive shark-shaped water bomb. Roar! As soon as the Great Shark Bomb appeared, it let out a furious roar, then opened its massive jaws and rapidly rushed toward the Akatsuki members. Oh my gosh! The Great Shark Bomb technique? ISNT, this, our Hidden Mist Village's secret technique? This technique is extremely exaggerated in power, and the difficulty is off the charts. Throughout the Hidden Mist, perhaps only the Mizukage could use it, yet this kid from Konoha can also perform it? Even more outrageous is that this kid seems to be unleashing ninjutsu without forming hand seals. From the earlier Sharingan technique to the current Great Shark Bomb, he has never performed seals. What? I hadn't even noticed that until you pointed it out. Damn! Chinyu's casual Great Shark Bomb drew gasps of shock from all directions. It should be noted that the earlier giant Sharingan and Sharingan Shuriken were still Konoha ninjutsu, so the people of the Hidden Mist did not feel it as intensely. However, this Great Shark Bomb ninjutsu was undeniably the highest ninjutsu of the Hidden Mist. Even those with the shallowest experience could see how powerful this technique was. Moreover, these guys had never seen a ninjutsu released without hand seals. The key point is that it's not some low-level ninjutsu, but such a high-level one. However, this time, not only were the people of the Hidden Mist shocked, but even Obito and Pain were astonished. This move? ISNT at the technique of that guy Kisame? Why can this kid from Konoha use it? Boom! In an instant, the dazzling laser cannon and the ferocious Great Shark Bomb collided violently. At the point of impact, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. It should be noted that the water-style Great Shark Bomb technique is extremely overpowered. As long as it encounters chakra projectiles, it can directly absorb the chakra from the opponent's ninjutsu, enhancing its own power. It can be said to be the most powerful technique among water-style ninjutsu. To exaggerate a bit, with this technique, Kisame can definitely secure a position at the top of the ninja ranks. Unfortunately, in the original work, this technique, which was supposed to shine brightly, encountered its nemesis, Daytime Tiger. Thus, this ninjutsu did not get to make a name for itself and faded away without stirring any waves. But that does not deny its power. Now, the laser cannon released by the Azura Path, while called a laser, is essentially a chakra cannon. Therefore, this laser cannon was predictably countered dead-on by the Great Shark Bomb technique. It seemed as if these two ninjutsu were evenly matched, but they stalemated for less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the Great Shark Bullet suddenly exerted its power and swallowed the laser cannon whole. After absorbing the laser cannon, the Great Shark Bullet seemed to have taken a powerful tonic, and its already exaggerated size expanded even further in an instant. Then, with an even more ferocious and domineering posture, it charged towards Obito and Pain. Tendo and Obito watched the oncoming Great Shark Bullet, and their expressions changed drastically. The power of this move, after absorbing the laser cannon, was truly terrifying. In fact, the second Hokage was absolutely right. The one most capable of countering this move was the hungry Ghost Realm over there. With a wave of its hand, the Rinnegan's ability activated, and with one absorption, everything was gone. However, unfortunately, the hungry Ghost Realm was currently entangled with Conan on the other side. The several Pains here had no particularly good countermeasures. Tendo Pain, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use a powerful repulsion to deflect it. Shinra Tensei. The repulsion of Shinra Tensei was quite domineering, and its power had almost no upper limit. The strength of the repulsion depended entirely on how much chakra the user invested. Seeing the terrifying might of the Great Shark Bullet, Nagato certainly could not hold back and used a large amount of chakra to perform Shinra Tensei. Therefore, even though the Great Shark Bullet was immensely powerful, it was instantly repelled and transformed back into a stream of water, crashing down to the ground. What pity! It was really too unfortunate. It had clearly rushed right up to them. Was it really impossible to defeat the opponent even with a technique like the Great Shark Bullet? That guy over there was also quite exaggerated, able to absorb ninjutsu. Lord Mizukage had used 2 bloodline limits, and they were all absorbed by him. The Rinnegan truly is powerful, containing techniques that are extraordinarily strong. As the Great Shark Bullet technique was repelled, the hearts of the Mist Village crowd sank once again. However, Chinyu was not discouraged at all, because he had long known that such a scene would occur. Tendo Shinra Tensei was a perfect absolute defense. However, once used, it would have at least a few seconds of cooldown. Therefore, at this moment, Qinyu had no intention of letting his opponent catch a breath. He took a deep breath, puffed out his chest dramatically, and then opened his mouth wide, unleashing a vast sea of flames. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. Chapter 161. Mastery of 4 Elements. The Great Fire Annihilation technique, when used by Uchiha Madara in the original work, was incredibly impressive. At that time, dozens of water-release ninjas from the Ninja Alliance had to use the water barrier technique in conjunction to barely withstand this ninjutsu. And now, when used by Qinyu, its power was no less than that of Uchiha Madara. The flames, nearly 100 meters in diameter, directly dyed the sky red. The terrifying high temperature could be felt even by the mist villagers who were over 100 meters away. Damn it. At this moment, Tendo Pain's expression was extremely unpleasant. He had just used Shinra Tensei, and now that it was in cooldown, he was completely helpless. As for the Azura path next to him, which was good at using missiles, he also had no good defensive measures against such a large-scale fire release technique. Now, Nagato felt an immense regret for not saving the Hungry Ghost Path earlier. If the Hungry Ghost Path were here, whether it was the Great Sharp Bullet technique just now, the Great Fire Annihilation now, or any other ninjutsu that might come later, it would all be a source of chakra for him. As long as the Hungry Ghost Path was present, he would never find himself in such an awkward situation. Just at this critical moment, the one who called himself Uchiha Madara, Obito, made his move. Obito quickly appeared in front of Pain, forming hand seals at a rapid pace. Fire Release, Storm Dance. The vast flames transformed into serpentine forms, spiraling forward. In an instant, the fire serpent met the crashing Great Fire Annihilation. The power of this technique was also quite considerable, as it was a powerful fire release technique created by Obito combining his Mangekyou Sharingan with fire release ninjutsu. In terms of rank, this ninjutsu was completely on par with the Great Fire Annihilation. It was one of the few powerful ninjutsu in fire release. Once unleashed, it could almost instantly engulf and burn up the opponent. In terms of range, speed, and power, it was top-notch. This ninjutsu could also be considered one of the few usable techniques of Uchiha Obito in the early to mid-stages. Boom! The two powerful fire release techniques collided violently, instantly creating a series of explosions. The visual effects of this explosion were far more intense than those caused by the Great Shark Bullet earlier. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions and collapsing structures were incessant. Just from this exchange, countless houses in the Mist Village had collapsed. From a distance, Conan's expression changed. What should have been a joyous succession ceremony had turned into this. Originally, the high-ranking officials of the Mist had envisioned that after the succession ceremony, the Mist would officially get on the right track and begin rapid development. But now it seemed that after the succession ceremony, the most pressing task for the Mist should be disaster recovery work. Boom! Outside, the two extremely violent fire release ninjutsu continued to clash, devouring each other. After 10 seconds, Obito's Storm Dance was the first to be extinguished. However, this was also expected. After all, whether in terms of chakra quantity or ninjutsu mastery, Obito was completely incomparable to Qinyu. Moreover, the effective range of the Great Fire Annihilation was already much larger than that of Storm Dance. Watching the sea of flames that had not been stopped continue to roar towards him, Obito's face hidden beneath the mask was somewhat grim. After all, the Uchiha clan had 3 renowned skills that were widely known in the ninja world: Sharingan, Fire Release Ninjutsu, and Shuriken techniques. This meant that Fire Release Ninjutsu should have been the Uchiha clan's specialty. Yet just now, this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, an ancestor of the Uchiha clan, had actually lost in a Fire Release contest to a junior. It was particularly embarrassing in front of Nagato, who was not very obedient. However, at this moment, Nagato had no time to bother with these matters. Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei was still in cooldown and looking at the roaring sea of flames coming at him. His expression was extremely grim. The sea of flames had not yet reached his face, but even from this distance, he could clearly feel the heat. Summoning technique. In desperation, he had to let the animal path summon a hell crab again. As soon as the hell crab appeared, the fierce sea of flames was already about to scorch its face. The hell crab quickly took a deep breath, opened its mouth wide, and spewed out a large mass of foam to meet the oncoming sea of flames. Water Release, Foam Wave. This ninjutsu, composed of countless bubbles, was quite miraculous, instantly transforming a large area into a sea of foam. With its powerful cleansing effect, it was very convenient for dealing with oil, fire, and similar ninjutsu. Exhausting all its strength, the hell crab was almost out of breath from blowing bubbles, but it finally managed to extinguish the raging great fire annihilation. Given the situation, if it had been allowed to directly blow bubbles to face UchihaQinyu's great fire annihilation earlier, it would have been absolutely unable to withstand it. Even if the hell crab had suffocated it, it would still have been impossible to resist. Fortunately, Obito's storm dance had already consumed most of the energy of the great fire annihilation. Together, the person and the crab barely managed to hold it off. Wow, such a powerful fire release is truly unheard of. I used to think that the power of fire release was not that impressive, but I never expected there would be such high-level ninjutsu. Yes, it's too exaggerated. Even from this distance, we can clearly feel that intense heat. I don't think this fire release ninjutsu level is that high. The key is that the user is quite powerful. This UchihaQinyu is truly a prodigy. The Mist Shinobi were overjoyed to see UchihaQinyu suppressing the enemy with a devastating fire release technique. Previously, when the great fire extinguishing technique appeared, they were sweating from afar due to the heat. However, as the temperature of the flames rose again, their sweat was actually dried up. This surprised the Mist Shinobi, who were used to living in humidity. Moreover, some meticulous mist ninjas suddenly realized that in just a few minutes, UchihaQinyu had used so many ninjutsu. How old is this guy? How can he be so strong? Not only is his water release proficiency astonishing, but his fire release is also so powerful. No, not just that. I think that previous spiral ball was a wind release technique. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that the technique UchihaQinyu used against that Rinnegan was clearly a very powerful lightning release technique. Wow, water release, fire release, wind release, lightning release. Only earth release hasn't appeared yet. All the other ninjutsu have shown up, and he has used them so well. I even suspect that his not using earth release doesn't mean he can't. It's likely because earth release is more defensive and not suited for offense, while he has been actively attacking. Chapter 162. Terumi Mei is sold. Wow. This perspective is incredible. Can you say it makes sense? It makes so much sense. It's astonishing. Generally speaking, even elite jonin find it hard to master 2 types of chakra transformations. Yet this kid has mastered 4 at once. Is he even human? You call that mastery? I think transcendental is more appropriate. Sigh. Decades ago, Konoha produced the first water release ninja, the second Hokage, who kept our mist village from lifting its head for many years. Now another prodigy, UchihaQinyu, who seems to master almost all attributes, has emerged. I feel like other ninja villages can forget about competing. We are all part of the 5 great ninja villages. Why do such good things always happen in Konoha? Sigh. We should be grateful this kid is on our side. If he were an enemy, he would truly be terrifying. I think you're overthinking it. This kid is a Konoha ninja, wearing half a Hokage cloak. How could he possibly be on our side? Exactly. In my opinion, right now, P.S. just the enemy of my enemy is my friend with us. After this battle, who can say for sure? No, you didn't notice. I just saw that Lord Fifth seems to be close to this kid. What? Is that true? Wow. This is too. Could it be they've known each other for a long time? When Terumi Mei previously kissed UchihaQinyu on the forehead, it wasn't in front of a crowd, but in a more concealed corner, so most people were unaware. Even if a few people saw it, they only dared to be secretly shocked or saddened, not daring to spread it around. After all, they wouldn't dare to gossip about the new 5th Mizukage scandal. But now, everything is different. With UchihaQinyu's impressive performance, the Mist people are so wary. If Terumi Mei, as the 5th Mizukage, really has something with UchihaQinyu, wouldn't that be great for the Mist? Sure enough, when the news of Terumi Mei's close behavior with UchihaQinyu spread, the Mist people didn't feel upset at all. Instead, they were incredibly happy. So, this genius UchihaQinyu is going to become our Mist's son-in-law? If that's the case, then he would be one of us. Great. Lord Fifth is truly our Mist's lucky star. I really don't know when they plan to make it official. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. Although it's a bit frustrating that such a perfect woman as the Mizukage gets a foreigner, the other party is indeed excessively outstanding. Just thinking about our Mist getting such a powerful son-in-law makes me a bit excited. Some infatuated girls whispered to each other, if the Mizukage doesn't want him, I can take him. Go away. If anyone goes, it's me. While Terumi Mei was fighting against the hungry ghost path, she happened to hear these words, and her beautiful eyebrows twitched wildly. Originally, she hadn't planned to hide her relationship with UchihaQinyu from anyone, but now the situation was a bit excessively bizarre. Listening to these people, it sounded like the Mist was planning to marry off the Mizukage to pull UchihaQinyu in. These despicable guys. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes in frustration. Immediately, she intensified her attack against the hungry ghost path, even putting in more force. However, after the embarrassment and anger, she felt more joy, because she had originally worried about the opposition from the mist populace. After all, she and UchihaQinyu were one being the Mizukage of the Water Country's Mist Village, and the other wearing half a Hokage cloak. This combination would always make people feel somewhat hard to accept. But now, everything is different. With UchihaQinyu's strength, he had directly conquered the Mist Ninjas. After UchihaQinyu executed a great shark bullet water release technique, followed by a great fire extinguishing fire release technique, Nagato was genuinely a bit frightened. At this moment, he actually used a universal pull to forcibly pull the hungry ghost path back from a distance. Even if the hungry ghost path took a few hits from Terumi Mei as a result, it was worth it. There was no other choice. UchihaQinyu's ninjutsu was simply too powerful. Such powerful ninjutsu had already made Nagato feel a strong sense of threat. He was very uneasy. Without the hungry ghost path guarding him, he felt a bit insecure. Seeing the hungry ghost path being pulled back, the Deva path obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Now looking at UchihaQinyu, there was noticeably less wariness in his gaze, and his expression returned to indifference. At this moment, UchihaQinyu did not give Pain and the others a chance to catch their breath and attacked again. Boom! In front of everyone, UchihaQinyu's hands suddenly clasped together. The massive chakra within his body surged wildly, then continuously directed into the ground. Boom! 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 The heavy rumbling sound continuously came from underground. Soon, the ground began to shake violently. Seeing this commotion, countless mist villagers panicked. What is going on? What happened? At this moment, not only were the mist villagers in a panic, but even Pain's side changed dramatically. Although UchihaQinyu generally didn't use Earth Release, that didn't mean he couldn't use Earth Release ninjutsu. The reason he didn't use Earth Release ninjutsu was simply that it wasn't necessary. But now, when other elemental ninjutsu were somewhat ineffective, it was time for Earth Release to make an appearance. And the Earth Release technique UchihaQinyu was currently performing was an extremely powerful one from the Hokage series. Taking advantage of this gap, some villagers saw UchihaQinyu's hands forming seals. The earlier commotion was caused by UchihaQinyu. What is wrong with that kid? An elite Jonin from the Mist analyzed. He seems to be using some extremely powerful Earth Release technique. Wow, this guy really has mastered all 5 elemental ninjutsu? Given this momentum, it seems unlikely to be false. What a strong earthquake. It looks like this Earth Release technique should be extraordinary. Just then, UchihaQinyu shouted loudly, Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. In an instant, the iconic Mizukage's office of the hidden mist village rose from the ground. The earth below was directly overturned. In a flash, the land converged into 2 massive hemispheres, rapidly squeezing toward the 4 members of the Akatsuki. Seeing the Mizukage's office destroyed in an instant, an elderly elder of the hidden mist immediately wailed, Damn it, is this kid here to help us, or to help the enemy cause destruction? The old man was extremely agitated, even throwing his cane away. Chapter 163. The 7th gate of the 8 gates released. It's no wonder he was so upset. The Mizukage's office had existed since the founding of the Hidden Mist Village. It could be said that this office had stood for decades, and had always been a symbol of the Hidden Mist. More importantly, it was not just a building, but a spiritual beacon for the ninjas and the people of the Hidden Mist. Now, suddenly being destroyed, and by their own people no less. The older generation naturally found it hard to accept. Nearby, someone could only comfort him, saying, cough, cough, take it easy. Well, those guys across are all users of the Rinnegan. You must understand that the Rinnegan possesses immense power, and the battle will surely be earth-shattering. Yeah, a bit of destruction is fine. As long as this UchihaQinyu can defeat the enemy, that's all that matters. Sigh, I never thought one day the safety of our hidden mist would depend on a kid from another village. The old man was so angry he was pounding his chest and stamping his feet. However, it wasn't just the old folks of the hidden mist who were furious. Far away, another person felt a tightness in his chest. That person was Nagato, hiding in a secret base near the hidden mist, controlling Pain. After witnessing this through Pain's Rinnegan, Nagato was so furious he nearly jumped out of bed. Damn it, I summoned the hungry ghost path back. And you go and do this? How am I supposed to absorb this? Nagato was genuinely angry. And the reason was simply that this UchihaQinyu was too outrageous. Although the hungry ghost path could absorb all ninjutsu composed of chakra, it did not include the absorption of physical entities. Therefore, at that moment, the hungry ghost path was completely helpless against the 2 earth balls in front of it. I'll do it. At a critical moment, the Azura Path snorted and stepped forward. Tap, tap, tap. The Azura Path activated all the mechanisms it could mobilize. In an instant, various missiles and lasers poured toward the Earthballs as if they were free. Obviously, the Azura Path was trying to use brute force to forcibly break through these two Earthballs. It should be known that these two Earthballs were formed by compressing a large amount of soil, making them exceptionally solid. Even with all the weapons the Azura Path used, it only managed to break the Earthballs into some small chunks. However, the scattering of this small piece of land did not affect the overall structure at all. The two massive hemispheres continued to press forward, rumbling toward the group. Seeing the Azura Path fail, the Animal Path also took action. The Animal Path quickly formed hand seals and summoned a giant centipede. The centipede was highly intelligent and immediately used its countless legs to hold onto the surroundings. At this moment, it tried to use its massive size and countless legs to push the Earthballs apart, buying time for Pain to escape the attack range of the Earthballs. However, the pressure and speed of the Earthballs were extraordinarily strong. The giant centipede alone could not hinder their advance. At this rate, before the Pains could escape, they would be squashed into pancakes. This Earth-style ninjutsu, known as Earth Release, Mountain Earth technique was itself extremely powerful and could be said to be one of the most formidable techniques in Earth Release ninjutsu. In the original work, when the technique was used by the Tsuchikage from the Land of Wind, it was exaggeratedly powerful. At that time, the Tsuchikage used this technique to manipulate the Earth, forming two massive hemispheres to trap the enemy and control their movements, even directly flattening them. This shows that if the user of this technique is extremely powerful, it can not only be effective against humans, but can even suppress giant creatures at the level of tailed beasts. In the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original work, when Tsuchikage used this technique after receiving chakra from Naruto's 9 tails, even the Outer Path's Geto Mazo, which had absorbed several tailed beasts, was trapped within it. At that time, Geto Mazo had to exert a lot of effort to finally escape. Now, the chakra released by Chinyu when using this technique was even more than that of the Tsuchikage back then. Therefore, the power of the Mountain Earth technique he released this time was also extraordinarily exaggerated. Even an ordinary tailed beast would find it difficult to resist this technique. However, for the Animal Path to rely on the summoned centipede to withstand this technique was undoubtedly a pipe dream in Chinyu's eyes. At this moment, the Deva Path Pain was frowning deeply. Although his Shinra Tensei had cooled down, and he could definitely resist this technique if he acted, the destructive power of Chinyu's attack was too strong. As a result, the Deva Path had become cautious, not daring to use Shinra Tensei carelessly. Shinra Tensei was known as absolute defense and was the final layer of protection for the Pains. Once this technique was used, the interval would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, given the hardness of the Earthballs, if he used Shinra Tensei to repel them, it would likely consume a large amount of ocular power and chakra. If he forcibly blocked it, the cooldown time for Shinra Tensei would definitely not be 5 seconds, but much longer. During that time, Chinyu would absolutely not let go. The Deva Path had long sensed that the amount of chakra within Chinyu was absolutely astonishing, considering the various flashy ninjutsu Chinyu had used earlier. The Deva Path had no doubt that they would be drained to death. However, there was no time for the Deva Path to hesitate any further, as the two massive earth balls were continuously converging, about to smash into their faces. Shinra Tensei, the Deva Path's expression was extremely grim, and his Rinnegan suddenly burst forth with powerful light. Boom! A massive amount of ocular power and chakra poured out in an instant, and a strong repulsive force erupted violently from him as the center. Bang! Bang! The two solid earth balls were instantly repelled. Even during the process of being repelled, the two earth balls were directly shattered into dust. This shows just how powerful the Shinra Tensei used by the Deva Path was. However, seeing this scene, the Hidden Mist villagers could not help but feel disappointed. Ah, what a pity. They even flipped the Mizukage's office, but still couldn't take him down. It's such a waste. However, in contrast, Chinyu instead smiled and murmured softly. Hee hee, I was just waiting for you to use Shinra Tensei. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Chinyu's body, a rich green energy enveloping him. In the end, the green energy even began to emit a bluish light. In that brief moment, Chinyu had opened all the way to the 7th gate of the 8 gates. The already formidable aura surged several times higher with the opening of the 8 gates. Chapter 164. Daytime, Tiger Oh My. What secret technique did he use? Why does it feel like he has become extremely terrifying? This is too frightening. What kind of technique is this? It's just too scary. This technique amplifies power too much. The hidden mist villagers looked at the imposing Qinyu, all of them utterly shocked. The 8 gates of Duanjia. Though the enhancement from the first 6 gates isn't as significant as imagined, once the 7th gate is opened, a qualitative change occurs. At this moment, a wrinkled old man trembles as he points a finger at Qinyu. This move seems to be the legendary 8 gates of Duanjia technique. The 8 gates of Duanjia technique? What is that? I've never heard of it at all. Indeed, not a word. At this moment, the younger generation of Mist Hidden is utterly confused, but those who are older react immediately, their expressions changing dramatically. The 8 gates of Duanjia technique? Is that the secret technique that almost wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen over a decade ago? That's right. It's that move. My God. I never expected to witness this technique in my lifetime. The most incredible part is that this time, the user is our ally, not our enemy. What? The one who almost wiped us out? The 7 ninja swordsmen? The one who wields those 7 swords is the strongest in Mist Hidden besides Lord Mizuki's, right? They almost got wiped out. How terrifying. It's completely unimaginable. The younger generation of Mist Hidden is thoroughly shocked at this moment. While they have never heard of the 8 gates of Duanjia, they are very familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen. You must know that the 7 ninja swordsmen hold a position in Mist Hidden almost equivalent to that of the legendary 3 in Konoha. At this moment, they can hardly imagine what kind of secret technique could almost wipe out those 7 powerful figures. The people of Mist Hidden look at Qinyu with awe. What Qinyu is demonstrating seems to be the ninjutsu called the 8 gates of Duanjia. As an enemy, the masked man Obito Uchiha instantly recognized the 8 gates of Duanjia, and his expression turned ugly. Although he doesn't fully understand the 8 gates of Duanjia, he knows that it is by no means a simple technique. It's a rather tricky and troublesome technique. Tendo coldly gazes at Qinyu and directly says, "Humph. What good is just having a strong momentum?" At this moment, Tendo is full of confidence. After all, the Hungry Ghost Path is right beside him. He is not afraid of anything other than physical ninjutsu. If Qinyu were to use that move again, he might feel a headache during the cooldown of Shinra Tensei. However, making such a big show like this seems completely nonsensical to Tendo. Yet, Obito does not share this view and instead reminds him in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. That move is likely not simple." Just then, Qinyu suddenly shouted, "Watch this move. How will you block it?" A rolling sound wave, propelled by powerful chakra, spread throughout the entire Mist-Hidden village. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly embraces the air in front of him, compressing it to an extreme point. Then, he thrusts his fist forward. Day Tiger. Boom! With a loud bang, a fierce air cannon suddenly shot out. The target of the air cannon directly aimed at several pain figures across from him. The violent air cannon gradually grew larger as it surged forward, forming an enormous white tiger totem. Roar! As the white tiger appeared, it emitted a fierce roar. The sound of the tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. A strong gust of wind caused the clothes of those around to flutter loudly. What? What is this move? It feels stronger than all the previous techniques. At this moment, everyone in Mist Hidden, from elite ninjas to civilians, was left dumbfounded. Oof. Tendo Pain merely snorted coldly at this sight, showing no signs of panic on his face. In his view, no matter how powerful Qinyu's move is, it is merely to provide chakra for pain. Heh. The plump Hungry Ghost Path grinned and stepped directly in front of everyone. With both hands raised, he created a transparent shield, preparing to absorb the incoming Day Tiger. Boom! The incredibly fierce Day Tiger crashed into the Hungry Ghost Path's shield, and the smile on his face grew wider. The Hungry Ghost Path opened his mouth wide, ready to absorb the massive chakra in front of him. However, in an instant, the expression on the Hungry Ghost Path's face changed dramatically. He couldn't even hold on for a second. The transparent shield was shattered. The mighty white tiger totem crashed into his body in the most domineering and direct manner. The Hungry Ghost Path, sent flying by the impact, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with disbelief. What? How? How could this happen? He must know that his ability is to devour and absorb any technique transformed from chakra. He had never missed before. How could he fail now? In an instant, the fierce Day Tiger reached several pain figures, exploding directly. All 4 pains suffered considerable damage in that moment. Obito had already sensed something was off and directly hid in his Kamui space, thus escaping disaster. Bang! Among the 4 pains, the Hungry Ghost Path faced the Day Tiger directly. At this moment, he was severely injured by the Day Tiger. The hungry ghost path was knocked far away by the day tiger, only stopping when he crashed into a large rock. What on earth is happening? Tendo's gaze was extremely grim as he said in a low voice. How could the hungry ghost path's ability to absorb ninjutsu fail? Seeing this, Chinyu simply smirked and explained. The reason is simple. The day tiger I just unleashed is not ninjutsu, but pure taijutsu. The day tiger, in essence, is just an extremely powerful straight punch. What? How is that possible? This move is just taijutsu? All the ninjas present were simultaneously astonished. Not only the ninjas from Mist Hidden, but even the 6 Paths of Pain were shocked into silence. They could hardly imagine that someone could unleash such tremendous power relying solely on taijutsu. To unleash such powerful strength, what kind of physical strength must this person possess? You must know that the strong wind generated by the day tiger caused even the Mist Hidden crowd from a distance to feel their skin sting. Some careless ones were even knocked to the ground. If it were anyone else facing this move, they would likely be smashed to pieces. It turns out it's not a chakra blast. At this moment, Tendo's face was filled with shock. Then what is that blue aura around you? Chapter 165. Sage Mode that is not overflowing chakra. It is just blue sweat that flows out after opening the 7 gates. That aura is sweat evaporated from my body heat, Chinyu said. In an instant, Tendo understood. So that's how it is. Understanding or not. The next feeling was even more intense apprehension. Because at that moment, Tendo suddenly recalled what Kisame once said about Chinyu. That person, whether it's chakra volume, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, is absolutely top-notch. He even masters profound and unfathomable space-time ninjutsu. Fighting him, you will find that he's like a bottomless pit, always having trump cards. You can never see through his depth. Tendo stared intently at Chinyu and muttered, I have yet to witness his jinjutsu, but his chakra volume, ninjutsu, and taijutsu are indeed top tier in the ninja world, especially the space-time technique, which is equally mysterious and does not lose to Uchiha Madara. The key point is that his trump cards are truly endless. How many years has it been? It has been so many years since I encountered such a terrifying opponent. Looking at the still vigorous Chinyu across from him, the Deva Path's heart sank slightly. Compared to the opponent, his current situation was quite dire. Uchiha Madara, who thought he would surely win, was heavily injured after just a few exchanges. The strongest Deva Path was still waiting for his skills to cool down, unable to play a significant role. He had thought he could rely on the Hungry Ghost Path to completely block Chinyu's attacks. However, unexpectedly, he was severely injured by a single blow from Chinyu and lost all fighting capability. As for the remaining other pain bodies, they were completely unskilled in defense. Faced with Chinyu's endless ninjutsu and taijutsu, they couldn't withstand it all. At this moment, the Deva Path suddenly thought of something. The reason Chinyu used that Earth-style technique earlier, instead of directly using Day Tiger, was to force him to use Universal Pull first. After Universal Pull entered cooldown, even if they realized Day Tiger was a taijutsu, they could only let the Hungry Ghost Path try to counter it. And obviously, the final result would be the destruction of Pain's absolute defense. The Deva Path took a deep breath and said, at this point, I can only summon more reinforcements. Thinking of this, the Deva Path's expression grew even darker. Claiming to be a god with the Rinnegan, he had been invincible for many years, winning every battle. Yet he never expected that today, against a 15 or 16-year-old boy, even with 4 powerful pain bodies, he couldn't take him down. Not only that, but he was also beaten so badly. Now, he had reached the point of needing to summon again. This time, he must take this brat down completely. At such a young age, he was already so terrifying. If given a few more years, it would be unimaginable. With this in mind, the Deva Path quickly signaled to the Animal Path. The Animal Path immediately understood and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Boom! A large cloud of smoke dispersed, and 2 Rinnegan-wearing figures from the Akatsuki appeared on the field. As soon as they appeared, one of the big men summoned a monstrous creature with a hideous face and a mouth emitting purple light. The creature immediately shot out 2 chains that locked onto the Azura Path's body, dragging him into its mouth. The creature's mouth closed, then opened again. The Azura Path, who had been nearly incapacitated, was now fully revived. This operation instantly startled the Mist Village crowd. Initially, seeing Chinyu display his might and directly take down an enemy with Rinnegan, their morale soared, and confidence surged. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did the enemy increase again, but the previously heavily injured enemy also instantly returned to normal. The emotions of the Mist Ninja were like a roller coaster, plunging into a low again. At this moment, some people even considered giving up resistance. There was nothing to be done. The Rinnegan pain was just too powerful. At this time, Chinyu slightly curled his lips and casually waved his hand. In an instant, a shadow clone that he had hidden in the corner disappeared. As the shadow clone vanished, a layer of golden eyeshadow suddenly appeared above Chinyu's eyes. The moment the eyeshadow emerged, a surge of sage chakra erupted from within Chinyu's body. The Deva Path noticed Chinyu's change in an instant, narrowing his eyes. This kid seems to have used some secret technique again. Everyone be careful. After entering sage mode, Chinyu, feeling the sage chakra surging within him, couldn't help but smirk. With a flick of his god robe, he gripped the Thunder God sword and charged straight at the enemy. Seeing Chinyu being so arrogant as to charge directly, the Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path both let out cold snorts simultaneously. Each took a black rod and moved to confront Chinyu. Their taijutsu was among the best of the 6 pain bodies. Although Chinyu's close combat ability was impressive, with both of them engaging at the same time and armed with weapons, it shouldn't be a big problem to face him directly. As for the other 4 pain bodies, their Rinnegan eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield, ensuring that the Azura Path and Hungry Ghost Path would not be attacked from blind spots. Clang! In an instant, the 3 engaged in combat. Chinyu swung his sword swiftly, while the Hungry Ghost Path raised his black rod to defend. As their weapons clashed, the Hungry Ghost Path felt a tremendous force in his hand. The power was so overwhelming that it nearly knocked the black rod out of his grip. How is this possible? How did this kid's strength suddenly increase so much? As the main body of pain, Nagato felt a tremor in his heart. The Thunder God sword was blocked, but Chinyu remained calm. He continued to exert force with his right hand, maintaining pressure on the Hungry Ghost Path. Meanwhile, Chinyu's left foot kicked out horizontally toward the Azura Path. This kick was both fast and fierce, catching the Azura Path off guard, and he quickly dodged. However, in his haste to evade, his face turned away in another direction. Seeing this, Chinyu immediately clenched his left fist and struck the Azura Path's face from an incredibly unexpected angle. This punch was an absolute blind spot attack. Not only was it immensely powerful, but it was also incredibly fast. Just as Chinyu's punch was about to hit the Azura Path, his head suddenly tilted. By a hair's breadth, he narrowly avoided the punch. Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Just as expected, it was like in the original story, visual sharing. Although the punch was avoided, Chinyu's next punch swung straight towards the Azura Path. Chapter 166, Frog Kata. However, the previous sneak attack from the blind spot was easily dodged. This ordinary direct punch was naturally not taken seriously by the Azura Path. He simply tilted his head slightly and dodged it. At the same time, his arm quickly morphed, instantly transforming into a saw blade. He was preparing to launch a counter thrust directly at Chinyu. However, at that moment, an entirely formless force exploded on the Azura Path's chubby face. The powerful force shattered his face. Not only that, but the mechanical structures inside his head were also exposed due to the explosion. The reason this happened was all thanks to the Frog Kata. Just now, he had executed this secret technique from Myaboka Mountain. It is important to note that Chinyu's chakra amount and control over Sage Mode surpassed that of the Naruto from the original story, who had the small fox, the foolish Naruto. Therefore, this Frog Kata, when used by him, was much more powerful than when Naruto used it. The Azura Path was struck by Chinyu's Frog Kata, and half of his face was instantly shattered. His entire body flew off the ground, directly hurtling backwards. What? The Deva Path's pupils constricted in disbelief. He clearly dodged that attack. How could he end up like this? At this moment, the Azura Path, who had been sent flying, was suddenly yanked back from midair by Chinyu. Then, with his left hand clenched into a fist, he delivered a heavy punch downwards. Bang! Under the influence of tremendous force, the punch directly incapacitated the Azura Path. The Azura Path was instantly killed by this punch from Chinyu. The Azura Path's entire set of weapons and equipment didn't even have the chance to be deployed, reduced to a pile of scraps. After defeating the Azura Path, Chinyu faced off against the Hungry Ghost Path alone. His fierce swordsmanship forced the Hungry Ghost Path into a perilous situation. The person from the human path saw the situation was unfavorable and rushed over with a black rod to assist the Hungry Ghost Path. In an instant, 2 pain figures thrust their black rods directly at Chinyu. Seeing this, Chinyu showed no fear. He smirked slightly and confidently said, "Hee, it's useless." At this moment, he was wielding powerful Sage Mode energy. Controlling this immense power, Chinyu could easily crush rocks. He casually stabbed the Thunder God sword into the ground and then pushed forward with both palms. Bang! Bang! The two incoming black rods exploded into pieces. What? How is this possible? These black rods were made using yin-yang release, capable of suppressing the opponent's chakra, and were extremely hard. How could he shatter them with his bare hands? All the pain figures present changed their expressions drastically. Qinyu sneered, and then began to unleash a flurry of punches. With Sage Mode and the 8 gates released, even two pains together couldn't withstand him. One after another, the two pains were sent flying. Bang! Bang! With two heavy thuds, the human path and hungry ghost path fell to the ground, struggling to get back up. Qinyu had taken down 3 pains in one breath, instantly boosting morale. The remaining 3 pains, seeing Qinyu charging at them again, also changed their expressions drastically. Oomph! The Deva path snorted coldly and stepped forward. He grasped a black rod and charged directly at Qinyu, thrusting the rod towards him. His close combat strength was much greater than the previous 3 pains. Any new tricks? Qinyu smiled coldly, completely unconcerned about the Deva path, who was currently in cooldown. Bang! With a casual palm strike, he shattered the thrusting black rod again. The Deva path's expression changed, and he immediately kicked at Qinyu. However, Qinyu easily blocked it with his raised arm. Suddenly, while grappling with the Deva path, Qinyu was bound by ropes. The other end of the rope was held by the severely injured Azura path, who lay helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Yet, his face was twisted with a crazed smile. The Azura path desperately controlled the chain, launching a surprise attack from behind, binding Qinyu. At the same time, the heavily injured hungry ghost path quickly approached Qinyu from behind. With his strong arms, he wrapped around Qinyu. Sage Art, Thunderwave. Though bound, Qinyu remained unperturbed, quickly forming seals with one hand. Powerful lightning erupted from his body. However, the previously foolproof Thunderwave failed for the first time. The potent Sage Chakra was instantly consumed by the hungry ghost path behind him. Oomph! Do you think this can trap me? Qinyu sneered and exerted all his strength to break free from the hungry ghost path's grip. However, his arm felt a bit weak and dropped. As the person involved, Qinyu could clearly sense his strength depleting rapidly. What's happening? Qinyu's pupils dilated, and he turned back in shock, disbelief written across his face. The hungry ghost path wore a satisfied smile, crazily absorbing chakra, completely ignoring Qinyu. The Deva path breathed a huge sigh of relief upon seeing this. He then coldly said, "That's right, the hungry ghost path can absorb ninjutsu and directly absorb chakra. That strange and powerful chakra of yours is about to become our strength. And you, Qinyu, will die at the hands of God." As he spoke, Pain's expression returned to indifference, even with a hint of pity. The earlier battle had been highly unfavorable for Pain, as he had been pressured by Qinyu the entire time, which infuriated Nagato, who fancied himself a god. Now, seeing Qinyu bound and controlled, he regained his former confidence. However, at that moment, Qinyu's expression suddenly changed. The previous fear and anger vanished, replaced by a thick mockery. The Deva path was the first to notice his change and felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Qinyu, with a wicked grin, said, Did you really think I would let my guard down? All your actions were within my calculations." What are you saying? The Deva path instinctively sensed something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted to the hungry ghost path, "Not good. Hungry ghost path, quickly let go." Pain's 6 paths were originally one entity, and without hesitation, the hungry ghost path immediately released its grip. However, it was already too late. Chapter 167. Killing is also an art. The already plump body of the hungry ghost path suddenly expanded again, even bursting through the Akatsuki cloak he wore. In the next moment, he transformed into a toad. As the power of the Sage Chakra grew stronger, he completely became a gigantic toad. Even more exaggerated, his body began to petrify. How could this be? What kind of power is this? The Deva path's expression changed as he looked at the fully transformed stone toad of the hungry ghost path. Damn it! The Deva path's combat quality was top-notch. Seeing that Qinyu was still bound, he quickly drew 2 black rods and stabbed them towards his body again. Naive. Do you think you can still hurt me? Qinyu sneered. Then with all his strength, he instantly broke the petrified hungry ghost path's arms. Afterward, Qinyu leaped into the air. Poof! The Deva path's black rods missed Qinyu and instead pierced through the stone figure of the hungry ghost path. As Qinyu soared, the golden shadow at the corner of his eyes gradually faded. Since all his Sage Chakra had been absorbed by the hungry ghost path, he had lost Sage Mode. However, he had made ample preparations beforehand. With a wave of his hand and sensing the chakra, another shadow clone dissipated. The sage chakra accumulated by the shadow clone surged into Qinyu's main body. The golden shadow reappeared, and Qinyu once again entered sage mode. After leaping, Qinyu then dropped down from midair. His speed was incredibly fast, and with a heavy stomp, he struck the Deva Path's shoulder. Bang! The caught-off-guard Deva Path was instantly forced down to one knee by Qinyu's immense power. Qinyu turned his head to see the Hell Path was now restless, desperately trying to find an opportunity to revive the other pains. Naive, die for me. Qinyu sneered and stomped heavily on the Deva Path's back. Then, he leaped again and charged straight at the Hell Path. Sage Art, Thundercut. Qinyu's speed was already extremely fast, and with the 8 gates released, Sage Mode activated, plus the Lightning Release Chakra activating his cells, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. This Thundercut, executed by him, was many times stronger than Kakashi's. The rapid thrust, accompanied by a tremendous buzzing sound, created a dazzling white light that seemed to cross the void. The swift Sage Art Thundercut pierced directly through the heart of the Hell Path. Qinyu's strike was extremely swift, giving him no time to react at all. There was no need to launch an attack from a blind spot. He boldly pierced the heart of the Hell Realm Pain right in front of everyone. This was pure speed, resulting in ultimate lethality. The Hell Realm Pain was already a dead man. Even though his heart was pierced by Raikiri at that moment, he still stood in place. However, his dying counterattack was quite effective as he tightly grasped Qinyu's arm with both hands. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, who had not made a move for a long time, seized the opportunity when the Hell Realm restrained Qinyu and quietly appeared behind him. A long iron chain was held in Obito's hand, attempting to bind Qinyu from behind using his elusive space ninjutsu. It seemed that Qinyu had already anticipated Obito's appearance, as he coldly smiled and said, "I knew you would come." With a sudden force, Qinyu lifted the Hell Realm Pain off the ground. Even if the Hell Realm had not yet been pierced by Raikiri, its strength could not match Qinyu's. Let alone now. Qinyu directly lifted the Hell Realm and violently threw it towards Obito behind him. Oof. Obito let out a cold snort and immediately activated Kamui. His body became intangible in an instant, allowing the Hell Realm to pass through him. Just then, a black rod suddenly pierced through Obito's body from behind like a poisonous stinger in the night. The one who executed this move was the Deva Path Pain. After Qinyu knocked him down, he wasted no time and rushed towards this side. Obito's previous attack was merely a bait. The Black Rod attack was the real killing move. Acknowledging this perfectly coordinated effort, Qinyu praised, "Nice cooperation, but unfortunately, it's useless against me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qinyu's body instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the position where he had previously inserted the Sword of Raijin. Upon seeing this, the Deva's expression darkened further. Only then did he realize how absurdly wrong he had been. Qinyu had long set a backup plan in the distance. The previous Ghost Realm's restraint was nothing but a joke. This guy's battle IQ and attention to detail were truly terrifying. The more the Deva thought about it, the more shocked he became. Qinyu casually pulled the Sword of Raijin from the ground with his right hand, then slightly clenched his left hand, causing a lightning spear to suddenly form. With a thrust, the lightning spear extended and directly struck the Azura Path not far behind. This time, the Azura Path, which still had a trace of breath, was completely extinguished. Qinyu didn't even glance back as he took his life. The entire process was smooth and fluid, devoid of any sense of drama. In fact, a slight smile remained on his lips. However, the members of the mist-hidden village around them gasped in unison, feeling a chill run down their spines. They had seen killings before, but to kill with such an artistic flair was truly unheard of. Watching Qinyu eliminate the Azura Path without even turning his head, the Deva's expression grew even uglier. Now, among the 6 paths of pain, only he and the human path remained. After witnessing Qinyu's terror, the 3 stood tightly together, no longer daring to separate. Moreover, the animal path quickly formed a hand sign and frantically summoned summoning beasts. Multi-headed hellhounds, bulls, strange birds, and so on. Nearly 10 summoning beasts surrounded the 3 pains in the center. Seeing this, Qinyu smiled slightly. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful fire release ninjutsu into the sky. Sage Art, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Since Qinyu's Sage Mode had not yet faded, he could still perform Sage Arts. After incorporating natural energy, the already powerful Great Fire Dragon Technique became even more violent. It could be said that this technique, when used by Qinyu, was countless times stronger than when used by the second Hokage. The fire dragon quickly soared into the sky, directly entering the clouds, and then disappeared. In an instant, Everyone was bewildered, as they completely did not understand what Qinyu's actions meant. What is this? Why did Qinyu suddenly perform ninjutsu against the sky? I don't understand the big boss's actions, and I don't dare to ask. Could be a mistake, but this mistake seems too outrageous. Perhaps it was just a means of provocation, to put psychological pressure on the enemy. Chapter 168. Lightning Release. Chilin brother, this is a bit far-fetched, okay? Are you sure the enemy will feel pressured seeing this? I feel like they would just laugh. The members of the Mist Hidden Village began various analyses, though all were incorrect. Opposite Qinyu, at this moment, the Deva Path was looking up at the sky. After watching for a long time, he kept pondering all possible scenarios. Falling? Bait? Feint attack? Or something else? After fighting Qinyu for such a long time, Nagato no longer dared to underestimate him. Even as he looked up at the sky, the human path and animal path stared intently at Qinyu. Nagato, who usually prided himself on being a god, was being extremely cautious this time. Everyone in the square was confused by Qinyu's actions, but only Mei Terumi faintly sensed Qinyu's intentions. This bad guy was actually using such a powerful fire release technique to change the weather in the high sky. The temperature rapidly increased, causing water vapor to evaporate quickly and form thunderclouds. To come up with such a technique, this man truly is a genius. As Mei Terumi thought of this, her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Boom! As the fire dragon completely entered the high clouds, the originally clear sky above the mist-hidden village suddenly darkened. Above the sky, a large amount of dark clouds gathered. Within the dark clouds, powerful arcs of electricity flickered. Look, what is happening in the sky? At this moment, the members of the mist-hidden village were also startled and looked up at the sky. While the mist-hidden village had plenty of water and rain, thunderstorms were indeed rare. Thunder all year round was not a feature of the mist-hidden village, but rather of the cloud-hidden village. The originally cloudless weather suddenly changed dramatically. Coupled with Qinyu's earlier great fire dragon technique aimed at the sky, it was impossible not to overthink it. It was that Qinyu. His previous fire dragon actually changed the weather. That's right. It must be that guy's fire release forcibly changing the weather to create thunderclouds. Creating thunderclouds? Is this really something that can be done by human power? Suddenly, there was an uproar among the mist-hidden ninjas. That's right, it's just like that. Mei Terumi nodded and said, the previous great fire dragon technique was extraordinarily powerful, directly generating a strong updraft, which in turn would create cumulonimbus clouds. Once accumulated to a certain extent, cumulonimbus clouds would transform into terrifying thunderclouds. So that is how it is. The mist-hidden ninjas nodded, somewhat understanding, but then someone raised a question. But what is the use of creating thunderclouds? Is he planning to draw upon the violent lightning in the thunderclouds to attack the enemy? At this moment, A.J. Neen from the Mist-Hidden Village suddenly proposed a bold idea. Draw upon lightning? That sounds ridiculous. The speed of lightning is about 1,000th of a second, much faster than the speed of sound. Who would dare to do such a thing? I dare say, if he really dares to do it, the first one to be struck by lightning would definitely be him. Indeed, it was too dangerous. If one were not careful, they could be obliterated. Almost everyone was skeptical of this operation. Even Mei Terumi, as the Mizukage, showed a hint of concern in her beautiful eyes. Because of the reasoning that everyone has mentioned, how could she not understand? However, at the critical moment, she could only choose to unconditionally trust Qinyu. This man before her had created miracles time and time again, so she believed that this time he could do it too. Qinyu looked up at the sky, watching the thunderclouds above. When the thunderclouds reached their peak, Qinyu exerted force with his legs and shot up into the sky in an instant. His figure flickered continuously as he surged upward. Soon, he stood atop the tallest building in the Hidden Mist Village. Then, Qinyu slowly raised his right hand. A powerful lightning chakra appeared from his hand, piercing straight into the thunderclouds above. Boom! The lightning within the thunderclouds was already extremely violent, and now, with an unexpected guest intruding, it became even more furious in an instant. The lightning surged within the clouds, as if judgment was about to descend. Oh my god, has he gone mad? He really dares to do this. It's too crazy. Crazy, crazy, he's playing with fire. Everyone, stay away, don't get caught in it. The people of the Hidden Mist Village were all startled and immediately fled in panic. Little did they know that this move by Qinyu was already calculated. All he needed to do was activate his Sharingan, and he could see the trajectory of the lightning within the thunderclouds. Once he understood the direction of the lightning, he only needed to guide his own lightning chakra precisely to the target, allowing him to direct the powerful natural lightning onto the enemy without harming himself. And all of this was done after Qinyu had made a feasible plan. At that moment, Yu's originally dark pupils had turned bright red. Clearly, he had activated the Sharingan. Buzz. A strange wave emanated, and the lightning chakra in Yu's hand resonated completely with the natural lightning in the thunderclouds. The Sharingan was activated to its fullest, fixated on the lightning within the clouds. It should be noted that the fire technique he used earlier was much stronger than the one used by the original character. Therefore, the natural lightning generated by this fire technique was also much stronger. Thus, facing such overwhelming power, Yu dared not be the slightest bit negligent. The originally chaotic natural lightning began to transform rapidly under Yu's control. In the blink of an eye, the lightning morphed into a massive creature with a dragon's head and a serpent's body. Roar! As soon as the creature took shape, it let out a deafening roar. The sound echoed throughout the entire hidden mist village, even reaching half of the land of water. Oh my god, what is that? Is that a monster? So terrifying. Countless mist ninjas were startled. As for the civilians of the hidden mist village, they were so frightened that their bodies went numb, and they could hardly move. Looking at this scene, Terumi May murmured with sparkling eyes, "You bad guy. You really can do it." This ninjutsu was, of course, the powerful lightning release technique called Kirin. Pain, is it? I want to see if your little lackeys can protect you from this move. High in the sky, Yu stood proudly with the Kirin above him, resembling a reincarnated thunder god. He coldly asked Pain below, "What do you think?" In that instant, Pain's expression turned extremely grim. It was not just because of Yu's arrogant words, but because the lightning Kirin in the sky was staring directly at him. Although the Kirin had not yet descended, the immense pressure it exuded already made Pain feel somewhat breathless. Chapter 169. The might of Kirin. At this moment, he finally understood the purpose of Yu's previous actions. However, even if he realized it now, it was a bit too late. The masked man, Obito, also had a very ugly expression. He stared at Yu and said coldly, "There has never been such a technique in the history of Konoha. This child is truly a genius, capable of creating such ninjutsu." He himself had Kimui, so he didn't need to worry about his own safety. However, his Kimui took a relatively long time to absorb others. The speed of lightning is only a thousandth of a second, and as soon as he shows any intention of absorbing Pain as well, Yu would definitely manipulate the lightning to strike down immediately. At that time, not only would Pain be in trouble, but he would also be in danger. Therefore, he did not dare to act recklessly. At this moment, he could only quietly await the punishment to descend. As for Pain, they had no intention of running away. It was a joke. Even if he wanted to run, it was impossible to outrun lightning. The speed of lightning is extremely fast, and the coverage of this technique is vast. Unless one had space ninjutsu, there was simply no chance of escape. Yu looked at Pain, but did not rush to make a move, gently guiding the Kirin as it floated in the air. However, the more Yu did this, the greater the fear brought by the lightning Kirin. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flickered, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the entire hidden mist village. Everyone felt that breathing was somewhat difficult. The animal path desperately controlled all the summoned beasts to gather closely above, firmly protecting the few people below. Although they were unsure if they could really withstand this move, it was better than nothing. Finally, the terrifying atmosphere reached its peak, and the energy within the Kirin also reached its climax. Yu stood proudly high in the sky, his cold eyes looking down at Pain, and then said coldly, "This technique is called Kirin. Let's fall together with the thunder." As Yu's voice fell, his right hand suddenly clenched tightly and then swiftly waved downward. Roar! As Yu's palm descended, the Kirin within the thunderclouds suddenly poked its head out from the clouds. The Kirin opened its mouth and roared wildly, then transformed into a shocking divine thunder, rapidly striking down. All of this happened in an instant. The speed of the lightning was unimaginable. The powerful thunder roared and then instantly fell. In the moment when everyone did not react, the falling lightning exploded among a group of summoned beasts. The howling thunder erupted, and a large number of giant summoned beasts were reduced to charcoal without even having a chance to wail. The split dog, which was originally very troublesome and would continuously split when attacked, was unable to even split before the Kirin, instantly becoming a useless dog. At the last moment, the animal path once again summoned a giant stone panda in midair. This panda was specifically used for defense, making it exceptionally sturdy. However, even such a solid stone panda was unfortunately no match for the Kirin, shattering with a loud bang. In an instant, the power generated by the explosion of the Kirin completely destroyed the area around the Water Shadow office. In the blink of an eye, everything turned into ruins, and thick smoke enveloped everything. If the previous Earth release still retained a small portion of the Water Shadow Office's structure, then at this moment, nothing could be discerned. Fortunately, the people of the Hidden Mist had already seen the ominous signs and fled far away, so they were not affected. Even so, witnessing such powerful destruction still left many people feeling uneasy. They were not only shocked by the might of Chinyu's ninjutsu, but also thrilled by the damage inflicted on the enemy, while simultaneously feeling heartbroken over the destruction of their home. However, among everyone, only Terumi May had already seen through it all. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with intense admiration for Chinyu. She had anticipated that once this battle began, damage would be unavoidable. However, due to the presence of Chinyu, there were almost no casualties in the mist-hidden village, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As the thick smoke dissipated, a massive, deep pit appeared before everyone. Even though they had their suspicions, the power of the Qilin far exceeded everyone's imagination. Thick smoke ruins, and a large number of spirit beasts charred from being roasted. In addition, there were two vaguely visible humanoid figures shrouded in thick black smoke. The human realm and the beast realm emerged at the last moment to shield the crucial heavenly path pain from most of the damage. However, as a result, they were directly struck down. Cough! A violent coughing sound erupted, and heavenly path pain pushed away the human realm and beast realm that were pressing down on him. Then, Pain unsteadily stood up. At this moment, Pain's Akatsuki cloak was already tattered from flames. Moreover, his body was now covered in wounds. His originally handsome and cold face was now stained black, making him look utterly miserable. Just now, if it weren't for the resistance of the spirit beasts and the human realm and beast realm, Heavenly Path would have already been finished. Although Heavenly Path survived, he looked extremely unwell at this point. His aura was very weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The destructive power of the thunder-released Qilin was simply too strong, causing irreversible damage to his body. Heavenly Path's expression was darker than ever, with flames of anger almost burning out of him. Since killing the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in the ninja world, it was the first time he had been beaten so badly. This time, all 6 paths of pain had acted together, yet he was directly left with only one. Buzz! A wave of spatial fluctuation came, and Obito's figure reappeared. Looking at the destruction caused by the ninjutsu Qilin, even he gasped in shock. If it weren't for his Kamui, he would have probably turned into a pile of charcoal by now. Obito's expression was very grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "This Chinyu." Although he hated Chinyu, he also knew that it was impossible to eliminate Chinyu this time. Therefore, Obito's heart began to harbor thoughts of retreat. "Enough pain. I will take you away. This time, even if we lose." A cold voice came from under the mask of Obito. "Leave? Lose?" Upon hearing Obito's words, Pain's expression instantly turned frenzied. "Impossible. Pain will not fail. Absolutely not. The battle is not over yet. Next, I will let everyone know what the power of God is." Turning to glance at the obviously exhausted but still holding on Heavenly Path, Obito frowned slightly. "There is no need for this. He has space ninjutsu, and no matter what, you won't be able to take him down today. It's better to retreat." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Heavenly Path suddenly burst into a wild laugh. "Can't kill him? Then I will make the entire mist-hidden village accompany him to the grave. Mr. Madara, you should leave first to avoid my technique hurting you later." You. Looking at the stubborn Heavenly Path, Obito's expression became even more unsightly. From beginning to end, he could not achieve complete control over Nagato, which made him very dissatisfied. Just like now, when retreating was the best option, Nagato insisted on staying, and he could do nothing but leave in frustration. After Obito departed, Heavenly Path Pain raised his face directly. His cold Rinnegan locked eyes with Chinyu. Hee hee. At this moment, Heavenly Path suddenly began to laugh maniacally. "Chinyu, do you think you've already won? I tell you, you have not won yet. The battle is not over. I have not failed. I am Pain. I am a god, and gods do not fail. Chinyu, you dare to desecrate the divine. I will make you suffer the wrath of the divine." Chinyu's expression was calm as he quietly watched Heavenly Path brag. For him, he was fully aware of what techniques Heavenly Path had left. Even the worst-case scenario, he had enough countermeasures. Because, for Heavenly Path Pain's pretentious words, Chinyu was not the least bit flustered. In a secret base not far from the mist-hidden village, Nagato's expression was very grim. At this moment, Nagato suddenly clasped his palms together. At the same time, Heavenly Path Pain in the mist-hidden village also responded instantly, following suit and joining his palms together. Nagato, Xiaonan, who had been by Nagato's side, immediately sensed the situation was dire, and her expression changed drastically. She was well aware that the seal Nagato was forming was going to unleash a destructive technique. She hadn't seen Nagato use such a technique in many years. Wait, Nagato, stop! Shaolin desperately tried to stop him. Is the attack not going smoothly? Is that Qinyu really that strong? If that's the case, we should retreat first. No need to go this far. You should know that using this technique will impose a devastating burden on your body. However, at this moment, Nagato was completely unconcerned. He shouted with a crazed expression, "I will not forget Yahiko's pain. Therefore, this person must die. Otherwise, our organization's grand plan will surely fail. At the same time, I want the world to truly feel pain. Be quiet, Xiaonan, I need to concentrate." As his voice fell, a powerful chakra surged out from within Nagato's body. The power of his Rinnegan was also activated to its maximum capacity. All of his chakra and ocular power were concentrated and directed towards Heavenly Path. The other 5 pains had just been taken down by Qinyu, and fortunately, otherwise they would have been drained of energy and collapsed. At that point, it might be discovered that the 6 paths of pain were actually puppets. Buzz! A dazzling light burst forth from his palms. At the same time, Heavenly Path in the mist-hidden village began his final declaration. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice can carry 2 floors. A bag of rice, how much do I need to give? The citizens of the mist-hidden village listened to Heavenly Path Pain chanting with his hands together and instantly began to discuss among themselves. Previously, they had been under tremendous pressure from the Rinnegan, with some even showing despair on their faces. However, when they saw Qinyu display such prowess, defeating several Rinnegan users, they suddenly felt that the Rinnegan was not that impressive after all. Some even thought that they had been too foolish and had overreacted. Moreover, there were originally 6 Rinnegan users, but now there was only 1 left. And this remaining one was still here blabbering, which made it unbearable for them. Is this person out of his mind? He seems to have gone crazy. Is it possible that he got hit in the head by Qinyu and is not normal anymore? That is possible. You have to admit, the technique called Qilin was indeed frightening. To be honest, I thought from the beginning that this person was not quite right in the head. And now it seems to be true. I heard he was preparing some ultimate move. How ridiculous. Exactly. If he really had some powerful technique, why wait until now to use it? They were probably just putting on a show. Although the citizens of the mist-hidden village were mocking him, Terumi Mei, the Mizukichi, frowned. For some reason, she always had a sense of foreboding in her heart. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Tendo was too far away to hear them at all. Moreover, he was very seriously delivering his ultimate move declaration at that moment. A bag of rice, give it to me. A bag of rice, wash it for me. Just then, Qinyu's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the location he had previously marked. Whoosh! In almost an instant, he hurled the Thunder God sword at Tendo. Tendo's expression changed immediately upon seeing this. However, his ultimate move was already at its critical moment, and he couldn't afford to lose focus. Gritting his teeth, he decided to endure and did not dodge or evade. Whoosh! Qinyu's accuracy and power were undoubtedly impressive. Tendo did not evade, and the sharp Thunder God sword pierced directly through his chest. Oomph! Tendo let out a muffled groan, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Despite this, he still did not give up on continuing to recite his declaration. Mouthful of mud. Whoosh! Qinyu's figure vanished again, using the coordinates on the Thunder God sword to instantly arrive behind Tendo. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch at Tendo's head. A bag of rice, your sister. I'll make you eat mud. Bang! The unprepared Tendo was knocked to the ground by Qinyu's powerful punch. Bastard! Tendo angrily got up and shouted. At this moment, his hands were still in a prayer position, and a strong light burst forth from his palms. Who gave you a bag of rice? Earth explosion star. Tendo's palms opened, and a pitch-black small sphere instantly flew out, soaring into the sky. At this moment, the eyes of countless mist-hidden villagers followed the small black sphere as it ascended. No one understood what kind of technique this was. Buzz! A strange wave came, and the black sphere that rose into the sky suddenly erupted with immeasurable golden light. The golden radiance nearly blinded everyone. Boom! A tremendous muffled sound suddenly erupted, followed by a violent tremor. Chapter 171. Eternal Kaleidoscope. The ground of the mist-hidden village suddenly began to crack and break apart. Some small stones even began to rise into the air. As time passed, the powerful gravitational force grew stronger, and all the mist-hidden villagers felt as if they were about to lift off the ground. What? What is happening? What's going on? Oh my God! What is happening? Even the recent Chilen impact didn't cause such shaking. That person, what kind of ninjutsu did he use? No, I'm really going to fly. Boom! Another loud crash echoed, and the shocked crowd noticed that a massive stone was directly lifted off the cracked ground, flying towards the sphere in the sky. Following that, countless stones were swept up into the air. Soon, the black sphere was surrounded by a large number of rocks. However, the gravitational pull emanating from its center showed no signs of weakening. Instead, it grew even stronger. Meanwhile, in the secret base, Nagato's Rinnegan widened, nearly popping out of his sockets. His clasped hands trembled continuously. Clearly, his body was bearing an immense burden. Seeing this, Conan's eyes became moist, and she stopped Nagato, saying, "That's enough, Nagato. Even if you want to do it, there's no need to push yourself so hard." Nagato's forced use of this move, combined with its immense power, was already damaging his essence. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices, and he looked terrifyingly pale. That kid is not to be underestimated. If we don't take him seriously, we might not be able to deal with him, Nagato said solemnly. His main body appeared extremely frantic. However, the Tendo pain he controlled seemed to be intoxicated, closing his eyes and raising his hands high as if enjoying his masterpiece. Earth Explosion Star. This was the ninjutsu Tendo was performing. This ninjutsu is said to be a divine technique capable of creating a moon, created by the Sage of 6 Paths, the progenitor of the ninja world. To perform this ninjutsu, the user must possess the Rinnegan, which is why the Rinnegan is also referred to as the Sage's Eye. Qinyu, obediently accept your death. Dying under this move will be your honor, and the entire Mist Hidden will accompany you in death. Tendo's face was filled with madness. Hee. Qinyu sneered and then said, "Do you really think this move can take me down?" Hearing this, Tendo dismissed him with a wave, saying, "Humph. Qinyu, stop pretending." At this moment, Tendo completely did not believe that Qinyu had any means to counter this Earth Explosion Star. Qinyu, too lazy to waste words, stretched out both hands simultaneously. Buzz! Instantly, 2 Rasengan formed in his palms. As chakra was frantically infused, sharp blades suddenly extended from around the Rasengan. Buzzing! A piercing buzzing sound rang out, audible from a great distance. It was the sound of sharp wind-released chakra slicing through the air. Double Rasengan Shuriken. Qinyu shouted lightly, and then 2 massive blue shuriken were violently thrown out. Just as he had said before, he did not aim at all, simply tossing them out casually. However, due to the powerful gravitational pull from the black sphere of Earth Explosion Star, the 2 Rasengan shuriken were directly drawn toward it at high speed. At this moment, countless mist-hidden villagers simultaneously looked up, their eyes fixed on this scene. They had witnessed Qinyu create miracles too many times, and now they were anticipating a new miracle. They hoped that Qinyu could once again turn the tide and break this enemy's technique. Boom! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 2 Rasengan shuriken nearly simultaneously collided with a massive spherical object. The large rocks that had adhered to the outside of the black sphere were shattered by the Rasengan shuriken, falling away. However, the black sphere still existed, and it continued to emit an overwhelmingly strong gravitational pull. In fact, many of the stones that had been broken into pieces and were falling to the ground were pulled back by the powerful gravitational force before they could fully land. Upon witnessing this scene, the mist-hidden villagers were filled with despair. Sigh, a long sigh escaped, followed by a wave of discussions. Could it be that even Qinyu can't break it? Such a powerful technique, and it can't be countered? It seems that our mist-hidden truly cannot escape this disaster. Oh my god, everyone hold on tight, that damn gravitational pull has increased again. At this moment, Tendo was firmly fixated on the explosion above, fully aware of the weaknesses of this technique as the user. Therefore, when he saw Qinyu unleash such a powerful ninjutsu, Tendo's heart still tightened. However, when he noticed that the core of the Earth Explosion Star ninjutsu had not been damaged, his initial worries were alleviated. Hey. Tendo laughed maniacally, looking at Qinyu and saying, "Qinyu, is this move your trump card? If so, then obediently accept death." Hee. Qinyu coldly laughed, his face filled with mockery as he said, "I really don't know how a shallow and ignorant guy like you has the face to call yourself a god. Open your eyes wide and see how I directly counter this ninjutsu." Oomph. In response, Tendo let out a cold snort, clearly not believing what Qinyu said. Qinyu, too lazy to argue further, quickly made his move again. At this moment, the originally calm Tendo suddenly looked shocked. He saw Qinyu's pitch-black pupils suddenly turn crimson, with 3 dark Magatama patterns spinning wildly. Sharingan? Tendo's expression changed instantly. You were still holding back, still reserving your strength? Tendo's voice carried surprise. But soon after, he calmed down and said calmly, however, just relying on the Sharingan will not help you defy fate. That's right, you're absolutely right. Qinyu nodded cheerfully and said, therefore, I have prepared something else. Upon hearing this, Tendo was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, something else? Then, in the next second, Tendo understood. He saw the Magatama in Qinyu's eyes quickly connect, forming a large four-cornered windmill shape, with three strange patterns beneath the four corners. What? Tendo Pain's face changed drastically, exclaiming, Kaleidoscope Sharingan? He may not know about the eternal kaleidoscope, but he could recognize the kaleidoscope. Qinyu did not respond to Tendo's reaction, only smiling slightly, and then began to gather a massive amount of chakra towards his eyes. Chapter 172, 8-Span Magatama Boom. In an instant, Tendo suddenly felt that Qinyu in front of him had become incredibly terrifying. Following that, a power stronger than that of the tailed beast was awakening. In the blink of an eye, Tendo discovered that a massive amount of chakra was surging around Qinyu. After the chakra burst out of Qinyu's body, it began to coalesce into a gigantic purple-blue skeleton figure, and Qinyu was completely enveloped inside the skeleton. This astonishing change instantly shocked Tendo Pain and the people of the Mist Village present, especially the people of the Mist Village, who looked up and examined the suddenly appearing purple-blue giant. Goodness, what kind of monster is this? Just moving it would cause tremendous destruction to the mist. At this point, destruction is the least of our worries. This move seems to be a ninjutsu used by Qinyu. Could it be that he intends to use this move to resist this gravitational force? I think so. I can sense an extremely powerful pressure from this monster. Indeed, I feel pressure from this guy that is stronger than our Mist Village's three tails. Is that really true? That's too strong. But if he has a way, what about us? What should we do? Yes, I feel that we can hold on for at most half a minute before we all get sent flying. This gravitational force is getting stronger. Do you think Qinyu might be trying to use this big guy to counter this move? That seems unlikely. He has created so many miracles before. We should trust him. Exactly. At this point, we can only trust him, and we should believe in him. After all, he is our son-in-law from the mist. Right. Listening to the words of those around her, Terumi may felt a bit helpless yet also shy. She never expected things to develop to this extent. She knew that the power of the Rinnegan exceeded everyone's imagination, at least with her own means. She couldn't stop the heavenly explosion, star ninjutsu, and the final result would only lead to the entire mist being sucked up. Fortunately, at this moment, she had Qinyu as her reliance. She wasn't a woman who was used to relying on others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved her current position. But, as a woman, she had that trait. It was just that previously, there was no man worth relying on. But now this person had appeared, and Terumi may suddenly felt happy and at ease. You bad guy. I can only rely on you. Looking at Qinyu's back, Terumi may smiled gently. Boom! Under Pain's astonished gaze and the hopeful eyes of the Mist Villagers, the already majestic Susanoo suddenly grew larger. Moreover, a thick layer of armor covered the skeleton's exterior. At that moment, the whole Susanoo appeared even more indestructible. Facing Susanoo, Tendo Pain felt a deep sense of tension, while the people of the Mist Village felt an indescribable sense of security. Buzz! A strange sound rang out as Susanoo's two large hands suddenly came together and then quickly pulled apart. In an instant, 20 huge and shining purple-blue Magatama appeared out of thin air. Between Susanoo's two hands, an incredibly powerful pressure began to emanate. What? Tendo Pain's face was filled with shock. Although his Rinnegan strength was not in perception, his perception ability was not weak at all. He could clearly feel that each Magatama contained power comparable to that of the previous spiral shuriken. Now, such an exaggerated thing had amounted to 20 pieces. Wasn't the Rinnegan supposed to be the top of the three great ocular techniques? In the secret base, Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, Why do I feel that his kaleidoscope Sharingan is much stronger than my Rinnegan? At this moment, the people of the Mist Village were also shocked beyond measure. The pressure emitted by the 28-span Magatama was so strong that even those who knew nothing about ninjutsu, even ordinary civilians, could clearly sense the power of this technique. Goodness, what kind of technique is this? It feels even stronger than that blue shuriken from before. It's too strong. I have a feeling this move can definitely break that damn black hole. Exactly. Our son-in-law from the mist is truly too powerful. At this time, Qinyu's body slowly rose, and he moved to the chest position of Susanoo. Chinyu looked down at Tendo on the ground and shouted, "I will now show you how I will break your so-called ultimate technique." As soon as his words fell, Susanu's large hand suddenly spread open and then violently raised. Whoosh! In an instant, under the gazes of countless people filled with anticipation or shock, the 28-span Magatama soared into the sky with astonishing might. Just now, Chinyu casually threw them without aiming at all. However, under the powerful gravitational pull of the heavenly explosion star, the 28-span Magatama seemed to have navigation and shot straight towards the core. Boom! Almost in an instant, the 28-span Magatama collided with the heavenly explosion star. The outer layer of the black sphere was already covered with thick layers of rock. However, under such a powerful attack, those rocks were shattered into pieces almost instantly. Moreover, the fragments didn't even have a chance to fall. They were directly ground into ashes by the overwhelming energy. Following that, the powerful energy of the 8-span Magatama poured down onto the black core. At this moment, Nagato, hiding in the secret base, looked increasingly terrifying. Through Tendo's Rinnegan, he certainly knew the current situation. His pair of Rinnegan widened, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The palms pressed together were trembling constantly, with all the chakra in the body concentrated together, trying to maintain the Earth explosion star. However, Chinyu's attack was simply too powerful for him to withstand. Boom! 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 A shocking explosion erupted above the hidden mist village, reverberating continuously. Even though the explosion originated from hundreds of meters in the air, the entire hidden mist village seemed to tremble. The core of the Earth explosion star was quickly destroyed under the powerful energy of 20 Yata mirror chakra. As the core was destroyed, the strong gravitational force that enveloped the entire hidden mist village gradually dissipated. At this moment, the people of Hidden Mist, who were originally anxious, almost all breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a wave of joy. Chapter 173. Son-in-law of the Hidden Mist Great. We won. Yes, we defeated the Rinnegan. Heaven has mercy. Hidden Mist has finally passed this hurdle. It's all thanks to Chinyu. He's so handsome. Yes, Chinyu is handsome, unbelievably handsome. And the most important thing is, Chinyu is one of us. That's right. Who? Watching the villagers of Hidden Mist, who had survived a disaster, rejoicing, Terumi Mei, as the Mizukage, also felt a sense of relief. The pressure brought by pain was immense, almost suffocating her. As Mizukage, she had the responsibility to protect the safety of the Hidden Mist villagers. However, faced with the astonishing power of pain, she was completely unable to do anything. Fortunately, Chinyu was there. At this moment, looking at Chinyu's back, Terumi Mei momentarily felt entranced. Phew! However, unlike the joy in Hidden Mist Village, at the moment the core of the Earth explosion star was broken, Nagato in the secret base suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As the blood spurted out, Nagato appeared to have completely deflated, becoming very listless. He had used all his chakra to gather this technique, even tapping into some of his life force. The core of the Earth explosion star was forcibly destroyed by Chinyu, resulting in a powerful backlash against Nagato. Xiaonan, who was beside Nagato, was startled and hurried over to support him, asking, "Nagato, are you okay? This person is really buffed." Nagato had just said a few words, but before he could finish, he spewed out another mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Xiaonan murmured, he couldn't even defeat Chinyu with the Earth explosion star? No. Nagato shook his head dejectedly at Xiaonan, then said intermittently, the core of the Earth explosion star was forcibly broken by him. What? Hearing this, Xiaonan's pretty face was filled with shock, incredulously asking, "That's the ninjutsu created by the Sage of Six Paths to form the moon. How could it be broken? With this person around, I'm afraid our grand plan." At this moment, Nagato's face, which was already malnourished, was filled with gloom. It's okay. Xiaonan quickly comforted him. "We'll regroup and win next time." "Sigh, it's useless." At this time, Nagato became somewhat dejected, shaking his head as he said, "This time, I've already used all my means, but still couldn't defeat him. I even feel he has hidden cards he hasn't played yet. Kisame wasn't wrong." In this battle, Chinyu not only defeated Nagato, but also left this godlike figure with a psychological shadow. How is that possible? Xiaonan bit her lip and said, "How could that person be so strong?" Inside Hidden Mist Village, after Chinyu broke the Earth explosion star, he casually waved his hand, dispersing the Susanoo surrounding him. Currently, the Deva Path, having lost Nagato's control, remained in its previous posture, staring blankly at the sky. Those once sharp Rinnegan eyes also lost their original luster at this moment. With a single strike, Chinyu hit the vital point, and the Deva path fell down just like that. Good. We won. Chinyu. 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 Oh. In the moment the Deva path pain fell, the villagers of Hidden Mist erupted into exaggerated cheers. Chinyu squinted, looking at the fallen figure of the Deva path, and slowly approached him. The Deva path was the strongest among Pain's 6 paths, specifically designed by Nagato to represent his deceased friend Yahiko. At this moment, Chinyu could clearly see the unwillingness on Yahiko's face, and upon closer inspection, there was even a hint of despair. Chinyu squatted down and pulled out a black rod from his body. Then, he turned the black rod around and suddenly stabbed it into his own arm. The moment the black rod pierced into Chinyu's body, a residual chakra signal suddenly transmitted. Chinyu sneered, using this chakra signal to locate Nagato's position. In an instant, Chinyu's gaze shifted to the 3 o'clock direction. There lay Nagato's lair, several thousand meters away. Suddenly, this signal vanished without a trace. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, and when he pressed his right index finger to the ground, he could no longer sense any chakra there. That masked man must have taken him away. Just then, Chinyu sensed someone behind him, and when he turned around, he saw an old man hunched over, holding a serpentine staff, accompanied by Terumi Mei, approaching him amidst a group of ninjas. Lord Chinyu, I'm the Elder of Hidden Mist, Yuan Shi. Thank you for saving Hidden Mist from peril. The old man's already hunched body bent even lower at this moment. Chinyu, however, received the bow with great composure and then reached out to help him up. Please, old elder, rise. This character had appeared in the original work, though not frequently. But Chinyu still had an impression of him. He held a high position in Hidden Mist, although he was nominally just an elder. Since the death of the 4th Mizukage, Yuan Shi had been the de facto ruler of Hidden Mist. The village even stipulated that the most important matters had to consult this elder's opinion. The current Mizukage, Terumi Mei, became the new Mizukage with his support. Your great kindness. Hidden Mist finds it hard to repay, but if there is a command, Hidden Mist will comply. Yuan Shi said solemnly. Hearing this, Chinyu grinned and then said something shocking. Old elder, I'm not really interested in your Hidden Mist things, but I'm quite interested in your Mizukage. While saying this, Chinyu also gave Yuan Shi a knowing glance. Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, had a knowing expression, clearly indicating that he understood. Ahem. Although he understood, he still respected Terumi Mei, so he did not directly agree. This mainly depends on Mizukage's own wishes. Hearing this, Chinyu immediately looked at Terumi Mei and teasingly said, Oh, so, Mizukage, will you agree? Terumi Mei stomped her foot in anger upon hearing this, feeling both delighted and embarrassed inside. Ha! Yuan Shi, an old hand, upon seeing the situation, could no longer be unaware. He smiled with great satisfaction and said, I didn't expect that one day Hidden Mist could become in-laws with Konoha. Long before he saw Chinyu's strength, Yuan Shi had the intention of courting him. In his view, Hidden Mist was still unstable now. Although Terumi Mei is quite capable, she is still a woman. Leading the Mist Village among the major villages is inevitably strenuous. However, as long as she can keep Chinyu as an asset for the Mist Village, then the village can firmly establish its position. Even if Chinyu is from Konoha and cannot stay in the Mist Village for long, as long as she builds a relationship with him, she won't have to worry about any threats in the future. Having lived so many years, the elder Yuan believes he can read people well. Chinyu is young, but possesses such combat power. He is destined to rise to prominence in the ninja world. It is definitely worthwhile, if not necessary, for the Mist Village to befriend him. Now that Chinyu is willing and Terumi Mei is interested, it couldn't be more perfect. After all, what relationship could be more reliable than that of a son-in-law? Chapter 174. Conspiracy. At this moment, the elder Yuan spoke up. He cheerfully said to Terumi Mei, since that's the case, why don't you take Chinyu around and show him our Mist Village? After all, this will be his home too, so he should get familiar with it. It had been many years since the elder Yuan had been this happy. However, I still have many things to handle. After all, I am the Mizukage. The village has just suffered significant damage. I need to arrange for repairs and calm the people's hearts, and I still have to. Before Terumi Mei could finish, the elder Yuan waved his hand and said, No problem. I will arrange for someone to do those things. Today is your first day as Mizukage. Go out and celebrate properly. At this point, Chinyu spoke again, a teasing smile on his face. What is wrong? Is the Mizukage unwilling to show me around your Mist Village? Is your village really this unwelcoming that even a distinguished guest from Konoha like me isn't greeted? Seeing Chinyu's mischievous grin, Terumi Mei gritted her teeth in anger. Despite that, she found it hard to refuse. Although she appeared strong, she was still a woman at heart and had no resistance against Qinyu. Blushing, she said, "Stop joking, I was just about to take you. However, the village has been mostly destroyed by you. What is there to see?" Hearing this, Qinyu merely smirked and said, "You should think from a different perspective. If I hadn't come, what would have happened to your village?" Hiss. When Qinyu said this, not only Terumi Mei, but everyone in the mist village nearby gasped in shock. They all understood that without Qinyu, the entire mist village would likely have been sucked into that terrifying black hole. With this in mind, their gazes toward Qinyu were filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, Qinyu slowly leaned closer to Terumi Mei's face. Terumi Mei was startled by this action and hurriedly dodged to the side, then quickly ran ahead. "Bad guy, hurry up and catch up." Not far away, Terumi Mei's shy voice came through. In response, Qinyu turned back to give the elder Yuan a knowing look and then instantaneously followed her. At this moment, Jur, as Terumi Mei's personal guard, furrowed his brows in confusion. Once he came to his senses, he was about to follow when the elder Yuan tapped his head with his serpentine staff. Looking at Jur, the elder Yuan asked impatiently, "What are you following them for, you little brat?" Jur replied earnestly, "Elder Yuan, after all, Qinyu is from Konoha. As a Mizuki's guard, I must ensure her safety." Jur had good intentions, but he didn't expect to receive another hit from the elder Yuan. You are really simple-minded. Being with Terumi Mei and that kid is the safest thing. You don't need to protect her. The village is in ruins, and you're still young. Hurry up and help with the reconstruction. Yes, Elder Yuan. Jur nodded silently. Looking at the already distant figures of Terumi Mei and Qinyu, a sense of melancholy filled Jur's heart, and he turned back toward the village's ruins. In this young generation of mist ninja, Terumi Mei, the Mizuki who often encouraged him, was undoubtedly sacred and inviolable. Even though he admired Qinyu's unmatched combat power, he still felt a bit disheartened. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei led Qinyu around the village for a while, and when she noticed that there wasn't a single person in sight, she curiously asked, "What's going on? Why haven't we seen anyone after walking for so long?" Qinyu responded with a smirk, "Well, this time Mist Village indeed suffered considerable losses. Reconstruction requires a lot of manpower, so perhaps everyone is busy helping out." Oh, Terumi Mei nodded in belief. Faced with such an explanation from Qinyu, she accepted it without question. Indeed, a woman in love tends to lower her guard. Qinyu couldn't help but grin mischievously and raised an eyebrow. "But isn't this great? Look, it's just the two of us now. We can do whatever we want." Maybe Terumi Mei didn't realize it, but Qinyu knew that the current situation was clearly intentional. And who could it be? Qinyu could guess with his rear end. Besides that cunning Elder Yuan, who else could it be? Qinyu hadn't expected the Elder Yuan to be so thoughtful, creating such an environment in this situation. Bad guy, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Mist Village. I'm the Mizuki. What do you dare to do to me? Looking at Qinyu's mischievous smile, Terumi Mei felt a bit guilty but remained proud. Seeing Terumi Mei acting like a frightened little rabbit, Qinyu couldn't help but smirk. "Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. Is this the courage of the great Mizuki?" In response, Terumi Mei stomped her foot angrily and said, "You wouldn't dare do anything under broad daylight." Qinyu chuckled and asked, "Then why do you think there's no one in the village? You just said everyone went to help." As Terumi Mei spoke, she suddenly stopped, realizing the implications of her words. "Do you even believe that?" Qinyu laughed heartily. At this point, Terumi Mei was utterly speechless. She was already incredibly intelligent, and after a moment's thought, she figured everything out. Thinking about what was going to happen next, Terumi Mei's face flushed. Hey, why are you blushing? Are you thinking of something naughty?" Qinyu leaned closer to Terumi Mei, teasingly. "You." Terumi Mei, flustered and angry, retorted, Who is thinking of something bad? It's clearly you bad guy." Seeing this, Qinyu laughed heartily and teased, "I didn't see that coming. The Mizuki looks very mature, but is actually quite a shy little girl." Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm unwanted and won't be able to get married?" Upon mentioning this topic, Terumi Mei suddenly exploded with energy, as if a powerful flame erupted from her body. Qinyu shrugged and said, "Well, I didn't say that." Terumi Mei angrily shook her little fist, shyly saying, "Bad guy, if you keep talking nonsense, be careful I kill you." "Oh, you want to kill me?" Qinyu smirked and, in an instant, appeared behind Terumi Mei, pulling her into his embrace. Terumi Mei was startled by this sudden action and exclaimed, her face completely red, "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 175. Successful withdrawal. Qinyu grinned and said, "Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Come closer, let me help you." "You." Zhao Meiming gritted her teeth and said angrily, I was just joking." "Oh really?" Qinyu smiled, and whispered in Zhao Mei Ming's ear. Who said you can't get married and nobody wants you? I want you. I'm not joking. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhao Mei Ming suddenly fell silent. To be honest, due to her identity as the water shadow, she had always suppressed herself. However, with Qin Yu's sudden appearance, her heart was completely opened. She originally thought that their relationship would face many obstacles due to their identities. But she never expected Qin Yu to be so capable that he directly conquered everyone in the Mist Village. Thus, the relationship between the two was completely natural. In Qin Yu's arms, Zhao Mei Ming shyly looked at him. Qin Yu smirked, realizing that this beautiful water shadow had completely become his woman. Hey, Zhao Mei Ming, lying in Qin Yu's arms, rolled her eyes and suddenly smiled mischievously. Without a bride price, I want to marry you. Bride price? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, casually pulled out 2 scrolls and handed them over, saying here, Huh. Zhao Mei Ming was taken aback. She was just joking, but she didn't expect Qin Yu to actually have them. Curious, she asked, what is this? Qin Yu smiled and said, the artifacts of your Mist Village. The slashing great knife and the fish skin. Ah, really? Zhao Mei Ming looked very surprised and immediately gave Qin Yu a kiss on the cheek. However, then she seemed to remember something. Wait, Qin Yu, you bastard. Didn't you tell me before that you had already handed over these 2 great knives to the higher-ups of Konoha? You actually dared to lie to me. You bad guy. Zhao Mei Ming pointed at Qin Yu, saying angrily. Thinking back to when Qin Yu first mentioned these 2 great knives, he spoke so casually. For a moment, Zhao Mei Ming felt a surge of anger. Moreover, recalling how Qin Yu had been so confident and sincere at that time was simply unbelievable. Ahem. Qin Yu coughed and explained. Well, I forgot before, but it's fine now that I remember. Oomph. Zhao Mei Ming glared at Qin Yu and said, at least you have a conscience. At that moment, Qin Yu couldn't hold back anymore. Looking at the empty surroundings, his previous concerns completely vanished. He became bold and directly picked up Zhao Mei Ming in his arms. Ah. Zhao Mei Ming didn't expect Qin Yu to be so bold and let out a surprise scream. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and said, next, let us go to your house and discuss business. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei Ming's pretty face was filled with confusion. What? Discuss business? What business? Qin Yu smirked and said cheerfully, with a talented guy like me, of course, it's a business worth over 100 million. After saying that, he directly hugged Zhao Mei Ming and transformed into a bolt of lightning, heading straight to her house. Seeing this, Zhao Mei Ming asked in confusion, Hey, how do you know where my house is? Qin Yu shrugged and said, the residence of the 5th water shadow is easy to find. I activated Sage Mode before, so I sense it clearly. You, Zhao Mei Ming said speechlessly, how can you pay attention to these things while fighting? Isn't your Konoha's jutsu used for such random things? Wait, you started paying attention to where my house was back then? That means you had already made up your mind. Oh, you bad guy. Moreover, what does that business mean? On the way, Zhao Mei Ming, the 5th water shadow, turned into 100,000 questions, asking Qin Yu many things. To this, Qin Yu simply didn't answer, preparing to respond with action instead. The next afternoon, Zhao Mei Ming angrily asked, Hey, you guy, is this your so-called business worth over 100 million? Ha ha ha. Qin Yu first laughed heartily, then teasingly asked, What? Does Water Shadow think this business isn't done yet? Are you planning to negotiate for 10 billion or 100 billion? No, that's enough. It's settled. Zhao Mei Ming was taken aback and shook her little head like a rattle drum. But you, this bastard, honestly tell me, how many people have you discussed business with? Or, how many business partners do I have? Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned and then seriously counted on his fingers. Well, if we're talking about it, maybe it should be the 4th. Oh no, the 5th. No, the 6th. You should have about 7 or 8 above you. Nanny? Zhao Mei Ming's pretty face immediately changed, suppressing the urge to kick Qin Yu away. Seeing Zhao Mei Ming sulking like a chick, Qin Yu smirked. Don't worry, I'm not that irresponsible. Besides, although I have many business partners, there are really very few like Water Shadow. What? Is Water Shadow worried about losing to them? Oomph. You bad guy, I really want to beat you to death. Zhao Mei Ming glared at him and said angrily. The next day, Qin Yu left the Mist Village under the reluctant gazes of Zhao Mei Ming and Yuan Shi. However, Zhao Mei Ming's reluctance was genuine, as she truly loved this little man. As for Yuan Shi, he couldn't wait for Qin Yu to leave sooner. After all, as long as Qin Yu stayed in the mist, Zhao Mei Ming, as the Water Shadow, couldn't be free to lead the mist. Yuan Shi just wanted to deepen the relationship between Qin Yu and the mist, but he didn't want him to stay long. After 3 days, Qin Yu successfully returned to Konoha. Although there were some minor incidents on the way to the mist, the return was very smooth. After all, the members of the Akatsuki organization had already been almost halved by Chinyu, and the few remaining were basically defeated. So at this time, no one was looking for trouble with him anymore. Moreover, as time passed, the story of him defeating the leader of the Akatsuki organization during the Water Shadow inauguration ceremony gradually spread throughout the ninja world. Following his previous feat of saving the Wind Shadow, not long after, Chinyu's name once again spread throughout the ninja world. Soon after, the Mist Village announced the union of the new Water Shadow, Xiaomei Ming, and Konoha's genius Chinyu, which immediately stirred up a huge wave in the ninja world. Both the Mist and Konoha were overjoyed, to the point where every villager wore a proud smile. However, the reactions from other ninja villages were not so friendly. Chapter 176. Heading to Rain Ninja Village in Sunagakure, Gaara just smiled slightly at this matter. After that, he could only sigh that his brother-in-law was truly capable. In Iwagakure, the cunning Inoki directly cursed during the Elder Council meeting. In Kumogakure, the ambitious Fourth Raikage smashed 3 desks in one day upon receiving the news. As the Jinchuriki, Killer Bee was so frightened by his brother's reaction that he even stopped reciting his daily ran. Baka, why does Konoha keep producing such a genius every so often? In the Raikage's office, the sound of the Fourth Raikage's furious roars could be heard from time to time. Of course, Chinyu completely ignored these matters, and they had no impact on him. However, after returning to Konoha, he was sarcastically mocked by Tsunade. Yet, was Chinyu someone who would suffer losses? Obviously not. He never suffered losses. Before leaving the Hokage's office, he habitually grabbed a handful. After returning home in high spirits, Chinyu originally intended to find a few people to discuss some big business deals, but instead, he was visited by an unexpected guest. No, I refuse. Jiraiya stood at the door of Chinyu's house, and before he could even explain his purpose, Chinyu directly refused. You little brat. Hearing this, Jiraiya shot him a glare and said, I haven't even spoken yet, and you refuse? What the hell? Chinyu glanced at Jiraiya and said with a displeased tone, Do I not know you? You perverted sage comes to find me. It can't be anything good. I just returned from the Hidden Mist, and it was quite exhausting. You know? In response to Chinyu's attitude, Jiraiya also shot him a sideways glance, and then sarcastically said, going once and taking down the Mizukage. You really had a tough time, didn't you? Chinyu said dismissively, You're just jealous, aren't you? You deserve to be a lifelong bachelor. Jiraiya ignored Chinyu's teasing and even raised his eyebrows to ask, So how does this new Mizukage look? I really didn't expect the new Mizukage to be a woman. Chinyu sneered and replied indifferently, What does that have to do with you? If you don't leave, I'm going to kick you out. Hearing this, Jiraiya muttered in dissatisfaction, A brat who values women over teachers. However, as soon as he finished grumbling, his expression turned serious. Suddenly, Jiraiya looked at Chinyu with a serious face and said, But I'm really here to discuss something important. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, Ugh, what a hassle. Just say it. Well, Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then put away his nonchalant demeanor. You know, for the past few years, I've been investigating Orochimaru and that Akatsuki organization. Recently, I finally found out that the true core base of that organization is in Amigakure. As soon as Jiraiya said this, he caught sight of Chinyu's annoyed expression, and Chinyu directly replied sarcastically, Wow, your investigation work is really thorough. Finding out about Amigakure. When I was in the battle in the Hidden Mist, the leader was wearing the headband of Amigakure. Jiraiya felt embarrassed upon hearing Chinyu's words. He hadn't expected that the leader of the Akatsuki organization would be so high profile. He actually went out flaunting the Amigakure headband, making his work completely in vain. In fact, it wasn't that Nagato was high profile. He was just overly confident. After all, besides the people from Amigakure and the Akatsuki organization, most who had seen the Pain headband were already dead. However, Chinyu was an exception. Not only was he alive, but he also defeated Pain, and even more impressively, he had instilled psychological trauma in Nagato. Chinyu shot Jiraiya a sideways glance and asked, So what exactly do you want from me? Cough, cough. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, leaned in a bit, and said with a flattering expression, You're so smart, you must be able to guess. No. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, I can't guess, I don't want to guess. Seeing this, Jiraiya decided to play hardball and said to Chinyu, I don't care. You have to come with me. I need to take you along. Chinyu simply rolled his eyes. He had long seen through Jiraiya's intentions. In the original story, it was at this time that Jiraiya went to Amigakure alone to investigate and ended up dying in a foreign land. But in the original story, he truly had no choice, In the vast Konoha, he was the only one who could carry out this task. But now it was different. Chinyu was improving too quickly, far ahead of him. Although he said he wouldn't go, how could Chinyu just watch Jiraiya risk himself alone? Even though Nagato had already been defeated, whether he could recover quickly or if he had other backup plans was uncertain. Thinking of this, Chinyu said casually, well, to be honest, I've already beaten the leader of the Akatsuki organization until he fled in embarrassment, so I really don't want to go again. However, since the perverted sage asked, I'll reluctantly accompany you. Hearing Chinyu agree so quickly, Jiraiya was taken aback. He knew Chinyu well and initially thought he would have to sign a pile of unfair treaties to convince this brat. In fact, he wasn't wrong. If it were anything else, Chinyu would absolutely ignore it. Whether it was that the game of flying chess was no longer fun or the business negotiations were unsatisfactory. But now, when it involved life and death, Chinyu would never refuse. Although he was unwilling to acknowledge Jiraiya as his master, there was indeed a bit of a master-disciple relationship between them. Thus, the two bid farewell to Tsunade and headed towards Amigakure. This time, there was no warm farewell like in the original story. Tsunade didn't even leave her office and just sent them off. After all, in her view, with Chinyu around, there shouldn't be any surprises. Akatsuki? That was just a minor concern. Just look at the leader of Akatsuki. Wasn't he just beaten up by Chinyu? On the way, even the usually lively Jiraiya became unusually quiet, even a bit nervous. Moreover, the closer they got to Amigakure, the more pronounced this nervousness became. Because this time, he had received far more information than in the original story. Now, he could almost confirm that the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization was Nagato, the disciple he had once wholeheartedly taught and even suspected of being the prophesied child. Chapter 177. Wearing a raincoat, Chinyu looked at Jiraiya and said helplessly, I say, can you still function? You don't understand. Jiraiya shook his head and then said, the one you haven't truly seen, the leader of the Akatsuki organization who possesses the Rinnegan, is 80% likely to be a disciple I took in years ago. Upon hearing Jiraiya say this, Chinyu's mouth twitched as he said, I didn't understand at first, but for the past few days. You've been nagging me about it over 800 times. Cough, cough. Jiraiya awkwardly coughed and explained, I'm just a bit too nervous. Nervous? What the hell are you nervous about? You really have no future. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, with you like this, you still call yourself one of the legendary 3 ninjas. If it really comes to it, you could just go back. I can handle it myself, Chinyu added. That won't do. As soon as Chinyu suggested he go back, Jiraiya immediately refused. Now that we've come, I have to meet this former disciple. Seeing this, Chinyu finally nodded in satisfaction and said, that's more like it. If he really is your disciple, it's perfect to clean up the house. Just take him down. And it will also let the ninja world hear about the legendary 3 ninjas again. No. Jiraiya waved his hands and quickly refused. If possible, I prefer not to resort to violence. Nagato was originally a very kind child. He just had a rough upbringing and possesses the Rinnegan, such a deadly weapon. He must have been misled and manipulated by evil people, leading him down the wrong path. If possible, I still want to persuade him to turn his life around. Upon hearing this, Chinyu rolled his eyes and suddenly lost interest. Oh, I see. If I had known you were just here to argue, I wouldn't have come. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and said, Ahem, this is just to prevent things from escalating. Chinyu shrugged and replied, boring. Just then, it seemed like Chinyu suddenly remembered something, and his eyes began to dart around. He suddenly smiled at Jiraiya and said, Hey, perverted sage, did you only take in that student named Nagato? Don't you have any female disciples? Jiraiya chuckled and straightforwardly replied, Female disciples? Of course I have. But just as he was halfway through his sentence, Jiraiya suddenly stopped, glaring at Chinyu, and asked, Wait a minute, what are you up to this time? What do you mean by what am I up to? I'm not up to anything. I'm just curious, Chinyu said with an innocent expression. He looked at Jiraiya and continued. You used to say that since I learned Sage Mode from you, that makes me half your disciple. I just want to clarify if they're S.A. senior sister or something. Oof. Jiraiya shot a sidelong glance at Chinyu, clearly not believing him. Seeing this, Chinyu became unhappy and directly questioned Jiraiya. Hey, what kind of look is that? Oof. I know you too well. After spitting at Chinyu, Jiraiya said, You already have so much in Konoha, and just a few days ago, you took down the Mizukage of the Mist Village. Aren't you satisfied? Upon hearing this, Chinyu pretended to be confused and asked seriously, What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. TCH, Jiraiya rolled his eyes. However, after Chinyu's interruption, Jiraiya's mood relaxed quite a bit. Along the way, Jiraiya shared many stories about the time he spent with the 3 little ones. talking about the happy times of the past. Even Jiraiya, who had seen all kinds of life, couldn't help but smile. Deep down, those days were probably more joyful than being one of the legendary Sannin. As they spoke, the two arrived at the outskirts of UchihaQinyu. Both of them were elite shinobi, so they could clearly sense that there was a noticeable hemispherical barrier surrounding the entire village. This barrier was the protective seal of UchihaQinyu. Staring at the familiar barrier, Jiraiya fell silent for a long time, and it could even be said that he was on the verge of tears. He certainly recognized this barrier. It was Konoha's barrier. Moreover, he had made some minor modifications while teaching it. The barrier in front of him was exactly the same as the one he had taught. In the original story, when he entered, perhaps because he was in a hurry or simply didn't think much about those 3 orphans, he hadn't paid much attention. But now, he could almost confirm that the other party was his former disciple. Although he had been mentally prepared at this moment, Jiraiya still found it hard to calm down. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, and seriously asked Chinyu, "So, what do you say? Should you go in or should I?" Jiraiya naturally knew that Chinyu was also well-versed in sealing techniques, so the barrier in front of them wouldn't be difficult for either of them. Chinyu shrugged and said, "If you ask me, it's completely unnecessary." Jiraiya frowned. "Your perception is weak, so you might not sense it well." Chinyu narrowed his eyes and continued. "The rain inside the barrier is different from the rain outside." "What do you mean?" Jiraiya asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. "The rain outside is naturally formed rain." Chinyu looked at the barrier in front of him and said nonchalantly, "But the rain inside is mixed with weak chakra." Chakra? Jiraiya was taken aback. He hadn't sensed anything at all. It must be some kind of sensing technique. "As soon as we enter, the rain will touch our bodies, and the caster will be able to detect outsiders." Chinyu continued calmly. "But the village's barrier hasn't been triggered. Just think about how they would respond." Jiraiya thought for a moment and then said, "If that's the case, then they would definitely lock onto our position immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, a bold idea popped into his mind, and he said to Chinyu, "So, we just need to put on raincoats and wrap ourselves up so that the rain can't touch us." "What the hell?" Chinyu twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at Jiraiya as if he were an idiot. "Are you kidding me?" Jiraiya awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "I was just trying to lighten the mood." Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "You don't seem very nervous at all." Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, "I'm nervous. That's why I'm trying to joke around to distract myself." Chinyu smirked and said, "Well, no need to be nervous." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Jiraiya in the butt. Jiraiya, clearly caught off guard, was sent flying through the barrier and into UchihaQinyu. Chapter 178. Past events, what the hell? Stumbling into UchihaQinyu, Jiraiya was first confused, then he immediately cursed. Just as Chinyu had said, he was now in a state of chaos. He had originally planned to adjust and find a way to infiltrate UchihaQinyu, but he didn't expect Chinyu to act like that. Beep! The barrier was breached, and an alarm sounded instantly. The originally calm UchihaQinyu suddenly sprang into action. Dozens of figures soared into the air, rushing towards the two of them. Jiraiya twitched his mouth. He then shot a fierce glare at Chinyu and said, "What are you doing? We were supposed to sneak in quietly. Do you understand sneaking in?" He had been on countless covert missions to infiltrate enemy villages, and like the second Hokage, he had never seen such a brazen direct entry. "Sneak in my ass." Chinyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "You came here to confirm whether the mastermind behind Akatsuki is your former disciple, right? This is great. He probably got the news and will be here soon, and you can use your persuasion skills to convince him to turn back to the right path." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya found it reasonable, and he scratched his head, continuing to ask, "What if it's not?" "Not?" Chinyu shrugged and said, "Then it's even simpler. Just kill him. And it's over." Chinyu and Jiraiya's intrusion caused UchihaQinyu to erupt into chaos. Many high-ranking ninjas rushed towards them. However, soon after, a cold voice echoed throughout the village. "Everyone step back. I will handle him." The moment the voice rang out, those high-ranking ninjas from UchihaQinyu showed no hesitation and turned to leave. Jiraiya, upon hearing that voice, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, and the other party had been young when they last parted, he instantly recognized that voice. It was Conan's. Suddenly, a large group of paper unfolded in the sky before them, revealing Conan's figure. With a stunningly beautiful face and a cold expression, she gazed emotionlessly at Chinyu and Jiraiya below. Behind her, 2 massive paper wings extended, exuding an angelic presence. "Conan!" Jiraiya's lips twitched as he called out with some difficulty. "Is that really you, Jiraiya-sensei?" "Shaonan, usually so composed, showed a rare flicker of emotion on her cool face. The middle-aged man below was indeed their former teacher, Jiraiya, who had once carefully guided the three of them. The two of them, one tall and one short, exchanged complex glances across the space. Jiraiya's face displayed a mix of relief, anger, and a hint of unwillingness. Xiaonan's expression revealed conflict, emotion, and a touch of determination. What was supposed to be a heartfelt reunion between teacher and students was abruptly interrupted by someone. At that moment, Qinyu, who was beside Jiraiya, suddenly asked with a smirk, "Hey, you must be Xiaonan's senpai that Jiraiya mentioned, right?" Xiaonan narrowed her eyes, casting a displeased look in this direction. "You are Qinyu? Senpai? So you're also a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei?" Before she came out, Nagato had already sensed who was coming through the Rain Tiger's free technique. Qinyu chuckled and said, he sort of... Xiaonan looked down at Qinyu from a height, and Qinyu didn't shy away, calmly meeting her gaze. The more Xiaonan looked at Qinyu, the more astonished she felt inside. She had thought that someone capable of defeating the invincible pain would be a composed, dignified person with an indomitable spirit. No matter how one looked at it, they couldn't possibly have the carefree demeanor of the person before her. This kid, though not very old, seemed unreliable. Why was he capable of defeating pain? At that moment, Xiaonan's heart was filled with deep doubts and curiosity, wondering if he was truly a prodigy. Jiraiya coughed and shot a fierce glare at Qinyu. He was already regretting bringing this spoil sport along. "Xiaonan, since you are here, then the rumored leader of the Akatsuki organization, who possesses the Rinnegan, is really Nagato?" Jiraiya's voice was somewhat desolate, revealing a sense of sadness. He couldn't understand why the three children, who once loved and longed for peace, had taken such a path. For years, it was the Akatsuki organization they led that stirred up the major forces of the ninja world, frequently attacking various ninja villages. Where are Nagato and Yahiko? Aren't they coming out to see this old man? Hey, Yahiko! Upon hearing Jiraiya mention Yahiko, a hint of mockery appeared on Xiaonan's face, and she immediately said, "Jiraiya-sensei, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Jiraiya was taken aback and asked, What do you mean?" "Yahiko is already dead," Xiaonan said, her face filled with sorrow. "He was killed by that bastard Hanzo, in collusion with your Konoha's Danzo." "Nanny?" Jiraiya's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Yahiko is dead? And it has something to do with Danzo? How could this be?" Jiraiya looked astonished. "It seems, Jiraiya-sensei, you really didn't know." Xiaonan said coldly, "But it doesn't matter anymore. We will definitely hold Konoha accountable for Yahiko's death." "Xiaonan," Jiraiya spoke with some sadness. "You don't have to say any more," Xiaonan coldly interrupted him. "The war between Konoha and the Rain Village led to the destruction of our home. But because of your kindness, we bore no grudges and even felt grateful. However, we will never let Yahiko's death go unpunished. Out of respect for our teacher-student bond, I don't want to fight you today. You can leave. Next time we meet, there will be no mercy." After coldly saying this, Xiaonan fell silent, her gaze fixed coldly on the two. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression was very complex, and he didn't doubt the validity of Xiaonan's words at all. Seeing this, Qinyu smirked and said, "Xiaonan-senpai, is it that you don't want to fight? Or is it that you can't fight?" Xiaonan was clearly taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and coldly replied, "What do you mean?" "Hee." Qinyu chuckled and said, "I came all this way with Jiraiya. It would be a shame not to meet the legendary leader of the Akatsuki. The one with the Rinnegan, right?" "Oh, right. Although Jiraiya had not fully regained his senses, he felt that Qinyu had a point. Yahiko was unfortunately dead. What about Nagato? Nagato. Chapter 179. Lost a Rinnegan. A flash of struggle crossed Xiaonan's eyes as she said, "It's not very convenient for him to come out." "Oh, is that so?" Qinyu said with a half smile. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. Since we insist on meeting, we might as well see him." Suddenly, a voice came from the alley behind Xiaonan. Upon hearing this voice, Xiaonan's body trembled, murmuring, "Nagato." "That's fine." Nagato waved his hand and said, "After all, we should meet." Jiraiya and Qinyu immediately turned their gazes in that direction. They saw a gaunt, red-haired man with black long spears protruding from his back, sitting on a makeshift vehicle, slowly approaching. For some reason, his right eye had a wave-light pattern, while his left eye remained tightly closed. "Nagato, what happened to you?" Seeing Nagato's tragic state, Jiraiya's expression changed instantly, his voice trembling. In his memory, Nagato was a vibrant young man. Considering his age, he was only in his 20s, yet at an age that should be full of vitality. He now exuded a strong sense of desolation. This scene made Jiraiya feel a heart-wrenching discomfort. Looking at Nagato in such a state, Jiraiya trembled as he asked, "Kid, how'd you end up like this?" Nagato only let out a bitter laugh and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is all thanks to your Konoha's Danzo. He colluded with Hanzo to try to exterminate us." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately became furious and continued to ask, "And then? Was this their doing?" Shounen coldly replied, "Nagato went mad because of Yahiko's death, forcibly unleashed the power of the Rinnegan that he hadn't fully mastered, and then suffered a powerful backlash. This." Jiraiya's expression changed again, gritting his teeth as he said, "Danzo, you bastard." For a certain period, he had not been this angry or hated someone so much. "Well, Jiraiya-sensei, now that we've met, are you satisfied? Do you want to go ahead and take me out?" Nagato said with a cold smile. Hearing this, Jiraiya waved his hand and said, No, I didn't mean that." Suddenly, he noticed Nagato's left eye, which had been tightly closed, and gently asked her, "Left eye is?" Seeing Jiraiya ask about this, Xiaonan's expression suddenly changed. However, Nagato remained calm and indifferent, casually saying, "Jiraiya-sensei, you really do ask a lot of questions. But that's okay. Since you've asked, I won't hide it from you." Then Nagato suddenly opened his long-closed left eye. In an instant, Jiraiya was shocked to find that the eye socket, which should have had a Rinnegan, was completely black. The Rinnegan was gone? Nagato. Seeing Nagato expose his condition, Xiaonan's expression changed. Immediately, Xiaonan spread her wings, taking a defensive stance. She understood Jiraiya relatively well and knew he wasn't likely to take advantage of the situation. However, she didn't dare let her guard down around Qinyu. Jiraiya looked at Nagato's hollow left eye and couldn't help but take a step back. "Nagato, how did you end up like this?" Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly, filled with deep anger as he asked, "Who took your Rinnegan?" Nagato responded with a bitter smile, "That's a long story. There's nothing long about it." Qinyu waved his hand and said, "Just say it directly. It's that masked man who calls himself Uchiha Bito, right? He took your Rinnegan. How do you know?" Before Nagato could speak, Conan exclaimed in surprise. Qinyu confidently replied, "In the current ninja world, besides me, who else could openly take his Rinnegan?" His words were full of confidence. "Unless I did it myself, it could only be an ally who ambushed him, plus that elusive space-time ninjutsu. That's why Nagato fell for it." Listening to Qinyu's analysis, Conan was stunned, because his subsequent analysis was almost identical to the facts. However, what surprised Conan the most was that this guy had made such a boastful statement before. "That's right." Nagato nodded silently, and then said, "After the failure of the planetary devastation, he suddenly appeared at my original location and used space-time ninjutsu to take me and Conan away. I thought he was trying to help us escape quickly, but unexpectedly, at the moment he came out of his space-time, he suddenly turned hostile and directly took one of my Rinnegan." At this point, a cold glint flashed in Nagato's right eye, clearly furious at Obito, this so-called ally. At this moment, Conan coldly added, "If it weren't for Nagato's quick reaction to immediately activate Shinra Tensei, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to keep that Rinnegan." Conan's tone was icy, but her words were filled with lingering fear. Hearing this, Jiraiya was puzzled and immediately asked, "Aren't you that person your companion? Why would he turn against you?" For someone like him, who was a straightforward good person, it was completely incomprehensible. However, Qinyu was not surprised at all. It was clear to him that Obito doing such a thing was entirely normal. You have to know that after Uchiha Madara died, all of Obito's actions up until Naruto's verbal outburst before the Fourth Great Ninja War were characterized by madness and means without scruples. Moreover, he and Uchiha Madara, as well as Nagato, had never really been allies. They were just using each other. In the original work, he could endure and remain silent until Nagato died before he attempted to seize the Rinnegan. That was because in the original work, everything in the Akatsuki organization went smoothly. Everything was progressing step by step according to his envisioned route. The darkness of the Akatsuki gradually enveloped the ninja world, and the tailed beast capture missions went relatively smoothly without encountering any significant obstacles. So for him, having Nagato take the lead in front was quite good, and there was no need for him to step forward. But now it was different, with Qinyu's sudden appearance. Plus Nagato being beaten to a pulp and losing all morale, the pressure brought by Qinyu was too great. Obito himself felt somewhat breathless and could no longer trust Nagato. In Obito's view, at such a time, a powerful weapon like the Rinnegan should be in his own hands. Therefore, it was only natural for him to want to seize the Rinnegan. As for Conan, in his eyes, she was just a vase, not worth caring about. And Nagato, at this point, was already at the end of his rope. Plus, he was ambushed, so it was bound to be foolproof. However, what he never expected was that although Nagato was in poor condition, he immediately reacted. This led to him only managing to seize one Rinnegan. Obito himself was also injured by Chinyu, so he didn't T-press on and decisively chose to retreat. He was preparing to wait for another opportunity to seize another Rinnegan. After understanding everything, Jiraiya was full of sorrow and said solemnly, "So Nagato, even at this moment, you still don't realize?" "Oh," Nagato sneered and coldly asked, "Realize? Realize what?" Jiraiya replied solemnly, "Don't you understand? Your previous actions were too reckless, and your team is not trustworthy at all. I want the ninja world to feel the pain Yahiko experienced." At Jiraiya's words, Nagato's expression suddenly became a bit frenzied, and he excitedly said to Jiraiya, "The absolute peace that Yahiko dreamed of, I want to accomplish it for him. Your way of thinking is too extreme." Jiraiya shook his head helplessly and said, "The peace brought by this will not be true peace." Teacher Jiraiya. Hearing this, Nagato suddenly became agitated and retorted loudly, "You who have not experienced our pain should not lecture me." Nagato. Jiraiya's expression changed, unsure how to respond. But while he didn't know how to speak, someone else did. Chinyu impatiently waved his hand and said, all right, enough already. What are you two arguing about?" "Huh?" Jiraiya and Nagato were both taken aback and turned to look at Chinyu together. Chinyu stared directly at Nagato and then said, "In the end, it's still your own strength that is too weak." Upon hearing this, Nagato's face instantly darkened as he said, "What did you say? Isn't it?" Chinyu rolled his eyes and continued, "Because your strength is lacking, you're threatened by Hanzo, causing Yahiko to die in front of you. Because your strength is lacking, you were easily defeated by me. Because your strength is lacking, your Rinnegan was taken away. And because your strength is lacking, you could only continuously raise your strength by causing trouble and plundering tailed beasts." Each word was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at Nagato's heart. It completely crushed his pride and laid the bloody reality before him. "You." Nagato trembled as he raised his hand, unsure how to refute. After a long time, he weakly held his head in his hands and despondently said, "But this is the only way I can think of to achieve peace." "Hee." Chinyu laughed and then said, "If you can't do it yourself, then you should try to trust others." When Chinyu said this, he seemed to exude a strong sense of confidence and charisma. Nagato looked at the confident and powerful young man before him and found it somewhat unbelievable. Even Konan, the ice-cold beauty, had a hint of brilliance in her eyes. Looking at Chinyu, Nagato murmured, "If I can't do it myself, then I should try to trust others." At this moment, a bold idea sprang up in Nagato's mind. This kid, at such a young age, could have such combat power. Perhaps he could really. He looked straight at Chinyu and then solemnly asked, "Chinyu, can I trust you?" Upon hearing this, Chinyu immediately grinned and solemnly replied, "Of course, senior brother Nagato." Good, very good." Hearing this, Nagato couldn't help but smile as well. Although his emaciated face looked worse when he smiled than when he cried, it was a genuine smile from the heart. Seeing Chinyu's few words manage to move Nagato, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief. However, right after that, Nagato made an unexpected move that shocked everyone. He suddenly raised his left hand and, without any hesitation, took out the remaining Rinnegan from his left eye socket. In that moment, blood gushed out uncontrollably. "Nagato, you!" Konan and Jiraiya both exclaimed in shock. It's fine." Despite enduring immense pain, Nagato waved his hand. His eye sockets turned into black voids, and his consciousness lost all color. Yet, he still wore a smile on his face as he handed the Rinnegan to Chinyu. "Junior brother Chinyu, I entrust everything to you. The peace of the ninja world depends on you alone. Please accept this Rinnegan. With it, your chances of victory will increase." Nagato's words were filled with sincerity. Even someone as carefree as Chinyu felt a bit moved at this moment. He had always known that while Nagato was extreme, he was also responsible and deeply yearned for peace. In the original story, he awakened under the unbeatable verbal jutsu of the little fox and subsequently burned his life force to forcibly use the Rinnegan's outer path powers to resurrect the dead from the Battle of Konoha. This was both a means of atonement for himself and a representation of entrusting everything to Naruto. And in the end, he left with a smile. It was the same now. When he decided to entrust everything to Chinyu, he was even willing to give up his Rinnegan, ignoring his own blindness. He did this just to enhance Chinyu's strength, not for anything else, but to give him a better chance of winning. Chinyu took the Rinnegan from Nagato's hand and then smiled slightly. Unexpectedly, he gently placed it back in Nagato's eye socket. At the same time, Chinyu used his mediocre medical ninjutsu to help treat him. The reason he did this was quite simple. He would not choose such a foolish method as eye transplantation. Regardless of whether using someone else's eyes would be uncomfortable, even from a pragmatic perspective, he could not choose this method. His current eyes, possessing both Byakugan and eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, were already very powerful. Moreover, no matter what kind of ocular technique, it could only exert its maximum power when both eyes were used together. He was indeed envious of the Rinnegan, but he wouldn't choose such a method to obtain it. Besides, Kinyu had the system as a trump card. As long as he worked hard, he believed that one day he would be able to obtain a perfect level Rinnegan himself. Therefore, he didn't need to obtain it this way now. However, his rejection instantly shocked everyone. Chapter 181. Refusing the Rinnegan, huh? At this moment, a strange color appeared in Conan's beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that someone could face the Rinnegan and remain so calm. Moreover, not only that, but he also returned the Rinnegan that was handed to him. What kind of man are you? Looking at Kinyu, who had done such things, Conan's eyes were filled with curiosity. As for Jiraiya, his jaw nearly dropped in surprise. Why? Not for any particular reason, but simply because he understood what kind of person Kinyu was. He was indeed sentimental, but he was also greedy. Yet this time, he actually refused the Rinnegan handed to him, which truly astonished Jiraiya. Junior brother Kinyu, what are you? The now restored Nagato was also quite shocked. However, facing Nagato's astonishment, Kinyu smiled and said, "This Rinnegan is more suited for brother Nagato." No. Upon hearing this, Nagato shook his head immediately, speaking urgently. "Listen to me. I am already a useless person. I can hardly move, and my body is deteriorating. The Rinnegan with me would be a waste. But you are different. You have exceptional talent and amazing strength. If you were to pair it with this Rinnegan, dominating the ninja world in the future would not be difficult at all. Don't underestimate the Rinnegan just because I'm not your opponent. It is still very powerful." Nagato's tone was earnest and excited. It was clear that he truly wanted to entrust the Rinnegan to Kinyu. However, unfortunately, Chinyu's reasons for refusing were very sufficient, and his attitude was also very firm. "Brother Nagato, I have my own path, and don't lose hope." Kinyu smiled again, confidently addressing Nagato. "Since you decided to trust me, let's really start over. You should know that our Konoha's 5th Hokage is the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. You're left, I can have a regular eye transplant later. And as for your vitality issue, I believe she can help solve it." Yes, Jiraiya exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He looked at Kinyu with an expression that said, "You are really clever." Then, he earnestly advised Nagato, come back to Konoha with me. This way, you and Conan can stay with us. Moreover, you can receive the best treatment. And also, the Rain Ninja is not very safe. That masked man you mentioned might come back to kill at any time." Hearing the mention of going to Konoha, Nagato, who had calmed down, suddenly became agitated. He loudly shouted at Kinyu and Jiraiya, "Impossible! Jiraiya-sensei! Junior brother Kinyu, you don't need to say any more. I will never go to Konoha with you." Seeing Nagato become so agitated in an instant, Jiraiya was also taken aback. He scratched his head in confusion and asked Nagato, "Why is that?" Because, at this moment, Nagato's eyes were filled with intensity as he shouted, "I cannot forget Yahiko's hatred." Yahiko! Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Just then, Kinyu suddenly smiled and asked loudly at Nagato, "Brother Nagato, are you worried about Danzo?" To this, Nagato coldly remained silent, while Conan also seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Kinyu understood. He grinned widely and said cheerfully, "Then you don't need to worry. That old man Danzo was taken care of by me 3 years ago. In fact, you and Sister Conan can even bully him if you have nothing else to do." Taken care of? As soon as Kinyu said this, Nagato's face was filled with disbelief. He found it hard to believe that Danzo had been dealt with, and moreover, that was done by his junior brother Kinyu years ago. Impossible. I have heard that Danzo was an absolute high-ranking figure in Konoha, someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3rd Hokage. How could someone with such a status be dealt with? Junior brother Kinyu, are you trying to make your brother feel heartbroken? Upon hearing this, Kinyu simply smiled. "You are right, brother. Danzo indeed had a high status in Konoha, and even Jiraiya couldn't do anything to him. But I have never coddled anyone." Kinyu looked at the dazed Nagato and suddenly smiled, shrugging his shoulders as he said, "His biggest mistake was provoking me. If he provokes me, I will make him pay a price he will never forget for the rest of his life." Upon hearing this, Nagato asked in a deep voice, "What have you done to him?" At that moment, Nagato was very eager to know what happened to Danzo. He was anxious to find out what had occurred. Just then, Kinyu suddenly pointed his chin toward Jiraiya and said, "Hey, you ask him." He was there at the time. Nagato turned his head to the side, his Rinnegan fixated on Jiraiya. Seeing this, Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Chinyu. Then, he spoke in a deep voice. This kid, in front of the third Hokage, took out one of Danzo's eyes and chopped off one of his arms and one of his legs. The third Hokage personally cut down Danzo's power base. That old man was scared out of his wits by the kid Chinyu, and since then, he has been in decline, not daring to let out a single fart for years. You could say that he is just waiting to die. 3 years later, when Jiraiya talks about this history again, he still feels a deep sense of sorrow. Although he was present at the time, he never imagined that things would end up like this that day. Danzo walked into the Hokage's office as a powerful leader of Root, but when he was carried out of the Hokage's office, he had already lost everything. Is this real? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Nagato suddenly became frenzied. The eye socket that had been healed by Chinyu was now even oozing blood, and his whole face was extremely twisted. Yahiko, did you see it? Your great vengeance has been avenged. The two great enemies have received their due end. The peace we pursue has also opened a new chapter. Next to him, Konan was relatively reserved, but at this moment, she was also overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes filled with tears of excitement. As she looked at Yahiko, there was admiration and gratitude in her gaze. Seeing the excited Nagato and Konan, and recalling the tragic death of Yahiko, Jiraiya couldn't help but shed tears as well. Chapter 182, Perfect Ending. All right. After a while, Chinyu comforted Nagato and then continued. Are you relieved now? Yes. At this moment, Jiraiya also reacted and immediately picked up the conversation, saying, Can we go to Konoha with the teacher this time? At this moment, Nagato was still hesitant, and then expressed her concerns. She heard that Konoha was now under the leadership of the 5th Hokage, and if she... Hey! Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized what he was worried about and immediately waved his hand casually. Speaking of which, you have seen the 5th Hokage, right? It's that blonde woman who was with me years ago, Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. She will still give me some face. Jiraiya thought for a moment and felt it was still not entirely safe, so he nodded towards Chinyu. Moreover, even if my face isn't enough, this kid's face is definitely big enough. Tsunade dotes on him quite a lot. Huh. Nagato and Konan were both taken aback. Jiraiya, seeing this, smiled and explained, I think your Akatsuki organization must be very surprised too. For the past 3 years, why has this kid suddenly disappeared without a trace? What? Nagato scratched his head, puzzled, and asked based on his previous speculation. Then, isn't it that you Konoha want to hide this unparalleled genius and use him as a secret weapon? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately pouted and awkwardly asked, Is that what you think? At this moment, Xiaonan, who was beside him, also asked. To be precise, the entire Akatsuki organization thinks this way. It seems reasonable for you to think this way, doesn't it? Jiraiya thought for a moment and then shrugged again, saying, However, the fact is that this kid is just plain lazy and doesn't want to go on missions, and Tsunade is just letting him mess around. What? Nagato and Konan were both shocked. Is this really what happened? Xiaonan, hearing this, asked again with a look of disbelief, Is it really that simple? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders and confirmed once more. It's that simple. It's truly incredible. With strength like junior brother Chinyu's, how much wealth and value could he create for Konoha in just 3 years? At this moment, Nagato shook his head helplessly and said, It seems that Lady Tsunade really spoils you, Master Chinyu. Hey! Upon hearing this, Chinyu directly waved his hand and said, There's nothing I can do. My personal charm is just too great. The 3 of them simultaneously rolled their eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him. At this moment, Chinyu finally grew a bit impatient and urged Nagato, All right, is everything settled? Then let's get moving. Seeing this, Jiraiya urged, Yes, let's go. Hey, perverted sage, don't just talk the talk. Chinyu felt a bit dissatisfied and scolded him, then nodded towards Nagato. Look at your beloved disciple, and you're still not in a hurry to push him. Hearing Chinyu's way of addressing Jiraiya, the usually cold-faced Konan couldn't help but smile. This name really does suit teacher Jiraiya quite well. Jiraiya glared at Chinyu fiercely and then questioned back, saying, You're young and strong. Why don't you come help me? Of course, I have more important things to do. Hearing this, Chinyu immediately gave Jiraiya a look that said, What are you thinking? Then he quickly moved to Xiaonan's side and grabbed her hand. Come on, Sister Xiaonan. This way, take it slow. I can see your face is pale. You must have suffered some serious internal injuries. I'll help you, he added. I also have some knowledge of medical ninjutsu, so I can take a closer look. In an instant, Xiaonan's pale face was filled with a blush. However, Qinyu seemed oblivious to it and continued to pull her further away, not even glancing back at Jiraiya and Nagato. Damn it, Qinyu, you bastard. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, his mouth wide open. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded by Qinyu's impressive display of skills. Nagato, sitting in his wheelchair, watched as Xiaonan and Qinyu gradually walked further away, and he couldn't help but smirk. Yahiko, Xiaonan, and he had lived together since childhood, sharing deep feelings and even blood relations as siblings. After Yahiko's death, Nagato vowed to avenge him and take good care of Xiaonan. Now that Yahiko's revenge had been achieved and Xiaonan seemed to have found a good place, he felt completely at ease. In Nagato's view, in today's ninja world, there was no one safer for Xiaonan to be with than Qinyu. At that moment, Jiraiya also pursed his lips and said in a sarcastic tone, "Sigh. Another one has fallen for it." What? Hearing this, Nagato immediately asked in confusion, "Jiraiya-sensei, what did you say?" Huh? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders and then spoke frankly. "I mean, after those girls with bad vibes, now even Conan is going to fall for it. I really don't understand what those women are thinking. They really have no taste. Clearly the Toad Immortal, am the most charming one. Wait a minute." At this moment, Nagato waved his hand, interrupting Jiraiya's rambling. "Master Jiraiya, do you mean to say that junior brother Qinyu has other?" Jiraiya answered Nagato's question lightly. "You didn't ask that question accurately." Nagato, upon hearing this, directly asked in a confused manner, "What does that mean?" Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and continued sarcastically, "You should be asking, how many? There are quite a few." Upon hearing this, Nagato nearly jumped out of his wheelchair. After a long pause, he continued to ask, "So how many are there?" Jiraiya scratched his head, seriously counting in his mind. 4. No, definitely more than that. 5. Also not right. Anyway, there are quite a few. Nagato struggled to hold back his urge to curse. He really wanted to use universal pull-on Qinyu behind his back and drag this shameless person in front of him to give him a beating. Well, Jiraiya seemed to sense Nagato's anger and waved his hand, saying, "Relax, I'm just venting to you. Actually, this kid is quite responsible to each girl." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Nagato let out a deep sigh and said, "If he dares to treat Conan poorly, I will definitely not let him off." "Don't worry," Jiraiya patted Nagato's shoulder, agreeing. "If he really dares to treat our Conan that way, even I won't let him off." Chapter 183, Signing in at the source. Awakening the Rinnegan, Nagato thought for a moment, and then said softly, "Jiraiya-sensei, then I will trouble you to push me." Okay, Jiraiya replied with a smile. It wasn't the usual nonsensical laugh, but a truly heartfelt and comforting one. Under the sunset, a white-haired old man pushed a red-haired young man, gradually walking toward Konoha. The scene was harmonious and loving. This ending could be considered an alternative kind of completeness for this master and disciple. At least, compared to the original work where the master and disciple turned against each other, it was 1,000 times better. The trip to the Rain Village became exceptionally smooth due to Qinyu's presence. The four of them wandered outside for nearly half a month before returning to Konoha. Jiraiya, because of Nagato's limited mobility, didn't rush and walked slowly. As for Qinyu, he was working hard for his own matters. The poor and adorable innocent girl Conan was inadvertently dragged into a game of Ludo. When they arrived in Konoha, Tsunade also welcomed Nagato and Conan. Years ago, she couldn't take them in because she had no authority in Konoha. Now, Tsunade was the 5th Hokage and held great power. Whether it was due to the connections from years ago, or out of respect for Qinyu and Jiraiya, or to stabilize the leader of the Akatsuki, she had no reason to refuse. With a wave of her hand, she arranged a quiet and pleasant residence for Nagato. As for Conan, Tsunade couldn't care less. Besides, she didn't need to worry about it. In the following month, Qinyu's life was exceptionally colorful, yet at the same time monotonous. These two completely opposite words seemed to fit Qinyu perfectly. The game of Ludo was exciting, but playing too much became a bit tiresome. Fortunately, Qinyu already had plenty of friends in Konoha, and now with Conan, he had even more. They switched partners every day, so, basically, they wouldn't repeat the same person for a week. Later on, in pursuit of greater excitement, Qinyu directly started organizing multiplayer Ludo games. The subsequent days passed in such a tense and thrilling manner. After an unknown amount of time, one day, Qinyu suddenly remembered something. That is, it seemed he had forgotten to sign in for the system yesterday, because he had played Ludo too late. Feeling a bit regretful for wasting a sign-in opportunity, he quickly began today's system sign-in. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received the Indra's origin. Note, the author discovered a mistake last time. Indra's origin belongs to Uchiha Madara, while Ashura's origin belongs to Senju Hashirama. This has been corrected on this site, but other channels have not changed. So I'm inserting this explanation here. Damn it. At this moment, Qinyu, who was lying on the bed, nearly jumped up in excitement. Indra's origin, Ashura's origin. Now, I have obtained both of these origins. Does that mean I can? The more he thought, the more excited he became, his heart pounding with excitement. Taking a deep breath, Qinyu forcibly calmed his excited heart. Once everything settled down, he began to control the two sources of power belonging to the sons of six paths within his body, slowly bringing them closer. Just as the two sources were about to collide, Qinyu used his powerful chakra as a mediator to slowly merge the two powers. In the next moment, his dark pupils suddenly revealed the form of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Merging the two sources of power required extremely strong chakra control. But this was not difficult for Qinyu. After all, he could cultivate Sage Mode to perfection, so merging two types of chakra was a piece of cake. Buzz. After a moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly echoed within Qinyu's body. A magical and immense power surged from his body toward his eyes. Then, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan began to spin rapidly. In the next second, the crimson hue slowly faded away, replaced by a shade of purple. The complex patterns of the eternal Manjiki also gradually changed, forming circles of strange whirlpools. Feeling the immense power contained within his eyes, Qinyu was very satisfied. At this moment, he muttered, mutual exclusion of two forces together as one, giving birth to all phenomena. As his voice fell, Qinyu looked around his room and suppressed the thought of unleashing Shinra Tensei. After all, whether Konoha would be destroyed by this Shinra Tensei was uncertain. But his house would definitely be destroyed. In the kitchen, Konan was cooking. Ever since she came to Konoha with Qinyu, this cold beauty no longer had to work hard to play the role of an angel. Of course, she also no longer had to consider the development of the Akatsuki. So she focused all her thoughts on Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu curled his lips and extended his right hand toward Konan. Universalpul, with his mischievous voice. A force erupted from his palm. Konan, who was concentrating on cooking, was suddenly lifted off the ground and was pulled into Qinyu's embrace with a startled scream. Qinyu, you how? Looking at the purple patterns in Qinyu's eyes, Konan was instantly stunned. The Rinnegan, how could she not recognize it? Didn't expect that, did you? Qinyu raised an eyebrow and confidently said, your man can do anything, even awaken the Rinnegan. What a surprise. At this moment, Konan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She increasingly felt that it was very wise for her and Nagato to pin all their hopes on Qinyu. The man in front of her seemed truly omnipotent. Is this really a surprise? Qinyu looked at Konan in his arms with a smirk and said, there's even more surprises. What are you doing? I am cooking, Konan exclaimed. What now, my Hokage? On a day, half a month later, Qinyu was called to the Hokage's office, leaning back with his legs crossed on the Hokage's desk, asking Tsunade with displeasure. You brat, can't you come in a proper manner every time? Tsunade looked at Qinyu's relaxed posture, somewhat angrily saying, of course. Qinyu raised an eyebrow and said, I behave quite properly at home every day. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately understood. Her face slightly flushed as she secretly cursed under her breath and decided not to say anything more. After all, no matter what she said, he would still act like this, so rather than waste her breath, she thought it was better to just let it go. Cough, cough. Tsunade lightly cleared her throat and said to Qinyu seriously, you should tidy up a bit in the next couple of days and then go to the Land of Lightning as an envoy. Chapter 184. Fourth Reikage, go to the Land of Lightning? Qinyu asked in confusion, what's the purpose of that? Since Nagato returned, he had a clear understanding of the ideals and goals of their Akatsuki organization. However, even though Nagato had turned to the light, let us not forget that Uchiha Madara is still alive. From my perspective, Uchiha Madara is likely to take over the entire Akatsuki organization and start collecting tailed beasts again to achieve their so-called goals. After all, Uchiha Madara has taken one of Nagato's Rinnegan, and now he should be capable of doing what only Nagato could do. Qinyu nodded in agreement. Tsunade saw that Qinyu was genuinely listening to her and continued. So, based on the above situation, I think it's very necessary for Gaara to hold a 5 Kage summit. Even if it's not much, it's essential to remind Kyumogakure and Awagakure to protect their Jinchuriki. Qinyu swayed left and right and asked, why not just send any Jonin there? Cough, cough. The fourth Raikage of UchihaQinyu has a rather volatile temper and is extremely arrogant, so I'm not very comfortable sending someone else. What? Chinyu pouted and said, what do you mean by not being comfortable sending someone else? What do you mean by that? Tsunade had interacted with Chinyu enough times to understand his character and directly said, because your strength makes people feel at ease. Just look at the entire Konoha. Who else can make people feel this way like you? All right, I've told you what you need to know, so prepare to leave in the next few days. Tsunade didn't wait for Chinyu to say anything else and decisively made the decision. Chinyu pouted but didn't say anything further. However, before he left, he followed the usual protocol, and with a flying thunder god technique, he left, leaving behind a frustrated voice echoing in the Hokage office. Dumb brat. A few days later, Chinyu set out alone from Konoha. After leaving Konoha, he didn't rush and walked slowly, casually. As he strolled along, after crossing a few small nations, Chinyu finally stepped into the territory of the Land of Lightning. As soon as Chinyu entered the Land of Lightning, he suddenly realized that everything seemed to have changed significantly. The Land of Fire is vast and fertile, but the Land of Lightning, on the other hand, is relatively barren, with towering mountains everywhere. The culture of the Land of Fire is relatively open and simple, while the culture of the Land of Lightning is somewhat fierce and aggressive. The reason for the Land of Lightning being this way is quite simple. The Raikage of UchihaQinyu throughout the generations has always been ambitious. Each Raikage aims to dominate the ninja world, placing extreme importance on the quality of their ninja, with almost every generation of Raikage prioritizing military strength above all else. This has led to a unique outcome for UchihaQinyu, resulting in a culture of bravery and combativeness that is not just limited to the Cloud Ninjas, but also prevalent among ordinary citizens of the Land of Lightning. It's common to see people ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, there is a more noticeable difference when it comes to the people of the Land of Lightning. The citizens of the Land of Fire generally have normal skin tones, while most of the citizens of the Land of Lightning have a wheatish complexion, even described as charcoal gray. It should be noted that the atmosphere in the world of Naruto is relatively open. Therefore, during the half-month Chinyu wandered around the Land of Lightning. With his handsome appearance and flamboyant demeanor, he certainly attracted women approaching him. Under normal circumstances, Chinyu would welcome this, but this time in the Land of Lightning, he almost fled at every encounter. His feelings about coming to the Land of Lightning are hard to describe, but they certainly weren't good. Although it's not right to judge others' appearances, Chinyu found himself unable to take action against this group of charcoal people. Many times, he considered simply turning back. He wasn't here to represent anyone. This place is truly terrifying. Despite these thoughts, Chinyu ultimately didn't turn back. However, for the remainder of the journey, he dared not walk normally, directly using the body flicker technique to speed up his travel. Chinyu's speed was incredibly fast, and before long, he reached the vicinity of UchihaQinyu. Unlike Konoha, which is built on a vast plain, UchihaQinyu is entirely situated among towering mountains, surrounded by peaks that stretch into the clouds. With thunder and lightning faintly visible among the clouds atop the mountains, it is quite a spectacular atmosphere. This is also the origin of the name Cloud Ninja. The closer Chinyu got to UchihaQinyu, the more frequently he encountered its ninjas. Some were rushing on missions, running without a care in the world. Naturally, Chinyu didn't bother to acknowledge them. However, among these Cloud Ninjas, there were some who were overly ambitious and attempted to question or even make trouble for Chinyu. In response, Chinyu naturally wouldn't be polite. With a casual wave, he made them disappear from the ninja world. As he walked along, he didn't know how many Cloud Ninjas he had killed with just a wave of his hand. If he had to estimate, he had likely killed over a dozen Jonin-level ninjas. Chinyu initially came as an envoy, but his ease in killing made it seem like he was there for a terror attack. Those who understood knew he was there to represent UchihaQinyu. Those who didn't could easily mistake him for a terrorist. For Chinyu, it didn't matter. After all, he was clear about Tsunade's real intention in sending him as an envoy. Although on the surface it was for diplomacy, the actual purpose was to use this opportunity to pressure UchihaQinyu. At that moment, Chinyu suddenly sensed some movement not far away. Byakugan, open. His eyes turned white in an instant, and through the heavy obstacles, Chinyu saw a large group of people approaching from the southeast. Sensing the aura of the leading person, filled with powerful lightning chakra, it was overwhelmingly strong and violent. Chinyu estimated that this person should be the fourth Raikage A of UchihaQinyu. Chapter 185. Confronting the Raikage looking at the scene before him, Chinyu suddenly felt a sense of deja vu. Upon closer inspection, this was quite similar to when he went to UchihaQinyu, wasn't it? Both times the leaders of their respective villages came with their subordinates to find Chinyu. However, the difference is that the Kirigikure ninjas came to welcome Chinyu, while the current situation with Kumobikure seemed like they were here to fight him. From the looks of it, it seemed that only the Reikage A and his subordinates had come today. As for the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from the Cloud Ninja Village, he was not seen at this moment, indicating that he did not come along. Chinyu detected the presence of Reikage and his group, but he did not avoid them at all. After retracting his Byakugan ability, Chinyu leisurely walked along the predetermined route. Before long, he encountered a large group of black-skinned individuals head-on. Looking at the black-skinned individuals in front of him, Chinyu was not surprised to find that they were all a bunch of muscular men, especially the leader, the fourth Reikage A, who had an even more robust physique. Facing the fourth Reikage and his group of subordinates, Chinyu noticed their hurried steps and erratic gazes, as if they were searching for something. It seemed they were not there to pick a fight. But what were they searching for? At that moment, a cloud ninja who looked like a sensory-type ninja anxiously looked at Reikage A and said, "Reikage-sama, there's nothing, absolutely nothing." Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage A's face turned extremely dark. "Oomph." Reikage snorted coldly and said angrily, "That scoundrel Karabi. Once I catch him, I will definitely give him a good beating." Just after he finished speaking, Reikage's gaze suddenly fell on Chinyu. Looking at Chinyu's outfit, the fourth Reikage's inner thoughts suddenly jolted. Then, as if he thought of something, he immediately stopped his originally hurried pace. The group of cloud ninjas closely following behind also stopped suddenly, confused. "Brat, stop right there." The fourth Reikage A glared with his tiger-like eyes and shouted loudly at the young Chinyu. "You are UchihaQinyu from Konoha?" Reikage A's voice was already loud, and when he shouted, it was like thunder. Upon hearing this, Chinyu dug at his ears, appearing rather nonchalant. He looked at Reikage A and coldly said, "What are you shouting about? My ears aren't deaf." Instantly, a collective gasp echoed from the cloud ninjas. This kid is clearly looking for death. One of the cloud ninjas had to admire Chinyu's courage and said to his companion. Others might not be familiar with Reikage, but they were very well aware of him. Their fourth Reikage was known for being extremely hot-tempered. Since they had known the fourth Reikage, they had never seen anyone dare to speak to him like that. Especially at this critical moment, no one dared to provoke Reikage's anger. Even they, as his personal guards, were being cautious at this moment. However, suddenly an unidentified brat appeared, likely from an outside village, and dared to speak disrespectfully to Reikage. At that moment, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Then, they cautiously glanced at Reikage's expression. Sure enough, as expected by the cloud ninjas, seeing Chinyu so arrogant, the already dark face of the fourth Reikage turned even darker. The fourth Reikage suddenly became furious and yelled at Chinyu. "This Reikage asks you if you're UchihaQinyu from Konoha." To this, Chinyu did not show any other reaction. He just glanced sideways at him and said, "Yes." And then, Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Chinyu to admit it so readily. Behind Reikage, the group of cloud ninjas also showed a hint of shock in their eyes. In that instant, they suddenly recalled an incident from earlier. Their Reikage had been furious in his office, waving several documents and shouting in a jealous tone, "Damn it, Konoha!" Another genius from Konoha. They were Reikage's personal guards and remembered the documents he had been looking at. It seemed to record information about this guy named Chinyu. The fourth Reikage narrowed his eyes and asked Chinyu in a deep voice, "Chinyu, why are you not staying in Konoha and coming to my cloud ninja village?" Upon hearing this, Chinyu coldly chuckled and said, "I have a bad temper, so you'd better treat me nicely, otherwise." The fourth Reikage A's eyes widened in anger as he questioned Chinyu. "Otherwise what?" Chinyu smiled slightly and softly replied, "Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." Swoosh! Another round of gasps echoed. This is going to be a tough fight with Reikage. One of the ninjas thought to himself, "In all my years as a ninja, I've never seen a ninja from another village dare to stand at someone else's village entrance and be so arrogant to the village's leader. Seriously, doesn't he fear it? Doesn't he fear provoking our cloud ninja army? To be honest, I have never seen someone so reckless." A wave of discussion erupted behind Reikage. However, Chinyu remained unfazed by the comments from Reikage's guards. "Come on, when I first rose to power, I dared to confront Orochimaru. Now, I can be said to be invincible in the ninja world. Why should I fear a village leader?" He thought to himself, "Reikage, what's that? If he behaved, it would be fine. If not, well, I'd make him behave." As for the Cloud Ninja army they mentioned, he paid them no mind at all. Come on, what's there to be afraid of? Damn it. Seeing Chinyu so arrogant, the fourth Reikage directly became furious on the spot. His originally slicked-back hair had now turned into a frizzy mess. Raikage-sama. One of the guards hurriedly stopped Raikage and whispered, "I heard that the 5th Hokage values this person greatly. If we act rashly, I'm afraid." Though his words were not finished, the meaning was clear. Oomph. Raikage snorted coldly. Although he was hot-tempered, no fool could become a leader. Chapter 186. The show begins. The 4th Raikage directly shouted coldly at Chinyu. "Chinyu, as a ninja from Konoha, you dare to sneak into my land of lightning, Cloud Ninja Village. Moreover, I seriously suspect that you have abducted our 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Also recently, many high-ranking ninjas from the Cloud have gone missing, and I suspect you are involved. You should." Listening to the 4th Raikage barrage of words, Chinyu found it somewhat amusing. This 4th Raikage, as expected, still knew how to invert black and white. According to the original story, it was clearly the Cloud Ninja who wanted to kidnap the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan under the guise of peace talks. In the end, they bit back and claimed that the Hyuga clan leader killed their messenger. And now, Chinyu was openly walking in the land of lightning, yet he was accused of sneaking around. The Raikage was clearly determined to take action. However, before taking action, he had to stand on a moral high ground so that when he acted, he could do so with justification. It was said that the 4th Raikage was extremely hot-tempered, but it seemed he was also quite shrewd. Indeed, no fool could become a leader, which was a reflection of Chinyu's current thoughts. Although Raikage said a lot of things, some of which were even turning black and white, it was all just to label others. However, to be fair, it is true that those elite ninjas from the Cloud Village were indeed killed by Chinyu. There's no denying that. But when he mentioned the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and given their earlier hurried meeting as if searching for something, could it be that they were looking for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee? Thinking of this, Chinyu secretly used his sensing ability. Immediately, he sensed that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was not far away, just deliberately avoiding Raikage. Seeing this, Chinyu understood the situation. It should be that Raikage was worried about Killer Bee's safety, so he had confined him. However, Killer Bee was clearly unwilling to be confined, so he had secretly run away. It should be like that. At this moment, the 4th Raikage was about to finish his long-winded speech. One could say that the 4th Raikage was calculating in his own way. However, he did not understand how great the gap between him and Chinyu was. He did not realize that when the gap in strength was too great, all schemes and tricks were just clouds. Before Chin, you could finish listening to Raikage's chatter. He simply waved his hand at him. "Enough. I'm tired of your nonsense. After all this talk, you just want to fight, right? Come on. Dealing with someone of your level won't take much time." The bodyguards behind Raikage were also stunned. What did Chinyu mean? It looked like he was going to make a move. Now, Chinyu also knew that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was nearby and quite safe. So, he directly skipped the part about warning Raikage to protect the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and instead focused on just reprimanding Raikage. TSK. This kid is dead. There's no way he can get out of the land of lightning. Not get out of the land of lightning? I don't think he can last even a quarter of an hour. Raikage was already angry, and this kid actually dared to provoke him, truly seeking death. Indeed, I had never seen anyone so reckless. Hee, isn't this a perfect opportunity? It's just right for Raikage to vent his anger. A gasp of surprise arose from around Raikage. The Cloud Ninjas never expected that this young Konoha brat would have such courage. Among the bodyguards, one hot-tempered individual who idolized Raikage, known as Black Devil, became furious on the spot. He shouted angrily at Chinyu, "You insolent brat. Who do you think you're to speak to our Raikage like this? I see you are really looking for death." While shouting, he slowly drew out his long sword from behind. Seeing this, Chinyu could only shake his head helplessly, secretly thinking to himself, this guy is really seeking death. However, from this, Chinyu also indirectly saw how much prestige Raikage had among the Cloud Ninjas. Although A's prestige was already high when he was in the Kage position, it was unexpected that after becoming Raikage, his prestige had skyrocketed. Currently, Raikage's prestige in the Cloud Village should be roughly similar to Chinyu's in Konoha, or even higher. However, this was normal. In a village like the Cloud Village that revered strength, powerful strength would make one's prestige even stronger. Prestige built on absolute power is more lasting and more stable than that based on reputation. However, it is actually quite simple to break this. Chinyu glanced at the person before him and slightly tilted his eyes. He then coldly smiled at him and said, "Hee, then what are you?" Upon hearing this, Black Devil froze for a moment. Then he angrily shouted at Chinyu, "Bastard, look at my sword." D. In the next second, Black Devil's long sword swung down, directly cutting into his own arm. Ow! In an instant, a horrifying scream echoed loudly, shaking the entire forest. After the forced self-mutilation, the Black Devil finally came to his senses and looked at his injury in disbelief. He felt a moment of dizziness, and when he reacted again, his left arm had already fallen to the ground. The wound was smooth and neat, blood gushing out wildly. Seeing their companion suddenly sever his own arm, the Cloud Ninjas were instantly shocked. Just a moment ago, none of them had reacted. This meant that if the sword had been aimed at them, their fate would have been the same as this person's. Clearly, Qinyu had just used a Jinjutsu. The Black Devil had unknowingly fallen into Qinyu's illusion. What was even more terrifying was that the Black Devil seemed to still not understand how he had lost his arm. Watching the panic unfold before him, Qinyu exaggeratedly applauded. Then, with a cheerful tone, he said, "TSK, TSK. Impressive, truly impressive. I've heard that the ninjas of the Cloud Village are all fighters, and their swordsmanship is extremely sharp. Today, I see it's indeed well-deserved. This swordplay is precise and fierce. I admire it." Chapter 187. Rakich's Lightning Armor You. In an instant, all the Black Devils present were furious and shocked. Although they didn't fully understand what had happened, they knew that it was definitely Qinyu who had played tricks. This Konoha brat, only 15 or 16 years old, dared to act so recklessly near the Cloud Village in front of Rakich. Rakich, whose face was already dark, darkened further. He glared at Qinyu and then sternly said to his bodyguards behind him, "Be careful, it's an illusion." Although he appeared calm on the surface, Rakich's heart was filled with shock. He had thought that the information he had on Qinyu was comprehensive enough, but now that he thought about it, the information did not mention anything about proficiency in Jinjutsu. However, from the earlier situation, it seemed that Qinyu had easily controlled the mind of 8J Nin with just a casual glance. Moreover, he had used Jinjutsu to make him cut off his own arm. Such Jinjutsu prowess was truly exaggerated. If Rakich searched the entire Cloud Village, he feared no one would have such Jinjutsu skills. Furthermore, this bizarre Jinjutsu technique made Rakich immediately think of the Uchiha clan's signature bloodline limit, the Sharingan. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the person before him was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the agitated Cloud Ninjas, Qinyu's expression suddenly turned cold. Looking at the Black Devils before him, he coldly said, "A mere J-Nin, a garbage-like thing, dares to be arrogant in front of me? Rakich, you'd better manage your subordinates well. This time, I merely imposed a light punishment. If they dare to speak insolently again, next time, it won't just be an arm that gets cut off." As soon as Qinyu finished speaking, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The Black Devils were stunned for several seconds after hearing this. This Konoha brat actually said they were arrogant? What the hell? Who the hell is being arrogant here? Suddenly, emotions flared up, and they all angrily shouted at Qinyu. "Bastard! Qinyu, you are too arrogant. Not bad. Take a good look here. This is my Cloud Ninja. Not your Konoha. Huh? Is this considered arrogant?" Qinyu sneered and directly looked down at the scene, then said again, "Sorry, I've always been this arrogant. Moreover, my arrogance never distinguishes places." The Cloud Ninja's black eyes were finally completely enraged upon hearing this, and drew their swords. I'm so mad. Brothers, let us go together. Kill him." Qinyu, upon hearing this, not only did not back down, but instead curled his lips in response. Come on. Whoever is scared is a grandson." Looking at this group of muscle-headed fools in front of him, Qinyu felt that he had to teach them a lesson. The ninjas of Cloud Ninja are all brave and fierce types. In response to Qinyu's provocation and insult, they were about to rush forward. However, just as they were about to act, they were stopped by the fourth Raikage, who was standing at the front of the group. The fourth Raikage glared at Qinyu and said to them in a deep voice, "Step back. You are not a match for this guy." Immediately, the group of black guys felt quite indignant, muttering. Lord Raikage seeing this, the fourth Raikage shouted again in a deep voice, "Shut up. Step back." Seeing their Raikage get angry, no one dared to disobey, and they all retreated. Seeing this, Qinyu raised an eyebrow and ruthlessly mocked them. "Oh, grandsons, are you scared? Baka, you little brat. I see you're looking for death." The fourth Raikage shouted loudly, saying to Qinyu, "I, the Raikage, will personally meet you. Let us see how much you weigh." The fourth Raikage, had a short fuse, and the reason he hadn't spoken for so long was that he was forcibly suppressing his anger. This was already quite rare for him. Now that he could no longer hold back, it seemed that he was about to explode. Boom! Without even forming hand seals, violent lightning suddenly erupted from his body. Instantly, a violent and solid lightning armor formed around the already robust body of the fourth Raikage. This was the secret technique of a lightning release passed down through generations of Raikage. lightning release armor. The fourth Raikage glared at Qinyu and then shouted angrily, "Qinyu, prepare to die." The fourth Raikage pushed off the ground with his feet, and his body shot towards Qinyu like a lightning cannonball. The lightning attribute has the function of activating cells, which made the fourth Raikage's speed incredibly astonishing. Even the ground he passed through was plowed into a deep ravine. It's easy to imagine how fierce the lightning release armor on the fourth Raikage was. That extreme speed, combined with immense power and violent lightning, brought about extreme destructive power. He didn't even need overly fancy techniques. Even a casual punch or kick would have immense destructive power. Seeing this, Qinyu secretly thought, this Raikage is indeed not just for show, but compared to me, he's not even close. It's been a long time since I've seen the fourth Raikage go all out. Every time I watch him fight, it's so exhilarating. That's right. The Raikage is incredibly strong. If we could learn even 20 to 30 of his skills, we would be enough to become elite Jounin. A group of black ninja from the Cloud Ninja village looked on in awe as their Raikage took action. Clearly, these people had an almost distorted admiration for the fourth Raikage. However, in the face of the Raikage's astonishing might, Qinyu just smiled slightly. Buzz! In an instant, violent lightning also erupted around Qinyu. Looking at the intensity of this lightning, it was not at all weaker than that of the fourth Raikage. How is this possible? The Cloud Ninja crowd was stunned upon seeing this. They had thought that such violent lightning release could only be controlled by their own fourth Raikage. They never expected that today. A little brat from Konoha could also wield such lightning release. The fourth Raikage was sprinting madly when he saw this scene, and his eyes widened. In fact, at this moment, he was feeling a thrill of excitement. He hadn't encountered such a powerful lightning release master in a long time. In an instant, the fourth Raikage exuded a fighting spirit that soared to the heavens. Qinyu, right? Your lightning release is quite good. The Raikage first complimented Qinyu lightly, then said with a fierce grin, but I wonder if it's just for show. In response to the fourth Raikage's words, Qinyu also replied with a cold smile. Whether it's for show or not, we'll know after a test. Chapter 188. Raikage? Not strong enough? Boom! In an instant, the fourth Raikage had already rushed to Qinyu's side. Accompanied by a furious roar. The fourth Raikage's electrified iron fist slammed straight towards Qinyu. Meanwhile, the group of Cloud ninjas were all watching the battle intently. They looked at the Raikage's fierce and violent punch, and then at the unresponsive Qinyu. In an instant, the Cloud ninjas felt reassured. Everyone believed that the fourth Raikage's punch would surely injure Qinyu severely. Although the fourth Raikage, it looked very rough, he was quite meticulous inside and out, and his strong combat awareness was evident in his fighting style. Seeing that Qinyu only released the lightning armor and didn't take any further action, his face showed no sign of tension or fear. Upon seeing this, the fourth Raikage's heart suddenly tightened. Seeing Qinyu's calm response, he suddenly remembered a former opponent he had once valued highly. He recalled that blonde-haired man from Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. More than a decade ago, that blonde-haired man from Konoha, Minato Namikaze, also faced his electrified iron fist with such confidence and composure. It was he alone who, with the cleanest and most decisive posture, gained the upper hand. Could it be that this little brat can also use the Flying Thunder God technique? This Raikage doesn't believe it. Are all of them Minato Namikaze? The fourth Raikage thought to himself, and when he reached this point, he felt a surge of anger. In an instant, the power and lightning on his iron fist unconsciously increased a few more points as it slammed towards Qinyu's face. At this moment, he was also fully prepared to change direction at any time. Just at this critical moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qinyu finally moved. He didn't choose to dodge, nor did he opt for any flashy ninjutsu. He simply threw a plain punch, directly crashing toward the Raikage's iron fist. This Konoha little brat, with a little fame, really thinks highly of himself. How foolish. Seeing this, a black ninja from Cloud Ninja directly spat disdainfully. How could the mighty power of the Raikage be something this little brat, who hasn't even grown hair, can withstand? That makes sense. As soon as this was said, someone nearby immediately echoed. Moreover, the Raikage's strike has incredible power after a long-distance sprint. In my opinion, this punch will definitely cause him severe injuries, breaking bones and tendons. Boom! In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the two fists, one big and one small, which were vastly different in size, but both enveloped in furious lightning, finally collided together. At the center of their fists, the violent lightning roared and intertwined. A deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted. However, the scene that the Cloud Ninja's Black Ghost Ninja had imagined, where Qinyu would be severely injured, did not occur at all. On the contrary, Qinyu appeared quite relaxed and at ease. In stark contrast, the fourth Reikage AI had a peculiar flush on his dark face at that moment. He desperately urged his power to try to overwhelm Qinyu, but it was completely ineffective. The two's thunderous punches were locked in a stalemate in midair. Moreover, the Cloud Ninja's Black Ghost Ninjas discovered something shocking. Their Reikage seemed to be at a disadvantage. How could this be? The Black Ghost Ninjas were stunned and found it hard to accept the situation before them. It is well known that the Cloud Ninja Village is renowned for its power. Yet, even if they searched the entire Cloud Ninja Village, only the Eight Tails Killer Bee could match the fourth Reikage in strength. Therefore, the two were able to execute their never-failed ultimate combination attack, Ultimate Thunder Plowblade. But what about this young Leaf Ninja? How could someone so young possess such overwhelming strength? The Black Ghost Ninjas felt utterly defeated. What was even harder for the Black Ghost to accept was that if, in terms of pure strength, there was still a Killer Bee who could stand toe-to-toe with the Reikage, there was no one who could compare to the Reikage in terms of lightning release mastery. The secret techniques of lightning release passed down through the generations of Reikages, Thunder Armor, boast an absolutely monstrous level of both offensive and defensive power. This wasn't just blind confidence. It had been proven through countless battles. Because of this, all Cloud Ninja believed in one thing, that not only could they not find anyone in the Cloud Village who could compete with the Reikage in lightning release, but that there was absolutely no one in the entire shinobi world who could match him. In fact, without Qinyu's appearance, their thoughts wouldn't have been a problem. Although Kakashi was said to be on par with anyone, and had even created an S-rank lightning release technique, Lightning Cutter, when it came to understanding lightning release, he couldn't hold a candle to the fourth Reikage. If it were his father, the White Fang, perhaps it would be a different story. But now, the confidence of the Cloud Ninja's Black Ghosts was shaken. A young brat from the Leaf Village, someone who had previously been completely unknown and had only recently risen, now had the qualification to compete with their Reikage in lightning release. Hee, kid, you've got some strength. You're a decent opponent. The fourth Reikage AI, while desperately holding on, managed to squeeze out a word of praise through gritted teeth. Hee. In response to the fourth Reikage AI's gritted teeth compliment, Qinyu merely smiled slightly. Of course, I'm quite capable, but as for you, Reikage, I fear your age is catching up with you. At this moment, Qinyu not only possessed the sage body of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, but also had some of the ultimate body techniques from Konoha, Eight Gates. The combination of the two meant that his power had likely reached an unimaginable level. Damn! Upon hearing Qinyu's sarcastic remarks, the fourth Reikage exploded in anger. After his fury, the fourth Reikage crazily increased his chakra and power output. However, he soon discovered something terrifying. No matter how much he increased his power, it was as if Qinyu were an unfathomable ancient well, capable of absorbing all of his strength. At this moment, with the wood-release sage body and the Eight Gates, Qinyu's power, in terms of sheer strength, had definitely surpassed everyone in the shinobi world. Chapter 189. The Legend of the Second Hokage. So now, Qinyu could easily overpower the fourth Reikage just with his strength. As for lightning release, Qinyu had also learned a lot through the system. Although these techniques might not quite measure up to the fourth Reikage of the Cloud Ninja Village, they were not far off. Therefore, it was delusional for the fourth Reikage to think he could directly suppress Qinyu with a single thunderous punch. But the fourth Reikage was a stubborn character. He not only liked to compete with others, but also with himself, especially when faced with difficulties. He felt the need to prove himself even more. At this moment, Qinyu seemed to find the situation rather boring, and suddenly, the power within him erupted. In an instant, the fourth Reikage felt a tremendous force surge through his fist, causing him to involuntarily retreat 5 or 6 steps. Good. The pushback fourth Reikage AI was now extremely furious. He smiled grimly at Qinyu and said, "Qinyu, you really have some skills. However, now you've truly angered me." Hee. Qinyu sneered and then cast a sidelong glance at the fourth Reikage. It seems that the Reikage's understanding of power and lightning release isn't quite up to par. Seeing Qinyu's arrogance, a Black Ghost Ninja standing nearby couldn't take it anymore and directly rebuked him. Kid, that was just the first strike. Our Reikage was a bit careless. Don't get too arrogant. It's only because you're young that we wanted to spare your life. You should be grateful. Yet you're being so arrogant. I see you're asking for death by coming to our Cloud Ninja Village. This must be a deliberate act by Konoha, sending you here to seek your demise. A group of black ghosts seemed to have finally found their reason and began a collective verbal attack. TSK, TSK. In response, Chinyu directly sneered. The Cloud Ninja really is going downhill. What is this? A mental victory tactic? Seeing that even the Cloud Ninjas were dissatisfied with Chinyu's words, the fourth Raikage was even more enraged. He directly shouted at Chinyu. You little brat from Konoha, stop being arrogant. This Raikage will now tell you who the true master of lightning release in the shinobi world is. Good. Raikage-sama. Blow him up. Raikage-sama. Let him see the might of a shadow-level powerhouse. Raikage-sama, give it your all. Let that leaf brat know how powerful our Cloud Ninja is. The strongest in lightning release is none other than our Raikage. The black ghosts of the Cloud Ninja were now fired up, firmly believing that the strongest in lightning release must be their Raikage. This strongest lightning release user absolutely could not be from Konoha. Otherwise, the land of lightning and the Cloud Ninja village would be utterly humiliated, and they would soon become the laughing stock of the shinobi world. The battle between Chinyu and the fourth Raikage initially stemmed from their differing powers, along with some verbal disputes. However, with the fourth Raikage declaration, this battle took on a new meaning. It was now to determine the strongest user of lightning release in the current shinobi world. Before today, or rather, before meeting Chinyu, the fourth Raikage, like all Cloud Ninjas, firmly believed he was the strongest in lightning release. But after just one exchange with Chinyu, he now proposed such a challenge. This proved that he had completely acknowledged Chinyu. Upon hearing this, Chinyu suddenly recalled something interesting. He looked at the fourth Raikage AI, a playful expression on his face, and said, I wonder if Raikage-sama has ever heard of the legend of the second Hokage? Hearing Chinyu's words, the black ghost ninjas of the Cloud Village were all bewildered. Everyone was thinking, how did the conversation suddenly shift to the second Hokage? Is the second Hokage's lightning release really that strong? However, the fourth Raikage immediately reacted upon hearing this, clearly aware of what Chinyu was about to say. In an instant, the fourth Raikage's expression turned extremely grim. As the Hokage of the Land of Fire, their second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was known for two extraordinary techniques that dominated the ninja world. These two techniques were a type of water release, and another one was incredible speed. As for forbidden techniques, let us not mention those for now. At the time when Tobirama was dominating the ninja world, the situation of the Mist Village was quite awkward, because at that time, it was a well-known fact. The strongest fire release was in the Leaf Village, the strongest wind release was in the Sand Village, the strongest lightning release was in the Cloud Village, and the strongest earth release was in the Rock Village. However, the Mist Village, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, awkwardly discovered that the strongest water release user in the ninja world was not from their village. The strongest water release user at that time was recognized to be the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, from the Leaf Village. In fact, some even referred to his water release ninjutsu as sea release ninjutsu during the time when the second Hokage was alive. It was a relatively dark period for the Mist Village. They had no idea how much ridicule they had suffered, bringing shame to all 5 great ninja villages. Yet now, Chinyu suddenly mentioned the second Hokage, and the fourth Raikage, immediately reacted. He knew that this kid in front of him wanted to say that the current strongest user of lightning release was him, Chinyu, not the Raikage. Chinyu's sudden remark, seemingly lighthearted, actually carried enormous destructive power. The proud and hot-tempered fourth Raikage finally became completely enraged. Oof. The Raikage directly roared at Chinyu and said, Kid, let me tell you, we Cloud Shinobi are not like your Mist. You are not even worthy to be compared with the second Hokage. While roaring, the fourth Raikage clenched his fists tightly. His 2 strong arms sank down to his waist, assuming a charging stance. Boom! In almost an instant, the lightning surrounding the fourth Raikage suddenly became extremely violent. The powerful lightning caused the Raikage's originally slicked back hair to become an explosive mess. This was the second stage of the Lightning God Armor, the strongest form that the fourth Raikage could currently unleash. Wow, the Raikage actually entered the second stage. Yes, it has been many years since I've seen this form. Oof. It seems this kid named Chinyu has some skill. He actually forced the Raikage to this point. Oof. No matter how skilled he is, it won't matter. Once the second stage of the Lightning God Armor is out, this kid is definitely doomed. That's right. Chinyu is now inescapably doomed. Chapter 190. The day's fourth Raikage at this moment. The Cloud Shinobi's Black Ninja were filled with fervor as they saw their Raikage unleash his ultimate move. Damn it, Leaf Brat, you're dead. The fourth Raikage roared and charged at Chinyu again. Last time his sprinting speed was already extremely fast, but this time his speed had increased even more. Now, the fourth Raikage speed was like teleportation. In an instant, he was next to Chinyu. Heavy flow burst. The fourth Raikage roared as he struck towards Chinyu with his robust elbow. Seeing this, Chinyu merely smiled slightly, then extended his right hand, gathering a large amount of violent lightning release chakra in it. At the same time, he maximized the nature transformation of the lightning attribute. Instantly, the extremely violent lightning chakra in Chinyu's hand became incredibly docile. Nevertheless, anyone could sense the power of this strike. This move is... The fourth Raikage's eyes suddenly narrowed as he recognized the technique Chinyu was using, exclaiming, "Kakashi Hitaki's lightning cutter!" Chinyu softly shouted, thrusting the lightning blade in his hand towards the fourth Raikage's elbow. Although the lightning cutter was invented by Kakashi in Chinyu's hands, it was many times more powerful than in Kakashi's. The two equally violent lightning release attacks collided amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. At the point of their clash, thunder roared. The explosive blue and white light nearly blinded the Cloud Shinobi black ninjas. The fourth Raikage roared, his originally dark face turning bright red, as he tried to exert more force to suppress Chinyu. However, the main power of his heavy flow burst technique came from the impact at the moment of contact, aiming to crush or shatter his enemy. Now that they had reached a stalemate, it was extremely difficult for him to break through. On the contrary, as his power continued to surge, Chinyu's lightning cutter actually pierced into his arm. Bright red blood erupted from the fourth Raikage's wound, which quickly evaporated into nothingness under the high temperature of the lightning technique. The Raikage was actually injured? Oh my god, how could this be? Could it be that this kid is really that strong? Impossible. I absolutely do not believe it. This is impossible. Such a thing cannot be. How could the Raikage get hurt? Has Chinyu really become this strong? The black ninjas of the Cloud Shinobi were all shocked to see their Raikage injured. In their hearts, their Raikage was an invincible war god. At the same time, the Raikage was also their faith. How could such a person suffer at the hands of Kid? Moreover, to lose in a contest of lightning release. In this moment, they suddenly felt a surreal sense of unreality. Meanwhile, the fourth Raikage did not expect that Chinyu's lightning cutter technique could be powerful to this extent. Not only did it withstand his heavy flow burst, but it even pierced through his lightning god armor. At the moment the lightning cutter pierced his body, the fourth Raikage's pupils dilated. In that instant, he suddenly recalled his father's ultimate technique. This move, which was similar to his father's ultimate technique, was surprisingly akin. The fourth Raikage murmured in his heart. If he had been in his prime with the lightning god armor, he might have been able to withstand the lightning cutter for a moment. However, he had previously unleashed heavy flow burst, using too much lightning release chakra. Therefore, his lightning god armor had become somewhat weakened, making it unable to contend with the powerful lightning cutter. Thus, Chinyu was able to take advantage of the gap. However, the fourth Raikage was indeed a seasoned warrior. His reaction was remarkably swift. He pushed off the ground forcefully, leaping high into the air. Moreover, he took advantage of the moment his body was airborne to instantly unleash his next deadly move. Facing this series of reactions was the hallmark of a top ninja's on-the-spot responsibility. Transitioning between offense and defense, decisive and ruthless. Thunderbolt Fury, Thunder Axe. The fourth Raikage roared, concentrating all his lightning release chakra into his right foot. He then delivered a powerful downward kick, slashing diagonally towards Chinyu. Such a powerful kick, if it truly connected, would likely turn a person into a puddle of flesh. However, at this moment, Chinyu merely curled the corner of his mouth, and his figure flickered as if he had been directly passed through by this attack. Boom! The fourth Raikage's foot, having undergone extreme sublimation, came crashing down hard on the ground. The Cloud Ninja Village is established between towering peaks, and the surrounding ground is comprised of incredibly solid rock. However, under the impact of the fourth Raikage's foot, such sturdy rock instantly formed a massive pit several meters in diameter. This shows just how astonishing the power of the fourth Raikage's kick is. Yet, at this moment, Chinyu remained completely unharmed. It turns out that in that fleeting moment, Chinyu had precisely used the Flying Thunder God technique. In simple terms, just as he was about to be struck by the Raikage, Chinyu executed a short-range teleportation with the Flying Thunder God technique. The super-fast movement of the Flying Thunder God technique even created an illusion at the original location, making it seem as if he had been struck through. Looking at Chinyu, who was standing beside him, unscathed and cheerful, the fourth Raikage was indeed bewildered. He was genuinely caught off guard. Moreover, he did not recognize that the technique Chinyu had just used was the Flying Thunder God technique. However, it wasn't just the fourth Raikage who was confused. Even the group of black-clad ninjas beside him were stunned. In the entire forest, only the arcs of electricity on the Raikage's body buzzed softly, and there was no other sound. The world seemed to freeze at that moment. No one could explain what method Chinyu had used to evade the Raikage's attack. At this moment, even the battle-hardened Raikage felt a bit dazed. What brought him back to reality was Chinyu's sudden kick. Looking at the stunned fourth Raikage before him, Chinyu showed no hesitation. He directly delivered a powerful kick to the Raikage's abdomen. However, Chinyu's strength was immense. Even though the fourth Raikage had the protection of the Raijin armor, which could block ninjutsu damage, it was completely ineffective against such a solid physical impact. His body, resembling a black mountain, was sent flying backward by Chinyu's heavy kick. Chapter 191. The Might of Shinra Tensei Boom. Boom, boom. With Chinyu's powerful force, combined with the fourth Raikage's heavy weight and the strong electricity surrounding him, the Raikage didn't know how many large trees he broke during his flight. Eventually, he crashed into a massive rock, creating a large cloud of dust, before finally coming to a stop. Raikage-sama. The group of black-clad cloud ninjas were now alarmed and rushed to check on him. Cough. From the dust. The Raikage coughed and quickly rushed out. With the protection of the Raijin armor, he wasn't seriously harmed, but his image had become quite disheveled. Especially, there was a comical footprint imprinted on the bulging muscles of his abdomen. Seeing the fourth Raikage in this state, Chinyu suddenly felt like laughing. This was a major embarrassment for the fourth Raikage. At that moment, the group of black-clad cloud ninjas who had been standing by rushed to the Raikage side. They looked at him with concern and asked, "Raikage-sama, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Seeing the concern from the cloud ninjas, the fourth Raikage waved his hand with authority. "What mess? Do you really think this Raikage would fall so easily? If, at this moment, there hadn't been a shoe print on his abdominal muscles, this would have been a very imposing scene. Unfortunately, everyone saw the shoe print on his abdomen, and they could only find it amusing. However, the black-clad cloud ninjas didn't dare to laugh, so they had to suppress it. As they held back their laughter, their faces turned red. Oomph. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage let out a cold snort, too lazy to deal with his subordinates. Then his fierce eyes fixed intently on Chinyu. "You little brat, you've truly enraged me. This Raikage will give you a lesson you'll never forget." The fourth Raikage was now roaring in fury and under his extreme anger. The Raijin armor around him seemed to become even more violent. He raised his left arm high, and the ferocious blue lightning gathered madly around his already muscular arm, quickly forming a dazzling lightning blade. "Try this." Once the lightning blade formed, the fourth Raikage charged forward swiftly. At this moment, the fourth Raikage seemed to teleport, rapidly arriving at Chinyu's side. He pushed off the ground hard, leaping high into the air, and the violent lightning blade came crashing down towards Chinyu. Lightning style, lightning dance. Upon seeing their Raikage use this move, the black-clad cloud ninjas instantly changed their demeanor. Their previous worry transformed into complete calmness. Clearly, they had immense confidence in this technique. Everyone believed that once the fourth Raikage unleashed this move, victory would be secured. It wasn't mere blind confidence. The track record of this technique was too glorious. This ninjutsu had once severed the horn from the head of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, over a decade ago. During the Eight Tails rampage in the Cloud Ninja Village, the young alongside his father, the third Raikage, fought against the Eight Tails. At that time, he was still young and not yet the fourth Raikage, but he had already shown his prowess. In that battle, arose to fame by using this technique to cut off a horn from the Eight Tails. It was precisely because he created this opportunity that the third Raikage could reseal the Eight Tails back into the amber bottle. At this moment, the black-clad cloud ninjas had a simple thought. The Eight Tails' defense was astounding, and its body was incredibly solid. Yet even such a powerful beast had its horns severed by this ninjutsu, so undoubtedly, it would be even easier to obliterate Chinyu. Watching the fourth Raikage prepare this ninjutsu, Chinyu couldn't help but compare it to Kakashi's Raikiri. He soon realized that the fourth Raikage's lightning dance was far more powerful than Kakashi's Raikiri. Faced with such a ferocious strike from the fourth Raikage, Chinyu suddenly smiled, and it was a brilliantly bright smile. The fourth Raikage instantly noticed the change in Chinyu's expression and furrowed his brow tightly. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what method Chinyu could use to stop his big move. Pretending, unable to think clearly, he simply dismissed the thought. The fourth Raikage coldly shouted, and a lightning blade in his hand struck down violently towards Chinyu. Just then, Chinyu's eyes suddenly narrowed, then abruptly opened wide. In that instant, as Chinyu's eyes opened and closed, they underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally dark color of his eyes had now turned into a purple wave pattern. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, seeing the change in Chinyu's eyes, felt his pupils suddenly constrict, and his face revealed a look of deep shock. Immediately after, the fourth Raikage felt two massive, wave-patterned eyes shockingly vibrate in his mind. Shinra Tensei! Boom! Accompanied by Chinyu's soft shout, a violent repulsive force surged out from him, rapidly spreading outward. The fourth Raikage's originally swift charge came to an abrupt halt mid-air. In the next moment, the fourth Raikage flew backward at an even more exaggerated speed. Bang, bang, bang! All the way, the fourth Raikage crashed into countless trees and rocks. Finally, when the fourth Raikage collided with a massive mountain peak, he barely came to a stop. However, although he had stopped, his entire body was embedded directly into the center of the mountain peak. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was covered in wounds, looking extremely miserable. This was because he had charged forward too quickly and was too close to Chinyu. Moreover, the repulsive force exerted by Chinyu was extremely powerful, causing him to be pushed back at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. As for the other Cloud Ninjas, black-clad ninjas, although they were also sent flying, they were nowhere near as miserable as he was. Oh no! As a series of moans came one after another, the black-skinned ninjas of Rin struggled to rise from the ground. Ignoring their own injuries, they quickly turned their gaze toward the fourth Raikage the moment they got up. Chapter 192. What is true lightning release? Poor fourth Raikage, pushed like this, nearly fainted. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself embedded in the mountainside, and he was instantly filled with rage. Lightning flashed, and his hair stood on end. The extreme anger amplified his lightning power, and the Thunder God armor on his body extended outward, directly shattering a mountain from the inside. However, he did not feel the slightest joy in his escape. On the contrary, his face was filled with rage and indignation as he shouted at Chinyu. You brat. Young people nowadays have no martial ethics. We agreed to compete in lightning escape, didn't we? Yet you used techniques. I was truly careless. I didn't dodge. Hearing this, Chinyu suddenly found the fourth Raikage a bit funny. He curled his lips and said to the fourth Raikage, Stop talking nonsense. When did we agree on that? Who did we agree with? Aren't you just talking to yourself all the time? I never agreed to that. Ninja, isn't it all about using any means necessary to achieve victory? Hearing this, the fourth Hokage's face turned red with anger. He really couldn't think of how to criticize Chinyu for his shamelessness. What a bastard. They agreed to compete with lightning release technique. Yet he used techniques. So shameless. It's just too shameless. Can't he handle it? If he can't, then he shouldn't play. Is this the quality of the ninjas from Konoha? It's really too pathetic. With this, they can call themselves ninjas? What a shame. Konoha ninjas are trash, and so is Chinyu. The group of Cloud ninjas were all filled with righteous indignation at this moment, condemning the situation. It can be said that, in a sense, their emotions are understandable. After all, the fourth Raikage, who they have always regarded as a god of war, has repeatedly suffered defeats at the hands of a junior, which makes them feel quite embarrassed, as if their faith is collapsing. However, it seems that they have grasped a reason, or rather an excuse, that can perfectly explain why their Raikage has been struggling. In this situation, even knowing it is an excuse, they feel the need to amplify it infinitely. It must be said that this is also a sorrow for this group of Cloud ninjas. Wait, that pair of eyes is... What the hell? The legendary Rinnegan. Although the ninjas of the Cloud Village are irrational, the fourth Raikage is still relatively clear-headed. After he shouted a few words, he suddenly reacted, his dark face filled with shock. What? Rinnegan? The eyes of that legendary figure? How is this possible? It seems to be true. It really is the legendary eyes. It really is the Rinnegan. Cheating, this is totally cheating. Upon hearing the fourth Raikage speak as the leader, the group of Black Zetsu ninjas also reacted. At this moment, Chinyu suddenly curled the corner of his mouth and smiled at the fourth Raikage. Hey, Sing, I didn't expect you to have some insight. Oomph. Hearing Chinyu's praise, the fourth Raikage let out a cold snort and then asked, where did these eyes come from? Chinyu shot him a sidelong glance and said the most ridiculous 4 words in the most indifferent tone. What is it to you? You. The fourth Raikage was immediately furious, but he suppressed his anger and asked Chinyu again. I have heard that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possesses the Rinnegan. Why is it appearing on you now? Did you steal it from him? Or is it that the so-called Akatsuki is actually being controlled by you Konoha behind the scenes? The fourth Reikige's words were already filled with a fierce tone by the end. Listening to the imaginative question from the fourth Reikage, Chinyu couldn't help but think, what a guy, I'm just that guy. The fourth Reikige's imagination is truly impressive. You should tell Jiraiya to stop writing books and let the fourth Reikage do it instead. This thought was the most genuine sentiment in Chinyu's heart at that moment. However, while Chinyu was lost in his own thoughts, he completely overlooked the fourth Reikage beside him, essentially ignoring him. This only made the already short-tempered Reikage even angrier, and he immediately shouted at Chinyu, speak. Where did you take our Cloud's two-tails Jinchuriki, the wooden man? And my brother Killer Bee is also missing now. Is it related to you as well? Upon hearing this, Chinyu directly waved his hand in impatience. Glancing at Lang, Chinyu said, what are you shouting about? You're just a complete fool. Nonsense. The fourth Reikage was furious on the spot and shouted at Chinyu, you little brat who only knows how to play tricks and show off your tongue. You must die today. That's right. This kid's lightning release is no match for our Reikage-sama. Yet he still has the audacity to talk big. Oof. How could he possibly compare to Reikage-sama? Now that Lord Reikage is on guard, he will definitely be able to take it down. Just, how can he even be compared to Lord Reikage? Oof. If it weren't for schemes and tricks, he wouldn't even deserve to carry Lord Reikage's shoes. Exactly. After listening to the words of the fourth Reikage, the group of Cloud Village's black-clad ninjas are once again in high spirits. Hee. Seeing this, Chinyu let out a cold laugh and then disdainfully said to them, I don't want to stoop to your level. Is this not going to end? Do you really think your lightning release is that strong? Next, I'll show you what true lightning release is. Whoosh! Chinyu quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then took a deep breath and suddenly sprayed upwards. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. At this moment, this technique in Chinyu's hands is many times stronger than when it was used by the second pillar, Sasuke. The group of black-cloaked ninja from the Cloud Village all looked up at the sky in unison. They saw several magnificent and enormous fire dragons charging fiercely into the high sky. What is that? Are you guys saying this kid is crazy? Is he complaining about having too much chakra? He actually set a fire dragon in the sky. And didn't he just say he was going to showcase some lightning techniques? Oof. Are you really buying that? This kid doesn't know anything about lightning techniques. He is just putting on a show. Exactly, he really doesn't understand, but pretends to know just to show off. It seems that way indeed. He is purely trying to show off. Let us witness the lightning release. Just this. A group of Cloud Shinobi was discussing fervently, and many of them were shouting wildly. However, as the fourth Reikage, A's expression remained serious at this moment. Although he couldn't fully understand Chinyu's actions, the instinct of a strong person told him that Chinyu's behavior definitely held great significance. Chapter 193. The Reappearance of the Qilin. However, as the fourth Reikage, A's expression remained serious at this moment. Although he couldn't fully understand Chinyu's actions, the instinct of a strong person told him that Chinyu's behavior definitely held great significance. Therefore, at this moment, the fourth Reikage's eyes widened, not daring to blink as he stared intently into the sky. When several magnificent fire dragons shot into the sky, they slowly disappeared from view. Seeing their Reikage so focused on the sky, the group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas followed suit. Soon after, a miraculous scene appeared in the small grove outside the Cloud Shinobi village. Dozens of Cloud Shinobi's black-cloaked ninjas simultaneously looked up, all gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Watching this scene, Chinyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What are they doing? These Cloud Shinobi ninjas are a bunch of fools, comparable to the undead little foxes of Konoha. The black-cloaked ninjas of Cloud Shinobi all looked up at the sky. However, 3 seconds passed, and there was no reaction from above. 5 more seconds passed, and still there was no reaction. At this moment, some people could no longer hold back and started to curse. They believed everyone was completely fooled by Chinyu. Another 5 seconds passed, and more black-cloaked ninjas began to share this thought. Their necks were sore from looking up, yet they still saw nothing. So, more and more people began to give up. Boom! Just when everyone had given up, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the sky. In an instant, the black-cloaked ninjas of Cloud Shinobi were startled and hurriedly looked up again. It should be noted that the sky above Cloud Shinobi Village is usually covered with dark clouds. But today was a rare sunny day. However, at this moment, the previously clear and cloudless sky suddenly dimmed. Mist rose in the sky, dark clouds gathered, becoming larger and larger. Within those thick clouds, powerful arcs of electricity flickered. What is going on? Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by Chinyu? It can't be. I don't believe this was caused by Chinyu. I also don't believe it. It must be a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. How could such a thing be accomplished by human effort? Exactly. I've never seen anyone who can control the weather. Coincidence. I absolutely believe it's a coincidence. Witnessing this scene, the fourth Raikage's heart raced. Although he found it hard to believe, his instincts told him this was real. No, it can't be. Forcibly changing the weather. How could that be accomplished by human hands? The fourth Raikage frowned tightly. He still didn't dare to believe, or rather, at this moment, he was unwilling to believe. A glimmer of hope remained in his heart. What if this was just a coincidence? After all, the terrain of the Land of Lightning is high, and Cloud Shinobi Village is built among peaks, so thunderstorms are common. However, they had never been as exaggerated as today. But then, his pupils shrank again. He saw Chinyu, who was slowly floating off the ground. At this moment, he seemed unaffected by gravity, continuously rising into the sky. Levitation was a true depiction of Chinyu at this moment. This is the flying technique of the great Yomi of the Earth Balance. The fourth Raikage looked at Chinyu, who was slowly ascending, and his pupils suddenly shrank as he muttered in shock. How could this kid possess the secret of the Earth Hidden? It should be noted that this flying technique is currently only known by one person in the ninja world, and that is the great Yomi of IWA Shinobi Village. Throughout the entire ninja world, it seems that apart from the lineage of the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, no one else knows this technique. Even the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, known as the gods of the ninja world, never mastered it. However, no one knew that his ability to float was not related at all to that so-called flying technique. The reason you could slowly rise into the air was entirely due to his ocular technique, his Rinnegan. The current situation was because he used the power of the Rinnegan to fill his body with repulsive force. This powerful repulsion allowed Chinyu to break free from the Earth's gravity and slowly ascend. Watching Chinyu rise higher and higher, the Raikage's brow furrowed. Then, the fourth Raikage shouted at Chinyu, "Kid, what exactly do you want to do?" Finally, when Chinyu's figure reached several hundred meters in the air, he stopped. Chinyu looked at the fourth Raikage and directly shouted, "Fourth Raikage, once this technique of mine is unleashed, who is the strongest user of lightning release in the ninja world? The people will have their say." The usually playful Chinyu's voice at this moment was incredibly authoritative. Then, he slowly raised his right hand. A powerful lightning chakra emerged from his hand, piercing the thunderclouds in the sky. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the thunderclouds were already quite violent, but now, with the intrusion of an unexpected guest, they became even more violent. The raging lightning in the thunderclouds seemed as if it was about to unleash divine punishment upon the world, which was quite shocking. What? How could this be? Watching the thunderclouds being affected by Chinyu, the fourth Raikage's pupils suddenly shrank. It was only at this moment that he finally confirmed that the thunderclouds in the sky were indeed created by Chinyu. Oh my god, what is this person doing? This person is crazy. He's playing with fire. What a reckless fool. If he wants to die, don't drag us down with him. This person is simply insane. A madman. He is a complete and utter madman. How could Konoha have produced such an arrogant lunatic? He wants to perish with us. Shameless, despicable. The group of black-cloaked ninjas were also greatly shocked. No one believed that Chinyu could perfectly control such incredibly powerful natural lightning. They only felt that Chinyu was about to use some technique to perish together. However, soon, the Cloud Shinobi were shocked to discover something else. The originally chaotic natural lightning began to rapidly transform under Chinyu's control. In just a few breaths, it formed a gigantic creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. This giant creature formed from lightning was the Qilin. The Qilin, entirely composed of thunder, was vividly alive, exuding endless majesty. Roar! As soon as the lightning Qilin took shape, it let out a deafening roar. The roar of the Qilin was so loud that the entire Cloud Shinobi Village, even a large part of the Land of Lightning, heard it. Chapter 194, Admitting Defeat. Roar. As soon as the lightning Qilin took shape, it let out a deafening roar. The roar of the Qilin was so loud that the entire Cloud Shinobi Village, even a large part of the Land of Lightning, heard it. Oh my god, what is that? This is a monster. This is clearly a monster. It's terrifying. I feel like this monster is scarier than the tailed beasts. Not just a feeling. This monster is definitely scarier than the tailed beasts. Is this really something a human can accomplish? It's so hard to believe. The black-cloaked ninjas of the cloud looked at the lightning Qilin in the sky. Listening to the ear-splitting thunder, their faces changed drastically. Not good. At that moment, the fourth Raikage suddenly felt his pupils constrict sharply. His eyesight was stronger than others, and he was far more aware of the power of this technique. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within that Kirin monster. Fourth Reikage? I wonder what you think of this technique. Chinyu floated in midair, his black cloak billowing in the wind, with the Thunder Kirin above him. He resembled a reincarnation of the Thunder God. At that moment, the Thunder Kirin in the sky was staring intensely at the crowd below. Although the Kirin had not yet descended, the powerful pressure it exuded had already made all the Cloud Shinobi, including the Fourth Reikage, feel somewhat breathless. It was only at this moment that the Fourth Reikage finally understood the principle behind Chinyu's earlier creation of lightning. However, the most difficult part of the Kirin technique was not how to create the thunderclouds and lightning. The hardest part was mastering the lightning after it was created. Lightning is an extremely violent force, especially natural lightning. One misstep could lead to being struck and burned, resulting in death. Yet, it seemed that Chinyu could control it perfectly now. At this moment, the Fourth Reikage's gaze dimmed, and a strong sense of helplessness flashed through his mind. In the face of Chinyu's ninjutsu, all the secret techniques of the Cloud Shinobi, all the strongest lightning release techniques, were nothing but illusions. This lightning release Kirin was probably the pinnacle of lightning release ninjutsu. Moreover, as long as it was lightning, its speed would be incredibly fast. Not to mention, the lightning in this technique was natural lightning. It is known that natural lightning is far superior to the lightning condensed by ninja chakra. In an instant, the Fourth Reikage judged that this was an absolutely unavoidable attack. Even after activating his lightning chakra cells and achieving a short distance sprint comparable to space-time ninjutsu, he still had no confidence in dodging this technique. Not to mention, behind him, there were many ordinary Cloud Shinobi. Chinyu floated in the air, smirking slightly, not in a hurry to strike. He was merely guiding the Kirin, causing it to move slightly in the air. But the more he did this, the greater the fear brought by the Thunder Kirin grew. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and a chilling atmosphere enveloped the hearts of everyone below. Everyone felt their breathing becoming somewhat labored. Chinyu was very confident in this ninjutsu. He firmly believed that once he unleashed this technique, there would be no more debate over the strongest lightning release in the ninja world. After Chinyu used this seemingly cheating Thunder Kirin ninjutsu, the Fourth Reikage, was also stunned. At this moment, the Fourth Reikage, whose originally dark face was now somewhat pale, looked back at his subordinates, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he shouted at Chinyu in the air, "Chinyu, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. What happened earlier? It was all a misunderstanding." As he said this, the Fourth Reikage, felt his face flush red. Although he had the strength to sit in the Reikage position, he was also quite cunning. But fundamentally, he was a straightforward person, and it was hard for him to maintain his composure while lying through his teeth. Upon hearing this, Chinyu secretly snorted, muttering, "This Fourth Reikage's face is too thin. He really can't let go, and he can still turn red. It's really... if this situation were to involve the old man Sarutobi, he could definitely do it without a flicker of emotion." It seemed that the Fourth Reikage was not cut out to be a politician. Generally, a politician should at least have thick skin. However, even though the Reikage had softened, was Chinyu someone easy to talk to? Clearly not. A misunderstanding? Does Reikage-sama really think I'm easy to bully just because I'm young? Didn't I give you a chance before? But you didn't take it seriously. Now it's too late. Chinyu's authoritative voice echoed from hundreds of meters in the air. The imposing voice, accompanied by endless thunder, sounded like the judgment of the Thunder God. "Chinyu, how dare you be so aggressive?" Being humiliated by a junior like Chinyu, the Fourth Reikage, also turned furious. He then sternly shouted, "Junior, are you not afraid of provoking a war between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi?" "Huh." Chinyu laughed disdainfully in response. This might be a common flaw among all bullies. Why couldn't they just behave themselves from the start and instead had to provoke trouble? Then, when they realized they were no match, they immediately admitted defeat. When the other party didn't accept his concession, he began to reason with them. "To be honest, your intelligence really makes me anxious for the Cloud Shinobi. Just now you, Reikage-sama, were unreservedly talking about killing me. Didn't you consider whether it would provoke a war between the two villages? Over a decade ago, you shamelessly used a peace envoy to try to seize my Konoha's Byakugan. Didn't you consider whether it would trigger a war? Moreover, even if a war were to break out, so what? Do you think your Cloud Shinobi can stand against my Konoha? Konoha now is not the same as it was over a decade ago." The Fourth Reikage was left speechless by Chinyu's words, his entire body trembling with anger. Although what Chinyu said was true, he was indeed the one who had provoked the situation. At that moment, the fourth Raikage, felt a deep sense of regret. He never imagined that this Konoha's Chinyu could be so monstrous. He had thought the rumors were exaggerated, but unexpectedly, this person's actual strength seemed even more exaggerated than the rumors. Not to mention anything else, just this Kirin technique in the sky. It was not just a matter of human endurance. The fourth Raikage even suspected that if this thing fell into the Cloud Shinobi village, it would at least destroy a quarter of it. Chapter 195. Arrogance. He had thought the rumors were exaggerated, but unexpectedly, this person's actual strength seemed even more exaggerated than the rumors. Not to mention anything else, just this Kirin technique in the sky. It was not just a matter of human endurance. The fourth Raikage even suspected that if this thing fell into the Cloud Shinobi village, it would at least destroy a quarter of it. At that moment, Chinyu's cold voice echoed again from the high sky. Aren't your Cloud Shinobi ninja advocates of strength? Don't you believe that whoever has the bigger fist is right? Then today, let me show you whose fist is bigger. Damn it. Hearing this, the fourth Raikage gritted his teeth and growled at Chinyu in the air. At this moment, his fists were tightly clenched, and because of the excessive force, his joints made cracking sounds. In that instant, the fourth Raikage suddenly realized that he was wrong, truly wrong, and very absurdly wrong. From the time of his father, the third Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi village's ninjas had begun to walk the path of strength, and they had been going deeper and deeper down this path. Of course, it was also thanks to walking this path that the strength of the Cloud Shinobi had risen steadily. Once upon a time, the fourth Raikage also thought he was quite powerful and that his Cloud Shinobi village was impressive. Even for Konoha, which claims to be the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, he believes he can now compete with them. The incidents involving Kushina's kidnapping, Hinata's kidnapping, and the later retaliatory bite were all tests of Konoha's bottom line and strength. In response to his repeated provocations, Konoha swallowed their pride time and again, continuously lowering their bottom line. This led the fourth Raikage and the entire Cloud village to become increasingly arrogant, gradually turning into a sense of superiority. At that time, they even believed that Cloud village had replaced Konoha as the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. But now, the emergence of Chinyu, a Konoha ninja, has shattered all his fantasies. If they can't even deal with this one person, how could they handle the entire Konoha? Roar! At this moment, Chinyu in the sky waved his hand again, and the lightning Qilin, standing high above, immediately started to move, followed by a deafening roar directed at the Cloud ninjas below. The thunderous roar and overwhelming pressure struck at the hearts of every Cloud ninja. If they could be given a quick end, it would be better. The feeling of waiting for death was too torturous. Therefore, at this moment, they hated Chinyu to the core. A strong sense of fear gradually rose within each Cloud ninja. Snap! Someone, trembling all over, took a step back. This immediately triggered a so-called chain reaction. Run! In an instant, the once grouped Cloud ninjas were now frantically shouting and desperately fleeing in all directions. Under the lightning technique unleashed by Chinyu, in such divine thunder might, any bravado or pride of the Cloud ninjas had been completely cast aside. All they wanted now was to escape the coverage of that lightning beast and survive. Oh no! The fourth Raikage saw this scene and instantly realized that things were going badly, causing his brows to twitch violently. For just one look, he could tell that Chinyu's technique was extremely powerful and that its speed was also incredibly fast. More critically, the coverage of this technique was vast. With these people scattering like this, they would definitely not escape and would only suffer more casualties. Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage immediately shouted at those Cloud ninjas, "Come back. Don't panic." However, despite his authority, it was the first time in many years that he found his words ineffective. The Cloud ninja subordinates slowed their steps, but did not completely stop their escape. Damn it! Seeing this, the fourth Raikage spat. If looks could kill, Chinyu would have probably died hundreds of times by now. The fourth Raikage knew it was not the time to think about this, and quickly regained his focus. Suddenly, he was surrounded by surging lightning and shouted loudly, "Stop! If you keep running, we all die together. Only by defending together can we have a glimmer of hope." His words finally had an effect. Most of the Black Ghost ninjas stopped and began to form hand seals. However, their states were clearly not good. Their normally steady hands trembled as they formed the seals. Seeing them like this, Chinyu couldn't help but laugh. Their defense looked like a joke. It is well known in the ninja world that Cloud Village ninjas are characterized by their bravery and strong offensive capabilities. In battle, regardless of their strength, Cloud ninjas almost always maintained an absolute offensive stance. This led to them rarely being forced to defend, and they had never encountered a situation like the one before them. Dozens of ninjas from Cloud Village were simultaneously attempting to defend against the technique. The Black Ghost ninjas from Cloud Village were indeed in a very awkward position. Firstly, although such a situation had occurred before, they had never trained for it. The ninja way of Cloud Village is to charge forward without fear of death. Due to this inherited ninja way, they had never practiced defense. Secondly, Cloud ninjas do not favor fancy techniques like Konoha ninjas. They primarily use various lightning techniques. Most Cloud ninjas specialize in lightning release, either singularly or everything related to lightning. Although lightning release is extremely powerful offensively, it has almost no defensive techniques. While Mist and Stone ninjas are also singular, they specialize in water and earth release, achieving a balance of offense and defense. If they want to defend, a group of Mist ninjas can use water barrier together, or a group of Stone ninjas can use earth wall, both of which are effective. The Cloud ninjas, however, were left to tremble and fight individually. Chapter 196. Qilin falls, 8 tails emerge, and Qinyu's guess was spot on. The Cloud ninjas' defense was simply a joke. In an instant, various ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield. There were all sorts of flashy techniques being unleashed. Additionally, due to the large number of Cloud ninjas being close together, there were many friendly fire incidents. Before Qinyu even unleashed his lightning Qilin technique, cries of agony from the Cloud ninjas echoed from the ground. Seeing the scene, Qinyu felt powerless to comment. This is how Cloud ninjas perform. If this were Konoha, even if they randomly picked a few ninjas from small clans to set up a defense, it wouldn't look like this. At this moment, the Black Ghost ninjas of Cloud Village were cursing Qinyu in their hearts 1,000 times. The fourth Raikage, looked at his chaotic subordinates, and his already dark face darkened further. At that moment, he suddenly felt grateful to Qinyu. It was precisely because of Qinyu's lightning Qilin technique that he discovered a huge weakness in his ninjas during combat: the utter lack of coordination and defense, which was appalling. As the Raikage, he saw this far more clearly than others. While fostering the Cloud ninjas' fearless spirit was correct and greatly enhanced their combat power, he also knew that Cloud ninjas could not always be the attackers. It seemed that when he returned, he must strengthen the practice of defensive coordination. Boom! At this moment, another loud sound echoed through the sky. This loud noise startled the fourth Raikage, completely interrupting his thoughts of the future and bringing him back to reality. He looked at Qinyu and the lightning Qilin above him and almost slapped himself for thinking about the future at such time. Whether or not that Qilin in the sky would allow for a future was debatable. Regaining his composure, he quickly set up a lightning barrier above his head for defense. However, he wasn't much better than the others. The lightning barrier he set up was also crooked and wobbly. The Raikage lineage excels at body techniques, and the lightning armor around them serves as both an offensive weapon and has strong defensive capabilities. More critically, the speed of lightning chakra activating cells is also extremely fast. Most of the attacks simply bypass defenses without needing to directly confront them. For the few that couldn't be avoided, they could still be blocked with the Thunder God armor. Apart from that, there were almost no other defensive measures. Buzz! At this moment, the lightning in Qinyu's hand suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Boom! The lightning Qilin in the sky seemed to have taken a powerful tonic, its form expanding once again in an instant. Here it comes. All the Cloud ninjas simultaneously thought this in their hearts. The threat of death loomed over every Cloud ninja. In the next moment, Qinyu swung his hand down fiercely. Let's try this. Lightning Qilin. Roar. As Qinyu's hand came down, the lightning Qilin suddenly emerged from the clouds. With a mad, beastly roar, it transformed into a shocking divine thunder in the blink of an eye. This divine thunder moved at an unimaginable speed, rapidly diving towards the Cloud ninjas below. The lightning Qilin, formed from natural lightning, moved so fast that no one, except for the caster Qinyu, could see how it descended. How? Suddenly, a strange wail echoed. Once the dust caused by the lightning Qilin's arrival settled, everyone was shocked to find several huge octopus tentacles above them, continuously emitting black smoke. With the emergence of this black smoke, a rich aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. This is the Eight Tails? The tailed beast Eight Tails? Is Lord Killer Bee here? It's Lord B. Lord B saved us. Thank heavens. Thank you, Lord B. Thanks to the Eight Tails. Thanks to Lord B, we are saved. Long live Lord B. Long live Lord B. Insert explanation. Just as Uchiha Itachi could activate Susanoo at the moment the Qilin descended, the Eight Tails could also set up defenses in an instant. This should be reasonable. At this moment, the Cloud ninjas were in a pitiful state. sitting on the ground in disarray. Their bodies were all tattered, but their faces were filled with ecstasy. They originally thought that their defenses would keep them alive. But when the Qilin truly descended, they realized how naive they had been. In front of the lightning Qilin, their so-called defenses were as fragile as paper. Luckily, at the critical moment, the previously missing Eight Tails Jinchuriki killer B suddenly arrived. With the power of the Eight Tails Gyuki, he helped them block this attack. This shows how powerful the lightning Qilin is. However, even with the strength of the Eight Tails Gyuki, it could not completely defend against the lightning Qilin. Therefore, the Cloud Ninjas still suffered significant injuries. Moreover, the large tentacles used by the Eight Tails Gyuki to block the lightning Qilin were directly turned into grilled fish on the spot. The earlier strange wail was emitted by the Eight Tails Gyuki. Oh, whoa, damn it, it hurts. The Eight Tails Gyuki and Killer Bee are one entity. So when the Eight Tails Gyuki turned into grilled octopus, Killer Bee naturally felt the pain as well. But even at this moment, he didn't give up on his rap career. Looking at the person in front of him and sensing the powerful chakra within, Qinyu immediately recognized his identity. This person was the Cloud Village's Jinchuriki, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. This Jinchuriki could be said to be the perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, able to perfectly control the presence of the Eight Tails. Just then, after muttering a few words, Killer Bee withdrew the Eight Tails tentacles. Then, he used a body flicker technique to appear beside the fourth Raikage. Looking at his brother, the Raikage A, Killer Bee anxiously asked, "Brother, how are you?" "Not dead," the fourth Raikage said with a dark expression as he patted the dust off himself. Chapter 197, Alliance. Immediately, the fourth Raikage growled at Killer Bee in annoyance. "Damn. You know how to come back. Where the hell have you been messing around? I'll deal with you later. I won't go easy on you this time." Although the fourth Raikage cares for Killer Bee, seeing him now made him extremely furious, especially given his own disheveled appearance. Even with the protection of the Eight Tails tentacles and the defense of the Thunder God armor, he still looked ragged and bore many wounds from Qilin. However, compared to the other Cloud Ninjas, he was much better off. Those ordinary Cloud Ninjas were almost all seriously injured, lying on the ground, unable to get up. Some even more unfortunate ones had died under the lightning Qilin's attack. Seeing his big brother angry, Killer Bee instinctively shrank his neck and didn't dare to retort. Besides being optimistic and friendly, he was also someone who feared nothing. However, this fearless guy was particularly afraid of his big brother. The fourth Raikage A did not continue to reprimand his brother Killer Bee, but kept his gaze fixed on Qinyu across from them. "B, you came just in time. Let's work together to take down this Konoha brat." After releasing the lightning Qilin, Qinyu slowly returned to the ground. Looking at Qinyu, who was also watching him, Killer Bee squinted and asked his brother fourth Raikage A, "Is he the Qinyu from Konoha?" The fourth Raikage nodded, confirming, "That's right." Seeing his brother confirm, Killer Bee murmured, "I never expected him to be so young and able to use such a terrifying technique. Truly a formidable younger generation." So, it seemed that Killer Bee's words were heard, and a cold, killing intent flashed in the fourth Raikage's eyes as he coldly responded to Killer Bee. "Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our Cloud Village will never have a day of resurgence." "Understood." Hearing this, Killer Bee nodded in agreement. In fact, he didn't like fighting and killing, nor was he interested in domination. But he knew that his big brother had always aimed to revitalize the Cloud Village. So for his brother, he was willing to lend his strength. The fourth Raikage grinned and said seriously, "B, speaking of which, it's been a long time since we fought side by side." "Damn it." Exactly. Although Killer Bee remained playful, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. It should be noted that they were brothers personally selected by the third Raikage back in the day, and they later formed the new generation AB combination that struck fear in their enemies. They were also known for their unique lightning techniques, becoming famous in the ninja world. Therefore, they were a trump card for the Cloud Village at the time. However, ever since the battle with Minato Namikaze, they took over as Raikage, and from then on, the two brothers hardly fought side by side again. After all, both of them are very strong, almost at the peak of the shadow level, and even faintly touching the level of super shadow. Therefore, for ordinary enemies, they fundamentally do not need to take action. Even if they need to intervene, it can usually be handled by one person, and it is rare for them to need to work together. However, now facing the formidable Konoha's Qinyu, the Raikage can no longer care about face and directly invites Killer Bee to join him in battle. The fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes and solemnly instructed Killer Bee, "B, this kid is not easy to deal with, so don't be careless. Find an opportunity to use that move." "Got it." Killer Bee immediately understood and nodded heavily. Although it had been a long time since they had fought together, the bond between the brothers still ensured they had great synergy. Yo, yo, yo. Although it's a bit unfair to bully the weak, but I have no choice. Killer Bee continued to dance with both hands, awkwardly rapping towards Shinyu. Upon hearing this, Shinyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he didn't dislike Killer Bee at all, but he had to admit that this guy's rapping skills were a bit awkward. If this were on his previous world, Blue Star, it would probably make people cringe. After feeling awkward, Shinyu shrugged at the two in front of him, then smiled playfully, while also teasingly beckoning at Raikage and Killer Bee. As the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village, AI had never experienced such provocation and was instantly furious, shouting "Bee, go!" However, before the fourth Raikage's shout could finish, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged directly at Shinyu. Seeing this, Killer Bee dared not be negligent and closely followed his brother AI, drawing a long knife from behind and charging towards Shinyu as well. The two brothers moved at extreme speed, their forms wildly shifting as they rushed towards Shinyu. Finally, they leap high to either side of Shinyu. One used steel gauntlets, while the other wielded a long knife, both striking towards Shinyu almost simultaneously. Thunderstorm Fist. Thunder Slash. It must be said that the brothers' coordination was exceptionally seamless. Two sharp lightning attacks were unleashed from the hands of the fourth Raikage AI and Killer Bee, simultaneously descending from different directions. Shinyu, however, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he curled the corner of his mouth with interest. Whoosh! In that split second, the sword of the Thunder God, which was sheathed at Shinyu's waist, suddenly unsheathed. The moment the sword was drawn, a thick layer of wind-type chakra enveloped the blade. Shinyu was employing elemental restraint, wind against lightning. Boom! Shinyu casually blocked the two attacks with the wind sword, stabilizing himself against the onslaught. The furious attacks from the two Cloud Ninja giants were actually held steady by a single hand of a Konoha brat. Such a bizarre scene left the other wounded Cloud Ninjas dumbfounded. The Raikage and Killer Bee were both immensely strong. It would be hard to find a third person like them in the Cloud Village. Yet this kid could actually stand against two? What kind of brute strength is this? Terrifying, too terrifying. This Konoha brat is truly frightening. What the hell? Chapter 198. Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Hot Knife. The fourth Raikage AI and Killer Bee exchanged glances in midair, then simultaneously shouted and unleashed their power. The Raikage's Thunder God armor became increasingly violent, seemingly advancing toward the third stage. Meanwhile, red chakra began to surge around Killer Bee. This is too abnormal. To take on two opponents and force Killer Bee to use the power of the Eight Tails so quickly. This is just too much. However, if this guy isn't abnormal, how could he have executed those chaotic moves just now? But his abnormalities should end here. That's right. With the Eight Tails joining in, it's 2 against 1, and victory is already decided. Just like that. How could a mere Konoha ninja possibly be a match for our powerful Cloud Ninja? The Cloud Ninjas, who had been feeling a bit hopeless, suddenly saw a new hope with Killer Bee's arrival. And indeed, as the fourth Raikage AI and Killer Bee unleashed their power, Shinyu found himself struggling to keep up momentarily. Although it was challenging, Shinyu remained completely unfazed. At that moment, he lightly called out, 8 gates, open for me. In an instant, under the dazed gazes of the Cloud Ninjas, Shinyu's aura skyrocketed. Boom, 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 boom. Almost in that instant, Shinyu had opened the first 5 gates of the 8 gates. An incredibly powerful chakra burst forth, an endless stream of energy surging from within him. In that brief moment, Shinyu felt relaxed and at ease again. In fact, under the tremendous power granted by the 8 gates, he seemed to be gaining the upper hand against the 2. What? This? What kind of ninjutsu has this kid used to suddenly become so much stronger? What the hell? What kind of ninjutsu is this? How many hidden cards does this Konoha brat have left? This is too damn terrifying. The Cloud Ninjas were shocked to see their 2 leaders being suppressed again, and everyone was taken aback. However, the ones who felt the most significant impact and were most shocked were none other than the fourth Raikage AI and Killer Bee, who had just clashed with Shinyu. Having personally engaged in a contest of strength with Shinyu, they were the ones who felt it most deeply. The power that erupted from Shinyu just now was so overwhelming that it was heart-stopping. Even the fourth Raikage AI and Killer Bee were no exception. The 8 Gates Technique? ISNT, that the forbidden technique of Konoha that nearly wiped out the Mist Ninja S7 Ninja Swordsman? How's this kid have so many tricks up his sleeve? At this moment, the fourth Raikage AI was utterly shocked, and his inner vigilance heightened once again. Seeing that they were about to be overpowered by Shinyu, the fourth Reikage AI and Killer Bee simultaneously shouted. Then, using their free hands, they launched another attack towards Chinyu. Empowered by their potent chakra and strength, their iron fists produced powerful gusts of wind. Any ordinary ninja who took this hit head-on would likely be gravely injured or worse. Yet Chinyu remained completely calm, a cold smile on his face as he extended his left hand, which had been resting behind him, forward. In his palm, a blue chakra sphere was spinning rapidly, growing larger with each rotation. What is this? The pupils of the fourth Reikage AI and Killer Bee constricted as they looked at the blue sphere in Chinyu's palm. Shocked, we didn't even see him form any hand signs. In such an intense clash of power, this kid could still perform ninjutsu without hand signs. What kind of chakra volume and control is this? As the spiral sphere in Chinyu's hand continued to grow larger, feeling the immense power within it. Even the fourth Reikage AI and Killer Bee felt their brows twitching. We can't take this head on. Retreat. With a loud shout from the fourth Reikage, the two of them quickly retreated to the sides, one left and one right. In that instant, as they abandoned their power struggle, they also let the powerful Daitama Sharingan pass by. Moreover, the retreat paths of the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee were clearly premeditated. Once the dust settled, they surprisingly found Chinyu caught in the middle. Chinyu, forcing us brothers to this extent, you can be proud. The fourth Reikage looked at Chinyu and shouted angrily, but you won't have another chance. The next move will determine life and death. Oh-ho, Bakayero, cool guy Yaru, deadly strike. At this moment, excitement appeared on Killer Bee's face, and he immediately jumped around to deliver another rap. Watching Killer Bee's antics, Chinyu's brow twitched awkwardly as he cursed inwardly. This guy is seriously infected. However, at this moment, Chinyu also roughly understood that the fourth Reikage's mention of a finishing move referred to a secret technique passed down through the generations of the Cloud Ninja. This ultimate move was a combined technique mastered by every generation of Cloud Ninja. The Absolute Bolt Thunder Plow Heat Blade. Boom! In an instant, an unprecedented chakra erupted from both the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee. They simultaneously extended their right arms, as hard as black iron, and then charged toward Chinyu at a speed that surpassed the limits from two opposite directions. Oh, what's here? It's here! The legendary combined ninjutsu. This unprecedented move was an unavoidable killing blow. The Cloud Ninja black-clad ninjas lying on the ground were so excited that they almost got up. Awaken! UchihaQinyu! The fourth Reikage and Killer Bee shouted simultaneously. Absolute Bolt, Thunder Plow Heat Blade. Standing between them, Chinyu casually twirled his sword before casually tossing the Thunder God sword into a corner. Since his target was not a person, no one paid attention to this small action. All the Cloud Ninja present had already concluded that Chinyu was undoubtedly doomed. However, what no one noticed was that at the moment the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee launched their Absolute Bolt Thunder Plow Heat Blade, the space between the two suddenly twisted for an instant. Boom! The speed of the Absolute Bolt Thunder Plow Heat Blade was incredibly fast, surpassing even the second stage of the Reikage speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, their arms violently intertwined. Chapter 199, Dodged it. Boom! The powerful lightning explosion erupted between their elbows. It should be noted that back in the day, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee had been invincible on the battlefield of the Ninja World War thanks to this move. Countless powerful opponents had met a tragic end under the Absolute Bolt Thunder Plow Heat Blade. Moreover, being hit directly by this move was not just a simple killing blow. The enemy struck head-on would suffer a gruesome fate, with their entire head possibly dislocated or even severed. There had never been an exception to this. Some might say it was possible to dodge this ninjutsu. Sorry, but no one has ever done that until now. The speed of this ninjutsu has surpassed the limits to an unprecedented level, making it impossible to evade. Therefore, all the Cloud Ninja black-clad ninjas naturally believed that this ninjutsu had no chance of missing. Facing this ultimate move, Chinyu was undoubtedly doomed. However, at the moment their arms made contact, the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee both frowned simultaneously. This sensation, something feels off. The insides of their elbows seemed to collide directly, with no obstruction at all. The fourth Reikage hurriedly looked, and there was no one between their arms. Nanny? In an instant, the pupils of the fourth Reikage and Killer Bee shrank sharply, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could this killing technique be dodged? Where did that little brat go? Where did he disappear to? What just happened? How did he suddenly vanish? The black-clad ninjas were also shocked, immediately searching for Chinyu. Look over there. He's over there. A Cloud Ninja black-clad ninja suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked toward the direction where Qinyu had thrown the Thunder God sword. As she hoped, she indeed found Qinyu's figure in that very concealed corner. Qinyu's ceremonial robe was still impeccably neat, and the Thunder God sword he had thrown earlier was now back in his hand. Then, his figure flickered again and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Qinyu's figure appeared directly beside the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, wielding a sword imbued with wind chakra, striking down. It turned out that just now, when Qinyu first executed the Flying Thunder God technique, he used the spatial coordinates on the Thunder God sword to leave. When he returned, it was purely coincidental. It should be noted that previously, Qinyu had used the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge the fourth Raikage downward strike, the Righteous Thunder Axe, and thus left the Flying Thunder God mark at that time. Whether all of this was coincidence or intentional remains unclear. However, if it was coincidence, it was indeed too coincidental. Therefore, it is very likely that it was deliberate. This shows that Qinyu's heart is still quite dirty. After all, those who play tactics often have quite dirty minds. Of course, setting other things aside, Qinyu's recent move was indeed a masterful display of the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. This time, the Flying Thunder God technique was executed so effortlessly in Qinyu's hands, directly toying with these two cloud ninjas, turning their so-called ultimate combined technique into a joke. Although the ultimate techniques passed down through the generations of the Cloud Ninja indeed have their uniqueness and are very powerful, it is a pity that they encounter Qinyu. Nanny? Not good. At this moment, seeing the suddenly appearing Qinyu and this unexpected killing move, both the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were shocked, their pupils simultaneously contracting sharply. However, having just launched the Absolute Bull Thunderplow Heatblade, they simply had no time to react. Whoosh! In a critical moment, the eight-tails Gyuki within Killer Bee suddenly made its move. Several powerful octopus tentacles rapidly erupted from Killer Bee's body, instantly enveloping the two. Qinyu's sharp sword strike was thus blocked by the octopus tentacles unleashed by the eight-tails Gyuki. Nevertheless, the Thunder God sword was incredibly sharp. Coupled with the powerful wind chakra infused by Qinyu, it became capable of slicing through iron like mud. In a single confrontation, it effortlessly cut through several layers of the octopus tentacles. Even a sharp wind-style sword energy directly pierced through the octopus tentacle, leaving a deep wound on Killer Bee's left shoulder, exposing bone. However, as soon as the wound appeared, a surge of red chakra erupted from Killer Bee's body, and in an instant, the wound was healed. Clearly, the Eight Tails, as a tailed beast, was using its beast chakra to help heal the injury. Killer Bee roared, and in that moment, he completely unleashed the Eight Tails chakra within him. A large amount of octopus tentacles suddenly became enveloped in a layer of blood-red chakra, rapidly wrapping around Qinyu. Seeing this, Qinyu quickly used the Sword of Thunder God to seal it, leveraging the powerful force of the tentacles to float backward and retreat. After a swift backflip, Qinyu managed to create some distance between them again. Taking advantage of Qinyu's retreat, Killer Bee quietly asked his brother, the fourth Raikage, "Hey, big brother, how did that kid just dodge our ultimate technique?" The fourth Raikage, upon hearing this, replied solemnly, "To be honest, I didn't catch it clearly either." At this moment, his expression was not good, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, as if he had grasped a key point in an instant. Wait, that kid threw a sword before we launched our Absolute Bull Lightning Plow Heatblade. Then his figure disappeared in an instant. This technique reminds me of, "Big brother, are you saying?" Killer Bee seemed to recall something upon hearing his brother's words, and a look of shock crossed his face. Back then, their AB combination was invincible on the battlefield during the Ninja World War, with no enemies able to stop them. However, they had suffered a defeat, and it was only once. Moreover, it occurred when the two of them were fighting against one opponent. Chapter 200, Repulsion and Attraction. That opponent was the Golden Flash of Konoha, who later became the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. That man used his unpredictable space-time ninjutsu to toy with the two brothers. As they recalled the scene from earlier, it was strikingly similar to that time. However, the Qinyu before them seemed to lack a bit of the grace that Minato had back then, yet his murderous aura far surpassed that of his opponent. At this moment, the fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes slightly and solemnly shouted at Qinyu, "UchihaQinyu, I never expected you at such a young age, not only to have mastered the 8 gates of Duinjia, but also to be proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique of the fourth Hokage." What did Lord Raikage just say? He actually used the Flying Thunder God technique. What is the Flying Thunder God technique? No. What the heck is this Flying Thunder God technique? Damn it, are you all blind? The Flying Thunder God technique. Have you never heard of it? It's the unique space-time ninjutsu of the ninja world. I know. It seems to be a legendary ninjutsu, right? The fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, could use it. That's right, it's that Minato Namikaze. During the Ninja World War, he rode the waves of the ninja world with the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn, this ninjutsu is incredibly powerful. Of course, the reason this ninjutsu is so mysterious is that it's almost impossible to track its movement. Every action he takes is a traversal through space-time. A group of Yunin's black-clad ninjas began to discuss excitedly after hearing their Raikage words. To be honest, the fourth Raikage wasn't entirely sure that Qinyu had indeed used the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he intentionally stated it with such certainty to draw the truth out from Qinyu. Yet, Qinyu was completely unconcerned with the Raikage's little ploys and openly admitted it. Moreover, Qinyu took the opportunity to launch a wave of sarcasm. Heh, I've heard that you, the fourth Raikage, not only claim to be the strongest lightning user in the ninja world, but also the fastest in the ninja world, right? So what do you think now? Do you still think so? Qinyu's words struck hard. It was true that compared to space-time ninjutsu, no matter how fast other ninjutsu were, they could never be faster. However, just as Qinyu had thought, being so ridiculed by Qinyu, the fourth Raikage immediately flew into a rage. The previous Kirin had already proven that he was not the strongest lightning user. Now, with Qinyu openly acknowledging his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, it further proved that he was not the fastest in the ninja world. Poor fourth Raikage, within a single day, he lost 2 of his strongest titles. The fourth Raikage's face, which was not particularly fair to begin with, was now darker than a pot bottom. Ignorant junior. Back then, my brother and I indeed suffered losses at the hands of Minato Namikaze. The fourth Raikage stared hard at Qinyu and said in a deep voice, "But it's been so many years. Don't say that Minato Namikaze is dead. Even if he were alive, he would not stand a chance against the combined might of my brother and me." Huh. In the face of the fourth Raikage's boastful words, Qinyu simply sneered. Then, Qinyu casually flicked his divine robe and said domineeringly, "Who told you that my fourth Hokage of Konoha is inferior to you 2 Yunin brutes?" One of the black-clad Yunin ninjas immediately exploded in anger, shouting, "Baka, you dare insult our Raikage as a brute." Although he had just been knocked down by Kirin and could hardly stand, and their Raikage was in a very embarrassing situation, he was still indignant upon hearing Qinyu insult his Raikage. What is he, to dare make noise in front of me? Upon seeing this, Qinyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Have you forgotten my previous warning?" Initially, a black-clad Yunin ninja had spouted nonsense at him, and at that time, he had merely used an illusion to sever that person's arm while issuing a warning. Any further offenders will definitely pay with their lives. Universal Pool. At this moment, Qin, you could be said to be too lazy to even glance at that Yunin ninja, directly extending his right hand. From dozens of meters away, the Yunin ninja felt an irresistible, immense gravitational force acting upon him. Immediately, his body, which was originally slumped on the ground, uncontrollably flew toward Qinyu. What? The Yunin ninja's face changed dramatically upon seeing this. However, at that moment, he was in midair and had no way to gain leverage. With his strength, he could not break free from the gravitational pull of universal pull. Not good. The fourth Raikage's eyebrows twitched upon seeing this. Although he was fast, there was nothing he could do. He could only shout, "B." I know. Killer Bee finally put away his carefree attitude and shouted. He focused his mind, and a tentacle extended from his body, wrapping around the Yunin ninja in midair. Who? In an instant, the black-clad Yunin ninjas all breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that in the next moment, even Killer Bee's feet left the ground? Due to the connection of the octopus tentacle, the powerful gravitational force was transmitted to him as well. What? Kurabi felt the power surging within him, and his expression changed instantly as he exclaimed in shock. Is this the legendary power of the Rinnegan? Truly terrifying. However, he is, after all, a shadow-level powerhouse and did not panic excessively. He quickly extended several octopus-like tentacles that were extremely agile and swift, reaching out in midair to firmly bind several giant trees. It was with this maneuver that Kurabi managed to barely counteract the terrifying repulsive force of the universal pull. Ha! Qinyu sneered slightly and said to Kurabi, who was trying to resist, "Anyone I want to kill, even a god, cannot save." Shinra Tensei. He held the Thunder God sword horizontally, aiming at the Cloud Ninja, who was a mere extra. Under the influence of the powerful repulsive force, the Thunder God sword shot out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder God sword pierced through the chest of the Cloud Ninja, like it was breaking through time and space. In that moment, the Cloud Ninja went from being alive to dead. Chapter 201. Preparing the Tailed Beast Ball. Damn it, UchihaQinyu, do you think so little of me? You are provoking me. Do you believe I will annihilate you? Seeing his subordinate die tragically before his eyes, the fourth Raikage was filled with rage. Even the usually good-natured Karabi's expression turned very grim at this moment. Ha! In response to the fourth Raikage A's furious shout, Qinyu merely sneered. I think it's you who are disregarding my warning. I just made it clear earlier. He is seeking death, and I can't be blamed. This is the consequence of ignoring my warning. After saying this, Qinyu's gaze directly shifted toward the black-clad ninjas of the Cloud Village. In an instant, the originally fearless elite Cloud Ninjas were paralyzed with fear by Qinyu's gaze, trembling uncontrollably. If it weren't for the heavy injuries they sustained from the residual effects of the lightning Kirin technique earlier, they would have undoubtedly fled in panic. Trash! Qinyu disdainfully laughed at their performance, too lazy to look at these extras any longer. At this moment, Qinyu waved his hand, and the chakra on the Thunder God sword resonated with the remaining chakra, instantly summoning the sword back. He then casually twirled it, looking both elegant and flamboyant. One must know that Qinyu had always mastered the art of being stylish. It could be said that he was exceptionally good at showing off and being cool. You little brat, you've really angered me. The fourth Raikage A's voice was filled with rage, and his Thunder God armor became even more violent at that moment. Seeing this, Qinyu mockingly said, a defeated opponent dares to speak of courage? Ah, baka, baka. The fourth Raikage A was driven mad with rage, pounding his iron fists against his chest. Seeing this, Qinyu merely shook his head disdainfully and smiled. You think you can act so arrogantly against our Konoha's fourth Hokage? Today, I'll let you feel the absolute techniques of the fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage A was truly enraged to the point of exploding. But he had already realized something very painful. That is, when it came to verbal sparring, he could never be a match for the UchihaQinyu before him. Realizing this, he decided to stop wasting words. Karabi, being in sync with his elder brother, knew that he was about to get serious. Roar! As the eight tails Jinchuriki, Karabi let out a thunderous roar. Then, the immense power of the eight tails was mobilized, and violent chakra surged out of Karabi's body. In an instant, a thick, blood-red chakra formed an outer layer around Karabi. Subsequently, chakra tails began to continuously emerge from behind Karabi. Finally, when all eight tails appeared, they began to thrash wildly. Not good. Lord Karabi has directly entered tailed beast mode. In that moment, all the Cloud Ninjas present were horrified. One by one, they began to scramble away. Clearly, these Cloud Ninjas were experienced. They understood very well that once Karabi entered tailed beast mode, his combat ferocity would escalate once again. At that point, the destructive power would be even more difficult to predict. And when that time came, so-called collateral damage would be inevitable. In fact, Karabi, in his current chakra state, was not yet in true tailed beast mode. It could at most be considered a half-tailed beast state. However, it was not comparable to an ordinary state. Most importantly, in this state, he could unleash the ultimate technique of the Jinchuriki, the tailed beast ball. The fourth Raikage A said quietly to his brother Karabi, this kid said he would use the fourth Hokage's techniques against us. That space-time ninjutsu is quite troublesome, but its weakness is actually very simple. It relies on seals. Now, I've already identified 2 seal locations. Karabi, wait a moment. Use the tailed beast ball to attack his current position. No matter which direction he moves, I will immediately charge in that direction and take him out. If this kid doesn't dodge and prepares to take it head-on, then just hum. The fourth Raikage A's words were not finished, but the meaning was already very clear. Clearly, he did not believe that anyone could withstand the tailed beast ball, even if that person was the UchihaQinyu before him, a freak of nature. One must know that the power of the tailed beast ball was incredibly terrifying. It was definitely not something that just 1 or 2 earth-style walls or water-style barriers could block. At this moment, Karabi nodded and solemnly replied to his brother. The fourth Raikage A Yoshi. I understand, big brother. Moreover, although their voices were very low, the perceptive abilities of shadow-level powerhouses were extraordinary. In Qinyu could certainly hear them. However, the Raikage was confident, believing this was a sure-kill situation. So one could say that this was entirely a blatant scheme. The fourth Raikage, while appearing rough on the outside, had a very delicate mind, and his combat intelligence was also extremely high. Just then, after entering tailed beast mode, Karabi suddenly roared again, shaking the entire mountain. Then the 8 red chakra tails he was dragging violently curled back. Those 8 red tails spread out like a fan. all converging near his mouth. At this point, Karabi's mouth was no longer human-shaped, but rather had transformed into a peculiar and evil-tailed beast form. He opened his mouth wide, and a massive amount of tailed beast chakra was continuously channeled to his mouth through the 8 tails. In a very short time, countless large and small chakra bubbles formed by his mouth. The chakra bubbles slowly fused together, ultimately coalescing into a gigantic purple-black sphere. Although the distance was great, the terrifying energy contained within that purple-black sphere could be felt very clearly. At that moment, when those cloud ninjas saw the successful condensation of the tailed beast ball, they retreated even further, clearly well aware of its power. Despite this, they were not worried about it affecting the village. Because, although the battlefield here is not far from Yunin Village, coincidentally, the direction where UchihaQinyu is located is exactly opposite to that of Yunin Village. Chapter 202, Flying Thunder God Guiding Thunder. It is precisely because of this that Yunin's 4th Raikage, A, dares to let Karabi use the tailed beast bomb, this ultimate weapon, without any hesitation. At this moment, Karabi, with 8 red foxtails dancing wildly behind him, has already completed the condensation of the tailed beast bomb in front of him and is ready to unleash it at any moment. One could say that he is fully prepared to launch it at any time. Seeing this, the 4th Raikage A also extends his strong left arm. In an instant, the violent lightning chakra rapidly gathers on it. This is his ultimate technique, the lightning annihilation level dance. Roar! Karabi, seeing that his brother, the 4th Raikage A, is also ready, lets out another wild roar. With a powerful breath, he activates the tailed beast bomb in front of him. The purple-black sphere, which contains enormous chakra, flies toward UchihaQinyu at an unimaginable speed. One must understand how devastating the tailed beast bomb is. As it advances, just a trace of its residual energy has already plowed a deep trench into the ground. The black-cloaked Yunin ninjas who had crawled far away now widen their eyes. They are closely observing the tailed beast bomb, eager to know the result of this strike. Or rather, they are all eagerly anticipating seeing UchihaQinyu turn to ashes under this attack. Besides these extras, even the 4th Raikage, it does not dare to slacken off at this moment. His body is tense, and the lightning annihilation level dance on his hand is prepared to strike. The 4th Raikage tiger-like eyes are fixed on UchihaQinyu, afraid to miss any detail. His previous encounters with Minato Namikaze have given him a deep understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. When facing someone who masters the Flying Thunder God technique, aside from speed, the most important thing is to maintain a high level of focus. One can say that one must not miss any detail. According to the plan he discussed with Karabi, the 4th Raikage's current mission is singular. As long as UchihaQinyu dares to use the Flying Thunder God to evade this tailed beast bomb, he must immediately rush to the new landing point at the fastest speed. Then, at that moment, he will deliver a fatal blow. However, although the 4th Raikage A's ideas are good and the plan is exquisite, he never calculated that UchihaQinyu at this moment had no intention of dodging at all. As the powerful tailed beast bomb approaches, UchihaQinyu is completely unfazed. He holds the Sword of Thunder God in his left hand, while his right hand calmly points to his chest, chanting something. This kid, what is he doing? I can't understand. I don't know what he's doing. Is he giving up on resisting and dodging? Or has he prepared to wait for death? Why do I feel like he is praying to the heavens? Praying? Praying for what? What else could he pray for, other than wishing the tailed beast bomb would pass through his body? That's true besides that. I can't think of anything else. At this moment, the black-cloaked Yunin ninjas are completely stunned by UchihaQinyu's actions. Now that they have hidden in a completely safe position, they no longer need to worry about their safety. In an instant, this group of black-cloaked ninjas resumes their role as the strongest onlookers. Moreover, due to their strong trust in their Lord Karabi's tailed beast bomb, they feel that UchihaQinyu has no room for resistance at all. The 4th Raikage A is also confused, despite his extensive knowledge. He still cannot understand what UchihaQinyu is trying to do. However, due to his strong wariness of UchihaQinyu and his excellent combat discipline, he does not dare to relax even a little. He remains tense, fearing that UchihaQinyu might use space-time ninjutsu to dodge at the last moment, and he must ensure he can rush out instantly. However, after 0.5 seconds, an incomprehensible scene unfolds. Suddenly, in front of the advancing tailed beast bomb, a large area of strange and intricate runes appears. The moment this large area of runes emerges, they instantly spread out in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the runes, there's a very strange vortex. The next moment, the enormous tailed beast bomb is swiftly swallowed by that vortex. In the end, the tailed beast bomb completely disappears. How is this possible? Instantly, All the black-cloaked Yunin ninjas are left with their mouths agape. What? Even the fourth Reikage, A, and Karabi are now filled with disbelief. Faced with such a bizarre technique, it can be said to be unprecedented and unheard of. The next moment, Chinyu smiles slightly in front of everyone. Then, he directly closes his Rinnegan and reopens his Byakugan. Following that, in the shocked gazes of everyone, Chinyu lifts his Sword of Thunder God, placing it solemnly between his hands. The direction of the Sword of Thunder God is aimed far away at Yunin Village. What is this kid going to do? Who knows? This kid is a freak, and there is something sinister about him. Yes, and for some reason, I suddenly feel a bit anxious. I also feel a bit uneasy. Could something dangerous happen soon? It can't be. After all, Lord Reikage and Lord Karabi are here, right? That is true. The Yunin extras in the distance are somewhat perplexed, but having developed to this point, they no longer dare to underestimate Chinyu in the slightest. One must know that this young brat, from the moment he appeared until now, has exuded an aura of terror. As the leader, the fourth Reikage A, despite not knowing what Chinyu is up to, suddenly feels an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He cannot afford any hesitation and directly shouts at Chinyu. Chinyu, stop it now. After finishing the little show, you still want me to stop? Too late. Chinyu lets out a cold laugh and says coldly, let you Yunin Village taste the flavor of your own tailed beast bomb. His Byakugan suddenly activates to its maximum power, penetrating all obstacles and taking in Yunin Village at a glance. Almost in an instant, he spots the exceptionally conspicuous landmark building. The next moment, Chinyu activates his Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. The tailed beast bomb that was absorbed by the seal descends into Yunin Village without any warning. Moreover, it lands precisely above a very important building. Chapter 203, Response Method. Boom! 0.001 seconds later, a tremendous explosion erupts from the direction of Yunin Village. Even though the battlefield is several kilometers away from Yunin Village, the earth still shakes violently. From such a distance, one can clearly see flames shooting into the sky, and a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The next moment, wails and roars can be heard continuously. Under such a terrifying attack, everyone in Yunin Village, from high-ranking ninjas to ordinary civilians, is filled with fear. Although terrified and in chaos, no one knows what is happening. One can say that without needing to look closely, just by imagining, one can envision the severe damage this tailed beast bomb has caused to Yunin Village. At this moment, in the Cloud Ninja Village, the smoke and dust raised by the tailed beast bomb slowly dissipated. The iconic building of the village, the Reikage's office, had already become a pile of ruins. It could even be said that this place had formed a gigantic pit. My God, how could this happen? What on earth is going on? Damn it, who did this? What do we do now? The Reikage's office has been destroyed. Don't let me find out who did this. If I do, I will definitely tear them to shreds. Bastard, someone like that deserves to be torn apart. And just like that, the Reikage's office is gone. Bastard. Countless Cloud Ninjas and civilians in the Cloud Ninja Village were initially shocked and then filled with rage and sorrow. The Reikage's office in the Cloud Ninja Village was an iconic building that had stood for decades, a sacred place in the hearts of countless Cloud Ninjas. Now, this sacred place had been reduced to rubble by a sudden attack. This scene ignited feelings of anger and sorrow in the hearts of every Cloud Ninja and civilian. Outside the village, the fourth Reikage, A, suddenly changed his expression. My office. My office. Damn it, you bastard. Chinyu. I will definitely not let this go. As the fourth Reikage, it had a lot on his plate in the Cloud Ninja Village. Although he had left the village to search for his brother, Killer Bee, he had left a shadow clone in the Reikage's office to handle paperwork. The recent tailed beast bomb had struck his office directly, and that shadow clone was obliterated in an instant. So, even though he was far away and couldn't see, his real body received the message from the shadow clone immediately. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee was also taken aback and exclaimed, What? The office was blown up? Bro, you mean the Reikage's office in the Cloud Village? As soon as he said this, Killer Bee felt a bit foolish. Other than the Reikage's office, what other office in the Cloud Ninja Village would make his brother so furious? He shrank his neck in a rather comical manner, scared enough that even the tailed beast cloak he wore dissipated. Bro, Killer Bee had always been a mischievous character, and he didn't know how many times he had been beaten by the Reikage. However, he had never done anything as outrageous as blowing up the Reikage's office. At this moment, he was too scared to say much. It was proven that A, who became the fourth Reikage, was indeed intelligent and rational. It's not your fault. A waved his hand at Killer Bee and then shouted angrily at Chinyu. It's all this kid's doing. Ha! Upon hearing this, Chinyu sneered coldly and disdainfully said to the fourth Raikage, "So, Raikage, how does it feel? Is this strike going to leave you with an unforgettable lesson for life? You think you can mock our fourth Hokage of Konoha just because of this?" Faced with Chinyu's blunt acknowledgement, the fourth Raikage was instantly enraged. Being slapped in the face repeatedly by Chinyu, shouted furiously, "Baka! Baka!" On the side, seeing that his brother didn't blame him, Killer Bee felt relieved. He looked at Chinyu, still puzzled about what had just happened, muttering, "But what was that all about? That strange rune, what was it?" Suddenly, the Eight Tails inside Killer Bee spoke up. "I sensed a spatial fluctuation just now," the Eight Tails said seriously. "That technique must be some kind of space-time ninjutsu that moved the tailed beast bomb through a space-time barrier directly to the Cloud Ninja Village." Space-time ninjutsu? Does it have such terrifying power? Upon hearing the Eight Tails' explanation, Killer Bee furrowed his brow and looked flustered. If someone could redirect their opponent's attacks, wouldn't that make them completely invincible? Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze from back in the day, probably couldn't do something like that. After pondering for a moment, the Eight Tails replied, "Invincible? That's not quite the case. You see, space-time ninjutsu consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, and to redirect an attack as powerful as a tailed beast bomb requires an enormous amount of chakra. So this guy definitely can't keep redirecting indefinitely." While that was said, Killer Bee shrugged helplessly and continued, "But we can't take that gamble either. I can't just go trade chakra with him. If he blew up the Raikage's office with just one strike, if he redirects a few more times, the entire village will be leveled. That makes sense." The Eight Tails nodded in agreement with Killer Bee's concerns. After a moment, he seemed to think of another solution and said, "Then let's use an attack that can't be redirected against him." "Huh? An attack that can't be redirected?" As the host of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee was in sync with the Eight Tails and quickly caught on to the idea. He suddenly grinned and said, "Looks like we'll have to use that. Haha, it's been a while since I last let loose." At that moment, the Eight Tails' voice was filled with excitement. Killer Bee was indeed a perfect host for the tailed beast, and he had a good relationship with the Eight Tails. However, tailed beasts were naturally restless, stuck inside Killer Bee for so long. The Eight Tails was also eager to come out and have some fun. "Oh, Bakayuru, cool guy Yagi." At this moment, Killer Bee felt genuinely happy for his old partner. "Oh, with a roar, a layer of crimson, tailed beast chakra enveloped Killer Bee once again. Moreover, this transformation was far from over. Just a few seconds later, the enormous body of the Eight Tails suddenly revealed itself. Hiss! The Eight Tails? That is the true form of the Eight Tails. Lord Killer Bee. He has completely transformed into a tailed beast. A fully tailed beast transformed Killer Bee. That kid definitely won't stand a chance against him." The Cloud Ninjas, who were sitting on the ground, gasped at this sight. No matter when, the pressure that a tailed beast exuded was unparalleled for ordinary ninjas. Additionally, the size of the Eight Tails was so massive that even ninjas from the Cloud Village could see it from miles away. In an instant, over 100 elite Cloud Ninjas sprang into action, quickly forming a formation and rushing from the Cloud Ninja Village. Roar! The Eight Tails, who hadn't been active for a long time, let out a fierce roar as soon as he appeared. Just that one roar shook the surrounding earth. The powerful sound waves directly created ripples, as if even the space was slightly distorted. This shows the power of the Eight Tails, the Ox Demon, as a tailed beast. At this moment, Killer Bee did not hesitate any longer. He directly controlled the fully formed Eight Tails octopus tentacles, launching a fierce attack toward Chinyu. Such a simple and brutal physical attack was unavoidable. No matter how miraculous a space-time ninjutsu might be, it was impossible to divert such an attack. The fourth Raikage crossed his arms and quietly watched his brother's performance. He looked at Chinyu and coldly laughed. "Chinyu, I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." However, facing the fearsome Eight Tails, Chinyu merely sneered indifferently. "Eight Tails? Just a bigger beast." Upon hearing this, the Ox Demon instantly went wild. It let out a furious roar. Seeing this, Chinyu remained unmoved, his face showing indifference. "Be honest." In the next moment, powerful chakra surged into his eyes. Chinyu's previously normal eyes instantly turned a deep crimson, with 3 black tomo evenly distributed in the pupils. "Nanny? Damn, I actually forgot he has Sharingan." The fourth Raikage recognized this highly renowned bloodline limit in an instant. Wasn't that the Rinnegan just now? How did it suddenly turn into Sharingan? What's going on? Is it an illusion? In less than 2 seconds, countless thoughts flashed through the fourth Raikage's mind. Not only was the fourth Raikage, shocked, but Killer Bee was equally astonished. The Eight Tails, now revealed, was also extremely shocked. Its massive-tailed beast body swaying strangely. Clearly, it held a deep-seated fear of the Sharingan. Oomph. The fourth Raikage, being a seasoned warrior, quickly regained his composure after the shock. He then shouted at Qinyu in a furious tone. Qinyu, do you think a pair of Sharingan can help you turn the tide? You are too naive. Is that so? Qinyu replied calmly, not angered, but instead smirking at the fourth Raikage, asking, then how about this? As soon as Qinyu finished speaking, the three Tomoe in his eyes began to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the three Tomoe connected together, instantly forming a pattern resembling a four-pointed pinwheel. Below the pinwheel, there were three strange lines. This was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. What is this? The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed the change in the Sharingan right before his eyes. If his reaction was already quite large, the Eight Tails' reaction was even more exaggerated. At the moment Qinyu's Kaleidoscope Sharingan appeared, the massive body of the Ox Demon began to tremble involuntarily. Even the octopus tentacles that were originally attacking Qinyu awkwardly froze in midair. It wasn't that the Eight Tails was too timid. It was simply that the impression left by the eternal kaleidoscope was too profound. Decades ago, the legendary Uchiha Madara, known as the Azura of Konoha and the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, had teamed up to capture tailed beasts. Their combat power was astonishing. Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they weren't just empty words. However, Hashirama had no desire for dominance, which is why he didn't unify the ninja world. But he was deeply invested in capturing tailed beasts. The two men at the pinnacle of the ninja world found it incredibly easy to bully the nine-tailed beasts. One controlled the tailed beasts with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, while the other captured them directly using wood release. Their efficiency in capturing tailed beasts was simply swift and decisive. The end result was that all nine-tailed beasts were caught like pets. The tailed beasts, which once dominated the ninja world, became a joke in front of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Even the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, was easily controlled by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito consecutively. Thus, seeing the same eyes as Uchiha Madara after many years, it was understandable how terrified the Eight Tails would be. Killer Bee and the Eight Tails shared a connection, and he had never seen the Eight Tails display such fear. With his constant reassurance, the Eight Tails finally managed to stabilize its emotions with some difficulty. It still harbored a glimmer of hope. Uchiha Madara was a legendary figure. Even if others possessed the same bloodline limit, they might not be able to exert the same combat power as him. Roar! The Eight Tails howled to the sky, as if to encourage itself, and then attacked Qinyu again. Still not believing in the threat? Seeing the Eight Tails' movements, Qinyu merely raised an eyebrow and coldly smiled, then activated the power of the eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, the Eight Tails' mind was eroded by the terrifying ocular power. However, Qinyu's ocular power did not manage to control the Eight Tails directly like Madara did. The Eight Tails still barely retained control over its body. But even with Killer Bee's help, the Eight Tails' originally frenzied movements had slowed considerably. Even if you can barely withstand the control of the eternal kaleidoscope, I still have other means. Qinyu sneered, then casually sheathed the sword of Thunder God, suddenly clasping his hands together. His chakra amount and control were at the pinnacle of the ninja world, and in an instant, he summoned a massive amount of chakra. Then he forcefully injected it into the ground. Boom! Under the terrified gazes of everyone, the once stable ground beneath them began to tremble violently. The next moment, a massive crack appeared in the ground, and a domineering wooden dragon violently burst forth from the fissure. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The wooden dragon that broke through the earth was lifelike, embodying a true sense of dragon might. Its two dragon eyes shone brightly like golden lanterns, and even the patterns on its dragon body became incredibly clear at this moment, as if a true dragon had come to life. What is this? A wooden dragon? Damn! The many cloud ninja extras hiding in the distance were utterly stunned in place. This was the legendary wood release ninjutsu, the wood release ninjutsu of the first Hokage. At this moment, the fourth Raikage also looked horrified. Staring at Qinyu, he exclaimed in shock, Rinnegan, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now, even would release. What kind of monster is this kid? As the Raikage, he was well aware of various secrets in the ninja world. In the Cloud Ninja's records, the terrifying nature of wood release was vividly described. Although the fourth Raikage's personality was somewhat arrogant, he was by no means foolish. He understood that a bloodline limit that had been spoken of in such reverent terms in that era of exceptional talents should not be underestimated. As soon as the wooden dragon emerged from the ground, it instantly locked onto the eight tails. Its two dragon eyes, shining like golden lanterns, erupted with boundless light. At that moment, the wooden dragon looked as if it had found the most delectable prey. Without the slightest hesitation, it lunged forward with claws bared. Roar! Upon seeing the wooden dragon burst forth, the ox demon let out a roar. This time, the roar was filled with fear, completely devoid of its previous excitement and wildness. There's no way around it. First it was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and then it was would release. The continuous onslaught was so overwhelming that even the tailed beasts with their massive hearts struggled to bear it. This was the feeling of facing the combined might of Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan was manageable, especially with the presence of Killer Bee as the Jinchuriki, allowing the Eight Tails GY to hold on for a while. But would release? It didn't care about Jinchuriki or not. Once it trapped you, it would start draining you relentlessly. This technique was truly terrifying, truly frightening. Although no matter how fearsome a bloodline limit or ninjutsu is, it depends on the user's level. However, within this wood dragon technique, the Eight Tails felt an unmistakable aura of the legendary man. This indicated that Qinyu's mastery of wood release was exceptionally high. The wood dragon before him was definitely not just a flashy trick. At this moment, Qinyu, fully unleashing his power for the first time, was quite exhilarated. He controlled the wood dragon with all his might, sending it flying straight toward the Eight Tails GY. The fear from GY communicated to Killer Bee, who desperately tried to control the beast's body to dodge or resist. However, due to an instinctual fear of wood release, combined with the interference from the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, GY's movements became incredibly slow under this dual pressure. Meanwhile, the speed of the wood dragon technique was extremely fast, almost instantly reaching the front of the Eight Tails GY. Then, with a powerful tail swipe, it wrapped around GY in a single encounter. Following that, the binding force gradually increased, quickly securing GY tightly. A howl erupted from the Eight Tails as it struggled desperately. Dozens of tentacle-like appendages flailed wildly, trying to break free from the wood dragon's grasp. However, as a tailed beast, GY did show signs of loosening the wood dragon's grip with its frantic efforts. Seeing this, Qinyu sneered and disdainfully said to the Eight Tails, "Can you escape my grasp?" He then formed several hand seals and infused a large amount of chakra into the wood dragon from a distance. With the infusion of Qinyu's chakra, the already imposing wood dragon became even more extraordinary. The binding that was about to loosen suddenly tightened even more. Furthermore, the massive dragon head of the wood dragon suddenly swung, opening its enormous mouth wide and biting down hard on the Eight Tails' body. A roar erupted as the Eight Tails was bitten, immediately becoming frenzied. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly smiled slightly. With his smile, the hand seals in his hands changed once more, and the wood dragon's body erupted with a brilliant glow. As the glow appeared, the Eight Tails instantly sensed that the tailed beast chakra within it was rapidly depleting. Clearly, Qinyu was using the wood dragon technique to siphon off its chakra. This wood dragon technique was an extremely advanced wood release technique, with a very fast chakra extraction rate. In the current situation, Killer Bee was at a loss and had no choice but to shout for help to his older brother. "The fourth Reikage brother, save me." Hearing his younger brother's cry for help, the fourth Reikage felt helpless. In fact, he had wanted to rush in to help the moment the wood dragon appeared, but he had been contemplating whether he should directly charge at Qinyu to fundamentally resolve the issue or first break the wood dragon to rescue Killer Bee. He was usually a decisive and ruthless person with high combat intelligence. However, this time he hesitated. The pressure Qinyu exerted on him was simply too great. The more critical the moment, the less he dared to act rashly. He was afraid that one wrong move would lead to a disastrous outcome. Just as he hesitated for a moment, the Eight Tails was drained of nearly a quarter of its chakra. Although the strength of a tailed beast is not determined by the number of tails, the Eight Tails is indeed the second strongest among the nine-tailed beasts. Right after the Nine Tails, having drained a quarter of the Eight Tails chakra, Qinyu's previously expended chakra was fully replenished. Chapter 206. Drain. Seeing the Eight Tails aura becoming increasingly sluggish while Qinyu's aura grew more violent, the fourth Reikage realized he could no longer hesitate. He made a decision. Gritting his teeth, the fourth Reikage shot out like a bolt of lightning, almost instantly reaching the side of the Eight Tails GY. Lightning Cutter. He leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful lightning-infused strike directly onto the head of the wood dragon technique. Although wood release was incredibly sturdy, The fourth Raikage strike was an all-out effort. Thus, the dragon head was immediately shattered, sending wooden debris flying everywhere. Following this, the wood dragon's body began to sway and showed signs of imminent collapse. A roar erupted from the eight tails, which had been pent up for a long time, as it seized the opportunity to resist with all its might. Finally, its numerous tentacles began to coil back against the wood dragon's body, ultimately destroying it completely. However, after all that struggle to break free, and having forcibly drained a significant amount of chakra, the eight tails collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. At this moment, a large group of Cloud Shinobi finally arrived from Kumobikure. A rough glance revealed that there were as many as 100 of them. They came not only because the Cloud Shinobi had been attacked by the tailed beast bomb, but also because they saw from a distance that the eight tails had entered its tailed beast form. So they hurried over to check the situation. As soon as the group of Cloud Shinobi landed, they saw their Raikage's face was ashen. Meanwhile, the once invincible eight tails was now battered and lying on the ground. Opposite them was a young man in a black divine robe, grinning in a mocking manner. Seeing such a bizarre scene, the newly arrived Cloud Shinobi were completely stunned. What? What is happening? Could it be that the smug-looking kid over there is the enemy? Just one person? This is too unbelievable. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a kid have such power? But it seems there really is no one else here, not even a corpse. Could it be that even the Raikage and the other great ninja couldn't handle this kid? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The Raikage and the other great ninja are so powerful. They would never lose to this kid. Damn it. Why think so much? Brothers, let us go together and kill him. Yes. Charge forward. Kill him. Avenge the Raikage and the other great ninja. Charge. Avenge the Raikage and the other great ninja. For the glory of Cloud Shinobi. For our two great leaders. A group of newly arrived Cloud Shinobi discussed for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what had happened. So, they decided to rush indirectly, relying on their muscle to think through the problem. They were all new, having never experienced Qinyu's terror, so they were ignorant and fearless. Seeing the new recruits swarm towards him, the fourth Raikage was suddenly alarmed and quickly shouted at the Cloud Shinobi, "Stop! Retreat!" However, the fourth Raikage was too late. Qinyu, who had just drained a large amount of chakra from the eight tails, was looking for a way to vent his frustration. And with so many expendable characters rushing in, it couldn't have been more comfortable. Even when facing hundreds of people alone, Qinyu showed no sign of fear, even feeling a hint of excitement. His eyes flashed with a gleam, and he suddenly pressed his palms together. A powerful chakra surged into the ground. Would release. Birth of the tree world. The ground, which had just calmed down, began to shake violently again, as if some terrifying existence was about to break through. This time, the intensity of the tremors was even more horrifying than before. Following that, thick trees shot up rapidly from the ground. Like coiling dragons, they danced wildly in the air, charging toward the group of Cloud ninjas with an overwhelming presence. The fourth Raikage's pupils constricted sharply, sensing that something was wrong. However, the newly arrived Cloud ninja, the Black Demon ninjas, had no understanding of Qinyu's abilities. They showed no hesitation in embracing their reckless reputation, and upon witnessing such an exaggerated scene, they were completely undeterred. One by one, they drew their long swords, activating their lightning release ninjutsu to clash head-on with the thick tree trunks. What's happening? Did a tree suddenly grow? What kind of nonsense is this? Where did it come from? Chop, chop, chop. Don't worry about it, just chop. Brothers, don't let these tree trunks hold you back. Charge in. Take it down. Come on. Cloud ninjas are invincible. Even at this point, they were still thinking about attacking Qinyu. It should be known that Wood Release is one of the strongest bloodline limits in the ninja world. Against Wood Release ninjutsu, those without shadow-level strength simply cannot contend. For these Cloud ninjas' low-level abilities, facing Qinyu's Wood Release was essentially a gift. They had initially boasted with great momentum, but as soon as they made contact, they immediately realized something was wrong. Soon, cries of despair filled the battlefield, starkly contrasting with their previous bravado. Help! Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? So terrifying. What is this? Could it really be the legendary Wood Release? I don't believe it. My chakra. He is quickly draining my chakra. Damn it. This is too bizarre. The sharp, long swords of the Cloud ninjas, infused with violent lightning release, pose not even the slightest threat to those thick, powerful tree trunks. The snake-like tree trunks swiftly bound the black demons, then unleashed their full power to begin draining the chakra from within them. The speed at which the birth of the tree world drained chakra was no weaker than the previous Wood Dragon. But the amount of chakra these low-level ninjas had was less than a tenth of the Eight Tails. In just a few breaths, they lost more than half of their chakra to the wood release. As their chakra flowed away rapidly, their strength diminished, and the Cloud Ninjas were thrown into complete panic. Ultimately, only the fourth Raikage AI and the Eight Tails Kira managed to avoid being bound by the tree trunks due to their incredible speed and strength. The fourth Raikage AI desperately wanted to save his subordinates, but unfortunately, he was powerless. The level of this birth of the tree world was far superior to the inferior version used by the first Hokage when he was reincarnated with impure world reincarnation. Qinyu had used almost all the chakra he extracted from the Eight Tails. The scale and power of this technique were certainly not inferior to that of the first Hokage at his peak. Chapter 207. The strongest super, Giant Sharingan. No one could understand how frustrated the fourth Raikage must be at this moment. After serving as Raikage for over a decade, he always believed that his Cloud Ninja subordinates were brave and competitive, which was a good thing. This could significantly enhance the combat power of the Cloud Village. But at this moment, facing the scene before him, he regretted it, truly regretted it. Moreover, he felt incredibly frustrated. He simply couldn't comprehend what his subordinates were thinking. Didn't they see how embarrassed he and Kira, two powerful figures, would release in such large-scale battles was simply unresolvable. Although Qinyu consumed quite a bit of chakra using this birth of the tree world, he quickly drained chakra back from everyone in just a few breaths. As he watched his subordinates grow increasingly lethargic, the fourth Raikage AI tried to suppress his distractions. "Die for me," he roared in fury, violently striking down the flying tree trunks with a lightning blade. Gazing at Qinyu's figure not far away, a raging anger flashed in the fourth Raikage AI's eyes, along with a deeply hidden fear. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these hundreds of subordinates would be drained to nothing. If it came to that, it would be worse than death. But at this point, the fourth Raikage truly didn't know how to resolve the situation. Relying on strength was futile. Relying on wisdom was also futile. This could be said to be the biggest setback he faced since his debut. Just then, the Eight Tails Gyuki let out a breath. After some time of rest and recovery, its chakra had recovered quite a bit. Kira, seeing the expression on the fourth Raikage's face, realized that even his usually omnipotent big brother was now powerless. "Hey Eight, it's our turn to take action. Yash!" With Kira's loud shout, the Eight Tails Gyuki immediately responded. A strange glow suddenly covered its massive tailed beast body. Following that, all of the Eight Tails' tentacles coiled up wildly, wrapping its body tightly. The blood-red tailed beast chakra enveloped its entire form. Tailed beast Eight Tails. Suddenly, the Eight Tails' body, heavily wrapped in tentacles, began to spin wildly. With the powerful chakra of the Eight Tails driving it, combined with the immense tailed beast body, the might of this technique was earth-shattering. The Eight Tails' furious spinning generated a terrifying storm. In an instant, the surrounding forest, spanning hundreds of meters, was flattened to the ground. This was a forbidden technique capable of altering terrain and even turning the tide of battle. In the original series, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Eight Tails used this move to instantly incapacitate 6 Jinchuriki, demonstrating its exaggerated power. Moreover, Kira carefully chose the location to unleash the tailed beast Eight Tails, right between Qinyu and the group of Cloud Ninjas. This ninjutsu, capable of changing the battlefield, was indeed extremely domineering. In just a moment, it shattered all the tree trunks in the central part of the birth of the tree world. As a result, the main trunk in front of Qinyu and the branches in the back were directly separated. Without Qinyu's control and chakra output, the binding strength of those tree trunks gradually loosened. The beleaguered Cloud Ninjas, after a painful struggle, finally broke free from their restraints. Although they had escaped the bindings, they had lost so much chakra that nearly every one of them was left with barely half their life. At this moment, they had no combat power to speak of. One by one, they collapsed to the ground in a more miserable state than the previous group of low-level ninjas. These guys had traveled a long way intending to help, but instead, they had become a greater burden for the fourth Raikage and Kira. Roar! The Eight Tails, seeing the Cloud Ninjas safely break free from their bindings, let out an excited roar. After that, it showed no intention of stopping its spinning. The massive tailed beast body continued to spin while charging toward Qinyu. It intended to take this opportunity to completely turn defense into offense. The massive tailed beast body continued to spin while crashing toward Qinyu. This tailed beast 8 tails could knock out Jinchuriki from the 2nd to the 7th tails with a single strike, demonstrating its power, especially when this type of battlefield-altering ninjutsu targeted a single opponent. Its destructive power will be even more terrifying. All the Cloud Shinobi, whether standing or lying down, were staring intently in Qinyu's direction at this moment. Everyone held their breath tightly, eagerly awaiting the result of this strike. They were desperate for a way to break the deadlock. They didn't even dare to blink, fearing they might miss any detail. In the face of this attack, Qinyu had no intention of dodging. He had made up his mind to use absolute force to intimidate the Cloud Shinobi village. Therefore, he would never evade. Moreover, Karabi's move appeared powerful and even unsolvable to others. But in Qinyu's eyes, it was merely child's play. He had means to withstand this move. He smiled slightly, calmly extending his right hand, as immense chakra continuously gathered in his palm. A sky-blue orb quickly took shape and then rapidly expanded. In an instant, it had reached the scale of a Super Rasengan. As expected, the situation where the Super Rasengan would come crashing down did not occur this time. Qinyu showed no signs of stopping the chakra output. The Super Rasengan in his hand continued to swell. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous sphere that blocked out the sky. Compared to the sphere of light, Qinyu, the caster, appeared as insignificant as an ant. Heaven, what kind of ninjutsu is this? I feel that this orb contains an enormous amount of energy. This is too terrifying. How? How is this possible? Can such a terrifying amount of chakra truly be controlled by a human? As they witnessed the orb growing increasingly exaggerated, the Cloud Shinobi felt their scalps go numb with fear. Such a terrifying technique, not to mention having seen it. They had never even heard of it. Damn, that chakra, it belongs to us. At that moment, some Cloud Shinobi quickly reacted. The chakra that Qinyu seemed to be expending without restraint was exactly what he had just extracted from them using would release. The scale of this Super Rasengan was terrifying. Finally, the orb in Qinyu's hand swelled to its limit. This massive orb far exceeded any that Naruto had performed in the original story. Its diameter was over 100 meters. At this moment, the 8 tails also arrived in front of him. Taste this. Super Rasengan. Qinyu shouted lightly and pressed the enormous Rasengan against the colossal body of the 8 tails. Boom! Chapter 208. Continuous tailed beast balls. Both Qinyu's Super Rasengan and the 8 tails tailed beast ball were essentially spinning at high speed. The two collided, creating a terrifying roar. However, the 8 tails had already consumed a significant amount of chakra when it destroyed the forest and was now at the end of its strength. Meanwhile, Qinyu's Super Rasengan was just gaining momentum at its peak. Buzz! As expected, the 8 tails' rotation speed gradually slowed. Eventually, it even stopped spinning, relying solely on its beastly body to resist Qinyu's orb. However, the power of Qinyu's move was too terrifying. Soon, the 8 tails suffered serious injuries, blood gushing out. Roar! The rushing blood completely ignited its ferocity. After a furious roar, hundreds of tentacles began to thrash wildly. Despite being heavily injured, it ultimately managed to withstand the attack. However, its massive body was pushed back significantly by the Super Rasengan, carving a deep trench in the ground. The 4th Raikage looked at Karabi and asked in a deep voice, "How are you holding up?" I'm fine, don't worry, big brother." A somewhat weak voice came from inside the 8 tails. The next moment, the angry and resentful voice of the 8 tails echoed. "Foolish little brat, you've completely enraged me." Although the 8 tails had been getting along well with Karabi and had become much gentler, it was still a tailed beast with its own pride and bottom line. Today, having been continuously humiliated by Qinyu, it was thoroughly provoked. A terrifying aura emanated from its body. "Damn it, who are you trying to scare?" Seeing this, Qinyu also retorted back with foul language. "Just a bigger beast. What are you pretending to be in front of me?" "How?" Seeing Qinyu's arrogant attitude, the 8 tails roared again and shouted at Qinyu, "Arrogant little brat, I will make you pay for this." After saying that, it opened its massive mouth again, raising its 8 tails and moving them to its mouth. The incredibly large tailed beast chakra began to gather rapidly at its mouth. "Karabi, what are you doing?" The 4th Raikage was startled and immediately wanted to stop it. Think carefully. If this attack is redirected to the Cloud Shinobi village again, it will be a disaster. Hiss. So that's how it is? The Cloud Shinobi, who had been drained of chakra and collapsed on the ground, gasped upon hearing their 4th Raikage's words. It was only then that they finally understood how the massive explosion that had destroyed the Raikage's office had occurred. It turned out that it was the Eight-Tails tail beast ball that had been redirected to the Cloud Shinobi village by that little brat. The terrifying explosive effect not only destroyed the Raikage office, but reduced a radius of several hundred meters to ashes. The Cloud Shinobi and civilians suffered countless casualties because of it. Even now, reflecting on it, they still felt a lingering fear. However, the Eight-Tails had been completely enraged by Chinyu. At this moment, it could not hear the fourth Raikage persuasion and insisted on unleashing this powerful move to eliminate Chinyu. The fourth Raikage's face turned very grim. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Even his own tail beast was starting to disobey orders. Could it be that the ultimate fate of the Cloud Shinobi would be destroyed by their own? The fourth Raikage felt increasingly fearful, but was unable to forcibly stop the Eight-Tails' actions. Just when he was at a loss, Karabi's voice came from within the Eight-Tails. Big brother, don't worry, I've discussed it with Eight. This attack, that brat won't have a chance to redirect. Oh, hearing Karabi say this, the fourth Raikage immediately felt relieved, and a strong curiosity arose in his heart. He had always known that his upper limit of strength was far inferior to Karabi, who possessed the Eight-Tails. Now that he, as the Raikage, was helpless, he wanted to see what his brother's way of breaking the deadlock would be. This time, the chakra that the Eight-Tails had accumulated was at least 5 to 6 times more than before. Even those who were not sensory ninjas could clearly sense the terrifying power emanating from that massive orb. Anyone could see that this strike would absolutely be world-ending, unprecedented. Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi widened their eyes, not daring to even breathe. They stared fixedly at the battlefield, afraid of missing any critical details. Roar! After several minutes of accumulation, the enormous chakra sphere finally gathered completely. The Eight-Tails roared again, swallowing the entire thing into its mouth, then it erupted violently. Boom! 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 Just like before, the technique was still the tailed beast ball. However, this time it was not just one. In a fit of rage, the Eight-Tails spat out nearly 10 of them in succession. This time, it was a continuous barrage of tailed beast balls. Although from the perspective of size, none of these 10 tailed beast balls are as impressive as the last one. The speed of this technique is faster and the quantity is greater. Overall, its destructive power is absolutely more terrifying. The 10 or so tailed beast balls streak through the air, and the terrifying pressure seems to be overwhelming even the space itself. The fourth Raikage, watching the actions of the Eight-Tails, couldn't help but smile broadly, believing wholeheartedly that Chinyu would be unable to evade this attack. Moreover, because the strike area of these 10-tailed beast balls is so wide, even if Chinyu wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique for a short-distance teleport to evade, he would find it impossible. If he had to use the Flying Thunder God, he could only teleport using coordinates from a very distant location. If that were the case, the fourth Raikage would undoubtedly feel quite unwilling. However, at the same time, he might also feel a bit fortunate. Simply put, as long as Chinyu was willing to retreat, the fourth Raikage would actually welcome it. After all, no one knew how much damage Chinyu could cause to the Cloud Ninja if he continued to linger here. The fourth Raikage, who is usually fearless, now genuinely felt a bit of fear towards Chinyu. However, the notion that Chinyu would voluntarily retreat was merely a wishful thinking of the fourth Raikage. This continuous barrage of tailed beast balls might be troublesome for others, but for Chinyu, it was merely a generous offering of chakra. He had no intention of retreating whatsoever, nor was there any need for him to do so. Buzz! A strange sound echoed, and his originally crimson eyes transformed back into the Rinnegan. With both hands outstretched, he created a transparent barrier in front of him. Boom! 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 The tailed beast balls produced by the Eight-Tails were continuously shot out, striking the barrier, producing a series of muffled, booming sounds. However, to the shock of everyone present, those dozens of massive tailed beast balls containing immense energy, surprisingly, did not explode. Even more bizarrely, the tailed beast balls began to slowly deform and then gradually shrivel, as if they were deflating balloons. Eventually, these powerful tailed beast balls completely disappeared without a trace. Originally, everyone thought Chinyu would use some method to withstand these tailed beast balls, but they never expected him to do so in such a flamboyant manner. In Chinyu's perspective, the tailed beast balls from Karabi were clearly a gift of chakra. Moreover, he received more than a dozen at once, which was simply generous of him. As for the psychological impact this might have on the Eight-Tails, that was not something Chinyu needed to consider. At this moment, watching his tailed beast balls being completely absorbed by Chinyu left Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight-Tails, stunned in place. The tentacles that were wildly dancing in the air now eerily stopped mid-air. The massive body of the tailed beast seemed to be frozen as well. Nevertheless, as an optimistic person, Karabi still awkwardly began to rap. Oh, Bakayuru, cool guy, it's been absorbed. My chakra. Meanwhile, the fourth Reikage AI's face darkened dramatically. As he found himself at a loss for words, countless thoughts and grievances ultimately condensed into 3 words. Damn it. The Cloud Ninja, who had high hopes for this powerful move, were now completely shocked. Wah! What happened? How is this possible? How can this be? It was devoured. Is this really something that can be done? What kind of person is this? How can he achieve this? To consume such a massive amount of chakra. This kid is too outrageous. What kind of person can pull this off? There was no way they couldn't be shocked. The scene before them had completely exceeded their understanding. Everyone present looked as though they had seen a ghost. In stark contrast to the bewildered expressions of the Cloud Ninjas, UchihaQinyu was basking in the glory of having absorbed such massive chakra, feeling triumphant, as if he had transformed into a Jinchuriki himself. At this moment, even his exterior was filled with exaggerated tailed beast chakra, as if he were wearing a coat of tailed beast. The funniest part was that he even burped. The sound of that burp was loud enough to reach the ears of every Cloud Ninja, despite the distance. At this moment, UchihaQinyu mockingly addressed them. Oh, 8 Tails, is this the price you wanted me to pay? Well, you succeeded. I paid the price of almost being overwhelmed by chakra. As soon as UchihaQinyu said this, it immediately drew the furious glares of the Cloud Ninja. What a rascal. This guy is too outrageous. As the tailed beast, the 8 Tails, was infuriated by UchihaQinyu's words. It trembled in anger, creating waves of wind. Then, UchihaQinyu quickly set aside his usual nonchalance, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. And he brought his palms together in a prayer position. Soon, the natural energy around him began to surge wildly into his body, and 2 golden shadows appeared in his eyes. In just a moment, UchihaQinyu entered Sage Mode. The larger the amount of chakra he had, the faster he could absorb natural energy. Therefore, he naturally entered Sage Mode more quickly. After entering Sage Mode in an instant, UchihaQinyu still did not lower his joined palms. Under his rare seriousness, the chakra within him surged violently. Especially the tailed beast chakra that overflowed outside. It surged wildly. In the next moment, the golden shadows at the corners of his eyes became dazzlingly bright, an indication that Sage Mode was being activated to its peak. Sage Art would release true thousand-armed Buddha. With UchihaQinyu's loud shout, the tailed beast chakra that overflowed from his body instantly vanished. Following that, immeasurable light erupted from the palms of his hands. The ground began to shake violently. Before everyone's eyes, a wooden Buddha statue hundreds of meters high slowly rose from the ground. The most eye-catching part was that behind this hundreds of meters tall Buddha statue, countless wooden hands were growing. At first glance, it seemed that the hands behind this wooden Buddha numbered in the thousands. The entire Buddha statue looked majestic, lifelike, and radiated immeasurable light. At this moment, the Cloud Ninjas were completely stunned. From the 4th Reikage AI to the minor supporting characters among the Cloud Ninjas, everyone was trembling, their faces filled with disbelief. They simply could not imagine that such a massive wooden Buddha statue could truly be created by human power. In front of this hundreds of meters tall Buddha, even the 8 Tails, who had revealed its tailed beast form, appeared to be just a small creature. The ordinary ninjas were as insignificant as ants. It is not an exaggeration to say that the arms of the giant Buddha behind them were probably as thick as their bodies. How? How is this possible? The 1,000 hands would release has such power? At this moment, the 4th Reikage clenched his fist tightly, and the words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He had always been someone who charged forward, daring to confront any terrifying opponent with his lightning fists. But now, facing such a terrifying giant Buddha, he couldn't even muster any thoughts of resistance. At the same time, the 8 Tails Gyuki was also so frightened that it didn't dare to shout anymore, trembling all over. There was no way, decades ago, when Hashirama Senju had captured it, he hadn't used such an ultimate technique. Chapter 210. Let's talk reasonably. At this moment, Gyuki was too scared to make a sound, shaking all over. There was no way, decades ago, when Hashirama Senju captured it, he hadn't used such an ultimate technique. It was known that when capturing the 8 Tails, he had only used techniques like the Wood Dragon technique at most. However, Gyuki felt that now, with Killer Bee as a good partner, it could completely wrestle with its opponent. Only now did it realize how wrong it had been. There was no choice. The intimidation of the true 1,000 Hands Buddha was far too strong compared to before. Just its appearance, without even moving, had already shattered the psychological defenses of the Cloud Ninjas. UchihaQinyu was now standing atop the Buddha statue, looking down at the cloud ninjas below. He looked indifferently at the crowd, his voice equally indifferent. So, how is it, Lord Raikage and the Eight Tails? Are you not stunned? Where did your previous bravado go? Didn't you all say you would put me to death? The fourth Raikage, who had been too frightened to move, immediately became furious upon hearing this, shouting at the high-standing Chinyu, "You bastard!" However, before he could finish speaking, Chinyu smiled slightly at him and directly controlled the giant Buddha beneath him to take a small step forward in the direction of the fourth Raikage. Yes, just a single step. However, the enormous size of the true Thousand Hands Buddha caused the ground to shake violently, resembling an earthquake. Even several miles away, the Cloud Village was affected. It should be noted that the Cloud Village had just recently suffered an attack from the Tail Beast Bomb, and after the efforts of many ninjas, the public's emotions had just been calmed down a bit. This tremor immediately caused chaos again. Countless people in the village were searching for the source of the tremor. The true Thousand Hands Buddha was simply too large, too high. Soon, someone with sharp eyes spotted it. Quickly, the news spread, and all the people in Cloud Village turned to look in that direction, simultaneously shocked. The vast Cloud Village was immediately thrown into chaos. No matter how hard everyone tried to calm them, the public was in an uproar. After all, the scale of the true Thousand Hands Buddha was so astonishing that even the ninjas found it hard to believe, let alone the ordinary people. How is this possible? When he saw that Chinyu's mere movement had caused such a massive effect, his pupils contracted sharply, and he felt deflated, no longer daring to act recklessly. There was no choice. The thing in front of him was simply too terrifying. Just moving a step had such a grand spectacle. What would happen if the thousand hands behind it struck simultaneously? Thinking of this, it couldn't even imagine it. At this moment, Chinyu looked at the fourth Raikage, smiling, and asked him, "So, Lord Raikage, can we talk reasonably now?" The scene before Chinyu seemed both strange and familiar. To be honest, this situation was reminiscent of what Hashirama Senju had done in the past. The ninja god of that time had used a wood release technique to transform into a giant wooden figure and had captured the Nine Tails as if it were a chick. After that, he had seriously told the Nine Tails that it was too dangerous and he needed to seal it. Such a ridiculous operation had been performed by Hashirama Senju back then. Now, a similarly absurd situation was happening at the hands of Chinyu. This bastard, indeed, under Chinyu's pressure, which was clearly meant to intimidate, yet he claimed he wanted to talk reason, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. But at this moment, he dared not show any dissatisfaction. He was being extremely cautious, fearful of displeasing this young master. If he really angered him, and he activated that wooden giant Buddha, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he had no choice but to force a smile that looked worse than crying and said to the high-standing Chinyu, Of course we can." This sentence was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. After so many years, whether internally or externally, he had never been humiliated like this. Internally, the Cloud Village was not like Konoha, where the Elder Group held power and the Raikage's authority was diluted. In the Cloud Village, it was a one-man rule, where the Raikage's word was law. Externally, Cloud had never backed down, even daring to provoke Konoha, which was known as the #1 ninja village, repeatedly. What was even more outrageous was that after provoking Konoha, he had the audacity to turn the tables and blame them. In the past decade, I had been smooth sailing as Raikage, enjoying various successes. But today was the most humiliating day of his life. First, he was directly crushed by Chinyu in his proudest lightning release ninjutsu and speed, and then his Raikage office, the symbolic building of Cloud Village, was bombed. Now, at this moment, he was being forced to reason with a knife at his throat. It could be said that today was truly the most suffocating day for the fourth Raikage, something he had never experienced before, and whether he would in the future, who knows? At this time, Chinyu spoke again, looking at the fourth Raikage with a teasing expression. "I've been wandering around the land of lightning for several days, and I seem to have heard that your Cloud Village is the #1 ninja village." The fourth Raikage's mouth twitched at this remark. Over the years, as Cloud Village became stronger, such rumors had indeed become more prevalent. It could even be said that the spread of such rumors had the Raikage's office behind it pushing it along. However, at this moment, the fourth Raikage no longer dared to say that. Author's note. Sorry, dear readers, I've been dealing with some family matters recently, so I can only update once a day during this time. I sincerely apologize to everyone, but as soon as I have time, I will definitely update more for everyone. Once again, I apologize. This was not only due to the pressure from Chinyu. The entire Cloud Village is currently completely intimidated by a young leaf ninja, making them too afraid to act recklessly. If they were to say that again, It would be like slapping themselves in the face. Chapter 211. One incident after another. Upon realizing this, the fourth Reikage forced a smile that looked worse than crying. He shook his head like a rattle drum and hurriedly denied to Chinyu, saying, No, that's not true, that's not true. Absolutely not. The first great ninja village in the ninja world has always been Konoha Village since the beginning of the ninja era until now, and this has never changed. Hearing AI, the fourth Reikage of the Cloud Village, say this, Chinyu felt particularly pleased for some reason. Seeing someone who was originally so arrogant, now speaking with his head down in 3 different ways, was truly enjoyable. It turned out that reasoning could be such an interesting thing. If the fourth Reikage knew what Chinyu was thinking right now, he would probably be so excited that he could die from it himself. Although Chinyu felt somewhat pleased inside, he maintained a very calm demeanor on the surface and spoke to the fourth Reikage without much emotion, saying, Oh, is that so? Just then, Chinyu suddenly turned his eyes and remembered something, continuing to ask the fourth Reikage AI below. By the way, I also heard that 10 years ago, a member of our Hyuga clan in Konoha actually killed the Cloud Ninja's envoy for peace without any reason. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage suddenly froze for a moment, then awkwardly replied, Yes, that's how it is. Hearing this, Chinyu didn't say much. He slightly narrowed his eyes and fixedly stared at the fourth Reikage. Asking again, Oh, is that really the case? Boom! At that moment, the wooden giant Buddha beneath Chinyu suddenly moved again. With this movement, the ground shook violently once more. The fourth Reikage felt the tremors beneath his feet, and in an instant, his pupils constricted sharply. He quickly turned to Chinyu and said, No, it's not like this. Chinyu did not move again. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at him, and then I would like to ask Lord Reikage, what is the truth? The fourth Reikage swallowed hard and then honestly said, The fact is that the Cloud Ninja suffered considerable losses on the battlefield because of the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. So? Chinyu raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. At this moment, the fourth Reikage seemed to stop being evasive and boldly stated. Yin Shinobi had no choice but to take advantage of the peace talks to obtain a pair of Byakugan. However, in the end, the matter was exposed, so we had no choice but to turn the tables. At this moment, the former Konoha Byakugan incident was directly vindicated by Chinyu. Although this was something he did out of sudden interest, it inadvertently cleared the Hinata clan's name in Konoha. However, even though this was a vindication for the Hinata clan, at this point in time, the fourth Reikage was still saying it was unavoidable. This unavoidable was somewhat showy. While it was indeed showy, to be honest, the root cause was still the lack of a proper beating. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such things. Seeing the fourth Reikage confess, Chinyu pretended to understand and nodded at him, acting as if he had come to a realization, saying, So, it was unavoidable. It seems that the situation in your hidden cloud village has been ongoing for quite some time, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, the corner of Lei Ying's mouth twitched again, pretending to be somewhat puzzled and unable to understand, and questioned Chinyu again. What does that mean? 20 years ago, you were afraid that Konoha would grow strong because of the Nine-Tails' presence, so, out of necessity, oh no, it was only out of necessity that you sent people to infiltrate Konoha and then kidnapped the host of the Nine-Tails at that time. Am I right in what I said? Was it something that had to be done at that time? This matter was something that Chinyu suddenly remembered just now. It happened 20 years ago, back when Naruto wasn't even born yet. So you're saying Naruto hasn't been born yet? As for the previous host of the Nine-Tails, it naturally refers to Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of Namake's Minato from the Uzumaki clan. At that time, Kushina was kidnapped by a ninja from the Cloud Village, and later this incident was discovered by the people of Konoha. Subsequently, Minato encountered the Cloud Ninja on the way and brought Kushina back to Konoha. It was because of this incident that Minato and Kushina became closer, right? This event must have contributed to the bond between these two. Ahem, I digress. When Chinyu mentioned this earlier, he deliberately emphasized the words had no choice, and at that moment, the fourth Reikage's dark face turned a bit red. Despite this, he dared not show any outward reaction, but inside he could only resentfully think of cursing. This little brat, how does he know so many secrets? However, under such circumstances, and under Chinyu's intense questioning, he couldn't dare to remain silent. Reluctantly, the fourth Reikage gritted his teeth and said directly to Chinyu, Well, I was still very young when that incident happened, so it has nothing to do with me. Oh, it has nothing to do with you. Chinyu nodded upon hearing this. The fourth Reikage was indeed not wrong this time. After all, the Reikage in office at that time was the third Reikage of the Cloud Ninja Village. The one in power back then was the third Reikage, your bastard old man, right? Alas, What a pity. It's unfortunate that he has been dead for a long time, which forces me to settle this account with you. But if I don't settle this account with you, who else can I turn to? Don't you think so? The fourth Reikage AI was left speechless by Chinyu's words. However, Chinyu was unfazed by AI's silence as the fourth Reikage. Just then, he shifted his tone and cast another sidelong glance at him, bringing up another matter. It seems that the excessive actions your Cloud Village has taken against my Leaf Village are quite a few, isn't it? If I remember correctly, our second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was seemingly, possibly, unfortunately, also killed by your Cloud Village's ninjas, right? Chinyu suddenly changed the subject and brought it here, which really seems impressive, and it's a showcase of talent. Chapter 212, The Treaty of Ceding Power and Humiliation. What? The fourth Reikage, A, was truly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. No. The second Reikage of our Cloud Village also unfortunately died during that peace talk, and at that time, there were traitors within the Cloud Village. We can't say that we deliberately caused the second Hokage's death, can we? Upon hearing this, Chinyu suddenly showed a smirk-like expression on his face, then said to the fourth Reikage, "Oh, so you're admitting it. The previous Hyuga clan incident and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki incident were all long planned by your Cloud Village?" At that moment, the fourth Reikage was left speechless. He felt as if he had completely fallen into the pit that Chinyu had dug for him. He really couldn't understand how he, as the Reikage of UchihaQinyu, could be at a loss for words when facing this little brat from Konoha, especially with such sharp words coming from him. However, even though the fourth Reikage, had already held Chinyu in high regard, he still underestimated his relentless and cunning tactics. At that moment, Chinyu spoke up again, smiling at the fourth Reikage and saying, "Besides, you said it yourself. That traitor is from your UchihaQinyu. So if I don't hold you accountable, who should I hold accountable? And by the way, it was your second Reikage who died back then, while your father is the third Reikage. As the saying goes, if the second Reikage hadn't died, how would your father have risen to power? Therefore, I have every reason to believe that the assassination during that peace talk was orchestrated by your father, the third Reikage." At this moment, Chinyu presented a reasonable and logically coherent analysis that left everyone present dumbfounded. The reason was simple. Chinyu's analysis was so logical that the more the attendees thought along his lines, the more they began to believe it was the truth, ultimately leading them to accept it as the reality. As for why Chinyu was doing this, it was mainly to target UchihaQinyu deliberately. He aimed to take this opportunity to give UchihaQinyu a sufficient lesson all at once, striving for a one-time resolution to prevent them from causing trouble in the future. Hearing his father, the third Reikage, being slandered, the fourth Reikage, was completely enraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're bullying." Before he could finish, the wooden giant Buddha beneath Chinyu suddenly moved again, forcing the fourth Reikage to swallow the last two words back down. Seeing this, Chinyu was quite satisfied with the intimidation effect of the giant Buddha. He then mockingly asked the fourth Reikage, "So, I said that the second Hokage was killed by your UchihaQinyu. Do you have any questions?" Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words through clenched jaws in response to Chinyu. No questions. Good. Since there are no questions, that's great. Chinyu smiled and nodded at the fourth Reikage, continuing, since the events of the Hyuga incident, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki incident, and the second Hokage incident are all acknowledged by you, Reikage, then we should discuss the compensation matters next. The corners of the fourth Reikage's mouth twitched wildly. He knew Chinyu wouldn't let UchihaQinyu off so easily, nor would he spare himself. First, UchihaQinyu must publicly announce the truth of the three incidents in the name of the Reikage and formally apologize to my Konoha. Although the fourth Reikage was somewhat dissatisfied with this demand, he didn't explode in anger. For him, whether to acknowledge it or not was fundamentally irrelevant, aside from losing some face. After all, every Reikage throughout history was a materialist who valued tangible benefits. As for face, what is that? Is it important? However, upon hearing Chinyu's first demand, he realized that things were definitely not that simple. Secondly, UchihaQinyu must submit an affiliation document to my Konoha, just like Sunagakure, thus becoming an affiliated ninja village of Konoha, permanently relinquishing the power to select Chunin and regularly participating in Chunin exams in Konoha. The first demand from Chinyu was manageable, but this second demand was nothing short of a humiliating treaty. The UchihaQinyu ninjas present immediately erupted in outrage. What? You want us to become Konoha's vassal? You want us to hand over the power of Chunin selection like trash from Sunagakure? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our UchihaQinyu will never agree. and the Raikage will never agree. How outrageous. This little brat from Konoha is too arrogant. It's simply bullying. We Kyumogakure will fight back together. With even these ordinary Kyumogakure ninjas so enraged, one can imagine the level of fury the fourth Raikage was experiencing. Historically, every Raikage was ambitious, working hard for decades. And it was only under his fourth Raikage that significant progress was finally made. He had become increasingly confident that he could lead Kyumogakure to become the #1 ninja village. Unexpectedly, he was now being forced to become Konoha's affiliated ninja village. The disparity between the two was like heaven and earth. Yet Shin seemed to ignore the reactions of the Kyumogakure crowd, continuing on his own. Thirdly, starting this year, Kyumogakure must submit 1/3 of its annual mission rewards to Konoha. One couldn't help but say that Shinyu's final demand was simply outrageous. It was truly a treaty that humiliated and betrayed the nation. If the fourth Raikage signed this treaty, he would undoubtedly be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. If the previous demands to become an affiliated ninja village and relinquish the power of Chunin selection were merely symbolic requests, this one completely touched Kyumogakure's interests. One must know that a ninja village's income mainly comes from mission rewards. The expenses required for a large ninja village to operate, especially in nurturing new generations of ninjas, are immeasurable. Now, with Chinyu's demand, he wanted to take away 1/3 of Kyumogakure's mission rewards, essentially cutting off their lifeline. It could be said that if this were to be implemented, it would almost completely sever Kyumogakure's path to rise. After handing over 1/3 of the rewards, whether the remaining portion could maintain normal operations was debatable, let alone improve the strength of their ninjas. Thus, the Kyumogakure ninjas present were even more infuriated. Chapter 213. Oppression by power. Every single black-clad ninja, even those severely injured, was trying their best to rise. Damn it, this is truly too much. To demand 1/3 of our Kyumogakure's rewards? To make us work for Konoha for free? Are you dreaming, you little brat from Konoha? Kyumogakure will never compromise. And we absolutely won't agree. Damn, damn, damn. At this moment, the fourth Raikage A's expression was as grim as it could get. His fists were tightly clenched, making cracking sounds. However, Chinyu seemed to hardly notice the reactions of the Kyumogakure crowd. Or rather, he fundamentally ignored their reactions and smiled at them, asking, "I've finished speaking, who agrees? Who opposes?" Suddenly, Chinyu delivered a line that was clearly styled after Blue Star's flare. However, because the level of Blue Star's flare was so high, this line in the Naruto world was a complete dimensional strike. At this moment, the fourth Raikage A's head was buzzing. One could say that he was truly enraged to the point of trembling all over by Chinyu's arrogant demeanor. But for the greater good, he had to endure. All the Kyumogakure black-clad ninjas were collectively furious at Chinyu's decision and the new definition of mission rewards. To take their mission rewards was like taking their lives. I oppose. Damn, I also oppose. I absolutely do not agree. I will never agree. Damn it, you're going too far. This is absolutely impossible. Damn it, we Yunrin absolutely do not agree. Yes, absolutely do not agree. For a moment, the black ninja from Yunrin village present were all stirred up. Seeing this, Chinyu smiled and nodded at them, then happily said, "So Daisnai, I understand." The group of black ninja from Cloud Village saw this, and thought their struggle was finally having an effect, and in an instant, everyone became elated. However, for some reason, the fourth Raikage felt an inexplicable chill at that moment. Although he hadn't interacted with Chinyu for long, based on his years of experience, he believed that Chinyu was not someone easy to deal with. This person was definitely someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Boom! Sure enough, at that moment, Chinyu made a move and struck directly, with a slight wave of his arm. The wooden Buddha, made of wood released beneath his feet, immediately came to life. Moreover, it was not just a simple step like before to put on a show. This time, the wooden Buddha truly took action. Suddenly, 2 hands from the 1,000 hands behind the Buddha shot up fiercely. The 2 wooden hands, carrying overwhelming power, crossed through the air towards the black-clad ninjas of the Cloud Village at an almost space-warping speed. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage's pupils contracted sharply, and he shouted, "Not good." Boom! In the next moment, the positions of the more than 10 Cloud Village ninjas who had previously shouted their opposition or refusal were struck, creating 2 massive, deep craters. Inside those craters, at this moment, was already a sea of blood red, and those more than 10 Cloud ninjas had completely vanished. Clearly, these ninjas had been utterly obliterated. After casually erasing these noisy individuals, the 2 wooden giant hands quickly retracted. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The surviving Cloud ninjas only felt a flash before their companions had completely lost their lives. A chilling atmosphere enveloped everyone present in an instant. At this moment, everyone unconsciously swallowed hard, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The fourth Raikage A and Killer B were no exception, just like the ninjas from Cloud Village. After Chinyu eliminated a few people, he smiled again and said to the crowd below, "So now, is there anyone still opposing?" In the eerily silent arena, only the synchronized shaking of heads could be heard. At this moment, no one dared to oppose. And it could even be said that no one dared to ignore what Chinyu had said. Everyone was afraid of shaking their heads too slowly, fearing that terrifying fists would come crashing down again. It was too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Whether it's speed or power, it's truly terrifying. The most terrifying part is that the wooden Buddha just now only revealed 2 hands. However, in reality, it has thousands of hands behind it. You have to understand that just these 2 hands have caused such terrifying destructive power. If all the hands were to come out at once, it would probably blow Kumo Village to pieces. Chinyu is quite satisfied with the shock effect he has created, and he cheerfully says to the fourth Raikage, "So, does that mean Lord Raikage has agreed?" The fourth Raikage trembled all over, almost biting his steel teeth to pieces. Through the gaps in his teeth, he squeezed out a few words with great difficulty. "Agreed. That's right. It would have been so much better if it had been like this earlier." Hearing this, Chinyu immediately slapped his thigh and then sincerely said to the fourth Raikage, "I am someone who values reason above all." If he were standing next to the fourth Raikage right now, he would definitely pat the Raikage on the shoulder and make a face that says, "Little brother, you finally get it." Listening to Chinyu's utterly shameless words made the fourth Raikage's chest rise and fall with anger again. However, he endured in the face of that humiliating treaty, and now, facing such a trivial matter, it wasn't worth losing his temper. In fact, it wasn't that he was cowardly. You should know that the word coward simply doesn't exist in his dictionary. If he were alone today, he wouldn't bow down to anyone, not even a Chinyu, let alone the sage of 6 paths. But now he couldn't. He couldn't afford to be reckless. He was the Raikage of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. Behind him stood countless subordinates and the many citizens of the Cloud Village. So at this moment, he couldn't act impulsively. From what he knew about Chinyu, he could never interpret this person from a politician's perspective. He also couldn't challenge the limits of this Leaf Village kid in front of him. This person could do anything. The fourth Raikage, A, saw no political scheming or maneuvering in Chinyu, no compromise or concession. All he saw was pure dominance. Chapter 214, Bold Moves. Chinyu's approach could truly be described as simple yet very brutal. Faced with such a simple and crude approach, A, despite being the Raikage, is extremely puzzled. In a situation where there is no choice and no way out, the poor fourth Raikage, A, can only helplessly bow his head. Since Lord Raikage has agreed, let's get to work immediately. I want to see results from the 3 conditions I mentioned right away. Notice to the Hidden Cloud Village's administrative office in the ninja world. The submission of the alliance documents with Konoha, along with 1/3 of this year's mission rewards. I have always heard about Lord Raikage's incredible speed. I think these 3 small tasks should be manageable for you in half an hour, right? At this moment, Chinyu spoke in the most casual tone, saying something that almost caused the fourth Raikage A to choke. What? Half an hour? After the fourth Raikage clearly understood what Chinyu had said, he was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at Chinyu and said, "I still have to rush back to the Hidden Cloud Village from here, and then come back. Moreover, the wording, data, and so on in this matter need to be carefully considered and calculated. However, the most critical issue is that you blew up my Raikage office. Many important documents were lost inside the office. Anyway, half an hour is too much. To be honest, this is really not him complaining, nor is he deliberately trying to delay time. The issues he mentioned are indeed objectively existing, even if he originally had a slight intention to delay." Once Chinyu said the words half an hour, he completely buried that thought. However, Chinyu fundamentally does not want to give him time. He does not want to give him time to consider his words, organize, or fabricate data. After listening to the fourth Raikage AI, Chinyu was not the least bit angry, and he certainly did not refute him. He simply sat boldly on top of the great Buddha's head and casually waved his hand, saying to the fourth Raikage AI below, "I completely understand the issues you mentioned. Lord Raikage, completely understand." However, at this moment, just as a sense of relief began to rise in the heart of the fourth Raikage A, Chinyu spoke up again. "In that case, I will just wait here." What? In an instant, the fourth Raikage suddenly thought he must have misheard. Chinyu was looking at the fourth Raikage with a caring expression, and he said to him, "Look, I came here and caused quite a bit of damage to your Yunin village and the Yunin ninjas. Who knows? Maybe an enemy country will take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I'm here to help you defend it. Don't worry. With me and my big Buddha here, no matter how many people come, I will help you take them down. You just focus on dealing with those 3 matters. When you're done, I'll leave. The fourth Raikage nearly choked when he heard that, unable to help but mentally rant. What UchihaQinyu was doing was an idea that had suddenly occurred to him. After all, the Yunin are best at turning black into white, and they also love to be unreasonable. What UchihaQinyu was doing was essentially using their own tactics against them. If they wanted to be unreasonable, then he would be even more unreasonable. If they wanted to turn black into white, then he would turn it back. As for why UchihaQinyu set a time limit, there was a reason for that. These politicians are all quite cunning. If given time, they would surely minimize the losses. The first thing they would do to reduce losses would be to play word games and falsify accounts. And at that point, who knows what would happen? After understanding UchihaQinyu's intention, the fourth Raikage was furious. It was obvious that UchihaQinyu meant to wait until he got what he wanted before withdrawing the Buddha. This was an outright threat, but the fourth Raikage had no choice but to accept it. However, he also understood very clearly that with someone like UchihaQinyu, reasoning was pointless. So, without a word, the fourth Raikage transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed towards Yunin village. His speed was so fast that even his subordinates couldn't keep up. At that moment, he needed to quickly gather what UchihaQinyu wanted and get him to leave Yunin village as soon as possible. Seeing their Raikage leave, the ordinary Yunin ninjas helped each other and awkwardly made their way back to Yunin village. Only Kurabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, remained in place. His purpose was simple, to keep an eye on UchihaQinyu and prevent him from acting rashly. In response, UchihaQinyu merely chuckled and lay down on the head of the Buddha statue. No one knew that at that moment, he was no longer thinking about causing destruction. Moreover, the key point was that if he really wanted to cause destruction, could Kurabi and the Eight Tails stop him? Obviously not. And as it turned out, UchihaQinyu's earlier maneuver was indeed effective. Surprisingly, in just 25 minutes, the fourth Raikage returned, panting. He was holding 2 documents and a bank book. UchihaQinyu glanced casually at them and found that they were exactly as he had expected. With such urgency, Yunin village had no time to pull any tricks, and the documents were filled with sincerity. As for the bank book, the long string of zeros looked quite reliable. Based on the annual income of Konoha, UchihaQinyu deduced Yunin's income and found it credible. He took the documents affirming allegiance to Konoha and the bank book of several million ryo, casually tossing the first notice back to the fourth Raikage. UchihaQinyu looked at the fourth Raikage and said nonchalantly, "This thing is useless to me. The wording is good. You Yunin should announce the contents to the ninja world as is. I want to hear it within 3 days." The fourth Raikage clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, replying, "All right, just as you say. Now can you leave?" "No problem." UchihaQinyu shrugged and waved his hand, dissipating the Buddha statue beneath him, saying, "Don't worry. Even if you beg me to stay, I wouldn't agree. Compared to Konoha, your Yunin village is just too boring." Chapter 215, Intelligence in Crisis. Oh, by the way, at that moment, UchihaQinyu seemed to suddenly think of something. He slapped his forehead and said to the fourth Raikage, "There's one more thing. Quickly, go call the 2 Jinchuriki over. I want to take them away." "What?" The fourth Raikage was taken aback. He never expected UchihaQinyu to make such an impudent request. He immediately became vigilant and said to UchihaQinyu, "What do you mean? What do you want to do?" Seeing his reaction, UchihaQinyu gave him a sidelong glance and said, "I'm doing this for the good of your Yunin. The Akatsuki's goal is to gather all the tailed beasts. And you should know that by now. I've faced the mastermind behind that organization. Although he isn't as strong as me, he's not someone you can handle." While UchihaQinyu's words were true, for some reason, they came off as shameless. Although UchihaQinyu's behavior was indeed quite brazen, he had his reasons. One reason was to protect the Jinchuriki's safety from the Akatsuki's clutches. The other reason was that he knew the Eight Tails was a perfect Jinchuriki, and bringing him back to the village would provide an opportunity to teach the hot-blooded young fox, Naruto, to control the Nine Tails earlier. "What did you say?" The fourth Raikage was taken aback by UchihaQinyu's statement, clearly surprised that UchihaQinyu held such a high opinion of the mastermind behind the Akatsuki. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Not good." "Huh?" Seeing the fourth Raikage reaction, UchihaQinyu frowned slightly and asked, "You're not telling me that the 2 Tails Jinchuriki isn't in the village, are you?" As UchihaQinyu's question was posed, Kurabi's expression froze. He then murmured, "Yujito left the village on a mission. It seems like it's been a week." At that moment, the fourth Raikage finally realized the situation and smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, this is bad. I was careless." He had originally dismissed the Akatsuki as a threat. Otherwise, he He wouldn't have rejected the proposal to hold a 5 Kage summit when Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, suggested it. This guy was just like his character in the original story. Always the type who wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. In the original story, it was only after Kurabi was attacked, and he mistakenly thought Kurabi had been captured by the Akatsuki that he called for the 5 Kage summit. Now, with Yujito having been out of the village for a long time, and combined with what Chinyu had just said, a deep sense of worry arose in his heart. Based on what Kurabi had just said, Chinyu began to think. His brow furrowed slightly. He knew that he had more information than others. While others might still have doubts, he could almost be certain that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was definitely in a dire situation. After all, in the original story, the Two-Tails Yujito was captured by the Immortal Duo. Although Jiao and Fei Duan have long since cooled down, looking at Obito's audacious act of seizing Nagato's Rinnegan, it's clear that he is determined to accelerate the progress of the Eye of the Moon. With his extraordinary information reconnaissance abilities, combined with Obito's mysterious spatial techniques, it's likely that the Jinchuriki would be captured as soon as they leave the Cloud Ninja Village. Thinking of this, Chinyu shot a direct and disdainful glance at the 4th Raikage, then boldly stated, "I truly feel anxious about your intelligence. Farewell." After saying that, Chinyu turned around and left. Seeing Chinyu about to leave, the 4th Raikage hurriedly called out to him, loudly stopping him with, "Wait a minute." Upon hearing this, Chinyu immediately showed an impatient expression and asked the 4th Raikage, "What else is there? Do you want me to stay in your Cloud Ninja Village for a few more days?" "No, that's not what I meant." The 4th Raikage quickly denied, shaking his head vigorously. Chinyu gave him a sideways glance and asked coldly, "So?" At this moment, the usually decisive 4th Raikage suddenly became hesitant. After pondering for a while, his face full of entangled emotions, he finally squeezed out a sentence. Could you take my brother Killer Bee with you?" Although the 4th Raikage hated Chinyu, he still respected his strength. For the safety of the ninja world and to better protect his brother, he decided to temporarily set aside their grudges, even if it meant losing face to request Chinyu's help. If it were before, his overflowing confidence would have never allowed him to do this. In his mind, was there anyone stronger than him in the ninja world? Was there a place safer than the Cloud Ninja Village? But now, he had been awakened by Chinyu. What? Killer Bee was momentarily confused upon hearing his brother's words. He looked at the 4th Raikage and asked, "Big brother, you don't want me anymore?" No. The 4th Raikage heavily patted his brother's shoulder, his eyes flashing with helplessness and reluctance. "It's all because of my incompetence. But don't be sad, I will definitely." No. This time it was Killer Bee shaking his head vigorously. He said to his big brother, the 4th Raikage, "Big brother, you might have misunderstood. I'm not sad at all. I'm quite happy to go play in Konoha." Baka. Upon hearing Killer Bee's words, the 4th Raikage immediately became furious. "You brat." Facing the 4th Raikage request, Chinyu straightforwardly gave him a look that said, "Are you kidding me, or what?" and outright refused. No. The 4th Raikage was also somewhat baffled. Wasn't it agreed that the Jinchuriki wasn't safe in the Cloud Village? Especially now, with the Two-Tails being in grave danger. The safety of the 8-Tails was even more critical. Although he had requested this himself, he truly couldn't understand why Chinyu would refuse. To him, it was just a Jinchuriki. However, even with the 4th Raikage's shrewdness, he couldn't fathom that this also involved the painful issues of gender and beauty. After all, the Two-Tails was a beautiful female ninja. Chapter 216. Wrapping up and going home, just when the 4th Raikage was feeling a bit helpless, Chinyu's eyes suddenly rolled around. He looked at the 4th Raikage with a big smile and cheerfully said, "However, if Lord Raikage insists on entrusting your brother to me for protection, that's not impossible." Oh, the 4th Raikage's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this. Upon seeing this expression, Chinyu secretly flashed a cunning look in his eyes. When the 4th Raikage handed over his initiative to Chinyu, it was already destined that he would be heavily taken advantage of. However, this also indirectly showed Chinyu's cleverness. Although he spoke grandly about righteousness, he was also driven by self-interest behind the scenes. Sure enough, the moment the Raikage relinquished his initiative, Chinyu smiled, a smile of a scheme coming to fruition. With a cheerful expression, Chinyu said to the 4th Raikage, "Since Lord Raikage has made the request, I certainly can't refuse you. However, shouldn't we discuss the commission fee?" What? The 4th Raikage's mouth twitched at once, and he bitterly replied, "Commission fee?" It was only at this moment that the 4th Raikage felt he could no longer look Chinyu in the eye. This kid was so arrogant when fighting. He acted as if he was the king of the world. Calling him useless and garbage had made his chest ache. And now, he was addressing him as Lord Raikage, which made the 4th Raikage feel uncomfortable. For some reason, Hearing these titles made the fourth Reikage suddenly miss the previous labels of useless and garbage. To be honest, it wasn't that he was cheap. It was just that the Cloud Village had suffered significant losses this time. Of course, Chinyu nodded seriously and continued, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, plus an 8 Tails, are important strategic resources for your Cloud Village. Lord Reikage, you are entrusting us Konoha Ninja Village. Cough cough, wait. Not Konoha Ninja Village. You are entrusting me with the responsibility of protection. Shouldn't there be a commission fee? The fourth Reikage felt his mouth twitching wildly at that. And internally he was cursing, damn, this brat. Though he was cursing internally, he didn't dare show any dissatisfaction on his face. Not only did he still need Chinyu's help, but because of the previous overwhelming power displayed, he didn't dare offend him. At that moment, he could only force out a smile that looked worse than crying and said to Chinyu in a negotiating tone, Chinyu, just name your price. Seeing the fourth Reikage so obedient and cooperative, Chinyu felt a sense of amusement. Well, as for the commission fee, after pretending to ponder for a moment, Chinyu slowly said to the fourth Reikage, let us just add a third of your finances, all right? The 8 Tails and the Jinchuriki are extremely important strategic resources for your Cloud Village. Lord Reikage, you wouldn't think this price is unreasonable, would you? When Chinyu opened his mouth, asking for a third of the finances, it felt like he was directly demanding the disbandment of the Cloud Village. And this was not just empty talk. He was genuinely serious. After all, the Cloud Village was also a large ninja village with significant operational costs and expenses, and their annual financial income was almost always tight. Chinyu's asking for a third of the finances was directly putting the fourth Reikage in a difficult position. Another third. Sure enough, upon hearing Chinyu's price, the fourth Reikage's face instantly turned green, his head buzzing. He had already given a third before, which was almost the limit for the Cloud Village. It was easy to imagine that for the upcoming year, everyone would have to tighten their belts to get by. If one more third is taken out, it would be equivalent to taking away 2/3 of the total finances. And then Yunrin Village could announce its dissolution on the spot. The next outcome would not be much better than being directly destroyed by Chinyu with the Great Buddha, just as he was about to clearly refuse. Chinyu seemed to sense the fourth Reikage's hesitation and quickly figured it out, realizing that he had indeed asked for too much. After coming to this understanding, Chinyu suddenly spoke again to the fourth Reikage. However, I also know that Yunrin Village is under a lot of pressure this time, so I'll be understanding and ask for a little less. Adding what I just mentioned, a total of half should be acceptable, right? If you can't agree to this, then forget it. The fourth Reikage instinctively wanted to refuse again, but he keenly noticed a hint of threat in Chinyu's last words. At the same time, the terrifying image of Chinyu flashed in his mind, making him hesitate. Half in total. If he gritted his teeth, it wouldn't be unacceptable. After all, this sum of money was not the same as the 1/3 given to Konoha. That 1/3 had to be paid every year as protection money for Killer Bee. But once the mastermind behind the Akatsuki was dealt with, it would no longer be necessary. For Killer Bee's safety, it was worth it. Even for the decisive fourth Reikage, he weighed the options for a long time on the spot. Chinyu's methods were indeed quite clever, and half of the financial income was also a very delicate number. This number made the fourth Reikage feel immense pain, yet it was still bearable. Coupled with some of his threats, the Reikage ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal. The fourth Reikage was under great pressure when he finally agreed. But Killer Bee was different. He was solely focused on having fun. The thought of leaving Yunrin Village, escaping from his brother's control, and especially being able to go to the #1 ninja village, Konoha, made him extremely happy. Looking at his carefree brother, the fourth Reikage angrily kicked him a few times before transforming into a bolt of lightning and heading towards Yunrin Village. Moments later, after taking another bank book, the fourth Reikage nervously handed it to Chinyu. This time, Chinyu didn't even look at it and casually stuffed the bank book into his ninja tool pouch. His actions so practiced, it was almost painful to watch. After collecting a large sum of money, he then playfully patted the Reikage on the shoulder, as if they were old friends parting, and then without any reluctance, turned and left. Chapter 217. Tsunade is shocked this trip to Yunrin Village not only established authority, but also gained wealth, resulting in a very good mood for him. Meanwhile, Killer Bee was eagerly preparing to perform a farewell song for his brother. However, he was directly kicked out by the irritated fourth Reikage, who was in a bad mood. As Chinyu and Killer Bee left Yunrin Village for Konoha, far away, Orochimaru, who had been missing for a long time, was in a secret cave meeting with the masked man Obito, along with his little brother Kabuto. At this moment, Obito had updated his mask. Both of his eyes were now exposed. One, I was a Sharingan, while the other was a Rinnegan. As he listened to Obito's plan, Orochimaru's face was filled with shock. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's departure, the second pillar, who had been lurking for 3 years, also took the opportunity to break out of the Sound Ninja village and officially leave Orochimaru. The second pillar, along with several subordinates he had already turned to his side, began his path of revenge. For a time, the seemingly calm ninja world was actually surging with hidden currents. A terrifying storm was about to arrive. Killer Bee didn't know how many years it had been since he had truly left Yunrin village. So on this journey, he was constantly looking around, his emotions exceptionally high, and he was extremely joyful. Moreover, he was a bit familiar, chattering away with Chinyu nonstop. Although Chinyu didn't particularly dislike this Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he was indeed struggling to endure the bombardment of his powerful chatter. In desperation, Chinyu had no choice but to resort to a threat. He directly threatened Killer Bee, saying that if he continued to babble, he would send him back to Yunrin village. Only then did Killer Bee obediently shut his mouth like a good child. Thus, the two of them took about half a month to finally return to Konoha. For Killer Bee, who was seeing this legendary first ninja village for the first time, he was extremely excited. Although Yunrin village had developed well over the years, it was still not on the same level as the prosperous Konoha. It should be noted that the Land of Fire is located at the center of the entire ninja world, occupying the most fertile land, and has the largest territory and population. Its Real foundation is far beyond that of the other 4 great ninja villages. If Chinyu hadn't dragged him to meet Tsunade, the Hokage, Killer Bee would have probably rushed straight into the streets of Konoha for some fun. In fact, during the past half-month, Tsunade had already received news. The Raikage office had issued a formal document announcing to the ninja world a solemn apology regarding the incident with Hinata Hayashi, and the attitude was quite sincere, causing quite a stir in the ninja world at that time. Since then, Tsunade knew that it must have been Chinyu who did something in Yunrin village that made the 4th Raikage willing to bow his head and admit his mistake. However, when she was in the Hokage office, staring at the document of Yunrin's submission and a highly impactful silver bankbook in front of her, Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, was completely dumbfounded. It should be known that admitting a mistake is merely a matter of face. But the things in front of her were tangible benefits. She never expected that Chinyu could achieve such a feat. It was simply super double. Her original intention was just to remind the Raikage to face the problem of the Akatsuki organization. However, now was better. Chinyu had directly brought Yunrin village under national control. Not only that, but he had also brought Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki of Yunrin village, to Konoha. Such remarkable achievements had never been accomplished even by her great-grandfather or second-grandfather. Tsunade had dealt with the 4th Raikage before and fully understood how domineering and difficult he was. Therefore, she knew even more how rare it was for Chinyu to achieve this step. After a long time, Tsunade murmured and asked, "You little brat, how did you make the 4th Raikage compromise?" "Well, it wasn't anything special." Chinyu waved his hand and casually explained to Tsunade, "Lord Raikage isn't as domineering as rumored. I feel he's quite easy to talk to. After I had a friendly exchange with him, he decisively agreed to my conditions." The nonsense Chinyu spoke was delivered with such a straight face, as if it were the absolute truth. Fortunately, the 4th Raikage was not present. If he had been there and heard Chinyu's words, he would probably have been so angry he would cry out loud. "Is it that simple?" Tsunade expressed some disbelief, looking at Chinyu suspiciously. Chinyu looked quite honest and straightforward, then shrugged and replied, "It's that simple." However, Karabi beside him rolled his eyes in annoyance. Even so, he vigorously echoed Chinyu's words, saying, "It's a friendly exchange, no doubt, but this guy is communicating from on top of the Great Buddha." "Great Buddha?" Tsunade frowned at the mention, and then seemed to realize something. Her mouth opened wide as she mumbled in disbelief. Could it be that? In an instant, the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's technique, popped in her mind. Karabi, being quite clever, nodded and said, "That's right, just as you thought." Looking back after more than half a month, he still felt a chill down his spine. Tsunade shot Chinyu a reproachful look, her every movement exuding a myriad of charms. "All right." At this moment, Chinyu clapped his hands and said to Tsunade, "The problem with the Cloud Ninja village has been resolved, so this guy is up to the Hokage now. You can arrange it as you see fit. I suggest letting him hang out with Naruto. Both are Jinchuriki, so they should have a lot in common. Plus, that kid is quite lonely, and this one has a fun personality." Although Chinyu didn't explicitly say to have Karabi teach Naruto how to control the 9 tails, Tsunade was smart enough to understand his implication and immediately agreed cheerfully. All right, since that's the case, I will take my leave. Chinyu nodded and decided to take his leave. Oomph. Tsunade sneered, teasingly saying to Chinyu, are you in such a hurry to find your girlfriends? Chapter 218, The Only Use of Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Karabi immediately stood up excitedly and exclaimed, what? Girlfriends? He looked at Chinyu with a lewd expression, the gossip fire in his heart burning fiercely. Chinyu rolled his eyes in annoyance and said to Shizun, Sister Shizun, please take this guy to find Naruto. Oh, okay. Shizun nodded. However, Karabi directly opposed it, shouting, no wait, I still want to. You want what? Chinyu glared at him, then immediately threatened, are you itching for a beating? Cough, cough. Karabi, seeing Chinyu glare at him, immediately shrank back and stammered, I'll go. I'll go. In his heart, Chinyu's danger level had long replaced his own brother, becoming the undisputed number one. After Karabi left, Chinyu spread his hands and said to Tsunade, so what else is there? Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes, putting away her playful demeanor, and her expression suddenly became serious. There's indeed something very important that requires you to go, she said in a deep voice. Jiraiya sent back news that the Uchiha kid who was on your team, the one who defected to Orochimaru, seems to have recently left the Sound Ninja village and is looking for trouble with Uchiha Itachi. You should know about Uchiha Itachi. He is a tragic child who has made great contributions to Konoha and the ninja world. Jiraiya especially emphasized that many pieces of information about the Akatsuki organization were actually conveyed to him by Uchiha Itachi. Well, what does that have to do with me? Chinyu shrugged and said directly to Tsunade, since Jiraiya feels indebted to Uchiha Itachi, then let him handle it himself. A legendary Sannin should have no trouble dealing with two weaklings, right? Stop it. Tsunade waved her hand and said impatiently to Chinyu, Uchiha Itachi is not that easy to deal with. Even that Sasuke, who was in the same class as you, is now no longer the same. It is said that he has already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. What? Chinyu raised his eyebrows, somewhat incredulously saying, no way. Is the Manjiki Sharingan so worthless now? Anyone can awaken it? Chinyu's words were half true and half false, much like the unpredictable talent of Naruto's rival. Are you saying his talent is weak? If his talent were weak, then how could he cultivate at a speed that took Rock Lee years to achieve in just a month, and later become the only ninja after Uchiha Madara to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? Clearly, he cannot be considered talentless. But if you say he has strong talent, then compared to his clan members Itachi and Madara, he is simply being suppressed on the ground. As for Sasuke awakening the Manjiki Sharingan ahead of time, Chinyu didn't actually doubt it much. After all, burdened with half of the ninja world's luck, as the reincarnation of Indra, it was perfectly normal for him to have some unexpected surprises. Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chinyu and continued, come on. Sasuke is pure Uchiha mainstream blood, right? If I remember correctly, he is the son of Fugaku. That kid? Chinyu shrugged and replied seriously, it seems so. He is the clan leader's son, right? How did I forget this? Sai Chinyu helplessly nodded at Tsunade and reluctantly said, then I'll go take a trip. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction at this moment. However, at this moment, Chinyu suddenly grinned mischievously and proposed to Tsunade, since it's that bastard Jiraiya who got me into trouble, I can't let him gather materials in Konoha every day. Let him come with me. Upon hearing this, Tsunade shook her head helplessly and looked at Chinyu, saying, you too. Fine, take him with you. It will save him from causing trouble in Konoha. Half a minute later, seeing that Chinyu had not yet left, Tsunade became a bit puzzled and asked Chinyu, why aren't you leaving yet? Chinyu raised an eyebrow and grinned at Tsunade. Hokage-sama, did you forget something? Forget what? Upon hearing Chinyu's words, Tsunade was momentarily confused. But when she saw Chinyu's mischievous grin and his aggressive gaze, her body trembled and she immediately realized the danger. 2 seconds later, Chinyu was finally satisfied as he walked towards Jiraiya's residence. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, a loud crashing sound was heard, and the entire building seemed to shake a few times. After settling Karabi near the office, Shizun, upon hearing the familiar sound, shook her head helplessly. This guy still can't change his habit of causing trouble before leaving. How many desks in the Hokage office have been replaced over the years? Clearly, when Chinyu left just now, he once again performed his usual ball-hitting incident, and then used the Flying Thunder God to escape. The poor Flying Thunder God technique, in Chinyu's hands, had only one use, to dodge Tsunade's monstrous punches. However, Chinyu was quite satisfied with this time's routine. After all, the previous routine was merely a scuffle outside, but this time, he directly made a breakthrough. That is, this time, Chinyu actually reached in and the sensation was completely different. And all of this, one could say, was thanks to his increased strength. Just then, Kinyu had already arrived at Jiraiya's residence. The old guy had just returned to Konoha after gathering intelligence outside for a long time and was preparing to go out for his material collection project when Kinyu directly informed him that he was going out again, to which he immediately expressed his protest. After a friendly education from Kinyu, Jiraiya could only follow behind with a. Kinyu blew on his fist and asked Jiraiya, "So where was the meeting place the two of us agreed on?" Jiraiya rubbed his head in annoyance and replied, "It seems to be the Uchiha ancestral land, which isn't too far." "Soga." Kinyu nodded and said, "Lead the way." "Huh?" Jiraiya was taken aback. Chinyu's lips twitched, then he asked Jiraiya, "What's wrong? You don't mean to tell me you don't know how to get there, do you?" Jiraiya shrugged and said, "I really don't know." "Fuck." Kinyu spat. Chapter 219. Meeting Jiraiya continued to scratch his head and asked Kinyu, "So what now?" Upon hearing this, Kinyu tentatively suggested, "How about throwing a shoe?" "That's reliable." Jiraiya nodded in agreement and actually started to take off his shoes. "Damn." With a curse, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of the two. Kakashi was originally just passing by and wanted to greet them, but seeing them doing something ridiculous, he could only scold them and then show them the way. "You two. One is more unreliable than the other." Kakashi pointed in a direction and said to them, "The Uchiha ancestral land is Soga. Arigato." After saying that, Kinyu and Jiraiya hurriedly left. This time, they didn't dare to slack off and rush towards the Uchiha ancestral land at high speed. In stark contrast to Kinyu, the missing Sasuke, who had been gone for 3 years, was now rushing towards the Uchiha ancestral land with a blank expression. At the Uchiha ancestral land, Itachi Uchiha was already seated on a stone seat. It is known that if a shadow-level expert truly hurried, their speed would be quite fast. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was fate. Ultimately, 3 figures landed from 2 directions at the same time. In an instant, 5 figures stood in a triangular standoff. These 5 figures were UchihaQinyu, Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Uchiha Sasuke. The long-dilapidated Uchiha ancestral land hadn't been this lively for many years. After 3 years, the 2 brothers, Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, finally met again. Upon seeing Kinyu and Jiraiya arrive, Itachi's calm and indifferent face only slightly raised an eyebrow. Although he was somewhat surprised by their arrival, he did not react much. Standing behind Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki had a much stronger reaction. The fearless shark-faced man trembled involuntarily upon seeing Kinyu, especially his right hand holding the big sword, which was shaking the most. To describe it, he looked just like a late-stage Parkinson's patient. He had transformed into the first Kinyu fan in the Akatsuki organization, and now that he faced Kinyu again, he was naturally quite scared. Although Kisame was afraid, Kinyu showed him no mercy. Kinyu looked at Kisame and bluntly asked, "Hey, shark face, this matter has nothing to do with you. Are you leaving on your own, or should I send you away?" With his current strength and demeanor, he couldn't even be bothered to kill someone at Kisame's level. Kisame didn't expect that as soon as Kinyu appeared, he would immediately target him. Involuntarily taking a step back, his already ugly shark face became even more twisted. He actually didn't want to get involved in this brotherly affair. He was only here because his boss, Uchiha Obito, had sent him with a secret mission. So now, he found himself in an extremely awkward situation. If he stayed, it would mean going against Chinyu's will. If he ran, it would mean defying Uchiha Obito's orders. Coincidentally, these two were the 2 he feared the most. Moreover, with the arrival of Kinyu, the god of death, he also worried about Itachi's safety. "Oh," Kinyu raised an eyebrow, ready to make a move. Just then Itachi, who had remained silent, suddenly said to Kisame, "Kisame, you should leave." Kisame's expression changed immediately, and he asked Itachi, "Itachi, but you?" "It's not a problem." Itachi waved his hand and reiterated, "You should go?" "Well, okay, take care of yourself." Kisame, already in a state of confusion, didn't he have any other thoughts? Now that Itachi was pointing him the way, he didn't want to hesitate any longer. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Kinyu suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." Kisame was instantly struck by lightning, the threat of death enveloping him. However, he had no intention of running away. The foot he had just stepped out with immediately retracted, not daring to take another step. Kisame mechanically turned around and swallowed hard. Looking at Kinyu, he asked in a deep voice, "I wonder if Lord Kinyu has any instructions." "Not exactly instructions." Kinyu waved his hand and said to Kisame, "I have a few words for you, so listen carefully." Upon hearing this, Kisame finally relaxed, not daring to slack off, and respectfully replied, "Yes, yes, Please speak. Lord Chinyu. Hee. Chinyu smiled and said, you could be considered a pitiful person, being played around without even realizing it. Your master, that masked man, is actually just a fraud, and I can tell you clearly that he is not Uchiha Madara at all. Moreover, his strength is quite lackluster. A few months ago, he was defeated by me in the mist and hasn't dared to show his face since. The so-called peace he talks about is just a joke in my eyes. With me, Chinyu, around, he is destined to be a clown. Kisame was left dumbfounded by Chinyu's words, stunned as he exclaimed, Nanny? He-s not. That-s impossible. Hee. Chinyu sneered and continued speaking to Kisame. Whether you believe it or not is your problem. You're a smart guy, so think it over carefully. I have no intention of forcing you. You're not worthy of that. If you decide to continue following him, then just tell him that no matter what schemes he has, I welcome them anytime. If you decide to turn back, I can give you a chance. Take this token of mine back to your mist, and Terumi will find a way to arrange for you. As he spoke, he casually tossed a jade pendant to Kisame. Within the crystal-clear jade pendant, there was a very concealed flying thunder god mark. Kisame caught the pendant, falling into a daze. The amount of information Chinyu had given him today was simply overwhelming. Even for his wisdom, it felt like his scalp was tingling. Impatient, Chinyu waved his hand at Kisame again and said, all right, Scram. It doesn't matter what decision you make. Today, I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Kisame hurriedly stowed the pendant away, treating it like a lifesaver, and then vanished in a flash. Chapter 220. As always, he never thought about whether this pendant could be a trap for him, because he felt unworthy. In his view, if Chinyu really wanted to deal with him, there was no need to go through such trouble. And indeed, what Chinyu wanted to deal with was never him. After the departure of the dry persimmon Zabuza, another figure trembled slightly, and that was the silent Sasuke. He had followed Orochimaru for 3 years, enduring extremely harsh training and bloody killings, and finally gained considerable skills. His goal was to kill his own brother and to trample his rival, Chinyu, underfoot. Now, these two opponents appeared before him at the same time. Having undergone 3 years of hard training, Sasuke felt no fear at all. At this moment, he was filled with intense excitement. And now, these two opponents had appeared before him simultaneously. After 3 years of hard training, Sasuke felt no fear, only deep excitement. Hee. Due to extreme excitement, Sasuke even let out a suppressed and deep cold laugh. Seeing Sasuke like this, Chinyu couldn't help but think. As expected, just like in the original story, this guy is indeed a problem child. However, in the next moment, Sasuke suddenly coldly addressed Uchiha Itachi and UchihaQinyu in front of him. Since the useless lackey has left, it's time to settle our grudges. Wow. In Sasuke's eyes, dry persimmon Zabuza was actually just a lackey. When it comes to showing off, it seems we still have to rely on Sasuke. Chinyu merely smiled slightly at this, and then directly asked Sasuke, all right, then tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? Are you planning to take us both out at once? Or are you going to include Jiraiya and wipe us 3 out in one go? You. Sasuke's face turned red from Chinyu's words, although he felt quite good about himself and was overflowing with confidence. The idea of facing 2 or even 3 opponents was pure nonsense. He was proud, not foolish. Jiraiya had long since become accustomed to Chinyu's antics and didn't take it to heart at all. He had already decided to come this time just to watch the show. There was no need for him to step in for a fight. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who was seated at the top, wore an inexplicable expression, seemingly lost in thought, and also remained silent. After struggling for a long time, Sasuke finally just coldly snorted and said to Chinyu, Chinyu, we are at least of the same clan, and having been on the same team, although we have grudges, we are not enemies. So, we only need to determine the winner and loser. No need to see life or death. But I'm different from Uchiha Itachi. I have a deep blood feud with him. I must kill him to avenge our Uchiha clan's deceased members. And don't forget, you are also a member of the Uchiha clan. You have the responsibility and obligation to avenge your clan's fallen members. Besides, Uchiha Itachi is an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Killing him would be beneficial for Konoha. So don't stop me. After I take care of Uchiha Itachi, I will fight you. Originally, Sasuke thought he would act like a fool and take on 2 or even 3 opponents. But he never expected this guy to still possess a bit of rationality and not truly think about facing 2 or 3 at once. However, speaking of which, did he really think he, Uchiha Sasuke, could take on 2 opponents? Among the 3 present, who could he defeat? Faced with Sasuke's rational proposal, Chinyu simply raised an eyebrow and then mockingly said to him, What if I say no, Nanny? Seeing Chinyu's decisive refusal, Sasuke's expression changed immediately. He had thought that his earlier statements were completely reasonable, and he was even thinking of Konoha. However, he never expected Chinyu to refuse. Moreover, his attitude was quite frivolous. Sasuke's heart instantly filled with anger, cursing internally, "This bastard." He and Chinyu were the same clan, classmates, and former teammates. So he understood him quite well. He knew that this person could be unreasonable when he wanted to be. However, with the enemy of the Uchiha clan right in front of him, he was still unwilling to offend Chinyu first. With no choice, Sasuke had to suppress his anger and reluctantly said to Chinyu, "As long as I can kill Uchiha Itachi, I don't mind returning to Konoha with you. Now, don't stop me." Upon hearing this, Chinyu laughed out loud on the spot and then smiled at Sasuke. "It seems you still don't understand the current situation, Sasuke. Since I'm here, then whatever happens today will be under my control. If I don't let him die, you 1T be able to kill him. If I want you to return to Konoha with me, you also 1T be able to resist." Suddenly, Chinyu began to show off in an invisible manner. And now he was exhibiting the legendary act of saying the most outrageous things in the plainest tone. However, to pull off such a display, a prerequisite condition was needed. His strength must reach a level where he could push everything aside. Otherwise, no matter how good one was at showing off, they would only end up being pressed to the ground. So, don't show off your choices in front of me. You have no choice. The only option is the one I give you. From start to finish, Chinyu's tone was extremely calm, as if he were merely stating a completely reasonable fact. However, in Sasuke's ears, it sounded extremely outrageous. In an instant, the originally overconfident Uchiha clan's second young master was instantly enraged. "Good, Chinyu, you are indeed as arrogant as ever." Sasuke's face was filled with a proud expression as he angrily said to Chinyu, "It's been 3 years since we last met, and I am no longer the same." Is that so?" Chinyu smiled non-committally and continued, "Perhaps to others, but in my eyes, you are still as weak as ever, all show and no substance." "Baka." Sasuke's face instantly turned red with anger, and he immediately broke down, shouting, time and again, trampling on my noble dignity. "Unforgivable. If that's the case, I will take you down first. Then I will kill Uchiha Itachi." Clang. After making his decision, the long sword at Sasuke's waist was instantly drawn. Buzz. Almost in an instant, a violent lightning attribute chakra enveloped the long sword. Just this move alone was enough to show that Sasuke had indeed made significant progress. Chapter 221. Sasuke's Kirin Chidori Senbon. With a flick of his wrist, Sasuke swung the long sword, and the powerful lightning attribute chakra transformed into hundreds of lightning senbon, shooting towards Chinyu like a torrential storm. Each senbon flickered with blue and white electricity. Beneath their beautiful exterior was extreme lethality and penetrative power. Compared to metallic senbon, these lightning senbon were clearly far more terrifying. This was a true expert-esque display. Sasuke's senbon technique was remarkable in both precision and quantity, revealing that he had not wasted his 3 years. However, it was also quite regrettable. You see, everything he had created, whether it was the lightning blade technique or the lightning senbon, seemed to be leftovers from Chinyu. By today, Chinyu had completely lost interest in these things. However, facing the overwhelming barrage of 1,000 birds, Jiraiya's expression immediately turned serious. Originally, he wanted to enjoy the show, but Sasuke's attack had such a wide coverage that it enveloped him as well. Jiraiya didn't hesitate and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Storehouse. With a soft shout from Jiraiya, his already lush, white hair suddenly surged. With a flick of his tail, he protected his body within it. This Needle Earth Storehouse is Jiraiya's unique secret technique. After being activated, his hair not only swelled, but also became as hard as metal. For defense, this secret technique is undoubtedly very useful. As Sasuke's 1,000 birds struck the ground, they immediately penetrated several feet deep, showcasing remarkable piercing power. However, when they hit that white hair, they merely produced a sound of metal clashing and could not penetrate at all. As for defending Chinyu, Jiraiya had no such thoughts. He had long known that being with Chinyu, as long as he didn't hold him back, he was already contributing. And indeed, that was the case. Sasuke's tricks, if encountered 3 years ago, Chinyu might have taken them more seriously. But in Chinyu's eyes now, they were merely fleeting clouds. Since Sasuke had not activated his Sharingan, he naturally wouldn't use it first. In fact, his hands remained crossed, and he merely raised a finger slightly. In an instant, Powerful lightning chakra enveloped his entire body, forming a dazzling Raijin armor outside him. After that, Qinyu made no further movements, allowing the thousand birds to strike him. However, the destructive lightning-based thousand birds hit him, not only failing to cause any harm, but were instead absorbed by the Raijin armor and disappeared. This guy's lightning. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and his expression darkened, although he never intended to use this move to defeat Qinyu. The fact that Qinyu could so easily neutralize his killing move surprised him, especially since he noticed that after devouring his thousand birds, Qinyu's already ferocious Raijin armor seemed to have grown even stronger. In the past 3 years, his strength had improved, but more importantly, his perspective had significantly broadened. Just a single exchange made him realize one thing. Qinyu's mastery of lightning might surpass his own, realizing that his lightning technique was inferior to Qinyu's. Sasuke's mood instantly plummeted. His main attack methods were fire, lightning, and swordsmanship. He hadn't practiced fire techniques much over the years, and he had already witnessed how terrifying Qinyu's great fire destruction was. Therefore, using fire techniques now would only be self-deprecating. As for swordsmanship, that goes without saying. Even without opening the 8 gates, Qinyu's physical skills were unparalleled in the ninja world. Did he really have to resort to the Manjiki Sharingan right from the start? Sasuke's face turned grim, and he was deep in thought. The consumption of a Manjiki is simply too great. No way. I need to save it for that bastard Itachi. Qinyu, this lowly branch family member, isn't worthy of me using the Manjiki. In that case, I'll use that. Thinking of his ultimate move, a confident cold smile reappeared on Sasuke's face. He suddenly shook his arm, and a long sword infused with lightning chakra shot out. The lightning sword flew from his hand, aimed directly at Qinyu. The power of this throw was immense, and with the added lightning chakra, the sword streaked through the air like a bolt of lightning. Even shadow-level experts would be caught off guard if they weren't careful. However, in front of Qinyu, this move was nothing exceptional in terms of either power or speed. He didn't even activate his Sharingan, merely extending 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the lightning sword that was shooting toward his face. Seeing this scene, both Jiraiya and Itachi beside him were taken aback. The level of power displayed in this move was secondary, but Qinyu's confidence and composure that far surpassed others were evident. Although Sasuke now seemed a bit immature, he had already changed significantly. If they were to face this attack, they wouldn't dare to act so casually. Even Itachi, the artist of combat, who could skillfully wield the Sharingan, would not dare to be so arrogant. Sasuke, witnessing this, felt his expression darken further and accelerated his hand seals. Indeed, he had thrown the long sword not to harm Qinyu, but merely to buy himself some time to form seals. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. At that moment, Sasuke had completed his hand seals. Several fire dragons shot up into the sky rapidly, with one tail slamming into the clouds above, then disappearing. Soon, as the fire dragons fully entered the high-altitude clouds, the originally clear sky above Uchiha's territory suddenly darkened. Above the sky, a massive amount of dark clouds gathered, with powerful arcs of electricity flickering within. Watching Sasuke's fire technique, Qinyu immediately understood what he was trying to do. Although he understood, he couldn't help but silently criticize Sasuke's fire technique level. However, it was evident that Sasuke had not trained his fire techniques much over the years. The average level of his fire techniques directly resulted in the fact that the power he intended to unleash with the Kirin would likely be quite mediocre as well. And indeed, this was the case. Sasuke's fire technique was inferior to Qinyu's, so the impact on the weather was nowhere near as strong as Qinyu's. Moreover, he lacked the geographical advantage. It's worth noting that Qinyu had released Kirin twice, once in the land of water and once in the land of lightning. Both locations are naturally rainy and thunderous countries, with a much greater innate supply of lightning power than this place. Considering all these factors, the thunderclouds Sasuke summoned were indeed relatively ordinary. Yet even so, it still shocked Itachi and Jiraiya, who were watching from the sidelines. Neither of them had ever seen Qinyu perform this technique before, and now witnessing it, they were both extremely astonished. Chapter 222. Kirin is taken away at this moment. Itachi felt a sense of comfort in his heart and murmured to himself, "Sasuke, you have really grown a lot." Jiraiya sighed and thought, "This kid Sasuke is indeed a top-notch genius. If it weren't for that brat Qinyu, I fear no one in the younger generation of Konoha could match him, even with Naruto possessing the 9 tails. What a pity, what a pity." Although both were shocked by Sasuke's brilliant idea, none of them believed he could defeat the man before him, Qinyu. Unfortunately, Sasuke did not have such awareness. His figure flickered continuously as he rushed upward. Ha ha ha. Chinyu, you arrogant fool. Today, let me show you my trump card. Sasuke tilted his head back, spread his arms wide, and wore a proud expression. In his view, he had already accumulated the thunderclouds, and the outcome of this battle, even life and death, was just a thought away. Before that, he wanted to vent the frustration he had bottled up over the years. The thunderclouds rolled above, and the terrifying flashes of electricity illuminated his face, making him appear even crazier. Meanwhile, below, Itachi frowned slightly and murmured, although Sasuke's strength has improved a lot, this arrogant personality is really not good. How can he be so careless in front of a powerhouse like Chinyu? And indeed, if the opponent were not Chinyu, but another shadow-level powerhouse, Sasuke's blustering would have likely led to him being taken down in an instant. Only Chinyu was interested in watching the monkey show, silently observing him show off. The second pillar, in a frenzy, had been nagging alone for half a day, wanted to see fear and panic on Chinyu's face. Unfortunately, this was just his own wishful thinking. One could say that Chinyu remained calm and composed throughout, his handsome face adorned with a hint of a mocking smile. Damn it, I want to see how long you can keep pretending. The second pillar clenched his fist secretly, chakra surging towards his eyes. In an instant, Sasuke's pitch-black eyes turned crimson, the 3-Tomoe Sharingan reaching its peak. At this moment, he was carefully observing the direction of the lightning in the clouds. His expression was extremely serious, clearly aware of the danger of Kirin. This was his first time truly using Kirin in battle, and his opponent was someone as cunning as Chinyu, so he did not dare to be careless. After observing for a long while, he finally extended his right hand, cautiously sending a stream of lightning chakra into the thunderclouds. After a moment, he finally managed to connect with the powerful natural lightning within the clouds. Slowly, the lightning began to twist and change shape, taking on the initial form of Kirin. Ha ha! Seeing Kirin take shape, Sasuke's face broke into a wild laugh as he said to Chinyu, Chinyu, watch closely. This is the S-rank ninjutsu, Kirin, that I painstakingly developed over several years. You're lucky to be the first to test its power. Excited, he even waved his hand flamboyantly. As Sasuke waved his hand, Kirin in the thunderclouds also shook its head. Thunder roared, echoing clearly from miles around. However, Chinyu merely smiled faintly, showing no sign of being moved by the power of Kirin. Seeing this, Sasuke's expression suddenly darkened, and he yelled at Chinyu, Stop pretending. You have no chance of resisting this move. In response, Chinyu nodded seriously and replied to Sasuke, You make a good point. Hee. Upon hearing this, Sasuke sneered, thinking to himself, So even you, Chinyu, have a moment when you can't keep up the act. A strange and intense feeling of exhilaration surged within him. The gloom that Chinyu brought him had already dissipated by more than half. In his view, from this moment on, Chinyu's era had completely come to an end, and he, Sasuke, would rise as the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, dominating the ninja world. The glory of the Uchiha would be restored right now. It could be said that just because of Chinyu's words, the second pillar even thought of a name for his future child. However, in the next moment, Chinyu also instantly manifested his 3-Tomoe Sharingan. He did not leave the ground or observe carefully. Instead, he raised his right hand high. A powerful thunderbolt erupted explosively from his palm. The lightning transformed into a beam, shooting straight into the clouds like a laser. It seemed he was going to compete with Sasuke for control of Kirin. After all, he had used Kirin multiple times and was already very familiar with it, so he didn't need to be as cautious as Sasuke. What? However, his actions startled all three people present. The natural lightning in the clouds was already extremely violent and unstable. The fact that Sasuke's chakra had entered without causing an uproar was already a stroke of luck. Now, with a new chakra entering, the consequences were unimaginable. Sure enough, as the lightning beam pierced through, Kirin went into a frenzy. Immediately, Chinyu, relying on his superior lightning release prowess, forcefully seized control of Kirin. In an instant, Sasuke was shocked to discover that the Kirin he had painstakingly created was no longer under his control. Not only that, but the lightning chakra line in his hand, which was meant to guide Kirin, had suddenly become a fuse. The powerful natural lightning surged back along the chakra line. Oh! With a scream from Sasuke, his right hand was already bleeding profusely. Forced to do so, he retracted the chakra line. Baka, get my Kirin back. At this moment, Sasuke looked like he had gone mad, completely unable to accept the fact that Kirin had been taken from him. Seeing this, Chinyu merely smiled and replied, "Sure. No problem. I'll give it back to you right now." With a wave of Chinyu's large hand, the Kirin in the sky immediately began to dance wildly. Its two glass-like eyes instantly locked on Sasuke's position. Atirifayin oha descended. Almost in an instant, the second pillar felt a chill throughout his body. Even the chakra flowing within him became somewhat sluggish. This unprecedented sense of crisis shocked Sasuke greatly. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with horror. And at this time, upon seeing Chinyu controlling Kirin aiming at Sasuke, Itachi, as a seasoned brother complex, could no longer remain calm. After all, he didn't know if Sasuke could withstand this strike that was like divine punishment on his own. He suddenly stood up from the stone chair, his Mangekyou Sharingan ready to unleash its power. Chapter 223. The Uchiha Quartet laughs madly. He suddenly stood up from the stone chair. His Mangekyou Sharingan was poised to unleash. Itachi Uchiha's vision and insight were extraordinarily powerful. Although he was not adept at lightning release, he instantly understood that this lightning release Kirin was an unavoidable attack. However, in order to withstand this ninjutsu, he could only rely on the ultimate ocular technique of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Susanoo. He wondered if Sasuke had already activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha frowned, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the battlefield. He was already prepared that if the situation on the field turned bad, he would use the ultimate Susanoo to protect Sasuke. It must be said that his plan was quite good. However, his sudden action looked different in Sasuke's eyes. Blinded by hatred and misplaced confidence, the second pillar thought that this strange behavior was clearly an attempt to take advantage of the situation. Itachi must be afraid of my powerful strength and dare not face me alone. So he wants to take this opportunity to ambush. This bastard. He really will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. In that instant, the Uchiha Sasuke believed he had seen through everything. At this moment, the second pillar felt an inexplicable rage. The Kirin he had painstakingly created with a lot of effort had instantly fallen into the hands of the enemy. And his enemy was now taking the opportunity to strike him while he was down, making his situation extremely difficult. But soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, you all wouldn't have imagined it. I have already activated my Mangekyou Sharingan, and this Kirin cannot do anything to me. At this moment, he had decided not to hide anymore and directly reveal his Mangekyou Sharingan. Just thinking about his Mangekyou Sharingan made the second pillar as confidence soar. In that instant, he had already thought about how to take on two opponents at once. In fact, he was even thinking about how to take down both Chinyu and Itachi Uchiha simultaneously. As for Jiraiya, this legendary Sannin, who had shaken the ninja world for many years, was no longer in his eyes. Chinyu was not interested in the convoluted dynamics between these two brothers. Seeing that Sasuke's face had lost its look of fear, he knew he was ready. So he waved his hand. Roar! The Kirin in the sky immediately shook its head and crashed down. Mangekyou Sharingan. Activate. At the critical moment, the three Tomoe and Juzi's eyes spun rapidly. Immediately afterwards, the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan was activated. A massive amount of purple chakra erupted from his body, forming a gigantic skeleton just before the thunder struck. This move was the initial stage of Susanoo. Boom! The terrifying thunder, transformed into a Kirin, crashed directly into the purple skeleton. Although Sasuke's Susanoo was quite rough. Fortunately, his Kirin was also rough. Therefore, even though Susanoo was battered, it still managed to withstand the blow. Uchiha Itachi let out a huge sigh of relief the moment he saw Sasuke activate his kaleidoscope. Seeing him successfully summon Susanoo, Itachi completely relaxed and sat back down on the stone chair. This scene caused Juzi's eyes to reveal a cold smile. In his view, his idiot brother must be sighing, feeling regretful that he had just missed a great opportunity to attack him. But soon, his attention shifted back to Chinyu. Ha ha ha! As Uchiha Sasuke, Juzi laughed wildly, and the Uchiha's four madmen made their entrance. Although the external Susanoo was already battered, it didn't affect Juzi's show-off ambitions at all. Under the shattered Susanoo, he looked down at Chinyu with a cold and crazy expression. How about it, Chinyu? Even if I let you have one Kirin, so what? Can it break through my Susanoo's defense? Do you see? This is the power of my Uchiha kaleidoscope. You, a humble and foolish clansman, although you are also from the Uchiha clan and possess the Sharingan. So what? Can you activate the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ha ha ha. What you can use is merely the most basic Sharingan ability. You will never be able to obtain the ultimate secret art of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan in your lifetime. Upon hearing this, Qinyu almost burst out laughing. When it comes to comedy, Juzi truly takes the cake. This act of bravado was the most awkward show-off Qin Yu had ever seen in his life. However, to be fair, this guy really didn't know that Qin Yu had already activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan long ago. If he knew that 3 years ago, when he was clamoring to betray Konoha in search of power, Qin Yu had already possessed the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and even the eternal kaleidoscope. Just thinking about that scene was thrilling. Juzi's statement that he would never activate the kaleidoscope instantly made Uchiha Itachi, beside him, unable to help but facepalm. The indifferent image he maintained for so long shattered in an instant. Unlike his foolish brother, he had seen Qin use kaleidoscope Sharingan 3 years ago. Not only that, he had experienced its power firsthand. Even after 3 years, with his own strength having improved significantly, facing Qin Yu still gave him an unfathomable feeling. Now, Sasuke had just activated the kaleidoscope and was so arrogant. It was truly ignorant and fearless. Sasuke's arrogant personality left his older brother feeling quite helpless. In contrast, Qin Yu's reaction was relatively calm. As a former fan of Hokage, he understood the personality of every character well. Jutsu, who had always taken pride in showing off, although he was constantly getting slapped in the face when trying to show off, it did not affect him from continuing to do so. Especially during the time he had just activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he was completely in an inflated state. Therefore, Qin Yu just shrugged and nodded seriously, replying to Sasuke. That makes sense, very much so. Sasuke did not see envy, jealousy, shock, or any other emotions on Qin Yu's face, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. But after all these years, it was the first time he had made Qin Yu suffer, and he felt quite pleased inside. Qin Yu, keep jumping, keep showing off. Continue trampling on my dignity with your humble tricks. Due to the extreme excitement, Juzi's face twisted slightly. Chapter 224. Juzi sends warmth using the kaleidoscope Sharingan for the first time in actual combat. He used the ultimate secret art, Susanoo, which put a tremendous burden on his body. 2 streams of blood tears flowed wildly from his eye sockets, making his expression even crazier. However, the second brother, experiencing the power of the kaleidoscope for the first time, was completely immersed in it, disregarding everything as he activated the kaleidoscope's power again. The originally battered Susanoo began to slowly recover. Qin Yu, now I will let you witness the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. With a wild laugh, Juzi controlled the external Susanoo to raise its fist and smashed it toward Uchiha Itachi, sitting on the stone seat. Boom! Uchiha Itachi clearly did not expect Sasuke to pull such a move. But his combat experience was exceptionally high. He instantly dodged to the side. The solid stone seat was smashed to pieces by Sasuke's Susanoo. Seeing that he had first defended against the Kirin with Susanoo and then successfully repelled Uchiha Itachi, Juzi's inexplicable confidence reached its peak at that moment. Ha ha ha! As Uchiha Sasuke, Juzi laughed wildly, saying to the two in front of him, "You two can come at me together. I, Uchiha Sasuke, have no fear." Uchiha Itachi had already experienced his younger brother's arrogance before. He thought that was the extent of it. However, he never expected that this was just the tip of the iceberg. In his view, even if the two brothers teamed up, they would not be able to match Qin Yu, let alone Sasuke claiming he could take on 2 by himself. Was this confidence? Or was it foolishness? As a seasoned brother complex, Uchiha Itachi found himself somewhat confused at this moment. He sighed deeply, thinking, I don't know how today's events will ultimately unfold. Originally, he felt everything was under control. He had already planned for his death and Sasuke's future. But Qin Yu was truly a huge variable. 3 years ago, Itachi had experienced his unconventional methods. Seeing him again today made him realize that things might not develop as he had anticipated. At this moment, Sasuke had vented enough frustration on Qin Yu and was no longer taking him seriously. The power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had given him endless confidence. Now, all he thought about was using these eyes to take revenge on his reckless brother. As for Qin Yu, at this moment, he had become a hindrance. Sasuke's eyes instantly locked onto Qin Yu. He coldly said, "You, a humble guy, are fortunate to witness the Uchiha's kaleidoscope today. You can consider your life worthwhile. The next matter is the feud between me and Itachi. So just go die." Amaterasu. Buzz. A strange wave passed through as the power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan erupted. In an instant, a large area of scorching black flames appeared out of thin air. After this large area of black flames appeared, the aura locked tightly onto Qin Yu. Upon seeing the black flames, Qin Yu instantly understood that this was Amaterasu, the Uchiha clan's Amaterasu technique. Legend has it that the black flames of Amaterasu are the flames from the center of the sun, the strongest physical attack. This attack is an unavoidable one. The burning flames will never extinguish until the target is completely consumed. Meanwhile, Chinyu had already guessed what the second pillar was about to unleash when he was rambling on. At the moment those flower-like eyes suddenly widened, he was already prepared. Buzz! Under the powerful chakra stimulation, his originally pitch-black pupils suddenly turned a deep crimson. 3 black Tomoe quickly intertwined, forming a complex pattern. Immediately after, his kaleidoscope Sharingan suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A strange wave passed through, as if the space itself was distorted. The moment Amaterasu appeared out of thin air, it fell into the twisted space. Following that, the so-called Amaterasu, which is said to never disappear until the target is burned to ashes, actually began to shrink. Ultimately, the black flames of Amaterasu vanished into thin air. And this was precisely the ability of his kaleidoscope, Devour. It can completely absorb any ninjutsu within sight and release it when needed. He had rarely used this ability, as with his current strength and vision, there were very few ninjutsu worthy of his Devour. However, the Amaterasu, known as the strongest physical attack, was worth using this ability. Or rather, he had always coveted the Amaterasu technique. Although this thing is jokingly called the strongest attack that has never burned anyone to death, in reality, whether in terms of deterrence or power, it is not to be underestimated. Only the Uchiha brothers in front of him can use this technique in today's ninja world. Now, the second pillar thought he was striking hard, but in reality, he was just sending warmth. Facing the Amaterasu from the second pillar, Chinyu was not at all polite, directly absorbing on the spot. It was also because he was skilled and bold enough to dare to use Devour directly. It should be known that the danger level of Amaterasu is not low. If it were someone else, they would definitely first use Susanoo to isolate Amaterasu before using Devour to absorb it. However, Chinyu has always enjoyed this feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, directly countering Amaterasu with Devour and cleanly absorbing it. After capturing Amaterasu, Chinyu felt quite good. Looking at the second pillar Sasuke in front of him, he said cheerfully, "Sasuke, you really are my former teammate. After 3 years apart, you greet me with such a big gift. Thank you for the Amaterasu." His previous actions were too quick. After absorbing the black flames, he directly closed his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Plus, with Amaterasu blocking in between, the second pillar was completely unaware. Just a moment ago, Chinyu had also activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, the previously invincible Amaterasu unexpectedly vanished into thin air this time, shocking the second pillar greatly. He wanted to quickly eliminate Chinyu and then confront Itachi. It can be said that he shed several liters of blood and tears to unleash Amaterasu. However, now that Amaterasu had vanished inexplicably, how could he accept that? Baka, the second pillar, covered in blood and tears, seemed to go mad, murmuring and shouting. How is that possible? How could you resist Amaterasu? That is the secret eye technique of the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope Sharingan. You, a lowly guy, how could you stand there unharmed? First it was Kirin, now it's Amaterasu. You bastard. Get back to me. Chapter 225. Using life to uphold the path of pretentiousness, the second pillar was originally overflowing with confidence. But the consecutive failures of his attacks made him completely lose his patience. Compared to his brother's impulsiveness, Uchiha Itachi was much calmer. Although he had not seen Chinyu use the power of the kaleidoscope, he was constantly analyzing in his mind. The technique that made Amaterasu vanish into thin air clearly bore the shadow of space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that this Chinyu is truly such a genius? Has he actually cultivated space-time ninjutsu to a level that even the fourth Hokage could not reach? What an extraordinary talent. In just an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind. Meanwhile, Chinyu did not intend to reveal his kaleidoscope Sharingan so early. At the same time, he didn't want to be too harsh on the naive second pillar. However, hearing him chatter incessantly was indeed somewhat annoying. Therefore, he decided to give the second pillar an unforgettable lesson. Taking this opportunity, he aimed to completely extinguish the second pillar's arrogant spirit. Chinyu smirked and coldly said to the second pillar, "Since you want your Amaterasu, I'll return it to you." For some reason, when Sasuke heard these words, all the hair on his body stood on end. Immediately, a powerful sense of crisis enveloped him. He suddenly recalled that just a few minutes ago, Chinyu had also coldly smiled while returning his Kirin to him. No. Sasuke thought of something in an instant, but quickly dismissed it, denying, no, impossible. He could take control of my Kirin because his lightning release skills are indeed above mine, and I was a bit careless, which led to my downfall. But Amaterasu is a unique technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could he manipulate it? However, despite thinking this way, Sasuke did not dare to slack off in reality. He once again endured the pain in his eyes, paying the price of several liters of blood and tears, and reinforced his Susanoo. Seeing this, Chinyu felt amused. This second pillar, although a bit delusional, was not stupid. He still knew to strengthen his defenses. Sure enough, at the moment Sasuke reinforced his Susanoo, Chinyu once again manifested his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. The secret technique of reversal suddenly activated. Reversal. The word become law. The previously absorbed black flames of Amaterasu now reappeared out of thin air. However, this time it did not appear in front of Chinyu. Instead, it directly fell outside Sasuke, on top of his Susanoo. The so-called Amaterasu burns everything was not an empty phrase. The moment the black flames of Amaterasu appeared, they immediately began to blaze. Even the body of Susanoo was continuously scorched. The second pillar was instantly startled and hurriedly concentrated his chakra and eye power on Susanoo, continuously countering Amaterasu. It can be imagined that if it weren't for the protection of Susanoo, with his reaction speed, he would have absolutely no way to dodge this attack. This time, Chinyu did not conceal anything. The crimson and strange eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was clearly revealed in front of everyone. The second pillar was so shocked by this scene that he raised his arm, tremblingly pointing at Chinyu's eyes, stuttering in disbelief. You. How is it possible? You also activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan? It's impossible. How could you activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan? How is this possible? In that instant, jealousy, rage, embarrassment. A series of emotions surged in his heart. Thinking back to his previous arrogance and mocking Chinyu for never being able to activate the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he felt so ashamed that he wanted to smash his head against Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, standing beside him, was also quite flustered. His fists hidden under his Akatsuki robe clenched tightly. Unlike his foolish brother, he understood much more information. Therefore, he immediately recognized that Chinyu's pair of eyes was not an ordinary kaleidoscope Sharingan. Instead, it is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan a step further. 3 years ago, he witnessed Chin use Manjiki Sharingan. At that time, he only thought of Chinyu as an ordinary clansman with Uchiha blood, who happened to be a genius and unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan by chance. Although it was quite shocking, he could somewhat understand it. However, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was truly beyond his comprehension. According to the records on the Uchiha stone tablet, one must unlock their own Manjiki and then transplant another's Manjiki to awaken the eternal Manjiki. This means that apart from the two brothers, that masked man, and the current Chinyu, there are still others with the Manjiki in the ninja world? When did the Uchiha survivors become so many? With this question in mind, he hurriedly observed Chinyu's eyes carefully. This careful observation was even more shocking, because the two kaleidoscopes that Chinyu possessed were obtained through the system, and they were incredibly impressive. The eyes and abilities he had never seen before made it easy to imagine how shocked Itachi's heart was at that moment. In an instant, he even came up with an extremely absurd idea. Could it be that Chinyu, with his eternal kaleidoscope being so powerful now, had excavated some secret tomb of a family member and transplanted the mysterious kaleidoscope? But soon, he shook his head and dismissed the idea. First of all, he had witnessed Chinyu performing the kaleidoscope 3 years ago. Secondly, even if he really found the deceased Uchiha clan members, but it's also impossible for so many clansmen to have opened their own kaleidoscopes. Furthermore, Chinyu's Sharingan can be freely turned on and off, clearly not resembling a transplant from someone else. The usually wise Uchiha Itachi found this puzzling this time. Helpless, he could only sigh inwardly. How strange. This Chinyu is truly an anomaly. On the other side, Sasuke truly lives up to being the man who bears half the fate of the ninja world. At this moment, after intense grief and anger, his Manjiki Sharingan actually underwent another transformation. In a peak sublimation, his Susanoo evolved directly into its second stage. The second stage of Susanoo has progressed significantly compared to the first stage. Originally just a skeletal framework, it has now been filled out with muscles and veins, subsequently wrapped in a cloak of chakra. Both its defensive and offensive capabilities have qualitatively improved. The most obvious manifestation of this is the Amaterasu burning outside of Susanoo. After Susanoo was enhanced with muscles and veins, the burning speed of Amaterasu noticeably slowed down. It should be noted that throughout his journey, he has been slapped in the face countless times. However, as someone who embodies the path of arrogance with his life, he always finds new confidence each time. Clearly, the breakthrough of Susanoo has given him a considerable boost in confidence. Chapter 226, Calling Out a Good Fellow. Did you see it, Chinyu? A breakthrough on the battlefield. Even the heavens are on my side. So what if Amaterasu can't do anything to you? I still have Susanoo. Accept your fate. After roaring a few times, Juzi immediately activated the Susanoo beneath him and charged at Chinyu. This time, as Sasuke, Juzi no longer dared to delay. First, he considered that the Amaterasu outside his Susanoo was ultimately a hidden danger. If he didn't quickly eliminate Chinyu, the caster, he would never be able to deal with the Amaterasu. Second, he had already clearly felt the lack of chakra and ocular power. Especially after using the second stage of Susanoo, the consumption of chakra and ocular power was even more terrifying. Third, and most importantly, he had to leave enough energy to confront his enemy, Itachi Uchiha. Although he felt quite humiliated by Chinyu, he still hadn't forgotten his original intention. For him, the one he most wanted to kill and had to kill was always Itachi Uchiha, not Chinyu. On the other side, Itachi Uchiha, seeing his younger brother's strength increase again, subtly curled the corner of his mouth. He did not stop Sasuke's attack. He was also very curious about just how strong this UchihaQinyu was. However, since the eternal Manjiki Sharingan had already been activated, Chinyu naturally had no intention of dragging it out any longer. In the shocked gazes of everyone, his eyes actually underwent another change. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan slowly faded away, and his originally bright red eyes suddenly turned into a misty purple. Suddenly, black ripples appeared in the depths of the eyes. Huh, that is. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in shock as he said, just like pain, that is, the Rinnegan? How is this possible? How many hidden cards does Chinyu have, after all? He had lost count of how many times he was shocked today. Or rather, the number of times he had been shocked over the past few years couldn't compare to today. Even with his wisdom and talent, he couldn't have imagined that the ultimate evolution of the Uchiha clan Sharingan was the Rinnegan. In an instant, the heart he had just put down was raised again. The whole body's tension was ready to save his foolish brother at any moment. However, he no longer dared to be certain whether he could truly protect Sasuke. As for the other brother, his thoughts were even more absurd. After all, unlike the well-informed Itachi, he had only heard of the Rinnegan but never seen it. Caught off guard, he didn't even think in that direction. Seeing Chinyu's eyes suddenly change, the first thought that popped in his mind was, what? A Jinjutsu? However, the kaleidoscope Sharingan and Susanoo gave him too much confidence. He was only momentarily confused, and then he no longer took this so-called illusion to heart. In his view, Chinyu had even started using such tricks, which definitely meant he was afraid of his Susanoo. A mere illusion, a trivial skill. Go die. Upon thinking of this, he urged the external Susanoo even more frantically. He wanted to seize the opportunity while Chinyu was casting his illusion and take him down with a thunderous force. However, Chinyu, who was facing him, at that moment heard the words of Juzi. The corners of his mouth twitched immediately. Illusion? What the hell is an illusion? How did this guy figure out it was an illusion? You don't recognize the Rinnegan, but you even mistake it for a Jinjutsu? As a ninja from the Uchiha clan and a direct descendant of the clan leader, you don't even recognize the Rinnegan, the foremost of the three great dojutsu? Besides your second pillar, there really isn't anyone else? It seems that it's time to showcase true skills, Chinyu thought to himself. As he looked at his opponent, the inflated Juzi, Chinyu couldn't help but sneer and said, I really don't understand why a second stage Susanoo has given you such confidence. In front of everyone, he calmly extended his right hand. Then, he aimed his right hand at the distant Juzi. In fact, ever since he obtained the Indra Source and the Azura Source, his strength had been increasing almost daily. With his current strength, even a celestial obstacle like a star wouldn't be a problem. However, this time, he didn't use any overly abnormal ninjutsu. He simply activated an unremarkable ordinary ninjutsu. Universal Pull. It may be that the Rinnegan inherently carries a buff. Even someone as irreverent as Chinyu unconsciously adopts a tone reminiscent of Nagato's pain when using the Rinnegan to perform ninjutsu. It's calm, indifferent, and simultaneously exudes supreme authority. As the Rinnegan, the foremost of the three great dojutsu, indeed deserves the phrase words turn into law. As Chinyu's voice fell, his eyes suddenly erupted with unparalleled power. A terrifying gravitational force erupted violently from the palm of his right hand. The moment the universal pull was unleashed, the body of the second pillar, which was controlling the Susanoo to charge forward, trembled violently. Suddenly, the second pillar felt as if everything in front of him had vanished. Only a pair of purple, ripple-patterned eyes remained, stretching across the void, radiating brilliance. Immediately afterward, his body involuntarily left the ground and began to fly forward at an incredible speed. How could this be? Sasuke, flying in midair, was astonished and exclaimed, "What kind of illusion is this? How can it affect me to this extent?" In an instant, the image of Itachi Uchiha's ultimate illusion, Tsukuyami, flashed through his mind. This illusion, which could directly impose intense hallucinations on a person, creating an overwhelming sense of reality, should be on par with Tsukuyami, even if it wasn't. In a panic, the second pillar dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately forming hand seals and shouting, "Release." Seeing this, Chinyu's previously indifferent face couldn't help but twitch again. Goodness, I can only exclaim in awe. "I'm truly impressed. This guy still thinks he is under an illusion. My dignified Rinnegan technique is actually being mistaken for an illusion. Unbelievable." Meanwhile, upon witnessing the universal pull, Itachi Uchiha narrowed his eyes and thought, as expected, his ability is the same as Pain's. At this moment, Itachi also let out a sigh of relief. Although the universal pull was overwhelmingly powerful, it didn't possess much lethality, and it seemed Sasuke wouldn't be in too much danger. However, the next second, when he saw his younger brother desperately trying to dispel the illusion, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Chapter 227. Half dream, half awake. However, as a seasoned brother complex, faced with Sasuke's ignorance and fearlessness, Itachi naturally chose to forgive him. In an instant, he found a reason in his heart for his poor little brother. That's right, Sasuke, doesn't he recognize the Rinnegan? That's right, Sasuke suffers from a lack of experience and knowledge. How domineering is the power of a universal pull? The second stage of Susanoo can only block a portion. Most of the power is still directly acting upon him. At this moment, he had already been pulled out of Susanoo's protection by the powerful gravity. Losing the support of the Manjiki, Sharingan, and chakra, Susanoo began to slowly dissipate. And as the second pillar, Sasuke, lost the protection of Susanoo, his body was flying out faster and faster. Sasuke was indeed tough. To break free from the illusion, he tried various methods in an instant. He even resorted to self-harm, like biting his tongue, but still had no effect. Ultimately, the second pillar gritted his teeth and carefully examined his chakra with his Manjiki Sharingan. You see, in Naruto, illusions essentially interfere with the opponent's chakra flow, creating hallucinations for the target. After checking, Sasuke awkwardly discovered that his chakra flow was completely normal, with no abnormalities at all. Only then did he finally understand that he had not fallen under any illusion. Everything before him was just his own wishful thinking. So, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he said, "This means Chinyu really unleashed a new dojutsu? This is gravity? Not good. Sumonin technique." Sasuke's battle intelligence was actually not weak. He had just been too deep in his preconceived notions. When he realized his body was controlled by gravity, he immediately used the summoning technique on his arm to summon 2 chains. At the other end of the chains were long, sharp spikes, with Sasuke's chakra powering them. The chains shot out and were firmly driven into a nearby boulder. Seeing the other end of the chain secured, Sasuke gripped tightly with both hands. He attempted to resist the gravity from Chinyu's palm in this manner. From Chinyu's perspective, Sasuke was indeed foolish, but seeing him finally react, he felt he wasn't as foolish as he had thought. Moreover, the response he took after realizing the situation was quite appropriate, although, fundamentally, it was of no use. That's right, it was of no use at all. If a mere broken chain could withstand this repulsive force, it would be too dismissive of Chinyu and truly underestimate the power of the Rinnegan. In fact, Sasuke had a slight chance to resist. That was at the moment Chinyu unleashed the universal pull to fully activate Susanoo for defense. Unfortunately, he missed that opportunity. The facts were indeed as such. After Sasuke realized the situation, his measures were already good, exactly like Kakashi's response when he first faced Pain's Deva Path in the original work. However, if Kakashi couldn't contend with Deva Path, how could Sasuke contend with a far more powerful Chinyu? Even if the second pillar used all his strength, even if he utilized powerful lightning chakra, trying to hold the chains tightly, his body still kept flying forward. Ultimately, under the immense gravity of the universal pull, the iron chain snapped. After the last straw broke, the second pillar flew towards Chinyu at an even faster speed than before. In the end, Chinyu's right hand directly grasped Sasuke's neck. The chaotic outside world suddenly became silent. Itachi Uchiha's body tensed instantly, and he was about to step forward. But in a moment of impulse, he forcibly held himself back. However, his gaze remained fixed on Chinyu. You must know how powerful Chinyu's insight was. Even though Itachi did not take that step, he still sensed Itachi's movement. Yet he merely curled the corner of his mouth, not caring. Meanwhile, the poor Sasuke, after being captured, struggled to breathe and coughed violently. However, he held his ground, not shouting or begging for mercy. Not only that, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. At that moment, the Manjiki Sharingan in his eyes burst forth with intense light. Amaterasu, die for me. At such a close distance, I don't believe you can absorb Amaterasu. Cough cough. Although Sasuke's voice was hoarse due to his neck being gripped. At this moment, his voice was filled with an almost frenzied, killing intent. His Manjiki Sharingan had just recently awakened, and continuously using such a powerful dojutsu was heavily taxing. Therefore, terrible blood tears gushed out from his eye sockets. In an instant, he looked extremely terrifying. However, Sasuke was completely unconcerned. There was no trace of fear on his face, only intense madness. He just wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Instantly, the black flames of Amaterasu that burn all things reappeared. In Sasuke's view, the previous Amaterasu was devoured merely because Chinyu was prepared and the distance was a bit far. Now that his neck was grasped by Chinyu, their bodies were almost pressed together. The distance was extremely close. With Amaterasu's speed and power, it would surely succeed. Chinyu absolutely had no chance to evade or absorb it. I have to say, ever since Sasuke reacted to the recent illusion incident, his consecutive moves have been quite impressive. However, it's also a pity, as they are merely somewhat impressive. This slight impressiveness does not change the situation in front of him at all. After all, the gap in strength between him and Chinyu is just too great. The saddest part is that he still hasn't realized this until now. Although Sasuke's close-range use of Amaterasu seems sudden, it is actually completely within Chinyu's expectations. At the moment Sasuke activated Amaterasu, Chinyu immediately summoned the ultimate technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo. An immense purple-blue chakra erupted from his body, forming a gigantic purple-blue skeletal figure around him at lightning speed. How powerful is Susanoo? Although Chinyu only manifested the first stage, he still firmly blocked the sudden black flames of Amaterasu outside. What? Looking at the Susanoo directly in front of him, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, Susanoo? You can also. Chapter 228. The buzzing trio, he didn't recognize the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and thought Chinyu was just using a regular Manjiki form. Moreover, since Chinyu had not yet used Susanoo, he assumed he hadn't mastered this ultimate technique. This is also the confidence that gave Sasuke the courage to attack again. But now, the ironclad truth is right in front of him, and he cannot deny it. Even more terrifying is that at this moment, Chinyu's Susanoo still retains that strange wave-like eye pattern. At this moment, he did not show the form of the Manjiki Sharingan. How? How is this possible? Sasuke's heart trembled, and he said excitedly and in shock, what kind of ocular technique is this? How can it have such an incredible effect? About Susanoo, the author must say a few words. There's a saying that only the double-eyed Manjiki can activate Susanoo. Because of this, Kakashi and Obito, who only have one eye, cannot use Susanoo. It was only when their two eyes were combined that Kakashi was able to activate Susanoo. However, having a double-eyed Manjiki is merely a prerequisite for opening Susanoo. Regardless of whether one maintains the double-eyed Manjiki afterwards, they can still use it. For example, Uchimadara has activated Susanoo even in the state of his Rinnegan or even with no eyes at all. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who was watching the battle from the side, was much wiser. Seeing this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, he realized in that instant, thinking to himself, could it be that there's some unknown connection between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan? Indeed, the Rinnegan is the eye of the sage, and my Uchiha clan is descended from the sage of six paths, so it is normal for there to be a connection between the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. I just didn't expect the power of the Rinnegan to be so terrifying. On the other side, Chinyu smiled slightly and looked at Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, your thinking is still too simple. Do you really think that I can't defend against Amaterasu when it's right in front of my face? Or do you think I can't use Susanoo at all? Ahem. Sasuke, who was already being choked, found it hard to breathe. And now he was even more enraged, his face turning extremely red. The immense physical burden he was under, coupled with the wasted effort of using Amaterasu again in vain, made Sasuke incredibly furious. However, he still did not give up. He struggled and shouted, "Kinyu, don't be too complacent. Cough cough. Your Susanoo is only the first stage. You are not even worthy to boast in front of me." Upon hearing this, Kinyu's mouth twitched slightly. Good gracious. Truly good gracious. Sasuke truly lives up to his name as the second pillar when it comes to showing off. He is simply unbeatable, facing such invisible arrogance. Kinyu genuinely admires it. Who can withstand such boasting? Sasuke, completely unaware of Kinyu's embarrassment, felt quite good about himself at this moment. Boom! Just as Sasuke finished speaking, he forcibly activated his Manjiki Sharingan again. The power of his eyes surged, and the second stage of Susanoo enveloped him once more. Instantly, two colossal figures appeared on the field. One was purple-blue, the other pure purple. Moreover, the pure purple Susanoo looked significantly sturdier and larger than the purple-blue one. Yet even so, Sasuke still couldn't break free from Kinyu's grasp. Kinyu's powerful right arm directly plunged into the Susanoo, firmly gripping Sasuke's neck. Sasuke was not surprised by this. Or rather, at this point, he merely wanted to prove that his authentic Uchiha Susanoo was stronger than Kinyu's. Watching from the sidelines, Itachi and Jiraiya couldn't help but shake their heads. As the saying goes, the person involved is confused, while the onlooker sees clearly, and it couldn't be more accurate. Not to mention that Itachi knew that Kinyu possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which inherently had greater power than a regular Manjiki Sharingan. Even Jiraiya, who knew little about the Uchiha's Manjiki, had already seen the signs. What he noticed was quite simple, just from the state of the two activating their Manjiki. It was crystal clear. Sasuke had activated his Manjiki several times, looking weak and bloodied, barely managing to hold on. Meanwhile, Kinyu had not even taken a single breath, effortlessly maneuvering. Even he, who did not understand ocular techniques, could see the difference. Yet poor little Sasuke remained oblivious. Looking at the pride peeking through the struggle of Sasuke in front of him, Kinyu shook his head helplessly. They were practically shoving their faces right in front of him. If it didn't fight back, that wouldn't be his character. He stared directly at Sasuke, imitating Itachi's tone from his past life, and said lightly, "My foolish teammate, your capacity is truly too narrow. Just based on your eyes, how far can you really see?" In an instant, Kinyu directly summoned the presence of the divine again. When it comes to aura, Kinyu was spot on. His little phrases left Sasuke in a daze. At this moment, Sasuke was indeed stunned by Kinyu's words. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses, but it was immediately followed by endless unwillingness and rage. Although it was difficult, he still shouted hoarsely, "Bastard! Cough cough! You lowly guy! What right do you have to lecture me?" Kinyu smiled slightly at this and teasingly said, "Is the mere second stage of Susanoo enough to give you such confidence?" Saying this, he once again summoned a bit of Manjiki power. Boom! Instantly, the originally rough, skeletal structure of Susanoo was suddenly covered with meridians and flesh. What? Sasuke's face changed instantly, and he exclaimed in shock, "The second stage. How is that possible?" Hee. Kinyu coldly smirked, continuing to strike. "Just the second stage can shock you this much? Then how about this?" As soon as his words fell, Susanoo underwent another transformation. On top of the existing bones, meridians, and flesh, an armor of the Tengu was added. At the same time, Susanoo was no longer empty-handed, but conjured two massive swords. The third stage? Sasuke's face changed drastically. At such a close distance, he could clearly perceive that, at this moment, his Susanoo was completely no match for Kinyu. Shocked again, Kinyu sneered once more and mockingly said, "Then how about this?" Boom! In front of everyone, the Susanoo transformed again. Based on the third form, it now added the lower body and legs. At this moment, Susanoo's entire body suddenly shot up, and its size increased dramatically. Kinyu's position also changed accordingly. He actually soared into the air and arrived at the head of Susanoo. Sasuke, who was grabbed by Kinyu, was lifted up like a chick. However, this time, he was not pulled out of Susanoo, but his Susanoo had no lower body and could only awkwardly float in midair. The onlooking Jiraiya couldn't help but click his tongue, followed by a deep sigh. This kid's strength is really monstrous, completely leaving this old man behind. Compared to him, what are the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha? Just a joke. Hey, fortunately, this kid is from Konoha. Thinking back to when they first met by the Konoha River, it felt like it was just yesterday. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed repeatedly, murmuring, "I never expected Kinyu could evolve Susanoo to such a degree. Even I can't do that. Is this the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan?" Even a well-informed Uchiha Itachi thought that Kinyu's show should end here. However, the next moment, Kinyu unexpectedly said again, "What's wrong? Can't accept it yet? Then how about this?" Apart from Kinyu, the three people present felt a buzzing in their heads upon hearing this phrase again. Immediately, two words appeared in their minds. What the hell? At this moment, the three of them simultaneously had the same thought. Could it be that the Susanoo Kinyu is displaying now is still not the final form? Boom! Accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the already towering Susanoo expanded again, becoming extraordinarily gigantic, measuring several hundred meters tall. The overall chakra was completely stable. The armor pieces distinctly visible, and wings sprouted from its ribs, resembling a deity. The two chakra-long swords at its waist were like divine swords capable of splitting mountains and rocks. Complete Susanoo, also known as the true Susanoo. Although Kinyu had slightly loosened his grip, the second pillar was already completely out of breath. It wasn't because he was being choked, but because the shock and oppressive feeling brought by the complete Susanoo was simply too strong. His proud second-stage Susanoo was truly just a tiny dot in front of the complete Susanoo. It is not an exaggeration to say that his second-stage size might be about the same as the fist of the complete Susanoo. Thinking back to the mocking words he had said to Kinyu earlier, the second pillar felt so embarrassed he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Unfortunately, now that he was being held up by Kinyu, he couldn't even do that. After the embarrassment came a deep envy. If I had such power, then wouldn't the vengeance against my parents and clan be? A surge of intense jealousy, unwillingness, and resentment erupted at once, and Sasuke let out a loud roar, suddenly covering his eyes. Under such a powerful stimulus, endless blood tears burst forth from his eye sockets. However, it wasn't just Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi was also profoundly shaken. He was already quite shocked when Kinyu displayed the fourth stage of Susanoo, but he could still barely accept it in his heart. Although he could only manifest Susanoo to the third stage himself, he still had two trump cards, which are the two divine tools, the Totsuka Blade and the Yata Mirror. With these two divine tools, even against the fourth stage Susanoo, he was confident he could take the initiative. But now, the emergence of complete Susanoo shattered all his illusions. The complete Susanoo was a force that completely surpassed limits, and even imagination. Today's events have exceeded my control. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows tightly, muttering to himself, "I just don't know what attitude Kinyu really has. This child is both just and evil, and his thoughts are truly inscrutable." As for Jiraiya, he was already accustomed to Kinyu's strength. Or rather, seeing Kinyu possess such power capable of overwhelming the entire ninja world brought him a sense of relief. After all, he was very willing to trust the younger generation. Unlike the ambitious Orochimaru, looking at the second pillar losing his composure, Kinyu said with a teasing expression, "I'm really sorry, but it's not easy for me to bring out such a powerful second stage Susanoo like yours." Sasuke was furious, but he had no idea how to retort. Facing the unimaginable complete Susanoo before him, he didn't even have the courage to threaten back. Kinyu smiled slightly and said lightly, "Just obediently hand over your chakra." In the next moment, the light of his Rinnegan shone. An infinite pulling force erupted from his palm. Under Sasuke's terrified gaze, the already small Susanoo around him was gradually absorbed and became smaller. Susanoo is indeed a dojutsu, but its essence is actually a powerful chakra shield. Under the power of the Rinnegan, it was slowly being absorbed. Soon, the Susanoo completely disappeared. Then, Sasuke was shocked to discover that the pulling force did not dissipate, but began to continuously draw chakra from his body. How is this possible? Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. The next moment, his body trembled. At this point, he couldn't even maintain the Manjiki Sharingan, slowly reverting back to the 3-Tomoe form. Bastard! Kinyu! Sasuke was truly enraged this time, his eyes filled with killing intent, desperately struggling, and angrily shouted at Kinyu, "Give me back my chakra!" For the current second pillar, being hit or insulted was somewhat acceptable. However, having his chakra drained was absolutely unacceptable, because his mortal enemy, the enemy of his entire clan, Uchiha Itachi, was right in front of him. He had painstakingly trained for nearly 10 years, honing his skills just to take down this enemy. But now, Kinyu was actually draining his chakra, Didn't that mean his chance for revenge was completely gone? However, the suppression of complete Susanoo, combined with the powers of the Rinnegan, was not something he could resist. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. His chakra was still being extracted at an extremely rapid pace. It should be noted that even with Naruto's enormous chakra, it was quickly drained when taken by the hungry ghost path, let alone Sasuke. In less than half a minute, he was completely reduced to a powerless mortal. Bastard. Chinyu. Feeling the emptiness of chakra within him, Sasuke went almost mad, frantically shouting at Chinyu, "Give me back my chakra. How am I supposed to take revenge like this?" Chapter 230, The Enlightened Second Pillar Sigh. Jiraiya, who had been standing by watching the drama, couldn't help but shake his head at this scene, lamenting, "This Sasuke can be considered a rare genius, but in front of this brat Chinyu, he really seems as immature as a child. Whether in terms of strength or mentality, he is far behind." Cough, cough. After Sasuke hysterically shouted a set of words, he began to cough violently. The only reason he could hold on for so long while being choked by Chinyu was because of the support from his powerful chakra. Now that his chakra was almost drained, he had become a completely powerless mortal. At this moment, he was being held by Chinyu, with the possibility of suffocating and passing out at any moment. However, even so, he still struggled to mumble, "Revenge, kill." Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching without intervening, felt anxious upon seeing his younger brother in such a disadvantageous situation. As wise as he was, he couldn't see through the young Chinyu in front of him. Even at this moment, he still couldn't determine Chinyu's true intentions. It should be noted that Sasuke was now considered a rogue ninja from Konoha. If Chinyu suddenly decided to strike hard and swiftly kill him, it wouldn't be out of the question. Thinking of this possibility, Itachi became even more anxious. He suddenly stood up from his chair. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Itachi called out loudly to the high and mighty Chinyu, "Sir, could you please let my brother go first? Let the two of us settle our family feud. Regardless of who wins or loses, we will give Konoha an explanation." He. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Chinyu simply smiled. He suddenly withdrew his eye power, and a massive, complete body, Susanoo, slowly dissipated. As Susanoo vanished, he gently dropped the nearly suffocated Sasuke aside. With a loud bang, the pillar that had been off the ground for a long time finally returned. Cough, cough. After coughing intensely for a while, Sasuke finally regained his senses. He felt no gratitude towards Itachi's words. On the contrary, he was filled with endless rage towards Itachi's actions. It should be known that he had previously been full of vigor and confidence. At that time, he believed that with his newly awakened Mangekyou Sharingan, he had the capability to take down Chinyu, this lowly clansman, before seeking revenge on Itachi. However, after being beaten up by Chinyu, when he clearly felt his strength and even life ebbing away, he finally recognized reality and remembered his original intent. Whether Chinyu lived or died was actually not important. What mattered was that Itachi must die. Therefore, the first thing Sasuke did upon returning to the ground was to try to summon a weapon through the summoning technique on his arm and charge at Itachi to kill him. However, his chakra had been completely drained by Chinyu, and he couldn't even perform the most basic summoning ninjutsu. Moreover, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Itachi felt a pain in his heart and couldn't help but step forward, concerned. "Sasuke, get lost." Blinded by hatred, Sasuke directly rebuffed Itachi's concern with anger. "Stop pretending to be sympathetic to disgust me. You want Chinyu to let me go because you're worried my Mangekyou Sharingan will fall into someone else's hands, causing you to lose the chance to awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, right? Today it's either me or you." Upon hearing this, Chinyu, who was standing by, looked at Sasuke with a bit of speechlessness. This guy, does he think he is being clever and suddenly showing off? He had probably realized that with his chakra depleted, there was no way he could kill his brother today. Thus, he intentionally revealed the secret of the eternal Mangekyou. On the surface, it seemed like an insult to Itachi. In reality, it was a reminder to Chinyu that he must never let Sasuke's Mangekyou fall into Itachi's hands. After shouting for a while, Sasuke struggled to stand up again. Once back on his feet, he resolutely charged towards his enemy, Itachi. Chinyu helplessly shrugged, casually pointed his fingers in front of him, and softly commanded, wood-style, thorn-killing technique. A large mass of vines rose from the ground, swiftly binding Sasuke in place. Chidori, Chidori. Damn it, Chinyu. Let me go. I want to take revenge. Faced with Chinyu's binding, Sasuke instinctively released a defensive ninjutsu to try to break free. However, All he managed to do was unleash a wave of sound wave attacks with his mouth, without even producing a spark of lightning. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his chakra had been drained, and he became frustrated. Ignoring Sasuke's noise, Chinyu simply rolled his eyes, uninterested. Itachi, on the other hand, had a serious expression and calmly said, "Sasuke, you should take some time to recover your chakra here. We will definitely have a battle between us, and I will wait for you." As he spoke, his pair of scarlet eyes locked onto Chinyu in an instant. Being stared at by such a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, anyone else would feel a sense of impending danger. However, Chinyu felt completely relaxed and casually waved his hand, saying lightly, "It seems you two brothers still don't understand the situation. I've said it before, you have no choices today. The fate of everyone here can only be dictated by me." Seeing Chinyu's attitude remain so arrogant, Itachi frowned slightly, a rare sharpness flashing across his usually gentle brow. Although he had always been loyal to Konoha, this time he didn't want his and his brother's fate to be controlled by anyone, even if that person was extraordinarily powerful. Seeing Itachi's expression, Chinyu began to understand. Itachi was gentle at heart, but incredibly resilient, which was why he could bear everything on his shoulders. However, now that he wanted to make him let go, it wasn't going to be easy. At this moment, Chinyu seemed to have completely come to terms with it and didn't bother to refute. He looked directly at Itachi for the first time and said lightly, "Uchiha Itachi, nice eyes, but how far can those eyes see? The Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo that you rely on are completely meaningless in front of me." Chapter 231. Secret conversation. In an instant, hearing Chinyu suddenly say these words caused Itachi's originally cold expression to change slightly. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged from within. This feeling had not appeared since the time when the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan were at odds. Back then, even his respected older brother Shows3 had been forced to commit suicide. He could only struggle painfully in the whirlpool and ultimately chose to eliminate his own clan out of helplessness. Since then, his character had become increasingly resilient. No matter what strong enemy he faced or how tricky the situation was, he managed to handle it relatively well. Even when facing pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, or the man who called himself Uchiha Madara, he had never felt such a sense of helplessness. But the young rising star from Konoha in front of him made Itachi feel completely at a loss. 3 years ago, when they first met, his proud Manjiki Sharingan techniques had no effect against Chinyu. Now, seeing the Akatsuki, which he had been so wary of, being wiped out by Chinyu as if slicing through vegetables, he felt an immense sense of dread. If he had to summarize Chinyu in 4 words, Itachi would say he was deep and unfathomable. If he had to add another 4 words to that, it would certainly be abominably monstrous. Just a simple glance made Itachi's heart tremble. His hands, hidden within the oversized robe, began to tremble slightly at this moment. Without even activating any ocular techniques, he made me. At this moment, Chinyu was quite curious about what choice Uchiha Itachi would make in front of him. Would he grit his teeth and try to measure up against me? Or would he bow his head directly? If he insisted on making a move, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a while, glancing back at the trapped Sasuke, and his gaze gradually became resolute. "In that case, Chinyu, I'm sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, the triangular pinwheel in his eyes suddenly began to spin fiercely. The world in front of Chinyu suddenly twisted at high speed, turning blood red in an instant. "It seems you still want to measure up against me." Chinyu smiled slightly at this and said with some disappointment, "Unfortunately, you made a foolish choice. A mere Tsukuyami couldn't do anything to me 3 years ago, and now it can be broken with a snap of my fingers." Just as Chinyu was about to use his ocular power to violently break through the Tsukuyami, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly waved his hand and said anxiously, "Wait. Chinyu, you misunderstood. You are indeed a prodigy, and I know I am not your match. I never intended to fight you." Oh, hearing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Then, what do you want to say to me?" Uchiha Itachi sighed deeply and then spoke frankly, "Indeed, there are some things I don't want Sasuke to hear." Chinyu looked around this Tsukuyami world, smiled at Uchiha Itachi, and teased, "This Tsukuyami world is quite a good place to whisper secrets. Since that's the case, go ahead." Uchiha Itachi's expression was serious as he spoke in a deep voice. "You are the pillar of Konoha today, the man wearing half of the Hokage's cloak. And you're also a member of the Uchiha clan. You must know the truth about the massacre of my Uchiha clan back then, right?" Oh, upon hearing this, Chinyu was suddenly a bit surprised and retorted, "On what basis are you so sure?" "It's actually quite simple. Uchiha Itachi smiled and continued to explain, because of your attitude towards me and my brother. If it were a Konoha ninja who didn't understand the truth, seeing me, the rogue ninja who slaughtered the Uchiha clan, they would definitely erupt with strong killing intent. Even Kakashi-sensei, who once trained me, would be no exception, not to mention you, who were once a member of the Uchiha clan. However, I noticed from our first meeting in Konoha 3 years ago that you are very different. Although you are strong, you never thought of putting me to death. I see. Kinyu nodded non-committally and secretly sighed. The Uchiha clan produces talents. This Uchiha Itachi's high popularity is inseparable from his wisdom. Uchiha Itachi did not stop his narration, his tone growing calmer. It seems a bit ridiculous to say, but back then, I thought you were too sharp and wanted to teach you a lesson as a rising star. Unfortunately, that thought was crushed mercilessly as soon as it arose. Now, 3 years have passed, and your achievements have proven my initial thoughts to be overly naive, as you even destroyed a terrifying organization like Akatsuki. As a Konoha ninja, Kinyu, you have done far better than I have. At this point, even someone as wise and proud as he was could not help but show a hint of respect in his eyes. He, once unable to remain in Konoha due to his identity as a rogue ninja after the massacre of his clan, willingly followed the dangerous masked man as a spy. Moreover, as time passed, the power that Akatsuki displayed became increasingly terrifying, even having the capability to destroy Konoha at any time. In light of this, he had to be even more cautious in his role as a spy, but he was somewhat pessimistic about the future of the ninja world. However, the seemingly invincible Akatsuki found themselves repeatedly suffering defeats at the hands of Kinyu. Moreover, members of the organization were continuously slaughtered by him. Now, even the leader with the Rinnegan returned in defeat and is currently missing. When he first learned this news, Itachi was a bit confused. For so many years, he had grown accustomed to the life of a spy, and the sudden collapse of Akatsuki made his existence lose its meaning. But soon, he found a new purpose for himself, to use his life to achieve greatness for his brother. Moreover, because of the existence of this butterfly named Kinyu, Uchiha Itachi's approach to facing death this time was more composed and without any worries compared to the original story. Kinyu smiled and waved his hand, unusually humble. There's no need to say such flattering words. They hold no meaning for me. I do know about the Uchiha clan's matters, and I know all the details. Therefore, I hold the utmost sympathy and understanding for both you and Sasuke. I came this time to resolve this matter. Uchiha Itachi bitterly shook his head and said with a pained expression, I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter originated from me, and I already have a plan in mind. Trust me, it will definitely be a mutually satisfying conclusion for everyone. Chapter 232. Sasuke is several steps behind Kinyu upon hearing this. Kinyu merely curled his lips and denied Itachi. What you call a mutually satisfying conclusion is just your own idea. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You simply want to bear all the blame alone and deliberately lose to Sasuke in the final showdown, dying under his sword to make your brother a hero, allowing him to return to Konoha and be loved and admired by everyone. Right, Nanny? Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, his face filled with disbelief. You guys are like this, too fond of making decisions for others and thinking that the decisions you make are the best. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, shocked by Chinyu's revelation of his thoughts, was astonished. Ever since Uchiha Shows3-Tomoe died, he had become increasingly lonely and profound. He clearly did not expect that in this world, there was someone who could see through his thoughts so clearly. You, how did you guess my thoughts? Uchiha Itachi asked, while a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that your eyes can see through people's hearts? Or perhaps see into the future? Kinyu, hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, somewhat admiring Itachi's imaginative capacity. This brotherly protective individual once said something rather pretentious to Sasuke. With your Sharingan, how far can you see? Unexpectedly, now he was so caught up in the act that he actually thought you could see into the future. However, in a sense, wasn't entirely wrong. As a time traveler, Kinyu could indeed foresee the future, although saying he can see the future is an exaggeration. Looking at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, Kinyu shook his head lightly, wearing an inscrutable expression, and slowly said, However, regarding your past, I can see it quite clearly. I know who entrusted their will to you, and I also know why you annihilated your entire clan. Because I understand, I can completely judge your subsequent actions. I see. Uchiha Itachi nodded. This explanation was relatively easier for him to accept. You are indeed extraordinary. Many things I have experienced are known only to the third Hokage and Danzo. I didn't expect you to know them so clearly. However, since you are aware of my past, I don't understand why you want to stop me. Isn't my approach a win-win situation? Chinyu shook his head and then explained to Uchiha Itachi, it is true that you helped Sasuke and Konoha, but at the cost of your own life. Do you think that can be considered a win-win? Of course. Uchiha Itachi self-deprecatingly nodded, his voice filled with indifference as he said, I am a disgrace to the ninja world, having exterminated my entire clan and committed patricide and matricide. Now that the Akatsuki has been destroyed and Sasuke has grown up, my mission is complete, and it's time to end it. At this moment, Chinyu directly waved his hand to interrupt Uchiha Itachi, saying, your mission has indeed been completed. But why should the one who silently bore everything for Konoha die in such humiliation? Those who gather firewood for the people must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Chinyu suddenly remembered a saying from the Blue Star and directly spoke it out loud. Using quotes from the Blue Star is not the first time, but this time the effect was particularly good. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up, and he kept muttering, those who gather firewood for the people must not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind. Freeze to death in the wind and snow. I never expected that at the moment of my death, I would meet someone who understands me like you. It's truly worth it. At this point, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said with a smirk, why are you so stubborn? I already said you don't have to die. So why are you still talking about dying? Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued to speak to Chinyu. Brother Shows3 was the true gatherer of firewood for the people, yet he died without doing anything wrong. How can I, a sinner with my hands stained with the blood of my clan, continue to live? Fool! Upon hearing this, Chinyu almost laughed out of anger and retorted, times have changed. Uchiha Itachi seemed to disagree with Chinyu's statement and continued to shake his head. Even so, I cannot return to Konoha. The people of Konoha will not accept me. Moreover, Sasuke has become extremely radical under my influence. Once he learns the truth from back then, he will undoubtedly seek revenge on Konoha. These are things I do not wish to see. Chinyu smirked and calmly said to Uchiha Itachi, I've already said. Times have changed. You may not know, but Danzo has been rendered useless by me. He is now a complete waste. And the third Hokage and those two advisors have long since left the center of power. You don't need to worry about other matters. I can even place Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, in Konoha, let alone you two brothers. What? Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with shock, and his indifferent face showed astonishment as he exclaimed, Danzo has become a waste? And the missing Nagato was actually placed in Konoha by you? These two secrets had an unprecedented impact on him, being able to render Danzo, a senior elder, useless, and to place the unforgivable leader of the Akatsuki in Konoha. Chinyu, you actually have such power? Danzo and Nagato. One is the leader of the root, and the other is the leader of the Akatsuki, and they are arguably the two most important figures in shaping his life experiences. Now, they have both been properly dealt with by Chinyu. Seeing Uchiha Itachi in shock, Chinyu spoke again to him. As for the issue of Sasuke, you really don't need to worry. Revenge on Konoha? You're overthinking it. I'll teach him how to behave with just 2 slaps. Upon hearing Chinyu say this, Uchiha Itachi could only helplessly shrug. After all, he had just witnessed the battle. His precious younger brother was at least several levels below Chinyu. Although he had sorted through his thoughts, Uchiha Itachi still slowly said, but even so, you don't have to save me. Moreover, due to excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan, my body is nearing its limit. Even if I don't die at Sasuke's hands, I won't be able to live much longer. And my eyes are facing the issue of blindness. Rather than living in poor health and going blind, I would rather sacrifice my life to help Sasuke. Looking at Itachi, who was determined to die, Chinyu directly waved his hand and said, what you're saying is not a problem for me. Huh? Itachi found it hard to believe. Both his physical condition and eyesight issues were no small matter. Chapter 233. Smart people are easier to deceive. Chinyu calmly said to Uchiha Itachi. You probably don't know, but I not only have a Manjiki Sharingan, but also would release. Do you know what would release is? Would release, besides representing powerful destructive capability, also represents the purest life force. With my strength, I can extend your life for a long, long time. Not to mention, the current 5th Hokage of Konoha is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. Under her care, it would be difficult for you to die. What? Would release? Uchiha Itachi's face changed dramatically. He never expected that until now. Chinyu still had a trump card. Moreover, it was such a powerful trump card. As for what Chinyu said about Tsunade afterward, Itachi completely ignored it. Years ago, Uchiha Madara and the 1st Hokage One relied on the eternal Mangeki and the other on wood release, standing at the top of the ninja world. Unexpectedly, decades later, someone could possess both of these supreme secret techniques. Even with Itachi's composure, he was still shocked by this news. Kinyu only smiled at Itachi's astonishment. This reaction was completely within his expectations. At this moment, Kinyu continued to drop another bombshell, speaking to Uchiha Itachi. As for your blindness issue, that's even less of a problem. Huh? Uchiha Itachi was again taken aback. Kinyu smiled slightly and continued to explain. You must have heard of Uchiha Madara's eye transplant legend. That's right. Upon hearing this, Itachi narrowed his eyes and nodded. So I was originally planning to leave my Mangeki Sharingan to Sasuke after I die, to help him unlock the legendary eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so he wouldn't have to worry about blindness anymore. Seeing this, Kinyu gave him a sidelong glance and said lightly, So, don't you think this arrangement is a bit wasteful? Wasteful? How could that be? Itachi shook his head with a smile, filled with concern for Sasuke, and said, For Sasuke, I am willing to do anything. Hee. Kinyu smiled faintly, then waved his hand and continued. I didn't expect such a wise guy like you to have such a foolish side. It's truly a case of being blinded by a single leaf. What I mean is, if you give your Mangeki Sharingan to Sasuke so he can unlock the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, then what about his Mangeki Sharingan? Wouldn't that be a bit wasteful? Author's dividing line. Ahem, it is necessary to explain the issue regarding the unlocking of the eternal Mangeki. Some believe it is an eye transplant, while others believe it is a fusion, where two pairs merge into one for an upgrade. However, in the original work, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke clearly indicate that the process of unlocking the eternal Mangeki is not fusion, but simply an eye transplant. Some might say that when Obito transplanted eyes to Sasuke, he mentioned that the fusion of ocular powers takes time, so it is fusion, not an eye transplant. However, the fusion of ocular powers and the merging of two eyes are fundamentally different matters. After all, according to the setting of Naruto, even if the eyes are gone, the ocular power still exists. For example, Madara was able to activate Susan even without eyes. In summary, this book adopts a simple eye replacement method. In other words, it is theoretically possible to create two pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The author finishes the dividing line. Uchiha Itachi is incredibly intelligent and immediately understood what Kinyu meant after hearing his words. Sasuke's Mangeki, you mean? Talking to smart people is enjoyable. Kinyu smiled faintly and nodded, confirming Itachi's guess, and said decisively, That's right, it's just as you think. You don't have to die. Both of you brothers can live well. Moreover, both of you are exceptionally talented and possess two pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. So there is great hope for revitalizing the Uchiha clan in the future. This, Uchiha Itachi was stunned, and his tall figure trembled slightly. Previously, he was resolute in his desire to die. However, at this moment, he was completely moved. Indeed, he disliked the arrogance and pride of the Uchiha clan. But it cannot be said that he had no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan at all. Just like the first Hokage from years ago, they also had a broad mind and could calmly accept the demise of their clan. However, when there was a possibility of revitalization, they would never want to give up. Also, if it is truly possible to live well, who would want to seek death? It is true that Itachi had many reasons to feel that he must die, but they were all systematically overturned by Kinyu. Moreover, it was done so appropriately that he completely didn't know how to refute it. At this moment, Itachi was caught in absolute entanglement. 99% of his heart was shaken, but the remaining 1% was too resolute. His determination to die could be traced back to the Uchiha clan's massacre 8 years ago, or even Shursue's death 10 years ago. Long ago, he had already made up his mind to die, whether as the heir of Shursue's will, or as a sinner of the Uchiha clan. He stubbornly believed that he must die. Kinyu was well aware of this, so he dropped another bombshell and continued to speak to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, you believe that you have committed a grave sin and should pay for it with your life for your parents and clan. But your parents always hoped that you would live well. What did you say? Uchiha Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, and he excitedly said, My parents, how could you? Chinyu's lie was already crafted, and now he spoke without a blush or a heartbeat. When Orochimaru invaded Konoha, he fought with me several times. Once, he used the impure world reincarnation technique to summon your parents to fight against me, before returning to the Pure Land. Your parents used Genjutsu to tell me everything and entrusted me with you brothers. Bastard. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's face turned as cold as ice, and he angrily gritted his teeth. Orochimaru, actually, He had no doubts about the truth of Chinyu's words because it sounded completely reasonable. Moreover, he felt that with Chinyu's strength, there was no need to lie to him. That bastard Orochimaru, just because I once severed his arm, he actually toyed with my parents' souls. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to remember something and asked in a trembling voice, "What did my parents say?" What else could they say? Chinyu shrugged and continued. The couple, who had passed away for many years, still worried about you two brothers. Compared to Sasuke, they were more concerned about you, their eldest son. Although you did not stand on the Uchiha side, they still considered you their proudest son. Therefore, they specifically entrusted me to ensure that you brothers do not harm each other and to protect both of you. Chapter 234. Paranoia when saying this. Chinyu rarely put away his cynical attitude and appeared quite serious. In fact, it was indeed as UchihaQinyu had guessed in his heart. After Uchiha Itachi listened to Chinyu's words, the person who was usually good at hiding his emotions was now shedding tears like rain. The past, all kinds of events, and scenes flashed before his mind. The images of his parents, their calm demeanor before their deaths, all appeared in his mind at this moment. Chinyu timely approached Uchiha Itachi's side. He patted his shoulder and said lightly, "Death cannot be reversed. For you now, preserving yourself is the greatest filial piety." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi directly burst into tears, shaking his head and nodding, appearing extremely distraught. After a long while, he slowly came to his senses. Then, he gradually regained his composure and murmured to Chinyu in front of him, "So, what should we do next?" "Very simple." Chinyu expertly shrugged, looking at Uchiha Itachi with a smile. "Don't you like to use Tsukuyami? Moreover, I remember that you used Tsukuyami to show Sasuke the scene of the Uchiha massacre more than once, right? In that case, you just need to use Tsukuyami again to reenact the events leading up to the Uchiha massacre for him." "What?" Upon hearing Chinyu's idea, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback and asked somewhat anxiously, "Isn't that inappropriate? If we really disclose all the details of the events, according to Sasuke's personality, he is bound to resent Konoha. Although with your strength, you can suppress him, it is not a long-term solution. How about we think of a more stable method?" Chinyu directly shook his head and then said to Uchiha Itachi calmly, "There aren't so many win-win methods in the world. He will either hate you or hate Konoha. That's for sure." "It is indeed true. I was naive." Uchiha Itachi realized this after Chinyu pointed it out. Clearly, he understood the reasoning behind what Chinyu said, but thinking of this made him frown and asked Chinyu, "But didn't you say earlier that you could handle it?" "That's right." Chinyu shrugged, non-committally, confidently saying to Uchiha Itachi, "So, if you trust me, just do as I say and tell him all the truth. As for the rest, leave it to me. I will handle it." Uchiha Itachi stared at Chinyu for a long time. He seemed to want to see if he could find the answer he wanted on Chinyu's face. However, unfortunately, he ultimately could not see it. After a long time, Uchiha Itachi finally sighed deeply, realizing that he had no other choice. He could only choose to trust the man in front of him. "Well, since I have chosen to trust you, I will trust you completely." Upon hearing this, Chinyu smiled and nodded, confidently saying, "It should be this way. My senior Nagato is like this. He chose to trust me, so now he is living well in Konoha." When Chinyu mentioned the Akatsuki leader Nagato again, Uchiha Itachi helplessly shook his head. Then, he sincerely exclaimed, "I never expected that Nagato had such a connection with Konoha. I also never imagined that he was also a disciple of Lord Jiraiya." With this exclamation, Uchiha Itachi's confidence in Chinyu seemed to rise significantly once again. Chinyu no longer babbled, directly waving his hand and saying to Uchiha Itachi, "Since that's the case, let's act now." After confirming Chinyu's plan, Uchiha Itachi nodded in response. He then waved his hand, and in an instant, he had already lifted the Tsukuyami. Although the two had been conversing for a long time in the Tsukuyami world, in the outside world, barely a second had passed. At this moment, the poor Sasuke was still tied to a wooden post, desperately struggling. Seeing both of them suddenly look at him, he felt momentarily dazed. Weren't they about to fight? Why did they suddenly stop? And why are they both looking at me? What do they want from me? Numerous doubts swirled in Sasuke's mind, but no one was there to explain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was battered and still struggling, and a hint of pain flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly walked toward Sasuke. Seeing the enemy who killed his parents approaching him, Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. Instantly, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. A deep fear completely enveloped his heart at that moment. Now, he had lost all his chakra and even the most basic freedom. In front of his enemy, Uchiha Itachi, he had no chance of resistance. As a seeker of revenge, he was not afraid of death. However, he was equally unwilling to die like this. Even more terrifying was that Uchiha Itachi was now extending 2 fingers towards him. Those 2 slender fingers grew larger and larger in his eyes. At that moment, they seemed like fingers of doom. Watching the fingers draw closer, Sasuke seemed to understand something. Not only could he not take revenge, but even his Sharingan would be taken away by his enemy. Not only was he unable to avenge himself, but he would also be contributing to the other's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In that instant, fear, unwillingness, and rage, all sorts of emotions converged at that moment. In an instant, Sasuke went mad. He looked at the fingers that were approaching him, growing larger in his vision, and he screamed hysterically at Chinyu. "Chinyu, you are a Konoha ninja. How can you just stand by and watch that bastard Uchiha Itachi, the rogue ninja of Konoha, take my Sharingan?" Faced with Sasuke's frantic shouting, Itachi was somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Chinyu felt utterly embarrassed. This kid must be a fool. What has he been thinking all day? Could this be what they call persecution paranoia? However, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi did not speak. Similarly, he did not stop his advancing fingers. Perhaps in his heart, this small action was the most sincere and affectionate connection between him and his brother Sasuke. Seeing this, Chinyu rolled his eyes. In his view, these 2 brothers might have some issues. They clearly could have avoided such extreme measures, yet they insisted on annihilating their entire clan. They clearly could have lived a good life if they didn't act so pretentious. However, things did not go as planned. Once this guy's innate talent for pretentiousness was activated, he had to keep it up. Good grief, this whole pretentious act was met with slaps to the face. Clearly, these 2 were brothers, and now they were supposed to have a perfect reconciliation scene. But look at this. It's as if they're about to slaughter a pig. Chinyu sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat speechless and helpless. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this is the genius of the Naruto world? Most geniuses in Naruto must have some issues." Finally, the moment arrived. Amid Sasuke's pig-like screams, Uchiha Itachi's fingers had already touched Sasuke's forehead. Uchiha Itachi's fingers gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Almost in an instant, Sasuke, who had been screaming like a pig, suddenly stopped. Immediately, various expressions began to transform on his face. His expression first turned to fear, then to anger, followed by shock, and finally transformed into complete confusion. Clearly, Uchiha Itachi's small action had triggered various memories deep within him. In an instant, Sasuke's originally dark eyes turned blood red. Seeing Sasuke's sudden intense reaction, Chinyu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Good grief. Such a simple action from Itachi had such devastating power. No wonder Itachi insisted on acting so pretentious. Sasuke's current appearance, this effect, was simply like he had activated his Sharingan. However, it must be said that after coming to the Naruto world, being able to witness such a pretentious action firsthand was quite nice. But next, the real show should be starting. Chinyu's lips curled slightly, seemingly ready to anticipate Uchiha Itachi's performance. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, touching Sasuke's forehead, looked at him coldly and said lightly, "Sasuke, my foolish brother." "Itachi." After the confusion, Sasuke, with his red eyes, shouted loudly at Uchiha Itachi, "Tsukuyami." The moment Sasuke yelled, Uchiha Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan trembled. In an instant, the world in Sasuke's eyes began to undergo earth-shattering changes. He was originally in the ancestral home of the Uchiha, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a place that left him astonished. Looking at the familiar Uchiha buildings around him, it was clear that this was the Uchiha's residence in the woodlands. Sasuke was stunned for a moment. Then his face filled with fear, which quickly turned into a fierce rage. "Bastard! Uchiha Itachi, you bastard! What do you want to do?" Looking at this familiar place, Sasuke's heart inexplicably filled with fear. Beneath that fear was an even more frenzied anger. "Sasuke, my foolish brother, have you not always wanted to know why I committed the massacre of the entire Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Itachi looked indifferently at Sasuke, whose eyes were bloodshot and face twisted with rage, and said coldly, "I'll show you the reason you have longed to know." "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Looking at the Uchiha Itachi who had already disappeared, Sasuke shouted, "Itachi!" However, at that moment, the young Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared before Sasuke. "Itachi!" Seeing the young Uchiha Itachi suddenly appear, Sasuke was immediately filled with rage. He charged directly at Uchiha Itachi, just as he was about to use his chakra to perform a lightning technique. Sasuke realized that his chakra had already been drained by Chinyu. In his anger and urgency, He no longer thought much and directly swung his fist at Uchiha Itachi. However, facing Sasuke's punch, Uchiha Itachi seemed not to have seen it all, showing no reaction whatsoever. Uchiha Sasuke's fist instantly hit the young Uchiha Itachi. But at the moment of contact, Sasuke's fist surprisingly passed through Itachi's body. With momentum unabated, Uchiha Sasuke took a step forward after passing through Itachi. It was at this moment that Uchiha Sasuke realized that what he was facing was an illusion. My foolish brother, this is the truth you wanted to know. Just watch slowly and see the beginning and end of the facts. Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly echoed in Sasuke's ears, as if he were fully aware of everything happening around them, including what Sasuke had just done. Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, gritted his teeth, looking at him with a mix of anger and frustration. Although he knew that everything happening in front of him was an illusion, the exhaustion of chakra in his body prevented him from using any means to break the illusion. As Uchiha Sasuke watched the events unfolding before him, he secretly began to recover the depleted chakra within his body. Gradually, as the scenes continued to change and events unfolded, Sasuke's hatred for his brother Uchiha Itachi began to slowly fade away without him realizing it. But when he finally understood everything, tears of blood streamed down his face once again. These tears were shed out of anger for being unable to stop the murder of his parents. Konoha, Danzo, the higher-ups of Konoha. With each gritted word from Uchiha Sasuke, the flames of anger in his heart rose higher. I will destroy Konoha. I will avenge the Uchiha clan. Sasuke shouted at the bloody clan ground before him. At this moment, Sasuke had perfectly transferred his hatred to Konoha. He only wanted to destroy it. Chapter 236. The meaning of father and mother. Just as Sasuke fell into madness upon discovering the truth, Uchiha Itachi, who had been missing in the Tsukuyami world, suddenly reappeared. I will not let you destroy Konoha. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared before his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke, looking at him with a crazed face and tears of blood streaming down, his expression as indifferent as ever. Itachi, do you think you can stop me? Uchiha Sasuke glared at Uchiha Itachi with a fierce look, roaring, I am not the weak me from before. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He said to his foolish brother Uchiha Sasuke, My foolish brother, you are still as naive as ever. Do you really think you could defeat me with your current strength? Moreover, even if you really defeated me, would you be able to destroy Konoha? Have you forgotten that there is still a person in Konoha, someone you cannot possibly defeat? As Uchiha Sasuke listened to his brother Uchiha Itachi's words, thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. That person was a ninja from Konoha, the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan, UchihaQinyu. As Uchiha Itachi's words fell, Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted. The figure that had been in his mind became clear at that moment. Qinyu. UchihaQinyu. The crazed expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face did not diminish. Instead, it grew more intense. Although he appeared this way on the surface, his heart was filled with fear and helplessness at that moment. It was the fear of facing Qinyu, as he could truly sense the feeling of death. It was also the sense of helplessness against Qinyu, because from what he currently knew, in order to defeat Qinyu in terms of strength, he would have to possess the power of the ancestor Uchiha Madara. In Sasuke's view, the current Qinyu was far too powerful. Unless Uchiha Madara returned to this world, no one could defeat him in a one-on-one battle. However, Sasuke had always prided himself on being arrogant. So how could he not act arrogantly now? For him, arrogance was his life's work. Sasuke, let go of your hatred. Come back to Konoha with me. Uchiha Itachi seemed to see the more crazed expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face, and a hint of emotion began to appear in his originally indifferent voice. Uchiha Sasuke coldly stared at Uchiha Itachi and said, Let go of my hatred? Go back to Konoha? Are you kidding me? Sasuke shouted, Konoha killed my family and exterminated my clan. Yet you want me to return to Konoha? Do you think that's possible? It is possible. Uchiha Itachi looked at his brother Uchiha Sasuke with indifference, continuing coldly, because this is the will of our father and mother. What? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at Uchiha Itachi. What did you just say? As if he hadn't heard clearly, Uchiha Sasuke asked Uchiha Itachi again. I said to let go of your hatred and come back to Konoha with me. This is the joint will of the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, our father and mother. Uchiha Itachi's indifferent words suddenly sounded like a thunderclap in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. No, it's impossible. His parents have been dead for many years. How could they know he had defected from Konoha? How could they know he wanted to destroy Konoha? Yet his brother, Uchiha Itachi, said it was their will. This was clearly just Uchiha Itachi's nonsense. His only purpose was to deceive him back to Konoha. Yes, it must be like that. The more Sasuke thought about it, the more he was convinced of this idea. Staring fixedly at Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard! Uchiha Itachi, stop lying to me. Our father and mother have been dead for many years. How could they know I defected from Konoha? How could they know I want to destroy Konoha? This is all just your fabrication to trick me back to Konoha, to face Konoha's punishment. I will not let you succeed." Uchiha Sasuke's mind was racing, and in the blink of an eye, he had already made assumptions about what Uchiha Itachi had said. Moreover, he treated these assumptions as facts. Manjiki, activate. Jinjutsu, break. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke's blood-red eyes opened the Manjiki Sharingan. The Tomoe of the Sharingan intertwined, forming the shape of a four-pointed windmill. Under the influence of Uchiha Sasuke's chakra, the Manjiki Sharingan instantly shattered the surrounding illusion space. From the very beginning, Sasuke had indeed become clever. He realized he was trapped in an illusion, and since his chakra was exhausted, he could no longer break the illusion using chakra. Therefore, he secretly recovered his ocular power. When his ocular power was restored enough to activate the Manjiki, he waited for the right moment to break the illusion. And just now, in Sasuke's eyes, it was clearly the right moment. However, what Sasuke did not know was that the success of his illusion breaking this time actually had its reasons. First of all, the Tsukuyomi that Itachi Uchiha used this time was mainly to restore the truth of that year, and not for any other purpose. So he did not use much of his ocular power in its construction. Secondly, the person trapped in the Tsukuyomi space is his younger brother, with whom he is about to reconcile, so he also held back. Finally, it was because Sasuke's chakra was already exhausted, and even his ocular power had been nearly depleted, making it impossible for him to use the Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, facing Itachi's Jinjutsu Tsukuyomi was almost unsolvable for him. Because of these conditions, Itachi let his guard down. This also led to the Tsukuyomi space being easily broken by Sasuke, who slightly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. As soon as the Jinjutsu space was broken, the surrounding area shattered like a broken mirror. Once the Tsukuyomi was lifted, Sasuke found that he had not moved an inch. Even Itachi Uchiha was still maintaining the same posture as before. It was as if a long time had passed in the Tsukuyomi space, but in reality, nothing had changed. Chapter 237, Ninjutsu to Revive the Dead. As soon as he returned to the real world, Sasuke immediately reacted. He suddenly turned to the side and rolled away, getting up in a disheveled manner while warily watching Itachi Uchiha in front of him. However, his eyes were more focused on Kinyu behind Itachi Uchiha. In his eyes, Kinyu was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered so far. Meanwhile, Kinyu, seeing Sasuke's sudden reaction, did not say much, and even his face showed no other expression. Looking at the disheveled Sasuke, Kinyu curiously turned to Itachi Uchiha and asked, "What's going on? And from the looks of it, did your Tsukuyomi get broken?" Kinyu was very clear about the fluctuation of the Jinjutsu that occurred the moment Sasuke broke the illusion. Therefore, he was quite curious about the situation. Itachi Uchiha felt a bit awkward, and with a detached expression, he nodded slightly and said, "I was careless." Kinyu stopped saying more and directly got to the point, asking Itachi Uchiha, "Did he understand everything? Does he know the truth?" Itachi nodded in response. It seems he doesn't believe it. Kinyu's gaze shifted to Sasuke, who was trying to recover his chakra and ocular power. Itachi nodded again, confirming Kinyu's statement. "That's fine. Then let me talk some sense into him." Kinyu smirked and looked in Sasuke's direction, then instantly disappeared from where he was. The moment Kinyu vanished, Sasuke's entire body tensed up. In an instant, Kinyu's figure suddenly appeared next to Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply, and his body instinctively took a defensive stance for an attack. "What's wrong? Did Itachi tell you the truth, and you still won't come back to Konoha?" Kinyu teased Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Kinyu, snorted coldly, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Kinyu, don't be ridiculous. You think I'll return to Konoha? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. I have an irreconcilable feud with Konoha. Do you think I would still go back? I tell you, Kinyu, I'm going to destroy Konoha, destroy the Konoha ninja village, and kill all the high-ranking officials involved back then. No one can stop my desire for revenge. Not even someone as strong as you." Kinyu shook his head, thinking to himself, this kid really seems hopeless. Although he thought this way in his heart, he did not say it out loud. Did Itachi not tell you? Returning to Konoha was what your Uchiha clan's leader said. It was what your father said. Kinyu's words stirred up a storm in Sasuke's heart. Despite this, he completely did not believe it. Nonsense. Chinyu, you bastard. How dare you use my father and the long-dead leader of the Uchiha clan to talk to me? You are simply unforgivable. Sasuke glared at Chinyu, his eyes full of anger. He cannot forgive Chinyu for bringing up his father like this. Chinyu chuckled in response. He looked at Sasuke in front of him, confidently and somewhat arrogantly saying, "Do you think I'm joking? Do you think I'm deceiving you? After so many years of training outside, I didn't expect your vision to still be so limited. What did you say?" Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. "Isn't it?" Chinyu shook his head, looking at Sasuke, and continued, "Do you think I'm spouting nonsense? I'm telling you, those words were personally entrusted to me by your father, the last leader of the Uchiha clan, UchihaQinyu. When Chinyu said this, he became completely serious. This serious expression, along with the meaning of the words themselves, caused Sasuke to be stunned for a moment. Even Jiraiya, who had been watching from the side, was also left speechless. What the hell is going on? UchihaQinyu has been dead for many years. How could he have any connection with Chinyu? What is going on here? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. However, among those present, only Itachi Uchiha remained very calm, because during their time in the Tsukuyami space, Chinyu had already told him about this. Therefore, when he heard about this matter, he did not lose his composure like the others. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at Chinyu in front of him, and the flames of anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. He completely did not believe what Chinyu said. His father had died so many years ago. Moreover, he had died right in front of him, which he was very sure of. Since that was the case, then his father had long been dead. And how could a dead person know about future events or meet him again to entrust something to him? In summary, everything Chinyu said was nonsense. And this nonsense was all to deceive him into going back to Konoha with him. Seeing Sasuke's complete disbelief, Chinyu did not want to explain anything more. He opened his mouth again and said to Sasuke, "Since you don't believe it, then I'll let your father and mother come personally to tell you." "Nanny?" Sasuke was truly startled this time. Even Jiraiya, at this moment, was filled with curiosity and confusion. Chinyu, at this moment, Itachi Uchiha seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said to Chinyu, "Are you trying to—" "That's right, just as you thought." Upon hearing this, Chinyu confirmed Itachi's suspicion about what he wanted to do. "Itachi, what does Chinyu want to do?" Jiraiya, who was beside Itachi, also came over and asked curiously. "He wants to revive the dead." Itachi answered. Jiraiya was taken aback, then his face filled with shock as he said, "You mean Edo Tensei?" Itachi Uchiha did not answer, quietly nodding to Jiraiya. "Sasuke, there's something I forgot to tell you." Chinyu looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, and with a flick of his hands, he took out a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch. Chinyu then unfolded the sealing scroll and said to Sasuke, "I can perform the jutsu to resurrect the dead." Chapter 238, Fugaku. "Makoto, what did you say?" Sasuke's heart suddenly trembled, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. "Next, just open your eyes and watch closely." After Chinyu finished speaking, he quickly formed a hand seal directed at the sealing scroll laid out on the ground. With a bang, the sealing scroll suddenly erupted with white smoke. As the smoke appeared, two tightly bound, white, carnivorous plants emerged from it. These were the spores of White Zetsu, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi's previously furrowed brow relaxed. Although he had never seen the Edo Tensei technique, he had heard of it. To perform Edo Tensei, one needed living sacrifices. If Chinyu harmed people to perform this jutsu, Itachi would be dissatisfied. However, now seeing that the sacrifice was the spores of White Zetsu, a former member of the Akatsuki, he was completely indifferent. After all, could White Zetsu be considered a human? Moreover, even if White Zetsu could be considered human, so what? He was not innocent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, seeing that Chinyu was about to perform the Edo Tensei jutsu, was filled with curiosity. He stared intently at Chinyu, seemingly unwilling to miss any of his upcoming actions. Aware that he had become the center of attention, Chinyu smirked slightly. After releasing the spores of White Zetsu from the sealing scroll, he quickly began to form hand seals. Reanimation Jutsu, Edo Tensei. This time, to show off, Chinyu deliberately added a few words before the Edo Tensei. The author has something to say. There's a bug here regarding the resurrection medium. The Edo Tensei Jutsu not only requires a living sacrifice, but also needs part of the deceased's flesh as a medium to be successfully performed. In the original work, those who were resurrected by Edo Tensei were all dug up from their graves. Their bodies were needed for their flesh and blood to serve as the medium for resurrection. However, I don't have that here, so let us just pretend it exists. After all, UchihaQinyu has been dead for so long, and no one knows where his body is. The author has finished speaking. After the last hand seal was completed, the two white Zetsu spores in front of Chin-Yu suddenly began to tremble. This trembling was an unnatural one. Their bodies began to twist and became increasingly violent. After a while, countless white fragments that had fallen from their twisting bodies suddenly gathered into pieces of paper. The paper began to flutter up and then stuck to the bodies of the white Zetsu spores. Once the two white Zetsu spores were completely covered by the paper, two figures began to change. In the blink of an eye, two people dressed in the distinctive family clothing of the Uchiha clan appeared. These two were a man and a woman, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. This is... Uchiha Fugaku was the first to come back to his senses, looking at Chin-Yu in confusion. Are we alive again? Well, to be precise, I temporarily brought you back to life. Chin-Yu raised an eyebrow and said, I've relayed the messages you wanted me to pass on, but they didn't believe me. So, I'll let you resurrect to communicate with your precious son. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto in front of him, Chin-Yu smiled and said, if you can't convince him either, then don't blame me. From this exchange, it was clear that Chin-Yu had a prior connection with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Indeed, Chin-Yu had anticipated this day would come. He had also considered the events that would occur, which is why he had previously performed Edo Tensei on these two. Furthermore, he had informed them about this situation. The two had even devised this plan in response. I understand now. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and Uchiha Mikoto beside him looked at Chin-Yu with gratitude. Look, they are behind you. Chin-Yu nodded towards the direction behind them. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto turned around. As they turned, they saw their grown sons, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, Sasuke, looking at her sons, right in front of her, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes suddenly filled with tears of excitement. Mother, Sasuke, initially frozen in shock at the revival of his parents, gradually became agitated when he heard his mother Uchiha Mikoto calling him father, mother. In contrast to Sasuke's excitement, Uchiha Itachi remained relatively calm, albeit with some guilt. After all, he had personally killed his father and mother. You two brats, even though we've died, we still know what's going on. Compared to Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku was very serious and direct. He was very aware of the implications behind Chin-Yu's words. Therefore, although he felt happy and excited, he had to address the pressing matter first. Sasuke, I specifically asked this kid Chin-Yu to relay my message to you. You don't believe me? What? Do you think anyone would dare to lie about my words? Or do you want to do something else? Uchiha Fugaku glared at Sasuke, sternly questioning him. I. At that moment, Sasuke was at a loss for words. Throughout his life, although he had received much love from his father and mother, he was also very afraid of them. The reason was simple. When they cared for him, they did so to an extreme degree. However, when it came time for serious matters, they were merciless and even doubled the punishment. Perhaps they were lenient with their clan members, but with their own family, Uchiha Fugaku maintained a heavy authority. Sasuke, my child, let it all go. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto also spoke up. With tears in her eyes, she looked at her two sons and persuaded Sasuke. As for what happened back then, although it was under the guidance and decision of Konoha, if we hadn't given our tacit consent, do you think your brother Itachi could have easily accomplished that? We never opposed any of this. Chapter 239. Now, do you understand? Nanny? Hearing his mother Uchiha Mikoto say this, Uchiha Sasuke, the second son, was completely stunned. What does this mean? Are his father and mother, the clan leaders, in agreement with Konoha's plan to exterminate their clan? Uchiha Sasuke found it hard to believe, staring in shock at his mother, then looking at Uchiha Itachi beside him. From Sasuke's gaze, Uchiha Itachi could also see his confusion. Although what their mother Uchiha Mikoto said was true, Uchiha Itachi still found it somewhat hard to believe. Even if it's hard to believe, Uchiha Itachi does not accept it. This is a fact that is already set in stone. At this moment, when Uchiha Itachi heard his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, say this, his originally indifferent and unchanging face revealed guilt and pain. Within this guilt and pain, there was also confusion and disbelief. Clearly, he had confirmed the truth of what his mother said. Upon seeing the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, Uchiha Sasuke understood that his mother had not deceived him. Although he understood, he could not accept it. He could not accept this matter, nor could he accept this truth. No, I don't believe it. Uchiha Sasuke loudly denied the things his mother had said. Oomph. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort, and then said sternly to his second son, Uchiha Sasuke, you don't believe it? Why? Do you think we still need to deceive you? Do you think that with just your brother Itachi alone, he could silently annihilate the entire Uchiha clan overnight? Do you think all the members of the Uchiha clan are useless? Do you think I, as the head of the Uchiha clan, am useless? Or do you think Itachi had already reached the strength to silently wipe out the entire clan overnight at that time? Have you never considered these questions? Uchiha Fugaku questioned Uchiha Sasuke loudly, his tone very serious, with some anger and dissatisfaction. Seeing his father speak so seriously, Uchiha Itachi wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He knew this was just his father's way of helping Sasuke face reality. At the same time, it was also to help him let go of everything, so that he could return to Konoha and start anew. As soon as Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke was completely stunned. He stood there, his head spinning, not to mention others. Even Jiraiya, who was nearby, was also bewildered by this dramatic truth. He never expected that Uchiha Fugaku, who was the clan head at that time, was involved in the Uchiha clan's annihilation overnight. However, with this said, he finally understood. At that time, the Uchiha clan in Konoha could be said to occupy half of the territory. A super large clan like this not only had numerous members, but also possessed extremely powerful strength. And at that time, when the high-level Konoha executed the clan extermination plan, how old was Uchiha Itachi? At that age, what level of strength had he reached? It seemed that when the clan was exterminated, Uchiha Itachi had just become a Jonin. With just this newly promoted Jonin strength, he wiped out veteran Jonin, elite Jonin, half-shadow level experts, and even other Uchiha clan members overnight. Moreover, it was done so silently. How powerful must one be to accomplish this? In Jiraiya's view, at least the strength of a Kaga-level ninja would be required. To be fair, with Jiraiya's current strength, he wouldn't dare to guarantee he could annihilate the Uchiha clan at that time, let alone do it silently and overnight. Unexpectedly, the key to the clan's extermination was Uchiha Fugaku, who was the clan head at that time. Why? Sasuke's eyes were now devoid of the previous madness and anger. At this moment, his face was filled with confusion, and his eyes were filled with doubt and incomprehension. Why? Why is this happening? Can anyone tell me why? Sasuke looked at his mother, then at his father, and even glanced at his brother. Because of you, or more accurately, for you and Itachi. At this moment, Kinyu, who had not spoken before, suddenly spoke up. He had been listening to these people who had been going around in circles for a long time, feeling a bit bored and speechless. To quickly end all of this, he had to speak up a bit and speed things along. For me, and Itachi, Sasuke didn't understand. He didn't grasp Chinyu's meaning and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? If I say you're foolish, sometimes you're quite smart. If I say you're smart, why are you so foolish?" Don't forget, at that time, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage faction in Konoha was extremely sharp. There were even secret plans within the Uchiha clan to overthrow or even destroy the Hokage faction in Konoha. Do you know what that represents? Kinyu looked at Sasuke, shook his head, and continued, "It means the Uchiha clan was about to start a rebellion. In other words, the Uchiha clan planned a coup to seize control of the Konoha ninja village. If this coup succeeded, the Uchiha clan would inevitably suffer great losses, and at that time, other ninja villages coveting the Uchiha clan Sharingan would certainly come to create trouble or even directly start a war. At that time, the Uchiha clan would also face annihilation. And if the coup failed, then you should know the consequences. All of you would be executed and branded as traitors. Moreover, at that time, although your father, Uchiha Fugaku, was the clan head, his power within the clan was not great. The real power was held by the elders of the clan. The arrival of this Uchiha extermination plan brought a clear path for Uchiha Fugaku. It helped his son, Uchiha Itachi, to reverse the operation and annihilate the Uchiha clan, which not only preserved the Uchiha clan's reputation, but also protected you and Itachi. And this was also the condition proposed by Itachi as the executor of the plan, which is why clan head Fugaku was willing to help Itachi. Now, do you understand? Chapter 240, the battle between father and son. How could it be like this? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion, clearly struggling to accept the fact that UchihaQinyu was currently stating. "No, impossible, you must be lying to me." Uchiha Sasuke seemed unable to accept this fact, directly treating what Kinyu said as nonsense and completely disbelieving it. At the same time, in his heart, that inexplicable anger suddenly shifted to Kinyu. Bastard. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku was even more furious. He stepped forward, looked at his youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, and shouted, "You still don't regret it, and you don't plan to accept this fact? How did I teach you before? Knowing you're wrong is not scary. What is scary is knowing you are wrong and not changing. Look at you, what are you doing now? You've grown up. Do you still need me to wake you up?" As UchihaQinyu spoke, his aura began to emanate. Vaguely, everyone present could feel a strong presence. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke remain silent, UchihaQinyu, as his father, was the first to speak. Aren't you the one who doesn't believe it? If so, then show me your current strength, and let us compare. UchihaQinyu looked at Uchiha Sasuke, then turned to Uchiha Itachi and said, by the way, let me see what level you both have reached now. Father, this. Uchiha Itachi hesitated as he looked at UchihaQinyu, clearly reluctant to fight his own father, especially now that his father was in the state of being reanimated through the impure world reincarnation. Are you afraid that your clan leader's strength is insufficient? At this moment, Kinyu smirked and looked at Uchiha Itachi, saying, don't worry, this time the impure world reincarnation was performed by me, so this reincarnation is perfect. Therefore, the current strength of clan leader Fugaku is at its strongest peak during his lifetime. Moreover, since clan leader Fugaku is now in the state of impure world reincarnation, otherwise, you won't be able to kill him. It seemed that Kinyu could see Uchiha Itachi's hesitation and guessed his concerns, but so what? It's not every day you get to see a father-son battle, and Kinyu was more than eager to enjoy the show. Thus, he took the opportunity to stir things up and prepare to watch the spectacle. Upon hearing this, UchihaQinyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although he knew that Kinyu intended to watch the show, he had to admit that the kid was indeed right. However, since it was rare for him to be resurrected and see his son, he decided not to hold it against him. Of course, even if UchihaQinyu really wanted to argue with Kinyu, he might not be able to win, considering the difference in strength. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, who had been sad on the sidelines, seemed to have calmed her sadness and looked at her husband. She felt a bit confused about why her husband was suddenly acting this way. Although she didn't understand, she unconditionally supported him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have participated in the reverse operation of the extermination plan back then. Go ahead. I want to hold back. UchihaQinyu looked at the two brothers and began to mobilize the power of his Sharingan. As he activated the power within him, UchihaQinyu's eyes instantly transformed into the 3-Tomoe Sharingan. However, as soon as the 3-Tomoe Sharingan appeared, it began to change. The 3 blood-red Tomo started to extend and connect, transforming into a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Susanoo, UchihaQinyu shouted lightly. In the first stage of Susanoo, a skeletal half-body frame appeared. At this moment, UchihaQinyu was also inside the Susanoo. Is this Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi was stunned upon seeing this. He never expected that his father had already unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan back in the day. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that not only had he unlocked the kaleidoscope Sharingan, but he was also able to use the Susanoo, a technique of the Sharingan. Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke, who was beside him, was truly dumbfounded and suddenly understood everything. Everything you said earlier was true, and the evidence was right in front of him. His father could actually use Susanoo. Reflecting on UchihaQinyu, who could use Susanoo back then, how powerful his strength must have been. However, could such a powerful man be defeated by his own son? Obviously, that was impossible. So, it was exactly as Kinyu said earlier. Everything was intentional on UchihaQinyu's part. So, I've been wrong all along. All of this. It actually turned out to be like this. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's hatred had dissipated, and he relaxed entirely. With a thud, Uchiha Sasuke sat down on the ground. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, his eyes filled with pain as he softly said, the enemy I've always thought of, the one I hated, turned out to be someone who truly wanted to protect my family. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Uchiha Sasuke murmured self-reproachfully. Sasuke, now is not the time to regret. Uchiha Itachi suddenly used a body flicker technique to appear beside Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi looked at his father, who had already activated Susanoo, and said to Sasuke, it's rare for father to be resurrected and see us, and this time he wants to test our strength. Since that's the case, we can't let him down. You and I should work together to show father how strong we've become over the years. Itachi. Sasuke glanced at Itachi beside him, then looked at his father UchihaQinyu, and nodded firmly. Then, Uchiha Sasuke got up from the ground and stood shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Itachi. How is your recovery now? Although Itachi looked at his father UchihaQinyu, he still asked his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. After all, just now, his chakra had been drained by Kinyu. As for his ocular techniques, he had used them almost completely in the previous battle, and even any remaining chakra had been entirely consumed to break the Tsukuyomi space. I've recovered about 30% of my chakra, but as for my ocular power, I've only recovered about 10%. Chapter 241. The battle begins. What? Is there a problem? After preparing himself, seeing his two sons gathered together without making any moves, UchihaQinyu, as their father, felt a bit puzzled. No problem. Uchiha Itachi replied. Although the person asking was his father, he remained indifferent as always. Through the earlier exchange with his brother Uchiha Sasuke, he had a simple understanding of their current situation. The two of them quickly made a very simple plan in private. Once everything was settled, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke simultaneously looked at their father, who was using Susanoo. Looks like the show is about to begin. As the instigator of all this, Kinyu found a place to sit down, quite interested. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was beside him, also took the opportunity to sit down next to him. This whole thing was ultimately facilitated by you. Jiraiya glanced at Kinyu, a smile on his face, teasingly saying, "Ahem." Kinyu pretended to cough awkwardly, then acted as if nothing had happened. "Aunt Mikoto." Kinyu looked at Uchiha Mikoto, who was still standing alone nearby, and immediately greeted her. He waved at Uchiha Mikoto and said, "Aunt Mikoto, why don't you sit down and take a break? Who knows how long they'll be fighting later? Don't just stand there, it's exhausting." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto was first taken aback, then smiled. Her earlier worries about the father-son confrontation were released in that moment. She then came over and sat down beside Kinyu. Watching the standoff between the two sides, Jiraiya was very curious about who would emerge victorious. "Kinyu, who do you think will win this battle between the two sides?" Jiraiya asked Kinyu, still gazing at the standoff. He was curious, so he wanted to take a guess. Uchiha Mikoto, hearing this, also turned her head to look at Kinyu with curiosity. It seemed that she was very interested in Jiraiya's question, eager to know who Kinyu thought was stronger, her husband or her two sons. "Is there any need to guess, perverse immortal?" Kinyu disdainfully glanced at Jiraiya beside him and directly said, "Of course, it's our Fugaka clan leader who will win." Hearing Kinyu's firm attitude, Jiraiya became genuinely curious. "Why are you so sure?" Jiraiya scratched his head, intrigued by how Kinyu could be so certain. "You'll know in a bit." Kinyu didn't explain, just keeping a mystery. Not getting the answer he wanted, Jiraiya felt a bit frustrated. However, despite his frustration, he wasn't in a hurry, as the strength of both sides would soon be revealed. At that moment, the battle between the father and son on stage began. Uchiha Itachi saw his father start with Susanoo and immediately didn't hold back. "Sharingan, activate. Mangekyou Sharingan, activate. Susanoo." Uchiha Itachi's normal eyes transformed into Sharingan in an instant, and then into Mangekyou Sharingan. At the moment he transformed into Mangekyou Sharingan, he also summoned his Susanoo. "Not bad. Itachi, it seems you've grown quite rapidly over the years. Your strength has advanced as well." Uchiha Fugaku rarely offered praise upon seeing Itachi's Susanoo summoned in an instant. However, as soon as he finished his praise, his tone shifted sharply. "But in my opinion, this level of strength is still not enough." As soon as Uchiha Fugaku's words fell, he immediately activated the second stage of Susanoo. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi also quickly activated the second stage of his Susanoo. The two massive skeletal figures constructed of bones, driven by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, began to move towards each other to attack. Bang! 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 The two giant Susanoos started a back-and-forth clash. In an instant, dust flew, and explosions rang out. The Susanoos of both sides easily showed signs of breaking from such pure collisions. However, when the body of Susanoo sustained damage, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku, as its users, immediately used their ocular power to restore it. Thus, although the battle started with a grand display, it could almost be considered a warm-up without any real stakes involved. After a while, this warm-up came to an end due to Uchiha Sasuke on the side. "Sharingan, activate. Mangekyou Sharingan, activate. Susanoo." At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's ocular power had recovered enough to summon Susanoo. He didn't hesitate to join the fray. The Sharingan and Mangekyou Sharingan quickly transformed, and Susanoo was summoned in an instant to its second form. He didn't want to be underestimated by his father, so he put all his effort into summoning Susanoo. He had always wanted to surpass his older brother, Uchiha Itachi, since childhood, and that desire remained. He wanted his parents to know he was the true genius of the Uchiha clan, even more so than his brother. Once Uchiha Sasuke entered the battle, Uchiha Fugaku quickly found himself at a disadvantage. However, thanks to his years of experience, even though he was at a disadvantage, he wasn't in a dire situation. Third stage. However, sensing that continuing like this wouldn't work, Uchiha Fugaku immediately increased his ocular power. In an instant, Susanoo received Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power, and it was as if the entire Susanoo had taken a powerful tonic. Not only did the damage it sustained recover, but its size also began to grow. At this moment, flesh began to automatically grow on the bones, constructing a real body for the skeletal frame. Chapter 242, Ten Fist Sword. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo upgraded to the third stage, and its power saw a tremendous increase in a moment. The Susanoo's physical body solidified, and its fists swung out, attacking Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, each receiving a punch. Bang! Bang! With two successive sounds. The Susanoos summoned by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke were knocked back by Uchiha Fugaku's fists. Seeing their father in the third stage of Susanoo, able to take on two opponents, both Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi felt a slight shock in their hearts. Uchiha Sasuke never expected that the power of the third stage of Susanoo would be so formidable. Although he could also use Susanoo, he had only recently learned it. Moreover, after the battle with Chinyu, he had evolved to the second stage of Susanoo due to the life-threatening situation, but that was still a new experience for him. As for this unfamiliar power, he couldn't achieve perfect control over it, let alone display it perfectly. Additionally, he was currently low on ocular power, making it even harder to fully utilize Susanoo's strength. Right now, he could only exert about 1/5 of Susanoo's power. Uchiha Itachi was also surprised that his father had reached the third stage of Susanoo. This was something he truly hadn't anticipated. At the same time, he never expected that the strength of the third stage of Susanoo would be so powerful. Although he could also enhance his ocular power to elevate his Susanoo to the third stage, the consumption of ocular power would be much greater. Moreover, he had only just begun to develop the third stage of Susanoo, and he couldn't fully master that power yet. While he was deep in thought, Uchiha Fugaku's third stage, Susanoo, launched a series of attacks. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were forced to retreat repeatedly, their Susanoos covered in wounds. Sasuke. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi saw that his brother Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo was on the verge of collapse, and it would be very difficult to recover from the injuries. It was clear that Sasuke's ocular power was about to be completely exhausted again. Itachi, my ocular power is running low, and maintaining the Susanoo is becoming difficult. Uchiha Sasuke was no longer mindlessly fighting as before. He recognized the reality in himself. You've done your best. Let me handle defeating him. Uchiha Itachi didn't focus on his brother Sasuke, but concentrated all his energy on his father, Uchiha Fugaku. After all, he had to face his father alone. All right. Sasuke nodded and then dispelled his Susanoo, stepping back. Losing Sasuke's assistance, Uchiha Itachi felt a sudden increase in pressure. Indeed, you two brothers have grown quickly over the years, and your Susanoo has taken shape. That's very good. Though Uchiha Fugaku praised them, his assault didn't cease. On the contrary, with one less opponent, he focused all his attacks on Uchiha Itachi. Susanoo, third stage. Uchiha Itachi, being pushed back by Uchiha Fugaku's attacks, had no choice but to reveal his greatest trump card. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo not only became sturdier, but also grew flesh on its body. At this moment, a drop of blood suddenly seeped from the corner of Uchiha Itachi's eye. I didn't expect that, Itachi. You have already reached this level, which truly surprises and astonishes me. Upon seeing Itachi's third stage, Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku's face first showed shock and then joy. He was very happy that his son's strength had reached such a level. The fighting spirit within him was ignited in that instant, and Uchiha Fugaku became serious. Itachi, be careful from now on. After reminding his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku immediately clenched his Susanoo's fist and charged at him again. Itachi did not respond, but seeing him tightly grip his Susanoo's fist and rush towards his father, Uchiha Fugaku, it was clear that he was ready. Bang! 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 The two massive giants engaged in the purest form of combat, exchanging blows. When both sides' strengths reached a balance, determining a winner was no longer so simple. However, with Uchiha Fugaku's years of experience, he often found opportunities to strike at Itachi's vital points during multiple exchanges, although Itachi could rely on his ocular power for recovery. If the fight persisted for a long time, his ocular power would eventually be exhausted. At that time, it would be his moment of defeat. It was rare to see his father, who had been dead for many years, and to spar with him. How long had it been since he experienced this? Therefore, Uchiha Itachi was very happy at this moment, and he also wanted to prove himself to showcase his abilities. Father, be careful. Seemingly having made a decision, Uchiha Itachi reminded his father, don't worry, I'm just a dead man. Show me your moves so I can see how much you've grown. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily. At this moment, he was simply happy, especially the joy in his heart surpassing his outward expression. He seemed to know that his son still had some techniques he hadn't used yet, which made him feel a sense of reassurance. Of course, this was not just comforting words, as it was indeed as he said. All right. Itachi immediately stepped back, then stood firm and looked at his father. Ten-Fist Sword. Uchiha Itachi's hands began to fly, forming hand seals one after another. With the conclusion of the last hand seal, 2 golden glowing swords appeared in his Susanu's hands. Upon seeing these 2 shining golden swords, even Uchiha Fugaku, the last Uchiha clan leader, was taken aback. This is the Ten-Fist Sword. Uchiha Fugaku's face first showed shock, followed by joy, as he happily said to Uchiha Itachi, "Good. Let me experience this legendary artifact, the Ten-Fist Sword." Chapter 243. Open and aboveboard. Although he was facing the artifact Ten-Fist Sword, Uchiha Fugaku was not at all flustered. On the contrary, he felt a bit eager to try it out. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku gave off the impression that he was very much looking forward to testing the power of the Ten-Fist Sword. Since you have brought out the Ten-Fist Sword, I won't hold back. Seeing that his eldest son Uchiha Itachi had revealed his trump card, Uchiha Fugaku decided not to hide anything anymore. He was now completely serious. 4th stage. Uchiha Fugaku's ocular power erupted again, and the Susanoo he had previously revealed underwent another transformation. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, which was already a flesh and blood form, began to change again due to the enhancement of his ocular power. A complete set of black armor, constructed from his ocular power, rapidly appeared on the flesh body of his Susanoo. This thick black armor almost completely enveloped Susanoo's entire body. The already massive Susanoo became even larger and more formidable with the addition of this armor. However, the changes did not stop there. At the waist of this Susanoo, a streak of black light hung. Gradually, the black light began to extend, eventually transforming into a gigantic samurai sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo reached out to grasp the samurai sword and drew it out. Armor. Samurai sword. The combination of these 2 items with the massive body of Susanoo made it even more majestic and imposing. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He truly did not expect that his father would be so adept at hiding his strength. If he didn't strike, it was fine, but once he did, it was truly terrifying. Although this move brought unexpected shock to Uchiha Itachi, he did not concede. After all, he held the legendary artifact, the Ten-Fist Sword, so he still had confidence. In this situation, Uchiha Itachi felt that the chances of winning were still 50-50. Bang! Uchiha Itachi took the initiative and charged towards his father, Uchiha Fugaku. With the Ten-Fist Sword in both hands, he was ready to strike at any moment. Seeing his son make the first move, Uchiha Fugaku was not to be outdone. He also gripped the samurai sword and charged directly at Uchiha Itachi. "Kinyu, do you think, looking at the situation, the outcome will be 50-50? Jiraiya asked with interest as he watched the father-son duo already engaged in battle. Although it was a question, it was more of his opinion. Just as Jiraiya expressed his guess, Uchiha Mikoto turned her gaze away from the battlefield and looked at Kinyu. Meanwhile, beside Uchiha Mikoto, our big boss Uchiha Sasuke was calmly recovering his empty body while watching the battle. However, his ears were perked up, eager to know if Kinyu had any other conclusions. Although he disliked Kinyu, he had to admit that this guy was incredibly formidable. Kinyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who had several pieces of armor sliced by Uchiha Itachi's Ten-Fist Sword, and smiled as he said, 50-50? Do you think this is Kakashi? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He had heard of the name Kakashi 50-50 before. Immediately, he felt a bit confused and turned to Kinyu, trying to suppress his twitching mouth as he asked, "Do you mean?" "My meaning?" Kinyu turned his head, looking at Jiraiya with disdain. "My meaning is, do we still need to watch and guess? You perverted sage. Can't you see that this is clearly Uchiha Fugaku's victory? Can't you see that?" Jiraiya's mouth opened slightly, and he felt a bit dazed. "Is this an answer? Is this a conclusion? Moreover, when you said this, couldn't you at least take a look at the actual situation on the battlefield in front of you? Just look at the fact that Uchiha Itachi is clearly using the power of the Ten-Fist Sword to dominate Uchiha Fugaku in the fight. No matter how you look at it, Uchiha Itachi's chances of winning are much larger. How did it come to this, that in your mouth, the outcome is already decided, and the one who wins is still Uchiha Fugaku, who has been continuously pressured?" Although Jiraiya didn't see the expression on his face, it seemed Kinyu could sense the embarrassment and disbelief on it. Kinyu smiled calmly, continuing to watch without panic. and said with a slight smirk, "How about a bet? Pervy sage? A bet?" Jiraiya furrowed his brows in confusion. He really didn't understand what Chinyu was trying to do. Bet on what? Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiraiya asked. Seeing this, Chinyu didn't hesitate and said directly, "Let's bet on who will win between these two." "What do you think? Betting on who will win between these two?" Jiraiya looked at the current situation, which was clearly already settled, and wondered what was there to bet on. However, since it was a bet presented to him, and it was a sure win situation, why not take it? "All right, let's bet." Without further hesitation, Jiraiya agreed immediately. "I bet Uchiha Itachi will win. If Itachi wins, then I win the bet, and I want you to teach me the Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Chinyu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out this guy was so quick to agree because he was waiting for me. However, who is Chinyu? He is a clever and shrewd person. Would he propose a bet without confidence? Obviously not. Have you ever seen a weasel go to pay New Year's greetings to a chicken? That's clearly impossible. Since that's the case, I will stick to my own bet. I bet Uchiha Fugaku will win. If Fugaku wins, then I win the bet, and Chinyu said this, and suddenly a disconcerting smile appeared on his face. "Then you can openly conduct your material gathering project in Konoha. What do you think?" When Chinyu said openly, he deliberately emphasized the words. Chapter 244, The Bet Nanny? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nearly jumped up. How could he not understand the implication of Chinyu's words? Material gathering project? Jiraiya had no such project. It sounded nice to say material gathering, but to put it bluntly, isn't it just peeping at the women's bathhouse? And peeping is something that is always needed to be done sneakily. Or has it ever been said to be done openly? If someone would dare openly peep at the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya could imagine he would definitely end up infamous. Moreover, he would definitely suffer greatly under Tsunade, the Hokage. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, looking at Chinyu with disbelief and frustration. "Are you trying to get me killed? What? Are you scared?" Chinyu asked, glancing at Jiraiya with a teasing expression. "Right now, you are on the advantageous side. Besides, this bet seems to be initiated by you and me, right? What? Are you backing down now?" Looking at Chinyu's teasing expression and then at Uchiha Fugaku, who seemed to be at a disadvantage on the battlefield, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment. But seeing the scales of victory tilting more obviously, he could no longer suppress the desire for victory in his heart. "All right, let's bet." Jiraiya looked at the battlefield, his conviction solidifying, and he gritted his teeth to agree with Chinyu. Upon hearing this, Chinyu broke into a big smile. Seeing this expression on Chinyu's face, Jiraiya suddenly felt a sense of panic. It shouldn't be, right? At that moment, the battle on the battlefield had already intensified. Uchiha Fugaku had his left arm lodged with a Kusanagi sword embedded in his body, while his right hand wielded a katana that effortlessly deflected Uchiha Itachi's other Kusanagi sword. His right leg swiftly executed a powerful horizontal kick towards Uchiha Itachi. Boom! In an instant, the armored giant leg sent Uchiha Itachi flying backward a considerable distance. The Kusanagi sword that was originally lodged in Uchiha Fugaku's arm was also dislodged by the immense force as Itachi was sent flying. Uchiha Fugaku, with his rich combat experience, seized this opportunity immediately. Gripping his katana tightly, he charged straight at Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Fugaku raised his katana and approached Uchiha Itachi, he swiftly executed a downward slash. Just as Uchiha Itachi got up from the sudden counterattack, he saw the descending blade and felt his heart tighten. However, Uchiha Itachi had been through a lot and had long cultivated a calm demeanor in the face of everything. Therefore, facing this dangerous attack, he remained composed. Uchiha Itachi gripped his Kusanagi sword with both hands and quickly crossed it in defense. Clang! Boom! The katana and Kusanagi sword collided, producing a loud metallic sound. Uchiha Fugaku's fierce attack, carrying immense power, was transmitted through the katana directly to Uchiha Itachi's crossed Kusanagi sword. The tremendous force caused Uchiha Itachi's gigantic Susanoo to sink considerably into the ground. "Itachi, it seems your combat experience is still lacking." Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly and then executed another horizontal sweep. Boom! Uchiha Itachi, already shaken by the previous impact, couldn't react quickly enough. And since he couldn't respond in time, how could he withstand this rapid horizontal sweep? He was once again sent flying by Uchiha Fugaku's strike. Uchiha Fugaku was the last clan leader of the Uchiha clan. As the clan leader, he needed strong martial prowess and extensive experience. One could say that Uchiha Fugaku had eaten more salt and walked more paths than Uchiha Itachi could ever imagine. As for combat experience, needless to say, he was certainly far stronger. Initially, he was testing the power of the Kusanagi sword and gauging Uchiha Itachi's strength. Therefore, even though he unleashed all his power at the beginning, he didn't go all out and held back a bit. It was this reservation that allowed Uchiha Itachi to keep pressuring him at first. But just now, Uchiha Fugaku had figured out Uchiha Itachi, so he no longer needed to test him further. He began to look for opportunities to counterattack after multiple exchanges. And just now, Uchiha Fugaku finally found an opportunity. Since he had begun to counterattack, a series of attacks were sure to follow. After all, he had just been pressured by his son, and his wife and another son were watching. Moreover, there were outsiders observing as well. This made Uchiha Fugaku, as a father, quite displeased. After all, one must save face in this world. Uchiha Itachi had just made him look bad, so now he definitely needed to regain his dignity. After sending Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo flying with a horizontal sweep, Uchiha Fugaku lunged forward again with his katana. Just as Uchiha Itachi got up, but hadn't yet had time to react, Uchiha Fugaku delivered another horizontal slash straight at him. Seeing the fierce incoming attack and the renewed pursuit, although he hadn't fully recovered yet, Itachi still made a defensive move. Clang! He saw that the ten-fist sword in his left hand was horizontally blocking Uchiha Fugaku's attack. Meanwhile, the ten-fist sword in his right hand took the opportunity to thrust towards Uchiha Fugaku's chest. Clearly, while defending against Uchiha Fugaku's attack just now, he was still calm enough to counterattack. He knew that if he didn't find a chance to break the current rhythm, he would definitely be led down the path of defeat by his father. As for the sword aimed at his chest, Uchiha Fugaku clearly did not expect this from his son. He never thought his son could react in time. However, looking at the approaching ten-fist sword, he remained unafraid. What was there to fear? He was in the fourth stage, protected by armor. Moreover, this wasn't just flesh and blood. It was the body of Susanoo. Regardless of the damage taken, as long as his ocular power was sufficient, he could always recover. Therefore, he showed no fear towards the sword aimed at his chest. Chapter 245. Choice faced with his son Uchiha Itachi's sword. Uchiha Fugaku remained completely calm and unafraid. Immediately, Uchiha Fugaku welcomed the golden ten-fist sword with his chest in front of his son and the onlookers. Under Uchiha Itachi's precise judgment and counterattack, and with Uchiha Fugaku's cooperation, a soft sound was heard as Uchiha Itachi's ten-fist sword accurately pierced through Uchiha Fugaku's armor, easily drilling into his chest. Although Itachi's ten-fist sword had penetrated his father's body, for some reason, he felt an ominous premonition deep inside. It seemed that this counterattack, which appeared to give him the upper hand, was not as simple as it seemed. Just then, the unease in Itachi's heart seemed about to manifest. Itachi, it seems you still need to train hard. Although Uchiha Fugaku had suffered a severe blow to his chest, he smiled gently at his son Uchiha Itachi. After the laughter, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo began to move. Uchiha Fugaku used the muscles in his chest to firmly grip the ten-fist sword within his body. Then he twisted his body and, with immense strength, he pulled the ten-fist sword directly out of Itachi's grasp. Immediately after, Susanoo's left hand reached out and grasped the other ten-fist sword that was defending against the samurai sword in front of him, without any regard. What? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. He never expected his father to counter him in such a way, even going so far as to retaliate. At this moment, both of Itachi's ten-fist swords were under Uchiha Fugaku's control, leaving him empty-handed. This situation was something he had worked hard to create. So Uchiha Fugaku showed no mercy despite Itachi being his son and unarmed. Uchiha Fugaku's right hand, holding the samurai sword, suddenly exerted force without any obstruction. With his left hand controlling the ten-fist sword that was blocking him, his right hand launched a fierce and powerful attack. Whoosh! The samurai sword sliced swiftly through the air, rapidly aiming for Uchiha Itachi's neck, where he was performing Susanoo in front of everyone present. No, don't! Uchiha Makoto, who had been sitting beside Kinyu, was startled and stood up, calling out loudly. Clearly, she never expected her husband Uchiha Fugaku would actually try to cut off their son's head. Wasn't this supposed to be a spar? This was clearly an attempt on his life. Itachi, following Uchiha Makoto's anxious stance, Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, jumped up as well. Perhaps he had harbored deep hatred for Uchiha Itachi before, but once all misunderstandings were cleared up, the hatred he felt for his brother had long since dissipated. Memories of his childhood with Itachi resurfaced in his mind. Now, he had regained some brotherly feelings for Itachi. Therefore, when he saw Itachi in such a dangerous situation, he immediately stood up. Even Jiraiya, who had previously looked gloomy, was startled by Uchiha Fugaku's actions. Instinctively, he turned to Kinyu. preparing to urge him to intervene and save Uchiha Itachi. However, when he looked back at Chinyu, he found that he still had a calm and unperturbed expression, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Jiraiya was puzzled, and the mouth he had opened suddenly closed again. If Chinyu, the mediator, isn't worried, why should I be anxious? Moreover, Jiraiya was curious as to why Chinyu was so composed, believing Itachi would emerge unscathed from this attack. Finally, the samurai sword rushed swiftly towards Uchiha Itachi's face. Watching the sword getting closer to his head, Itachi's heart involuntarily began to race. Buzz! When Uchiha Fugaku's samurai sword touched Itachi's Susanu's neck, it abruptly stopped. This sudden halt caused the blade to tremble violently, its accumulated power having nowhere to release. The sword was pressed against Uchiha Itachi's neck, shaking greatly. The outcome was decided. A faint voice echoed as Uchiha Fugaku retracted his samurai sword. With a clang, the sword returned to its sheath at Uchiha Fugaku's waist. Then, Uchiha Fugaku dispersed Susanu, and his true form slowly appeared in the air. Subsequently, he gradually descended to the ground, using the remaining power of Susanu that had not completely dissipated. As Uchiha Fugaku dispelled Susanu, Uchiha Itachi also dispersed his Susanu form. Alright, the family reunion is about done. Chinyu, who had been watching the show from the side, also stood up. He dusted off his pants and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. As Chinyu stepped forward, Jiraiya, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Makoto also followed in his footsteps to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. The events of the past had been clarified, and the brief family reunion had come to an end. Chinyu smiled as he scanned the surroundings, then fixed his gaze on Uchiha Sasuke. When Sasuke noticed Chinyu was looking at him, his brows furrowed. Returning to the main issue, Sasuke, have you decided to come back to Konoha with me? Or will you stick to your previous decision to destroy Konoha in revenge for the Uchiha clan? As soon as Chinyu posed this question, the atmosphere in the scene suddenly became tense. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Itachi all frowned as they looked at their younger son, brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Their hearts filled with worry. They feared that Sasuke might make a wrong decision, as a wrong choice could cost him his life. Chapter 246. The true finale. After Chinyu posed a question, Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence in an instant. Yes, you heard it right, and you saw it correctly. It was silence. No longer was he shouting about revenge or the destruction of Konoha. At this moment, he was genuinely lost in thought. He was contemplating everything that had happened and the most correct answer he should give at this moment. Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto, standing beside him, looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was deep in thought, worried that he might choose the wrong answer, and called out to him softly. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi silently watched, not uttering a word. Deep down, they firmly believed that after everything Sasuke had been through, he would surely choose the right answer. Finally, under the gaze of most people present, Uchiha Sasuke spoke up. He looked at his brother Uchiha Itachi, then turned to Jiraiya, and finally met Chinyu's eyes. I'll return to Konoha with you. But I have one condition. Let Itachi go. Uchiha Sasuke's words were very calm, but they also relieved Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Itachi, who were all tense. Chinyu, upon hearing this, shot a strange look at Uchiha Sasuke, then turned to Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Chinyu's sudden expression, Uchiha Sasuke felt that something was off. What? Is my request difficult? Uchiha Sasuke thought that his request was so difficult that even Chinyu couldn't fulfill it. Little did he know that it wasn't he that the request was difficult, but rather he hadn't understood one thing. Chinyu was never here to capture Uchiha Itachi. His purpose for coming was simply to stop the brothers from killing each other due to misunderstandings. In a way, he was actually protecting both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. And since he was already protecting them, how could there be a reason to capture them? However, in Uchiha Sasuke's mind, Uchiha Itachi was a rogue ninja and a criminal of Konoha. For a criminal of a ninja village, the only outcome could be capture and execution or immediate execution. At this moment, he hadn't processed this in his mind. Cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi awkwardly cleared his throat and said indifferently, "He is not here to capture me." What do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke still didn't understand and asked foolishly, then what is he here for? Now, even Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. Jiraiya involuntarily twitched his mouth, thinking to himself, although Uchiha Sasuke is powerful now, why does it feel like his brain isn't functioning well? Why is that? Even Uchiha Fugaku, the last patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Makoto, the matriarch, felt a bit awkward at this moment. This kid is honestly a bit embarrassing. I'm not here to capture Itachi. The misunderstanding between him and Konoha has been resolved. Kinyu, though awkward, had to explain to this naive one. I came here to stop you brothers from killing each other due to various misunderstandings. At the same time, I also want to bring both of you back to Konoha. As for what will happen after bringing you back, I'm not sure. But it's definitely not to take your lives. Kinyu directly feared that Uchiha Sasuke wouldn't understand, so he explained in great detail. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke finally understood. Since the matter here had been perfectly resolved, it was time for them to leave. At this moment, seeing that everything had been perfectly resolved, Uchiha Fugaku, feeling satisfied, spoke to Kinyu. He was already dead. Being able to be revived and see his two sons grown up made him feel fulfilled. Not to mention, he had just sparred with his sons. He was already very content. Uchiha Makoto was also overjoyed to see her grown sons. She had no other extravagant wishes. Father, mother, hearing their parents suddenly say this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, as sons, felt very reluctant to part with them. Clearly, it had been so long since they had seen their parents, and this brief reunion was warm and joyful for them. Even the decision Sasuke made earlier was influenced by having his parents by his side. Silly children, we are already dead spirits. Being able to briefly be revived and see you again makes us very happy. Now, we are satisfied and have no regrets. Uchiha Makoto looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, tears in her eyes as she smiled. You two brothers, make sure to get along and support each other. Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Makoto's shoulder, comforting her while continuing to instruct Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha clan now has only a few of you left. So, the responsibility of rebuilding the Uchiha clan falls on you. But you must remember the mistakes that the Uchiha clan has experienced. I hope you can take them as a warning and not repeat them in the future. After Uchiha Fugaku finished giving instructions to his two sons, he turned to face Kinyu. Everything has been perfectly resolved. It's time for us to go back. Uchiha Fugaku embraced the sorrowful Uchiha Makoto, speaking to Kinyu. Upon hearing this, Kinyu nodded. Immediately, he moved his hands and formed hand seals again. Edo Tensei, release. With the final hand seal, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto transformed into countless pieces of paper right before everyone's eyes. A gentle breeze blew through, and those paper pieces instantly fluttered away with the wind. All right, matter settled. Let us head back to Konoha. Kinyu rested his hands behind his head, leading the way towards Konoha. As he walked, seemingly recalling something, he turned his head to Jiraiya and grinned. Pervy Sage, don't forget our bet from earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's face instantly turned as black as charcoal. The author has something to say. The next plot should be the Ninja World War, and the final Madara and the true final boss Kagaya will also make their appearance. Therefore, the peak and passionate plot is about to arrive. Readers who enjoy or support me, please leave a comment in the comment section. Of course, also help by clicking the update button daily. Thank you. The author has finished speaking. Chapter 247. Declaration of War in the Hokage office of Konoha Village. The fifth Hokage Tsunade was sitting at her desk as before, looking at the four people in front of her. Jiraiya, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of Tsunade, while Kinyu was reclining on a nearby lounge chair, with his big feet resting on the Hokage's desk. Regarding Chinyu's behavior, Tsunade naturally had a black line on her forehead. However, considering that this time he brought Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha intact and also eliminated their misunderstandings about the village, Tsunade had no choice but to endure and remain silent, treating it as if she hadn't seen anything. Of course, even if Tsunade really wanted to hold it against Kinyu, what could she do? So, pretending not to see it was a wise choice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, standing aside, secretly cast an envious glance at Kinyu. After all, in the Hokage's office, the only one who dared to act like this was probably the guy in front of him. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi was also feeling puzzled and shocked. Although he hadn't returned to Konoha for a long time, as a former Konoha ninja, he was quite aware of the Hokage's status in the village. But now, in this Hokage office, where everyone in Konoha held great respect for the Hokage, Kinyu actually dared to act so casually in front of the current Hokage. Moreover, it seemed that the Hokage was also pretending not to see it, equivalent to tacitly approving his behavior. What does this mean? What does it represent? Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe what he was seeing. He may have had doubts about Chinyu's status in Konoha before, but not anymore. After all, the reality was right in front of him. Itachi, Sasuke, welcome back to Konoha. Tsunade formally addressed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. As the fifth Hokage of Konoha, although she often found it hard to please Chinyu, she still had her authority as one of the legendary Sannin. Uchiha Itachi was about to speak, but Tsunade directly interrupted him. Looking at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, she slowly said, I know what you're worried about. That guy over there already talked to me about it before he came back. As Tsunade spoke, she shot a glance at the lazy-looking Chinyu beside her. Chinyu, who was just loafing around, was suddenly mentioned and felt somewhat uninterested, retorting, Hey, what do you mean that guy? Just say, I'm a hero of Konoha. Why beat around the bush? Seriously. Hearing this, Tsunade had even more black lines on her forehead. However, she didn't engage further and continued to speak seriously to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi, with your current strength, you should temporarily go to the Umbu. As for Sasuke, you should first go for a ninja upgrade authorization, and then you can also join the Umbu. As for your previous issues, we will have an explanation for the public. You just need to cooperate when the time comes. Although Tsunade had arranged everything perfectly, Uchiha Itachi was still somewhat worried. But will the people of Konoha not believe or accept this? After all, our issues have been quite a while, and Uchiha Itachi's concerns were not unfounded. And the others present frowned upon hearing this. What's there to be afraid of? At that moment, Chinyu suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to him. Looking at the people present, Chinyu shrugged and said, when you guys are spouting nonsense later, just drag me into it. As soon as Chinyu said this, Uchiha Itachi was left dumbfounded. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who was not far off from his brother, looked equally stunned. What kind of operation is this? Why don't I understand? However, Jiraiya, standing nearby, immediately exclaimed, yes, Chinyu's idea is indeed good. Even Tsunade, sitting in the Hokage chair, had no objections to this opinion. Uchiha Itachi's mind was in a fog as he looked at Jiraiya in confusion. He really wanted to understand what was going on. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's puzzled gaze, Jiraiya suddenly understood. It seems he didn't get it. It's like this. Chinyu has a very high reputation in the village. Weren't you just worried that the connections we found for you wouldn't convince the people of Konoha? That's why Chinyu just suggested to drag him into your matters. Because of his high reputation, once your issues are linked to him, the people of Konoha will definitely believe it, and your concerns will not happen. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi found it hard to believe. However, seeing that they didn't look like they were joking, he could only reluctantly accept it. At that moment, a cold chuckle suddenly echoed in the Hokage office. Who? Tsunade immediately shouted, then looked in the direction of the voice, but found no one. Creepy plant. Chinyu had already recognized who it was as soon as the voice appeared. However, he didn't take action. After all, this creepy plant, which was actually White Zetsu, was rather disgusting, but ultimately just a weakling. Anyone present could easily take him down. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to deliver a message. A White Zetsu slowly floated up from the floor in the corner. White Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi looked at the suddenly appearing White Zetsu with a puzzled expression. Deliver a message? What message? For whom? Tsunade frowned and questioned the White Zetsu. For some reason, he had a bad premonition in his heart, as if this bad feeling was inseparably linked to the White Zetsu before him. White Zetsu calmly smiled at everyone present, and then shockingly said, I am here on behalf of the shinobi world Azura, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, to declare war on the 5 great ninja countries. Boom, boom, boom. This news exploded in the Hokage office like a heavy bomb. What? Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Declare war? Meanwhile, Tsunade, as Hokage, had a dark expression on her face. Clearly, she hadn't expected that White Zetsu's sudden appearance was to announce such explosive news. At this moment, even Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were frowning, their faces filled with shock. Among those present, only Chinyu remained calm. Although he was calm, his heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that Uchiha Madara had been resurrected through Edo Tensei? And had the White Zetsu army already been created? What other trump cards did they have? After all, they hadn't gathered all the tailed beasts and couldn't release the 10-tailed seal. If that's the case, what gave them the confidence? At that moment, White Zetsu seemed very pleased with the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. And he continued with a sinister smile, That's right. We declare war on you, the 5 great ninja countries, which means we will launch the 4th great ninja war. Damn it. Tsunade could no longer hold back her anger and erupted in fury. Her temper was not good to begin with, but after becoming Hokage, she had to suppress her anger and temper as much as possible. You should know that she is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and her temper is the most explosive among the Sannin. It is precisely because of her personality that she learned the bizarre and violent combat technique known as super strength. Do you think you can just declare war whenever you want? You are nothing but a bunch of stray dogs. Tsunade glared at White Zetsu, her anger growing more intense. No, no, no. You misunderstood. White Zetsu shook his pitcher plant head and smiled at everyone, saying, "You might think I'm here to provoke Konoha alone, but that's not the case. At this very moment, my other clones are in the offices of the leaders of the other 4 great ninja villages, simultaneously declaring war on them. So, declaring war is not just a simple matter of words." Nanny? Jiraiya was directly shocked into exclaiming. Even Tsunade, who had a fiery temper, now had a face full of shock. She truly did not expect that White Zetsu's so-called declaration of war was real. Could the 4th Great Ninja War really be initiated by Uchiha Madara like this? But even if it is Uchiha Madara, can he really start a war that covers almost the entire ninja world all by himself? The 4th Great Ninja War? At this moment, the shocked crowd was suddenly attracted by a voice and turned to look at the speaker, Chinyu. Chinyu looked at White Zetsu, his face showing no signs of tension or shock, but rather a relaxed expression. Have you finished producing your White Zetsu army? Did your fake Uchiha Madara really resurrect the real Uchiha Madara with Edo Tensei? What kind of combat power do you have to start a full-scale war? Chinyu's sudden series of 3 questions hit everyone's hearts like 3 missiles in an instant. Yes, it struck everyone's hearts. Even White Zetsu, who had come to declare war, had a face full of shock at this moment. How do you know about the White Zetsu army? Hiss. In that instant, everyone present collectively gasped. The White Zetsu army? What does that mean? However, before they could think too much, White Zetsu suddenly began to tremble all over. Then, White Zetsu's face suddenly started to change. After a writhing of the white pitcher plant, a masked face replaced the previous appearance of White Zetsu. As expected of Chinyu, you are truly amazing. The fake Uchiha Madara, who is actually Uchiha Bito, revealed himself to everyone. Facing the enemy's praise, Chinyu was more than willing to accept it. As soon as Uchiha Bito appeared, Uchiha Itachi, who was present, tensed up completely. Itachi, long time no see. I didn't expect you to return to Konoha. What a surprise. Uchiha Bito greeted Uchiha Itachi as if he were an old acquaintance. You are Uchiha Madara? Tsunade looked at the guy in front of her, her fists clenched and ready to strike. Uchiha Bito smiled lightly and said casually, "Don't be nervous. I'm here to declare war and reminisce a bit. Just as I said earlier, I officially declare war on the 5 great ninja nations. I, Uchiha Madara, will lead my elite subordinates and my 200,000 White Zetsu army to annihilate you. The ninja world will be restructured by me, and true peace will be created by me, Uchiha Madara." Boom, 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 boom. As soon as Uchiha Madara, or rather Uchiha Bito, finished speaking, the heads of those present were filled with a roaring sound. How many White Zetsu armies did Uchiha Madara say? 200,000? A full 200,000 White Zetsu? My God, this news is too shocking. How many people are there in the ninja world now? How many ninjas are there in each village? This news is truly explosive. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, as everyone was shocked by this news, a huge rumbling sound suddenly erupted. What is this? Jiraiya was puzzled and confused by this sudden explosion sound. As the sound rang out, the originally lazy Uchiha Chinyu suddenly stood up. Chinyu looked at Uchiha Bito in front of him, furrowing his brows, and suddenly said, "You're deliberately stalling for time here. Your goal should be the 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9 tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki. And that sound just now should be your failed attempt to capture the 2 of them. And they're currently fighting, right?" As soon as Chinyu's words fell, everyone present changed their expressions in an instant. Even Uchiha Bito, who had been smiling just a moment ago, now had a serious expression. He truly did not expect that Chinyu would be so quick-witted, seeing through his intentions in an instant. Although our intentions have been exposed, Uchiha Bito was not flustered. Instead, he smiled. "Even though you have seen through our plan, we have had enough time, and our plan has already been completed." Chapter 249, Deceived. Hearing Uchiha Bito say this, Chinyu smiled nonchalantly and continued, "Don't keep talking nonsense here. If it were that easy to capture them, you wouldn't have wasted so much time here. Besides, they are both Jinchuriki. No matter how useless they are, with the 2-tailed beasts inside them, they won't be able to be defeated by you. This news may seem surprising, but it doesn't really mean much." Hearing this, the others who were originally planning to rush to support suddenly felt relieved. Chinyu's words made a lot of sense. First of all, this is Konoha, our home ground. Why should we be afraid? Are we really going to be scared of someone who hasn't made a move yet in our own territory? Clearly not. And it is impossible to be afraid. Secondly, this is Konoha. If anything really happens, are the other ninjas in Konoha just decorations? Won't they come to support and help? Finally, these two are Jinchuriki, the powerful 8-tails and 9-tails Jinchuriki among the 9-tailed beasts. No matter how you look at it, their strength cannot be defeated by ordinary people. Moreover, since Nagato joined Konoha, the Akatsuki organization has almost become a shell of its former self, with only 2 members left. These two are the fake Uchiha Obito and the old spy Zetsu. The only one with combat power is the fake Uchiha Obito, who is now in front of them. As for Zetsu, he is just a spy and does not really engage in combat. So he is just a weakling and cannot possibly be a match for the 2 Jinchuriki. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. However, for some reason, Chinyu's heart felt a hint of unease. Really? Uchiha Obito's mouth suddenly curled into a smile beneath his mask, his voice filled with mockery. At this moment, Uchiha Obito seemed like a spectator watching a play, observing the foolish expressions of those in front of him who thought they were clever. Boom! 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 At that moment, the roaring sound from outside suddenly echoed again. Something must be wrong. Although everyone felt somewhat relieved, Tsunade, as the Hokage, was still uneasy. Immediately, Tsunade instructed Jiraiya, Sasuke Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha, who were beside her. You 3 go check what's happening outside. We'll keep an eye on things here. After exchanging glances, Jiraiya, Itachi, and Sasuke nodded at each other. They immediately dashed toward the skylight and jumped out. Uchiha Obito did not stop them. He quietly watched until they completely disappeared from the Hokage's office. Chinyu had been observing Uchiha Obito, and, seeing that he did not hinder the 3 from leaving, he wondered to himself, what is going on? Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and his mind cleared immediately. He looked at Uchiha Obito with a strange expression and said, Uchiha Madara, let us just say you're Uchiha Madara for now. You actually used the water lamp technique to confuse us, mislead us, and then took the opportunity to go after the Jinchuriki. I have to say, I almost believed it. Chinyu said leisurely, not in a hurry at all. Oh, Uchiha Obito questioned, feeling a sense of doubt. Did his plan get exposed? What do you mean, Chinyu? Tsunade, who was beside Chinyu, frowned and asked, clearly not understanding what he meant. It's very simple. Chinyu continued looking at Uchiha Obito. The guy in front of us who claims to be Uchiha Madara is not him at all. This guy is currently borrowing White Zetsu's body, using his own chakra to transform into a counterfeit version of himself. As for the real Uchiha Madara, I estimate he is the one who is capturing Naruto and Killer Bee right now. What? Tsunade was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. She completely believed what Chinyu said, which was why she was so astonished. This is bad, Tsunade suddenly exclaimed, then said to Chinyu, if what you say is true, then Naruto and Killer Bee must be in great danger. Don't worry, didn't Jiraiya and the others already rush over? Chinyu seemed quite confident about their safety, not worried at all. Tsunade nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Uchiha Obito again, asking Chinyu, what should we do about this guy? Tsunade's fists were clenched tightly, clearly contemplating attacking him without saying a word. Do as you wish. Chinyu shrugged, appearing indifferent. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, Tsunade couldn't wait any longer and rushed directly towards the counterfeit Uchiha Madara with her fists ready. Damn it! Seeing Tsunade appear right in front of him in the blink of an eye, the fake Uchiha Madara cursed angrily. At that moment, he had no time to defend, and even if he did, could he withstand it? Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang out as the fake Uchiha Madara was sent crashing through the floor by Tsunade's powerful punch. Thud! Tsunade lightly jumped down through the hole created by her punch. Oomph! Looking at the white Zetsu that had turned into a pile of white plants under her fist, Tsunade snorted coldly. At that moment, Chinyu also jumped down from the hole above. He then hugged his head with both hands and headed towards the door. While walking, Chinyu said to Tsunade, I'll go check on Jiraiya. Okay. Tsunade agreed immediately, seeing no reason to stop him. Hee, you too. Just surrender quietly. In a remote area of Konoha, Uchiha Obito, wearing the vortex mask, confronted Naruto, Uzumaki, and Killer Bee alone. Yo, check it out. Dreaming of us surrendering. Killer Bee said in a completely offbeat tone to Uchiha Obito. Bigger than what my uncle said. Our iron fool, Naruto Uzumaki, has matured a lot now. Naruto was holding a kunai in his right hand, wearing a red chakra robe, the cloak of the nine-tailed fox. Behind him were 3 thick red chakra tails swaying casually. Beside him stood Killer Bee, who was similarly dressed in a nine-tailed fox cloak, with 3 red chakra tails swaying behind him as well. Umph. Uchiha Obito coldly snorted at the stubbornness of the two. He decided not to waste any more breath and prepare to get serious. Suddenly, one of his eyes hidden beneath the vortex mask, which had been closed, opened wide. Seeing Uchiha Obito suddenly open one of his closed eyes, Killer Bee was startled. At that moment, he recognized the eye, which was the legendary Rinnegan. The reason Killer Bee could recognize it immediately was simple. This eye caused him serious psychological trauma not long ago when he was beaten up by UchihaQinyu, who possessed this eye during an encounter in the Cloud Village. Now seeing this eye again, how could he not be startled? What? What kind of eye is that? Why does it look like an onion? At that moment, while Killer Bee was shocked, Naruto innocently chimed in. Onion. Killer Bee was taken aback, looking at Naruto beside him with a dazed expression, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Is this guy trying to be funny? Doesn't he recognize it? He's shooting T, right? Uchiha Obito was displeased upon hearing Naruto's words. Summoning technique. At this moment, Uchiha Obito suddenly formed hand seals, and as he completed the seals, a large cloud of white mist suddenly erupted behind him. As the mist dispersed, a white monster with 9 eyes appeared. 7 of its 9 eyes were open, while the remaining 2 were closed. With the appearance of the Outer Path Golem, the 8 tails Gyuki within Killer Bee and the 9 tails Kurama within Naruto suddenly became agitated. What's wrong? Killer Bee immediately noticed Gyuki's abnormality and asked him in the spiritual space. I can sense the presence and power of other-tailed beasts from within that monster. It seems they are trapped inside this monster. What? Killer Bee was startled. Seemingly not quite believing it, Killer Bee asked again, Are you sure? Sure. As long as we tailed beasts are close to each other, we have a kind of indescribable connection, or rather, a sensing. The 8 tails Gyuki stared with its cow-like eyes and continued speaking to Killer Bee. So I'm sure there are other-tailed beasts inside that monster. Jojo. This is a bit of a problem. Karabi didn't forget to drop some rap lines at this moment. Hey, can I ask you to rescue them? Suddenly, the 8 tails Gyuki said seriously to Karabi. Karabi didn't refuse and directly agreed. After all, it was a request from his good partner Gyuki. Meanwhile, inside Naruto Uzumaki, the 9 tails Kurama was also making a similar request to Naruto. However, unlike the 8 tails Gyuki, Kurama's way of speaking and attitude were different, but it must be said that the final result was the same. At this moment, Uchiha Obito controlled the Outer Path Golem behind him and opened the remaining 2 massive eyes. La la la. The moment the 2 eyes opened, 2 enormous chains were instantly shot out from them. The chains seemed to have eyes, accurately heading towards Naruto and Karabi. Naruto, be careful. I feel something strange about these chains. Karabi sensed something unusual the moment he saw the chains and immediately dodged back while warning Naruto. Without Karabi saying anything, Naruto had already retreated the moment the chains appeared. The 2 massive chains missed Naruto, Uzumaki, and Karabi, then automatically retracted. When the 2 chains returned to the massive eyes of the Outer Path Golem, Uchiha Obito, or Uchiha Madara, moved. He extended his right hand and made a grabbing gesture towards Naruto and Karabi from a distance. Not good. Naruto, quickly go full-tailed beast mode. Seeing Obito's action, Karabi seemed to know what technique he was about to use and immediately spoke to Naruto with a tense expression. After saying that, Karabi directly transformed into his full-tailed beast mode. When Naruto heard Karabi's words, he was first taken aback, then immediately followed suit. Although he could be a bit foolish, it couldn't be said that he didn't understand anything. If Naruto didn't understand anything, how could he possibly become Hokage in the original story? Seeing Karabi so nervous and quickly transforming in a full-tailed beast mode, Naruto also didn't lag behind this time. In an instant, 2 enormous monsters appeared. One was a massive red fox with 9 gigantic tails, the 9 tails Kurama. The other was a giant octopus with a bull's head, with 8 tentacles covered in suckers. Shinra Tensei. Just as the 2 of them completed their full-tailed beast transformation, Obito's Rinnegan technique was unleashed. In an instant, a tremendous gravitational force erupted. Centered around Obito, the gravity instantly pulled the fully transformed 8 tails and 9 tails directly towards him. What kind of ability is this? It's terrifying. I feel like I can't break free. Naruto was being drawn towards Obito by this gravitational force. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Kurama immediately explained inside Naruto. La 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 la. At this moment, the Outer Path Golems behind Obito moved again, and 2 thick chains shot out once more. This is really bad. Karabi sighed. Chapter 251. Hit by the trap. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Kurama immediately explained inside Naruto. La 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 la. At this moment, the outer path golem behind Obito moved again, and two thick chains shot out once more. This is really bad. Kurabi sighed. What should we do? Looking at the approaching thick chains, Kurabi felt a bit anxious. However, our protagonist, the foolish Naruto Uzumaki, didn't seem to panic as much. Perhaps that's what they mean by a fool sometimes being able to defy the odds. Naruto immediately manipulated 3 of his 9 foxtails to charge directly at the oncoming thick chains, clearly intending to pull the chains back. Naruto, be careful. Kurabi, seeing Naruto's action, worriedly reminded him. But he had no better options, so he could only follow Naruto's lead and swing his octopus tentacles towards the chains. Just then, next to Obito, a black and white pitcher plant slowly rose from the ground. It was Zetsu. They found us, and they're not far now, Zetsu said, looking at the 2-tailed beasts, the 8-tails Gyuki and the 9-tails Kurama, in front of him. Looking at these 2-tailed beasts, Zetsu's eyes flickered with a hidden desire and excitement. It seemed he had heavy thoughts regarding these two. I didn't expect them to catch up so quickly. Obito frowned, quickly increasing the output of chakra and ocular power within him. But even if they caught up, he wasn't afraid. He just worried about any unexpected variables. Hearing this, Zetsu chuckled and thoughtfully said, "Are you referring to that UchihaQinyu?" Obito felt a bit uneasy in his heart. After all, he had dealt with Chinyu several times, and he knew exactly what kind of opponent he was. In terms of strength, Chinyu is currently unrivaled in the ninja world, and even he would lose in a direct confrontation with him. Obito was quite clear about this. Furthermore, in terms of intellect, this guy was extremely clever. If he weren't smart enough, how could he have repeatedly seen through and disrupted Obito's plans? This showed how sharp his mind was. Of course, this was Obito's perspective. He had no idea about the so-called time travel and other extraordinary matters. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 consecutive collisions rang out as the attacks from the 8-tails Gyuki and the 9-tails Kurama accurately struck the oncoming chains. However, when they thought the massive chains would be knocked away by their tails, they suddenly found themselves firmly bound by the chains. What is this? How could this happen? Naruto was the first to notice the problem and hurriedly tried to break free. But no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. Kurabi was in the same situation. No matter how much he exerted himself, he couldn't break free from the chain's restraints. Due to the gravitational pull of Obito's Shinra Tensei, the 8-tails and 9-tails were already being pulled towards Obito. However, due to their enlarged size and the massive rock surrounding them, their speed of being pulled wasn't very fast, but their movements were restricted. Now, being locked by the outer path golem's chains and subsequently being pulled, their bodies began to accelerate towards the golem. If this continues, it won't be good. Kurabi felt uneasy looking at this terrifying creature, the outer path golem. He always felt that the golem's purpose was not that simple. I also feel something is off. Uncle Kurabi, do you see any way out? Naruto had calmed down, but didn't give up struggling. However, as the 8-tails and 9-tails gradually approached the outer path golem, the 8-tails and 9-tails inside Naruto and Kurabi suddenly began to stir restlessly. What's wrong, Kurama? Feeling the agitation of the tailed beast within him, Naruto immediately inquired. What triggered Kurama? It's not usually like this. I feel that this thing is very evil, and I can sense that it is emanating a will, which is to devour our will. The 9-tails bared its teeth and roared angrily towards the outer path golem. Behind it, the 9 fiery red fox tails were wildly swaying. Similarly, the 8-tails within Killer Bee was also acting just like the 9-tails. The difference was that it was swinging its 8 massive octopus tentacles. Devour, devour. Naruto swallowed hard in shock, clearly finding it hard to believe. After all, he was well aware of the power of tailed beasts, not just in terms of strength, but also in chakra volume and size. However, this strange creature in front of him was actually making the tailed beasts feel uneasy, which was truly hard to believe. No way. Since this thing is so terrifying, we can't approach it, or we'll definitely be devoured. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly seemed to become clever. What to do? Killer Bee was also at a loss. Although he wanted to break free from the chain's restraints, it was clear he couldn't. I don't know. With Killer Bee's question, Naruto was also dumbfounded, completely at a loss. Killer Bee suddenly found Naruto's bewilderment a bit exasperating. However, at that moment, the 8-tails within Killer Bee seemed to come up with a good idea and immediately said to him, "Bee, seize the opportunity to use Tailed Beast Bomb." Right? Tailed Beast Bomb. Killer Bee was instantly filled with joy and quickly said to Naruto, "Naruto, hurry and use Tailed Beast Bomb with me." Tailed Beast Bomb? Naruto was a bit confused. After all, he had only just learned to fully transform into a tailed beast not long ago. So he still didn't know how to perform the tailed beast bomb skill. Give me control of your body. I'll do it. The Nine Tails said to Naruto. Okay. Naruto didn't say much and readily handed over control of his body to the Nine Tails. Chapter 252. Dilemma. Naruto was surprisingly cooperative in handing over control of his body. So the Nine Tails took over quite swiftly and smoothly. Damn it. Let you know the wrath of the tailed beast. The Nine Tails, controlling Naruto's fully tailed beast form, glared at UchihaQinyu in front of him. In an instant, the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails began to perform the tailed beast bomb simultaneously. The two-tailed beasts were drawn towards UchihaQinyu by a powerful gravitational force while being pulled by chains, slowly advancing towards him. During this process, countless small bubbles began to appear around the two beasts. Some are black, some blue, and some white. These small bubbles gradually expanded and began to gather together. Seeing the tailed beast like this, UchihaQinyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "This is the tailed beast bomb?" Tailed beasts are still tailed beasts. Really naive. Obviously, in his view, the tailed beast bomb that these two tailed beasts were about to unleash posed no threat at all. It was like a hunter with a shotgun facing a wolf with a grenade. What good is giving this wolf a grenade if it doesn't know how to use it? Even if this wolf could use the grenade, could it really take out the hunter with it? So, in UchihaQinyu's eyes, he was the hunter, and these two tailed beasts were the wolf. In the face of the hunter, they had only one path, and that was powerlessness. UchihaQinyu wasn't in a hurry. He had already thought of how to face the tailed beast bomb. At that moment, in front of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, they had each gathered and condensed a gigantic black energy sphere. Inside this sphere emanated an enormous chakra power with extremely destructive capabilities. As they got closer to UchihaQinyu, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails turned their beast heads to look at each other. Then, the two massive tailed beasts simultaneously turned their heads back. Their fearsome jaws suddenly opened wide, and in an instant, the two tailed beasts bit down on the gigantic tailed beast chakra in front of them. Tailed beast bomb. Boom. Boom. In almost an instant, two pitch-black energy beams shot straight towards UchihaQinyu and the outer path golem behind him. The black beams were small at the mouths of the beasts, but as they advanced, they gradually expanded. By the time the two beams reached UchihaQinyu, they had grown large enough to completely envelop him and the outer path golem behind him. Just then, the two-tailed beast bombs instantly engulfed UchihaQinyu, crashing directly into the outer path golem. It was expected that the outer path golem would be reduced to dust under the powerful impact of the tailed beast bomb. But just as the tailed beast bomb was about to hit him, it vanished. At the moment the outer path golem disappeared, the chains around the tailed beasts also suddenly vanished. Boom! Boom! The two massive tailed beast bomb beams instantly tore across the sky, directly destroying a relatively small mountain in front of them. Instantly, yellow sand filled the sky and dust covered the sun. The ground trembled violently due to the destruction of the small mountain. Did it work? Killer Bee looked at the silent dust in front of him, somewhat uncertainly asking the Eight Tails. No, not at all. Just as Killer Bee finished asking, the Eight Tails directly replied, sounding unusually calm. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, two massive chains flew out again. The chains came at an incredibly rapid pace, almost too fast to comprehend. The Eight Tails and Nine Tails, being close to the dust, were caught off guard when the chains suddenly reached out, and in an instant they were firmly bound. This time, they weren't just locked by a few tails. They were completely restrained. Now, the Eight Tails and Nine Tails had no way to counterattack, only able to struggle and roar under the chain's constraints. Of course, their struggles and roars were futile, as they were essentially useless. What to do now? What now, Kurama? In the fox space, Naruto was anxiously pacing. The Nine Tails merely roared in response. Meanwhile, in the Eight Tails consciousness space, the Eight Tails seemed to be explaining something to Killer Bee. "Bee, it's not over yet," the Eight Tails suddenly said to Killer Bee seriously. "Oh, do you have another plan?" Killer Bee was now a bit flustered, losing even his usual playful banter. Now, he spoke very seriously. "Yes, I have a plan," the Eight Tails said. "What plan?" Killer Bee excitedly asked the Eight Tails. "In a moment, I will move your physical body to one of my tentacles, while you use the shadow clone technique in your original body." The bold demon spoke seriously to Kurabi. "Then, I will take the opportunity to use the body-severing throwing technique, and you will be saved." What about you?" Kurabi was taken aback at first, then directly asked the Eight Tails. After all these years, the two had collaborated for so long. It would be a lie to say there were no feelings involved. Moreover, from the Eight Tails plan just now, it was all to save himself. As for him, he felt powerless, only able to obediently endure the restraints. I can't break free from this chain, the Eight Tails said to Karabi, but as long as you get out, if that Chinyu guy comes, I will definitely be saved. So the most important thing is for you to get out. Only you can run out and notify someone, then I can be saved. All right, Karabi felt a bit sad, but he also knew that now was not the time for sentimentality. Thus, he did not oppose the Eight Tails plan, because the Eight Tails was right. Only Chinyu could save them now, and that was their only hope. All right, let's get started. The Eight Tails didn't hesitate and immediately began Karabi's escape plan. Chapter 253. Reinforcements arrive. Although the Eight Tails was bound by the chains of the outer path golem, his internal body was not restrained and could move freely. Under the pressure inside the Eight Tails, Karabi, as the Jinchuriki, quietly slipped toward one of the Eight Tails' tentacles. As Karabi moved away from his original position, a clone of Karabi appeared in an instant, replacing his original presence. When Karabi was on the Eight Tails' tentacle, Naruto and the Nine Tails were also performing nearly the same operation. Perhaps the Nine Tails had discussed this with the Eight Tails beforehand, so their actions were surprisingly in sync, just as both were about to complete their preparations and sever the tails. Lightning release, Chidori. With a crack of thunder, a silver light suddenly erupted. Sasuke Uchiha unleashed Chidori, transforming into a silver electric arc that charged toward the two chains of the outer path golem. Although lightning released Chidori had immense destructive power, the outer path golem was no pushover. The chains that could bind the tailed beasts were not ordinary items, clearly something extraordinary. Crack, clang. Chidori struck the chains, and although the lightning release technique was powerful, it caused no damage to the chains. Attack in vain, and having been obstructed, the lightning release stopped, revealing Sasuke Uchiha's figure. Their power is too strong. We can't hold them off for long with White Zetsu. Zetsu said awkwardly to Obito Uchiha beside him. Useless. Obito Uchiha was very dissatisfied with Zetsu's explanation. He was already at a critical moment. Now that he had captured these two tailed beasts, he just needed to wait a moment longer to seal and take them away. But now, it seemed that the duck he had caught was about to fly away. Although it was still in hand, since the Konoha people had arrived, he couldn't guarantee that the guy wouldn't come. If that guy came, how would he take away these two tailed beasts? This wasn't a joke. Now, what to do? Zetsu looked at Sasuke Uchiha and then asked Obito Uchiha, "What should we do?" Obito Uchiha turned to Zetsu and said directly, "You go and block them." Zetsu felt completely deflated. This isn't a joke. Others might not know my combat power, but I am fully aware. I'm just above average in combat power. I can handle fighting with a Jonin, but against an opponent of Kage level, that's absolutely impossible, because fighting against a Kage level opponent, I have no chance of winning at all. Sasuke, attack the monster behind that guy. Just as Sasuke Uchiha's attack was ineffective, Itachi Uchiha's and Jiraiya's figures also appeared. Itachi Uchiha, fire release, great fireball technique. Jiraiya, fire release, flame bullet. Sasuke Uchiha, lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. At Itachi Uchiha's reminder, in an instant, the three executed their ninjutsu in perfect unison. The three ninjutsu were straightforward, heading straight for the outer path golem. A massive fireball, a huge pillar of flame, and a swift lightning release. Three highly offensive ninjutsu charged toward the outer path golem in an instant. Damn it! Obito Uchiha's expression darkened beneath his mask. Watching the three ninjutsu approaching, he raised his palm, facing the incoming attacks from the outer path golem. Shinra Tensei. With a hum, the air trembled, and a tremendous repulsive force suddenly erupted from Obito Uchiha's palm. In an instant, the immense repulsion sent Jiraiya and the others' ninjutsu attacks rebounding back. At the same time, the two-tailed beasts, which were about to be dragged before him, were also instantly pushed away a distance by this repulsive force. Damn it! This is the power of the Rinnegan. Jiraiya recognized the repulsion the moment he felt it. Because he had already seen the Rinnegan's techniques before, he was very familiar with this powerful repulsion. Be careful. The ninjutsu is being reflected back. After reminding, Jiraiya quickly dodged, following Jiraiya's warning. Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha also reacted swiftly and dodged. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed behind Itachi, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. Those were the sounds of their own ninjutsu exploding. In just a short moment, the three had been pushed back a considerable distance by the repulsive force. The repulsion came suddenly and disappeared just as abruptly. Once the repulsion vanished, The three exchanged glances. Jiraiya took this time to say to Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, his ninjutsu has both repulsion and attraction after casting it. There is a brief cooldown period during which he cannot use this ninjutsu again. Now it's time to counterattack. Obito Uchiha's face was also filled with gloom. The arrival of Jiraiya and the others had truly disrupted his plans. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and made a hand sign. Roar as Obito Uchiha's hand sign fell. The 8 tails and 9 tails suddenly began to struggle violently, accompanied by a series of intense roars. At this moment, the Outer Path Golem was using the chains binding the tailed beasts to fully absorb the power from the tailed beasts. As their power was continuously drained, the tailed beasts were extremely furious. At the same time, as their power was being extracted, they were also in immense pain. Therefore, the Outer Path Golem's power extraction was not a simple extraction. It was a direct extraction of the source, the purest internal energy being drawn out. At this moment, as the Jinchuriki, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Killer Bee were also experiencing the same pain within the tailed beasts, because their tailed beast transformation was fundamentally linked together. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to perform such a technique. Move. Jiraiya and the others were not fools. The moment the repulsion vanished, they charged towards the Outer Path Golem again. Zetsu, go and block them. Uchiha Obito directly ordered Zetsu. Chapter 254, Chidori instant/me. Zetsu was somewhat dumbfounded. Damn, I'm just a non-combat ninja. If I had to say, I'm a half-combat, half-support ninja. Yet, you want me a half-combat, half-support ninja to face so many pure combat ninjas? ISNT that just asking me to die. Although he felt immense anger in his heart, Zetsu didn't dare to voice it and could only brace himself to face the situation. He understood that if he didn't listen to Uchiha Obito, he would definitely not have a good outcome. While he might not die, it wouldn't be beneficial for his future plans. Thus, after considering it thoroughly, he had no other choice. Spore technique. Fighting alone was definitely asking for death, and Zetsu was very clear on this point. Therefore, facing such powerful ninjas, the only strategy Zetsu could employ was a sea of people tactic. Suddenly, the black and white pitcher plants on Zetsu's body snapped shut, covering his upper body. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the black and white pitcher plants, which had already closed, suddenly opened again. As the black and white pitcher plants unfolded, small white spores slowly flew out from within. At first, the spores were very tiny, but as they drifted out of Zetsu's body, they suddenly grew larger in the blink of an eye. In no time, these spores had grown to the size of adults. Snap, snap, snap. The spores grew larger and, influenced by gravity, fell to the ground in an instant. Immediately, the spores that landed on the ground began to tremble, as if something was about to emerge from within. Be careful. Jiraiya's vigilance suddenly heightened upon seeing this. After all, as someone who knew the members of the Akatsuki organization, he was quite cautious about their abilities. Coupled with this unfamiliar technique, it would be a joke to say he wasn't on guard. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi also felt a surge of wariness. Although he had been teammates with Zetsu, in his understanding and daily observations, Zetsu was more of an exploratory ninja. Previously, he had never witnessed Zetsu's true combat. Therefore, seeing Zetsu suddenly perform a jutsu made him inevitably cautious. Among those present, it seemed that only Uchiha Sasuke was different. He boldly charged forward without a hint of worry. Lightning release, Chidori. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was reckless. With a crack of thunder, a silvery lightning bolt exploded in his hand. Accompanied by this sound, Uchiha Sasuke shot forward, the sharp and violent lightning released jutsu, acting like a keen blade, slicing toward a nearby spore. Puff! The lightning released Chidori was incredibly sharp, cutting through the spore in an instant. However, just as Uchiha Sasuke was about to slice it in half, he was blocked. Clang! The jutsu was intercepted, causing Uchiha Sasuke to feel a bit displeased. He then saw a white plant-like arm emerging from within the white spore, gripping a kunai to parry his attack. What is this? As Uchiha Sasuke prepared to slash it apart, the white spore suddenly split open in an instant. Crack! The spore's shell fell away, revealing a figure that looked exactly like Zetsu, except this one was entirely white. Swish! 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 The moment the white Zetsu emerged, dozens of kunai appeared around Uchiha Sasuke, shooting towards him. And who is Uchiha Sasuke? He was a member of the Uchiha clan. Although his current strength was at the bottom of the clan, he was not someone that this white Zetsu could easily take down. Moreover, The Uchiha clan specialized in throwing techniques and fire release. Therefore, in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, the dozens of kunai attacks posed no threat at all. He dodged continuously, easily evading the kunai attacks. The kunai missed their targets, embedding themselves in the ground. Sasuke, are you alright? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya finally caught up with Sasuke, watching him being pushed back. Jiraiya asked, I'm fine. Sasuke replied softly, but his gaze was fixed on the dozen or so white zetsus in front of him. These should be Zetsu's spores, similar to the shadow clone technique. But the difference was that these were physical entities and would not disperse upon being attacked. Uchiha Itachi looked at the white zetsus in front of him, activating his Sharingan and observing these entities. However, these beings were not very strong, their strength at the level of ordinary Jonin. It's fine, as long as I cut them all down. The strength of mere Jonin is of no use here. You all don't need to intervene. I can handle it alone. I want them to know how powerful I am. Uchiha Sasuke arrogantly introduced himself to Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, then took out a long sword from his sealing scroll. Sizzle, thunder rumbled, and electric light flickered, the lightning chakra instantly enveloping the entire sword. Uchiha Sasuke gripped the long sword and rushed towards the dozen or so white zetsus without hesitation. Lightning release, Chidori instant slash. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to merge with the long sword in an instant. The sound of thunder and lightning echoing as a series of continuous arcs of light flashed towards the direction of the white zetsus. When Uchiha Sasuke finally stopped in front of the last white zetsu, he realized that the long sword had pierced into the white zetsu's chest. He was now slowly pulling out his sword. Puff! As Uchiha Sasuke withdrew his long sword, all the white zetsus fell to the ground simultaneously. Clearly, these white zetsus were directly defeated by Sasuke's jutsu in one strike. This, Jiraiya couldn't help but click his tongue. Uchiha Sasuke had some impressive skills. As for Uchiha Itachi, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. However, their enemies, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, had dark expressions. Among them, Zetsu's face was the darkest and most unsightly. Internally cursing, damn, how are we supposed to fight now? If I go up, isn't that just delivering food? Chapter 255, Zetsu's Transformation, Zetsu. Uchiha Obito shouted angrily at Zetsu. Clearly, he was extremely furious at this moment. He had originally thought to have Zetsu hold off these people, allowing him to extract the source power from within the tailed beast. Who would have thought that this guy was so useless, unable to withstand even one attack, let alone buy him time? It's really hard to get off the tiger now. Feeling a sense of panic, he glanced back at the furious Uchiha Obito behind him and quickly shifted his gaze back to Uchiha Sasuke and his group in front of him. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke was charging again towards Zetsu and Uchiha Obito. The sound of thunder continued to resonate as Uchiha Sasuke's figure, accompanied by arcs of silver-white lightning, rapidly approached. Zetsu clenched his teeth, and, after a moment of brainstorming, it seemed he made a heavy decision, then lowly shouted, "Damn it, everything is for mother." Before Zetsu could finish his words, his hands began to move rapidly, forming a hand seal. With the completion of this hand seal, Zetsu's black and white pitcher plant suddenly closed together again. At the moment the black and white pitcher plants merged, a massive amount of chakra quickly gathered and took shape around Zetsu. The powerful chakra gathering immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Sasuke, be careful, something is off. The first to notice was Jiraiya. With the Sage mode, was relatively sensitive to external energy, so he detected Zetsu's movements instantly. Indeed, a very strong chakra is gathering rapidly. Uchiha Itachi had been paying attention to Zetsu since the beginning, so he quickly noticed Zetsu's anomaly. Sasuke, be careful. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who seemed completely oblivious, feeling inexplicably worried. No matter how this trash changes, it's still trash. Although Uchiha Sasuke heard Uchiha Itachi's warning, he was already completely caught up in his own world. After a chaotic killing spree against Zetsu, Uchiha Sasuke felt like he was floating, clearly looking down on Zetsu. Why? Simply because he is trash. Thus, Uchiha Sasuke didn't take Uchiha Itachi's warning to heart and charge forward towards Zetsu and Obito, with a long sword infused with lightning chakra in hand. Uchiha Sasuke accurately slashed the unmoving Zetsu. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Uchiha Sasuke's long sword did not cut into Zetsu's body, but instead pressed tightly against it. Buzz! At that moment, Zetsu's black and white pitcher plant slowly began to unfold. As the pitcher plant opened, numerous cracks began to spread across Zetsu's body, centering on the leaves of the plant. Crack, crack. The cracks multiplied until they completely covered his entire body. This, Uchiha Sasuke, was taken aback, his mind in confusion. What's going on? Although his sword hit, it didn't penetrate. Why did his entire body suddenly crack? Despite his confusion, he didn't show it on his face. After all, the title of King of Pressure wasn't given for nothing. Uncertain of the situation didn't mean he would do nothing. Uchiha Sasuke withdrew his long sword, and chakra surged forth from within him, lightning intertwining around the sword. Break for me. The long sword in Uchiha Sasuke's hand emitted a thunderous sound and then slashed towards Zetsu again. This time, when a long sword struck Zetsu's body, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! Zetsu's body suddenly exploded. With the explosion of his body, a completely new Zetsu stood quietly in the place where he had just been, changing from his previous appearance. The white body was now entirely black, and the two black and white pitcher plants were gone. His body was no longer half black and half white, but was covered by wooden armor. Uchiha Sasuke, did you enjoy that cut? Zetsu's voice was low, but it was filled with madness and ferocity. Show off all you want. Let me see how I can cut you in half just like before. When Zetsu exploded, Uchiha Sasuke had already retreated, and now, looking at the changed Zetsu, he felt a mix of alertness and bravado. This guy has become very terrifying. Uchiha Itachi had also come to Sasuke's side. Indeed, the chakra that gathered suddenly disappeared without a trace. Very strange. We need to be cautious. Jiraiya also looked at Zetsu with great vigilance. At this moment, the three of them were filled with wariness and pressure. What else is Zetsu hiding from me? Behind Zetsu, Uchiha Obito was also shocked, clearly unaware of Zetsu's current situation. However, being shocked wouldn't make him slack off in his tasks. He formed another hand seal and accelerated the chakra extraction from the outer path's Geto Mazo. Taking advantage of this opportunity to act quickly was the way to go. Roar! Roar! The roars of the 8 tails and 9 tails, which had previously echoed back and forth, now became loud and frenzied again. The chains binding the Geto Mazo rattled with the madness of the two-tailed beasts. Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, along with Uchiha Sasuke, were shocked, their expressions turning grim. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances, clearly understanding each other's intentions. Earth style, sharp spike. Suddenly, taking advantage of the moment when Uchiha Itachi and the others were distracted, Zetsu launched his ninjutsu. His right hand slammed into the ground, and sharp wooden spikes burst forth, charging straight towards Uchiha Itachi and the others. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya reacted immediately and dodged, while Uchiha Sasuke took the great fireball head-on. The massive fireball surged forward, crashing directly into the wooden spikes on the ground. Chapter 256, Ton Massacre Technique. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the enormous fireball collided with the wooden spikes. The intense flames surged out, instantly destroying, shattering, and burning the sharp wooden spikes. Whoosh! The flames raced along the wooden spikes towards Zetsu. Is that all? Uchiha Sasuke scoffed, clearly dismissing Zetsu. Evidently, after this initial clash of ninjutsu, Sasuke felt he had the upper hand with a great fireball, leading him to underestimate Zetsu. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had dodged Zetsu's wooden spike attack, launched a sudden counterattack. 3 kunai were shot in a triangular formation, aimed astutely at Zetsu. Zetsu snorted coldly, retreating a few steps to evade Jiraiya's kunai ambush. Let me show you my true power. Ton Massacre Technique. Zetsu formed a hand seal, lifted his right foot, and slammed it down onto the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground in front of Zetsu began to tremble slightly, then grew increasingly violent. Bang, bang, bang. The ground soil cracked open, and long, pitch-black wooden thorns, as hard as iron, burst forth. What is this? Would release? But why does it look metallic? Faced with the numerous sturdy wooden thorns, Jiraiya was quite puzzled, as it didn't seem to look like wood. Who cares what it is? Just destroy it. Seeing the wooden thorns coming straight at him, Sasuke was indifferent. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Sasuke threw another great fireball directly at the oncoming wooden thorns. Clash. Not good, this isn't wood, it's metal. While dodging the wooden thorns and testing with Shuriken, Uchiha Itachi suddenly realized as the Shuriken collided with the wooden thorns and warned Jiraiya and Sasuke. What? Jiraiya and Uchiha Sasuke were momentarily stunned. Boom! At that moment, Sasuke's great fireball collided with the wooden thorns. The wooden thorns, as hard as steel, instantly destroyed Sasuke's great fireball and shot straight towards him. Faced with the imminent threat, Sasuke's brain was flooded with cold sweat, and he instinctively activated his Sharingan, directly utilizing Susanoo. Boom! The wooden thorns crashed into Sasuke's Susanoo, causing minor cracks, but failing to break through its defense. The power of these wooden thorns is so great. Jiraiya, witnessing all of this, was also astonished. Although the Susanoo Sasuke activated was in its initial form, its defensive power was still incredibly strong. However, even though it wasn't breached, it had already been damaged, which was quite terrifying. Sasuke, are you okay? After dodging another attack from the wooden thorns, Itachi turned back to ask Sasuke. I'm fine. Uchiha Sasuke instinctively replied, then his face filled with anger. You bastard Zetsu, just wait. Hee. I'll be right here waiting. What do you do to me? Zetsu replied with a sinister smile. Bastard. You better die. Seeing Zetsu's demeanor, Sasuke was consumed by rage, and his whole being ignited with fury. Complete body, Susanoo. In that instant, Sasuke transformed his Sharingan into the Mangekyou Sharingan, unleashing its power. The massive Susanoo was instantly restored to perfect condition and then evolved into a towering giant. Feel my wrath, Zetsu. You will turn to ashes and dust under my power. Sasuke proclaimed grandly to Zetsu on the ground. Itachi, while Sasuke keeps Zetsu occupied, let's take this chance to rescue Naruto, Killer Bee, and the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Taking advantage of the standoff between Zetsu and Sasuke, Jiraiya swiftly moved to Itachi's side. Itachi glanced at Zetsu, then at his younger brother Sasuke, and agreed with Jiraiya's proposal. Let's hurry while we can. As Jiraiya spoke, he dashed towards the direction of the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Uchiha Itachi closely followed behind Jiraiya, heading towards the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Zetsu, block them. Just then, Uchiha Obito, the fake Uchiha Madara, shouted loudly to Zetsu as he noticed Jiraiya and Itachi quietly approaching him. At Obito's shout, Zetsu turned to look at Jiraiya and Itachi. Kill! Zetsu shouted as his hand seals changed again, and with the change, the wooden thorns underground went wild. Countless iron-like wooden thorns broke through the ground, launching a relentless attack on Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Jiraiya. In an instant, the entire area was engulfed in dust and vibrations. Faced with these strange wooden thorns, Jiraiya and Itachi frowned as they responded. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he drew his Susanoo sword. Whoosh! The Susanoo sword, manipulated by Susanoo, flew up and down, chopping through the hard, iron-like wooden thorns with sheer force. Boom! 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 With each strike, the Susanoo sword seemed to transform into an axe specifically for chopping wood, and the wooden thorns were like logs. With every chop, Susanoo's body advanced a little further. Jiraiya and Itachi, seeing this, decided to conserve their energy and stopped running towards the outer path golem, instead following the steps of Sasuke's Susanoo, moving forward slowly. Damn, the power of this Susanoo is truly terrifying. Zetsu's face grew grim at this moment. He had originally thought that with this mutated ninjutsu, he could block these guys and even heavily injure them. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Now, Zetsu could only slow their advance. Madara, I can barely hold on, Zetsu said decisively to Uchiha Obito, who was behind him, also known as Uchiha Madara. It's fine. In response, Uchiha Obito, beneath his mask, revealed a faint smile. Because I have already completed it. Chapter 257, Arrival. It's fine. In response, Uchiha Obito, beneath his mask, revealed a faint smile. Because I have already completed it. Of course, this statement echoed in Uchiha Obito's heart, not something he directly spoke aloud. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, the fake Uchiha Madara, was secretly delighted. Letting Zetsu consume the energy of the Konoha ninjas not only created better escape conditions for him, but also drained Zetsu, who had been hiding beside him for so long. Moreover, if the situation changed in this battle and Zetsu gained the upper hand, he would also be able to take the opportunity to eliminate these Konoha ninjas. This two-pronged approach was truly beneficial for him. Zetsu, hold on a bit longer. It's almost done. Although Uchiha Obito had secretly completed the extraction of the tailed beast chakra, he still maintained the appearance of continuing the extraction. Damn it! Zetsu quickly glanced back at Uchiha Obito, and, as expected, just as Obito said, the extraction of the tailed beast chakra had not yet finished, causing him to curse inwardly. I'll do it. Zetsu, seeing Uchiha Sasuke getting closer, along with Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya following him, felt anxious and panicked. Although Zetsu's strength had increased significantly, it did not prevent him from feeling the same level of panic as before. Ton barrage technique ton explosion. Zetsu's hand seals changed, and his expression transformed. At that moment, he looked resolute, as if he intended to perish along with his enemies. Seeing Zetsu like this, Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, who had been protected behind, were filled with confusion. What is wrong with Zetsu? Is he planning something bad? However, before they could think it through, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been advancing with confidence, suddenly seemed to be acting strangely. The thorns released by Zetsu's ninjutsu, thorn barrage technique, began to go wild in an unpredictable manner. The thorny group either twisted into a large mass or remained as scattered individual thorns, wreaking havoc around themselves. Boom! 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 At that moment, a series of explosions suddenly erupted and a powerful shockwave swept through. It turned out that these explosions were caused by Zetsu's jutsu. The many thorns suddenly exploded without warning, seemingly chaotic in nature. Although the explosions were sudden, their power was considerable. Not only did they force Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo to retreat repeatedly, but even Uchiha Itachi and Jiraiya, who were under the protection of Susanoo, were also caught in the blasts. Looking disheveled and hurriedly retreating, the battlefield was now shrouded in a thick cloud of smoke. Whoosh! Just as the smoke enveloped the area, a voice of complaint suddenly rang out. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this? It's like a smog. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone present changed. They clearly recognized who the owner of the voice was. Zetsu's face was filled with fear, while Uchiha Obito's face was dark with displeasure. In contrast, Jiraiya looked very pleased. As for our proud Uchiha Sasuke, he was quite unhappy. After all, he was in the middle of showing off, and just when he was enjoying it, an unexpected mishap occurred. But why did he have to show up at this precise moment? Sasuke secretly suspected that he had come specifically to see him make a fool of himself. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Whoosh. 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 As the words fell, a powerful gust of wind suddenly erupted. The strong wind happened to blow towards Sasuke, who was hidden in the smog. Of course, this was not intentional on Qinyu's part. It was all an accident. He had just arrived using space-time ninjutsu and found himself surrounded by a gray haze, making it impossible to see anything. Because he couldn't see, he had no direction and was unaware that he was blowing the dust and mist towards Sasuke. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. After all, even if Sasuke knew, he wouldn't dare to complain. If he did, Qinyuu wouldn't mind having a direct conversation with Sasuke. Under the powerful gust of wind from Qinyu's great breakthrough, the swirling dust and haze were blown away in an instant, leaving a clear space around him. Qinyuu looked at the clean surroundings and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Chuckling, now that's more like it. Why create so much smog? It feels much better to see things clearly. Qinyuu. Seeing Qinyu's figure fully revealed, Uchiha Obito at the back couldn't help but grit his teeth and shout. Clearly, he still held a grudge against Qinyuu for their past encounters. As for Zetsu, upon Qinyu's appearance, he immediately ran to Obito's side. What do we do now? Zetsu asked, looking at Qinyuu with a serious expression, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. It's fine. Everything is already done. Although Uchiha Obito hated Qinyuu, he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't harm Qinyuu at all. It's done. Zetsu's eyes and face were filled with excitement upon hearing this. Qinyuu, we meet again. Uchiha Obito looked at Qinyuu as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Although it was a greeting, there was a biting tone behind it. Oh, it's you. Qinyuu glanced at Uchiha Obito, who had one Sharingan and one Rinnegan, and smirked. I wonder if you'll run away like last time? What the hell? Is that how you talk? While it was true, there was no need to bring up someone else's embarrassing history like that. Uchiha Obito was almost livid. Chapter 258, The Duo That Decided to Escape. What the hell? Is that how you talk? While it was true, there was no need to bring up someone else's embarrassing history like that. Uchiha Obito was almost livid. Although Uchiha Obito was furious at Qinyu's words, he remained rational and did not act impulsively. In truth, it all boiled down to one word: survival. Oomph. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly at Qinyuu, then shamelessly declared, Qinyuu, just wait. It won't be long before you regret what you've done. When that time comes, you'll know what it's like to be humiliated. Uchiha Obito stood there, looking at Qinyuu, his voice filled with excitement and madness. After all this talk, if you have the guts, don't run away. Qinyuu looked at the arrogant Uchiha Obito, shrugged, and revealed the truth. It turned out that the moment Qinyuu had appeared, the villain Uchiha Obito had already been frightened. So, In that instant, Uchiha Obito quietly activated his unique space-time ninjutsu. After using this ninjutsu, although Uchiha Obito remained in place, he was actually no longer in this world. He was hiding in the space-time dimension. Because of this, he had the audacity to act so arrogant. He was confident that Kinyu couldn't do anything to him since he had already entered the space-time dimension. But was that really the case? Not at all. Kinyu could use the Flying Thunder God technique, which was also a space-time ninjutsu, so he could attack enemies in the space-time dimension. And since he could attack Uchiha Obito, it meant he could catch him as well. However, Kinyu wasn't particularly eager to catch Uchiha Obito so quickly. He wanted to wait for Obito to start the Fourth Ninja World War. He wanted to wait for Obito to release the seal on Kagaya Otsutsuki, because at this moment, Kinyu, based on his strength, was already invincible. One could say there were no enemies left in the entire ninja world. Thus, Kinyu was feeling a bit bored. To alleviate his boredom, he decided to let this guy go for now. Of course, passing the time was one thing. It was also to resolve the lurking crisis in the ninja world. After all, Uchiha Obito had already extracted the chakra of the 8 tails and 9 tails, which was enough to awaken the 10 tails. And Naruto and Killer Bee still had a breath left. Their lives weren't in serious danger. At least, that was just Chinyu's opinion. Others didn't think so. So, to let Uchiha Obito go for now, Kinyu had no choice but to pretend that he was helpless against him. This was not only to allow Obito to escape, but also to avoid drawing attention to the fact that he was letting go of a major threat to the ninja world. Although he wasn't afraid of such things, if it really happened, dealing with it would still be exhausting. You know, Uchiha Obito, who was originally going crazy, was taken aback when he heard Kinyu say this. He never expected that his state would be seen through by Kinyu at a glance. This joke is so cold. Kinyu helplessly continued to pretend. Just then, Kinyu, quickly catch this guy. Naruto, Killer Bee, and the 8 tails and 9 tails are all in this guy's hands. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Naruto's dangerous situation and yelled at Kinyu. Upon hearing Jiraiya shout, Kinyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, just as he was thinking about how to let Uchiha Obito and Zetsu escape. He never expected these two guys to be so perceptive. At the moment Jiraiya said this, the two exchanged glances. Immediately, they threw Naruto and Killer Bee to the ground and used Uchiha Obito's space-time ninjutsu to make a quick escape. The coordination of their actions was perfect. Seeing them run away so fast, Kinyu felt a hint of sweat in his heart. Is it really that bad? Am I that scary? Kinyu looked at Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, who had disappeared without a trace, and twitched his mouth as he asked Jiraiya, "Do you think we should chase?" Jiraiya opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Chase? What the hell to chase? These two are definitely members of the Akatsuki organization. Why are they so timid? Novel recommendation. 17K Novel Network exclusive launch Universal Ranch, starting with a giant dragon. Actually, it couldn't be blamed that the two ran away so quickly. The main reason was that they had psychological shadows. Moreover, Uchiha Obito wanted to be cautious, since he had already obtained the power of all the tail beasts. He was about to awaken the 10 tails. Once he awakened the 10 tails and sealed it into his body, he would become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, making him invincible. Right now, he was not Chinyu's opponent. If they fought and something unexpected happened, wouldn't the hard-earned power be lost? This kind of cost was something Uchiha Obito couldn't afford, and it was also something he didn't want to bear. As for Zetsu, it was even simpler. Since the power was already obtained, he should quickly escape. Then he needed to help Obito merge this power so that he could catch Obito's hand and release Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was sealed on the moon. As long as he released Kagaya Otsutsuki with her divine power, who in this world could stop her? By that time, he would be completely safe, and he could also tell her about his past hatred and let her take revenge for him. So, under these factors, the two of them left in perfect tacit understanding. Looking at Jiraiya's awkwardness, Kinyu found an excuse to divert attention from the embarrassing situation earlier. Oh, right. Jiraiya instantly reacted, clearly understanding Chinyu's meaning. Immediately, Jiraiya hurried to Naruto and Killer Bee's side. He checked the two lying on the ground like corpses and found that they were still alive. However, they were clearly in a state of low breath and appeared to be on the verge of death. No, they were about to die. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke remained calm, while Kinyu wore a nonchalant expression. Chapter 259, Preparing for Battle. Ninja Alliance form. No, they are about to die. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke remained calm, while Kinyu wore a nonchalant expression. The reason why Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi were so calm can be traced back to Kinyu. With such a powerful boss around, Was there really any need to worry about these two dying? Just to clarify, what is space-time ninjutsu? And what is the flying thunder god technique? If these two really couldn't make it, Chin could just use space-time ninjutsu. It wasn't a big deal. As long as they returned to the village with Tsunade, who is known as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, there was no need to worry about not being able to save these two. So, there was absolutely no need to worry right now. In a certain underground secret room, with a buzzing sound, a 5-star spatial chi lien suddenly burst open. An masked figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. "You're here?" The white snake medicine master, who was tinkering with some bottles, greeted coldly. "How are the preparations going?" UchihaQinyu directly asked. Upon hearing this, the medicine master pointed to several coffins nearby and said, "They're in those." Seeing this, UchihaQinyu did not say a word and immediately went over to check. "But I'm very curious. Since you are Uchiha Madara, why can I still find another Uchiha Madara's corpse?" The medicine master put down the medicine bottle in his hand, looking curiously at the silent Uchiha Obito, who was actually this fake Uchiha Madara. "What do you want to say?" Uchiha Obito said calmly. His completely different eyes stared tightly at the medicine master, seemingly indicating that if he said something inappropriate, he might be killed. "Hee hee. It seems you noticed the malice hidden in my gaze." The medicine master suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. Curiosity can be deadly." Uchiha Obito also withdrew his gaze, coldly saying, All right. The medicine master smiled, shook his head, and continued to tinker with the medicine bottles beside him, saying, "Then I won't be curious. You should understand best that everything you have now is what we help you obtain, so you'd better be honest." After saying that, Uchiha Obito did not wait for the medicine master's response and immediately activated space-time ninjutsu to prepare to leave. Just as he was about to disappear, Obito left a few words for the medicine master. Or rather, it should be an arrangement. The body of Uchiha Madara is to be sealed and will not participate in the Edo Tensei plan. Everything else proceeds as usual. The plan will take place 3 days later. After a while, when the world was silent with only the voice of the medicine master remaining, he walked to Uchiha Madara's corpse with a medicine jar, looking at Madara's corpse and smiling. "You are not even included in his plan, and he doesn't want you to come back to life. It seems there are some secrets between you two. I really want to know." The medicine master felt a bit regretful, yet also looked forward to the day 3 days later. The new base of the Akatsuki organization. Madara. Zetsu looked at the suddenly appearing Uchiha Madara. His previously weak face now turned respectful. "How is the production of the army going?" Uchiha Madara asked lightly. "In order to achieve victory in this war, I accelerated the production of the army, and now the number of troops has reached 300,000. A full 50% more than the previously estimated 200,000. Good." Uchiha Madara was pleased. It seemed that Zetsu had become more reliable since returning. 3 days from now, the White Zetsu army will mobilize and the Fourth Great Ninja War will commence. After saying that, Uchiha Madara excitedly left. After Uchiha Madara left, Black Zetsu began to laugh darkly. "Mother, just wait a little longer. 3 days, just 3 more days. 3 days later, you'll be resurrected. Just wait a bit longer." Compared to Uchiha Madara's excitement, Ju felt even more thrilled inside. When Uchiha Madara declared war on the 5 great nations simultaneously, the other nations began to exchange intelligence. It turned out that Uchiha Madara was not joking. The Fourth Great Ninja War would truly be ignited by his hands. Immediately, the 5 great nations started a simple remote video conference. Hokage's office. "Everyone, facing the Fourth Ninja World War initiated by Uchiha Madara, what countermeasures do you have?" The Tsuchikage. Inoki asked heavily. "Whilst to ask, just smash that guy." The Fourth Raikage, bluntly said. "Hee, you alone want to smash Uchiha Madara? Or his 200,000 army?" The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, teased with a smile. "You." The Fourth Raikage, was instantly speechless. "All right, what time is it?" Tsunade, with a fiery temper, shouted loudly as she saw another conflict about to arise. "I think the 5 great ninja villages should unite. Only by joining forces do we have the strength to contend with Uchiha Madara and his 200,000 army." Gaara, the Kazekage, suddenly spoke up. "The Kazekage is right." Tsunade fully agreed with Gaara's proposal and continued. "I propose that we temporarily form a wartime alliance among the 5 great ninja villages, set aside past grievances, and face this terrifying enemy together." The Sand Village agrees. Gaara said. The Mist Village also agrees. Terumi Mei added. "No joke, my man is in Konoha. Even if war breaks out, he will still help me. So I decisively agree. Nothing more to say." After pondering for a while, the fourth Raikage, also agreed. I too agree. There's no choice. The fourth Raikage had to agree. Although Terumi may have spoken somewhat out of anger, it was still the truth. Since it was a fact, he really had no other options. Seeing that the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages had agreed to temporarily ally, that Sasuke, Inoki, who was the only one remaining silent, also had to agree. After all, it was a matter of the ninja world's crisis. Moreover, his Tsuchi village was also one of the targets of the declaration of war, so unification was the only feasible method. Well then, I announce. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Tsunade announced to everyone, the Ninja Alliance is now established. Next, let us discuss who will be the overall commander of the alliance and the composition of the Ninja Coalition, as well as the strategies we should adopt against Uchiha Madara and his army. Chapter 260. War begins after the establishment of the Ninja Coalition. It was decided that the coalition headquarters would be located in the Konoha Ninja Village, between the 5 great ninja villages. Aside from the minimum defensive forces remaining in each village, all others were dispatched to the Konoha Ninja Village. The number of ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages who can directly participate in the war has reached 100,000. Among them, Chunin are the backbone, while Jonin are the high-end combat power. As for some elite Jonin, they're all concentrated together. If any problems arise, these elite Jonin will be dispatched to handle or support. 3 days passed quietly during the joint operations of the major ninja villages. On the 3rd day, in the early morning, Ju ordered the entire army of White Zetsu to mobilize. Destination: Konoha Ninja Village. Uchiha Obito stood on a tree, looking at the dense army of White Zetsu below, and said to Ju standing beside him, "Yes, Lord Madara." White Zetsu respectfully replied to Uchiha Madara, "The entire army. Move out." With a loud shout from White Zetsu, the densely packed army of White Zetsu began to march out in a grand manner. Such a huge commotion early in the morning was immediately discovered by the ninjas of the Ninja Coalition. When the ninjas noticed the situation, they immediately reported it to the headquarters of the Ninja Alliance. At this time, at the headquarters of the Ninja Coalition, the army of White Zetsu led by Uchiha Madara has already set out. What are your thoughts? Tsunade, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at the other 4 Kages. What else to think? To send a large army over to annihilate them. The hot-tempered 4th Raikage immediately suggested a direct confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Lord Raikage, temper down. Terumi May glanced at him and said lightly, "The enemy's White Zetsu army has 200,000, while our Ninja Coalition only has 100,000. Annihilating them sounds easy. All right, let's think about how to deal with the imminent threat." Gaara interjected to steer the conversation. "I think we can send multiple teams to gradually divide the White Zetsu army. Only by splitting the battlefield into multiple areas can their numerical advantage be reduced." Just then, Naruto, standing behind Hokage Tsunade, spoke up, "Cutting the enemy into several parts for smaller-scale battles is a viable strategy. Once our forces achieve victory in a particular battlefield, they can promptly support nearby battles. Of course, if unfavorable situations arise, it also makes it easier for others on different battlefields to come to the rescue. Compared to a direct, large-scale army clash, smaller-scale conflicts might actually hold more advantages." Listening to Naruto's plan, all the Kages present fell into silence. Subsequently, as Hokage, Tsunade was the first to vote. "I support this plan. After all, our ninja coalition's numbers cannot compare to the enemy's, so this method might be the only feasible one. I also agree with this plan. Ninja battles should be about individuals or small teams. Only in such situations can they unleash their true power." Gaara also agreed. "Once we really enter a densely populated melee, our ninjas will instead feel restrained. You young one have quite a perspective. No wonder you were chosen as the Kazekage." Inoki chuckled, teasing Gaara. "I have no objections. This plan seems good to me." Inoki agreed. "If the old man says it's fine, then there is nothing to worry about." Terumi May cleverly waited until most people were on board before speaking up. "Oomph." The 4th Raikage, let out a cold snort, clearly displeased. However, being displeased didn't mean he opposed Naruto's response plan. Although the 4th Raikage was hot-tempered, he was no fool to sit in the position of Raikage. Moreover, the Cloud Village had always been a strong ninja village, filled with enthusiasm for battle, so they understood quite a bit about such matters. Thus, when the 4th Raikage heard this plan, he realized that it was indeed the most suitable strategy for the current ninja coalition. "I have no objections either." Seeing the other 4 Kages looking at him, The fourth Raikage rarely held back his anger and instead agreed calmly. All right, it's settled then, Tsunade announced to everyone. From now on, the ninja actions of the Ninja Coalition will be coordinated by Nara Shikaku. The Ninja Coalition will enter a counterattack state immediately. With the issuance of various orders, Nara Shikaku became the commander of the Ninja Coalition. Under his command, the Ninja Coalition began to split into many small teams and set off. Their only goal was to divide and eliminate the White Zetsu army. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. At the entrance of UchihaQinyu's home, Lord Qinyu, the 5 Kages request your presence to attend a meeting together. The members of the Root organization stood at the entrance of the UchihaQinyu's house, directly shouting towards the room. Having been there many times, he was experienced. For Qinyu, this was the only way to request his presence. Otherwise, one might wait until dark without anyone coming out to respond. Sure enough, as soon as the Root ninja finished speaking, the door of Qinyu's house opened. UchihaQinyu walked out with an unhappy expression. After glaring angrily at the Root ninja, he turned and used a space-time ninjutsu to leave. The Root ninja, seeing this, could only smile bitterly, appearing somewhat indifferent. As long as the mission was accomplished, everything else was irrelevant. Suddenly, there was a wave of energy in space, and Qinyu's figure appeared in the office of the 5 Kages. After a brief glance, Qinyu spotted Terumi Mei, ignoring the gazes of others. He cheerfully walked over to her. "Humph, you little man, you finally decided to come out," Terumi Mei said, pouting and pretending to be a little woman upon seeing Qinyu's smiling face. It's nothing, just some family matters," Qinyu awkwardly explained. Then, as if nothing had happened, he sat down next to Terumi Mei, wrapping his right arm around her waist in front of everyone. That bastard. Tsunade, seeing Qinyu like this, gritted her teeth in anger. As for Terumi Mei, her face turned red, and she said nothing. The other 3 Kages had different reactions. The Wind Shadow was indifferent. After all, his sister had already been taken away by him, and that relationship couldn't be changed. The Lightning Shadow felt quite displeased, but he didn't dare to show it, knowing he couldn't match Qinyu. The Earth Shadow, Inoki, looked on curiously at the young man, UchihaQinyu, whom he had only heard of but had never met before. Chapter 261, gradually unveiling. After all, this was their first meeting, and seeing Qinyu's entrance had even left the hot-tempered 4th Raikage speechless. Not only did he not reprimand Qinyu for his behavior, but he also remained silent, as if he hadn't seen anything. This showed that Qinyu was definitely not as simple as he appeared. As for his strength, there was no need to ask. He was undoubtedly powerful. Among the 5 Kages present, the 4th Raikage had been beaten, the new Wind Shadow had been beaten, and the Water Shadow had had an intimate encounter. As for the Hokage of Konoha, although the specifics weren't known, there had been rumors that he was supposed to be the previous Hokage, but he had refused to take on the role. Therefore, there must have been some unknown matters between him and the Hokage. In this situation, Inoki, as the Earth Shadow of the Rock Village and someone who valued his reputation, naturally wouldn't want to create trouble for no reason. Otherwise, if he were beaten by Qinyu, his reputation would be ruined. Qinyu noticed that everyone in the room was quiet and began to feel bored. With so many people present, he couldn't even find a chance to have a deep conversation with Terumi Mei about their life aspirations. However, he didn't want to directly tell them to leave, claiming he wanted to study the origins of humanity with the Water Shadow. The other Kages didn't mind, but their Hokage was right there, which made things a bit troublesome. Feeling frustrated as he looked at the suddenly quiet office, Qinyu spoke up. "Aren't we supposed to be discussing? Then why aren't you discussing?" Everyone's faces were filled with question marks. What the hell discussing? Were you just now? You came out after we settled the issue and finalized the plan, and now you're telling us to discuss? What happened to your face? Did you forget to bring it out with you? The 4th Raikage, opened his mouth several times to speak, but couldn't get the words out. His face turned red from holding back his anger, feeling quite aggrieved. Meanwhile, Tsunade, as the Hokage, had a gloomy expression, her brows twitching restlessly. Clearly, she wanted to go up and beat Qinyu to death, but for the sake of Konoha's reputation, she could only bear it. The army of Uchiha Madara has already started moving, and we have dispatched the corresponding ninja alliance to eliminate the enemy. Tsunade, who held a relatively high voice in the ninja alliance, gritted her teeth and briefly explained the situation to Qinyu. "Oh, he's made his move?" Qinyu said, finally showing some interest. He then looked at the others and said lightly, "But are you all just sending out the ninja alliance and not planning to take action yourselves? I'm not interested in these scum. This time, I must beat Uchiha Madara to death." The hot-tempered 4th Raikage yelled angrily, clearly furious with Madara. The reason being, During Madara's declaration of war on the Cloud Village last time, he had been so arrogant, disregarding the Cloud Village and even the Reikage. After being so arrogant, Madara casually retreated in front of everyone in the Cloud Village. This was a humiliation for the Cloud Village, and both the village and the Reikage were extremely angry with Madara. Hee. Kinyu sneered, then said, "For this war, Uchiha Madara has been planning for many years. Do you think such an old fox would only have a ninja alliance as his chess piece? You're too Navi. The rest of you Kages are also too Navi." What do you mean? Tsunade's expression became serious upon hearing this. From Chinyu's words, she could easily grasp the underlying reasoning. Moreover, it seemed that Kinyu knew about some preparations on Madara's part. "Little girl, do you know something?" Inoki couldn't help but ask eagerly, wanting to know what other schemes Madara had. After all, the Ninja Alliance was currently the strongest ninja force. And if even such a force couldn't handle Uchiha Madara, the consequences would be dire. Although this old man valued his reputation, he was still quite perceptive. "I only know that this guy should have contacted Orochimaru." Kinyu glanced at everyone and continued to make guesses about the situation. As for why he would contact Orochimaru, perhaps the people present might not think much of it. Just as Kinyu said, upon hearing that Uchiha Madara had contacted Orochimaru, the Reikage, Earth Shadow, and Water Shadow all showed disdain. After all, they were Kages, while Orochimaru's strength was well known. Therefore, his appearance wouldn't attract their attention. However, Tsunade, who had been one of the legendary Sannin, didn't think so and instead felt that there was more to the story. But no matter how she speculated, she couldn't figure out what Uchiha Madara had done after contacting Orochimaru. It's normal for you to look down on Orochimaru, given his strength. However, because of your disdain, he might become a significant obstacle for you. What do you mean? Gaara asked, confused. Have you heard of a forbidden jutsu? A jutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei. Upon hearing the name of this jutsu, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Shocked, she stood up abruptly. Seeing her reaction, everyone was a bit puzzled. After all, the forbidden jutsu of the impure world reincarnation is a highly secret technique of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even within the village, there are not many who are aware of it, let alone those from other villages. What kind of forbidden jutsu is this impure world reincarnation that could frighten you so much? The fourth Reikage, asked with a frown. However, Tsunade did not answer him immediately. Kumin. With Tsunade's words, a root ninja walked in from outside the door. Immediately go, check the burial sites of the Hokage, and see if there are any abnormalities, then report back in a timely manner. The root ninja said nothing and quietly retreated. The others were left in a fog. As for the Kazekage Gaara, he knew a bit about the impure world reincarnation, but he did not fully understand it. Moreover, since this is a forbidden jutsu of the Leaf Village, it wouldn't be good for him to speak about it. Since you all want to know what kind of forbidden jutsu the impure world reincarnation is, I will tell you. The impure world reincarnation is a technique that brings the dead back to life by sacrificing a life, summoning them from the underworld. The resurrected ninja not only retains their strength from life, but is also controlled by the summoner, obeying any commands given. Chapter 262, Clash of the Higher UPS. The impure world reincarnation is a technique that brings the dead back to life by sacrificing a life, summoning them from the underworld. The resurrected ninja not only retains their strength from life, but is also controlled by the summoner, obeying any commands given. Nanny? Upon hearing Tsunade's explanation of this forbidden jutsu, the shadows present could no longer hold their composure. Just a moment ago, they had been calm and collected, but now their expressions changed completely. Each person's face became serious, shocked, incredulous, and fearful. The common sentiment among them was that their previous disdain for Orochimaru had vanished, replaced by caution and even seriousness. Soon after, the other shadows from various ninja villages instructed their subordinates to send messages back to their villages to check for any abnormalities in the tombs of past Kage. Time passed quietly. The ninjas sent by each village returned. Report to Lord Hokage. The first, second, and fourth Kage's tombs appear to have been dug up. Report to Lord Mizukage. The fourth Kage's tomb appears to have been dug up. Report to Lord Kazekage. The body of the previous Kazekage is missing. Report to Lord Reikage. There is a problem with the previous Reikage's tomb. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, the faces of the shadow-level powerhouses in attendance shifted from initial anger to a gradually growing heaviness. In the end, everyone's expressions turned somber. Of course, Kinyu remained unfazed as usual. It's fine. Looking at Meiterumi's worried expression, Kinyu gently patted her back and said, Meiterumi nodded, indicating she understood. Yet, she still did not truly feel reassured. Chinyu could do nothing about that. So what does this mean? What you will face next should be your ancestors. For all of you, do you have confidence in yourselves? More accurately, do you have confidence in your strength? Do you have the ability to deal with these deceased individuals? Although Chinyu's words were not loud, they rang exceptionally clear in everyone's ears. Yes, regarding their ancestor strength, that is well known. Everyone was very clear about it in their hearts. Among all those present, perhaps only the fourth Raikage had a chance of winning against the previous third Raikage. The other shadow-level powerhouses likely had little hope against these ancestors, especially the Leaf Village, especially Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, was acutely aware of her grandfather's formidable strength. After all, their power was recognized throughout the ninja world, not just within the village. Report. According to the Reconnaissance Ninja's report, Uchiha Madara has appeared. Suddenly, a Leaf Ninja rushed out to report to everyone present. He has appeared. Where is he now? The fourth Raikage, asked anxiously as he stood up. Uchiha Madara has appeared outside the hidden Leaf Village. The ninja reported truthfully. What? Tsunade was taken aback. Uchiha Madara was incredibly bold. With both sides on the brink of battle, he dared to come to the hidden Leaf Village alone. Wasn't that asking for death? Is he alone? Inoki inquired. No. He has a mysterious person with him. The ninja said. What kind of person? Tsunade then reacted and asked, what does this mysterious person look like? I don't know. The other party is wearing a cloak, so I can't see their appearance. It seems it should be Orochimaru. After thinking for a moment, Tsunade speculated. Everyone fell silent. Never mind. Even if it's Orochimaru, it's the first thing I will do when I go out. Beat this guy to death. As long as this guy is dead, he shouldn't be able to use jutsu anymore. Although the fourth Raikage's words were somewhat rough, they were not without reason. One could even say that what he said was a good plan. The other shadows nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone so confident, Chinyu couldn't help but curl his lip. He really didn't want to dampen their spirits. Just you people, where do you get the confidence to deal with Uchiha Madara? Are you getting carried away? Or is his blade dull? Thus, a group of people left the office in a grand manner, heading towards Uchiha Madara's direction. They should be coming soon. Beside Uchiha Madara, the figure under the cloak, Obito, asked excitedly. They are already on their way. Be prepared. Uchiha Madara replied calmly. I've been ready for a long time. Obito excitedly said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. They're here. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's tone became slightly more serious. With his words, dozens of figures emerged from the hidden Leaf Village, heading straight for Uchiha Madara. For these people, Uchiha Madara simply ignored them. His gaze was fixed on one person. A very young man, UchihaQinyu. Swoosh. As soon as he appeared, the fourth Raikage immediately activated the chakra within his body without saying a word. Lightning release. Lightning flash. Silver-white lightning burst forth from the fourth Raikage, flashing and surging. As the lightning appeared, the fourth Raikage immediately propelled himself towards a figure under the cloak. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort, then extended his palm, facing the fourth Raikage. Seeing this familiar motion, the fourth Raikage suddenly had a bad premonition. Shinra Tensei. Sure enough, in that instant, a tremendous repulsive force suddenly erupted. The powerful repulsion directly sent the fourth Raikage flying back. The force of this power caused the fourth Raikage to be propelled back even faster and with greater force. Damn! How could he have such power? The fourth Raikage was flying backward in shock, unable to find the words. After all, the use of this jutsu required the Rinnegan. Just then, he suddenly thought of something and looked intently at Uchiha Madara's eyes. In an instant, the fourth Raikage was stunned. He saw that one of Uchiha Madara's eyes was a Sharingan, while the other was actually a Rinnegan. He has the Rinnegan! The fourth Raikage shouted loudly to everyone. Chapter 263. Uchiha Obito exposed what? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They all turned to look at Uchiha Madara's eyes. And sure enough, it was indeed the Rinnegan. Cough, cough. At that moment, Chinyu suddenly awkwardly coughed and said, we discovered this when we rescued Naruto and fought him last time. So many things happened afterward that I forgot to mention it. Upon hearing this, everyone present twitched their cheeks. They wanted to curse, but since it was Chinyu, they could only hold it in. After all, with a great enemy before them, dealing with the enemy was the primary objective. Everything else could wait until after the battle. However, just then, speaking of Uchiha Madara, are you not planning to reveal your true identity at this point? Chinyu pressed down with both hands, calming the crowd who were about to move forward, and said to Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, everyone frowned slightly. Chinyu's words puzzled them. What does he mean? Isn't Uchiha Madara his identity? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, it was his opponent who doubted his identity. Once he said this, everyone was truly dumbfounded. What the hell? This Uchiha Madara is fake? Everyone had been deceived by him for so long? Then who the hell are you? At this moment, everyone became intensely interested in Uchiha Madara's identity. Since you guessed that I'm not Uchiha Madara, why not take a guess at who I really am? So, Chinyu, can you guess? Uchiha Madara smiled darkly, appearing quite pleased. After all, it was nice to challenge Chinyu once, even if it was just through words. However, as a transmigrator, would Chinyu not know Uchiha Madara's true identity? Clearly not. Chinyu was very clear about Uchiha Madara's background. He suddenly smiled slightly and said to Uchiha Madara, "Are you sure you want to help me say it?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's smile immediately faded. He quietly looked at Chinyu, wanting to know if Chinyu could indeed reveal his identity. Chinyu restrained his tone, building suspense before finally saying, "You are none other than the dead ninja of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi's childhood teammate. Uchiha Obito, right? I shouldn't be wrong, right?" "Obito," Chinyu said firmly. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Obito directly applauded, evidently agreeing with what Chinyu had said, indirectly acknowledging his identity as Uchiha Obito. "Chinyu, you are indeed impressive," Uchiha Obito said slowly. After saying this, he extended his right hand in front of him, gently pinching the spiral mask on his face. Immediately after, the mask was directly removed by Uchiha Obito. The face beneath the mask finally revealed itself to the world. It was a very strange face, with the right eye's Sharingan at the center, and the muscles on the face appeared spiral-shaped. The skin on his face was extremely dry, but very pale. Tsunade, seeing the condition of this face, gasped, "You actually transplanted the first Hokage's cells." "That's right. I transplanted the first Hokage's cells. Only then could I live until now." Uchiha Obito did not deny it, but rather admitted it openly. "Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the first Hokage's cells?" Tsunade asked. Uchiha Obito did not respond to him, but instead curiously asked Chinyu, "I really want to know how you recognize my identity. Are you that curious?" Chinyu said with interest, "Yes, I'm indeed very curious. Over the years, no one has been able to recognize me. Even Zetsu, who has been by Madara's side for many years, did not discover that I was the fake Uchiha Madara. Yet you not only found out, but also uncover my true identity. So, I'm really curious. Since you asked, let me generously tell you." Chinyu suddenly recalled a classic quote and directly borrowed it. However, as soon as the sentence was spoken, a wave of Chinibyu feeling hit everyone present. Although everyone felt a bit awkward, they didn't say much. They were also curious about how Chinyu knew this secret about Uchiha Obito. "First of all, you, as the impersonator of Uchiha Madara, are really incompetent. Don't you know that Uchiha Madara has a very classic line? But I have never heard you say that classic line even once." "What line?" Uchiha Obito frowned and asked. "Do you want to dance?" Chinyu said dramatically in a Chinibyu manner. In an instant, everyone was left speechless. "All right, besides that, there are other issues. First, your guts are too small. Uchiha Madara is known as the Shura of the ninja world. He fights head-on. How could he run away? Also, you claim to be Uchiha Madara. But where are your Sharingan techniques? Where is your Susanoo? Don't tell me Uchiha Madara can't use Susanoo. Since you appeared, have you ever used Susanoo? No, right? Also, your personality and temperament are completely different. Uchiha Madara is an extremely arrogant person, both in words and actions. Every word he says, every action he takes is boastful. He always looks down on everyone. But what about you? Just think about it. As his impersonator, which of his conditions do you meet? It seems you don't meet any." Chinyu spoke passionately, integrating his previous life's memories, and then conducted a detailed analysis based on Uchiha Obito's character and strength. After listening to Chinyu's analysis, Uchiha Obito felt a wave of embarrassment. It turned out that his disguise was so unsuccessful. But after the embarrassment, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of fear towards Chinyu. He was afraid of his clear mind and unfathomable strength. Of course, it wasn't just Uchiha Obito who was shocked. Everyone was astonished. They truly did not expect that Chinyu's mind could be so sharp. He was able to notice the discrepancies from these subtle details and draw conclusions based on them. Chinyu was not only impressive in strength, but also in intelligence. Chapter 264. The battle begins. "So how did you recognize that I am Uchiha Obito?" Uchiha Obito asked again. Clearly, he placed even more importance on this question than the previous one. Chinyu chuckled and shook a finger, continuing, "Good question. Actually, I don't really know. Until that time, I encountered Kakashi and accidentally discovered something." "Kakashi? Discovered something? What is it?" Uchiha Obito faintly felt that the problem should lie here. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with intense gazes, Chinyu smiled slightly, coughed, and continued, that is, I once saw Kakashi use the Sharingan technique. Kamui. This is a space-time ninjutsu. This space-time ninjutsu can absorb attacks into the space created by Kamui. After my investigations, I learned that I was given to him by his childhood friend, Uchiha Bito. However, because he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, even though it was given by a Bito, he cannot fully master this eye. Even if he eventually cultivates and unlocks the Manjiki Sharingan, he still cannot completely control its power. Chinyu finished speaking in one breath and was a bit out of breath, quickly stopping to catch his breath. Then, according to the plot, he combined his wild guesses and continued to speak seriously. However, I speculate that once he can fully master the power of the Sharingan, then he will also be able to make his body exist in both reality and the space-time at will. Thus, I deduce that you're Kakashi's childhood teammate, a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Bito. What do you think of this explanation? After Chinyu finished speaking, he looked at Uchiha Bito, seemingly waiting for his shocked expression. However, things did not go as Chinyu had imagined. Instead, Uchiha Bito fell into silence. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to Chinyu, Chinyu, you are quite good. To repay you for answering my questions, I will give you a chance to live. Submit to me, become my subordinate, and you will gain the qualification to continue living. Upon hearing this, Chinyu directly laughed and said to Uchiha Bito, no way, have you really gotten so arrogant? Have you forgotten how you panicked and fled after I defeated you? Have you forgotten the fear of being controlled by me? Since that's the case, then don't blame me for sending you on your way. Uchiha Bito looked at the sky, suddenly spread his arms as if embracing the sky. The ninja world needs peace, and ninjas are the evil that destroys peace. I want to create a true peace, a world without war. Uchiha Bito spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were a savior. Make your move. Suddenly, Tsunade shouted loudly among the crowd and was the first to act. You are too slow. As everyone reacted and was about to attack, Kabuto Yakushi, who was beside Uchiha Bito, suddenly looked up and smiled at the 5 Kage before saying, you all are too slow. Then, he quickly formed a simple ninjutsu hand sign and suddenly slapped the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. A cloud of white smoke suddenly rose, and 6 coffins emerged from the white smoke. Not good, stop him. Tsunade shouted loudly, and her speed suddenly increased. ZZZ. The 4th Raikage directly used lightning release ninjutsu to enhance his body, transforming into a bolt of lightning. The silver light moved swiftly and instantly surpassed Tsunade's figure, rushing straight towards Kabuto. Edo Tensei, activate. As the 4th Raikage AI was about to approach, a mocking smile appeared on Kabuto's face. He directly formed a hand sign and activated the Edo Tensei ninjutsu. Boom, 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 boom. How is this possible? Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply as she watched the 6 coffins explode simultaneously. Even the 4th Raikage AI, who had been charging ahead, was blown back and stopped in his tracks by the explosive shockwave. The 6 individuals summoned by Edo Tensei were the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage Tobarama Senju, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the 3rd Raikage, the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi, and the 3rd Kazekage. How is that possible? How can Edo Tensei be activated with just one hand sign? Tsunade's eyes were filled with disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend. How can it not be possible? Seeing Tsunade's confusion, Kabuto smiled and explained, ever since I obtained the Edo Tensei technique, I've been researching it day and night. Finally, I successfully perfected it. Now, the Edo Tensei technique not only requires one hand sign to succeed, but I have also eliminated its only drawback. This means that even if I, the caster, die, this ninjutsu will not be released, unless they are sealed or the release seal of Edo Tensei is obtained. So, you don't need to rush, we can take our time. Upon hearing this, Inoki directly sneered and said, I don't believe it will be that incredible. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Inoki, not wanting to hold back, immediately used his most proficient dust release technique. The detachment of the primitive world is a ninjutsu developed by the 2nd Suchikage, Mu. It is a bloodline elimination technique that surpasses the bloodline limit, created by combining the 3 nature transformations of wind, earth, and fire. The 2nd Suchikage created this technique and then taught it to his disciple Inoki. Inoki clasped his hands together and then spread them apart. After spreading his palms, a transparent square barrier appeared between his hands. Inoki threw this transparent square barrier directly at the 6 individuals summoned by Edo Tensei. Buzz! In an instant, the square transparent barrier rapidly approached the 6 Edo Tensei individuals. Just as this dust release technique was about to hit them, one figure stepped forward. Magnet release, Sand Iron Trident. It was the 3rd Kazekage who made his move, and he used his bloodline limit, the magnet release Sand Iron technique. Chapter 265. New Era versus Old Era. The 3rd Kazekage raised his right hand, and a mass of black sand iron flew out. Countless sand iron particles quickly gathered in the air, ultimately forming a massive trident. Under the 3rd Kazekage's control, the trident shot towards Inoki's dust release technique at high speed. ZZZ. The sand iron trident collided with Inoki's dust release technique in an instant, and the two techniques began a clash. The powerful ninjutsu created by the 2 bloodline limits did not produce earth-shattering sounds. Instead, the 2 techniques emitted very faint sounds, as if they were rubbing against each other, consuming each other. Gradually, the 2 techniques began to lose their resistance. Inoki, you're getting old. Your dust release can't compare to when you were young. The 3rd Kazekage said lightly as he looked at Inoki. You little brat have your own consciousness? Inoki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hee. The 3rd Kazekage smiled and did not answer. Great-grandpa, 2nd grandpa, seeing that the Edo Tensei individuals had consciousness. Tsunade immediately called out to the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju and the 2nd Hokage Tobarama Senju. Oh, isn't this little Tsunade? You become Hokage? Hashirama Senju said with a smile. Big brother, aren't you afraid that little Tsunade will directly lose the Leaf Village if she becomes Hokage? Senju Tobarama complained to his older brother. Senju Hashirama was left speechless. 2nd grandpa, Tsunade glared at Senju Tobarama through gritted teeth. He. Senju Tobarama awkwardly looked away. By the way, which generation of Hokage are you in the Leaf Village? You look quite young. The 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, asked the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Hello, 2nd Hokage. I am the 4th Hokage of the Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze politely expressed his respect to the 1st and 2nd Hokage. All right. Yakushi Kabuto interrupted the reminiscing, turning to the 6 individuals who had been reanimated. The reminiscing ends here. It's time for you all to show your skills. Yakushi Kabuto pointed at the Ninja Alliance and said, kill them. Among the reanimated, some did not want to fight. However, as they were resurrected, they had no choice. They completely lost control over their bodies and rushed towards the Ninja Alliance. Little Tsunade, run. We can't control our bodies. The 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, shouted while charging. Although their bodies were out of control, their mouths were free. Thus, they could still express their thoughts verbally. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Obito stood above, quietly watching. Though they appeared calm, if someone got close, they would notice that both were secretly watching Kinyu. It seemed that, for them, there was no need to worry about anyone else. The only one they needed to pay attention to was Kinyu. Wood Dragon Technique, Flying Thunder God Slash, Rasengan, Magnet Release, Sand Iron Cylinder, Water Release, Water Mirror Technique, Black Lightning. In an instant, the 6 Kage-level powerhouses unleashed their jutsu. Immediately, the battlefield was filled with dazzling light. The powerful chakra from the jutsu even destroyed the clouds in the sky. You all give your chakra. Inoki saw the earth-shattering jutsu attack and turned pale. He immediately spoke to the others, preparing to counter with his own jutsu. Dust Release, Limit Removal Technique. This jutsu could be considered Naka's strongest move. It was an upgraded version of the Dust Release, original world removal technique, expanding both its range and power. Moreover, unlike previous jutsu, this one had a lasting effect. Any object close to the limit removal technique would be reduced to atomic state. With this move, in the original story, he directly eliminated 25 would-release clones of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo in one strike. This demonstrates the power of this jutsu. However, despite its strength, relying solely on his chakra to block the jutsu attacks from 6 Kage-level powerhouses was a dream. Thus, Inoki urgently needed chakra support from other Kage-level ninjas. Only then could he withstand the jutsu attacks from the 6 Kage-level powerhouses to the greatest extent. The other Kage-level powerhouses also understood that if chakra was divided, it would be weaker. Only by concentrating it together could they possibly withstand the first wave of attacks. Without hesitation, they directly moved to Naka's side. Then, they began to funnel their chakra into Naka's body. Buzz! The transparent square formed by the limit removal technique expanded several times with the support of the powerful chakra. Then, Noki hurled this jutsu against the incoming jutsu attack. Buzz! All the jutsu began to collide. Naki's limit removal technique directly separated those jutsu. Countless bright points flew out from the limit removal technique. These were the jutsu that had been decomposed into molecules. In the end, Naki's jutsu successfully blocked the combined jutsu of the 6 Kage-level ninjas. Not bad, Noki. It seems you're really getting old. The third Kazekage teased Noki. You haven't improved at all. The third Raikage turned to his successor, the fourth Raikage, and scolded him. Clearly, he was not satisfied with EI's performance. Father, the current era is different from yours. The fourth Raikage, who used to be hot-tempered, was now behaving as docile as a sheep. It seemed that the third Raikage still held a high position in his heart. As the Raikage, you should know how heavy your responsibilities are. After saying a few words, the third Raikage didn't say much more. At this moment, both sides once again stood in their respective positions. The atmosphere became somewhat strange for a moment. Continue the attack. Kill the 5 Kages. Uchiha Obito ordered the 6 reanimated individuals under Yakushi Kabuto. As soon as the command was given, Yakushi Kabuto controlled the 6 to launch another attack. The 5 Kages each chose one opponent to face. In the end, Tsunade chose the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. The 4th Kazekage Gaara chose the 3rd Kazekage. The 4th Mizukage chose the 3rd Mizukage. The 4th Raikage chose the 3rd Raikage. And the 3rd Tsuchikage chose the 2nd Hokage. As for the remaining 1st Hokage, he was assigned to the bystander Chinyu. Chapter 266. I'm going to release the sea goodness. I'm just being assigned like this. When Chinyu came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been clearly assigned. Instantly, Chinyu exclaimed, "Goodness! These people, if they're really hiding. But forget it. I'll be magnanimous and forgive them. That first Hokage, how about we don't fight for now and just go watch them fight over there? What do you think?" Chinyu said to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who was assigned to him, in a friendly manner. After all, he had seen him before, back when Orochimaru was executing the plan to destroy the Leaf Village. At that time, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was very clear about Chinyu's strength. He was a man with strength, responsibility, and who inherited the will of fire. I have no objections, but I'm also powerless. After all, I'm a reanimated person. Senju Hashirama shrugged, somewhat helplessly replying to Chinyu. After all, he was now a dead person. His revival depended entirely on the support of the reanimation jutsu. So he couldn't control himself. Oh, that's true. Chinyu nodded in agreement. Then, he turned to Uchiha Obito and said, "Hey Obito, I'll just chat with the first Hokage for a while. They can keep fighting, and I won't make a move. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's brows furrowed slightly. However, thinking of the power he currently possessed, he felt fearless. He wasn't worried that Chinyu would pull any tricks, so he agreed to Chinyu's suggestion. "Kabuto, don't worry about Senju Hashirama for now. Let the others deal with their opponents first." Uchiha Obito instructed Yakushi Kabuto next to him. "All right, sir." Yakushi Kabuto replied with a smile. While the few of them were chatting, the other reanimated shinobi had already started fighting against the 5 reanimated individuals. Among them, it was the 3rd and 4th Raikage from the Cloud Village who were fighting the most fiercely. After all, they were both using the most violent lightning-based chakra, and it was manifested through physical techniques. Lightning armor. The 3rd Raikage shouted loudly, and then a large amount of lightning chakra surged from his body. The lightning chakra flickered with silver arcs, quickly enveloping the entire body of the 3rd Raikage. In an instant, the lightning chakra greatly enhanced his physical vitality. "Son, let me see how much stronger you've become during my absence," the 3rd Raikage said to the 4th Raikage. Hell Stab. 4 books of convergence. A massive amount of lightning concentrated on the 4 fingers of the 3rd Raikage. In an instant, his 4 fingers became extremely sharp. "Come on, father. Let me show you how much I've improved over the years," the 4th Raikage said. Raijin armor. In an instant, the 4th Raikage was also quickly covered by a layer of lightning armor made of lightning chakra. Heavy flow explosion. In an instant, powerful lightning chakra gathered at the elbow of the 4th Raikage. The 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage both rushed towards each other almost simultaneously. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, the silver lightning illuminated everything around them. Even the sunlight in the sky seemed less dazzling than this silver lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. The 3rd Raikage and the 4th Raikage were like 2 humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rexes with immense destructive power. As soon as they clashed, Not only was the momentum overwhelming, but they also directly caused tremendous destruction. For a moment, the battlefield they were in was filled with dust and dirt. The numerous giant craters began to emerge as the two continued to fight. Looking at these craters, the other Kaguya who were engaged in their own battles felt a bit embarrassed. What the hell were they trying to do? Demolish the land? Moreover, they were fighting so vigorously while they were just going through the motions. How could they save face? Of course, the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage were unaware of their thoughts. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. After all, what you think has nothing to do with me. Damn it. Let me show you something big too. The third Tsuchikage said with a displeased expression. However, when the second Hokage heard this, he was not pleased. Little guy, it seems you've got a bit cocky, Senju Tobarama said with some annoyance. Water release, ocean waves. In an instant, the second Hokage prepared to take the initiative. A massive amount of water, like the ocean, was released by his water chakra. The huge flow of water formed a vast ocean. Even if someone claimed it was a sea, people would probably believe it. After all, the range of this water release technique was simply too large. No wonder he's called the man of the ocean release. Inoki exclaimed, but then he immediately became serious and said, but I won't be afraid of you. Earth release, light and heavy rock technique. In an instant, Inoki defied the pull of gravity and floated into the air. Earth release, earthquake core. Blocks of square land instantly rose from the ground, tightly aligning one after another. In an instant, a powerful defensive structure made up of numerous earthquake cores was completed in the blink of an eye. Earth release, multi-shadow rock clone. Inoki, fearing that the earthquake cores were not reliable enough, cast the rock clone technique again. Huge rock clones moved forward and positioned themselves behind the earthquake cores, directly bracing against the defensive structure. Hee. The second Hokage chuckled lightly, looking at Inoki, and said, you really have some skills, but I wonder if your earth release can withstand my water release. As soon as the second Hokage finished speaking, the swirling water behind him surged down towards Inoki. The massive flow of water rushed like a tsunami, not only at incredible speed, but also raising towering waves on the water surface. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook as the waves surged, startling everyone engaged in battle. What is happening? Why are these huge waves suddenly appearing? The second Hokage's water release didn't seem impressive before, but once it completely erupted, its true magnitude was revealed. Therefore, everyone was caught off guard and nearly hit by the second Hokage's technique. In an instant, everyone hurried to evade. Even the third Raikage and the fourth Raikage, who were in the middle of their intense fight, were no exception. Chapter 267, Senju Tobarama versus Inoki Rumble. The second Hokage is going a bit overboard. Chinyu watched as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, unleashed the ocean and couldn't help but smile with delight. Tobarama, is your temper flaring up all of a sudden? Senju Hashirama said, looking at his younger brother with a speechless expression. After all, he knew his brother best. But this was fine. It seemed like it would be more interesting. Chinyu didn't mind. After all, watching a show should be as exciting as possible. Just right. He was getting a bit into it. That actually makes a lot of sense. Senju Hashirama thought to himself, but then he realized that it wasn't wrong. After this change of thought, Senju Hashirama also began to enjoy watching the battle below. Inoki, what are you doing, making such a commotion? The fourth Raikage, known for his fiery temper, couldn't help but question. However, Inoki didn't respond to the fourth Raikage's inquiry. He was too focused on the incoming tsunami to spare any energy for a reply. The next moment was what Inoki was more concerned about. He ignored everything else. Boom! Finally, the tsunami formed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's technique, crashed directly against Inoki's earthquake core defense. Inoki, being the elder of the UchihaQinyu village, showcased his skills. The earthquake core only trembled slightly under the first wave of the tsunami and did not suffer any significant damage. Seeing this, Inoki felt somewhat relieved. However, was it really that simple? No, it definitely wasn't that simple. Just as Inoki was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the second wave of tsunami came roaring in again. Boom! In an instant, the waves crashed violently. The earthquake core defense began to shake significantly, with some areas of soil even starting to fall off. Following that, in Inoki's slightly anxious gaze, the third wave of tsunami followed closely behind the second. Boom! In an instant, cracks began to appear on the earthquake core defense. Cracks started to form on the defensive structure. Crack! The cracks widened under the impact of the water flow. However, it seemed that the water flow had finally exhausted its strength and began to weaken gradually. When the water completely calmed down, Inoki's earthquake core defense was already filled with cracks. In fact, many areas were directly penetrated by the water flow. As for the rock giant behind the defensive fortifications, it was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Inoki finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to block the second Hokage's water release, sea release, ninjutsu. However, just as he was about to celebrate, Inoki suddenly remembered something. He had used almost 2 ninjutsu techniques to barely stop one technique from the second Hokage. With such results, there didn't seem to be much to be happy about. Thinking this, his expression turned solemn again. And because the coverage of the second Hokage's water release ninjutsu was so vast, the battlefield had directly transformed into a vast ocean. Everyone present could only use chakra to stand on the water surface. Inoki, it seems that even though you are old, you still have some strength left. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stood on the ocean and said to Inoki from a distance. Upon hearing this, Inoki felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. Moreover, being someone who valued his pride, he never allowed others to call him old. Now, being called old by the second Hokage, his anger flared up. Old? No matter how old I am, I'm not older than you, right? Inoki retorted, his tone somewhat aggressive. Oomph. In my home ground, you dare to be so arrogant. Tobirama's earlier displeasure flared up again at that moment. In fact, now his irritation towards Inoki was even stronger than before. Your home ground? You're talking too big. Inoki was not intimidated at all and directly responded to Tobirama. All right, since that's the case, let me show you the forbidden jutsu I once researched. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, said no more and began to gather chakra to perform his forbidden ninjutsu. Seeing Tobirama's demeanor, Inoki knew that this was likely Tobirama's ultimate move. Faced with Tobirama's big move, Inoki also became serious. Even though he could banter freely, he had to be cautious when it came to fighting. After all, this was the experience Inoki had accumulated over the years. On the battlefield, one must never underestimate any enemy, because perhaps it is precisely because of this one moment of underestimating the enemy that you could lose your life to them. Inoki, this is my forbidden ninjutsu, just watch. A ball of silvery lightning chakra gathered in the hands of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Lightning Shark. At that moment, Tobirama slammed the ball of lightning chakra into the ocean beneath him. The lightning chakra went into the water and instantly became violet. Countless silvery arcs of electricity began to flicker wildly in the water. However, under Tobirama's control, the once wild lightning chakra gradually became docile. Slowly, the lightning chakra began to coalesce underwater into the shapes of sharks. Counting carefully, one would find that there were nearly 50 of these sharks. At that moment, Tobirama's other hand also slammed the water release chakra into the water, merging it with the lightning sharks. After merging with the water release chakra, their size instantly doubled. 50 lightning sharks, now with doubled sizes, began to charge crazily towards Inoki under Tobirama's control. The shark swarm either swam directly underwater or leaped through the water, advancing in bursts. Seeing the aggressive and destructive lightning sharks, Inoki instantly tensed up. Forbidden jutsu. I'm not afraid at all. Watch as I break it with my dust release. Immediately, Inoki took out his signature move. Dust release, original world separation technique. Dust release, original world separation technique. Naka's hands came together in a prayer position and then slowly spread apart. As he spread his hands, a transparent square block appeared in his palms. Changing the direction of his hands, he pushed the transparent square block forward. As the position of the transparent square changed, it moved to the front of his palms. At that moment, the group of sharks controlled by the second Hokage had already approached Inoki. Due to using the Earth Releases light-heavy rock technique, Inoki was floating in the air. Therefore, he wasn't standing on the water surface like others. This allowed him to see the group of sharks clearly as they approached. Roar! Suddenly, 50 lightning sharks let out a thunderous roar. Subsequently, the lightning sharks surrounded Inoki entirely. Moreover, some even took the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. However, each sneak attack was directly nullified by Naka's dust release ninjutsu, turning into nothingness. Tobirama, is this your so-called forbidden jutsu? Truly pathetic. Inoki taunted Tobirama. Oh really? Tobirama didn't engage in further argument with Inoki and instead laughed, saying, Next, you will truly get to know it. Boil for me, lightning sharks. Tobirama shouted, and the lightning sharks beneath the water seemed to become agitated. They began to grow increasingly violent. Then, to Naka's shock, the lightning sharks surged up from the water, wrapped in columns of water. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, over a dozen water columns attacked Noki from all directions. It's all childish play. My dust release ninjutsu is invincible in the ninja world. Noki channeled his chakra, and the transparent square suddenly transformed into a beam of light. Bang, bang, bang. Noki rotated the beam of the original world separation technique in his hands, directly separating and annihilating the attacking lightning sharks. In an instant, over a dozen water jets were cut off. Consequently, several lightning sharks were exposed in midair. Boom! Bang! 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 With a low shout, the lightning sharks in the air used all their strength to slam their tails and charge directly at Noki. Then, around Noki, they exploded violently. The sound of explosions shook the heavens. Tobirama didn't seem to expect this explosion to take Noki's life, but if it could inflict some damage, that would be enough. Moreover, this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime offensive chance. And what kind of person was Tobirama? He was a clever man. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity to attack, Tobirama immediately took action against Noki with a group shark attack. The sharks beneath the sea surged with water columns, and columns of water shot up into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, loud explosions echoed. As for the smoke and dust from the explosions, it was hazy, and no one knew what was happening inside. When the sound of explosions ceased and the dust gradually cleared, Naki's body appeared. At this moment, he was disheveled, no longer the glamorous figure he once was. On his back, if one looks closely, it seems there is a blast injury. Even his feet show faint red traces of blood. However, because he is wearing red pants, it is almost unnoticeable. Senju Tobirama, you have angered me. I will make you understand the consequences and price of provoking me. Noki shouted angrily at Senju Tobirama. While saying this, he did not slow down his movements in the slightest. Dust release, boundary removal technique. Chakra. Powerful chakra was fully mobilized by Noki. Aside from leaving a little chakra to keep himself floating in the air, all other chakra was used by Noki to perform the boundary removal technique. In an instant, a massive transparent square appeared directly from his hand. It seems this guy is getting anxious. Senju Tobirama smiled indifferently. After all, he was already dead, so what did it matter? Moreover, his current state was immortal, so there was nothing to fear. Water release, raging waves. Water release, heavenly waterfall. Lightning release, lightning dragon. One ninjutsu after another transformed from Senju Tobirama's hands. He seemed completely unconcerned about the depletion of his chakra, exerting all his strength. For a moment, the ocean that should have calmed down surged again. Waves, tsunamis, water dragons, and other powerful ninjutsu began to collectively charge toward Noki. However, Noki remained unafraid. He directly pushed the enormous boundary removal technique towards Senju Tobirama with force. In an instant, all obstacles in the path of the transparent square vanished into nothingness. Whether it was ninjutsu or obstacles, everything turned to void. Senju Tobirama, die, Noki shouted, then pressed the transparent square hard against the nearby Senju Tobirama. As the boundary removal technique approached, changes began to appear on Senju Tobirama's body. The part of his body closest to Noki started to dissipate bit by bit. Gradually, as the transparent square fully advanced, Senju Tobirama was turned into nothingness by Naki's boundary removal technique. With Senju Tobirama's death once again, the various ninjutsu he had cast dispersed in an instant. After all, without the support of chakra, they were like rootless duckweed. Watching as Senju Tobirama was completely killed by him, Noki felt much lighter. But then, he became serious again, because he remembered that Tsunade had once said that the reanimation jutsu would continuously revive the target. Unless the user releases this ninjutsu, the target will keep coming back to life. So, thinking of this, Noki's previously relaxed body immediately tensed up. Sealing technique, light and heavy rock sealing. Sure enough, a bit of dust began to slowly gather in the air. Noki decisively used the sealing technique on Senju Tobirama. In an instant, countless rocks flew in from all directions, completely sealing the dust of Senju Tobirama that had yet to coalesce into a human form. Chapter 269. Sealing the third Kazekage on the other side, Tsunade's battlefield. Just as Noki sealed the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Tsunade swiftly threw a powerful punch toward the unsuspecting fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Bang! Splash! Minato Namikaze, whether he genuinely did not react in time or did so on purpose, was sent crashing into the ocean by Tsunade's punch. In an instant, the surface of the water exploded with splashes. Although Tsunade had sent Minato directly into the water, she did not relax. After all, she knew very well what kind of person Minato was. As the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze was a formidable opponent who could use space-time ninjutsu. Thanks to his flying thunder god technique, he was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha in the ninja world. This shows just how slippery his flying thunder god technique is. However, to be punched into the water like that was a bit excessive. Thus, Tsunade had some doubts that Minato was doing this on purpose. Sure enough, Tsunade's guess was correct. A flash of orange suddenly appeared beside Tsunade. Sharingan, a rapidly spinning chakra sphere, was shot directly at Tsunade's back by Minato Namikaze. Minato's appearance was sudden and strange, without any warning signs. Although Tsunade was already extremely cautious, she was still caught off guard for a moment. With no time to dodge, Tsunade quickly turned her body to the side. Boom! The blue Sharingan struck Tsunade swiftly. However, instead of hitting her back as intended, it changed direction and struck her shoulder due to Tsunade's forced sideways motion. Bang! The immense force instantly sent Tsunade flying backward. In the ocean, Tsunade's figure flew out, creating a vertical column of water. Eventually, she was slammed back into the ocean. Seeing this, Minato did not stop. The Golden Flash was renowned for its speed. He activated the flying thunder god technique again, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Bang! The surface of the water exploded, and Tsunade burst out from beneath. Just below Tsunade's body, Minato's figure suddenly appeared. Whoosh! 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 3 shuriken flew out in 3 directions, clearly aimed at Tsunade above. Get away from me! Tsunade shouted explosively, her immense strength flooding her body. She kicked the incoming shuriken away with her foot. Whoosh! 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 The 3 shuriken that had originally charged fiercely were instantly sent flying back. Seizing the opportunity from Tsunade's counterattack, Minato's figure reappeared beside her. Sharingan, again the same ninjutsu in the same spot. However, would Tsunade fall into the same crisis again this time? Clearly, the answer was no. The same ninjutsu had lost its original power against a shadow-level powerhouse who was already on guard. Get away! Tsunade quickly planted 1 foot on the ground, using the tip of her foot as the center and instantly spun around. As she rotated, her other foot was already in a kicking position. All her strength concentrated. Using the power of her body spinning like a top, Tsunade swiftly kicked out with her rapidly extended leg. Not good. Minato's eyes narrowed, realizing it in his heart. However, at this moment, there was no time to evade with the flying thunder god. Thus, under Minato's watch, Tsunade's powerful kick descended in an instant. Boom! This time, it was completely different from before. The earlier strike that hit Minato did not unleash its full power. But this kick was completely explosive. Compared to the previous powerful strike, this one was even more terrifying. Minato was sent flying horizontally by Tsunade's powerful kick. Along the way, everything, be it people or objects, as long as everything that obstructs Minato Namikaze is shattered by this strange force. Under Tsunade's powerful kick, Minato soared across the ocean at an incredible speed, crashing deep into the forest. Finally, he plowed a nearly 100-meter-long path through the woods before coming to a stop. At this moment, Tsunade had already teamed up with Inoki and charged directly toward Gaara, the Kazekage, who was Minato's opponent. As for why they didn't take advantage of the situation to defeat Minato while he was heavily injured, the reason was simple. Minato possesses space-time ninjutsu. If Tsunade rushed to Minato's side now, what would happen if he suddenly used his space-time ninjutsu to escape? That would put her comrades in danger. Moreover, Minato, who can use space-time ninjutsu, is undoubtedly the most difficult opponent among them. As for why Inoki was able to easily defeat the second Hokage before, it was simply because the second Hokage did not use space-time ninjutsu. Otherwise, how could Inoki possibly defeat him? Back to the point. Therefore, what Tsunade should do at this moment is to go support her teammates. Let her teammates quickly deal with their opponents, and this way, their side would have a numerical advantage. Only then would there be a chance to win against a Beto Uchiha. Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Sandhand, Strange Strength. In an instant, Tsunade, Inoki, and Gaara all launched their attacks together. Boom! The third Kazekage's Magnet Release, Sandiron Defense, was shattered in an instant by the 3 powerful forces. The figure of the third Kazekage appeared before everyone in an instant. 3 against 1. You shadows are becoming more and more capable. The third Kazekage said coldly as he looked at the 3. For the future of the ninja world, this is unavoidable. Tsunade directly responded to the third Kazekage. Inoki remained silent, clearly agreeing with Tsunade's words. You, as a dead person, should not interfere in the affairs of the living. So you should go back. Gaara said coldly. Originally a man of few words, he surprisingly said so much today. You guys break him, and I will take care of the sealing technique. Gaara said to Inoki and Tsunade. Tsunade and Inoki exchanged glances, then nodded toward Gaara. Tsunade charged directly at the third Kazekage, engaging in close combat with enhanced strength. Inoki, seeing an opportunity from the outside, immediately provided long-range support with ninjutsu. For a moment, the third Kazekage was forced back step by Tsunade and Inoki. Ultimately, he was blasted into pieces by Inoki's dust release technique. Desert Layer, Great Burial Ceiling. Introduction, Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the initial version of Sage Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining the Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and obtaining. With the system in hand, I have the strength. I was originally a low-key person, but unfortunately, everyone won't let me be low-key.